Pinnacle. 5 victories in a row. Kai the King is unstoppable. Kai, take me up the ranks with you. Kai the King will always be a legend. As I landed the final blow, the sound of the enemy base exploding echoed in my ears. With my best hero, I turned the tide in a desperate situation and claimed victory in this ranked match once again. Just another effortless stomp. I murmured with a smile tugging at my lips, declining all the friend requests that flooded in. Glancing at the time, I put my phone down. It was already 2 in the morning. If I didn't sleep soon, there'd be no getting up tomorrow. Ugh, my head is spinning. What's going on? The icy chill beneath me was nothing like the familiar warmth of my bed. Instead, it felt as if I was lying out on the street. Forcing my eyes open, I saw the night sky above. Moonlight fell quietly over me, but in the distance, the chaotic sounds of fighting pierced the silence. Before I could process what was happening, an unfamiliar voice rang out in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for remaining at the first check-in location, the rooftop where Bullseye killed Erica, for over 1 minute. Check-in successful. The King's check-in system is now activated. You have received 100 check-in points. Ding! Reminder, 100 check-in points can be used for the system's prize wheel. Ding! Next check-in location, Kingpin's office in Fist Tower. Stay for more than 3 minutes to complete check-in. A system? Bullseye, Erica, Kingpin. Aren't these all characters from Daredevil? Could it be that I've transmigrated? Suddenly wide awake, I realized my whole body was limp. I reached up to my neck and a sharp pain shot through me. By the ghostly moonlight, I was startled to see my hands stained with blood. God! Before I could recover from the shock, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into my mind. In that instant, I understood everything. I had transmigrated. Just like in those novels, I crossed over into the body of a stranger bearing my own name, someone who had just died. Wang Kai, Chinese-American, 18 years old, strikingly handsome. The kind of guy who'd get a couple of extra green onions from the cashier at the supermarket. Just for his looks. His parents were healthy, his little sister beautiful. Maybe not movie star gorgeous, but he'd always caught plenty of eyes on the street. His family had once been happy, but everything changed 3 days ago. His parents and sister were out on a road trip when they were caught in the crossfire of an American gang war. His parents died on the spot, and his sister vanished without a trace. Only Wang Kai, who had been working a part-time job elsewhere, survived. The New York police were powerless against the rampant gangs. After burying his parents, Wang Kai poured all his hopes into seeking help from Daredevil, the masked vigilante who roamed the night. But before he could even mention his missing sister, suddenly, Bullseye's playing card slashed his throat, and he collapsed in a pool of blood, dying with regret. At that moment, the soul of another Wang Kai crossed into his body. Since I now inhabit your body, your responsibilities are now mine as well. I promise you, I will help you find your sister. Inwardly, he made this silent vow. Wang Kai lifted his head and looked at Bullseye, who was toying with Daredevil. He understood one thing. This was the Marvel Universe, a world riddled with dangers, but also brimming with opportunities. Even if his sister had already died, Wang Kai could think of several ways to bring her back to life. The only key was, he must possess overwhelming power that could overcome any obstacle. System, start the lottery. Wang Kai called out in his mind. He possessed the King's sign-in system, which made him stronger with every sign-in. With such an ability, he was filled with confidence that he could make his wish come true. Ding! Consuming 100 points to perform a lottery draw. Host, do you confirm? The unfamiliar voice of the system echoed in his mind, just like the golden finger in every transmigration novel. I confirm. Ding! Consumed 100 sign-in points. Lottery draw in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the hero template, Blade of Ruin, Kai. The host can now use all the abilities of Blade of Ruin, Kai. Father Kai, you are the nemesis of all villains. Soul of the Azure. When attacking only one target, deal an additional 50% damage. Spinning Blade. Throw blades in a designated direction. Cool down, 10 seconds. Blade Storm. Strike twice in a chosen direction, with the third strike dealing even greater damage. After leaving combat, recover health every second and increase movement speed. Cool down, 6 seconds. Undying Demon Form. Summon demonic armor to possess your body. After 1 second, deal shock damage to nearby enemies, and boost attack power, movement speed, and damage block. Last 8 seconds. Cool down, 60 seconds. A torrent of information instantly synchronized in his mind, and Wang Kai was overcome with elation. It was his very first lottery, and he had already drawn the template of his favorite hero. This wasn't just any Kai. This was Father Kai, the one who could end his enemies with a single strike. The passive effect of Blade's storm activated immediately. Wang Kai clearly felt his wounds beginning to heal, his strength returning rapidly. At last, he was able to rise from the ground, no longer flat on his back, but up on one knee. When his gaze shifted to Bullseye, his eyes turned dark and resolute, like a starving wolf poised to strike at its prey. At that moment, Bullseye, who was locked in fierce combat with Daredevil, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced sideways out of the corner of his eye and was astonished to see that the Asian man who had been lying motionless on the blood-soaked floor was now standing up again. Blood covered half his body, his face contorted with pain and fury, and his eyes locked onto Bullseye with deadly focus. Bullseye relished that look, the same look his opponents always gave him as he tortured them, the look of bitter hatred right before he finished them off. This was the moment he enjoyed most. Haha, I didn't expect you could still stand up. Is this your dying gasp? Let me send you off on your final journey. Bullseye taunted Wang Kai with excitement, then swiftly drew two playing card from his waist. Daredevil sensed everything, his anger reaching a boiling point. Run! Though he had failed to save Erica, at the very least, he wanted to save this poor soul standing before him. Daredevil snapped his batons in half and hurled them at Bullseye's hands, trying to stop him from throwing the deadly cards. But Bullseye was blindingly fast. His hands crossed in a blur, and the cards spun out like miniature cyclones, slicing twin arcs through the air as they curved around Daredevil, heading straight for Wang Kai's throat. Ha ha ha. Bullseye's manic laughter still echoed, but Wang Kai's reaction left him speechless. Bang! Bang! Wang Kai raised his arm to shield his neck, and in that instant, a razor-sharp blue blade sprang forth from his forearm, effortlessly shattering the flying cards. A blue mist of light spread from Wang Kai's body, his once black hair growing rapidly, shifting in a heartbeat to a brilliant shade of blue. Streams of sky-blue energy danced along his form, finally converging in his palm to form a gleaming blue longsword. Demonic body of immortality. Wang Kai growled in a low voice, then charged forward. His magic blade scraped against the rooftop, emitting a harsh, sizzling shriek, blue sparks scattering like the harbingers of death. He lunged straight at Bullseye, his blue aura exploding with a thunderous roar. The youth burst from the swirling blue mist, his body encased in a cold, imposing blue demonic armor. His speed, now several times greater than before. Bullseye barely had time to react before the magic blade swept down in a diagonal arc, cleaving him from shoulder to waist in a single, merciless stroke. Not a single drop of blood stained the blade. Bullseye's eyes went wide, as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. His lips parted to speak, but no sound emerged. Half of his body slid slowly apart, crashing heavily onto the rooftop with a dull final thud. Wang Kai kicked the lower half of Bullseye's body, sending the remains skidding more than a dozen meters away, then brought his sword down once more, severing Bullseye's head. Who are you? What just happened? Daredevil could clearly see Bullseye's gruesome fate, the sonar image in his mind painting every detail with chilling clarity. Bullseye was utterly dead, and Wang Kai, in his senses, was like a bottomless black hole, absorbing all sound waves. Not even a heartbeat could be heard. All Daredevil felt was an icy, bone-deep indifference, a coldness that seeped into the marrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain Bullseye. You have gained 100 sign-in points. The system's voice echoed in Wang Kai's mind. Wang Kai stared coldly at Daredevil, the magic blade in his hand seeming to thirst for more blood, eager to crush the last remnants of the man's will. System, if I kill Daredevil, that superhero, will I earn sign-in points? Wang Kai calmly asked in his mind. No, only by defeating supervillains can you gain sign-in points. However, eliminating those superheroes who stand in your way won't bring any punishment either. Is that so? 8 seconds quickly passed. The magic armor faded away, dissolving into a stream of blue light that merged back into Wang Kai's body. He let out a long breath, feeling his heart fill once more with vitality. A new passion stirred inside him, pushing out some of the cold indifference that once reigned there. There isn't just one extraordinary person like Daredevil in this world. On the edge of death, I obtained a power that is uniquely mine. He didn't elaborate further. At this moment, the most important thing was to find any trace of his sister and complete his next sign-in mission. Conveniently, these two goals could be pursued at the same time. I need to go to the Fist Tower and find a man they call the Mountain. He's the Emperor of America's Underworld, the Kingpin of all gangs. If anyone knows what really happened that day, it's him. And he'll know where my sister Luna went. Wang Kai pulled a photograph from his pocket. Under the moonlight, two smiling faces shone from the paper, one his own, and the other his younger sister, Luna. He gently traced the photo with his fingers, burying his longing deep in his heart. Then he turned his gaze to Elektra's body lying on the ground and murmured, "I'll be waiting for you in front of Fisk Tower." Say a final goodbye to her. With a few light steps, he leapt from the rooftop, leaving Daredevil alone in the darkness. Daredevil gathered Elektra's body in his arms and silently disappeared into the night. An hour later, Wang Kai stood on the brightly lit street outside Fisk Tower. He looked up at the building, towering at least 80 stories high, and a cold smile played at his lips. Tonight, he was not only going to confront Fisk, he intended to bring down the entire headquarters of the Underworld. In addition to the superpowers he'd already mastered, Wang Kai had another ace up his sleeve. After parting ways with Daredevil, he'd spun the lottery a second time and won the third skill of the Demolition Cat, Shunmingshi, EX-type hybrid bomb. This skill was almost identical to its game version. A chargeable throw, with the longer the charge, the farther the bomb could be hurled, and up to 2 bombs could be stored at once. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the night. Daredevil, dressed in his crimson suit with twin batons at his waist, emerged slowly from the shadows. The two exchanged no words and headed straight for Fisk Tower. "Are you really planning to kill Fisk?" Daredevil asked softly as they walked. He clung to his no-kill rule, and feared that if Fisk died, the unchecked gangs of New York would run even more rampant. Bringing him to justice is the best choice. Wang Kai stopped in his tracks. He looked at Daredevil, his gaze icy and remote. "Are you here to teach me how to do my job? Mind your own business. I have no need for your self-righteous sense of morality. If you dare stand in my way, you'll be no exception." A blue magical blade suddenly appeared in his hand, pressing directly against Daredevil's chest. Wang Kai's threat was no idle talk. Until he found his family, he would act according to his own rules. He cast another glance at Daredevil. Then, harnessing the speed granted by his extreme blade tempest, he dashed toward the Fisk Tower. Daredevil could only remain silent. As a blind man with an extraordinarily sharp sixth sense, he knew there was no stopping someone as reckless as Wang Kai. With a single slash, Wang Kai shattered the glass doors of Fisk Tower, striding confidently into the lair of America's underworld king. Daredevil followed him inside. The spacious lobby was ablaze with light, yet not a soul could be seen. "Use your ears. See if Fisk has set any traps." Daredevil forced himself to focus and listen intently, then shook his head after a moment. Fisk is probably waiting in his office to negotiate. He wouldn't stoop to such tricks. That's good. The two of them took the elevator straight up, meeting no resistance along the way, and soon came face to face with Fisk himself, his bald head gleaming, dressed only in a white tank top. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, New York glimmered under the night sky. Fisk's iconic white suit and cane lay to one side. He clenched his massive saucepan-sized fists, leering menacingly at Daredevil. "Ding. Host has arrived at check-in location, Fisk Tower office. Check-in duration, 3 minutes. If you remain here for less than 3 minutes, the check-in will be considered a failure. Check-in countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's voice echoed in Wang Kai's mind. His gaze sharpened, fixed on Fisk. The man's enormous frame was packed with muscle, and Wang Kai gripped his magical blade even tighter. "So you brought backup? It's useless. No one can help you here." Fisk laughed thunderously, his confidence in his own strength unshakable. "You're right. No one can help here," Wang Kai replied coldly. Before Daredevil could act, he unleashed his immortal demon body and charged straight at Fisk. Blue light surged over him, magical armor springing to life and enveloping his body in a heartbeat. Fisk's heart skipped a beat. What in the world is that? He immediately seized his heavy wooden desk, hoisting it and hurling it at Wang Kai. Papers whirled through the air, and with a deafening crash, the magical armor released a wave of blue energy, shattering the desk into splinters that scattered in all directions. Wang Kai's face was now entirely concealed by the armor, leaving only a pair of eyes aglow with blue light. A wet, sickening sound followed, the blade's edge slicing into flesh. Wang Kai swung his blade and severed Kingpin's right arm in one clean motion, leaving him a one-armed man. Without pause, he spun around, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, Kingpin, whose massive frame was even more imposing than Wang Kai's, was sent flying across the room, slamming into the wall with a heavy thud. Bones shattered in several places, and the agony wrung a piercing, desperate scream from Kingpin. "Arg, damn it! Someone, get in here!" he roared through gritted teeth. In an instant, a swarm of black-suited bodyguards burst in from the side rooms, each raising a Glock and aiming straight at Wang Kai. "Kill them," Kingpin bellowed, clutching his severed arm, eyes ablaze with fury. The office erupted in gunfire, bullets raining down like a torrential storm on Wang Kai and Daredevil. Daredevil immediately moved with fluid agility, dodging with incredible skill. Wang Kai, however, stood his ground, bullets pinged off his body with a clear metallic ring. The effect of his indestructible demon body would last 6 more seconds. These light firearms posed no threat to him at all. Courting death, Wang Kai growled under his breath. His demon blade scraped across the floor, scattering blue sparks, and Wang Kai shot forward like an arrow from a bow, targeting the nearest bodyguard. The blade gleamed with a cold blue light as he brought it down, and a merciless arc blood spurted several meters, splattering onto the ceiling, and painting its pristine white a shocking crimson. The other bodyguards recoiled in terror, faces draining of color and eyes wide with fear. Their hearts pounded, a chill racing down their spines. They fired even more frantically, but every bullet was deflected by the magical armor. Once more, Wang Kai surged forward, picking out his next target. In the blink of an eye, another man fell within 10 steps. The office had become a grisly slaughterhouse, blood pooled across the floor, mutilated bodies dropping one after another, and blood dripped steadily from the ceiling, creating a chilling and gruesome tableau. "He's a demon! He's a demon!" someone shrieked. "Run for your lives!" Kingpin's men finally broke, fleeing in panic for the exits. Seeing this, Wang Kai swung his demon blade. "Whirling blade!" he shouted. A spinning blue blade shot from his weapon, cutting down 2 more men in an instant. The remaining bodyguards scattered, desperately fleeing the office. Wang Kai gave no further chase. His indestructible demon body had worn off. The magical armor faded, revealing his cold, impassive face, and even the demon blade in his hand shrank slightly. He stepped through the blood, making his way slowly to Kingpin. Pulling out the photo of his sister, he asked coldly, "Have you seen this girl?" Kingpin's face twisted with rage. He glared at Wang Kai, his eyes suddenly turning cold and sinister. Yet at the corners of his mouth, a cruel smile appeared. "Oh, I've seen her. So that's it. You're that Asian girl's brother. I should have known. You look just like her. Where is she? Tell me now." Wang Kai's voice grew urgent. As the ruler of America's underworld and the boss of the mafia, Kingpin clearly held some crucial information. He let out a booming laugh. "Ha ha. Do you really think, after everything that's happened, I would still tell you anything? It's been 3 days, over 72 hours. You'll never find her. By now, she might have been sold to some 70-year-old Arab, or shipped off to Europe to fall into the hands of perverts. Once they're done with her, they might even turn her into a trophy. Her organs could even be sold for a second time." Ha ha ha. Kingpin's laughter was wild and vicious, echoing through the room. In his eyes, there was only the madness and despair of a man who'd completely lost control. "I will never let you get away with this. And I'll make sure you never have your way." Blood spurted violently. With another swing, Wang Kai severed one of Kingpin's arms. His face was ice cold, his fury blazing so fiercely in his eyes it felt as though it could burn everything to ashes. He pressed his magic blade right between Kingpin's eyes and roared, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where is she?" Kingpin only burst out laughing. Even as pain racked his body and blood bubbled from his throat. "Your face right now, it's priceless. I love it. The suffering of living is far worse than the pain of dying." Suddenly, Kingpin jerked his head up. He threw himself onto the point of the blade, driving it through his own skull. He moved so quickly Wang Kai couldn't stop him. The twisted look on his face, that mocking sneer, these were the last memories he left for Wang Kai. Did he really lose this fight? Damn it. Wang Kai brought his blade down in a sweeping arc, hacking away a mass of flesh and blood. Yet inside, he felt nothing but cold emptiness. He was only filled with regret. Regret that Kingpin had chosen such a decisive death. If only he had the resurrection skills of a mortal Tai. Then, after countless cycles of life and death, there'd always be a way to make Kingpin reveal the truth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain Kingpin. You have earned 100 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in at the Kingpin building. Time elapsed. Over 3 minutes. Mission accomplished. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! Next sign-in location, Oscorp Laboratory, birthplace of the Green Goblin. Stay for more than 5 minutes to sign in successfully. With 400 sign-in points now in hand, Wang Kai could draw 4 times. But he couldn't feel a trace of happiness. Kingpin had chosen death rather than reveal his sister's whereabouts. The entire investigation, from top to bottom, had collapsed. He had no choice but to start from the bottom, planning to hunt for clues among the small-time gangs. You could have been a superhero. Why did you choose such an extreme path? Daredevil stepped forward, his tone tinged with regret. In his eyes, it was a real waste for someone as powerful as Wang Kai not to use his abilities to uphold justice. Don't get the wrong idea. I may be super, but I'm no hero. Wang Kai echoed one of Deadpool's famous lines. Stepping through pools of blood without a second thought, he left that hellish office behind without so much as a glance at Daredevil. In this world, good people rarely see their kindness rewarded. Besides, Wang Kai had his own burdens to bear. Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, the gangs in these 3 boroughs ran rampant. Wang Kai made up his mind to search for clues, one neighborhood at a time. All Daredevil could do was briefly sweep the area with his heightened senses, but in the end, he could only sigh in frustration. Just as he'd expected, he hardly had a chance to act. Wang Kai had already taken care of everything. Outside the Fist Tower, the two stood side by side. After a moment's hesitation, Daredevil asked, "What should I call you? I still don't know your name." "Kai. And if you want to turn me into the NYPD, be my guest, Attorney Murdoch." Wang Kai remained as cold as ever. He extended his hand, silently invoking a skill. Gradually, a cat-shaped bomb appeared in his palm, complete with perked feline ears and soft pink pads. This was the Cat EX hybrid bomb. He weighed it in his hand, before turning away from the entrance to Fist Tower. Daredevil gave up on his original plan, sensing with his abilities the cat doll in Wang Kai's hand. A vague premonition told him it was extremely dangerous. A few dozen meters from the building, Wang Kai suddenly gathered his strength and hurled the EX hybrid bomb straight into the first-floor lobby. An explosive roar ripped through the air. The cat bomb detonated instantly. A powerful shockwave shattered glass within a 200-meter radius, while a fierce crimson blaze surged upward, faintly taking the shape of a fiery red cat. Wang Kai watched it all unfold, his expression unmoved. Another bomb materialized in his palm, and without looking back, he tossed it as well. The second blast thundered through the night as Wang Kai, unflinching, walked away, his back always to the explosions. By the time he returned to his Brooklyn home, it was already 3 in the morning. He changed out of his blood-stained clothes, but no matter how hard he tried, sleep wouldn't come. With nothing else to do, he turned to the lottery once more. System do a 4-pull draw. Ding. Consumed 400 sign-in points. Drawing now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Secret technique, stealth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired equipment, cloth armor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired consumable, small potion, X3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item, skill enhancement point. Secret technique, concealment. This skill is inspired by the 4th ability of the Shadow Blade Assassin, King of Lonling. Once activated, there's a delay of 1.5 seconds, after which the user becomes invisible for 30 seconds. The cooldown period is 15 seconds. As long as the duration hasn't expired, the skill can be triggered repeatedly, granting nearly continuous invisibility. When Wang Kai first tried out this skill, he ended up startling himself. To be honest, seeing nothing at all in the mirror after turning invisible was truly spine-chilling. What's more, using the skill again before the invisibility ends doesn't interrupt the effect, which is almost equivalent to unlimited stealth. As for the cloth armor, the moment he drew it, it materialized right in his palm. There was no system prompt or suggestion that he had an inventory space or anything like that. Wang Kai tried slashing and stabbing the armor with all sorts of kitchen knives, but none could pierce it. Keep in mind, he now had the physical template of the hero Kai, making his body 2 or 3 times stronger than an average person. This should work as a bulletproof vest, he thought. He slipped the armor on like a vest. So even when the indestructible demon body skill was on cooldown, he'd have some extra protection. The small vial, on the other hand, was for restoring health. If wounded, its effects were remarkable. Even without injuries, taking a dose could restore energy and spirit, leaving one feeling invigorated. As for the skill enhancement point, as the name suggests, it's used to upgrade skills. Without hesitation, Wang Kai used it to enhance his indestructible demon body. A crisp notification chimed, "Congratulations! The skill Indestructible Demon Body has been upgraded. All attributes increased by 30%, cooldown reduced to 50 seconds, and duration extended to 11 seconds. This is actually quite different from how it works in the game," Wang Kai mused. Now, not only were his damage and movement speed boosted, but the cooldown had been reduced by 10 seconds, and the duration increased by another 3 seconds. Compared to the stingy settings in the game, the system here in reality seemed surprisingly generous. He remembered using discount coupons from his game inventory to reset Kai's skills 4 or 5 times. But never had he seen such a dramatic boost. At this thought, Wang Kai's mind stirred, and he asked, "System, what's the maximum level a single skill can reach?" There is no upper limit to skill levels. The host may choose which skills to enhance at will. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and only then did Wang Kai feel truly at ease. Thank goodness it wasn't like the game, where skills were capped at level 3. Otherwise, facing stronger Marvel villains in the future would be a real headache. Turns out what's restricted in the game has no such bounds in reality. If Indestructible Demon Body ever reached level 100, what kind of terrifying power would that be? To focus on perfecting a single skill, perhaps, with enough strength, even splitting the moon with a single strike might not be out of reach. With such fantasies swirling in his mind, Wang Kai gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the news in New York focused heavily on the fire that broke out at the Kingpin Tower. The entire building was reduced to ashes, and the body of Wilson Fisk, Kingpin himself, was found among the ruins. This news spread through the underworld like an earthquake. While people were shocked by the mysterious death of the crime lord, their attention quickly shifted to the opportunities for profit in the aftermath. In an instant, hundreds of gangs across New York began to stir in secret, each plotting to claim a piece of the city for themselves. Yet, as night fell once more, a true calamity began for the criminal underworld of New York. Wang Kai, wielding his blue demon blade, stormed through one gang hideout after another. As he searched for any clue to his sister Luna's whereabouts, he showed no mercy in dealing with these wicked men. At each location, he would pull Luna's photograph from his coat, asking everyone present if they had seen this girl. But the only answers he received were insults and curses. Faced with such responses, Wang Kai summoned his armored form without hesitation. The cold edge of his demon blade swept across the throats of gang members who tried to flee. They screamed in terror, calling him the Blue Devil. But their cries were swiftly swallowed by silence. In the final moments of their lives, the world began to spin in their eyes, until they saw their own bodies collapsing to the ground, and then they were lost to eternal darkness. I'll ask one last time. Have you seen this girl? Wang Kai pressed the blade to the chest of a gang member. By now, the effect of his indestructible body had faded, and only one man remained alive in this den. All around them were blood-stained limbs and twisted faces, the ground littered with crimson pools and orange bullet casings, a scene straight from hell. Confronted with such horror, the surviving gangster was utterly broken, trembling uncontrollably, pants soaked, unable to stammer out a single coherent word. Wang Kai sighed, ended his life, and turned to seek the next hideout. Half an hour later, Wang Kai once again held Luna's photo before the last remaining member of another gang, a skinny, trembling man, and asked, "Do you know this girl?" The man shook his head at first, then rapidly nodded. Though still shaking and chattering his teeth, his desperation to survive finally overcame his fear. I don't know her, but I know someone who might. There's a place, someone who specializes in trafficking women. Good. Take me there. 20 minutes later, the skinny man drove Wang Kai to a riverside dock. The area was stacked with shipping containers, with goods constantly moving in and out each day. This place belongs to one of New York's 5 major crime families. They use the containers to traffic women across the globe, the skinny man explained, his words barely out before Wang Kai's expression darkened ominously. Take me to see the gang leader here. The frail man didn't dare to disobey. He led Wang Kai to the entrance of a sprawling warehouse. The guard at the door, a burly black man, drew a submachine gun from behind without hesitation and leveled it at them. Who are you? The frail man immediately raised his hands. Don't shoot. Scarface, you know me. I'm here to talk business with Boss Kilo, a big deal this time. Look, I even brought a client. The guard's expression hardened with suspicion. He scrutinized Wang Kai for a moment, seeming to judge that the thin man posed no threat. Only then did he lower his weapon and gesture for them to enter. The two stepped inside, weaving their way around towering stacks of wooden crates. Soon, they reached the warehouse's center, where a dozen gang members were busy divvying up loot. Boss Kilo. The frail man called out to a figure with a star and moon tattoo on his face. The man glanced at them, then bent his head to continue counting his share. Who are you? What's your business here? Before the frail man could answer, a blue-bladed magic dagger appeared in Wang Kai's hand, and in one swift motion, he plunged it through his guide's chest. Thank you. That was the only mercy I could offer you. With a kick, Wang Kai sent the man's corpse hurtling toward the gangsters. Then he activated the power of his immortal demon body. Goddamn, what kind of monster is this? The body crashed at their feet, the gangsters instantly on high alert, no one sparing another thought for their fallen comrade. Every hand went for a weapon, unleashing a storm of gunfire at Wang Kai. A cacophony of gunshots erupted. Muzzles flared as a barrage of bullets filled the air in a deadly web. But the hail of lead, enough to shred any ordinary man, couldn't leave so much as a scratch on Wang Kai's demonic armor. Moving at blinding speed, Wang Kai blurred, appearing in the blink of an eye before one of the gang members. The man's eyes widened with disbelief as his weapon proved utterly useless. With a flick of the magic blade, Wang Kai sliced clean through both the man and his submachine gun. And this was only the beginning. In the span of a few heartbeats, Wang Kai's figure moved like a phantom among the dozen gangsters, freezing every one of them in place, as if time itself had stopped. It wasn't until the last echo of gunfire faded that Wang Kai brought his blade down on Kilo's weapon, splitting the last survivor's gun in two. Only then did thin lines of blood begin to appear on the bodies of every gangster. And in the next moment, they all collapsed to the ground, split cleanly in half. A demon, Kilo stared at Wang Kai's fearsome mask, trembling, the glowing blue eyes burning with a soul-piercing light that left nothing but terror in his heart. Spinning blade, Wang Kai hurled his throwing knife, cutting down the rest of the gang members who came running to investigate from outside. After he finished all this, he gently brushed his mask, and the mask dissolved into blue starlight, vanishing from sight. He reached into his coat and took out a photograph of his younger sister. "Do you recognize her? This is my sister. She disappeared 4 days ago during a gang war. Was it your people who kidnapped her?" Wang Kai's words dripped with icy intent, a killing edge barely concealed beneath each syllable. Kilo was so terrified he nearly burst into tears. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Where on earth had this ruthless demon come from? One who killed without a second thought. With trembling hands, Kilo stole a glance at the photograph, and a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. He was almost certain he had seen her somewhere before. Desperate to save his own life, he stammered in terror, I've seen her, but I swear it wasn't us who kidnapped her. A girl as beautiful as your sister would fetch a high price. According to the rules of the black market, people like us don't even have the right to handle such premium merchandise." At that, Wang Kai's brow furrowed, his face growing even colder. "A high price? Tell me who took my sister, and I might let you live." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered across Kilo's face, and he answered in a rush. "It was Luchase. The Luchase family is the only one with the power to kidnap and traffic that kind of premium merchandise. Their headquarters is at 99 Green Street." "Very good. Thank you for your honesty." As Wang Kai finished speaking, Kilo let out a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, a blue flash of a blade swept through the air. There was a sharp sound, the chilling slice of steel through flesh. And Kilo's head was severed with a single stroke. "I might have spared your life, but the souls of those you killed will never let you go." With a new lead in hand, Wang Kai turned and left, leaving the corpse on the ground for the NYPD to find at dawn. The Luchase family's headquarters was nothing like Kingpin's lair. Situated on the outskirts of New York, it was a sprawling, luxurious estate, heavily guarded by well-trained men. A direct assault would be a costly mistake, and with his demonic body's immortality limited to a 40-second cooldown, Wang Kai knew he could not simply withstand the estate's overwhelming firepower and walk away unscathed. At this moment, he invoked his secret technique, invisibility. Wang Kai melted into the shadows, slipping easily past the towering iron gates and the sentries at the entrance, making his way toward the Luchase family's main building. The grand front doors stood wide open, and as Wang Kai stepped inside, he was struck by the sheer opulence within. Massive classical oil paintings, ornate European hardwood furniture, gleaming marble floors, and a colossal crystal chandelier. Every detail screamed that the wealth here had been amassed by the dirtiest of means. Under the crystal glow, the marble floors shimmered with dazzling colors. But to Wang Kai, it all reeked of filth and corruption. He was just considering how best to locate the master of the house, when suddenly, the footsteps of several guards echoed closer and closer. "At last, we've caught that bastard Frank Castle. He killed the boss's nephew and wiped out dozens from the Lucchesi family. Tonight's punishment show will be one for the ages." "That's right. Let's hurry up and bring over these torture tools. I can't wait to see him in agony." Their footsteps grew hurried and anxious. Seeing this, Wang Kai immediately followed after them. Frank Castle, also known as the Punisher, was a superhero whose past bore a striking resemblance to Wang Kai's own. After his wife and daughter were gunned down by the mob and the law failed to grant him justice, his grief and fury transformed him into the Punisher. Alone, he waged a bloody vendetta against those responsible, guided by a single creed: the guilty must die. In his previous life, Wang Kai had counted the Punisher among his favorite heroes. Now, Presented with the chance to meet him in person, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. He quietly trailed the two guards all the way to the basement. The place was ablaze with light, bright as midday. Frank was bound tightly to a stone pillar with heavy iron chains, his face smeared with blood. A thug in a suit, clearly the ringleader, stood before him, his hands clad in bloodied brass knuckles as he hammered punch after punch into Frank's face. "That's enough. Let him rest for a bit. Only then can we enjoy the show a little longer," said a middle-aged man with graying hair and elegant attire. His tone icy and detached. He held a thick Cuban cigar between his fingers. This was none other than Claude Lucchesi, head of the Lucchesi family. Claude flicked away the ash from his cigar, rose to his feet, and strode over to Frank, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You won't be meeting your wife and daughter so easily. The Lucchesi family employs the best medical team money can buy. They'll keep you alive, wishing you were dead, with no escape from your misery." Suddenly, two familiar voices rang out nearby. Claude spun around, his eyes widening in shock. The two guards collapsed instantly, their torture instruments clattering across the floor. A young Asian man stood before them, gripping a blue blade, his expression as cold and forbidding as winter ice. He moved with astonishing speed, so fast it defied belief. In mere seconds, he dispatched every guard in the basement. Each one fell with a blade through the heart, dead on the spot. Confronted by this sudden, grisly massacre, Claude forced himself to remain calm, asking quietly and steadily, "Who are you?" Wang Kai once again produced the photograph, his face expressionless as he stepped in front of Claude, his voice glacial. "Do you recognize this girl? Tell me where she is, and I'll spare your life." Claude's hands trembled as he glanced at the photo, his pupils constricting with fear. He didn't know this girl, but under no circumstances could he speak. To reveal her whereabouts would doom the Lucchesi family in America. Wang Kai didn't miss the subtle shift in Claude's expression. Wang Kai strode forward in a fury, seized Claude by the collar, and hoisted him high into the air. "Speak. Where is she?" Confronted with Wang Kai's icy, threatening gaze, Claude kept his lips tightly sealed, refusing to divulge a single word. Seeing this, Wang Kai didn't hesitate for a second. He landed a heavy slap across Claude's face. A sharp crack echoed through the room. Wang Kai's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary man. Claude's teeth were knocked loose by the blow, and a bloody handprint appeared immediately on his cheek. "Tell me where my sister is, or I'll make you wish for death." Wang Kai's rage was barely contained. He dragged Claude aside and flung him down before a table crowded with sinister instruments of torture. "Do you want to find out what these feel like?" With a cold, merciless look, Wang Kai grabbed Claude's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he snapped one of Claude's fingers. There was a sickening crack, and Claude screamed in agony, clutching his wrist, his whole body racked with pain. The broken finger twisted at a grotesque angle. Yet Claude still refused to utter a word. Without delay, Wang Kai broke a second finger. Claude's screams echoed through the basement, but thanks to the heavy soundproofing, no one outside heard a thing. "Still won't talk." Wang Kai's anger only grew. He snatched up a pair of pliers, ready to rip out Claude's fingernails. Just then, a weak voice sounded. "Don't waste your strength." If he was going to talk, he'd have done it after the first finger. Frank's face was smeared with blood, and only one of his eyes could still open. Even so, as he looked at Claude's pitiful state, a smile crept onto his lips. "I always knew you'd get what was coming to you. Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have made you pay. Serves you right." Wang Kai's expression softened a little. He gathered his magical energy, conjured a shimmering blue blade, and sliced through the iron chains that bound Frank. Then, from inside his coat, he produced a tiny vial no bigger than a thumb and tossed it to Frank. "This is a magic potion. It can heal any wound. Do you have any way to make him talk?" Frank, startled by the blue magical blade in Wang Kai's hand, caught the little green bottle on instinct. Wang Kai's question gave him pause. "A mage?" Frank glanced at the vial, then unscrewed the silver cap and downed the potion in a single gulp. Warmth spread quickly through his body, and the wounds on his face began to heal before his eyes. 5 seconds later, Frank wiped the blood from his cheeks and realized he was almost completely restored. Incredible. The only way to make him talk is with a truth serum. But I think I already understand why he'd rather die than say a word. Frank had been to war and had carried out many shadowy missions for the U.S. government. His experience was vast. During his quest for vengeance, he uncovered much of the sordid underbelly of political life, which made it easy for him to deduce the truth. Your sister was most likely handed over to those filthy politicians. These powerful men are all in cahoots. Offend any one of them, and it's as if you're challenging the entire nation. That's why he doesn't dare breathe a word about it. Wang Kai immediately turned and looked at Claude. Claude's face changed dramatically. It was clear he had given himself away, and Frank's words were confirmed. Truth serum is hard to come by, and taking him away isn't realistic. Do you have any ideas, Eastern Sorcerer? Frank asked. The solution is simple. We search. Even if I have to turn the whole of America upside down, I will find her. Wang Kai's voice rang with unwavering resolve, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He would not give up, no matter what. He shot another look at Claude, and the anger in his chest finally found an outlet. Striding forward, he unleashed a furious barrage of stomps upon Claude. The sickening crunch of breaking bones filled the air, and with one final, merciless kick to the groin, Claude's eyes bulged from the agony, his breath coming in tortured, ragged gasps, his screams thinning to a faint, desperate whimper, his life nearly snuffed out. Hey, that's not the gentle demeanor I expect from a Chinese man, Frank remarked coolly. Oomph. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Wang Kai shot back, his voice brimming with rage. A few minutes later, Wang Kai's fury finally abated, and Claude was dead. Together, Wang Kai and Frank left the basement. Their sudden appearance at the basement door quickly alerted the estate's guards. The distant hallway echoed with the clamor of hurried footsteps, signaling that a number of men were gathering. The Punisher, unarmed, knew his fighting power was severely limited, so he immediately ducked behind cover, preparing to ambush the passing guards and snatch a weapon. He saw Wang Kai stride out the door, his face expressionless. Frank shouted, "Danger! Get down!" and was about to leap from his hiding place to pull Wang Kai back when suddenly blue light began to shimmer and swirl around Wang Kai, mist-like and ethereal. At some point, a suit of blue armor had formed, encasing him head to toe, and the blue magic blade in his hand had grown to twice its original size. With a deep, resonant boom, a wave of energy exploded outward as the armor materialized, sending the fallen leaves in the courtyard swirling in a fierce gale. Wang Kai silently counted the seconds in his mind, the blade at his feet scraping the ground and throwing up blue sparks, accompanied by a sharp, crackling hiss of electricity. In a flash, he shot forward, so fast the world blurred into streaks of color. He charged ahead like a raging storm. None of the guards could withstand even a single blow from Wang Kai. Most didn't even catch a glimpse of him before being felled in rapid succession. The Punisher stared in astonishment at the way Wang Kai fought. So this is how a mage fights? Swinging a blade at his enemies. No wonder those fireball spells in the movies are nothing but lies. In just a few moments, the guards were overwhelmed and scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. As 10 seconds ticked by, Wang Kai immediately signaled for the Punisher to follow. They had to seize the moment before anyone could react and leave the Lucchesi family headquarters at once. At this point, escape was clearly the wisest choice. The two of them dashed out the main gates, running at full speed. Wang Kai quickly reached into his bag and pulled out an EX-type composite bomb. After focusing his strength for just 2 seconds, he hurled the bomb behind them without hesitation. The cat-shaped bomb traced an elegant arc through the air, landing squarely in the first-floor lobby of the Lucchesi family headquarters. Then, a deafening explosion shook the ground. A roaring blaze shot skyward, and within the flames, a gigantic cat's face gradually emerged, completely engulfing the building they had just fled from. Frank witnessed all of this, his eyes wide with disbelief. The design of this bomb was truly bizarre. Kai, are you a mage? Your version of Fireball is not quite what I imagined. Wang Kai's expression remained calm. You could say that, or not. I can wield both sword and magic. As for what you just saw, it wasn't a fireball spell at all, just a bomb, not unlike TNT. Frank grinned, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't press the issue any further. A few minutes later, they found the car they'd arrived in, and quickly drove off, disappearing into the darkness. As for the losses suffered by the Lucchesi family, the more devastating, the better as far as they were concerned. The higher the body count, the less trouble down the line. Half an hour later, Wang Kai pulled over by the roadside and glanced at his watch. It was only 3 a.m. He turned to the Punisher beside him and asked, "No matter what happens, I'm going to avenge my sister. Are you in?" "Of course. But first, I need to swing by my safe house and pick up some weapons." That night, countless figures in New York's underworld suffered blows unlike anything they'd ever experienced. If the death of the underground Kingpin was an earthquake, then the destruction of the Lucchesi family headquarters was a meteor striking the earth, sending shockwaves far and wide. Every member of the criminal underworld realized this was a massacre aimed directly at them. The attackers weren't after money. They left no survivors wherever they struck. The scenes left behind were unspeakably gruesome. And for a time, the entire New York underworld was gripped by terror. No one wanted to be the next victim. Some, driven by fear, even turned themselves in to the police or sought protection. hoping to hide out in a jail cell until the worst had passed, and figure out a way to escape later. This wave of violence didn't just throw the NYPD into chaos. This incident also drew the keen attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Nick Fury sat in his office, scrutinizing the limited surveillance footage. Since most of the mob activity took place in areas blind to cameras, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have much to go on. Just then, Agent Hill entered and handed him 2 files. On the photos attached were Wang Kai and Frank. We've confirmed it. It's these two. It's a familiar story. After suffering tremendous loss, someone awakens special abilities and seeks revenge on the mob. We've seen it more than a few times. As for the Punisher, Frank, he's an old acquaintance of yours. Should we send in a tactical team to apprehend him? As soon as Agent Hill finished, Nick Fury shook his head decisively. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had a step in every time a few criminals were killed, 10 of us wouldn't be enough to keep up. We just need to keep an eye on things. Once the major mobsters have been dealt with, we'll reach out and see if we can recruit this young man into S.H.I.E.L.D. So long as someone's abilities are strong enough, even a history of violence and arson might not bar them from being accepted. This is a rule that holds true no matter the world. Besides, we still don't know exactly what this young man's superpower is. We need to pay close attention to that as well. Understood, Director. Nick Fury glanced briefly at Wang Kai's file, then set it aside, clearly not overly concerned. Agent Hill was right. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since become accustomed to cases involving superhuman abilities. Whether it was the warehouse full of 084 objects, Dr. Banner, who turned into a green giant when angered, or the Ghost Rider whose hellish power set his entire body ablaze. This world had been extraordinary for quite some time, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was the barrier between ordinary people and that extraordinary world, the shield that kept order in the world. As for the hundreds of slain mobsters, they mattered little to S.H.I.E.L.D. and fell outside their purview. Night fell once more. Wang Kai and Frank arrived at the stronghold of another crime family, the Colobo family. Unlike the Lucchesi family, who specialized in human trafficking, this family made their fortune in the drug trade. It was the same kind of lavish mansion, the same tall iron gates. The only difference tonight was the number of guards at the entrance. There were clearly more than usual. Each one looked tense, clutching their loaded automatic weapons, ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. Who goes there? Stop right there. Under the streetlights, the guards spotted Wang Kai and Frank striding purposefully toward them, their presence fierce and intimidating. The murderous glint in their eyes was impossible to miss. Before they could get close, Frank's twin Desert Eagles were already blazing. Gunfire thundered through the night sky. The powerful recoil didn't faze the burly Frank in the slightest. Bullets poured out in a relentless stream, muzzle flashes lighting up the darkness as the guards outside the iron gate fell one after another. Indestructible demon body. Wang Kai unleashed his power without hesitation. In a heartbeat, black magical armor enveloped his entire body, making him look both majestic and fearsome. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he shot toward the iron gate, blade raised high. With a deafening metallic crash, Wang Kai cleaved the sturdy gate in two. The shattered pieces, propelled by immense force, scattered into the courtyard, landing heavily on the grass with a series of resounding thuds. In a blur of speed, Wang Kai stormed into the core of the Colobo family headquarters. Frank, awestruck by Wang Kai's overwhelming strength, hurried in right behind him. Inside the courtyard, the thunderous gunshots from the Desert Eagles had already alarmed more than 30 guards. All of them had gathered on the steps before the first-floor entrance, brandishing an assortment of weapons in their hands. The sight made Frank worry for Wang Kai's safety. These guards weren't just armed with submachine guns and rifles. They had M79 grenade launchers, RPG, 7 rocket launchers, and even Javelin anti-tank missiles. Kill him. The lead guard roared the order. And in an instant, a hail of bullets erupted. 7 or 8 grenade launchers fire at once. 4 RPG rockets and an anti-tank missile streaked forward in a trail of searing flames, drawing white smoke through the air as they all hurtled toward Wang Kai. Whirling blade. Facing such a well-prepared onslaught, Wang Kai remained eerily calm and hurled his blade without hesitation. The spinning edge traced an arc through the air, striking with perfect precision at the most dangerous rockets and the anti-tank missile. A series of violent explosions followed. Fireballs blossomed between Wang Kai and the guards. Rocket and missile alike obliterated mid-air. At the same moment, Wang Kai didn't pause, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning straight into the ranks of the guards. His indestructible demon body had 7 seconds left. He had to finish this in those 7 seconds. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the magical armor. Grenade blasts erupted around him, thunderous, but utterly unable to slow his advance. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai was upon the guards and unleashed his skill. Blade Storm. The magical blade in his hands grew instantly larger, swinging in rapid succession. With the first swing, several guards lost their arms in an instant. With the second, a handful more were cut cleanly in two. In just 2 strikes, the guards' defense collapsed completely. Victory seemed all but certain. The Colobo crime family was on the verge of annihilation. But at that very moment, suddenly, a red glow flared up beneath the wooden floorboards in front of the main gate. In the next instant, the light burst through the floor, rapidly spreading upward. A thunderous explosion erupted without warning. Wang Kai and countless guards were engulfed by flames almost simultaneously. The shockwave from the blast hurled everyone, along with the building itself, high into the air. The Colobo family truly lived up to their ruthlessness. They had planted more than 10 kilograms of high explosives right under the feet of over 30 guards, intending to obliterate Wang Kai in one fell swoop. Kai. Frank's heart clenched with dread. He knew Wang Kai was formidable, yet he had still underestimated the cruelty of their enemies. The explosion was powerful enough to tear a tank to pieces. Could this really be the end of Wang Kai? In a rising blaze, debris rained down from the sky, shattered fragments of the building, broken weapon parts, and even at times, grisly remains. Yet, there was no sign of anything related to Wang Kai. Ha ha ha. This is what happens to anyone who dares to cross the Colobo family. A voice, brimming with arrogance, rang out from the distance. A man in his 50s strode forward, dressed in a black suit and looking elated, a detonator clutched in his hand. 10 heavily armed bodyguards followed at his side, each wearing a look of ease and confidence. Clearly, they believed that the explosion had just killed the man who struck terror into every gang in New York. As for the innocent bystanders who perished in the blast, well, they were simply unlucky. Now, you're the only one left. The middle-aged man sneered, clapping his hands. Almost immediately, another squad of armed gangsters surged from hidden corners, swiftly, surrounding Frank. From the way they closed in, it was obvious. At a single command, a hail of bullets would tear Frank to pieces. A mere ordinary man, he had not the slightest hope of survival. So this is how it ends? Frank's face grew grim. He steeled himself for a desperate last stand, determined to take a few of them with him, at the very least. But just then, a piercing roar sliced through the night sky. He looked up to see an unidentified object hurtling down toward the middle-aged man. The object's distinctive shape instantly put Frank on alert. He dove to the side, rolling out of the line of enemy fire and out of the path of the incoming impact. Boom! The sudden explosion caught every gangster off guard. Fire roared into the night, faintly forming the outline of a cat, as the Colobo family's patriarch and his entourage were swept straight to their doom. Seizing the chaos, Frank drew his gun, taking down one gangster after another with pinpoint accuracy. Panic and terror rippled through the enemy ranks. Within seconds, their defenses crumbled, and the tide of battle turned in an instant. Bang! A heavy thud echoed through the courtyard, barely noticeable amid the chaos of gunfire and raging flames. At that moment, Wang Kai plummeted from 100 meters above, crashing violently onto the ground. Bones shattered throughout his body, and with no other choice, he quickly activated his invisibility. The formidable defenses of his immortal demon body had left him unscathed by the explosion itself, but the shockwave had hurled him skyward. As the ultimate ability faded, he nearly ended up gravely injured, and for the first time, he truly understood. With his ultimate, he was an invincible hero. Without it, he was just another mortal. Fortunately, he possessed the hero template of Kai, granting him extraordinary physical resilience. Though racked with pain, his hands could still move. Without hesitation, he fished out the remaining small vial of potion from his pocket and downed it in one gulp. His wounds began to heal rapidly, while the cooldown for his immortal demon body ticked down, second by second. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cooldown had finally ended. Once more, the terrifying armored figure emerged. In a flash, azure blades swept across the courtyard. Wang Kai reverted to his demonic, lone warrior form, cutting down every last member of the Colobo family's syndicate within their own headquarters. Moments later, the headquarters of the Colobo family, one of New York's 5 ruling crime syndicates, infamous for their involvement in the drug trade, was reduced to smoldering ruins in a storm of fire and detonations. The inferno's glow illuminated Wang Kai and Frank's faces. Frank, gazing at the icy look on Wang Kai's face, couldn't help but feel astonished. Incredible. You're completely unharmed. Shall we move on to the next one? Of course. Let's go now. 3 days later, all 5 major crime family headquarters in New York lay in ruins. Terror swept through every corner of the city's underworld. No one was spared, neither the largest crime families nor the smallest street gangs. Over 100 criminal organizations were obliterated. More than 1,000 gang members lost their lives. Countless surviving criminals fled the city, and for a brief moment, public order in New York reached heights it had never known before. Some people cheered, convinced that these criminals had at last received the punishment they deserved. Many believed that this was justice prevailing over evil, that those who broke the law were destined to face retribution in the end. But others voiced their worries, contending that violence was never a true solution, least of all such one in killing. They argued that society ought to seek more compassionate and humane ways to tackle these problems. The debate ignited online, pitting the two camps fiercely against each other. Supporters scoffed at their critics, branding them as hopeless dreamers, willfully blind to the harshness of reality. Their opponents retorted, accusing them of being heartless and devoid of empathy, insisting that everyone deserved a chance at redemption. The quarrel intensified, neither side willing to yield an inch. Meanwhile, the NYPD maintained its usual indifference, officially brushing off the bloodshed as nothing more than gang warfare, and closing the case with haste. After all, it was only a matter of time before new gangs emerged. The cycle was endless. And this, Wang Kai and Feng both understood all too well. This is section 2329. Here is the sentence-by-sentence English translation, preserving the original paragraph structure and literary flavor. In Wang Kai's Brooklyn home, he watched the news on television, his voice cold as ice. You can never wipe them all out. There will always be more gangs and more criminals. That's why we have to keep fighting them. Never let our guard down, not even for a moment. If they're guilty, then they deserve to die. Frank gave a crooked smile as he loaded his pistol, the skull insignia on his vest catching the light. Are we heading out together tonight? No. The ones left are just small fry. You can handle them on your own. I have other matters to take care of. After 3 days of relentless fighting, Wang Kai realized that he couldn't keep chasing vengeance blindly. He'd only survived that explosion by sheer luck. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. He couldn't always count on making it through until his powers returned. It was time to complete the next sign-in mission and use this opportunity to grow even stronger. All right then. I hope you find your sister soon. Thank you. And I hope you don't get yourself caught again. Don't make me come save you next time. The two of them bumped fists quietly, meeting each other's eyes. 1,000 words passed between them without a sound. Then, each went their separate ways. The Punisher pressed on with his relentless crusade against crime, while Wang Kai set out for his next check-in location. Meanwhile, Norman Osborne was meeting with representatives from the military. General, this is the new type of glider and flight suit we've developed. It can reach a top speed of 300 miles per hour. An operator clad in green armor slowly lifted off the ground, piloting a glider shaped like a manta ray. Yet, the military representatives showed little interest in this flying machine. Mr. Osborne, we're here to discuss the progress of the human enhancement serum. Please give us a direct update on the current stage of development. General Slocum, his hair snow white and his uniform immaculate, interrupted impatiently. One of his old friends, General Thunderbolt Ross, had run into serious trouble with his own super soldier project, and now was Com's chance to pull ahead. This human enhancement serum could unlock the potential of ordinary people, granting them extraordinary strength. If successful, he would be the first to create super soldiers, securing greater influence and power within military. Norman's expression grew tense at once. His assistant, Dr. Stern, quickly stepped in to explain, I'm sorry, General. Although we've managed to synthesize the serum, it still has significant side effects. The test mice became extremely aggressive and violent after injection, so at this stage, it's not safe for human use. General Slocum's face flushed with anger. No more excuses. I'm giving you 2 weeks to fix this. No longer. Otherwise, you'll lose everything. The general's sudden outburst startled everyone in the room. He thundered on, research funding, the glider contract, even your position as Osborne Group CEO. If you can't deliver on the enhancement serum, you can forget about all of them. Norman felt a cold shiver run through him. He knew all too well that the military's threats were never idle. Losing the first 2 contracts would push Osborne Group to the brink of bankruptcy, and losing his position as CEO would be a blow he simply could not bear. He was about to plead for a few more weeks, but the general had already stormed out with his entourage, leaving only Norman Osborne and his assistant, Dr. Stern. What should we do now? Dr. Stern asked quietly, his white lab coat stark against the tension in the room. I already have a plan, human trials. A wild gleam flashed in Norman's eyes. As long as the serum worked on himself, the general would have no grounds for complaint. Norman made up his mind in an instant and strode purposefully toward the lab. Dr. Stern tried to stop him, but it was already too late. You know the experiment isn't ready. This is far too dangerous. I know, but if I do nothing, I'll lose everything. And that's even more terrifying. Sometimes, only you can save yourself. Suddenly, someone burst into the laboratory. Norman retrieved a vial of green serum from the safe and murmured under his breath. After 40,000 years of evolution, humanity's true potential is still far from being unlocked. Give me the catalyst. He quickly loaded the green enhancement serum into the vaporizing device. Norman stripped off his shirt and stepped up to the clear glass chamber. He swallowed the catalyst that would accelerate the serum's absorption, then pressed a button and entered the chamber. Casting a resolute glance at the misting mechanism inside, Norman looked out at Dr. Stern and declared, "Let's begin." Dr. Stern hesitated for a moment, but finally pressed the confirmation key on the computer. In an instant, vivid green vapor surged from the top and bottom of the sealed chamber, rapidly filling the glass enclosure. Norman felt his heart pounding, muscles swelling, his body trembling uncontrollably as searing pain washed over him. His eyes rolled back. He seemed to lose all control, convulsing so violently he could barely remain standing. "Oh my God!" Dr. Stern stared at Norman in horror, immediately aborting the experiment and venting the remaining vapor. He flung open the chamber door in a panic, shouting, "Norman, hang on!" He rushed inside, trying to perform CPR. But suddenly, Norman seized Dr. Stern by the throat. "You stripped everything from me." Norman Osborne's face twisted with rage and hatred, his expression wild and murderous. With a brutal squeeze, he snapped Dr. Stern's neck. Then, with a mighty heave, he hurled Dr. Stern's lifeless body a dozen meters away. There was a tremendous crash as the corpse smashed through the glass wall of the chamber and hit the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering everywhere. "No one will ever take everything from me again." Norman Osborne stretched out his arms and roared in fury. He was about to leave the laboratory, when suddenly, another voice echoed in the room. "So you finally revealed yourself." Wang Kai, no longer invisible, appeared with his phone in hand. He had just filmed the entire process. Now, he looked at Norman calmly and steadily. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for checking in at the Oscorp laboratory. Check-in duration exceeded 5 minutes. Task completed. Ding. Reward, 500 points. Ding. Next check-in location, the cave where Iron Man is born. Remain there for more than 5 minutes to complete check-in." The system's voice rang out in Wang Kai's mind, but he showed no sign of concern. Instead, he simply waved his phone at the now maniacal Norman Osborne, now the Green Goblin. "I recorded the entire process of you killing your colleague. Would you like to have this footage?" When the Green Goblin saw Wang Kai suddenly appear, he didn't say a word and launched an attack without hesitation. With arms outstretched, he leaped powerfully from the glass chamber. His face twisted with rage, eyes wide and wild, as if he meant to tear Wang Kai apart. Confronted by the ferocious Green Goblin, Wang Kai didn't kill him outright for the 100 sign-in points. Instead, he waited until the goblin drew close, then suddenly lashed out with a kick. Bang! The Green Goblin was kicked back even faster than he'd jumped out, crashing directly into the glass chamber. He tumbled several times, smashing through the glass on the other side. Shards scattered everywhere as he fell onto the floor, his bare upper body now marked with dozens of cuts. But these wounds seemed almost meaningless to the Green Goblin. He got to his feet, glaring at Wang Kai with pure hatred in his eyes, though this time, he was also more cautious. "Who are you? What do you want?" he growled softly. Wang Kai walked up to him, expressionless. "Kai, you can call me Kai. I need Norman Osborn's help, not yours. Switch to the other personality, or I'll have to use harsher methods." Hearing this, the Green Goblin burst into laughter, pointing at Wang Kai as he approached. "Ha ha! You want to talk to that coward? What help could he possibly give you? If you want to see him, you'll have to defeat me first." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Green Goblin grabbed a shard of glass. His grin was still crazed as he wielded it like a dagger, thrusting it at Wang Kai's throat. Bang! The shard shattered instantly. Wang Kai had blocked the sneak attack with the sharp armor on his forearm. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck out fiercely. All his strength erupted like a flood, surging down his arm and smashing into the Green Goblin's face. Bang! The Green Goblin's face was almost grotesquely distorted in that instant, several teeth flying from his mouth as his body was sent tumbling through the air. He crashed heavily into the laboratory wall and slumped to the floor, unconscious. Wang Kai glanced at the fallen goblin, then walked over to pour himself a glass of water. He splashed it directly onto Norman's face. After a few more forceful nudges with his foot, Norman finally began to stir. Rubbing his head, he looked around in confusion. When he saw Wang Kai, his face tensed up and he asked in a low voice, "That hurts. Who are you? Why are you in my lab? Where's Stein?" Expressionless, Wang Kai replied, "It seems you've forgotten quite a bit. Take a look at this." He crouched down and played the video he'd recorded on his phone for Norman to watch. Norman's expression shifted from wary to pained. Yet under the influence of his alternate personality, the brief sadness faded, and he gradually regained his composure. Looking up at Wang Kai, he asked in a deep voice, "You've got evidence of my crime, and you've defeated me. Is it money you're after?" Wang Kai shook his head, stood up, and walked over to the safe, retrieving a vial of scattered human enhancement serum. "I have 3 things to discuss with you. First, help me find someone. She's very important to me and has been abducted by powerful figures in your country's upper echelons. Second, I know you possess the world's largest piece of tritium. Hand it over to me. Third," Wang Kai stared at the small green vial in his hand, his gaze resolute. "Restore the laboratory. I want to use the human enhancement serum as well." "What?" Norman Osborne stared at Wang Kai in utter shock. "Helping you find someone is fine, and I can give you the tritium. But you know full well the side effects of the enhancement serum. Why would you still use it? The power you have now already far exceeds the limits of most who've taken the serum." Wang Kai shot Norman a frosty glance. "Some questions don't need answers. Your son, Harry Osborne, wouldn't want to lose his father. And you wouldn't want to lose your son." Norman fell silent at once. Wang Kai's threat struck at the most vulnerable part of his heart. With evidence of murder and his son's safety both at stake, Norman had no choice but to give in. "There's more than one Osborne lab. I can take you to another now to use the enhancement serum." "Fine," Wang Kai agreed. The two of them left Dr. Stern's body where it was, intending to deal with it after it was discovered the next day, and set off for another laboratory. In Wang Kai's view, though the human enhancement serum seemed to carry frightening side effects, those side effects could, in fact, be overcome. The most typical example was Norman's own son, Harry. In Spider-Man 3, Harry used the serum to become the next Green Goblin, yet his personality didn't spiral into extremity the way Norman's had. In fact, in the final battle, he even shielded Spider-Man from a fatal blow, becoming one of the most tragic supporting characters in the Marvel films. So ultimately, the reason Norman became the Green Goblin was due to the darkness in his own heart, which led to the emergence of his evil persona. As long as one can suppress their inner darkness, the side effects of the enhancement serum can actually become an opportunity for greater power. The two soon arrived at another laboratory, where the equipment was just as advanced. A transparent chamber stood at the center, flanked on either side by instruments for monitoring the subject's vital data. "Let's begin." Norman immediately handed Wang Kai a vial of clear catalyst, which Wang Kai glanced at, then swallowed in one motion. Passing the serum, he held to Norman. He wasn't worried about Norman playing any tricks. There were only a dozen meters between them. Even if anything unexpected happened, he could subdue Norman in an instant. The glass chamber doors slowly slid open to either side, and Wang Kai stepped inside. He took off his shirt, revealing sharply defined muscles. Though his frame appeared a bit lean, there was an extraordinary power packed within his body, as if it could erupt at any moment. Norman Osborne stood outside the glass chamber, operating the computer. In no time, a familiar green mist began to spread inside the chamber. Wang Kai took a deep breath and instantly felt countless tiny blades slicing through his airways, a fiery pain stretching from his nose down into his lungs. As the green mist thickened, his exposed skin began to sting intensely. What kind of body is this? Norman stared at the instrument panel, watching the percentage of the drug-laden mist plummet rapidly from 90% down to 55%. The haze inside the chamber gradually thinned, but Wang Kai only felt his entire body itch and burn as if set on fire. He didn't convulse violently, as Norman once had. "Keep going. Add 2 more vials," Wang Kai shouted through clenched teeth. Norman's eyes lit up, and he immediately complied. Secretly, he calculated that if Wang Kai died from overdosing on the enhancement serum, it would actually be to his own advantage. Without hesitation, he fetched all the remaining vials, 8 in total, and injected them into the chamber. In an instant, the green mist grew thick as paint, completely shrouding Wang Kai's figure. On the monitoring equipment, his heart rate shot up like a rocket, reaching 350 beats per minute, and still climbing. The faster the heartbeat, the quicker the blood pumps, allowing the serum to spread throughout the body more swiftly, but the danger increased just as rapidly. For 100 beats per minute, can your body really take it? Norman stared at the numbers on the screen, a twisted smile creeping across his face. At this moment, It seemed the Green Goblin within him was beginning to take over. Meanwhile, inside the glass chamber, Wang Kai's eyes were bloodshot. All he could hear was the deafening thunder of his heartbeat, like hammers pounding his chest, or an engine roaring at full throttle within him. His blood felt as though it were boiling, his body temperature soaring so high it seemed capable of boiling water. He could even hear the rush of blood surging through his veins, as wild and unstoppable as a river in flood. In that instant, Wang Kai's consciousness grew hazy. In a trance, he seemed to hear a voice, as if recounting a tale about Kaidie. "Brother, do you really refuse to give up the demon armor?" "No, I can't." "Why not?" "If I give up the demon armor, I'll never be dad again." "If you want to be dad that badly, I can help you make it happen." That gentle voice echoed softly in his ear, gradually turning more seductive. In Wang Kai's mind, hazy images of intimacy began to surface. Just as he widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling utterly shocked, a startlingly clear voice rang out beside him, as if someone was whispering directly into his ear. "Do you see? This is what you truly desire, deep down. Stop pretending to be indifferent. Why not just accept the life of building your own harem?" Wang Kai snapped back to his senses. He opened his eyes and found himself still surrounded by thick green mist. Yet now, another figure stood before him, an evil persona born from the human enhancement serum, a version of himself with identical features. Dark armor, Wang Kai. They called out each other's names at the exact same time. You're not even related by blood to that girl. Whenever you meet a beautiful woman, you could just add her to your harem, until it's packed full, enough for an entire company. Isn't that the life you crave most? A knowing light flashed in Dark Armor's eyes, striking right at the core of Wang Kai's deepest yearnings. Indeed, he longed for such a life, as if he could lose himself in sweet fantasies every single day. "Of course I want that. Who wouldn't? But you made a mistake just now." Wang Kai let a sigh. Dark Armor froze, caught off guard. "What mistake? You only went halfway. Where's the rest? Can't you be a little more sincere?" Wang Kai's expression turned furious, as if this was the most exasperating thing he could imagine. Without hesitation, he activated his indestructible demonic body, raised his mighty blade, and brought it crashing down on his evil counterpart. Bang! The evil persona's eyes went lifeless, and his body burst like a balloon, vanishing in an instant. The explosive sound jolted Wang Kai awake once more. He opened his eyes again to find the green mist almost completely gone. He was standing right where he'd started, his indestructible demonic body still active, the massive demon blade pointing toward the empty ground ahead. That evil persona. Wang Kai shook his head and sighed in resignation. With a light touch of his left hand, he brushed his mask, and in a flash, Dark Armor's figure disappeared. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind, both comical and exasperating. "Ding, congratulations, host, for eliminating the evil persona Dark Armor. You have gained 100 sign-in points." Wang Kai gave a self-mocking laugh. Even killing himself could earn him a reward. "System, if I keep creating evil personas and then destroy them, does that mean I could just keep racking up sign-in points?" This time, the system didn't reply immediately as usual. After a few seconds of silence, a cold voice finally rang out. "Cheating to farm points is strictly forbidden. Violators will be permanently banned. If I can't, then so be it. No need to get so worked up about it." Wang Kai shook his head quietly, giving up on the idea of rushing to clock in for attendance. The magic blade in his hand dissolved into a blue glimmer and merged back into his body. Stepping out of the glass chamber, he approached Norman, who was still staring in shock, and coldly handed him a photograph of his younger sister, Luna. "This is my sister. Her name is Luna. Use every resource at your disposal to find her for me, or else you know what will happen." Norman Osborne took the photo, his gaze wandering uncertainly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Are you really all right?" Absorbing all 9 vials of the human enhancement serum. This was an unprecedented feat, seeing that so many enhancement serums hadn't killed Wang Kai. The Green Goblin persona realized it was no match. So Norman's rational scientist side regained control, and he became endlessly curious about Wang Kai, who appeared completely unharmed. You know, in animal trials, an overdose of the enhancement serum would cause all their blood vessels to rupture and kill them. "Well, do I look dead to you?" Wang Kai shot Norman a glance, and Norman, embarrassed, shook his head, unsure of what to say. But Wang Kai already saw through his intentions. "I know you want my blood for research. You can have it. Just find my sister." Norman nodded, carefully tucking the photo away with a sense of gravity. Leaving the Osborne Corporation building, Norman led Wang Kai to his home, where the world's largest tritium element was kept in his personal safe. On the way, Norman wisely refrained from asking what the tritium was for, but he did try to subtly bring up the impending bankruptcy of his company, hoping to solicit Wang Kai's help, only to be flatly refused. Their problems have nothing to do with me. You'd better handle it yourself. Wang Kai might have sent plenty of scum to meet their maker and seek forgiveness. But he wasn't a madman without a conscience. This had nothing to do with him. Let the Green Goblin take care of his own mess. Besides, if things played out as in the original story, once the military and the board members were dealt with, all these problems would disappear. They traveled in silence. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Golden Coast on Fifth Avenue, an upscale district of New York, where Norman Osborn's three-story mansion stood. A minute later, Wang Kai stood before Norman's safe, gazing at a piece of tritium the size of a ping-pong ball. Its surface was covered in densely packed hexagons like a honeycomb, radiating a soft golden light. It was one of the world's most expensive elements, primarily used in nuclear fusion to create hydrogen bombs. Let's hope I won't have to use you, Wang Kai murmured to the tritium in his hand. With this in his possession, he had seized the initiative. Once he got Dr. Octopus's equipment, he could build a truly extraordinary bomb. A man-made sun, although the effects shown in the film didn't seem particularly powerful. The first small artificial sun, after being unplugged, only managed to blow up a riverside laboratory. Then there was the magnetism affecting all metals. And perhaps most criticized of all, when it was thrown into the river, it appeared as if nothing had happened at all. But with a few improvements, Wang Kai was convinced this could become a trump card of his own. Thanks, and don't forget to look for my sister. With the tritium secured, Wang Kai left without delay, while Norman's expression gradually darkened, his eyes reflecting a brewing madness. The Green Goblin persona surged forth once more, calculating how he might eliminate Wang Kai, who far outmatched him. Physically, he was absolutely no match. Even before Wang Kai had taken any enhancement serum, he'd been nearly overpowered. So, he could only rely on his equipment. Father, is that you? His son Harry's voice suddenly pulled Norman back to reality. The sleepy-eyed high schooler came up the stairs, staring at his father's face in bewilderment. Dad, your face. Bruises from Chun Hao's beating hadn't faded, and he was missing several teeth. I just had a little tumble, nothing serious. Norman mustered a gentle smile for his son, though the way the air whistled through his teeth made him sound a bit ridiculous. Go on, get some sleep. Oh, all right. After sending his son off, Norman returned to his bedroom, stood before his wardrobe mirror, and began muttering to himself. System, I want to draw 6 times in a row. It was already late when Wang Kai got home, but he felt wide awake. Clutching the tritium, he immediately tried his luck again. Ding! 600 sign-in points consumed. Drawing now. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the skill, sailing through the waves. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired equipment, refreshing crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired consumable, vision potion. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired consumable, small potion X3. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired special item, system backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired special item, skill enhancement point X1. Sailing through the waves. Originating from Sun Tzu's third skill in Sea of Light. This ability lets you charge forward on a boat, gradually picking up speed. The skill grants temporary invulnerability, lasts 7 seconds, and has a 45-second cooldown. Wang Kai looked at the skill, then glanced out at the street outside. He thought better of testing how fast the boat could go. If the form was anything like a river sailboat, the destruction left behind would be far too conspicuous. And it wasn't worth drawing unnecessary trouble. Refreshing crystal. Gradually restores health, but looks just like a piece of green plastic. Upon touching it, Wang Kai felt a gentle warmth spread through his body. He threaded it onto a thin cord and hung it around his neck, and could clearly sense his stamina and energy steadily recovering, though its effects were far weaker than those of the small potion. Vision Elixir, a red potion that, once used, allows you to observe your surroundings from a god's eye view. System Backpack, the essential storage space that every protagonist dreams of. Finally, the golden finger has arrived after endless waiting. But honestly, it's disappointingly small, only 1 cubic meter. System, can a system backpack be upgraded? Absolutely. All you need to do is win a more valuable backpack expansion from the intermediate prize wheel. Intermediate? No wonder I haven't landed a single piece of high-level gear yet. With that thought lingering, Wang Kai continued his questioning. So how do I unlock the intermediate prize wheel? Please continue to complete sign-in tasks. Accumulate enough tasks, and you'll have access. The system's voice echoed in Wang Kai's mind, leaving him a bit dissatisfied. How many does it take? 10? 20? He shook his head, brushing away his frustration, and went back to investing his skill enhancement points in his signature talent, Kai. System, upgrade, indestructible demon body. Ding. Congratulations, host. Indestructible demon body has been upgraded. Attributes increased by 60%, now at level 3. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Duration, 14 seconds. 2 more levels to go before it can be used indefinitely. Wang Kai studied the skill description of indestructible demon body, sighed inwardly, then quickly stashed his precious tritium, small potion bottles, and vision elixir into the system backpack. Using it was remarkably simple. Just touch an item, and it would vanish on the spot, ready to be summoned again with a mere thought. But if the item was too large, nothing would happen. Next sign-in location, the cave where Iron Man is born. The playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, and future Iron Man, Tony Stark, had already been kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East for some time now. By this point, he'd likely completed his spiritual awakening and was plotting his escape. His plan? To forge the Mark I armor, a steampunk masterpiece built from scraps. Now, Wang Kai was headed there for his sign-in, and while he was at it, he could rescue Iron Man himself. That way, Tony would owe him a favor, and he could ask Jarvis to help find Luna. 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, after the sun rose as usual, Wang Kai set off for Star Tower to visit Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant. Pepper wasn't just Tony's trusted confidant. She kept his chaotic life in order, and would eventually become his wife. Meeting her now and making a good impression seemed well worth the effort. He took a taxi to the foot of Stark Tower without incident. As soon as he slipped inside, invisible, he saw a weary-looking Pepper heading toward the elevator. Wang Kai followed her, trailing her all the way to her office, where, by sheer coincidence, he encountered another notable figure. The future War Machine, Tony's closest friend, Colonel James Rhodes. Rhodey, still no news from Tony. Pepper's voice was laced with urgency as she questioned Colonel Rhodes. He replied with a grave expression, bringing unwelcome news. I'm sorry, there's still nothing. And since it's been nearly 2 months, the top brass are considering calling off the search. I've voiced my objections, but they won't listen. That's why I came to see you and Obadiah today, to have him, as Stark Industries representative, put pressure on the military. Only then can we keep the search for Tony going on a larger scale. Pepper's expression fell. Though she felt powerless, this was all she could do. But just then, the 2 of them were startled by a strange, unexpected voice nearby. Wait, I can help you find Stark. Rhodey looked around, scanning the room, but found nothing. He immediately moved to stand protectively in front of Pepper, his hand instinctively reaching for his belt, ready for anything. Who's there? Me. Wang Kai deactivated his concealment technique and revealed himself. From the direction of the voice, Pepper and Rhodey watched as a young man of East Asian descent slowly materialized, dressed in a blue casual outfit. His face was calm and cold as ice, expressionless, his frame slim and standing around 6 feet tall. Neither of them had any idea when he'd enter the office. You can find Tony? Pepper asked urgently, not wasting a moment. Colonel Rhodes, however, remained on guard, his Glock's safety off, ready to fire at any threat. I can. Just take me to where Stark was ambushed. Wang Kai's voice was cool and detached. And who are you? Why should we trust you? Colonel Rhodes' suspicion did not waver. With a single hand gesture, Wang Kai's body shimmered with a blue glow. In the blink of an eye, a blade of blue magical energy formed in his grasp, a long, ethereal sword. He spun it deftly, gripping in reverse, and simply let go, and the blade fell, point first, striking the floorboards with a solid, resonant thunk. The sword pierced at least a foot deep into the wood, its sharpness undeniable. You can call me Kai. I'm the heir to an Eastern mystical family. Like you, I'm looking for someone. Pepper and Rhodey exchanged startled glances. A mystical family? Did he mean a family of sorcerers? They never imagined such people really existed, let alone someone who could conjure a blade of pure energy that was clearly no ordinary weapon. Maybe it was worth a try. You said you're looking for someone too? That's right. I'm looking for my sister. Wang Kai pulled a photo of Luna from his pocket and placed it on the table, giving a brief explanation of her situation. Both Pepper and Rhodey, as members of America's elite, understood immediately. These things did happen. Ahem, and you're sure it was them? Rhodey asked awkwardly. I'm certain. Those gangsters wouldn't dare lie about something like that. Pepper Potts and Colonel Rhodes were both startled at once. The Mafia, those scum, struck by disaster. Ruthless enough, but well done. I'll help you find Stark, and you help me find Luna. How about that? Wang Kai proposed. Absolutely. Pepper agreed immediately, stepping forward to pick up the photo and put it away, then swiftly arranging for Tony's private jet to head for the Middle East, with Colonel Rhodes accompanying her. Aboard the plane, Rhodes, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Kai, these Eastern sorcerer clans, are they like families of magicians? Wang Kai shook his head coolly. Not exactly. In Western terms, they're more like vampires or werewolves, beings with powerful forces hidden within their bodies. We call them the demonic lineage. But if you dig deeper, there's really not much difference between the two. They all originated after the descent of the gods countless years ago. Rhodes' jaw dropped. His worldview suddenly shattered. He hadn't signed up for a crash course in the truth of the world. Demonic lineage and gods. Why does that sound like aliens to me? Rhodes asked, puzzled. Because they are aliens. Wang Kai replied without hesitation. The Earth is far more than what you see. It's brimming with secrets. How can you be so sure? You talk as if you've seen it all yourself. Rhodes curled his lips, his curiosity growing even stronger. This is information buried deep in the blood of my demonic lineage. Believe it or not. Wang Kai cast Rhodes a cold glance and fell silent. The two sat in silence for the rest of the flight, until, half a day later, they reached the skies above the site of Tony's ambush. There's nowhere to land here. Let's head for the nearest military base. Rhodes told the pilot. But Wang Kai stood up from his seat. No need. Just open a hatch. I'll jump. Rhodes's eyelid twitched at once. But seeing how serious Wang Kai looked, he didn't try to stop him. Do you know how to use a parachute? No. Then how are you going to get down there? I have my own way. Just open the hatch. Rhodes was left speechless. So he handed over a small, square plastic box, which looked a bit like a car key fob. This is a locator. When you find Tony, press the first button. I'll come with a helicopter for the rescue. Wang Kai nodded and accepted it. After the pilot slowed down and opened the hatch, a powerful gust of wind roared into the cabin, almost knocking them off their feet. Wang Kai's heart pounded at the sight. In all his 2 lifetimes, he'd never experienced anything so exhilarating. But after a moment to steady himself, he leaped out without hesitation. Leaving the plane, with the desert below, Wang Kai spread his limbs as he fell, picking up speed, the wind howling past him. Seeing that he was about to reach the desert surface, Wang Kai activated his skill without hesitation. Full sail ahead. A triangular boat, about the size of a minivan, suddenly appeared beneath Wang Kai's feet. In the next moment, it crashed down onto the sloping sand dunes with a thunderous impact. The boat slid down the sandy slope without losing any speed, and astonishingly, a stream of water appeared beneath it. Wang Kai was sailing a boat right through the desert, racing toward the horizon at breakneck speed. The boat's velocity across the desert was almost beyond imagination. Knowing that time was running short, Wang Kai immediately pulled a vision potion from his system backpack and gulped down half the bottle in one go. As the red potion slid down his throat, Wang Kai felt as if his soul was soaring skyward. In a daze, he sensed a spiritual doppelganger emerging from his body, rising higher and higher until it hovered above like a satellite, able to zoom in and scrutinize every spot within his field of vision with pinpoint precision. His doppelganger and his physical body now observed the same stretch of desert from different vantage points, bringing him a surreal and astonishing experience. He could even see his own body from above, while his physical self gazed upward, utterly unaware of the presence above. So this is the God's eye view, he murmured, pushing away all distracting thoughts. Wang Kai's spirit form focused on searching for the terrorists who had kidnapped Tony. In the movie, those cunning men were hidden deep within a valley beside the desert, which explained why Tony's Mark I suit hadn't crashed when it ran out of fuel. If not for that, the words "I am Iron Man" would never have been uttered to the world. Functioning as a human satellite, precise down to every grain of sand, his spiritual self took about 10 minutes to finally pinpoint the terrorist location. Wang Kai then concealed himself, choosing a stealthy approach to infiltrate the cave and complete his system's check-in. There were too many terrorists in the valley, and they were heavily armed. If his invulnerability ran out and the cooldown began, he'd be in serious danger. Inside the cave, Tony Stark was drenched in sweat, hammering away at a sheet of metal, struggling to shape it into an iron mask. The Iron Man suit was already 80% complete. Just a bit more time, and he could finally escape this hellhole. But just then, the voice of the terrorist leader echoed from outside the door. Dr. Insun, who had once saved Tony's life, immediately set down his welding torch, raised his hands above his head, and stood still. Tony did the same. Both of them had long grown accustomed to these self-important bumpkins and their sudden inspections. With brains the size of walnuts, they couldn't tell the difference between an Iron Man suit and a Jericho missile. "Mr. Stark, where are my missiles?" The terrorist leader, the bald-headed Raza, looked coldly at the piles of parts in the cave and questioned. "It's been almost 2 months. I haven't seen a thing." His men instantly caught his meaning. The two men stepped forward, seizing Dr. Ethan by the arms and forcefully pressing him down onto the iron anvil. Zara picked up a pair of red-hot tongs, waving them menacingly near Ethan's face. Feeling the searing heat so close, Dr. Ethan immediately cried out, "We really are seriously working on the Jericho missile. It's just that we're moving so slowly because we lack proper equipment." Tony quickly chimed in as well. "That's right, this isn't a factory. Without specialized machinery, you have no idea how difficult it is to build a missile by hand." "That's not an excuse," Zara shouted furiously. He cared nothing for their difficulties. All he wanted was the Jericho missile to realize his dream of conquering the Middle East. "You're right, but I need him." A good assistant would drastically cut down on the production time. Upon hearing this, Zara finally set down the glowing tongs. "Then you'd better do something to protect your assistant." The bald henchman gave a cruel smile and pulled a piece of burning coal out of the fire pit. "Open your mouth. The two of you had better keep quiet." Tony tensed up in fear. But no matter what he said, Zara was determined not to spare Dr. Ethan. It was clear he intended to teach the two stubborn men a harsh lesson. The terrorists in the cave let out chilling laughs, delighting in the spectacle before them. But at that very moment, the iron door of the cave suddenly creaked, moving on its own without wind or touch, and slowly swung shut. Zara, the bald leader, instantly sensed that something was wrong. Before he could draw his gun, he saw the weapons of his 4 men snap in half all at once, blood spurting from their bodies, as they were severed right before his eyes, collapsing to the ground with agonized shrieks. "What is that?" Zara staggered backward in terror, when suddenly the world seemed to spin beneath him. Something warm and sticky splattered across his face, and then his consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. "My God!" Dr. Ethan immediately backed away from the corpses of the terrorists. Although the cave was very dark, he could still make out the terror frozen on their faces. Tony stared in wide-eyed horror at the scene, a wave of nausea washing over him as he doubled over and vomited. He then reached up to touch his head, still shaken, and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you human or a ghost? Could you at least say something?" Dr. Ethan, equally anxious and fearful, echoed, "That's right, the terrorists outside will be in here any moment." Wang Kai remained silent for a moment, waiting until the system's voice announced the check-in was complete before revealing himself. "I'm here to save you, Stark. Lock the door and stay here. I'll take care of the terrorists and be right back." Before Tony or Dr. Ethan could ask any questions, Wang Kai vanished again, slipped through the iron door, and headed out. Dr. Ethan stood dazed for a moment before it finally dawned on him. It wasn't a ghost after all. He immediately shut the iron door and grabbed whatever was at hand to barricade it. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he glanced at Tony's rapidly changing expression and asked, "Stark, you don't seem very happy." Tony snapped back at once, his anger barely contained. "Of course I'm not. Where did this invisible man come from? I could have escaped on my own. Quick, let's assemble the suit right now. I'll show that sneaky, scaremongering guy what I'm made of." Meanwhile, on Wang Kai's side, he was busy with a lottery draw. All the terrorists in the cave, especially those in the surveillance room, were already dead. In the dim, shadowy cave, no one noticed the blood-stained demon blade, which with silent, deadly precision struck down every terrorist one by one. I want a draw system. 5 draws in a row. Assassination was possible in the cave, but outside would be much trickier. Wang Kai was in urgent need of a skill that could protect him. Ding. 600 sign-in points consumed. Commencing draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a hero template. Metal Storm, Mosey. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a skill. Solo Blade Meeting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring consumables. Small Potion, X3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special item. Skill Enhancement Point X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special item. Thank you for participating. Metal Storm? It even comes with a skin. This is a huge win. But what's with this thank you for participating? Is it like those try again bottle caps? Wang Kai's face darkened instantly. No way. How could a luck master like him possibly draw something like that? System, are you messing with me? Why is there a thank you for participating? And why is it listed as a special item? Ding. This system is fair and impartial, deceiving neither young nor old. If you feel tricked, rest assured, it's all within the rules. Fine, you win. Replace my hero template. Ding. Hero template switched. You can now use all skills of Metal Storm, Mosey. The history of the Autobots is far older than you imagine. Universal love, non-aggression. After charging, fires a palm particle cannon. Each hand has a cooldown of 2 seconds. Peaceful walk. dashes in a chosen direction, instantly recharging the palm particle cannon. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mechanical heavy cannon. Fires a crystal shell, which follows an electromagnetic trajectory. When it hits an enemy, the crystal shell transforms into a magnetic field centered on a sphere. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Inviolable Fortress instantly generates a massive tetrahedral electromagnetic field, dealing continuous damage to everything inside. Cooldown, 50 seconds. All the skills are almost exactly as they appear in the game, except that Universal Love, non-aggression has been changed from a basic attack to a skill with a cooldown, making it more convenient and user-friendly. Other than that, there's nothing much to note. I remember that Mosey's mechanical giant stood at least 5 meters tall. With this thought, Wang Kai immediately stepped out of the cave. A sudden impulse stirred within him, and a golden glow rose up around his body. When the light faded, Wang Kai felt his entire perspective had shifted. He was now much taller. He found himself seated inside the cockpit of the Metal Storm mech. Looking down, he saw that his hands had transformed into metallic arms, each fitted with blade-like blue crystal edges, the sharp tips crackling now and then with electromagnetic sparks. His whole body radiated an undeniable sense of power and style. The mech's frame was a striking blend of straight lines and sharp angles, painted in a bold yellow, with blue crystals embedded at the joints, shoulders, and at the core of its chest. Altogether, there was only one way to describe it: utterly fierce and dazzling. The mech is powerful, but my body seems a bit weaker now. A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Kai's mind, but he quickly realized the cause. After switching to the hero template, his physical attributes had shifted to Mosey's, so a slight drop in strength was only to be expected. After all, Mosey was a scientist, hardly a match for Kai the Slayer, whose strength was honed atop mountains of demon corpses. As Wang Kai made his appearance in the 5.12-meter-tall yellow mech, he immediately drew the attention of every terrorist present. They jabbered in a language Wang Kai couldn't understand, their faces contorted with sheer terror. And without hesitation, they squeezed their triggers. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by the thunder of explosions. Rifles, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, all manner of weapons unleashed torrents of blazing fire. The relentless roar of gunfire echoing across the battlefield. Countless metal projectiles hurling themselves at the mech, striking its armor with a chorus of metallic clinks and clangs. Bullets are absolutely useless against the metal storm, Wang Kai noted to himself. He then extended his right palm, aiming at a nearby heavy machine gun. A surge of blue energy flickered in his hand, and after a brief charge, he unleashed a blazing blue sphere, which exploded the instant it reached the machine gun. There was no brilliant burst of sparks, but the shock wave was devastating. The heavy machine gun was instantly twisted out of shape, and the terrorist manning it was hurled limp and helpless through the air, flying more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Just then, a barrage of grenade rounds struck. Bursts of sparks and thick smoke engulfed the metal storm, a series of thunderous blasts resounding all around. The spectacle was impressive, but to the 3-story-tall mech, it was nothing more than a tickle. Wang Kai barely felt a thing. He calmly raised both arms, crossing them before his chest. At the same time, he stepped back with his right foot, lowering his center of gravity. In an instant, a blue, spherical energy field formed in front of his palms, swelling rapidly with each passing moment, reaching its maximum size in just 0.2 of a second. Then, with a sudden boom, it shot forth at the speed of light, leaving behind a blazing trail of lightning in its wake. In human eyes, it was as if the mech had launched a fleeting blue corridor, electric currents surging within, leaving behind a trail of thundering light in the air. But this was only the beginning. In the very next instant, the energy sphere crashed into the distant cluster of terrorists. Boom! The energy sphere struck the ground, erupting with an earth-shattering explosion. A raging surge of air swept out, the shockwave materializing out of nowhere, tearing every terrorist nearby to shreds. At the point of impact, a crater as deep as a person was left behind, with a fist-sized energy sphere at its center, and a circular magnetic field about 2 meters in radius encircling the area. Blue electromagnetic sparks continued to flicker and dance. Meanwhile, piloting the metal storm, Wang Kai gouged a deep scar into the ground beneath his feet, a testament to the massive recoil of the mechanized heavy cannon. Powerful. Awesome. Wang Kai quietly commented. Whether it was the destructive force or the sheer spectacle, Wang Kai was thoroughly impressed. All sorts of firearms were utterly useless. while the sudden appearance of the mech giant effortlessly took down many enemies, instilling a deep fear among the terrorists. And panic-driven retreat broke out at once. Trying to escape, blue flames burst from the mech's feet, propelling it skyward. Its movements swift beyond belief, its speed incredible, as it raised a massive blue blade attached to its right arm, nearly as tall as a person, slicing through the ranks of terrorists one after another. The sickening sound of flesh being cut rang out in rapid succession, swiftly ending the terrorists' ill-fated existence. With complete control of the skies, the battle had become a one-sided massacre, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless. And for a moment, the valley echoed only with the wails of the doomed terrorists. When Tony emerged from the cave, wearing his Mark I suit, all he saw was the metal storm carrying out a lopsided slaughter. Tony pointed at the 5-meter-tall yellow mech, his face flushed at a loss for words, feeling as if his own invention had just been plagiarized. Only the other side had built something dozens of times more powerful than his idea. Dr. Insun stared wide-eyed in amazement, utterly impressed by the towering, impossibly cool metal storm. Stark, it seems your suit is no match for that yellow mech. Tony immediately felt something inside him shatter. Oof, how could you even compare them? Look at what I had to work with. I'm lucky it moves at all. With that, Tony strode out of the cave, hoping to see if any enemies had slipped through the cracks. And sure enough, he spotted a few terrorists hiding behind some ammo crates. Outraged, Tony fired a missile from his arm without hesitation. Boom! A column of fire shot up, soaring dozens of meters into the sky. The terrorists were blasted into the air, leaving Tony feeling immensely satisfied, though his actions had just triggered some very serious consequences. There were simply too many munitions and missiles in this valley. The terrorists had left them scattered carelessly out in the open. As a result, the flames from the initial explosion set off even more ammunition and missiles. In an instant, the small valley was rocked by an unending chain of explosions. Tony could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. Something feels off. Insun, get back here now. Tony shouted at Insun, while lumbering awkwardly toward the cave himself. Boom! A massive explosion erupted behind him. A powerful shockwave blasted through the air and slammed straight into the Mark I suit. The impact rattled Tony so hard that he felt pain deep inside his chest. Worse yet, it seemed to have snapped the conveyor mechanism. His right leg gave out on the spot, leaving it completely useless. Tony could only drop to one knee, unable to move another step. As the wall of fire threatened to engulf Tony, Wang Kai rushed back from a distance just in time. He planted a fierce kick right at the rear of the Mark I suit. Clang! Goal! Tony was sent flying into the cave, while Wang Kai, piloting the metal storm armor, dashed up and knelt at the entrance, shielding them both from the fire and shockwaves. The ground continued to quake from the relentless explosions, sending tremors through the cave that left Dr. Insun drenched in cold sweat. He certainly didn't want to find himself on the verge of escaping, only to end up buried alive. Fortunately, the explosions didn't last long. Within less than a minute, the violent shaking subsided. 5 minutes later, the aftershocks gradually faded away. Wang Kai, still in the metal storm suit, got to his feet, revealing the perfectly intact cave entrance. His whole body shimmered with a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the metal storm armor vanished. Wang Kai switched his hero template back to Kai's dad, proving his theory correct. Physical abilities were indeed influenced by the chosen hero template. The strength of the hero would be added to his own body. But even when using the Mosey template, thanks to the enhancement serum he'd taken, Wang Kai's physical strength was already more than 6 times that of an ordinary person. With Kai's dad, now, it should be close to 10 times. That meant he could lift about 5 tons, which sounded impressive. But keep in mind that Marvel's top hero, Spider-Man, could lift 20 tons with ease. So in that context, 5 tons wasn't all that extraordinary. Stepping into the cave, Tony was sprawled on the ground, cursing and struggling to get out of the Mark I suit, while Dr. Insun was doing his best to help. Wang Kai, still piloting Metal Storm, gave the suit another kick, making the already tangled armor even more of a mess, leaving Tony even more stuck inside than before, no matter how hard he tried. You look full of energy, Mr. Stark. Need a hand? Tony snapped, exasperated. Of course. Help me out. Get me out of this thing. Dr. Insun, upon seeing Wang Kai, was instantly much more respectful. He was not treated lightly because of his youthful appearance. Thank you for saving us. Stark was hit by the shockwave from that explosion just now. He needs urgent medical attention, or his condition will only get worse. Wang Kai nodded after hearing this. He certainly didn't want Rhodey to see Tony half dead. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and lifted Tony, armor and all, in one swift motion. The two men looked on, their faces filled with astonishment. Then they saw Wang Kai grab hold of the armor with one hand, and, with a sudden burst of strength, tear it apart. He ripped the components right off the Wang Kai suit. The sight made their eyelids twitch in disbelief. How much strength did it take to tear through iron like paper? In just moments, the Wang Kai armor was reduced to a scattered mess on the ground, no less dramatic than the effect in the movies. Even the iron plating was shattered into fragments. Tony, at last, was freed from inside. He looked at Wang Kai with a mixture of shock and wonder. Your strength. Is this another one of the military's super soldier experiments? Ever since the original Captain America, the United States had dreamed of creating a legion of super soldiers. After World War II, this project reached its peak during the Cold War. But without exception, every attempt ended in failure. So naturally, seeing Wang Kai's power, Tony's mind jumped right to that possibility. It's not, Wang Kai replied, offering no further explanation. He simply took out a locator from his pocket, pressed a button, and signaled Rhodey to come pick them up. So what about your suit? Where did you stash something that big? Tony's curiosity was insatiable. He kept peppering Wang Kai with questions. But suddenly he stopped short. His face went deathly pale, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dr. Insun was startled. My God, your injuries are worse than I thought. It's nothing, just a scratch, Tony said, wiping his mouth and sitting shakily on the ground. A scratch? Stark, you really know how to joke, Dr. Insun said, unable to hide his exasperation. Wang Kai looked at Tony's ashen face. He had no choice but to take out a revitalizing crystal capable of slowly restoring blood from around his neck. Put this on him. No, I don't like people handing me things, Tony protested, waving his hand. But Dr. Insun wasn't about to argue. Judging by Wang Kai's serious expression, this was no joke. He took the crystal, which looked like a cheap chunk of green plastic, and hung it around Tony's neck. The effect was immediate. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Tony, who had seemed on the verge of passing out, suddenly perked up. He picked up the crystal, tied with a simple piece of string, and examined it with astonishment. What is this? As soon as I put it on, I felt this warmth spread through my body. I can actually feel my wounds healing. In Western terms, you could call it magical equipment, Wang Kai replied coolly. At the same time, he casually tossed the locator to Tony. What followed was an explanation about the sorcerer families, though it was unclear whether the two believed a word of it. After that, no matter how much Tony pressed, Wang Kai refused to say another thing. Time passed swiftly. About 5 minutes later, the thunderous roar of a supersonic jet reached their ears, proving that Rhodey had indeed received their message. Half an hour later, Rhodey arrived in spectacular fashion, leading 4 heavily armed helicopters, clearly prepared to unleash a barrage on the terrorists. Yet when he set eyes on the scorched earth of the valley below, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this all you're doing? Rhodey asked Wang Kai as he stepped off the helicopter. Wang Kai shot Tony a sidelong glance, silently indicating the true culprit. No, in fact, this is all Stark's handiwork. To devastate the valley like this, Wang Kai knew that even with a dozen cat bombs, he couldn't have managed it. Only then did Rhodey turn to Tony. Though he didn't fully grasp the situation, he still stepped forward and patted his best friend on the shoulder. It's great to see you safe. Next time, remember to ride with me. Tony could only respond with a wry smile. Half a day later, the group boarded the private jet that had brought them and returned to New York. Colonel Rhodes had already informed Pepper Potts of Tony's rescue. Yet she didn't call him directly, waiting instead at the airport, brimming with anticipation. I'm so glad to see you back, Pepper said, striving to maintain her poise and warmth. Tony, seeing the tears shimmering in her eyes, actually managed a rare smile and stepped forward to pull her into a hug. Thank you for waiting for me. Rhodey had told him everything. During his disappearance, Pepper had gone to great lengths to help find him. Tony couldn't help but be moved. Now I need a press conference and a cheeseburger. Half an hour later, Tony was devouring a burger at the press conference, where he also encountered Obadiah. Then, he announced something that sent shockwaves through the crowd. I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Permanently. Effective immediately. Reporters surged forward in a frenzy, all scrambling for the scoop. Obadiah, the company's second-in-command, was fuming, and quickly stepped in, interrupting Tony's speech. Forcing a smile, he addressed the press. The most important thing is that Tony's back. Please, don't take his earlier words to heart. As Obadiah, full of schemes, whisked Tony away, Wang Kai moved to Pepper's side and quietly reminded her, I've brought Stark back. Don't forget about my sister. Pepper immediately nodded. Rest assured, the moment I have any news about Luna, I'll let you know. They exchanged contact information, and Wang Kai took his leave. He didn't take the energy crystal. To him, it was nothing more than a useless trinket. But for Tony, it could mean a little more time. After all, Tony would inevitably discover the palladium poisoning from the arc reactor soon enough. Just as he stepped out of the Stark Industries compound, a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses suddenly emerged from both sides, quietly forming a loose circle around Wang Kai. Then, from among them, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline made his appearance, a faint smile on his face. It was none other than Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Kai remembered that Coulson was supposed to be looking for Tony, the future Iron Man, but it seemed a bit early for that. "Hello, sir. We're from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, S.H.I.E.L.D. for short. Do you have a moment to talk?" Coulson's tone was unfailingly polite. Wang Kai immediately understood. They had come specifically for him. After all, he had taken out so many gang members. He knew he must already be on SHELD's radar. And now that he'd saved Tony, the one-eyed director must have plans in mind, so he'd sent Coulson to make first contact. Of course, but perhaps we should find somewhere more private. 10 minutes later, inside a deserted Chinese restaurant, Coulson began his introduction in a low, measured voice. "First, allow me to explain. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special agency under the International Security Council, created to handle all sorts of extraordinary events. Our mission is to protect this world. We monitor all individuals involved in superhuman incidents. So, could you explain the source of your powers?" Coulson produced a tablet, on which several videos played in succession. Most were footage of Wang Kai storming gang strongholds, mowing down enemies with his indestructible demonic body. But there was also a satellite photo, blurry, yet clear enough to show the metallic storm that had appeared in a Middle Eastern canyon just a dozen hours earlier, attacking terrorists. Before Wang Kai could ask, Coulson offered an explanation. "We found this after you rescued Stark. We checked every satellite that passed over the Middle East at the time. A suit of armor appearing and disappearing out of thin air. Could you explain how that's possible?" Coulson's expression was full of curiosity. Compared to all the superpowers and abilities they'd encountered, Wang Kai's case was baffling. Armor, blades, and now mechs. They simply couldn't categorize what kind of power this was. Wang Kai paused for a moment before speaking. "The nature of my abilities is rather unusual. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. First, let me make one thing clear. Humanity is not alone. Extraterrestrial civilizations do exist." Coulson's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Wang Kai's mysterious armor and mechs were all alien technology? It actually made sense. But before Coulson could run further with that thought, Wang Kai's next words left him so stunned he could hardly speak. Countless years ago, a highly intelligent being arrived on Earth aboard an ark. It was revered as a god, and later, it created humanity and performed certain experimental modifications on some forms of life. Those who underwent these experiments gained extraordinary powers. The ones transformed from humans eventually became known as the Magus clans, while those altered from animals came to be called the demon breeds. This is the origin of the so-called gods, demon hunters, monsters, and evil creatures in the myths of various earthly civilizations. After many eras, the god vanished without a trace. The increasingly powerful Magus clans and demon breeds fought a desperate war. This conflict brought about cataclysmic changes. The very land shattered, species were nearly wiped out, and both sides declined to the brink of extinction. Even the traces of their civilizations were erased, with only a lucky few surviving. It was much like how humanity now teeters on the edge of a world-ending nuclear conflict. And I am a descendant of the last surviving Eastern Magus clan, having awakened my powers by accident. Coulson listened, his jaw dropping in disbelief. His entire worldview felt shaken to the core. The shock was beyond words. Yet, somehow, it all seemed to fit with the myths and legends scattered throughout human history. If one regarded the superintelligent being as an alien, the Ark as a starship, and those altered beings as people with superpowers, then everything suddenly made sense. "Then how do you explain your armor and mech suits?" Coulson asked. "They are relics from the ancient civilization that flourished during the god's presence. I merely summoned them from another dimension." "So your ability is essentially interdimensional teleportation?" "In terms of modern science, yes, that's one way to put it." Coulson frowned for a moment. He could almost comprehend the idea of interdimensional teleportation as a superpower. But the rest was truly mind-boggling, even knowing that alien civilizations existed. If Wang Kai's account were true, that humanity itself was a test subject created by aliens, such a revelation could never be made public in a devoutly religious country like the United States. It would trigger unrest on an unimaginable scale. After calming himself a little, Coulson set aside these distant and unsettling truths for the moment, and continued, I just ask that you keep all of this confidential. No problem, Wang Kai replied coolly. To him, this all sounded no different from a myth. Who would really care, even if word got out? There's one more thing. We'd like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson said. This was, after all, the main reason for his visit. Sure, but I have a condition, Wang Kai agreed without hesitation. Name it. First, help me find her. Second, I don't like being overly constrained, so unless something major happens, don't bother me. Wang Kai took out a photo of Luna. Coulson accepted it and agreed without hesitation. After all, finding someone was hardly a challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D. That's perfectly doable. We can arrange for you to have the status of a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. While this won't grant you much authority, it does mean you'll have plenty of freedom most of the time. All right then, consultant it is. It was common knowledge that the more formidable and impressive a person was, the more likely they were to serve as a consultant. Though they stood at the fringes of power, when trouble struck, these consultants often turned the tide. In that case, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I welcome you to our family, Mr. Wang Kai. Coulson stood up, reaching out his hand with genuine warmth. Wang Kai, his expression calm as ever, rose to shake hands, and just like that, the matter was settled. He felt little attachment to S.H.I.E.L.D. Joining was simply a convenient way to search for his sister. Now, with Oscorp, Stark Industries, and S.H.I.E.L.D. all working together to find Luna, Wang Kai couldn't believe they wouldn't uncover at least a single clue. Washington, D.C., S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Coulson reported everything to Director Nick Fury, who, after listening, remained largely impassive. As long as he's agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D., that's enough. Those questionable stories from his past aren't important. And if there's news about his sister, don't inform him immediately. Coulson was instantly puzzled. You're worried that he... That's right. Nick Fury's face was as calm and unreadable as still water, but concern flickered in his voice. If he could kill so many gang members for his sister, then he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone in this world. If things take a turn for the worst, if there's group abuse and death involved, you know just how serious that could be. Coulson's expression shifted. He immediately pictured a bloodbath. The American elite, one after another, assassinated in waves. The chaos that would follow would rival even the 9 demon cataclysms. Understand. Still, he saved Stark, so he's bound to insist on searching for his sister. Exactly. That's why you'll need to find an opportunity to talk to Stark. All Coulson could do was offer a wry smile. Stark doesn't exactly strike me as the type who listens to others. Then we may as well mourn for those fools in advance. Nick Fury's tone was cold. As an agent, he knew better than anyone just how repulsive some in power could be, and he also knew that what Wang Kai was capable of was 1,000 times greater than anything those people could imagine. Time flew by, and Wang Kai found himself enjoying the most peaceful days he'd had since crossing over. There was still no news of his sister. The next check-in location was once again the rooftop of Stark Industries, the very place where Iron Man had his epic battle with Ironmonger. That spot was essentially a power station, the rooftop of the massive arc reactor. Wang Kai had once gone there while invisible, but there hadn't been any sound to indicate the start of check-in. In other words, he couldn't check in ahead of time. System, if I can't check in early, can I make up for missed check-ins later? Wang Kai asked, only just realizing this issue. With so many iconic scenes in the Marvel Universe, there must be plenty of locations that could be designated as check-in points by the system. The birthplace of Captain America, the origin of the Hulk, the spot where Captain Marvel emerged, the site where Tony's parents were killed. Surely all these could be valid check-in locations. You may host. Hidden check-in points allow for make-up check-ins, but the rewards are halved. The system replied. Wang Kai was instantly overjoyed. Even half the usual check-in points would be plenty. System, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Wang Kai complained. Because the host never asked. The system responded bluntly, making Wang Kai's eyelids twitch in frustration. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. Without delay, he called Coulson, Pepper Potts, and others, casually prodding them for the locations where these events had taken place, then launched into a frenzy of make-up check-ins. The first stop was the place where Daredevil, Matt Murdock, had been exposed to radioactive material, losing his sight but gaining extraordinary senses, becoming a living human radar. Ding. Host detected at hidden check-in point. The birthplace of Daredevil. Initiating make-up check-in. Check-in countdown. 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out, and Wang Kai could do nothing but wait in silence. Ding. Congratulations, host. Make-up check-in successful. Reward, 50 check-in points. 50 points. Not even enough for a single lucky draw. Wang Kai grimaced, but even a little is better than nothing, and he had no choice but to accept it. Next stop, the birthplace of Captain America. that laboratory in Brooklyn, now transformed into an indoor gym after 70 years. Wang Kai slipped in effortlessly under the cover of invisibility, and after 3 minutes of searching, finally found the very spot where the scrawny kid had turned into a powerhouse. Check-in time, 5 minutes. Upon completion, he received 250 check-in points. He paid no mind to the culturally significant number for Chinese people, and headed straight for the next location. The road where Tony's parents were killed, 150 check-in points. The laboratory where the Hulk was created, 250 check-in points. The beach where Captain Marvel was born, 250 check-in points. Then, a wild idea struck Wang Kai. He set out, under the guise of travel, to the ocean where Captain America's plane had crashed, the cliff where the Winter Soldier had fallen, and the World War II History Museum. Captain America ventured alone to rescue his old friend Bucky, even revisiting the theater where he once performed in those distant days. Some of these places were designated for bonus check-ins, while others were not. After spending quite some time, he finally accumulated a total of 1,500 check-in points, enough for 15 consecutive prize draws. Wang Kai was overjoyed and, upon returning to New York, immediately began his draws. System, I want to draw 10 times in a row. Ding. 1,000 check-in points consumed. Drawing now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the summoner's skill, teleport. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the summoner's skill, sprint. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, overlord slash. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired equipment, charged gauntlets. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired equipment, swift battle boots. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired consumables, small health potions, *3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired special item, system map. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired special item, skill enhancement points, *3. The system's notifications flooded Wang Kai's mind in rapid succession, and these rewards filled him with delight. He was especially thrilled by the appearance of the summoner's skill, teleport. A skill that had only ever appeared on the test server was finally here to solve Wang Kai's travel woes. Teleport, summoner skill, after a 3-second channel, instantly transports the user to a selected area. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Sprint, summoner skill, increases movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Overlord slash, inspired by the legendary warlord Xianyu, this skill unleashes a massive blade wave in a chosen direction after a brief charge. Cooldown, 50 seconds. This skill was actually more practical than Guan Yu's blade wave. The solo duel skill he'd drawn last time also released a blade wave, but it came with a strict requirement. A mount was necessary. Without a mount, the skill simply couldn't be used. Wang Kai had even tried substituting a boat for a mount, but to no avail, which had really tripped him up. The two pieces of equipment were fairly standard. The charged gauntlets, sharp as a set of knuckle blades, offered a 15% chance to land a critical hit, dealing double damage. The swift battle boots increased both movement and attack speed, making Wang Kai feel noticeably more agile after slipping them on. As for the system map, so far, it seemed only useful when combined with teleport. And, finally, the skill enhancement points. This time, the system was especially generous, granting 3 skill points at once. As usual, Wang Kai invested them all into his Undying Demon Body. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Undying Demon Body upgraded. Attribute boost increased by 140%. Current level, 7. Upon activation, duration is now unlimited. Skill Fusion unlocked. Skill Fusion. System, what's Skill Fusion? Wang Kai asked. Skill Fusion is a new property awakened after the Undying Demon Body is upgraded to level 7, when both its cooldown and duration limits vanish. It allows you to fuse other extracted skills into the Undying Demon Body, bestowing their unique features onto it, and also grants the bonus attack power of the Undying Demon Body. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's heart skipped a beat. A bonus to attack power? So under the Kai Dad hero template, using other skills doesn't provide any bonus. Why does this feel a bit like the Border Breakout mode, where the picked up skills have fixed attack power, but the hero's own skills get stronger as you equip gear or buy attributes? Then what would happen if I fused Single Blade Showdown into the Undying Demon Body? After the fusion, the mount restriction disappears, and every vertical slash can trigger a blade energy attack. And if I fuse the Overlord slash, after the fusion, every horizontal slash can trigger a blade energy attack. It can also be charged up, unleashing attacks over a much wider area. How many skills can be fused in total? 3. With every level up, you can fuse one more. Wang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That's more than enough. All right then, let's start by fusing single blade showdown. My 40-meter blade is itching for action. Ding. Skill fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have fused single blade showdown into the undying demon body. Without hesitation, he opened the system map, selected the uninhabited canyon in the western United States, and used teleportation to travel there. Immediately, 7 layers of pale blue light rings enveloped Wang Kai, rising upward in rapid succession. As time accelerated, by the time the 3-second limit was almost up, the light had nearly swallowed his whole figure. With a sudden whoosh, he vanished, leaving only a faint point of light that flickered out in an instant. The Grand Canyon in Colorado, USA. Here, red sandstone has carved out gullies and peaks everywhere. The mountain cliffs layered like a 1,000-layered cake, drawing countless tourists every year. But today, an unexpected visitor arrived, Wang Kai. Holy moly! Wang Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. He had teleported into midair, and instantly lost his balance, plummeting toward the ground. Flailing his limbs wildly, seeing he was about to crash into the red rock, Wang Kai quickly activated the undying demon body. Take this! The blue demonic blade in his hand swelled to an enormous size in an instant. Wang Kai raised it high above his head, gripped it tightly with both hands, and swung down with all his might. Boom! A massive streak of pale blue blade energy erupted forth, slamming into the ground and unleashing a thunderous roar. The ringing of metal was sharp and deafening. The blade sliced through dozens of meters of rock without resistance. Even the towering peak split like a cake. A massive fissure left in Wang Kai's wake from a single slash. Excellent. After Wang Kai unleashed a mighty slash, he absorbed the recoil, twisted in midair, and landed gracefully with a spin. He looked at his handiwork, exhilarated beyond measure. With attacks like these, even the Hulk would have to think twice before picking a fight. In this moment, he felt like Feng wielding a 40-meter-long blade. He could cut down anyone he wished. Brimming with delight, Wang Kai began to practice his slashes in the canyon. One swing after another, and in no time at all, he had reduced a small red rock peak to a shattered mess, venting all his pent-up frustration. The thunderous booms echoed across the landscape, soon drawing the attention of several tourists. Oh my God, what on earth is happening? The group stared in disbelief, some snapping to their senses and quickly raising their cameras and phones to capture Wang Kai, clad head to toe in blue armor. Just then his phone rang. Wang Kai had no choice but to put away his magic blade. The mystical armor dissolved into light and merged back into his body. He reached into his jacket pocket for the phone, only to find that it was Pepper calling. Given the timing, this had to be the moment Tony and Obadiah officially fell out. Was she calling him to help rescue Tony? With that question in mind, Wang Kai answered the call. Hello, what's going on? Something terrible has happened, Kai. Tony's been kidnapped again. Wang Kai? What the heck? Kidnapped in his own house. Can you come to Stark Industries? I'd like to talk to you face to face. Sure, no problem. He hung up and immediately activated his teleportation. 3 seconds later, he vanished from the spot. All the stunned tourists managed to capture was his retreating figure in casual clothes, and that striking blue short hair. Quick, let's upload this video online. It's bound to go viral. But what should we call this guy? How about Swordman? He was wielding a sword, wasn't he? No, it was a blade. And he was all in blue. Let's call him Blue Blade. Nonsense. I say we name him the Mad Slasher. The group soon broke into a heated argument over Wang Kai's superhero nickname. But by then, Wang Kai had already arrived at Pepper's office, just as he had last time. What happened? Didn't he just build himself a suit of armor? He's been all over the world fighting terrorists these past few days. How could he get kidnapped again? Pepper was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling with worry. I don't know either. He went to a party last night, drove home alone, and then vanished. They found his sports car burned out on the coast, but there's no sign of him anywhere. Did anyone send a ransom demand? No. And now Obadiah has ordered me not to tell anyone about it, since the company's stock price can't handle another hit. Wang Kai understood instantly. His arrival must have triggered a butterfly effect. Obadiah, Marvel's version of Ubuchuan, had grown more cunning. Once again, he'd resorted to his old tricks and kidnapped Tony. Whether Obadiah chose to imprison Tony and force him to hand over the miniaturized arc reactor technology, or simply placed him under house arrest in a lab to have this genius create even more advanced weapons, Obadiah stood to profit handsomely no matter what. As for the military and the board, they couldn't care less about any of this. The military wanted weapons, the board wanted money. Tony had cut off their supply, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were itching to see him dead. Whereas Obadiah now, I'm not sure, but he's definitely not at Stark Tower. All right, go to his office now and check his secret disks on the computer. See if there are any clues. Pepper froze for a moment, her mouth falling open in shock. You're suspecting. Exactly. Who else could it be? The second in command always wants to be the boss. Imagine turning Stark Industries into Stain Industries. A gang war breaking out. Tony dying an unexpected death. It all sounds just perfect to him. Pepper was half convinced, half doubtful. But she had no choice but to follow Wang Kai's instructions. Less than 10 minutes later, she stormed back, her face flushed with anger. Kai, you were right. Obadiah not only colluded with terrorists to kidnap Tony, he also started a secret project beneath Sector 16 in the Industrial District. He's developing Tony's Iron Man suit. Pepper held up the USB drive in her hand. All the evidence had been copied onto it. With this, they could kick Obadiah out of the board and see him thrown behind bars, stripped of everything he had. I suspect Tony is being held right beneath Sector 16. Pepper said worriedly. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. After all, Obadiah's Ironmonger suit needed a power source, and the device in Tony's chest was the perfect fit. All Obadiah had to do was hook up another electromagnet and keep Tony's life hanging by a thread. I'll go find Stark. You get in touch with Coulson and have him bring agents to protect you. If Obadiah finds out you copied those files, he'll come back to silence you. Meanwhile, on Obadiah's side, he was in a laboratory beneath Sector 16, trying to reason with Tony in a gentle tone. Tony, hand over the miniaturized arc reactor technology, and you can go back to being your Playboy self. If not, those shrapnel fragments will make your life a living hell. The mini arc reactor had already been removed, and was now clutched tightly in Obadiah's palm. Tony's hands and feet were bound, and a massive electromagnet had been installed on his chest to keep him alive. But the cruelest part was that the wire connecting the magnet was fixed directly to the lab's power supply. He was chained here like a dog, at Obadiah's mercy. You think I'm a child? Tony spat, glaring at Obadiah with gritted teeth. He couldn't believe it. The man he trusted like family was trying to kill him. I know you're not, which is why I'll have to torture and threaten you. Obadiah replied with a cold, sinister smile. I know you have feelings for Pepper Potts, so, clever Stark, can you guess what methods I'll use against her to force you to hand over this technology? Tony's face changed dramatically in an instant. With Obadiah's character, he was definitely not joking. You shameless old scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Seeing you so agitated shows how much you care. I'll give you 1 hour. Think it over carefully. With a broad grin, Obadiah walked out of the lab and said to the 4 burly, heavily armed men who entered, guard him well. Don't let this goose that lays golden eggs in his own life. Then, leading his men, he headed straight for Stark Tower, leaving Tony behind, his face filled with despair. If he handed over the miniaturized arc reactor technology, the whole world could be plunged into the chaos of all-out war. But if he refused, Pepper would undoubtedly suffer humiliation and death. Those 4 hulking guards were clearly handpicked by Obadiah for this very purpose. So this is the price of being a hero. For a moment, Tony's mind was thrown into the most intense inner conflict he'd ever experienced, caught in a true dilemma. Love or justice? Which should he choose? Without realizing it, half an hour slipped by, and darkness had already descended outside. But Tony still hadn't made up his mind. He felt as if he were being torn apart. Just then, a thunderous crash rang out. The heavy alloy door of the sealed lab was kicked open with a bang. Who's there? The 4 burly guards reacted instantly. Without waiting for a reply, they squeezed the triggers of their guns, and 4 M4A1 assault rifles erupted with a torrent of fire. In an instant, the lab echoed with gunfire. Smoke and the stench of gunpowder filled the air. In just a few heartbeats, nearly 100 rounds were fired. Yet, without exception, every bullet struck as if hitting solid metal, ringing out with a series of sharp clangs. What the hell? The 4 men couldn't believe their eyes. Standing before them, the figure in the menacing blue armor hadn't budged an inch. Their bullets were completely useless. Saved your life again, Stark. How do you plan to thank me? As he spoke, Wang Kai launched forward with blinding speed. Swift as lightning, his steps roaring with power. To the guards, he was just a blur. Before they could react, a sudden weakness overtook them. Thin lines of blood appeared on their necks. And, eyes closing, their bodies collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Hurry, forget about me. Go save Potts. She's in danger right now. Seeing Wang Kai, Tony didn't look relieved. Instead, all his worry was for Pepper's safety. Don't worry. Wang Kai slid off his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome young face. Coulson is leading a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to protect her. With that, he stepped forward and cut the ropes binding Tony, finally allowing Tony to breathe a sigh of relief. What about this electromagnet? Wang Kai asked. Just go find a car battery, Tony replied, his face full of exasperation. The situation was urgent, and he had no time to fret over the details. After circling around, they found themselves back at the car battery once again. The two of them quickly left the Stark Industries compound. Wang Kai didn't bother turning the Ironmonger into a pile of scrap metal. After all, the sign-in task for the epic battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger still needed to be completed. Tony drove back to his coastal villa. He removed the electromagnet and installed the old miniature arc reactor into his chest. After an incredibly dazzling sequence of donning his mechanical suit, Iron Man was alive once more. Obadiah, Tony growled under his breath, fury simmering in his voice. Clad in his suit, he ignited the thrusters and with a powerful burst shot off toward Star Tower. He's really in a hurry, Wang Kai mused, watching Tony dash off to confront Obadiah without a word. There was a certain sense of admiration in his gaze. He glanced over the unpainted Mark II suit beside him, feeling absolutely unmoved inside. Without delay, he teleported straight to Stark Industries, quietly awaiting the moment to sign in. Meanwhile, on Obadiah's side, he first returned to the company, only to unexpectedly spot Pepper Potts hurrying away, her expression tense and bodyguards surrounding her. This instantly put Obadiah on high alert. Arriving at his office, he checked the security logs and, as expected, discovered all the confidential files had been copied. Damn it, he cursed. All evidence of his crimes had been stolen. If this ever got out, he was finished. His entire life would be destroyed. Go take that woman out. Get the USB drive back. Whoever does it gets $5 million. Obadiah barked out his orders without hesitation. His mercenaries were instantly energized, rushing off to hunt down Pepper. Obadiah himself returned to District 16, intending to stash Tony away in a different location. But when he entered the lab, all he found were the corpses of his 4 men. He realized at once that he'd been played for a fool. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Obadiah raged inside. He was so close to seizing everything he wanted, only to have the ground ripped out from under his feet at the last possible moment. This fall would shatter him completely. But Obadiah knew Tony well. He was certain Tony would come for him personally, seeking revenge. There was still a chance to turn things around. He rushed to a secret underground chamber in District 16. That's where his Ironmonger suit awaited him. He'd sent men to raid the terrorists' canyon hideout the moment he learned Tony had survived. The blueprints and all the discarded parts had been brought back, and with a few modifications of his own, he'd completed this suit. Massive and imposing, it boasted far greater strength than the Mark III. On his right arm was a 20mm rotary cannon. On his left, a 6-shot Viper missile launcher. Mounted on his shoulders were anti-tank rockets, and beneath his feet, rocket thrusters provided ample power for flight. Every detail exuded the heavy industrial aesthetic of Soviet design. Suit up, and Obadiah burst through the wall, emerging onto the rooftop of Factory 16, silently waiting for Tony to arrive. Wang Kai watched coldly from his invisible vantage point, knowing that the end of Iron Man 1 and this check-in was finally in sight. But then suddenly his phone rang, the sound instantly giving away his position. Obadiah spun at once toward the noise, raising his rotary cannon and shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself." With no choice, Wang Kai revealed himself. Pulling out his phone to check the caller, Agent Coulson. "Hello." He pressed the answer button, completely unconcerned, and started his conversation. Obadiah was instantly infuriated. It was one thing for someone not to be frightened by the Ironmonger, but to be so utterly dismissive? This was a nearly 3-meter-tall steel behemoth, a killing machine in every sense. Its very presence was enough to make anyone tremble. Yet Wang Kai showed not the slightest reaction. To Obadiah, this was nothing short of an insult. Obadiah charged, raising his massive steel hand and swatting at Wang Kai with all his might. Wang Kai, seemingly stunned, simply stared at the oncoming strike, unmoving, the giant palm about to slap him square on the forehead. At the very last moment, Wang Kai ended his call and put away the phone, pushed off with his feet, braced his hands upward. With a dull thud, a ring of dust burst outward from underfoot. Wang Kai was completely unharmed, having blocked the blow with nothing but his own strength. What? Obadiah's face twisted in shock. That strike packed enough mechanical force to crush a bull. Yet this seemingly inexperienced young man had brushed it off with ease. This man, he must not be allowed to live. Obadiah raised his right arm, aiming the cannon. The gaping muzzle nearly pressed against Wang Kai's nose. But before Obadiah could fire, Wang Kai vanished in a blur, reappearing on the floor below, now dozens of meters away. Think you can run? The targeting system locked onto Wang Kai in an instant. The Viper missiles on Obadiah's arm spun out and launched, trailing searing flames as they hurtled toward Wang Kai. Whirling blade. A spinning blue blade shot out, colliding with the Viper missile midair. A dazzling explosion lit up the night, and with a thunderous blast, Wang Kai disappeared without a trace, leaving only a fading echo behind. Don't die too quickly. You should be grateful your old man spared your life. It wasn't that he didn't want to claim these 100 sign-in points. The problem was the sign-in time hadn't arrived yet. Besides, Coulson was in urgent need of his help. Inside the suit, Obadiah was seething with frustration. After searching everywhere and still unable to find his target, he had no choice but to give up. At that moment, Tony finally arrived, and the long-awaited showdown between the two was about to begin. On Coulson's side, things were turning out far worse than he had imagined. A group of unidentified armed men suddenly appeared, brandishing automatic weapons and unleashing a hail of bullets on them from within their vehicles. For a moment, the street resembled a live-action scene straight out of Grand Theft Auto. The roar of car engines blended with relentless gunfire, striking fear into the hearts of bystanders, who scrambled into nearby shops for cover, daring only to poke their heads out once the gunfire had faded into the distance. Damn it, Obadiah actually dared to have his men commit such blatant crimes in broad daylight. Coulson had nothing but contempt for these high-speed shootouts. Glancing at the relentless mercenaries in pursuit, he could tell that greed had completely muddled their judgment. With no other choice, he drew his Glock and returned fire as his team fought their way down the street, racing toward the NYPD precinct. Pepper, hunched over in the back, was being shielded by the agents. The unending barrage of gunfire made her heart pound so fiercely it felt as if it would burst from her chest. Who knew if the next bullet would strike the fuel tank and cause an explosion, shred the tires, and send the car careening out of control, or crash right through the glass and end their lives in an instant. Is Kai here yet? He's almost here. With the suit, he should be able to fly over in just a few minutes. Coulson shot back, glancing in the rear view at the 3 cars giving chase. And in that instant, his face turned ashen. Damn it, they got an RPG. No sooner had he spoken than a mercenary in the trailing vehicle hoisted a rocket launcher, squeezed the trigger, and sent a rocket screaming toward Coulson's car, trailing smoke behind it. The agent at the wheel reacted instantly, yanking the steering wheel hard. The car swerved, barely dodging the rocket. A deafening explosion erupted just ahead, a flash of blinding light searing their vision. The agent's view was momentarily obscured, and they nearly crashed into a curb. In a desperate move, he jerked the wheel again. With a screech, the car flipped onto its side and rolled violently down the street. Sensing the danger, Coulson instinctively shielded Pepper, ensuring she remained unscathed during the chaotic collision. The car rolled 3, maybe 4 times, before finally coming to a stop. Everyone inside was thrown about, dazed and disoriented, too stunned to scramble out of the wreckage. Hurry, finish them off. Obadiah's men, emboldened by their success, prepared to fire another rocket. Just as it seemed the group would be blown to bits, the distant roar of jet engines suddenly thundered down the street, the powerful sound wave whipping through the air like a gale-force wind. In the blink of an eye, something streaked in from the far end of the block. Wang Kai finally appeared at the helm of the metal storm mech. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the mercenaries. Then, with a sudden change in direction, he hurled a mighty punch downward. Boom! The vehicle exploded instantly, torn to pieces. The people inside were killed on the spot. Flames crawled up the mech's arm, yet they couldn't even reach the chiseled contours of its metallic face. Wang Kai stood tall and glanced at the other 2 vehicles beneath his feet. The faces of those inside were etched with utter terror. A 5-meter-tall mech revealed itself, and its speed exceeded the sound barrier. That overwhelming sense of dread left them hopeless, even if they had 10 times as many RPGs. We surrender. We surrender. They quickly tossed their weapons aside and raised their hands. The 5 remaining mercenaries, wise to the situation, walked out, hands on their heads, and lay flat on the ground. At this moment, Coulson also crawled out from his overturned car. He looked up, stunned by the dazzling armor of the mech. Oh my, this was 1,000 times cooler than any photo. That's enough, Kai. Leave the rest to us, Coulson shouted. Including Coulson, there were 5 agents in total, and all of them had only suffered minor injuries. So keeping watch over these terrified mercenaries would be no problem. All right then. Wang Kai teleported on the spot again. A blue halo shimmered around him, and 3 seconds later, he was back in Stark Industries, Sector 16. Haha, Tony. Clearly, my mech is the superior one. A wildly arrogant voice rang out. At that moment, Ironmonger was brutally thrashing Iron Man, without Pepper's help from the original storyline. And with the old-style arc reactor running low on power, Tony was struggling desperately. Ding, sign-in detected. Host has arrived at the battleground of Ironmonger versus Iron Man. Sign-in duration is 3 minutes. If you leave before time is up, the sign-in will be considered a failure. Sign-in countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's voice chimed in as Metal Storm, fast as lightning, appeared instantly at Ironmonger's side, and with a single kick, sent him flying. Ironmonger crashed through the wall and landed heavily on the ground. Wang Kai rushed forward and pinned him underfoot. He charged his palm particle cannon and aimed it straight at Ironmonger's head. You really dare call this a mech? The 5-meter-20 tall Metal Storm had Ironmonger, not even 3 meters high, crushed beneath its foot. One of its feet was almost as wide as Ironmonger's chest. The two weren't even in the same league by sheer size alone. It was like a father disciplining his unruly son. Obadiah was so furious he was practically sputtering with rage. He raised his left arm and fired every last rattlesnake missile in one wild barrage. In an instant, Metal Storm was engulfed by fire and thunderous explosions. But Wang Kai felt only the faintest tremor. The rattlesnake missiles tickled Metal Storm as if giving a light scratch. How is this possible? Obadiah refused to give in. He raised the 20mm rotary cannon in his other hand and unleashed a hail of bullets at the mech, emptying the magazine in a furious barrage. The dense stream of bullets formed a spear of lead, but even that could not breach the defenses of the Metal Storm. Not giving up, Obadiah fired flames from the boots of his suit, hoping to escape from beneath the Metal Storm. Yet the rocket boosters that could have sent the Ironmonger soaring into the sky seemed pinned to the ground, leaving him powerless to move. Your time is up, Wang Kai said coldly. A particle cannon flared in his palm, and in an instant, a surge of blue energy crackled forth, slamming into the Ironmonger's head. With a deafening blast, the faceplate of the Ironmonger caved in from the force. Wang Kai switched to his other hand, firing another palm-mounted particle cannon. Boom! Blood began to seep out, chilling to the bone. And at that moment, Wang Kai received a message from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the villain Ironmonger and earned 100 sign-in points. A golden glow shimmered around him. The mech became transparent for a moment, then vanished altogether. And Wang Kai dropped from the sky, his foot landing on Ironmonger's chest, face expressionless. Stark, I've saved you 3 times now, and just a moment ago, I saved Potts as well. Don't you have anything to say? Tony staggered to his feet, watching Wang Kai's showy display with a twitching eyelid. What was he supposed to say? You got all the glory. Was I just here to take a beating the whole time? Humph. Even if you hadn't shown up, I could have taken him down myself. Tony, ever the proud one, grumbled under his breath. But then his tone shifted as he said, Don't worry. Once I'm back, I'll have Jarvis hack into every electronic device connected to the global network. With enough filtering, we're bound to find some clues. Only then did Wang Kai leap off Ironmonger, satisfied. If Tony was willing to go so far, crossing a legal line, no less, there wasn't much more Wang Kai needed to say. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in at the site of the Ironmonger versus Iron Man battle, with a duration over 3 minutes. Task completed. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! Next sign-in location. The place where Tony Stark publicly announces himself as Iron Man remained there for over 1 minute to complete the sign-in. That would be a breeze. And as luck would have it, he now had exactly 900 sign-in points. Just 100 more, and he'd have enough for his next 10 draw. The rest went without saying. With all the evidence of Obadiah's crimes laid out, Tony, who had been ousted from the board by Obadiah, reclaimed his place. And after absorbing Obadiah's shares, took back control of the board, appointing Pepper, the person he trusted most, as CEO. Stark Industries stock, which had plummeted, finally began to recover. With money flowing again, the board had nothing more to say. After that, the next hurdle was to block the military's attempts to get their hands on his weapons. Tony took the initiative to hand over the Mark II suit to his good friend, Colonel Rhodes. Their friendship was so close that a single glance was enough for each to know what the other was thinking. The Iron Man suit technology was at least 30 years ahead of anything else on the planet. Even if they handed it over to the military, it would take them quite some time to figure it out. So, with both men working their contacts and connections, Stark Industries managed to weather this crisis safely. 3 days later, at a press conference, Tony stood at the podium, gazing down at the sea of reporters. On a whim, with an air of nonchalance, he tossed away his prepared speech, leaving his friend, Colonel Rhodes, rubbing his forehead in silent exasperation. Today, I'm here to announce something of great importance. But before Tony could finish, the reporters below burst into a flurry of excited questions. Mr. Stark, does last night's car chase on Fifth Avenue have anything to do with Stark Industries? Especially that huge, sharp-edged, golden mech that appeared at the end. It was absolutely incredible. Mr. Stark, what about the fight in the Industrial District last night? How do you explain the appearance of that clunky-looking black robot and the ordinary golden-red armor? Was Stark Industries behind all this? Do you know that sharp-edged golden mech? He's the #1 trending topic online right now. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. Something felt off. How had his cutting-edge armor suddenly been reduced to just the ordinary gold and red suit? Everything seemed to be gravitating toward that kid Wang Kai. This wouldn't do. He needed to reclaim the spotlight. Ahem, since you're all so eager and sincere in your questioning, I'll just tell you the whole truth. The entire press corps immediately fell silent, all eager to hear what kind of bombshell Tony, never want to play by the rules, would drop this time. Colonel Rhodes' expression changed instantly, and he started forward to stop Tony, but Tony shot him a knowing look, and Rhodes had no choice but to trust him, stepping back to give Tony the stage. That clunky black robot was actually secretly built by Obadiah, a senior executive at Stark Industries, and the suit's power source was a new technology one invented, the miniaturized arc reactor. Obadiah stole the finished product and installed it in his own suit. The fight in the Industrial District broke out only after his actions were exposed. When Tony finished speaking, the scene didn't erupt in the frenzy he had expected. The arc reactor had already been publicized when Tony's factory was built. The only problem was its cost, which had always been prohibitive, so it had never attracted much attention. Seeing that 9 out of 10 reporters didn't seem to realize just how groundbreaking this technology really was, Tony decided to add a little more fuel to the fire. From now on, compact arc reactors will serve as clean, new energy products, replacing weapons as the cornerstone of Stark Industries. The moment he said this, the reporters finally erupted with excitement. New energy. Just the words alone sounded impressive and futuristic. This was an invention powerful enough to change the global landscape. As for the red and gold armor, which the newspapers have dubbed Iron Man, Tony couldn't help but flash a wry smile. In fact, I am Iron Man. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room reached its anticipated climax. A sea of reporters thrust their microphones toward Tony, eager to ask about clean energy, Iron Man, and, most of all, the identity of the mysterious figure in the golden armor. Even now, the majority of questions were about the golden suit. Mr. Stark, who is the pilot of the golden armor? I am Iron Man. Iron Man, can you tell us who owns an incredibly cool golden suit? I'm telling you, I am Iron Man. Frustrated, Tony stormed out of the room. What on earth was going on here? Did Iron Man really get so little respect? Jarvis, I suppose by now the top trending topic online is Wang Kai, and I'm at least #2, right? Tony asked irritably from the back seat of his car, clutching a tablet. Sorry, sir. Kai is still #2, Jarvis responded, smoothly switching the tablet display to show the latest trending topics. First place, of course, went to the colossal metal storm mech. Its angular design and dazzling golden body had captured countless eyes. And most importantly, it was gigantic. Netizens everywhere had started calling it Goldman, while Tony was just Iron Man. The comparison spoke for itself. Second place was Kaidie, whose video, unleashing his immortal demon form in the Grand Canyon and swinging a blade 40 meters long to cleave mountains as if they were mere vegetables, had left viewers in awe. Even though only a blue silhouette remained at the end, the buzz around him was still off the charts. As for his title, consensus had yet to be reached. For now, people jokingly called him Blue Man. Iron Man, whose fame was just starting to rise due to his fight against terrorists, only came in third. These three were the hottest topics and the most discussed heroes of the moment. P.S. In fourth place was the newly minted Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Tony's eyelid twitched as he read the list. Kai was truly something else, while he, Tony, seemed to lack any real clout. Jarvis, by that website, pin every topic related to me to the top. Yes, sir. Satisfying his vanity just a little, Tony returned to his seaside villa and began writing programs to search for Wang Kai's sister. He had already tried facial recognition, but it turned up nothing useful. So now, he had no choice but to resort to some less-than-legal methods. That meant Tony needed to write a few programs, as magnetic as a lodestone. Searching for clues among scattered, elusive keywords felt like fishing for a needle in the vast sea. On Wang Kai's end, even he hadn't expected that staying invisible the whole time could inadvertently disrupt Tony's press conference. Without realizing it, his strength had already surpassed most of the Avengers. Having completed the I Am Iron Man sign-in, his next destination was a place anyone familiar with the story would recognize, a notorious battlefield where he'd be pitted against Abomination and Hulk, a site infamous for beatdowns and dramatic brawls. The requirement was simple: stay for 5 minutes to complete the sign-in. Given Wang Kai's current abilities, dealing with Abomination and Hulk should be a sure thing. System, I want to draw a lottery, 10 in a row. Ding. You spent 1,000 sign-in points. Drawing now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the summoner's spell, Cleanse. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the summoner's spell, Frenzy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the item, Phoenix Call Ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the item, Whisper of the Wind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the item, Wind Spirit Emblem. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the item, Shield of Inspiration. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the item, Star Dormant. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained consumables, Small Potion X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a special item, Passion Rose X10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a special item, Coupon Card Self-Select Pack. Wang Kai's mind was spinning with questions. Nothing but question marks. What the heck? Why the sudden deluge of support items? All he'd wanted was a single skill enhancement point. Wang Kai felt he needed a pair of Boots of Calm to cool down. At least the 2 summoner spells weren't bad. Cleanse removes all negative and control effect from yourself and makes you immune to control for 1.5 seconds. Cool down, 120 seconds. Frenzy increases all your attributes by 10% for 7 seconds. Cool down, 60 seconds. With Cleanse, he no longer had to fear mind control. Frenzy would be a handy tool for instant takedowns. But then came the 5 support items, a red and a green ring, a golden armlet that could be worn on the arm, a golden shield, and a jade green necklace. Besides their shared bonus of 5% movement speed and increased max HP, each had its own effect. The red ring, Phoenix Call Ring, boosted the attack speed of nearby allies by 20%. The green ring, Whisper of the Wind, could grant a shield to a designated teammate. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The golden armlet, Wind Spirit Emblem, increased the movement speed of nearby allies by 20% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The golden shield, Shield of Inspiration, boosted the defense of nearby allies. The emerald necklace, Star Dormant, allowed him to link with a teammate, sharing damage between them. Apart from the golden shield of Inspiration, which, much like the vibranium shield, would be tricky to wield, all the other equipment could be worn on his body, and, unlike in the game, there was no issue of attribute conflicts. Although they also enhanced his abilities, it still didn't feel as straightforward and satisfying as the Overlord Slash. System, how do these pieces of equipment distinguish between friend and foe? In the game, everything was automatically divided into red and blue teams, but reality was obviously different. That's controlled by the user's subconscious. The system's answer was satisfactory enough. So Wang Kai put on the 4 support items, tossed the Shield of Inspiration into the system backpack, and turned to the last 2 special items. Passionate Roses, a bouquet of 15 pink roses, a token that, when given to someone else, increases their affection toward you. A perfect tool for making friends. Voucher Pack of Choice, upon opening, grants a 100-point voucher card. System, does this mean I can recharge credits and buy items? No, the King sign-in system doesn't have a pay-to-win feature. Then what's the point of this voucher card? Isn't it just a consolation prize? You make a good point. With the lottery over and nothing else to do, Wang Kai thought for a moment and took out his phone to dial Coulson's number. Hello, this is Kai. I'd like to get a comprehensive physical fitness test. Though Coulson was a bit surprised, he didn't think too much of it. After all, they couldn't ask for a better opportunity, especially if they could get their hands on some of Wang Kai's blood. A Quinjet was immediately dispatched to pick him up, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Coulson came out to greet him, expressing his deep gratitude for Wang Kai's life-saving help last time. No need to be so polite. Since I'm on SHLD's payroll, this is just part of the job. After all, they'd already given him a $10,000 monthly salary card. Saving Coulson was the least he could do. Where would you like to start your tests? S.H.I.E.L.D. has plenty of underground weapon testing facilities, Coulson asked. Let's start with weightlifting, Wang Kai replied. And so, an eagerly anticipated test began. Aside from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents going about their regular training, there were also high-ranking officials like Nick Fury watching via remote screens. Much too light, Wang Kai said, glancing at the 500-kilogram barbell at his feet and shaking his head. With a flick of his foot, he lifted it up, grabbed it single-handedly, and gave it a few casual swings. The heavy metal barbell felt no heavier than a child's toy. My strength is at least 5 tons. Do you have weights that heavy? Coulson's eyelids twitched at those words. 5 tons, several levels above his idol, Captain America. So your strength is already at level 4. In that case, we'll need to use another facility. This area is only set up for ordinary humans. Level 4, Wang Kai asked. Coulson nodded and proceeded to explain SHLD's classification system for strength testing. 1 signifies weakness, unable to bear an object equal to one's own weight. 2 is considered normal, able to bear an object equal to one's own weight. 3 represents the limit of ordinary people, capable of bearing twice their own weight. 4 means surpassing the human limit, able to bear between 800 kilograms and 25 tons. 5 is far beyond human limits, able to bear between 25 and 75 tons. After that comes level 6, which ranges from 75 to 100 tons. Level 7, anything over 100 tons, beyond calculation. Apart from that, there are test scores for speed, endurance, intelligence, and combat skills, all of which basically follow the standards set in the comics. Wang Kai is at strength level 4. Captain America is at level 3. And soon to make an appearance, the Hulk stands at level 7. The two chatted as they walked, quickly leaving the training grounds meant for ordinary agents, much to the disappointment of many who watched them go. This is the place. These facilities are specifically prepared for those at level 3 and above, Coulson said, pointing to the vast underground testing area. Inside, there weren't the kinds of advanced instruments one might expect, just concrete blocks marked with their weights, cars, and even road rollers. You guys really know how to save money, Wang Kai remarked with a wry smile. Clearly, this place saw very little use throughout the year, so there was no need to invest in any high-tech testing equipment. Coulson gave a faint smile, keeping his thoughts to himself. Those in the know understood well enough. They came to a 5-ton road roller. Wang Kai loosened up, preparing for the test. He tensed every muscle in his body, bent his knees, reached out and gripped the steel rail, held his breath, and heaved upward with all his might. As his strength surged, he could almost hear his bones creaking under the strain. When his legs locked straight, Wang Kai had already grown accustomed to the weight. But then he bent his knees again, not to put it down, but to test his explosive power. With clenched teeth, he unleashed every ounce of strength in a single instant. If others could flip a table, he could flip a road roller. With a single motion, he hurled the metal beast into the air. It spun 3 times before crashing down with a thunderous boom, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Indestructible demon body. Blue armor surged across his body as Wang Kai moved to a 10-ton roller and lifted it just as easily. This time, it soared all the way to the ceiling, and when it came crashing down, the deafening impact rattled the whole space, like an earthquake shaking the world. Next came 15 tons, then 20, then 30. Wang Kai toppled every road roller in the testing area. He didn't stop until he reached 50 tons. The constant roar and the earth-shaking tremors left Coulson speechless. His jaw dropped in sheer amazement. The shock he felt was written all over his face. Is it hollow or solid beneath this floor? Wang Kai suddenly asked. The stunned Coulson was yanked back to reality. At the mere thought of that viral video online, he immediately shook his head furiously, like a rattle drum. No, please, enough of your powers. Let's go test something else. The 100-meter dash took him less than a second. His 3,000-meter run finished in just 40 seconds. A shot-put throw smashed straight through the wall. Whack-a-mole? Only after images remained. And with a single punch, he knocked out the boxing machine. By the time he activated his indestructible body, more than half the testing machines in the facility were either broken or malfunctioning. Wang Kai's overwhelming strength left a deep, unforgettable impression on Coulson's mind. It took great effort to finally see off Wang Kai, who still wasn't satisfied. All Coulson could do was offer a wry smile. Nick Fury, meanwhile, had made up his mind to recruit Wang Kai into the Avengers. Yet, in the shadows, Hydra, the true puppet masters behind S.H.I.E.L.D., had other ideas. This man is too powerful. He'll be a major obstacle to Hydra's plans for world domination. Alexander Pierce, head of the World Security Council and secret leader of Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. branch, said this after watching Wang Kai's tests. We must never let him and Nick Fury see eye to eye. In a matter of moments, connecting all the dots, a sinister plot had already begun to take shape in Pierce's mind. Using S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate Wang Kai, and it only required a very simple step. Find that girl named Luna at all costs. No matter her situation, make sure her death is linked to several of America's most powerful families. With a sly smile, Pierce issued his order. Even Wang Kai didn't expect that. Now even Hydra was helping him search for his little sister. while Tony relied on hacker skills to dig up leads. Hydra's agents were far more ruthless. They stocked up on truth serums to force confessions and memory-erasing drugs to ensure their targets remembered nothing but a drunken night, completely unaware of what secrets they'd revealed. After countless abductions and releases of the wealthy and powerful, they finally uncovered a clue. The result was unexpected. In fact, it was oddly fortuitous. The little girl had committed suicide, and she was connected to many people. Pierce, upon reading the list of names, was overjoyed. These fools had brought this on themselves. With their lives, they'd unwittingly done him a huge favor. New York, Reborn Academy. Just a few hours earlier, while Wang Kai headed to SHIELD headquarters in Washington, a battle broke out here. General Ross, also known as Thunderbolt, brought his Hulk hunting squad once again to capture his son-in-law, Bruce Banner. The attempt failed spectacularly. Not only did his daughter Betty and Banner escape, but the massive destruction and student casualties left in their wake made Ross's demotion inevitable. If he still couldn't come up with something to win Congress's support, then his political career would end right here. And at this moment, Wang Kai slipped quietly into Greyburn College. So this isn't a hidden check-in location after all. He felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. After all, this was one of the battlegrounds of the legendary Hulk battle. That iconic moment, when the human-form Blonsky was sent flying by the Hulk's powerful kick, happened right here, yet it didn't seem to hold much significance. Night fell. Professor Samuel Stearns, also known as Mr. Blue, was in the laboratory, explaining his research results to Dr. Banner. The cure isn't safe. Even if you use the correct dosage, there's no guarantee whether it'll be a temporary suppression or a permanent solution. There's even a chance it could kill you outright. But I have to admit, I'm really curious, but whether you go through with it is entirely up to you. After laying out all the potential dangers, Dr. Banner didn't hesitate for even 3 seconds. Before making up his mind to take the gamble, he was determined to cure the affliction that had tormented him for 5 years. Even though the Hulk had saved his life countless times, Banner still saw it as a disease that had tortured him for 5 long years. Bruce, this is just too dangerous. Betty, his girlfriend, tried to talk him out of it one last time, but Banner was absolutely resolute. 5 years. A full 5 years. Do you even know what I've been through these past 5 years? One spike in my heart rate, and I'd change. Last time we were in bed, but damn that Hulk. He did it on purpose. I'm sure of it. Hulk is dead meat. Not even Jesus could save him. Mark my words. Dr. Banner was seething with anger. He'd had enough of living like a monk for 5 years, and he was determined to set things right. Seeing how determined he was, Betty no longer tried to stop him. After all, this was for their lifelong happiness together. Inside the lab, Banner was strapped to the center of the operating table, with injection tubes attached. A setup reminiscent of a dialysis machine would draw out Banner's blood, mix it with the suppressant antidote, and then infuse it back into his body after he transformed, so the antidote could take effect. Betty picked up a bite block and placed it in Banner's mouth, to keep him from biting his tongue, while Mr. Blue, looking positively thrilled, grabbed a high-voltage defibrillator. Come on out, big guy. With that, Mr. Blue pressed the paddles hard against Banner's forehead. There was a sharp crackle, and Banner was instantly racked with pain, his body convulsing violently. The high-voltage shock made every vein in his body stand out in stark relief. Green lines snaked across his skin. Bones in different parts of his body expanded uncontrollably, accompanied by the gruesome crunch of breaking bones, while his muscles swelled rapidly, ballooning outwards. The agony was unimaginable, as if he were being cut to pieces. Hang in there, Bruce. Betty climbed right on top of Banner's writhing, transforming body. He immediately grabbed the dazed Mr. Blue by the collar. Hurry, inject the antidote. Mr. Blue finally snapped out of his stupor and pressed the button. The green fluid in the foretube quickly turned blue and flowed into his body. The Hulk's green eyes instantly lost their focus. He thrashed his head wildly in resistance, but all he could do was cry out a helpless "no" before he started to revert back into Banner. The green skin faded rapidly, and his body began to shrink. Even though Banner was utterly exhausted, he still let out a deeply satisfied laugh. Heh, I think tonight we can finally make up for what we missed last time. But unfortunately, before Betty could answer, a horde of soldiers suddenly burst through the door. Leading them was none other than the now deranged Blonsky. On my way. Blonsky shoved Betty aside, grabbed Banner by the throat, and roared. Where is he? Bring him out so I can fight him. The heart rate monitor on Banner's wrist beeped frantically, clearly well above the danger threshold. But unlike before, Banner didn't transform at all. This infuriated Blonsky. Damn it, he knocked Banner out with the butt of his gun. The soldiers immediately hauled Banner away, leaving Betty to follow helplessly behind. "This is all you're doing." Blonsky glared at Mr. Blue with clenched teeth. Once the others had mostly cleared out, he quickly dispatched the remaining female officer with a knife, then, with one hand, lifted Mr. Blue by the collar. "You must have Hulk blood for your research. Inject it all into me." Agonized screams echoed through the room. Sharp bone spikes erupted from Blonsky's elbows and heels. Even his spine grew into jagged points. Blonsky transformed into the 3-meter-tall Abomination, and with a single swipe, knocked Mr. Blue across the room. The latter crashed into a machine, injuring his head. At that moment, a vial of Hulk serum spilled onto the wound, and Mr. Blue's head began to mutate, revealing a twisted smile. Meanwhile, Abomination bellowed and smashed through the wall, charging out onto the street to unleash havoc. Ding! Host is now at a hidden sign-in location, Abomination's birthplace. Beginning sign-in. Ding! Host is now at a hidden sign-in location, the leader's birthplace. Beginning sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out. Having followed General Ross's convoy here, Wang Kai broke into a satisfied smile. He had finally found another hidden sign-in location, and this time, it wasn't just a catch-up. "If I kill the leader right now, will I get a bonus reward?" Wang Kai suddenly asked. Mr. Blue, Professor Samuel Stearns, who would later become the notorious villain known as the Leader, possessed intelligence and mind control powers far beyond any ordinary human, with no apparent limits. This caused his head to become abnormally large, earning him the name the Leader. In the comic, there was once a plan to bathe the entire globe in gamma rays, turning all living things into green giants like the Hulk, and the plot even succeeded. But right now, nothing of the sort has happened yet. Wang Kai wondered if stopping such a catastrophe in advance would earn him any bonus check-in points. Extra rewards are impossible. Please don't daydream, host. The system's plain and unembellished voice echoed in his mind. Wang Kai's eyelid twitched, but he held his tongue. And with a single decisive strike, he ended Professor Stearns, who was trying to flee and put his evil schemes into motion. Just like that, the future Kingpin of the Gamma world perished at the very place where his dream began. Wang Kai waited another 2 minutes to complete the check-in, earned 700 check-in points, and made his way toward the next location. Out on the street, the grotesque Abomination was on a rampage, slaughtering the Hulk pursuit squad with wild abandon, showing not a shred of mercy for his former comrades in arms. The soldiers' rifle bullets were utterly useless against him. Every round that struck simply bounced off without leaving a mark. So they quickly switched to javelin anti-tank missiles. Locking onto their target, a soldier squeezed the trigger. A blinding ball of fire shot out from the launcher, streaking toward Abomination, fueled by the soldiers' burning hatred. Yet, just as it was about to hit, Abomination caught it in one hand. Then, with a savage grin, smashed it against his own forehead. Boom! Flames instantly engulfed half his body, but he emerged completely unscathed. His twisted visage split into a vicious smile, sending a wave of despair through the soldiers' hearts. "Let me have some real fun." He casually hoisted a car and, as if tossing a toy, flung it, crushing the very soldiers who had fired the anti-tank missile. With a furious roar to the sky, Abomination continued his rampage down the street. All of this played out before the eyes of Wang Kai, Nick Fury, and General Ross. "Where's Tony? Isn't he always the first to jump into the spotlight?" Nick Fury demanded of Coulson. "He's still on the other side of the world, fighting terrorists. There's no way he can make it here." "Son of a, what about Cap? No way to reach him." Nick Fury was livid, his temper flaring. Why did everything fall apart at the most critical moment? Just then, a figure plummeted from the sky at high speed, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep crater. A massive green hand shot out from the pit, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the air. The Hulk. Dr. Banner's pleasant dream had lasted less than an hour before coming to an abrupt end. The Hulk had returned. Abomination was ecstatic, and without another word, the two titans charged at each other with all their might. Their fists, carrying the weight of 100 tons behind each blow, collided in an instant. Crash! Bones cracked, flesh split. The incredible force of their clash seemed to tear through the very air, shattering countless windows up and down the street. And a shock wave from their fists roared on for hundreds of meters. The impact landed squarely on the face of every spectator, so much so that they all felt a sting on their skin. Even the gust from their punches can hurt people. These two are absolute monsters. Countless excited foreigners, undeterred by danger, lifted their phones to record the fierce battle between the two fighters. At last, they've appeared. Wang Kai, concealed atop a rooftop, Watch the brutal flesh-on-flesh combat between the two green-skinned beasts, his face cold and indifferent. A fight like this, he could end it with a single stroke of his blade. Ding. Host has arrived at the check-in location. The battleground of Abomination versus Hulk. Check-in duration, 5 minutes. If you remain for less than 5 minutes, the check-in will be considered a failure. Check-in countdown, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The system notification chimed as usual. Wang Kai simply continued to wait. The battle was only just beginning. Because the Hulk had been injected with a suppressant antidote, he couldn't fight at full strength. Yet even so, he and Abomination traded blows in a savage, evenly matched brawl. Fist for fist, kick for kick, each strike full of raw power, blood, and adrenaline flying. You don't deserve this kind of power. Abomination sneered, letting loose a vicious uppercut. The Hulk saw stars and was sent flying. Then Abomination stomped down, shattering the concrete beneath him, and launched himself like a cannonball, slamming brutally into the Hulk. With a thunderous crash, the Green Giant was sent hurtling away, smashing through several cars before finally coming to a stop. By now, the countdown read 3 minutes. The Hulk climbed to his feet, glaring at the grotesque Abomination, his teeth clenched so hard they might shatter. He brought his fist down hard on a nearby police car. With terrifying strength, he ripped the vehicle clean in half, then seized the mangled wreck as makeshift brass knuckles and charged at Abomination, leaping forward to deliver a savage blow. With an explosive crash, Abomination was embedded deep into the concrete, and the Hulk wasted no time. He straddled his foe, raining a relentless barrage of punches onto Abomination's oversized bald head. Bam! 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 The Hulk's brutal onslaught would have warped solid steel. But even after smashing the police car wreck to pieces, Abomination still looked as hideous as ever. That's all you've got. Abomination spat out a mouthful of broken teeth and grinned wickedly, then whipped out a massive foot and launched a rabbit kicks eagle right at the Hulk's face. Boom! The Hulk was sent flying like a missile, skipping and bouncing along the concrete street, as if he were nothing but a stone across water, crashing through wall after wall until finally coming to a halt in front of a 6-story apartment building. The two were now separated by more than 200 meters, a clear testament to the sheer force of that kick. With 1 minute left on the countdown, Abomination, grinning savagely, charged toward the Hulk. Wang Kai took out his phone, switched off airplane mode, and within seconds, Coulson's call came through. Kai, we've got a situation. Coulson's voice was urgent, but Wang Kai was utterly calm. I've already seen it. Just a couple of overgrown chickens and dogs. Coulson was momentarily speechless. You have to pick your opponents wisely. That's the Hulk we're talking about. The Green Giant whose skin is impervious to blades and bullets. General Ross spent 5 years deploying every advanced Stark weapon at his disposal, and still couldn't catch him. And Abomination? You could tell at a glance he was a ruthless brute. Certainly not much weaker than the Hulk himself. Kai, don't let your guard down, came the warning. But Wang Kai just gave a cold, dismissive smile. Have you ever heard of a blade descending from the heavens? He replied. He hung up, switched to his metal storm armor, and blue jets of particles blasted from beneath his feet, sending him soaring into the sky. A thunderous boom shattered the air. The metal storm suit broke the sound barrier, drawing the eyes of countless onlookers upward. Even the battling Hulk and Abomination paused, heads snapping to the sky. In the deep, black canvas of night, a blue meteor seemed to streak straight toward them, growing ever larger and brighter by the second. It was Wang Kai. Piloting his metal storm suit, he ascended to 400 or 500 meters above the ground, locked his sights on Abomination, and dove straight down. He switched his hero template. The immortal demon body activated in an instant. Rage surged. A colossal blue demonic blade materialized in his grip, and as he swung it, it sliced through the air with a sound so sharp. It felt as though even the atmosphere itself was being torn asunder. Wang Kai gripped the demonic blade tightly, plummeting ever closer to Abomination with blinding speed. 50 meters, 40, 30, 20, 10 meters. Abomination's stunned face was reflected perfectly in his visor, and for a split second, time seemed to slow to a crawl. With every ounce of strength, Wang Kai raised the blade with both hands and brought it crashing down, straight at Abomination's hideous head. A massive arc of pale blue sword energy erupted forth, descending like a mountain to crush its target. It met some resistance as it struck Abomination's body, but nothing could stop its force as it tore straight through. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield, and a gigantic inverted triangle was carved into the ground itself. Abomination's eyes glazed over, the madness fading from his face. A fleeting moment of clarity flickering in his gaze. With a faint tearing sound, his body split cleanly down the middle, and his consciousness sank into an endless abyss. Behind them, a 6-story apartment building, once imposing, now looked as fragile as a hollow cake. From the rooftop all the way down to the basement, it was cleaved in two. A fissure just wide enough for a person split the structure in half, rendering it a ruin. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. Bystanders filming the scene stood slack-jawed, their mouths nearly unhinged. Coulson was so stunned he tore out a precious handful of his own hair. And Nick Fury nearly popped his only good eye right out of its socket. Awe, power, terror. That was all anyone could feel at that moment. Not letting him test that move at headquarters was absolutely the right call. Coulson muttered under his breath. Speed is power. And Wang Kai's strike was nothing short of devastating. With his strength, even a brick thrown at this speed could knock the Abomination out cold, let alone a strike that treats the Red Rock Mountains like mere vegetables to be chopped. Bang! In front of the Abomination's corpse, now split cleanly in two by his blade, Wang Kai climbed out of the deep crater he had smashed into the ground. The force behind that swing was overwhelming. Even he couldn't cushion the impact, and sheer inertia had driven him hard into the earth. Thanks to the protection of his indestructible demonic body, he wasn't hurt. Still, as he looked at the 6-story apartment building he'd sliced cleanly in half, he frowned. TSK, only 6 floors? If only it were taller, that would have been more interesting. It was a pity there weren't any skyscrapers around for him to experiment on. Otherwise, he might have found out just how many floors he could split apart with a single swing. In ancient times, warriors would test blades by cleaving armor, bamboo tubes, or wooden slips. For Wang Kai, however, such tests had evolved into splitting entire buildings. His sign-in task was complete, and the villain had been slain. Wang Kai was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a whoosh of wind behind him. Reacting instantly, he dodged out of the way. He turned to find the Hulk glaring at him, eyes wide and teeth bared in a furious snarl. It turned out the Hulk had been left dazed by the Abomination's earlier blows. Just as he regained his senses, he saw his nemesis cleaved in two. Deprived of his outlet for rage, the Hulk's fury only intensified. So, upon seeing Wang Kai in his strange armor, the Hulk attacked without hesitation. You really don't know the meaning of fear, do you? Wang Kai said coldly. He unleashed his berserk, sprint, and wind spirit sigils all at once. His massive demonic blade gripped tight. He moved with the speed of a thunderbolt. The Hulk had no time to react. A chilling blue arc flashed across the Hulk's shoulder, a sound like a blade slicing through flesh, followed by the sizzle of rending muscle. In an instant, the demonic blade drew forth a torrent of green blood. The Hulk paused, his expression twisting in agony before collapsing to the ground, clutching his right arm and crying out in pain. Let that be a lesson. I intended to take your arm, but your bones are something else, Wang Kai remarked. With a single swing, Wang Kai had sheared off half of the Hulk's shoulder, stripping away at least 10 pounds of green flesh. The pain sent the Hulk rolling on the ground, writhing in torment. But the Hulk was, after all, Marvel's premier tank, a being with unmatched regeneration and healing powers. Even when his defenses were breached, he was nearly impossible to finish off in one blow. Sure enough, within just a few seconds, the Hulk's severed shoulder began to regenerate before Wang Kai's very eyes. Now, as the Hulk stared at Wang Kai, his gaze was filled with not only rage, but also a deep, unmistakable fear. No one had ever hurt him like this before. Even a direct hit from a main battle tank's armor-piercing shell would only scratch him. But Wang Kai had nearly torn his arm clean off. Though his intelligence dropped after transformation, the Hulk's primal instincts screamed at him to retreat, and he quickly backed away. Without a single roar or a backward glance, he dashed off into the distance, pushing off hard with his feet to leap onto a rooftop, then bounded away at great speed. Clear the way. Make way for me. A powerful, resonant voice drew closer from afar. It was General Ross leading the remaining soldiers, closing in. They stared at Hulk's torn body tissue. The Abomination split in two, the trench stretching 40 meters across, and the buildings that looked as though they might collapse at any moment. Even General Thunderbolt couldn't help but swallow hard, never expecting the super soldier he'd always dreamed of to be so easily defeated. If that devastating blow from the sky had landed on Hulk, even he might not have survived. Hero, you just saved this city. Could you tell us who you are? General Ross called out urgently, but Wang Kai only cast a deep, meaningful glance at the one who started all this, completely ignoring the question, and in the next instant, activated his secret art, concealment, and vanished without a trace. The moment General Ross saw Wang Kai disappear, His temper flared. No one had ever dared ignore him like that. After cursing angrily into the air, he ordered his men to collect the Abomination's corpse and Hulk's biological remains. These were precious experimental materials. But before they could act, Nick Fury arrived with Coulson and a squadron of agents, quickly surrounding General Ross's forces. Without wasting words, the bald director's first sentence made General Ross seethe with anger. "General, we're from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. We're taking over now. Please step aside." "Oh, you think you're the president now, do you?" General Ross let out a mocking laugh, never having seen anyone so shamelessly cut in to claim the spoils. Pointing at Nick Fury's face, he jeered, "Not only are you ugly, but you're delusional too. These belong to the military. Load everything up." He gave no regard to this so-called agency he'd never even heard of. But his taunts didn't ruffle the one-eyed director in the slightest. Fury simply replied in a cool, measured tone, "It was our people who killed the Abomination. And what makes you think you can take it?" "Oh, really? Well, I could say that person is my son-in-law. Why don't you have him come out again?" Their words dripped with sarcasm as neither man would give an inch. And finally, they resorted to the oldest method of all, a tug-of-war, each side determined to claim half. As for Hulk's bodily remains, that became an even fiercer point of contention. In the end, everything was caught on camera by bystanders and uploaded to the internet, where Americans vividly dubbed the scene "Dog Eat Dog." People saw these men in black and the soldiers fighting over corpses instead of caring about the lives of ordinary citizens, acting no better than wild dogs. Before dawn had even broken, the world was already abuzz with the shocking news. A mysterious blue figure had suddenly appeared, slaying Abomination with a single strike, causing countless casualties and damaging numerous buildings. Even more astonishing, he had felled the mighty Hulk with just one blow. Tony hadn't even had time to settle into his spot as the hottest topic, before he was unceremoniously shoved aside once again. While people reeled at Wang Kai's terrifying power, the internet erupted with the phrase, "Times have changed," as heated discussions raged about just how formidable Wang Kai's strike truly was. Could take down Iron Man, or even the fearsome Metal Storm. Tony found himself unwittingly dragged into the fray, his reputation taking another hit through no fault of his own. With a sour expression, he could only instruct Jarvis to scrub all related posts from the web. The virtual world became a battlefield of words. While the man at the center of it all, Wang Kai, was quietly at home conducting his daily lottery draws, having just completed his sign-in mission by defeating the villain Abomination, and earning 600 sign-in points for his efforts. Adding to his previous haul of 700 points, his total now stood at 1,300 sign-in points. "System, I want to draw 3 times in a row." Ding. 3 consecutive draws initiated, consuming 300 sign-in points. Ding. Congratulations, you've received consumables, 3 small potion bottles. Ding. Congratulations, you've received special items, 10 passionate roses. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a special item, 1 skill enhancement point. The sight of that long-coveted skill enhancement point made Wang Kai breathe a long sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he used it to upgrade his Immortal Demon Body skill, raising it to level 8. Ding. Congratulations, your skill Immortal Demon Body has been upgraded. Attributes increased by 160%. Current level, 8. Once activated, duration is now unlimited. Current skill fusion, Lone Warrior. System, fuse Overlord / Ding. Skill fusion complete. Congratulations, you have successfully fused Overlord / into Immortal Demon Body. A horizontal cut, then a vertical. The legendary Kai cross /. With a satisfied grin, Wang Kai thought to himself that he'd practically invented a new move. A blue aura shimmered around him as he teleported straight to the Grand Canyon, eager to test the destructive power of his newly fused /. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson was dashing anxiously toward Nick Fury's office. At last, he had uncovered a lead regarding Wang Kai's sister, Luna, but the sheer number of people involved and the high status of every single one left him at a loss for what to do. "Director, you really need to see this." Coulson didn't even bother to knock, bursting straight into the room. The worry etched on his face was all Nick Fury needed to know that something major had happened. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he read through the entire file, and rare fury flashed across his face. He hurled the documents to the floor in frustration. The heads of the 3 major Wall Street dynasties were all implicated, along with several high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and even the person with the highest public profile in America. Has he never heard of the Zippergate scandal? Nick Fury was on the verge of exploding with anger. Just as he had feared, things were unfolding in the worst possible way. If Wang Kai ever got hold of every name on that list, no one would be able to escape. A massive upheaval would rock America. And when that happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury himself would inevitably be drawn into a confrontation. No matter how it ended, none of the possible outcomes were acceptable to Nick Fury. "Sir, what do you think we should do?" asked Coulson, his face creased with worry. If he had to take sides, he would surely stand with S.H.I.E.L.D. But if it came down to a fight, given Wang Kai's uncanny ability to disappear without a trace, both S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and even Coulson himself, could end up like that day when he was almost blown to pieces. Nick Fury's face was grim. He wanted to admit he had no idea either. But after thinking it through, he had to concede there simply wasn't a perfect solution. The best option for now was to strike first and eliminate Wang Kai. Only then could they minimize the fallout. But could he really kill someone who might, in the future, save the world? And did he even have the ability to kill him? Nick Fury had no confidence in that at all. Worse yet, if S.H.I.E.L.D. made a move, their reputation would be utterly destroyed. No one would ever trust S.H.I.E.L.D. again, and the Avengers would never attract another recruit. It was a dead-end problem, almost impossible to solve. For now, don't tell Kai anything. Keep him in the dark for as long as possible. Nick Fury's voice was low and solemn. And dig up the girl's body. Maybe that'll give Kai an explanation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson froze on the spot. Was this an order to destroy the evidence? But in the next instant, another possibility occurred to him. You want to create a clone as a stand-in. Exactly. Clone her, implant the memories. With a bit of luck, it could be indistinguishable from the real thing. Nick Fury sighed inwardly. Since there was no answer, he would just have to create one himself, even if it meant bending the rules. But unfortunately, no matter how perfect a plan may be, once you're in the trap, there's often nothing you can do. Before Coulson could take any action, Wang Kai suddenly received a secret file. Its contents identical to the one in Coulson's possession, deliberately leaked by Hydra. Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller. Wang Kai read name after name on the list. A quick search on his computer revealed the immense power behind each surname. Combined, these families could control most of America. Their wealth rivaled that of a middling nation. But all that money still couldn't buy their own lives. Teleport. Wang Kai's face was frozen, cold as ice. Though he was seething with rage, he forced every ounce of fire deep beneath a layer of frost, burying it within, waiting for the moment to erupt, when the world itself would be turned upside down. Inside Tony's coastal mansion. At this moment, looking over the file Wang Kai had handed him, his face darkened. Everything was laid out in stark detail. Motive, execution, even the disposal of the bodies. It was as if he were reading a signed confession. The entire affair was chillingly simple. The powerful craved the beauty of underage girls. So when there was demand from above, there would always be people below to make it happen. Gene Bing served as the go-between for those at the top and those at the bottom. The New York mob were the ones who carried out the dirty work. This time, they had orchestrated the abduction of 13 young girls. One of their targets was none other than Wang Kai's own sister, Luna. What followed was torture. Tortured to death. The bodies would be buried in the woods outside the family's ancient estate, disposed of so thoroughly that not a single clue remained. Anyone daring to investigate would only bring disaster upon themselves. Can we be sure this information is genuine? Wang Kai asked coldly. He wasn't about to storm in and start a massacre on just anyone's word. The origins of this file were murky. Very few people even knew he was looking for someone, and even fewer could have gotten their hands on such detailed information. Osborne, Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. By process of elimination, it was all too obvious this was Hydra's doing. Those people never meant well. Wang Kai had no intention of working for them. Jarvis is running a check. We'll have confirmation in half an hour, Tony said, setting the file aside. He looked at Wang Kai and couldn't help but feel that the man was like a volcano beneath a glacier, one that could erupt at any moment. If this is real, would you kill them all? Tony asked quietly. You realize that list includes the president himself. That would destroy your life. Wang Kai turned and shot Tony a chilling smile. Destroy my life? Wasn't it destroyed already? Since I died and clawed my way back, there's nothing in this world that can stop me. Tony fell silent. It's easy to tell others to be good when you haven't suffered as they have. Without true empathy, who are we to advise? Aren't you afraid to die? No matter how strong you are, you can't stand up to a barrage of missiles, Tony muttered. People are always born facing death. With that cold reply, neither man spoke further. Time slipped by quickly. Half an hour was gone in a flash. Sir, after repeated system cross-checks, the data's accuracy is above 99%, Jarvis's electronic voice reported. Wang Kai snatched up the file and left without another word. Tony hesitated for a moment, then decided to inform Coulson of what had happened. What the hell? Coulson was stunned. Before he could even take action, he was being asked to clean up after the powerful. Do you have any ideas? Coulson asked. It's simple. If you take down all the high-ranking officials on that list, the fallout won't be as bad, Tony suggested. Coulson's eyes lit up at the idea. In this way, as long as they arrange for these people to be involved in a plane crash, not even the slightest ripple would be stirred in society. Great idea. I'll go speak with Director Fury right away. Inside Nick Fury's office, as Coulson recounted the plan, the bald, hard-boiled agent was truly on the verge of erupting in a string of curses. What kind of plan was this? Did they think the World Security Council was just for show? Would they really turn a blind eye to such an obvious scheme to get people removed from office? Tony's plan is just so... Tony. He completely ignored the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself is also under surveillance. If we go through with this, we'd all be implicated. And getting those high-ranking officials out isn't easy. The Watergate scandal dragged on for 2 years and 2 months, but Kai could wipe out all those scumbags in just 2 days. Coulson, of course, understood all this. But still, it was better than doing nothing at all. So, with no other options, S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces with Tony, and in the shortest possible time, they exposed the scandals of every official on the list. For a while, countries all over the world watched on, arms folded, eager for the spectacle to unfold. As for the American people, they barely batted an eye. What's the big deal? After all, their presidents had died in pairs before, and scandals were practically a daily occurrence. These stories didn't even draw as much attention as the NBA. Child Castle, a lavish fortress perched atop Mount Lucia in Central California. The scenery here is breathtaking, and the opulence knows no bounds. Within the castle, the furniture, tapestries, paintings, sculptures, fireplaces, ceilings, staircases, even entire rooms, are all priceless works of art. Naturally, this makes it a favored gathering spot for celebrities and the elite. And it was here that Wang Kai's quest for vengeance would begin. He teleported directly in. It was still midday, and Wang Kai concealed his presence, slipping inside without anyone noticing. The target he sought was named Guy, a perverse old man in his 60s with white hair, the very first name on his list. Fortune was on Wang Kai's side. The man he was after hadn't gone out. It took only a little over 10 minutes before Wang Kai found the old man in bed, learning English with a maid. Seeing this, Wang Kai stepped forward and struck the woman unconscious with a swift chop, then seized the old man by the throat, dragging him from the bed and tossing him onto the floor. Do you recognize this girl? He held up a photo of Luna before the old man's eyes. Guy's expression instantly twisted with terror, and he nodded frantically. That girl had been their only regret that day. Before anyone could touch her, she'd leapt from an upstairs window and died on impact, leaving a deep impression on everyone involved. Tell me where she is. You have no choice. Wang Kai's voice was icy, and the grip of his hand grew steadily tighter. The old man began to feel the crushing sensation of suffocation. Certain his neck was about to snap. She's not here. Guy struggled to force a few words from his throat, his voice as raspy as a broken bellows. We didn't touch her, and we didn't kill her. She took her own life. Wang Kai's brows twitched, and he loosened his grip. This was perhaps the only good news in an otherwise bleak situation. The old man collapsed onto the carpet with a heavy thud, racked by a violent fit of coughing. Seeing this, Wang Kai instantly conjured a magic blade, pressing it against the man's chest. If you want to send your guards to their deaths, I won't care who I have to kill. The coughing stopped abruptly. The old man stared at the blue magic blade in terror, his mind flashing to the viral videos circulating these past few days, and stammered, I really didn't touch the girl in the photo. There's no grudge between us. If it's money you want, I can compensate you. 50 million, 100 million, whatever it takes. Just don't kill me. Wang Kai was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he withdrew the magic blade, his voice icy. Fine. Tell me where her body is buried. Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief. But instead of answering directly, he tried to change the subject. How can I be sure I'll stay alive after I tell you the location? Wang Kai gave a cold snort. His gaze locked on Guy. Because I'm not about to go against $100 million. Is that guarantee enough for you? The old man hesitated, wrestling with himself before finally deciding that no one would give up $100 million over a corpse. In the woods on the west side of the castle, there's a spot marked by white marble. Wang Kai nodded and moved with lightning speed. Without warning, he kicked the old man hard in the groin. A sickening crunch echoed as bones shattered in an instant. The old man's eyes bulged as if they might burst from their sockets with blood. And before his scream of agony could even escape his throat, the magic blade came down and severed it cleanly. Dark red blood spattered out, soaking the luxurious carpet. Wang Kai looked down at the old man's lifeless, wide-eyed face, his own expression as cold as ice. You said there was no grudge between us? Well, there's one now. With that, he turned and strode out of the bedroom, his form vanishing as he headed toward the woods on the western side. The west side of the castle was a neat, man-made grove. All maple trees. Just a 5-minute walk from the castle. Marble, white marble. Wang Kai lowered his head, searching carefully. After a while, he really did find 2 weathered slabs of white marble set at an angle, their worn surfaces marked by the passing years. This must be the place. He tested the ground, which was quite firm, but lacking a proper digging tool. He had to pull out the long and used shield of encouragement from his spatial pack. Its roughly diamond shape turned out to be quite handy for digging. So Wang Kai silently set to work. A minute later, he still hadn't found any decomposed remains. Instead, what emerged were stark, gleaming white bones. Even though he knew nothing about forensic identification, he could tell these were the remains of people who had been dead for a very long time. Only the passage of years could have turned them into bare skeletons. Damn it, anyone with half a brain could understand what this meant in such a situation. The child castle had been built in the 1920s, and over nearly 90 years of history. Who knows how many people had been buried here? The bones had calcified over time, layer upon layer, and though they filled only this narrow space, it was enough to bear witness to a history steeped in evil. Do you also seek revenge? Wang Kai asked in a low voice. Suddenly, a breeze stirred through the maple grove, causing many of the tree trunks to sway back and forth, as if nodding in response. Was it just a coincidence? Or was it fate at work? It didn't matter anymore. The history of Child Castle would end here. With a swift, wind-like movement, Wang Kai returned to the front gate of the castle in just a few breaths. Inside, chaos had erupted after the discovery of the old man's body. Wang Kai activated his immortal demon body, held his massive demon blade across his chest, twisted his body to the left, his eyes blazing with fury, and then, like a volcano erupting, unleashed all his power in a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Boom! A shocking blue arc of energy, nearly 100 meters wide, burst from the blade, soaring toward the castle at the speed of light like a crescent moon. And upon impact, it didn't pause for even a moment. There was only a sudden flash of blue light, and Child Castle was sliced cleanly in two. The tremendous force sent the upper half flying into the air, while the blue crescent cut right through, shooting all the way to a small hill 100 meters away, where it slammed into the hillside with a shattering sound. The earth split, and stones cracked. The hilltop exploded with a deafening blast, hurling countless clods of earth and shards of rock skyward. The scene was as spectacular as a real volcanic eruption. Thud, thud, thud. Stones and earth rained down from above, and the sundered castle was no exception, hurtling back dozens of meters before crashing to the ground and shattering into thousands of pieces like a toppled Lego set. A gray cloud of dust billowed into the sky, burying everyone on the upper 3 floors beneath the debris. What remained at the site was nothing but a ruin of the castle, barely a story and a half high. The cut was impossibly smooth, as if carved by a divine blade. It was hard to imagine such destruction could be wrought by an 18-year-old boy. Wang Kai took out his cat-shaped bomb, listening to the cries of terror and despair rising from the ruins as if the world were ending. After thinking for 2 seconds, he decided not to blow up the rest, not for the sake of the lucky survivors on the first floor, but to make a statement to the snake's shield. My strength far surpasses anything you can imagine. Do not try to stand in my way. He turned and walked away from the ruins of the castle. Not a single person noticed the invisible Wang Kai. It was as if the heavens themselves had finally opened their eyes, and retribution had arrived at last. After returning to the maple grove, Wang Kai resumed digging, searching for Luna's body. A gentle breeze brushed past his face. Surprisingly, it carried with it a sense of warmth. Wang Kai reached out, but all he could feel was something as elusive as sand slipping through his fingers, impossible to catch. He paused in silence for 2 seconds before continuing to dig. Soon enough, he unearthed a shirt buried in the soil, and at a glance, Wang Kai recognized it as Luna's clothing. Yet nowhere nearby was there a body matching Luna's size. It hadn't even been a month since then. No matter what, a body couldn't possibly have turned to bare bones so quickly. Could that old man have lied to me? No, impossible. Given the circumstances back then, he had no reason to risk his life by lying. Wang Kai frowned, deciding to keep digging. But after a good while, he still found nothing more. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Coulson. Without hesitation, Wang Kai answered, curious to hear what S.H.I.E.L.D. had to say. Kai, We're not going to stop you from avenging your sister, but could you slow down a bit? Give us some time. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. bring down the president and those in power, so we can minimize the impact on society. Wang Kai paused for a moment, then replied coldly, "It's too late. This is my vengeance." He snapped a photo of the castle as it was now and sent it to Coulson. On the other end, Coulson could only offer a wry smile. "You strike so fast." Coulson had barely reached an agreement with Director Fury when Wang Kai had already brought down his blade. It's one thing to kill the guilty, but not everyone inside was guilty. The true culprits deserve their fate. But who could say if any innocents had been inside those castle walls? A single decisive blow could spark consequences far beyond the death of some financial magnate. Is that so? Then you'd better look at these. Wang Kai's voice was icy as he sent another photo. This time, the stark white bones beneath the maple trees. When the avalanche comes, not a single snowflake is innocent. He hung up without another word. There was nothing more he had to say to S.H.I.E.L.D. His role as a consultant was finished. But even after searching the entire pit, he found no sign of Luna's body. Wang Kai thought it over, pulled out his list, and turned to head for the next noble's castle. The local police would soon deal with these remains, and naturally, the truth would come alight. The media always moved at an unbelievable speed. No sooner had the child castle been cleaved almost in half by Wang Kai's blade than journalists swarmed in like sharks drawn by the scent of blood within less than an hour. Even the Rothschild family, with all their immense power, couldn't hope to cover up such a dramatic event. In no time at all, news of the pit filled with bones outside the manor and their inexplicable divine punishment swept across the entire internet. There were no eyewitnesses, nor did any terrorist group claim responsibility for the incident. Because of this, people easily connected the remains to the family. For a while, all sorts of theories flooded the internet, but almost everyone believed this was the handiwork of the Rothschilds. Now, at last, retribution had arrived. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury watched the endless news reports, his expression grave. Though 60% of the coverage was pure speculation, their guesses were, more often than not, close to the truth. As a family that had risen to power in the early 19th century, their nearly 200 years at the peak of the world had made them untouchable. Burying the bodies right outside the castle, no one knew if that was boldness or arrogance. In the past, there were no clues, and no one dared to investigate. But now, a fearless figure had emerged, tearing away the veil with a single stroke, exposing the foul, festering rot beneath, revealing a glimpse of corruption and decay. "Sir, Secretary Pierce from the World Security Council would like a word with you." Agent Hill entered the office and reported. Nick Fury sighed inwardly. It was inevitable, after all. Half an hour later, Nick Fury left the top floor of the World Security Council, having issued an order to apprehend Wang Kai. A special team of agents would be dispatched for the mission, with authorization to use any means necessary. Among them were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own superpowered agents. Goliath, Bill Foster, who appeared in Ant-Man 2, once Dr. Pym's assistant. His exposure to Pym particles granted him the ability to alter his size at will, reaching up to 21 feet, or about 6.4 meters. Ghost, Ava Starr, Bill's adopted daughter, also featured in Ant-Man 2. A quantum realm accident left her caught between tangible and intangible. Marvel's own take on an untouchable assassin. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, the lucky one in Marvel lore, whose whole family seemed immune to tragedy. A master archer raised in the circus, he later joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to become a top agent. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a psychological expert, formerly of the Soviet Red Room. She was recruited by Hawkeye and later joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Aboard the Quinjet, Coulson led the team toward the Morgan estate. Yet, grumbling filled the air. What is Nick Fury thinking? Is he sending us to our deaths? Goliath glared at Wang Kai's dossier, barely containing his anger. Once he changed size, he'd be a walking target. He doubted he'd survive even a single blow. There's nothing we can do. He's in a tough spot too. Our mission isn't to fight, just to put on a show so the director can give his superiors an answer. Coulson wore a bitter smile, clearly resigned. At this point, all they could do was stall and hope for a miracle. Maybe I can be the one to kill him. The ghost, whose body was completely encased in a white combat suit, stretched out her right hand and gave it a little shake. To everyone's astonishment, a faint afterimage appeared, and then her hand began to turn translucent. All it takes is to slip my hand into his brain, and with a gentle squeeze, it's done. At these words, the group exchanged bewildered glances. A chill ran through every heart. Could it really be that simple? Was such a thing even possible? But it could also put you in great danger, Goliath said seriously. He regarded Ghost as his own daughter. What father would willingly let his daughter risk her life? Ghost fell silent for a moment. Then Natasha spoke up. Or I could try talking to him. That way, we wouldn't have to use force at all. He killed over 1,000 gangsters for the sake of his sister, Hawkeye said gently, trying to persuade her. It'll be almost impossible. You really want to try? He asked. Don't you have faith in my charm? Natasha replied with a teasing smile, her allure so dazzling that every man in the Quinjet suddenly felt awkward and out of place. Commander, we've arrived. The pilot's voice came over the comms. They had reached the Morgan family estate. Coulson looked down at the untouched castle below, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. It hasn't been sliced in half yet. Looks like we've beaten him here. But just as he finished speaking, a blue crescent of light suddenly appeared before the castle. Like a knife through tofu, it instantly split the castle in two. A flash of blue shot off into the distance, accompanied by a piercing, high-pitched whistle. The upper half of the castle, as expected, collapsed into rubble, thundering with a deafening crash. Inside the Quinjet, all eyes immediately turned to Coulson. He looked utterly embarrassed, and could only order everyone to move out at once to search for Wang Kai. Moments later, they found the young man responsible for cleaving the castle in two, standing in the eastern garden. Wang Kai's face was calm, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. He was methodically pulling up every single blooming flower. Kai, what are you doing? Coulson asked gently. I'm searching for my sister's body, Wang Kai replied coldly. Unlike the child manor, where bodies were hidden beneath the maple trees, the Morgan castle had its victims buried beneath the flower beds of the estate. Each blooming red petal seemed wicked and blinding to behold. No one dared to intervene, so they watched as Wang Kai dug. Sure enough, in less than a minute, bones began to surface beneath the soil. As he dug further, they even found several bodies in the early stages of decay, but none belonged to Luna. That's strange. Could it be that, as Morgan claimed, I was mistaken? Wang Kai wondered, doubt flickering in his mind. According to the list, the second person, John Morgan, had said they held their revelry that night at Child Manor. The body had to be there, so why hadn't he found it? He had seen the clothing, but there was no one in sight. Could it be some even more revolting fetish? A chill of disgust ran down Wang Kai's spine. As Wang Kai pondered, the ghost woman sensed she had found a flaw in her opponent's defenses. She took a step forward, her whole body flickering with afterimages, then turned semi-transparent. And in the next instant, she vanished into thin air. But in a heartbeat, she reappeared right beside Wang Kai, her arm already thrust through his neck. Surrender now. I have your spine in my grasp. Her answer was a fist, growing larger and larger in her vision. Left with no alternative, the ghost woman faded again, dissolving back into nothingness. Are you looking for death? Wang Kai's voice was icy cold. The others grew tense at once, instinctively taking several steps back. Just then, the ghost woman's chilling laughter echoed from all directions. Heh, if you could really kill me, I'd have to thank you for it. Ever since the ghost woman had survived that quantum field experiment explosion, she'd been trapped, endlessly flickering between reality and nothingness. Like Schrodinger's cat, both dead and alive. And each time she shifted between being real and intangible, it felt as if every cell in her body was being torn apart. A pain as excruciating as 1,000 cuts. It was enough to drive her to the brink of madness. Faced with such agony, the ghost woman, like Dr. Banner, had contemplated suicide more than once. But, just like Dr. Banner, she was doomed to disappointment. Her body would automatically become intangible before any fatal injury could be inflicted, protecting her, which meant she was virtually impossible to kill. Ava, don't attack him, Goliath shouted anxiously. He couldn't bear the thought of his daughter dying before his eyes. Coulson hurriedly called out to Wang Kai. We're not here to fight. Just like last time, let's find somewhere to talk. But before he could finish, the ghost woman struck again, drifting like a phantom behind Wang Kai, her elbow swinging viciously toward the back of his head. But just as it was about to connect, she turned intangible once more. At that moment, a blue blade of light slashed through the air. Missing the ghost woman by a hair's breadth, she was almost sliced in two. Wang Kai spun around, swinging his blade, but hit only empty air. The ghost woman wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip by. She turned intangible and floated up again, this time driving her hand straight into Wang Kai's skull. If she just squeezed with all her might, she could kill Wang Kai, just as she'd threatened. But was it really going to be that easy? The ghost woman's strength was far too feeble, no more than an ordinary woman's, nowhere near enough to kill someone in a single instant. Wang Kai reacted in a flash, spinning and slashing again. And just as the ghost woman was returning to her solid form, she faded away once more. What are you all waiting for? Attack him now, while I keep him distracted. The ghostly woman, seeing how swiftly Wang Kai reacted, had no choice but to call for her teammate. Now, neither of them could gain the upper hand over the other. Goliath, anxious to protect his daughter, tore off his shirt and began to grow to gigantic proportions. In the blink of an eye, he reached a towering height of 6.4 meters. Unlike the Hulk, his clothes didn't rip apart but expanded along with him. With one hand, he picked up a massive boulder from the garden, easily several hundred kilograms, and hurled it straight at Wang Kai. The boulder flew at an incredible speed, whistling through the air, and was about to smash into Wang Kai. Meanwhile, the ghostly woman drifted behind him, launching another attack. But Wang Kai had run out of patience. He unleashed his immortal demon form. Boom! Suddenly, the boulder was struck by a burst of force and shot back even faster than it had come, nearly hitting Goliath himself. It crashed down in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust 2 or 3 meters high. The ghostly woman hastily withdrew her hand. Even in her incorporeal state, when she touched the demon armor, her palm felt as though it had been plunged in boiling water. "Why is this happening?" she gasped, utterly shocked. In 20 years, she had never encountered anything like this. But when she glanced at her scalded hand, her shock was instantly replaced by elation. "Maybe you really can do it. Come on, kill me." She tore off her mask, her eyes ablaze with fervor, arms wide open as if embracing freedom. This was the release she had yearned for with all her heart. "No, don't." Goliath hurried forward to stop her, grabbing a slab of granite and wielding it like a giant brick, swinging it at Wang Kai. Natasha watched the chaos, at a loss for words. Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? She immediately shot Hawkeye a look. Years of teamwork meant he understood instantly. He drew 2 electric arrows and fired them at Goliath and the ghostly woman. The arrows struck in a flash, embedding in the 2 targets with a crackling sound. Goliath's body convulsed, and the granite slab crashed down on his own foot, making him grit his teeth in pain. As for the ghostly woman, the instant the arrow hit her, her body reflexively turned incorporeal. The electric arrow passed harmlessly through, clattering to the ground. Though it didn't hurt her directly, the process of shifting to her ghostly form brought her even greater agony than the arrow could have. "Ah!" The ghostly woman let out a piercing, anguished scream and collapsed to the ground. This pain was far worse than anything she'd experienced before. Her body trembled and convulsed as if she were having a seizure. Goliath quickly shrank down and rushed to check on his daughter's condition, leaving Wang Kai speechless for a moment. Yet seeing Goliath's deep concern for the ghostly woman, Wang Kai's heart softened. He pulled out a small green vial and tossed it over her. "Give her this to drink. It can heal any injury." Desperate for a cure, Goliath didn't hesitate. He glanced at the small medicine bottle, then poured it straight into the ghost woman's mouth. As soon as the potion touched her tongue, the effect was remarkable. In an instant, the ghost woman's hands stopped trembling, her heart calmed, and for the first time in ages, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "What's happening to me?" The ghost woman stared at her own hands in astonishment and delight, her eyes wide. Even when she tried to will her arms to fade into nothingness, she couldn't do it. It was as if the potion had cured her in a heartbeat. A comforting warmth coursed through her body, not only tirelessly repairing her damaged cells, but also stabilizing her condition, at least for now. "All right, see? This is so much better. Let's all take a deep breath and calm down." Natasha hurried forward, trying to soothe everyone's nerves. Coulson walked over to Wang Kai and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has no intention of being your enemy. It's just that your blade moved so fast, we didn't even have time to react before we were dispatched." "That's right. Besides, the media will be here any minute. It's best if we find somewhere private to talk." Hawkeye glanced around as he spoke, and everyone joined in, tried to persuade him. But Wang Kai just gave a cold, dismissive smile. "Talk. Are you hoping I'll just give in?" With that, he vanished from sight, making it clear he had no interest in conversation. This sudden move caught Coulson and the others completely off guard. Natasha immediately pulled out a monocular device from her pocket and scanned the area, while the ghost woman anxiously looked around. Her hopes of a cure dashed just as quickly as they had arisen. Wang Kai had left so abruptly, she hadn't even managed a word. The infrared scanner's not picking up anything either. "Looks like it's more than just optical camouflage," Natasha said with a hint of regret, lowering the device. Coulson felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Why they even come here in the first place? "So what now, sir?" Everyone turned their eyes to Coulson, waiting for his orders. Inwardly, Coulson sighed. "I have the same question. Only, I'm supposed to ask it to Director Fury." With a wry remark, Coulson led all the agents back to the Quinjet. The whole episode had lasted barely 10 minutes. Half an hour later, the police and the press arrived on the scene. Confronted by the stark remains of the ruined castle and the bone-white skeletons scattered across the ground, images already replaying endlessly on the news. Those in the know understood instantly. Once again, someone had suffered God's punishment. Whipped into a frenzy by the media, the two great families not only lost important elders and their ancestral castle, but even their company stocks took a dramatic nosedive. There's a saying, destroying a person's livelihood is like killing their parents. No wonder these centuries-old families now harbored an unquenchable hatred for their unknown enemy. Hatred breeds fury, and fury breeds madness. The Rockefeller estate. That would be the final stage for all-consuming madness. There sure are a lot of people here. Wang Kai gazed at the magnificent six-story Luo family castle within the manor, its exterior tightly surrounded by fully armed soldiers, leaving not even a crack in their formation. Among them were armored vehicles, and 100 meters further out, a dense crowd of journalists had gathered, their cameras already set up, broadcasting the scene live, as if they'd known Wang Kai would definitely show up here. Above, several armed helicopters circled relentlessly, each one bristling with missiles, as if a life-or-death battle was about to erupt. Faced with such an overwhelming display, Wang Kai thought for a moment and decided to use a tenfold draw, stacking his immortal demon body even higher for extra safety. If he could score even more powerful skills, all the better. System, I want to draw 10 times in a row. Ding. Consumed 1,000 sign-in points. Drawing now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the Father Kai skin, Dawn Guardian. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Summoner skill, Flash. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received skill, Space-Time Traverse. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received skill, Sweet Romance Wind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received consumable, Small Potion X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received consumable, Small Loudspeaker X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received special item, Passionate Roses X10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received special item, Skill Enhancement Point X3. Holy crap. Wang Kai was so excited by the mounting rewards that he could barely form words. He could only utter the two words that best captured his exhilaration. Dawn Guardian, armor of holy light and an energy body beyond human comprehension, adorned with angelic crystal feathers, a white robe with a cross-shaped hem, wielding a cross-bladed weapon to summon angels and safeguard peace. Just the description alone sounded utterly awesome. Yet, this was only a skin, not a hero template, so benefits like an energy body were, unfortunately, out of reach. Flash. Instantly dash a short distance in a chosen direction. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Space-time traverse. Rapidly blink a short distance in a chosen direction. One charge every 10 seconds, up to 3 stored uses. Comparing the two, Space-time traverse was clearly the sweeter deal. Sweet Romance Wind. Summon a whirlwind of pink petals in a designated area, launching everything within it into the air. Cool down, 10 seconds. As for this skill, Wang Kai already had a spectacularly showy use in mind. Small loudspeaker. Amplifies your voice to be heard clearly within a 10-kilometer radius. Looking over all the rewards, while none were overwhelmingly powerful skills, combining them could unleash a force strong enough to shake anyone to the core. This time, not only would he make a grand entrance, he would leave everyone utterly dumbfounded. Inside the Luo family castle, the last person on Wang Kai's list among the great families stood waiting, his face brimming with murderous intent. The deaths of his two old friends gave him a vague sense that their enemy had come specifically for them. So in the shortest possible time, he mobilized his strongest forces. The armed guards outside were nothing but a ruse. The real killing blow was the countless medium-range missiles all locked on this very spot. If that person dared to show himself, even at the cost of his own life, he would raise the Luo family castle to the ground and make sure no one left alive. As the grim-faced elder waited in silence, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted outside. My God, this is truly divine retribution. An angel has descended. A sense of foreboding swept over the old man. He rushed to the window and looked out, and in that instant, his pupils contracted. His stunned heart felt as if it might stop beating altogether. A sunken cross at the chest, majestic white armor trimmed with gold, shoulder guards shimmering with blue energy, their shape reminiscent of feathers. If this was not an angel, what else could it be? The angel descended from the sky, and beneath his feet, a swirling pink vortex appeared, slowing his fall to the gentlest of landings. By the time he touched down at the foot of the castle, not the faintest shock could be felt. Petals the color of spring encircled him, making him the very vision countless believers had yearned for. In this moment, the world fell utterly silent. Whether it was the three great families, the soldiers stationed to protect them, the reporters broadcasting from the perimeter, or even viewers watching the live feed at home, all stared, eyes wide and jaws agape, forgetting even to breathe. Every pair of stunned eyes was fixed on the angel who had descended from the heavens, their minds blank, utterly a loss for what to do next. This is the power of faith, Wang Kai murmured, glancing around. The soldiers closest to him didn't even notice when their weapons slipped from their hands. Some even cast their guns aside and fell to their knees before the angel. Up above, helicopters nearly collided in midair. Cut down evil, vanquish wickedness. Return to the depths from whence you came. The angel's voice thundered, echoing for miles. Even at 100 or 1,000 meters away, it rang out as clear as day. A jolt ran through every heart, as if all could sense what was about to unfold. Wang Kai turned to face the castle. He stretched out his right hand, and a dazzling golden light flared in his palm, coalescing into a massive sword, blue with a golden cross-shaped hilt. He held it before his chest, then swung it gently, and in a flash of golden brilliance that made many squint or shield their eyes, a crescent of gold shot skyward, and with a resounding boom, the Luo family castle was split clean in two, just like the two fortresses before it, reduced to a heap of rubble on the ground. Only half a ruined castle remained at the scene. At this moment, not a single soldier, helicopter, or missile dared to make the first move. They simply stood there, their minds blank, watching in stunned silence. As Wang Kai sheathed his blade, a blue halo shimmered around him, rising upward in waves, while a pink whirlwind swirled at his feet. Petals danced in the wind, and the angel soared upward, carried by the breeze. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a point of light and vanished from sight. Where he disappeared, a rain of rose petals drifted gracefully down. It took a full 10 seconds before everyone at the scene snapped out of their daze, and a deafening cheer erupted, echoing into the sky. An angel descends. Evil has been vanquished. The three great families are the root of all evil in this world. That's right. They are evil. 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 The cry of evil pierced the heavens, and cold sweat broke out instantly on the faces of everyone from the three great families. 200 years of legacy, destroyed overnight by a miracle. Nick Fury watched the news broadcast, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. knew beyond a doubt that it was all a fabrication, there was no way they would expose the truth. After all, when enough people believe something, a lie becomes reality. Especially now, with the bodies beneath the three families' castles as irrefutable evidence. The momentum was unstoppable. In America, 2/3 of the population are religious, spanning all social classes. Even the president must swear his oath of office on the Bible, which shows just how profound the impact of this event would be. With one decisive move, Wang Kai had struck at the root, destroying both the bodies and spirits of his enemies. He had swept away the very soil in which the three great families had flourished. Their downfall was now only a matter of time. "Sir, what should we do now?" Coulson stared at the frenzy of reporters on the news, his scalp tingling with anxiety. Right now, the mere appearance of Wang Kai was like casting a deadly spell. Whoever he named was doomed. Even if you were the most perfect and upstanding person, it wouldn't matter one bit. With a single word, he could socially destroy you. You could stay at home, but crazed fanatics would still show up at your door, and you wouldn't last a minute on the street before someone tried to shoot you. It was like a curse of death. "What do you think we should do?" Nick Fury gave a sly, fox-like grin. "We just keep leaking scandals about the officials and quietly wait for God's judgment." Everything had come full circle now. The social impact would soon subside, and even if S.H.I.E.L.D. did nothing, there would be none of the predicted social upheaval. After all, it was the angel who killed, sent by God to punish earthly evil. How could human laws possibly restrain a deity? There would be no protests or demonstrations. Only cheers for justice served. "I imagine the vice president is the happiest man in America right now." Nick Fury joked. Coulson nodded in agreement, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Pierce, who had hoped to provoke a clash between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wang Kai, watched as the arrival of the angel changed everything. His expression soured. Without an all-out confrontation, his scheme was rendered useless. In Washington, a seething crowd of protesters had gathered outside a certain white building. More demonstrators marched in circles around the perimeter, waving placards and banners high above their heads. They shouted into megaphones, demanding the president's resignation and a thorough investigation into all officials implicated in the scandal. The loudest refrain echoing through the throng was a single, resounding cry. God will send angels to punish you. The chant grew ever more fervent, until even those inside the White Building's offices could hear it with perfect clarity. Mr. President, congressional support has dropped by nearly 20 points. The party has already voted. They want you to take responsibility and step down. What the hell? How did this happen so fast? There's nothing else we can do. If you don't resign, we'll all be out of a job. The vice president is already popping champagne in celebration. And so, the vice president announced his succession. The former unlucky incumbent was subjected to a thorough investigation. Within days, reports of fatal car accidents began to surface, a string of unfortunate deaths striking the same circle of people, almost as if by design, and all within a single week. Though no one ever caught a glimpse of an angel descending from the heavens, everyone believed it to be divine retribution. The public cheered. But all that is a story for another time. These events unfolded after Wang Kai found his sister. Right now, in his Brooklyn home, two unexpected visitors had arrived, the Punisher and Daredevil. You're finally back. I tried calling, but you never answered, the Punisher said, sprawling comfortably on the sofa. Daredevil, meanwhile, sat with perfect poise. Forgive us for coming in uninvited, he said, but we have important information for you about your sister. No sooner had Daredevil spoken than Wang Kai's eyes flashed with urgency. What clue? He demanded. This, replied the Punisher, pulling a thick file envelope from his pocket. Inside were a great many candid photos. Men and women, most of them young people, and even some children. Among them were Wang Kai's sister, Luna, and Daredevil's girlfriend, Erica. Seeing Wang Kai's confusion, the Punisher quickly explained, Matt and I stumbled across these by accident while working together. At first, we didn't think much of the photos. But just 2 days ago, Matt discovered that Erica's body had been exhumed long ago, and all the people pictured here have vanished without a trace. So we suspect your sister may be connected to this case. A jolt shot through Wang Kai's heart. Did you get these photos from a ninja assassin group called The Hand? How did you know that? Punisher and Daredevil asked in astonishment. But Wang Kai remained silent, his mind racing as he pieced together all the clues. Drawing on his memory of the storylines involving Daredevil and The Hand, he quickly arrived at a rough conjecture. The bodies, they took the bodies with them. Wang Kai's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint flashing within. The Hand had a history stretching back several centuries. They were founded in late 16th century Japan. Over 400 years ago, a samurai named Yoshinobu Yoshioka led The Hand, transforming it into an international organization. They began to worship the primal demon, the beast, and from then on, The Hand became an infamous clan of ninja assassins. Their current 5 leaders, known as the Five Fingers, are all traders who fled from Kunlun in China. They have extended their lives using dragon bones, surviving for 4 or 5 centuries. In Daredevil and its spin-offs, The Hand uses dragon bones to resurrect the dead. Elektra herself was brought back to life, her body possessed by the beast, the ancient demon they worshipped, turning her into The Hand's ultimate weapon, Black Sky. But before possession, the beast always needs a vessel. Clearly, these reckless ninja assassins are searching for a new host for the beast. Elektra and Luna are among their targets. This is exactly why Wang Kai couldn't find Luna's body, because The Hand had already stolen it. Such desecration of a dead. Unforgivable. Daredevil, do you know where The Hand's headquarters is in Japan? Wang Kai asked in a cold, tense voice, his fists clenched tight. Daredevil shook his head. I don't, but my teacher, Stick, knows a great deal about them. Every organization faces dissent within, and there are always both good and bad people. Long ago, those who couldn't accept Yoshinobu Yoshioka's methods broke away from The Hand, forming the Chaste, devoted to fighting against The Hand's shadowy ninjas. Stick is now the leader of the Chaste. All right, take me to him. A short while later, the 3 of them arrived at a rundown apartment building, and on the rooftop, they found Stick practicing martial arts. Stick, too, was blind, his hair and beard streaked with white. For an ordinary man of his age to continue fighting against those murderous lunatics from The Hand, it truly was a hard life. Master, I brought 2 friends along. Daredevil led Wang Kai and Punisher forward, quickly recounting everything that had happened. What a pitiful child. Stick sighed after hearing it all, his curiosity about Wang Kai's strength evident. Where had this young man come from? The one who had slain Kingpin and decimated the New York Underworld. I do indeed know the location of The Hand's headquarters, but I can't just watch you walk in and throw your life away. That place is fraught with danger, even for you. Making it out unscathed won't be easy. Wang Kai cast a cold glance at the old Stickmaster. In an instant, he unleashed his imperishable demon form. A shockwave burst forth, nearly knocking both the blind old Stickmaster and Daredevil off their feet. Once more, a holy and majestic angel descended from above. The Punisher stared in astonishment, dumbstruck by the sight, while the old Stickmaster and Daredevil felt an overwhelming and suffocating pressure bearing down on them. I don't have time for your nonsense. Tell me where the Hand's headquarters is, or die. Wang Kai growled in a low, furious voice, the Azure demonic blade in his hand aimed directly at the two. Seeing this, the Punisher immediately stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Don't be so stubborn, old man. He's incredibly strong. With a single swing, he could turn this whole building into rubble. Kai put down the blade. Let's talk this through. Daredevil, sensing the sheer power radiating from Wang Kai now, joined in to persuade him. Master, Kai isn't reckless. If he dares to go, he must have confidence in himself. Just tell him. That's right. How formidable can a Hand really be? I doubt anyone there could withstand even a single strike from Kai. The old Stickmaster's heart pounded and his hands trembled. He had never witnessed such overwhelming power before. Even facing the black void hadn't felt like this. Forcing himself to calm down, the old Stickmaster tapped his cane on the rooftop. Youngsters these days, no sense of honor, ambushing an old man of 69. But seeing how much you care about your family, I'll give you the address of the Hand's headquarters in Japan. After revealing the location, the old Stickmaster cleared his throat. I can guide you there. You'll need the help of our Pure Heart Society. No need. You're too slow, and they're nothing but trash. That's all there is to it. Wang Kai replied coldly, activating his teleportation directly to Japan. In 3 seconds, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind a bewildered Punisher and the two blind men. How did he just disappear like that? Daredevil asked. He probably teleported to the other side of the world. The Punisher replied, marveling internally at how, in just a few days, the once frantic boy searching for his sister had become so formidable. At 3 a.m. local time in Japan, a solemn angel clad in white armor with golden trim appeared suddenly outside the Hand's headquarters. Wang Kai surveyed the traditional Japanese buildings before him, an azure demonic blade forming in his hand. With a single swing, he brought it down in one decisive strike. A thunderous crash erupted. The 40-meter blade reappeared, its golden light splitting the grand gate of the complex into fragments, revealing the Japanese-style courtyard within. Sliding paper doors dotted the landscape, illuminated lanterns casting their glow over white gravel and raked stone gardens, with rows of cherry blossoms and red maples planted throughout. Everything here exuded an unmistakable air of freehand artistry. Wang Kai sheathed his demon blade and strode into the courtyard. Within 5 seconds, a swarm of ninjas clad in crimson robes and wielding chain sickles appeared. These were the notorious berserkers of the Hand, infamous for their frenzied attacks. They feared neither pain nor death, making them the most expendable pawns in the Hand's arsenal. The robed ninjas hunched low and converged on Wang Kai, swiftly encircling him. Without hesitation, they hurled their chained sickles, which wove together overhead into a deadly iron net, descending upon him. Faced with this almost comically crude assault, like a brawl at the village gate, Wang Kai didn't even spare a glance. He simply employed his space-time shift, slipping free of the net's range in an instant. Then, activating his sprint and wind spirit sigil, he became a fleeting afterimage in the eyes of the dozens of ninjas who had surrounded him. A golden blade flashed, arcing a circle through the shadowy courtyard. In the blink of an eye, every ninja's head flew from their shoulders and their bodies dissolved into ashes, vanishing without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the ground. Show yourself, whoever's in charge. Wang Kai bellowed into the depths of the compound, his patience long since worn thin. He had no interest in playing cat and mouse. Capture the ringleader, and the rest would follow. Someone had attacked the headquarters, and of the 5 fingers, the hot-tempered gambler was the first to appear. He was flanked by his own men, a squad of mercenaries clad in modern combat gear. That's right, mercenaries. The gambler wasn't just one of the 5 fingers of the Hand. He was also the leader of a European mercenary syndicate. Whoever you are, you'll pay for causing trouble here, he barked. Open fire. With his order, the bulliest white mercenary instantly squeezed the trigger. His 6-barreled Vulcan cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. At 6,000 rounds per minute, the hailstorm of bullets became a wall of death, a barrage sharp enough to punch through solid steel. All of it was aimed straight at Wang Kai. Even an iron wall would be shredded by that onslaught. But against the demon armor, all it produced was a relentless, metallic clamor, the bullets clinking and ricocheting harmlessly. The immortal body feared no barrage. Against the armor, the Vulcan's deadly spears might as well have been a gentle breeze. Space-time shift. Wang Kai vanished in a blink and reappeared right in front of the gambler. In one swift motion, he seized him by the throat and hurled him like a sack straight at the Vulcan cannon, which was still spewing bullets at Wang Kai's previous position. The deadly hail tore through the gambler without resistance, reducing him to bloody shreds. The scene was a sudden, grisly carnage. The mercenary squad was still processing what had happened when a flash of blue steel swept through. Before they could clutch their throats, their heads had already fallen to the ground. 5 fingers were now down to 4. Wang Kai pressed deeper into the compound. This time, the ninjas who appeared actually looked the part, throwing all kinds of shuriken, kunai, and throwing knives. But when even the Vulcan cannon proved useless, how could these traditional ninja tools make any difference? Wang Kai stepped on thin air, his movements ethereal and swift, activating his space-time traversal 3 times in quick succession. Golden flashes of his blade lit up the courtyard almost simultaneously, reducing the many ninjas to drifting ashes one after another. "Stop! Who are you? We have no quarrel with you. Why have you come?" A voice, aged and tinged with urgency, rang out. Murakami, one of the 5 fingers, hurried over in his kimono, samurai sword at his side. He knew he was no match for Wang Kai, and only hoped to buy some time, letting the others arrive as quickly as possible. "If it's money you want, I have access to a Japanese conglomerate. I could have them offer you whatever tribute you desire." Murakami tried to open a conversation with money as bait, but Wang Kai had no patience for small talk. He blinked forward, appearing before Murakami, whose hair was white as snow, startling the old man into stumbling back 2 steps as if he'd seen a ghost. Only then did Wang Kai retrieve a photo of Luna from his system inventory. "Hand over this person, dead or alive." Wang Kai's voice was cold as ice as it reached Murakami's ears. Murakami's pupils shrank the moment he saw the photograph. Wasn't it their own leader, Kurizora? How could he be connected to this angelic-looking stranger? "May I ask, what is your relationship with this person?" "He is family to me. My sister, Luna." "Your sister?" Murakami's heart jolted with shock. He instantly recalled the recent rumors swirling through New York's underworld. A madman, slaughtering entire gangs in his search for his lost sister. Could it be this very man? An idea flashed through Murakami's mind. A plan began to form. "Please, let me take you to her." "Your sister, she's still alive." Wang Kai's body trembled. Alive? Did that mean she had been brought back to life? "Fine, take me to her." The tremor in his voice caught Murakami's attention. But the old man gave nothing away, leading the way ahead. His wooden sandals clacked crisply against the wooden corridor, each step ringing out loud and clear, cutting through the silence of the night. "Are you sending Morse code?" Wang Kai suddenly asked, his tone cold. He knew nothing of Morse, but even he could tell no one walked in such an odd rhythm. Sometimes heavy, sometimes light, no discernible pattern at all. Surely, if this was a method of sending signals, it was a clumsy one. "No, absolutely not." Murakami hurriedly denied it. Wang Kai paid him little heed. "Whatever signals you send, whoever you summon, I'll cut them down all the same. Keep moving." Moments later, Murakami led Wang Kai to a 3-story villa at the back. Inside the modern, brightly lit hall, 3 people waited, each eyeing Wang Kai with deep suspicion. Among them stood Madame Gao, face etched with wrinkles, cane in hand. Even in the middle of the night, Alexandra was still dressed impeccably in her suit, alongside the African warlord Soanda. And the remaining 4 fingers of the hand had all gathered. "Where's my sister?" Wang Kai asked coldly, his Azure magic blade already gripped in his palm. The 4 of them tensed as if facing a deadly enemy, instinctively retreating several steps. "Please wait a moment. Our leader will be here soon," Alexandra said hurriedly. Among the 5 fingers, she was the weakest. An ordinary person could kill her with a single stab, let alone someone who had already slain the gambler and dozens of ninjas. "You'd better hurry. My patience is wearing thin." Wang Kai put away the magic blade and waited in silence. Meanwhile, the 4 ancient figures, each having lived for centuries, began exchanging glances, quietly plotting something among themselves. 2 minutes passed, and just as Wang Kai's impatience was reaching its limit, a woman appeared, walking slowly toward them. She wore a red shirt under a black vest, her long hair cascading down her back. With striking brows, bright eyes, crimson lips, and a flawless complexion, she seemed almost otherworldly, beauty that could topple empires. It was Luna, the very person Wang Kai had spent nearly a month searching for. Luna! A surge of joy overcame Wang Kai, and he couldn't help but call out to her. But Luna's gaze was icy, her face clouded with anger. The moment her eyes met Wang Kai's, A murderous intent flashed across her face. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward with speed that rivaled Olympic sprinters. Closing the distance and throwing a punch straight at him, Wang Kai dodged instinctively, shouting, "Luna, don't you recognize my voice? I'm your brother." Thud! His plea was met with a punch as hard as steel. Luna's fist crashed against his magical armor. The sheer force shocked even Wang Kai. Ever since that beast had possessed her and turned her into Black Void, she had become unbelievably powerful. That punch must have carried at least 2 tons of force, enough to reduce granite to rubble. Luna! Wang Kai's heart raced with anxiety. He thought to dispatch the remaining hand leaders first, then reveal his identity in a classic unmasking scene. But when he turned around, the 4 had already vanished. It was impossible to tell when they had slipped away. Damn it! Luna, look at me! Helpless, Wang Kai dismissed his immortal demon form, wiping a hand across his face. The angelic armor dissolved into shimmering motes of light and merged into his body, revealing his handsome, youthful features. Just then, his shadow on the ground seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing before suddenly launching 3 throwing knives at him. And impossibly, a full-grown man emerged from within. At the same time, a flash of silver slashed toward Wang Kai's neck. In your dreams, whisper of the wind. The green ring on his left hand glowed, and a translucent white shield shimmered into existence around him, deflecting both the knives and the blade's attack. Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Attack! Murakami suddenly shouted as he sprang out from Wang Kai's shadow. The next instant, Wang Kai felt his mind reel. His thoughts wiped clean in a sudden blank. A psychic attack. Purify. Almost at the same moment, the shield was shattered by Sawanda and Madame Gao working together. Their daggers were just 10 centimeters from Wang Kai. Yet that tiny distance became an impossible chasm, as if heaven and earth themselves stood in the way. In a blink, Wang Kai vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Murakami in the next heartbeat. His magic blade swept out in a horizontal arc. Murakami seemed to sense the danger, twisting desperately to defend himself. Raising his katana before him, there was a sharp crack, but blade and man alike were cleaved in two by Wang Kai's strike. Madame Gao's eyes went wide with shock, only to realize Wang Kai had vanished from her sight as well. A chill ran through her veins, as if her very blood had turned to ice. Again from behind, a sickening sound, and almost instantly she lost all feeling below the waist, her strength draining away in a rush. With the last of her fading vision, she saw Sawanda trying to flee, but in her heart, she knew not one of them would escape. That's right, none of them would make it out alive. Summoning her final reserves, Madame Gao cried out to Luna in utter desperation. Beast! A guttural, inhuman roar erupted from deep within Luna, as though a demon from the depths of hell had been awakened. Luna's eyes blazed red, her face contorted and monstrous. She moved at nearly twice her previous speed, and in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Wang Kai. Without a thought for her brother's dignity, she aimed a savage kick straight at his groin. What the? Wang Kai's face twisted in alarm. He burned through all 3 of his time-space leaps, barely avoiding disaster. Thankfully, he had one last life-saving flash, vanishing in the nick of time and escaping humiliation. Why is it that girls always go for that dirty move in a fight? Wang Kai's eyelids twitched as he looked at Luna. It was obvious the beast possessing her had seized control of her mind. Forcing that thing out of her would be no easy task. His immortal demon body activated once again, and a solemn angelic presence descended. Wang Kai paused, then recited a line. Blades of light, protect her once more. It was utterly useless. Luna lunged again, foot flying. But this time, it was like kicking a steel wall. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her foot, writhing in pain. Pranks can be corrected, but evil must be resisted. You're kinder than you think. Fight the beast's will. But no matter what he said, it made no difference. Wang Kai had absolutely no talent for talking his way out of trouble, proving once again that this was just a skin. There was no real angelic power within. Resigned, he simply hoisted Luna onto his shoulder. After all, she couldn't break through his defenses, so he just let her kick and scratch all she wanted while hanging from his shoulder. Carrying his little sister on his back, Wang Kai moved with lightning speed, as if the wind itself was at his feet. In no time, he spotted Alexandra fleeing in terror, surrounded by a cluster of ninjas desperately trying to protect her. Trash belongs in the trash can, he sneered. With a single slash, he ended her life, tossing her corpse back into the Hand's headquarters. Standing outside the door, Wang Kai began hurling cat-shaped bombs inside. He waited for the cooldown between throws and lobbed more than a dozen, reducing the place to utter ruins before striding away. Leaving the hand behind, Wang Kai immediately called Pepper Potts, asking her to arrange a private jet to fly him back to New York. Of course, Wang Kai himself could simply teleport home, but Luna couldn't, and Luna, perched on his shoulder, seemed to possess endless energy, constantly squirming and snapping like a newly adopted kitten, or perhaps more like a wild creature, always on the verge of wriggling free the moment Wang Kai loosened his grip. "There's no way you're getting on a plane looking like that," Wang Kai said, exasperated as he watched Luna bare her fangs and snarl, her face a mask of ferocity. Just then, the bamboo growing by the roadside sparked an idea in Wang Kai's mind. He quickly fashioned a bamboo muzzle, tying it securely with string. "Come on, let's see you cosplay as Nezuko." Snap! The bamboo was immediately crushed to splinters between her teeth. Wang Kai sucked in a breath, wincing. Of course, anime had lied to him. Should I make you one out of iron instead?" Luna's eyes went wide in outrage, her expression growing even fiercer. She pounded her tiny fists against Wang Kai's chest. Hut, hut, hut. Each blow echoing with surprising force. It's still unable to do him any harm. This is a real headache. How on earth am I supposed to deal with this wild beast? Wang Kai pondered for a moment, then decided to have Tony take a look first. If even that genius couldn't come up with a solution, he'd have no choice but to seek out the most influential figure in Midgard himself. When dawn broke, Wang Kai found that the person sent to pick him up was none other than Happy, Tony's driver, friend, and bodyguard. "Oh my God, I can't believe I get to see a real, divine angel up close. It's just an image, that's all. I know, but the internet is convinced you're an actual angel descended from heaven. Could I get a photo with you? Let's get back to New York first." "Right, of course, no problem. Hop in." Question: What's it like to ride in a car with a hyper-destructive husky in your arms? Answer: after 100 meters, you'll have to get out, because the car will be in pieces. Happy stared in shock at the nearly totaled vehicle. The leather seats were shredded. Signs of heavy blows were everywhere, and there were even several fist-shaped dents in the roof. If Luna caused this much havoc on the plane, they'd have to start drafting their wills. "Mr. Kai, are you sure she can handle being on a plane?" "Ahem, don't worry. The only issue is that the train compartment is too cramped. She just needs a bit more space to stretch." Wang Kai scratched his head as he watched Luna, who was anything but well-behaved. This trip was definitely not going to be easy. When the three finally arrived in New York, Happy felt like he could burst into tears. Wang Kai was also utterly exhausted. Luna had caused a ruckus the entire way. She might not have torn the plane apart, but the car certainly took a beating. Happy had it worst. He was nearly kicked out, his whole face slamming against the windshield. His nose was still throbbing with pain. In the end, out of sheer desperation, they found a cargo truck, which was spacious enough that only Wang Kai was within Luna's reach. And she finally calmed down. "I'm really sorry about Luna's kick. Here, this is for you." Wang Kai took out the power gauntlet. It took up too much space in his dimensional backpack, anyway, and he remembered that Happy was an amateur boxer. Hadn't he trained in Iron Man too? This is a magical item. It gives you a chance to deal even heavier blows. Happy instantly brightened up, taking the gauntlet with undisguised delight, clearly loving it at first sight. With Luna, still wild and unruly, they made their way to Tony's lab. As they passed the glass doors, Luna smashed them to pieces with a single punch, startling Tony, who was busy working on his suit inside. Wang Kai could only offer an awkward explanation, but Tony's interest was piqued immediately. A demon from another dimension? That sounds fascinating. "Jarvis, run a full scan on Luna's physical condition, now." A blue holographic screen appeared at once, scanning Luna and Wang Kai from head to toe. Moments later, Jarvis had the results. Everything's normal. In fact, it's the best kind of normal. Wang Kai was speechless. How could someone as crazy count as normal? That's odd. If, as you say, Luna is possessed by a demon from another world, why can't I detect any unusual energy? Tony frowned at Jarvis's data reports, clearly puzzled. "If you'd let me run a few more tests. Tonight, by tonight at the latest, I'll be taking her somewhere else for treatment, a place far more reliable than here." Wang Kai didn't have time to waste. Who knew if this wild beast would only grow harder to control as time passed? If I can't cure her, who could possibly do better? Tony muttered under his breath, then threw himself into the tests. But even with Wang Kai's full cooperation, they made no progress whatsoever. When night fell, Tony was still busy after a whole day's effort, unwilling to admit defeat, only complaining that there hadn't been enough time. Wang Kai just shrugged, unconcerned, then led Luna out to the rooftop. Without another word, he tossed his sister into the air. A sharp scream rang out. while Wang Kai silently recited in his heart. System, switch to the hero template. The undying demon form vanished, and a metal storm appeared. A massive mech caught Luna with one arm, while the other shielded her from the wind. With a swift turn, the machine soared straight toward the New York Sanctum. He was going to find the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. As the most powerful guardian of Midgard, the bearer of the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone, the Ancient One surely had 1,000 ways to drive this beast from Luna's body. It was the right move to seek her out. At the entrance to the New York Sanctum, under the pitch-black night sky, golden sparks suddenly appeared, expanding rapidly into a glowing ring. A portal formed almost instantly, and from the other side stepped out a cool, bald figure in a gray robe, holding a white paper fan. None other than the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Almost at that very instant, Wang Kai piloted the metal storm above the sanctum, and at first glance spotted the very person he was searching for. Traveler from afar, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? It would be my pleasure. Wang Kai brought the metal storm down for a gentle landing, and in a flash of golden light, the mech vanished completely. Luna, as if confronted by her nemesis, stood trembling in place, too frightened to run, which filled Wang Kai with delight. He had, indeed, come to the right place. Please come in. The Ancient One herself opened the doors of the New York Sanctum for Wang Kai, leaving him both surprised and honored. Just how powerful would he become in the future to deserve such a reception from the Ancient One? As soon as he crossed the threshold, Wang Kai felt the space shift around him. They were already on the second floor. A square table stood before them, with a teapot and 3 cups neatly arranged. To the right was the sanctum's iconic skylight. Luna continued to shiver, not daring to glance at the Sorcerer Supreme. I already know why you've come to see me, the Ancient One said as she poured tea for the 3 of them. But I can only suppress the beast within, not drive it out or destroy it. What? Wang Kai was taken aback. Was this beast truly beyond even the Sorcerer Supreme's power? Impossible, whether in the stories or from Luna's current state. The beast was no more than a feeble creature, not even fit to match a hair on Dormammu's head. How could it be beyond her reach? Is it because the beast is too strong? Wang Kai asked, puzzled. The Ancient One gave a faint smile. No, it's quite the opposite. It's because it's too weak. If the neighbor's child comes to your house to play and accidentally breaks a few cups, as the elder, you wouldn't just kick them out, would you? That would only bring the neighbor to your door, demanding an explanation. Neighbor? Could she mean another dimension? 1,000 ideas raced through Wang Kai's mind. But before he could ask, the Ancient One began to explain. By neighbor, I mean hell itself. This beast is actually nothing more than a large hound from hell, created by the king of hell, Mephisto. It was originally meant to be Mephisto's food, and there are many other demons like it. But by chance, this beast came into contact with some greedy Japanese years ago, and that awakened its self-awareness. To avoid ending up as food, it tried every trick to linger in the human world. Of course, Mephisto just let it be, finding the whole thing amusing. After all, imagine if a meat bun you were about to eat suddenly decided it didn't want to be eaten and tried to run away. That's quite entertaining, isn't it? Wang Kai was left utterly speechless by what he had just heard. So that was all there was to it. But almost immediately, more questions sprang to his mind. Isn't Satan supposed to be Lucifer? No, Satan is just a title, much like Sorcerer Supreme. It refers to the supreme demon lord in the dimension of hell. Many have been called Satan, but only Mephisto is truly worthy of that name. He is the emperor of hell, the ultimate ruler. Even I can only manage a stalemate with him when on Earth. For someone to earn such an appraisal from the Sorcerer Supreme, it spoke volumes about just how formidable Mephisto was. After all, every lord of hell shares the same fatal flaw. They cannot unleash their full power outside of their own dimension. So, if Mephisto could fight the Ancient One to a draw while away from home turf, it only proved that Mephisto's true strength far surpassed the Ancient One's. Wang Kai frowned and fell silent for a moment before pressing on. What exactly is hell? It's a recycling ground for souls after ordinary people die, a separate dimension, boundless and without end, home to countless demon lords. Depending on one's faith, though, a soul might end up somewhere else, the Underworld, Valhalla, the land of shades, and so on. And those who die without faith will have their souls scattered to the winds, free from manipulation by others. But such people are rare. China actually has the most. That's probably because of the faith in the Red Will. Wang Kai scratched his head. No way there'd be demon lords lurking behind that kind of faith. If you can't take action, Sorcerer Supreme, then maybe I can. Why don't you teach me how to drive the beast out of Luna's body? I could, but it would take you 1,000 years to master. Sorry, child. but you lack the talent for magic. Crack. Wang Kai could almost hear the sound of his heart breaking. But then, the Ancient One's tone shifted as she continued. However, there are other ways to drive out the beast. Please, Sorcerer Supreme, teach me. Wang Kai bowed respectfully, and the Ancient One, without any airs, immediately shared the method. First, you could go give Mephisto a good thrashing and make him take his dog away. All right, but just how strong do I have to be to beat him? If you can pummel him in Pangu form, best him as Erlang Shun or Ho-E, or even split the moon in half with a single stroke, then you're more than ready for a fight. At that point, he wouldn't be able to kill you anyway. Oh, Wang Kai understood instantly. The Ancient One had clearly foreseen this, and had looked through several possibilities. Otherwise, how could she be so precise? Pangu was a god, and Erlang Shun and Ho-E were divine beings as well. Defeating a Lord of Hell should be a piece of cake in comparison, shouldn't it? I understand now. Since there's a first option, what's the second? The second is to have Luna drive the beast out herself. Drive it out herself? That's right. You may not have the talent to become a sorcerer, but she does. The Ancient One reached out and pointed to Luna. What could it be? Wang Kai's eyes lit up with joy, and seeing the Ancient One's gentle smile, he knew he had guessed correctly. I'd like to take Luna as my disciple and teach her the ways of magic. Do you agree? Of course. As her elder brother, I'll make the decision for her. For the Ancient One to personally offer to take a disciple, Luna's magical potential must far surpass his own. She might even outshine Doctor Strange one day. Who could say where the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme would fall in the future? Seeing Wang Kai's excitement, the Ancient One nodded in approval. Very well. I'll now seal and suppress the demon inside Luna. With a graceful motion, the Sorcerer Supreme traced a circle with both hands. And suddenly, a shield shimmering with golden sparks appeared before her, covered in mysterious runes, none of which Wang Kai could decipher. He watched as the Ancient One rotated her arms, and the shield suddenly duplicated itself, then drifted forward, spun, and duplicated again, the four corners connecting, the golden edges forming a cube, which then began to spin once more. In a flash, a golden cube made entirely of runic shields materialized. The Ancient One pushed her hands forward, sending the golden cube straight into Luna's body, while Luna continued to tremble, too frightened to look. A muffled thud. The golden cube entered Luna's body, then instantly expanded, filling the entire room. Wang Kai thought he could hear the beast strangled, pained shriek echoing through the air. And then a shadowy mass of darkness emerged from Luna, only for the golden cube to suddenly contract. It locked the black shadow inside, as if trapping a wild beast in an iron cage. And in an instant, the cries vanished into silence. The golden cube spun in midair, then, with a swift motion, darted back into Luna's body. And at once, her eyes glazed over, her previous frenzy gone without a trace. It's done. The beast is now locked in a cage. You can try to wake her up, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. There was not the slightest sign of exhaustion on her face. Wang Kai immediately stepped forward, gently touching Luna's cheek. He called to her softly, "Luna, wake up." He called her name several times, but Luna's eyes remained vacant and unfocused, her body utterly still, as if she were in a vegetative state. Wang Kai's anxiety surged. He quickly turned to the Ancient One. "Master Ancient One, my sister doesn't seem to be responding." The Ancient One smiled reassuringly, calm and unhurried. She has crossed the threshold of death, and her will was long suppressed by the beast's influence. Now, she needs you to awaken her sleeping spirit. How do I do that? Say something that will leave the deepest impression on her. Something that will leave the deepest impression. A flood of words flashed through Wang Kai's mind in an instant. A second later, he shouted at Luna, Luna, let's go get spicy rabbit heads. Maybe we'll even find your big white." As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if Luna had suddenly remembered an utterly dreadful experience. Her whole body shuddered, and she cried out in fright, "Why would you say something like that, you awful brother?" "Luna!" Wang Kai shouted in joy. Luna's dazed gaze finally cleared. She turned her head to look at Wang Kai, and softly spoke two words. But to Wang Kai, those words were like music from heaven. "Brother?" In that instant, Wang Kai was overwhelmed. He rushed forward and swept her into his arms. After all he had gone through, all the people he had fought and killed, he had finally found his little sister, brother, mom, and dad. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded back to Luna. The car accident, the gunshots, the kidnapping, the suicide. Her eyes quickly grew misty. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. She buried her head in Wang Kai's chest and let herself sob freely. Let it out, Luna, let all out. You'll feel better afterward. Wang Kai comforted her, gently stroking Luna's long hair. He continued softly, don't worry. I promise I'll bring Mom and Dad back. Wiping away Luna's tears, Wang Kai turned to look at the Ancient One, but the Sorcerer Supreme only shook her head calmly. And what she said next sent a chill through Wang Kai's heart. Your parents have been gone too long. Their souls have already dissipated. The Time Stone alone won't be enough to bring them back. You'll need to gather all 6 Infinity Stones. Power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. Each Infinity Stone grants its wielder absolute control over a fundamental aspect of existence. And when the 6 are brought together, not only could you create a stone so heavy that even you couldn't lift it, you could do anything. There is truly nothing that cannot be accomplished. Just like a wish-granting artifact, bringing 2 ordinary people back to life would be a mere trifle. The Time Stone and Space Stone were both on Earth. The Power Stone was on a desolate planet somewhere, and later taken by Star-Lord. But for the life of him, Wang Kai couldn't remember which planet it was on. The Mind Stone is in Thanos' possession. The Reality Stone can only be retrieved after Thor 2's events. But the Soul Stone is a real problem. There's no way he'd let himself sacrifice someone he loves. Just as Wang Kai was deep in thought, the Ancient One suddenly pointed out a new path. In fact, you don't have to steal them yourself. You can simply borrow them. It was as if a heavy veil had been lifted, and Wang Kai was instantly enlightened. Of course, the Avengers all knew to use the time machine to borrow stones from other parallel universes, so why couldn't he do the same? As for the wilder idea of bringing his parents over from another universe, that wouldn't do. After all, there's another version of himself in that world. It would be far too heartless. Besides, the stones can be returned, but people would still age and pass on. Thank you for your guidance, Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Kai bowed to the Ancient One in gratitude, then immediately turned to his confused little sister and said, Luna, even though Mom and Dad are gone, we might be able to bring them back. Really? Luna's wide, watery eyes grew even bigger, while Wang Kai's smile was gentle like a spring breeze. Of course. Look at you. You're doing just fine now. As long as we work hard and grow stronger, we'll definitely be able to bring our parents back. See, this is the teacher I found for you, Master Ancient One. She's the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. With her teaching you, you'll become even more powerful, even stronger than your big brother. Wang Kai gestured towards the Ancient One, but Luna hesitated after hearing all this. Lowering her voice, she said, If I start learning from this sorcerer, does that mean I'll have to leave you again? I don't want to be separated from you. You're all the family I have left. Luna clung tightly to Wang Kai, unwilling to let go, leaving Wang Kai a little helpless. Don't worry, he comforted her. It's not like we'll only see each other once every few months. I promise, whenever I have time, I'll come visit you. Even as he said this, Luna's eyes filled with tears once again. She always used this trick to get Wang Kai to agree to anything, and now Wang Kai found himself awkwardly stuck. He'd already promised the Ancient One he couldn't just back out. Just then, the Ancient One looked at Luna's tearful face and spoke. With her talent, just 2 hours a day at Kamartaj will be enough. She doesn't have to live there full time, so you can still live together as you always have. The moment those words left the Ancient One's lips, Luna's tears vanished in an instant, her face lighting up with joy as she knelt before the Ancient One. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Wang Kai. I guess she's watched too many period dramas. By the way, is that how apprenticeships work at Kamartaj? The Ancient One, however, wasn't bothered at all, for they never had such formalities in their order. Get up, child. Sorcerers care little for ceremony. Just treat me as your teacher in your heart. That's all that matters. Not bound by formality? Then can I call you sister instead of teacher? A mysterious smile spread across the Ancient One's face. In private, you absolutely may. The two of them immediately struck up a conversation, leaving Wang Kai standing aside, unnoticed. And in just a few minutes, they seemed as close as lifelong friends. As expected, women always care about their age, even if the Ancient One is over 1,000 years old. Wang Kai silently grumbled to himself, but he had to admit that Luna was sharp and knew exactly what to say, making the Ancient One thoroughly delighted. What a sweet talker. Since you've become my disciple through an Eastern ceremony, let me follow Eastern tradition and give you a gift. As she spoke, the Ancient One waved her hands in the air as if performing a magic trick, scattering flecks of golden light that danced and shimmered, then suddenly gathered and burst apart, until a small, crystal-clear orb slowly floated down into her palm. In the East, we call this a dust-repelling pearl. It can shield you from dust and pollution that harm the skin. Luna accepted the gift with pure joy, while Wang Kai's eyelids twitched at the sight. A dust-repelling pearl. How fitting. Sis, when will you teach me magic? Luna squinted playfully as she asked. Since she wouldn't have to be separated from her brother, she was eager to grow stronger as soon as possible, so she wouldn't be a burden. We can start right now. Come with me. With a flick of her wrist, the Ancient One spun open a portal, beyond which daylight gleamed brightly. It led to the training square of Confrontation, where magic was practiced. The three of them stepped through the portal, and Wang Kai watched with envy. This portal was far more convenient than his own means of teleportation. It wasn't just like a door to anywhere. It could even be used as a weapon. If only the sorcerers of Confrontation had been a bit more resourceful back then, Thanos wouldn't have forced Iron Man to snap his fingers. They could have just opened a portal at his neck, or sent gauntletless Thanos falling endlessly into the abyss. That would have saved everyone so much trouble. This is Confrontation. From now on, this is where you'll come every day to study magic. The Ancient One gave a brief introduction to Confrontation and its history. Then her tone grew serious. Magic is, in essence, the art of drawing energy from other dimensions, using it to create weapons and cast spells. To achieve this, you need a special gift, a talent for communicating with other dimensions. This gift is exceedingly rare, and as luck would have it, you possess it. Now, I'll teach you the rings of Ragador. Listen closely to these key techniques. The Ancient One gave a few instructions, then pressed her palms one before the other, conjuring 2 golden rings, while Wang Kai couldn't help but comment silently to himself. Such a flashy and over-the-top move. Couldn't they just call it a magic shield? The Ancient One demonstrated the conjuring of the magic shield, explaining its key points once again, and then handed Luna a sling ring. This was the standard equipment for a Confrontation sorcerer. To Wang Kai, it felt like an antenna, able to help the sorcerers better draw power from other dimensions. Give it a try, Luna. With your talent, you should be able to master it in 2 hours. The Ancient One said with an encouraging smile, showing just how fond she was of Luna. Yes, Master, Luna replied, nodding as she slipped on the sling ring. She thrust her hands forward, and in an instant, 2 magical shields appeared, each more than twice the size of those conjured by the Ancient One herself. Careful! The Ancient One barely had time to be surprised before she called out in warning. The edges of the magical shields were razor sharp. They could be used for both offense and defense, which was why this spell was the most widely practiced in Confrontation. Normally, the shields were fixed in size, only about as large as a wash basin, but for reasons unknown, the very first shields Luna conjured were already more than twice as large. As a result, those deadly sharp edges instantly brushed against Luna's wrists. Bang! In that critical moment, Wang Kai moved even faster, immediately casting Whisper of the Wind to shield Luna from harm, while simultaneously activating Sprint, Frenzy, Undying Body, and Wind Spirit Sigil. With 4 layers of acceleration, even as the Ancient One's warning left her lips, the translucent shield shattered, and Wang Kai, transformed into a flash of golden light, seized Luna's wrists in an instant, spreading her arms apart to keep her from being injured by the razor-sharp shield edges. Luna was startled by Wang Kai's sudden appearance. Her magical shield flickered and vanished, unable to hold. But then she looked up at the imposing magic armor of the Seraphim, and her eyes sparkled with little stars. Her heart could only echo 3 words. So cool. Brother? Is that you? Who else could it be? His armor dissolved into motes of light and merged back into his body, revealing Wang Kai's deeply concerned face. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Luna shook her head, circling Wang Kai with a puzzled expression. Where's your armor? Why did it disappear? Wang Kai smiled gently, ruffling Luna's hair. This is the power I awakened, and thanks to it, I was able to find you. He took a step back and activated his undying body again, gesturing to his white, gold-trimmed angelic armor. This is called the Dawn Guardian. It exists solely to protect you. Luna's cheeks flushed pink, her smile as radiant as a blooming peach blossom. She replied with a playful pout. Humph. I don't need you to protect me. One day, it'll be my turn to protect you. Ha ha. I'll be waiting for that day. Wang Kai laughed, his face alight with joy, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long, long time. He had no qualms about revealing his undying body in front of the Ancient One. After all, the Ancient One even knew about his Pangu mode. She had witnessed countless of his battles already. Other than the system itself, there was probably nothing that Wang Kai didn't already know better than anyone else. He dismissed his magic armor once more, then turned to look at the Ancient One, only to find the Sorcerer Supreme's gaze fixed intently on Luna, her expression carrying a subtle, complicated smile. "Master, is there anything wrong with what Luna just did?" Wang Kai asked nervously. The Ancient One let out a long sigh. "Not only is there nothing wrong, in fact, the situation couldn't be better. If I had Luna's talent, do you think I'd have let Dormammu or Mephisto run wild for so long? I'd have put them in their place ages ago." Was that envy in her voice? Wang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Luna's talent, was that extraordinary? Did that mean the position of Sorcerer Supreme was already as good as hers? No, it's all thanks to your teaching, Master, Luna replied, her tone genuinely humble. The Ancient One was clearly pleased by her response. "The power you draw upon is simply immense, far beyond what you can control at will. You'll need to practice a great deal more to master your restraint," she advised. With those words, the Ancient One swept her hand forward. Suddenly, the sound of glass cracking filled the air, and in front of them, a wall appeared, shimmering and fractured like shattered crystal. "This is the mirror dimension," the Ancient One explained. "No matter what happens inside, it won't affect the world outside. To practice powerful spells, you need to enter here." The three of them stepped through the opening of the mirror dimension. Inside, it was still the familiar training courtyard. The Ancient One resumed her lessons, teaching even more advanced magic. And, just as Luna had claimed, her talent was nothing short of astonishing. She mastered almost every spell after a single demonstration. All she lacked was perfect control. The form of Icon, Marvel's version of the multi-shadow clone technique, each duplicate possessing the full strength of the original and able to cast spells independently. When Luna used it, the courtyard was instantly packed with people, as crowded as a train station during the Lunar New Year rush. Forget about fighting. The clones nearly trampled each other, just trying to find space. The Shield of Seraphim, a two-handed spell conjuring an enormous golden shield, the ultimate defense. In Avengers Endgame, the masters of the mystic arts used this very spell to block the Sanctuary Two's barrage. Luna's version was even grander, the shield expanding until it covered an area the size of a basketball court. And unlike the smaller magical shields, this larger form had smooth, rounded edges, so she didn't have to worry about accidentally slicing everything nearby in half with a single swing. The Ancient Body of Hogs, a spell that absorbs energy, then disperses it in another form. Doctor Strange once used this to neutralize Thanos' black hole attack, transforming the energy into a swarm of butterflies. Given its dangerous limitations, Luna only learned the theory for now, without attempting to cast it. The Thunder of Bassat, one of the most powerful spells, it unleashes a thick golden-red bolt of lightning that leaps across the ground to strike its target. Its flaw, however, lies in its slow attack speed. When Luna cast the spell, she couldn't control its trajectory. As a result, it crashed straight into Wang Kai, and with a loud bang, it blasted him skyward. Magic Whip, a golden magical whip whose length can be freely adjusted. On its own, it's rather ordinary, but when combined with the form of Ekern, it can ensnare enemies like the countless whips trapping Thanos in Avengers Infinity War. When Luna used it, there wasn't much difference in its appearance. The Winds of Wadum, Marvel's version of a wind-style jutsu. This spell releases a powerful gust that blows enemies back toward the caster. It's not lethal, but it works excellently for support. Luna amplified the spell, making the wind strong enough to send people tumbling head over heels. The Crimson Bands of Sidorak, an enhanced version of the Magic Whip. This spell conjures long, ribbon-like crimson bands that bind the enemy. Its strength is formidable, and it can even be used to strangle. Luna's version was even tougher than before. Even with his indestructible demon body activated, Wang Kai couldn't cut through it, and the constricting force was likely several tons. The Sword of the Vishanti. Where there's a magical shield, there must be a magical sword. When Luna summoned it, it turned into an enormous broadsword. It certainly looked impressive, but seeing a 16-year-old girl wielding a blade as tall as herself felt a bit odd. Wang Kai was determined not to let Luna stray down the path of a close combat mage. Finally, after teaching Luna how to conjure portals and access the mirror dimension, the Ancient One felt her duty was fulfilled. All the essential offensive and support spells were mastered within 2 hours. At this point, Luna was no longer merely a prodigy. She was a miracle. These general use spells for combat and support have all been taught to you. Next, I'll teach you astral projection, energy manipulation, and how to transform magical energy to keep us forever youthful and prolong our lives. Luna was overjoyed at these words, showering the Ancient One with affectionate praise, calling her dear sister so sweetly that Wang Kai almost got goosebumps. But truly, what could be more important than eternal youth? Luna spared no compliments, lavishing the Sorcerer Supreme with accolades. The Ancient One was thoroughly delighted. After all, who doesn't enjoy a little flattery, especially when it comes from a clever, beautiful young disciple? Wang Kai, meanwhile, was quite pleased that the Ancient One was willing to teach other forms of magic. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she had lived for over 1,000 years. Her repertoire of spells was surely beyond imagining. It was only because of movie budget constraints that her character was forced to fade away. She could convert magical energy into invisibility, flight, hypnosis, shields, alchemy, telekinesis, teleportation, interdimensional travel, you name it. What she'd shown so far was just a drop in the ocean. That's all for today. Let me introduce you to your fellow disciples. The Ancient One smiled and extended her hand. Luna immediately took it, and the two of them seemed to get along splendidly. In truth, they had only known each other for 2 hours. The three of them arrived at another square, and unlike the deserted place they had just been, this square was bustling with people. Many apprentices dressed in white or black robes stood in neat formations, practicing magic with precise, synchronized movements. Though in Wang Kai's eyes, it looked more like they were doing calisthenics than casting spells. Supreme Sorcerer, a young man with a dark complexion, hurried over, bowing respectfully to the Ancient One. This was Mordo, the Ancient One's chief disciple. In the Doctor Strange film, Mordo's faith ultimately collapsed, sending him down a darker path. He decided the world would be better off with fewer sorcerers. He even took away the magic that allowed Pangu to walk, leaving the man paralyzed once more, and thus began his journey as a future villain. But for now, he was still just the Ancient One's devoted admirer. Mordo, let me introduce you. This is my new apprentice, your junior sister, the Ancient One said with a smile, catching Mordo completely off guard. He had studied magic at Confrontation for over a decade, but never once had he seen such a genuine smile from the Ancient One. Greetings, senior brother. I'm Luna, Luna said respectfully, bowing to Mordo. He snapped out of his daze and quickly returned the gesture. Oh, hello. I'm Mordo. If you need anything, just come to me. His flustered reaction made Luna giggle, and the Ancient One smiled and shook her head before continuing. This is Luna's elder brother, Kai. He's remarkable, and a friend of Confrontation, always. Mordo's expression grew solemn as he bowed again, but Wang Kai merely nodded in response, counting it as a greeting. After all, as a future villain in the making, it was best not to get too close, lest it slow down his eventual turn to the dark side. Come, let me show you the library. It holds every book I've ever collected, the Ancient One said, leading Luna onward. Mordo was left momentarily bewildered, turning to Wang Kai and asking, Kai, is the Ancient One's change because of your sister? Wang Kai glanced at him. What else could it be? I'd say it's giving the Supreme Sorcerer a taste of, well, not motherhood, but perhaps the feeling of having a close friend. He quickly caught up, recalling that the library's curator would one day be brutally murdered by the villain Caecilius. The same Caecilius who would steal pages from the book on time manipulation to summon Dormammu. Maybe he could find a way to get a stamp on his own record in the process. As they stepped into the library, the first thing they saw was the stern-faced curator himself, Wang. There were the usual introductions all over again. But Wang Kai didn't hear any prompts from his system. Clearly, this place still wasn't important enough. But perhaps somewhere else would be. Or perhaps it's better to say that something stored there holds incredible prestige. The Eye of Agamotto, the resting place of the Time Stone. As Wang Kai was lost in thought, the Ancient One turned to Wang and said, from today onward, Luna has borrowing privileges for every book in the library. That includes even my private collection, the Book of Vishanti. Wang didn't have much to say about this. After all, whatever the Sorcerer Supreme says goes. But Mordo suddenly felt a twinge of discontent inside. Even as the senior disciple, he wasn't allowed to borrow the Book of Vishanti, and he had been following the Ancient One for more than a decade. Now, a newcomer, a young girl just taken in, had surpassed him overnight. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Summoning his courage, Mordo asked, Is that really appropriate? Little junior sister has only just begun her training. Those books are so advanced, she probably can't even make sense of them yet. All the books in Confrontation had been collected by the Ancient One over centuries, so they weren't written in English or Mandarin, but rather in obscure and difficult languages. That's not a problem. I can have Stark make her a translation device, so she'll understand everything. Before Luna could respond, Wang Kai jumped in at once. Mordo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Money and technology really do make a difference. He himself had spent 2 years, wearing out several dictionaries just to get through most of those books. And now they were just handing it over like this? It felt utterly unfair. The Ancient One, however, only smiled mysteriously, looking at Mordo and asking, "Well then, what do you propose?" Under her gaze, Mordo faltered and stammered. At the very least, she should finish learning the basic spells first. Wang Kai burst out laughing. "Basic spells? Sorry, but my little sister finished those 10 minutes ago. And by the way, it only took her 2 hours." Even the usually deadpan Wang was left gaping in astonishment, while Mordo was utterly dumbfounded. "Ow, how is that possible? In the face of true genius, nothing is impossible. Don't believe me? Want to have a little contest?" Wang Kai gave him a provoking grin, while Luna, a bit embarrassed, hurried over to whisper in Wang Kai's ear. "Isn't this a bit much? I only just learned." Wang Kai shot her a reassuring look and whispered back, "Don't worry. Your big brother will be cheering you on from the sidelines. With my support, you don't even need magic to beat him. With 5 support items backing him up, who wouldn't be intimidated?" Faced with Wang Kai's suggestion, Mordo's expression turned sour. Competing against a 16-year-old girl. No matter who won or lost, it would look bad. "Mordo, what do you say?" the Ancient One asked with a gentle smile. "I agree." Caught up in the moment, Mordo blurted out his acceptance, only to regret it a second later. And when the contest was over, he regretted it even more. In the plaza, the apprentices formed a circle around the edge, while Luna and Mordo stood at the center. Friendly sparring came and went as quickly as a breeze. Wang Kai instantly locked all 5 support items onto Luna. With that, Luna immediately felt her body grow lighter. Even her reflexes seemed to sharpen. She whipped out a long, red, silk-like rope, and in the blink of an eye, the deep crimson chains of Sidorak coiled around Mordo like a great serpent. Just as the Ancient One's voice declaring "begin" had barely finished echoing. For a moment, the atmosphere was awkward. Mordo was completely trussed up by the red silk, looking like a dumpling. The immense pressure made the veins on his head bulge at once. His eyes bloodshot, unable to catch his breath. His normally dark face flushed a deep brown, looking for all the world like an overripe date. The Ancient One watched with a smile and shook her head, fully aware that Wang Kai had bent the rules a little, but knowing that the outcome would have been the same regardless. Whether you win instantly or give your opponent a couple of moves before finishing them off, the result is no different. "All right, Luna, let your senior brother go." Obedient and endearing, Luna immediately complied, and the crimson chains of Sidorak vanished. Mordo's legs nearly buckled, almost dropping to his knees before Luna, and he could only rest his hands on his knees, gasping for air, sweat pouring from every pore. If he were to lie down, he'd look just like a beached black fish. As it was, he simply stood there, a salt-cured fish on 2 feet. The apprentices all around stared in shock, their breaths held in awe. Most of them were a good deal older than Luna, yet none could match senior brother Mordo. And now, a newly accepted little junior sister had left the senior brother utterly helpless. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. "Luna, you're amazing. That was incredible. Absolutely fantastic." The crowd erupted, cheering for Luna, making her blush with embarrassment. She stammered shyly, "It's only because senior brother went easy on me." The cheers only grew louder. Humble, beautiful, powerful, and adorable, Luna instantly won a legion of admirers, becoming a bright and lively presence in the otherwise solemn Camartage. From then on, whenever Luna entered Camartage, the atmosphere would light up. People would greet her with a smile. "Junior sister, how many new spells have you learned today?" Luna would always reply modestly, and at the library counter, she'd stack up 9 massive tomes on soul magic and say, "A dozen advanced spell books and 1 book of the Vishanti, please." And whenever someone asked why she was so gifted, Luna would always reply with a warm smile, "Oh, senior brother, just let me win. Second brother let me win too." And so did third brother. Her words would bring hearty laughter all around, and Camartage, inside and out, brimmed with joy. "All right, Mordo, go and get some rest now." The Ancient One offered her eldest disciple a way out of his embarrassment, and he, burning with shame, quickly excused himself, chastising himself for letting such a rookie mistake slip in front of his master, when he'd always prided himself on being so composed. Meanwhile, Luna continued her tour of Camartage, guided by the Ancient One. The 3 of them wandered through the halls, but still hadn't reached the chamber where the Eye of Agamotto was kept. Left with no choice, Wang Kai cleared his throat and spoke up, "Master Ancient One, may I take a look at the Eye of Agamotto?" "The Eye of what?" Luna asked in confusion. Catching her puzzlement, the Ancient One patiently explained what the Eye of Agamotto was. The moment Luna understood, her eyes lit up with excitement. But when she heard that it couldn't bring her parents back to life, Her hope faded just as quickly. Soon, the three of them arrived at a special room. There, 3 doors led off in different directions. One to the New York sanctum, one to the Hong Kong sanctum, and another to the London sanctum. These were stabilized portals, and the destination could be changed simply by adjusting the coordinates. Incredibly convenient. And right in the center of the room, on a pedestal, rested the eye of Agamotto. Ding! Host detected at a hidden check-in location, the storage site of the Time Stone. Beginning check-in process. Check-in countdown, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. After such a long silence, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Kai's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. A 30-minute check-in? That meant 30 consecutive draws. The Time Stone really carried some weight. At this rate, Wang Kai thought he'd have to seek out the other Infinity Stones just for these check-in opportunities. With that in mind, he realized he needed to buy some time. He coughed and asked, "Master Ancient One, is it really safe to just leave the Eye of Agamotto sitting here like this? Couldn't one of Kaisalia's fanatics just open a portal in their own home and snatch it away?" That was something Wang Kai had always wondered about. After all, since Dr. Strange could open a portal right there in the library, it was clear Taj didn't have any anti-magic fields. In other words, anyone could reach out from anywhere in the world, grab the Book of Time, or even the Eye of Agamotto, without ever setting foot inside. Kaisalias had lived at Taj for so long, yet never thought of this? Truly bizarre. The Ancient One simply smiled calmly, gesturing toward the Eye of Agamotto. It is its own greatest protection. No evil soul can lift it. Would it burn them like it did Ebony Maw? Wang Kai wondered, but he pressed on. What if I use gloves to pick it up? Or grab it with tongs? Or put it in a box and carry it away? Arguing for the sake of arguing is not a virtue, child. The Ancient One offered no further explanation, but Wang Kai was pretty sure he'd guessed the truth. Leaving the Time Stone out like a toy, was it because the Ancient One was truly that confident, or had she already seen the script, knowing no one would actually try to steal it? The conversation meandered on, drifting from one topic to another for quite some time. Wang Kai asked about all sorts of strange historical events. There was the tale of Lucio, the so-called son of the plane, summoning a meteor from the heavens, the mysterious apocalypse explosion of unknown origin, the bizarre Tunguska event, the enigmatic Roswell incident, and so on, all in an effort to stall for time. Seeing Luna's deep fascination, the Ancient One chose not to expose Wang Kai's true intentions, and instead began explaining everything as if telling fascinating stories. Half an hour later, ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the hidden sign-in location, the resting place of the Time Stone. You have earned 3,000 sign-in points. As the system's notification faded, the Ancient One's stories came to an end. Luna was utterly captivated, amazed that Earth's history could be so thrilling. Those strange, unsolved mysteries. Most turned out to be the aftermath of invasions from other dimensions. And the Ancient One herself had fought fierce battles against those eldritch beings from beyond, kicking them back to their own realms with decisive force. Well then, that should be enough time. You siblings should head home for now. Come back again tomorrow. The Ancient One smiled as she said goodbye to Luna, thus concluding their half-day tour of Taj. The two returned to New York, where Wang Kai's life could finally return to its usual course, checking in at locations, spinning for rewards, and taking down villains. Ever since he took down Abomination, the search for his sister had kept him from pursuing his next major sign-in mission. But now at last, he could check his progress. The site of the Green Goblin's battle with Spider-Man. A quick glance at the news on his computer revealed that the storyline was still that of the original Spider-Man film. Norman Osborn, clad in his green flight suit and riding his goblin glider, looked every bit like a giant green insect. He had publicly blown up board members in the plaza, which brought him into direct conflict with Spider-Man, thus becoming sworn enemies. Now, the Green Goblin was scouring the city for Marvel's poorest, most hapless superhero. What are you looking at, Brother Kai? Luna squeezed up beside Wang Kai and asked, Bringing Mom and Dad back won't be easy. We'll need money and materials, and this villain happens to have plenty of both. While they were talking, a breaking news alert suddenly popped up on the computer. Live, the Green Goblin takes hostages and battles Spider-Man. Talk about perfect timing. Wang Kai smiled, pointing at the location shown on the live broadcast. We're in for a good show. Want to go see it up close? Luna nodded eagerly, immediately starting to trace a circle to open a portal. On the bridge in New York, the Green Goblin gripped a screaming Mary Jane in one hand, while with the other he held Cable, at the end of which dangled a children's cable car, filled with innocent kids. Help! Please save us! Save us, Spider-Man. The children's cries for help mingled with Mary's desperate screams, echoing in Spider-Man's mind. And through it all rang the Green Goblin's wicked laughter. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man. That's why only fools choose to be heroes. Because you'll always end up facing the trolley dilemma. Will you save your loved one, or an innocent stranger? Make your choice. With a wicked grin, Green Goblin loosened his grip, and both Mary and the children plummeted from the towering bridge, dropping dozens of meters. But the older Spider-Man, just by looking, could tell Mary was an adult, so he made the impossible choice, to save everyone. He sprang into action, as swift as an arrow leaving the bow, darting toward Mary. Then, with a mighty leap, he soared through the air. He shot a web upward with his left hand, while catching Mary with his right. Hold on to me, he called. Swinging wide, Spider-Man freed his right hand, grabbing the cable that was speeding downward. Suddenly, the falling tram was yanked to a halt, suspended in midair. The crowd watching from below erupted in cheers. Amazing Spider-Man. Yet, that wave of applause did nothing to ease the dire situation. Green Goblin dove down from the bridge on his glider, cackling madly as he watched Spider-Man struggle. Ha ha ha, you've made the worst possible choice. Now you'll go down with them. A pumpkin bomb popped out from the front of the glider, its timer beeping ominously. Farewell, Spider-Man. With a flourish, the Goblin hurled the bomb, aiming to take out Spider-Man and Mary Jane in one blast. But just as the bomb was about to reach them, a massive hand swept in front of the pair. With a flick of the fingers, the pumpkin bomb was sent flying. It exploded harmlessly, dozens of meters away. Boom! Crimson flames flared against the night sky, and after the blast came another round of wild cheers from the crowd. Amazing Iron Giant! Wang Kai, piloting the metal storm armor, had swooped in to save Spider-Man. But hearing the crowd's creative cheers, his face darkened in exasperation. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Why not call me Iron Hero, or Steel Knight, or Spider Hero, or even Captain America? He flicked his hand with annoyance, as if shooing away a pesky fly, sending Green Goblin scrambling back dozens of meters in fright. Wang Kai pinched the cable with 2 fingers, then flattened his other hand, signaling Mary Jane to climb aboard. I'll get you down safely. As for that pest, he's your problem, Spider-Man. Go deal with him. Marvel's #1 green tea. Mary Jane was so dazzled by the tall, imposing, ultra-cool metal storm that she stared, wide-eyed, and without so much as a thank you to Spider-Man, clambered over to Wang Kai. Watching this, Wang Kai felt a pang of frustration. In Spider-Man 1, Mary Jane wavered between Peter, Harry, and an unknown Spider-Man. In Spider-Man 2, she got engaged to a wealthy fiancé, but ran off, claiming she loved Peter instead. In Spider-Man 3, she argued with Peter, then, forced by circumstances, got involved with Harry for a while. Back then, it never seemed like a big deal, but now it just felt revolting. He soared toward the riverbank, carrying both the tram and Mary Jane. Mary's voice trembled. Thank you for saving me. How can I ever repay you? Wang Kai glanced down at her. Just be a decent human being, Mary. Meanwhile, on Spider-Man's side, he and the Green Goblin tangled together and crashed into a burning, abandoned castle in the park. The two exchanged blows, fighting with ferocious intensity. Though the Goblin wasn't quite as strong as Spider-Man, his arsenal of gadgets gave him a slight edge. Try this out, ha ha ha. 3 razor-sharp, throwing knives spun through the air towards Spider-Man. And in the blink of an eye, they were almost on him. With an acrobatic move that would have made Newton weep, Spider-Man dodged them with ease. But the Green Goblin wasn't done. He immediately hurled a pumpkin bomb. This time, there was no way to avoid it. Boom! The pumpkin bomb exploded right in front of him. The force of the blast hit like a speeding train, and the searing heat flashed across his face, leaving Spider-Man battered and burned in an instant. He was flung backward at lightning speed, and with a thunderous crash, slammed into an old brick wall and collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering serious internal injuries. The Green Goblin's laughter grew even more manic when he saw this. He strode forward and pinned Spider-Man underfoot, then pulled out a green trident and pressed it against Spider-Man's head. I was going to let Mary die painlessly, but now I'll make sure she suffers even more. Ha ha ha. Villains talk too much, and it's their downfall. The moment Spider-Man heard his beloved threatened, it was as if a cosmic force exploded within him. He grabbed the Goblin's ankle with one hand and hurled him away in a furious sweep. All 20 tons of Spider-Man's strength were unleashed with nothing held back. The Green Goblin shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing through 3 walls before finally coming to a halt. His green battlesuit was shredded, sparks flickering where the fabric tore, and who knows how many of his bones were broken. A spider eating a fly, nature's pecking order. Wang Kai and Luna stood atop the castle, watching the epic fight below, reflecting on the scene. Perhaps deliberately, for in the comics, the Green Goblin transforms like the Lizard Professor, becoming a low-budget, watered-down Hulk. But in the movies, he just looks like a giant fly. By now, the battle below was almost over. The Green Goblin, overwhelmed by Spider-Man's unleashed fury, could do nothing but kneel and beg for mercy. "Peter, stop. It's me." He removed his mask, revealing Norman's anguished face. Spider-Man was stunned. Wasn't this his best friend Harry's father? The Green Goblin pleaded for Peter's forgiveness, desperately explaining that he was under the influence of an evil persona. But in truth, he was only pretending. Behind Spider-Man, the Goblin's glider silently rose, its sharp spearhead gleaming in front. Suddenly, the Green Goblin's expression twisted into a crazed grin. "Goodbye, Spider-Man." In that instant, Peter's spider sense flared. He launched into a backflip on the spot, easily dodging the Goblin's glider. The spear pierced right through the green battle suit, pinning the Green Goblin directly to the wall. Blood seeped down the walls, chilling and relentless. In just a few seconds, the man was on the verge of death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in at the site of the Green Goblin's battle with Spider-Man. You have stayed for over 3 minutes and successfully completed the check-in task. Ding! You have been awarded 300 check-in points. Ding! The next check-in location is Otto's laboratory, birthplace of Dr. Octopus. Stay for over 3 minutes to complete the next task. With the check-in completed, Wang Kai scooped Princess Luna into his arms and leapt straight from the rooftop. With a heavy thud, he landed in true superhero fashion. His knees ached from the impact, but he strode forward, wrenched the demonic glider from the wall, and then pinched Norman's barely breathing lips, pouring both tiny vials of medicine down his throat. "Who are you?" Spider-Man quickly covered his face, shooting a strand of web to pull himself back into the shadows. He had no desire to be seen by others. The one who just saved you, and now the one saving him. "That's right. Kai saved you, and yet you're still so rude. You really don't know a good person when you see one." Luna pouted at Spider-Man, a little annoyed in her heart. She loathed spiders, scorpions, centipedes, all those creatures. So seeing Peter now, disheveled and lurking in the dark, didn't do much to win her favor, even if he had saved many children. After hearing the two, Spider-Man finally let down his guard. "Thank you for saving me. That golden suit was amazing. If possible, I'd love to get a few close-up shots of it." Poor Spider-Man was so broke he could barely keep his pants, usually making ends meet by selling photos to the newspaper. So far, not a single media outlet had managed a clear shot of the Metal Storm suit, and the Daily Bugle's boss was offering $1,000 as a reward. A small fortune for Spider-Man. "Maybe next time, I promise," Wang Kai replied without looking back. After pouring down the medicines, Norman finally came to, though he remained terribly weak. The moment he saw Wang Kai, Norman realized it was this harbinger of chaos who'd saved him. He couldn't tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Why did you save me?" Norman asked weakly. "Well, I thought I could borrow some money from you. From now on, your money is my money, and my money is your money. How about it?" Wang Kai smiled with a hint of mischief, and Norman could only force a bitter smile and nod in reluctant agreement. Spider-Man was left utterly dumbstruck. Was money really this easy to make? But wasn't this taking advantage of someone in trouble? Take Mr. Norman home. He's exhausted and needs to rest. When a man brushes past death, he tends to see himself more clearly. Hopefully, after this ordeal, Norman could overcome the Green Goblin within. "Aren't we taking him to the police? He's killed quite a few people." Spider-Man muttered softly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "What does the Green Goblin's killing have to do with Norman Osborn?" "Spider-Man, don't get it twisted." Wang Kai let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Even if he were to be taken in, it would just give him a new stage to repeat these words. American lawyers are ruthless, after all. Luna nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Kai's right. Spider-Man was left speechless, helplessly watching as Metal Storm materialized out of thin air. Luna perched on Metal Storm's shoulder, and the two of them soared into the pitch-black night sky. "Well, let's go, Mr. Osborne. I'll take you home." What followed mirrored the movie almost exactly. Harry saw his father, gravely wounded and terribly weak, and also saw the Spider-Man who had brought him there. Thus, the rift between the two was set in stone once more. Meanwhile, on Wang Kai's side, after leaving the castle park on Metal Storm, he had Luna open a portal beneath their feet, then deactivated Metal Storm so that they both dropped through together, landing straight into their bedroom at home. The rest of the night passed quietly, with Wang Kai and Luna both falling into a deep, sweet sleep. The next morning, Wang Kai got up early to make Luna breakfast. then sat down to check on Dr. Octopus's research progress. A scientific feat like the artificial sun was bound to make headlines somewhere, and he needed to confirm the timing before setting off to claim his reward. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Wang Kai was puzzled. Who could be visiting him so early in the morning? He opened the door, only to find two very familiar figures standing there. The ghost in her white and gray suit and her adoptive father, Goliath. You actually rang the doorbell? Since when do you know I'm back? Wang Kai asked coldly. Ghost could phase through walls. And who knew if she had a habit of spying on people? Just now, I didn't dare barge in. Ghost quickly waved her hands, eager to explain. She hadn't come to fight this time. Wang Kai's miraculous potion had worked wonders. Just one dose had kept her from slipping into nothingness. But she could feel the effect fading. And in another day or two, the agony of being torn apart cell by cell would return. Desperate for a normal life, Ghost couldn't let go of this chance at a cure. After returning to New York, she'd come knocking 3 days in a row. And finally, she'd managed to see Wang Kai again. Kai, we're here specifically to apologize. We're truly sorry for what happened that day. Goliath's words brought clarity to the situation. Ghost immediately bowed to Wang Kai. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you. Wang Kai shook his head, not taking it to heart. He'd already found Luna, and his approach to things was no longer as sharp-edged as before. Just then, Luna's voice drifted out from the bedroom. Kai, who's at the door? The ghost woman and Goliath were both taken aback for a moment. Brother? So, well, you've already found your sister? Congratulations. The two exchanged awkward smiles and cupped their hands in greeting. At this moment, Luna had already entered the living room. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to open the door and let them in. They're former colleagues from my previous job. Come on in. He closed the door and set out tea and snacks. Luna was quite interested in Wang Kai's previous workplace, especially the ghost woman. She was completely wrapped in her gray and white combat suit, which gave her an air of mystery. Luna's curiosity was boundless as she enthusiastically peppered the two with questions. Were you sent by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wang Kai asked. After all, he was the one who had abruptly quit S.H.I.E.L.D. on his own terms. It was perfectly reasonable for them to send people to check up on him. No, we actually came here to ask for your help. The ghost woman replied, removing her mask. She told them everything that had happened to her, and described the changes in her body after taking the little vial of medicine. I want to know how that serum is made. Maybe it's the key to curing my condition. She looked at Wang Kai with hope shining in her eyes. Luna, upon hearing her story, felt deep sympathy for the ghost woman. Kai, since you can help this lady, please do what you can for her, Luna whispered softly. Wang Kai sighed inwardly. For the sake of his persona, he took 3 little vials from his spatial backpack and tossed them directly to the ghost woman. I don't actually know how to make it, but I do know how to cure you. Really? All 3 on the sofa exclaimed in delight. Of course. Your current condition is a quantum entanglement state caused by quantum shock. As long as you gather enough quantum energy, you can be healed. Conveniently, he needed to build a time machine anyway. Although the funding had been secured, he was still short-handed. The second Ant-Man was still working his regular job, so no one had entered the quantum realm a second time yet. Wang Kai needed to bring all the relevant people together to launch a dream project. Only then could they build the time machine as quickly as possible. Tony, Dr. Pym, Hope, plus Goliath and the Ghost Woman. 5 people should be enough. Wang Kai remembered that in Avengers Endgame, Tony built the data model on his own. With others' help, it should be more than doable. As long as we construct a quantum tunnel machine and extract energy from within, you'll be cured. And the quantum tunnel has another function. It enables time and space travel. When the time comes, we can journey to a parallel universe and bring you and your parents over before the explosion ever happened. Then you'll finally be able to live a completely normal life together. When Wang Kai finished speaking, the ghost woman and Goliath were left completely dumbfounded, while Luna believed him without the slightest doubt. Is that really possible? Goliath was utterly baffled, his face a picture of confusion. He had once considered using quantum energy to heal Ghost, but had never managed to make any real progress. Now, Wang Kai had simply thrown open the gates for him, and, as if that weren't enough, described everything inside. How many beautiful women were standing behind the door, how many tons of gold, down to the smallest detail. It all sounded so fantastical that Goliath felt as though he were listening to wild nonsense. Of course it's possible, because that's exactly what I plan to do. I would never joke about resurrecting my parents. Wang Kai's expression was earnest, completely free of any hint of jest. Ghost felt herself believing most of what he said. After all, this was a man who'd slaughtered the New York mob for his sister and dragged America's 3 major families into the fray. He was hardly the type to spin tall tales just to deceive her. So what do you think? Want to join my plan to build a quantum tunnel? I call it Project Dreamweaver. Yes, absolutely. I'm in. Luna shot both hands into the air with excitement. Ghost, clutching her little vial, also raised her hand. Seeing his daughter join, Goliath naturally followed suit. And so, the first 4 members of Project Dreamweaver were decided, just like that. Excellent. From this moment on, we're all working not just for our own dreams, but for a shared goal. Goliath nodded in agreement. I'll resign from my shield position tomorrow and brush up on quantum tunnel theory. But Ava has done some unsavory work for shield, he said with concern. I'm worried they won't let her go so easily. Wang Kai just let out a cold laugh. No need to worry. Just move in next door to me. If Nick Fury tries to play any tricks, I'll flatten shield myself. Usually, he was easygoing, but when it came to resurrecting his parents, anyone or anything that stood in his way would be dealt with, no questions asked. I really don't know how to thank you, Kai, Ghost said softly. I'll give my all to help build the quantum tunnel. As a colleague of Dr. Hank Pym, Ghost's parents had both been quantum field experts, leaving her a legacy of invaluable knowledge. Years of illness had also made her something of a healer in her own right. Ghost herself was now an expert in quantum science, and she would truly be a huge help in constructing the quantum tunnel. Wang Kai smiled and reached out his hand. Wonderful. Here's to us finishing our Dreamweaver machine soon. That afternoon, in San Francisco, the 4 of them arrived at Pym Technologies. Ghost had finally shed her battle suit, trading it for casual clothes. As a girl not yet 20, with the innocence of youth still about her, she was now playing gleefully with Luna. And the sight filled Goliath, her father, with joy. It's been so long since I last saw him, Goliath mused, gazing at the company building before him, his heart full of emotion. I just hope Hank isn't still so suspicious and hot-tempered. But when they arrived, they found the place empty. Hank wasn't at the company, but they met his daughter, Hope Dine. Excuse me, you are? Hope looked at Goliath, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. She was sure they'd met somewhere before, but just couldn't place it. Goliath gave a good-natured grin. I used to be your father's assistant. We met a few times when you were little. Mr. Collins. Hope suddenly remembered, greeting Goliath with a polite handshake, then inviting everyone into her office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Goliath got straight to the point. Hope, we're here today to bring your mother back. She's trapped in the quantum realm. The only way to save her is to build a quantum gateway. Of course, Wang Kai had already explained all this. Dr. Pym was stubborn as a mule, and if you asked him directly for Pym particles, he'd sooner die or let something terrible happen to his daughter than hand them over. So they had to take this approach instead. Hope was taken aback. She spread her hands, a deeply conflicted smile flickering across her face. You're not lying to me, right? Of course not. We're all here because we need the quantum gateway to save someone we care about. Goliath produced a folder. It was a medical report detailing the ghost condition. After reading it, Hope was almost completely convinced. I knew it. My mother isn't dead. Hope burst into tears of joy. Her mother had left on a business trip and never returned. Though her father claimed there had been a car accident, Hope had never truly believed it. Now, at last, she had a clue that her mother was still alive. I'll take you to him. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside Dr. Pym's secluded villa. Security cameras were everywhere, all installed by the famously paranoid Dr. Pym. Ever since he'd lost some of his Pym particles decades ago. Actually, the Avengers had borrowed them and forgot to return them. He was convinced Howard Stark had stolen them. So he'd become even more protective of his invention. Hope stepped forward and knocked on the door. She hadn't even finished knocking when a gruff, elderly voice rang out from inside. Hope, is it not enough to kick me off the board? Are you here to kick me out of my own home too? And you brought people with you. Everyone was taken aback. Hope managed an awkward smile. It's just a family matter. She then shouted at the camera above the door. Don't be so paranoid. It's Mr. Collins. We need to talk to you. What did you possibly want? I heard he works for S.H.I.E.L.D. He must be after my Pym particles. Dr. Pym's voice was full of fury. You can go back and tell them I, Hank Pym, would rather starve to death, or shrink down and die in the subatomic realm, than ever hand over my invention. Well now, Hank Pym, the man of unyielding resolve. Seeing the situation, Wang Kai knew there was no time for more useless words. But just as he lifted his foot to step forward, Luna pressed his shoulder to stop him. Leave it to me, Kai, she said. With her suspended ring in hand, Luna conjured a portal right in front of the door, a door upon a door. Hope gaped in astonishment, while the others were unfazed. After all, this was exactly how they had traveled from New York. The whole group leaped through the portal, searching the house, but Dr. Pym was nowhere to be found. Wang Kai called out directly, Your wife isn't dead. Magic has revealed to us that she's still alive. If you want to rescue her from the quantum realm, Show yourself now. Why should I believe you? Dr. Pym's voice echoed from the house's speakers. He still remained in hiding, location unknown. Seeing Pym's suspicious, cagey behavior, Wang Kai couldn't hold back his anger. Are you a man or not? For your wife, even if there's only the slimmest chance, shouldn't you seize it with everything you've got? If it's a trick, then take down those who deceived you. Isn't this simple enough? Or are you going to keep hiding like a turtle in its shell, overthinking everything? Some may remember, in the first Ant-Man movie, Pym student Darren Cross invented a goop gun. It was a crude imitation of the Pym particle shrink ray, but it couldn't safely shrink animals. Instead, it reduced people to a pile of goo. This weapon was far deadlier than the Pym particles themselves. Anyone caught by was done for. Dr. Pym could definitely build such a thing. If he wished, he could unleash a massacre rivaling even Wang Kai's. Who would dare to deceive a man like that? But Wang Kai felt that Dr. Pym had spent so much time shrinking that even his courage had shrunk with him. He didn't seem like the husband or father he ought to be. Your wife waits for her husband. The daughter waits for her mother. And because of your suspicion, they suffer. Tell me, who are you really? The hall fell silent for a long moment. Dr. Pym's voice did not return. Hope gazed at Wang Kai, her eyes full of complex emotion. Luna's eyes sparkled with admiration. And even Go smiled. They all thought Wang Kai was right. I am Hank Pym, their husband and father. Suddenly, Dr. Pym's low growl rang out in the hall, as if he had finally made up his mind. Heavy footsteps echoed from the speakers. And soon, the group saw Dr. Pym himself, hair silvered with age, face flushed with anger. Young man, don't think I don't recognize reverse psychology. If it weren't for Janet, I'd never meet with S.H.I.E.L.D. Goliath smiled slightly at the sight. You haven't changed a bit. Oomph. Neither have you. Dr. Pym replied coolly. Hope quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Building a quantum tunnel is no easy feat. Let's sit down and talk it through. A moment later, Dr. Pym accepted the existence of magic, and everyone began to discuss how to construct the quantum tunnel. When it came to these technical details, Wang Kai found himself completely out of his depth, as if he were listening to a language from another world. It wasn't until 2 hours later, when the group had finished their deliberations, that Wang Kai asked directly, how long will it take? I can handle the funding, and if there are any major obstacles, I'll find someone to help solve them. Under normal circumstances, it would take 5 years. Wang Kai couldn't help but twitch at the thought. That would almost be easier than trying to steal the Infinity Stones from this universe. But then, Dr. Pym changed his tone. Now, with their assistance, we're looking at an estimate of 5 months. Their help will speed things up considerably. But the main issue is with testing. If it turns out we can't make it back, that would be a death sentence. Everyone was well aware of the risks. And as they pondered how to address this problem, Luna stepped forward. I can take care of that. My echo form is also a physical entity, and if it gets hurt, it'll vanish and the memories will return to my real body. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. Multiple shadow clones, essentially, definitely handy for scouting the unknown. All right then, since you're a sorceress, let's combine magic and technology for the trials. With everything ready, there was nothing left for Wang Kai to worry about. Dr. Pym would proceed with organizing the work step by step. If anything was missing, Goliath would speak up. So Dr. Pym wouldn't let pride get in the way and waste time. From then on, every day Luna would open a portal to send Goliath and Ghost to work, and pick them up again in the evening. Thus, the following roles took shape. Wang Kai became both the client and the logistics chief. Luna served as head of transportation and test personnel. Pym was the project manager and chief scientist. Hope, Goliath, and Ghost all acted as assistants. With the project on track, Wang Kai resumed his routine of signing in, drawing rewards, and cutting down villains. 3 days later, at the Hudson River Laboratory in New York, a spectacular experiment was about to unfold. The creation of an artificial sun, tapping into limitless energy. The man in charge was Harry Osborne, heir to the Osborne Group. He had even invited his good friend Peter to watch the experiment. The idea of the artificial sun was inspired by Tony's announcement of miniaturized arc reactor technology, and the lure of new energy was irresistible to all. Major corporations rushed to follow suit, and with Norman temporarily sidelined by his injuries, Harry stepped in to take the lead and approved Dr. Otto's plan for the artificial sun experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to this machine that can initiate and sustain nuclear fusion. A dozen of Osborne Group's senior executives and social elites approached Dr. Otto. Among them, invisible to all, were Wang Kai and Luna. Luna had just learned the spell of invisibility. In her words, since neither of them could see the other. They had no choice but to walk hand in hand. Today will be a monumental day in human history. We are about to witness the birth of an artificial sun. This will unleash an endless, boundless source of energy, more powerful even than Stark Industries' arc reactor. After this stirring and impassioned speech, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Then Dr. Otto's wife, Rose, wheeled in a machine draped in a gray cloth. When the cover was pulled away, 4 enormous mechanical arms came into view. These are my assistants. They'll help me better manage nuclear fusion. They can withstand extreme heat and magnetic fields. As Dr. Otto explained, he removed his jacket, stepping into the center of the 4 mechanical arms. The arched harness at his waist locked into place instantly, and a steel spine, like a segment of vertebrae, pressed against his back. From this, syringes slowly slid into his body, causing those watching to tense up with unease. Ding! Host has arrived at the sign-in location, the birthplace of Dr. Octopus. Sign-in time, 3 minutes. If the stay is less than 3 minutes, the sign-in will be considered a failure. Sign-in countdown, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. The system's voice sounded. From now on, Dr. Otto would be known as Dr. Octopus. These are highly intelligent mechanical assistants. Their artificial intelligence is on par with human intellect. To be safe, I've installed inhibitors to ensure I remain in control. Dr. Octopus introduced his mechanical arms with a smile. After sharing a kiss with his wife, Rose, he strode toward the test platform. For that was the true star of the day. The artificial sun experimental device. Highly rare tritium is the core of this experiment. There are only 25 pounds of it in the entire world. Dr. Octopus put on his safety goggles, gazing deeply at the marble-sized sphere of tritium. Then, with unwavering resolve, he pressed the activation switch. For beams of laser shot out from the sharp corners of the device, striking the tritium and instantly swelling into a blazing fireball twice the size of a basketball. The artificial sun. It had appeared. Translucent red ribbons of energy shimmered in the air. Solar winds, constantly spreading outward. This was when Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms came into play. As the solar winds threatened to breach the containment field, he would forcefully press them back into place. Yes, simply and forcefully push them back. The sun, right in the palm of my hand. Dr. Octopus whispered to himself, mesmerized by the dazzling artificial sun. But the moment these grandiose words left his lips, the entire system blared out alarms. Magnetic fields began to swell and intensify inexplicably, pulling in every piece of iron, jewelry, and gold watch nearby. Don't worry, it's just a power leak. Facing the ever-increasing magnetic force, Dr. Octopus tried to maintain his composure, but the protective shield on the artificial sun began to bulge outward. The Osborne Group executives and other high society onlookers started to inch backward, while Peter Parker, Spider-Man himself, felt every hair on his body stand on end. His spider sense was screaming at him to get out. This thing was nothing short of a super bomb. Harry, we have to get everyone out of here, Peter called to Harry, who, though shocked, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. If anything happened to these people, Osborne Group would be finished for good. Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, this place is dangerous. Please evacuate immediately." A harsh tearing sound rang out. Metal was being ripped apart on all sides. The chandeliers hanging from the lab ceiling were torn down, all sucked straight into the artificial sun. System overload. Dr. Octavius, we have to stop the experiment, an assistant urged, desperate to shut everything down. But Dr. Octopus refused to abandon his life's work. No, it'll stabilize. I can't control it. But as soon as the words left his mouth, an alarm flashed. The system was showing a breach in the shield. Solar flares, thick as an arm, burst from inside, expanding almost tenfold in an instant. Like giant whips, they lashed wildly through the lab. And with a deep, shuddering crash, one smashed right through the ceiling, punching a hole in the laboratory. "Shut it down, Otto. I'm ordering you. Shut it down," Harry shouted in panic. Seeing this, Peter was about to rip off his shirt and dive in to pull the plug himself. At that moment, the solar flares grew even wilder, snapping out like furious whips. One shot straight toward Dr. Octopus's wife, Rose. No, Dr. Octopus lunged, mechanical arms outstretched to shield her. But their distance felt like 1,000 miles. The arms couldn't reach her in time. Just then, a gigantic, golden, semi-transparent shield appeared in front of Rose. Luna, cloaked in invisibility, had stepped in. Before anyone could react, Wang Kai revealed himself, his classic avatar flickering into view. and with a sweep of blue blade energy, he sliced the raging solar flare clean in half. Hurry and shut it down. If you don't, the equipment will be destroyed, and you'll lose all your experimental data. That single line snapped everyone back to reality. After all, nothing in this world comes easily. Experiments only succeed through gradual improvement and correction. And as an experienced scientist, how could he not know that? Dr. Octopus sprang into action, but the berserk solar flares gave him no time. The shield cracked again. More flares burst forth, flailing about like golden tentacles. I need time, Dr. Octopus shouted, as he frantically downloaded all the experimental data into his mechanical arms storage, a process that would take 5 to 10 seconds. All right, Wang Kai hefted his blade once more. The blue blade of energy sliced through all the solar winds launched by Dr. Octopus. Meanwhile, Luna maintained the Seraphim shield, steadfastly protecting Rose and the others behind her. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get out of here. Luna's voice rang out, finally snapping Rose out of her daze. Though she didn't fully understand what was happening, she knew she had to do something to keep things from spiraling out of control. She cast a quick glance at her husband, then gritted her teeth and left. Peter, realizing there was little he could do, joined Harry in helping evacuate the crowd. Once the outsiders, including all the lab assistants, had cleared out, only Luna, Wang Kai, and Dr. Octopus remained. Data download is complete, but the artificial sun can't be shut down anymore. Dr. Octopus cried out in regret. If it exploded now, his entire laboratory might be wiped out. The whole neighborhood could be facing total devastation. A thought flashed through Wang Kai's mind as he continued slashing away at the solar winds. He shouted to Luna, "Mirror dimension, throw the artificial sun into the mirror dimension." In the movie, the artificial sun had its power cut before its true force could be revealed, but Wang Kai wanted to see just how terrifying this thing really was. He held the largest tritium core in his hand. He needed to know how much energy this thing could unleash. Got it. Luna swiftly swept her hands apart. The space before her shattered like glass. With a single, fluid motion, she drew a circle in the air, and a golden portal opened above the artificial sun device. Luna pressed down with her palm. The portal fell, swallowing the artificial sun device and leaving nothing behind but a perfect, shallow, circular crater in the floor. My God, who are you people? Dr. Octopus was utterly stunned. He'd been so consumed by his research on the artificial sun that he had no idea what Wang Kai was truly capable of now. We'll explain when we get back, Wang Kai replied. He and Luna stepped into the mirror dimension together, gazing toward the horizon where the artificial sun was now slowly descending from the sky. Instinctively, Luna reached out and grasped Wang Kai's hand. Suddenly, a blinding flash streaked across the sky. Instantly, both of them shielded their eyes. It was white. A flawless, pure white light engulfed all of New York City, followed by a thunderous, earth-shaking roar that reverberated through their very bones. A boom resounded, fierce and overwhelming, like a miniature hydrogen bomb detonating in midair. The shockwave tore across the ground, unleashing hurricane-force winds. Skyscrapers withstood the raging storm for only a few moments before toppling like dominoes away from the blast. Then came an even more terrifying heat wave. The instant it touched any structure, it sparked raging infernos, reducing entire buildings to rubble in less than a second, turning them to ash, scattering outward like dust on the wind. The skies slowly rose with the iconic mushroom cloud, leaving Wang Kai and Luna utterly stunned. Although it didn't destroy New York within the mirror dimension, it still reduced the once thriving Manhattan Island to a wasteland. The power unleashed by the artificial sun, in its full eruption, was truly on par with a nuclear weapon. Incredible, Luna whispered in awe. Wang Kai, however, smiled faintly. This is an artificial sun. It may be a bit smaller, but it's still a sun, after all. The two of them exited the mirror dimension, and at last, the system's voice made itself heard. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in at the birthplace of Dr. Octopus. Sign-in duration exceeded 3 minutes. Sign-in task successfully completed. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! Next sign-in location. The site of Spider-Man's battle with Dr. Octopus. Remain there for over 3 minutes to complete the sign-in. Another sign-in task completed. Wang Kai now had 3,600 sign-in points. Enough for 36 consecutive draws. Just as he was quietly pleased with his progress, the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 30 sign-in tasks, including hidden sign-ins. Intermediate lottery wheel unlocked. Kind reminder, The intermediate lottery wheel offers higher-level rewards, but the required sign-in points are doubled. Each draw costs 200 sign-in points. 30 already? Wang Kai was a little surprised. But since the intermediate lottery wheel was unlocked, why not give it a try? System, I want to draw 3 times. Ding. 600 sign-in points consumed. Drawing now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a hero template. Phantom City Judge, Zhong Kue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an item. Big Staff. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a special item. System Shop. Another hero template. But this Zhong Kue, Master Kue, he didn't seem to have much use for that. As for the Big Staff, its function was clear. It increased magic power by 120 points. In the real world, it translated to a 12% boost in magic damage. But again, not something he needed. What truly piqued his interest was the System Shop. Silently thinking open, he found himself facing an interface akin to a general store, featuring 8 different items for sale. Each item was clearly marked with its price, and a 48-hour countdown was displayed below. It was obvious that the shop stock would refresh periodically, bringing new items as time passed. Cloth armor, small potion bottle, refreshing crystal, boxing gloves, swift boots, passionate rose, skill enhancement point. Each was priced at 100 sign-in points. With the exception of the boxing gloves, which hadn't appeared before, he had seen all the other items. The skill enhancement point appeared twice. And without hesitation, Wang Kai bought them both. He had upgraded his indestructible demon body to level 14, but now only 2,800 sign-in points remained. This System Shop feels like it's taken the prizes from the low-level lottery draws and put them up for sale individually. Wang Kai mused to himself. Still, this wasn't a bad thing. As long as skill enhancement points appeared, he would buy them without hesitation. This way, there was finally hope of reaching level 100 in the indestructible demon body. Otherwise, relying on pure chance was just too unreliable. Kai, what are you thinking about? Luna's voice pulled Wang Kai back to reality. Dr. Octopus was standing there, looking at him with a puzzled expression, waiting for an answer. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought. Wang Kai replied, offering Luna a faint smile. Then he turned to Dr. Octopus. Go ahead. Ask whatever's on your mind. Who are you people? Dr. Octopus asked immediately. We're a mage and a descendant of a demonic clan. It's fine if you don't understand. Just know that we're very capable. Then why did you help me? We were interested in your artificial sun project. As it happened, we showed up uninvited and discovered something had gone wrong. After a brief conversation with Dr. Octopus, Wang Kai managed to put the scientist at ease, and then he and Luna took their leave. It wasn't the right time to bring him onto their side. That would have to wait until after the second sign-in task was complete. Not long after they left, the fire brigade arrived on the scene, and Dr. Octopus's wife, Rose, rushed in as well. Seeing her husband safe and sound, she broke down in tears of joy. Though the experimental device was lost, as long as everyone was unharmed, that was what mattered most. The fire brigade reported that the site was secure. So Harry and Peter finally made their way inside. The young heir to the Osborne Corporation wore a look of anger, plainly dissatisfied with Dr. Octopus. The cost of tritium is no small matter, Dr. Octavius. I hope next time you'll check your figures more carefully and not make such a mistake again. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance, ordering that all of Dr. Octopus's research funding be withdrawn. This was a crushing blow to the scientist. To have his work dismissed and his funding pulled in one stroke. It was utterly disheartening. It was just like how Norman Osborn had once been driven to desperate measures. And now it was Dr. Octopus's turn. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was in a mirror dimension, slicing through skyscrapers to test the changes in his indestructible demon body. Star Tower is so ugly. Let's start with you, he muttered. The metallic storm in the sky faded away, giving way to the appearance of solemn, radiant angelic armor. Wang Kai gripped his blade tightly, his eyes sharp and focused. He unleashed all his power in an instant. A split second later, a sky-rending arc of sword energy shot straight toward Star Tower. It was like cutting a cake. The blade cleaved down from the top floor, stopping only after slicing a third of the way through, leaving a massive crevice as wide as a person, turning Star Tower into a giant Y shape. Only about 30 floors? Wang Kai counted the number of floors, sounding a bit disappointed. The blade aura could not be maintained indefinitely. It only appeared at the very instant of strike, so it was incredibly draining. With each subsequent layer, its power diminished even further. Meanwhile, Luna had already mastered the art of levitation. She floated silently in the air, drifting through the sky like a ghost. Let's see how many meters it is this time. She swung her blade down at the street. In an instant, fragments of stone exploded in every direction, the crash echoing thunderously. A long, narrow fissure appeared across the road, wide at the top and narrowing as it descended, the edges jagged and rough. Kai, I've finished the test. Luna flew over with a beaming smile. The tape measure in her hand, reading 43.96 meters. So short. When will I be able to slice through the moon? Wang Kai muttered to himself, then left the mirror dimension with Luna. After lunch, they turned on the television and stumbled upon a live show. A masked daredevil was about to jump a motorcycle over 6 Black Hawk helicopters, and their rotors were spinning. It was the very definition of courting death. It doesn't feel the same on TV, Kai. Let's go watch it live. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly fascinated by this unusual spectacle. Wang Kai agreed without hesitation. He had already recognized the scene. This was Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider. It was a classic moment from the Marvel Universe, and perhaps he could earn some sign-in points here. Ladies and gentlemen, behold a death-defying stunt like never before. Let's welcome the Blazing Johnny. The host's powerful voice rang out, and, as Wang Kai hoped, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Host detected at hidden sign-in location. Death-defying stunt show. Beginning sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Johnny! Johnny! The roar of the crowd shook the arena, their enthusiasm surging for today's main act. After all, this could very well be his final performance. At the end of the ramp, Johnny straddled his beloved motorcycle. This show was dedicated to his father's memory. Leaping over helicopters had always been his dream. How much nitrous did you put in? Johnny asked his assistant. Enough to send you to outer space. That's perfect. Lowering his visor, Johnny revved the engine hard. The tires screeched against the pavement, sending up clouds of acrid smoke. And without a moment's hesitation, he shot toward the ramp. Whoosh! Both man and machine soared into the air, the whirling helicopter blades spinning just beneath him. The crowd fell silent in suspense. Everyone held their breath, nerves taut. Time seemed to slow. In the blink of an eye, Johnny traced a perfect arc through the sky. He cleared all 6 Black Hawk helicopters, and the landing was safe. With no accidents at all, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd, even louder than before. Luna shouted with joy as well. But Wang Kai didn't feel anything at all. He smiled wryly and said, "What's so exciting about this? When you already know the outcome, there's no surprise." If Luna weren't here, Wang Kai would have been curious to see if the Ghost Rider in human form could actually die. Back in New York, Wang Kai kept a close eye on Dr. Octopus's movements. It only took 5 days before Dr. Octopus couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled on a black hood and started robbing places, determined to remake and complete his artificial sun. It was almost comical, like a child covering his ears to block out the truth. At a bank, he ran into Spider-Man, who was there applying for a college loan. The two of them started fighting right then and there, and the news quickly made it onto live broadcasts. "We're going, Luna. It's time to meet this Dr. Octopus." Inside the bank, Spider-Man curled his middle and ring fingers inward, shooting white webs from his wrists that locked onto 2 of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms, trying to subdue him with words. "Why are you doing this? You're a scientist, not a monster." Dr. Octopus's expression darkened at these words. Danger glinted in his eyes beneath the black hood. "You know who I am?" With a vicious yank of his mechanical arms. The force was so great that even Spider-Man couldn't resist. He was flung straight in front of Dr. Octopus. With a snap, 2 mechanical claws seized Spider-Man's head, and the grip kept tightening, as if he wanted to crush Spider-Man's head then and there. "You just don't understand. Everything I'm doing is for the world." Dr. Octopus roared, and the 3rd mechanical arm produced a sharp spike from its tip, aiming straight for Spider-Man's forehead. Suddenly, with a thud, the spike was kicked off. Then, Spider-Man crossed his hands and shot webs, sticking them to the desks on either side and yanking them toward himself, sending them crashing into Dr. Octopus. The mechanical arms instinctively let go, and Spider-Man flipped back and rolled away to dodge the next attack, shooting webs to swing up to the ceiling, where he hung upside down and continued spraying webs, trying to bind Dr. Octopus from a safe distance. Annoying little bug. Dr. Octopus grabbed a desk and hurled it at Spider-Man on the ceiling. Back and forth, they attacked each other, but neither dared get too close. At that moment, the faint sound of police sirens drifted in from outside the bank. Dr. Octopus instantly realized things were going south. His mechanical arms might be bulletproof, but his body was still flesh and blood. A single bullet could end him. He grabbed 2 bags of cash with his mechanical arms, Dr. Octopus fled without looking back, desperate to escape. But Spider-Man was relentless in his pursuit. He fired a web that stuck firmly to the money bag, and as the two pulled with all their strength, a sharp ripping sound tore through the air. The bag split open in an instant, and banknotes began to rain down inside the bank. But Dr. Octopus was left with nothing for his trouble. Arg, damn you, Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus watched helplessly as the money scattered all around, his heart bleeding at the sight. But with the sound of police sirens growing ever closer outside, he had no choice but to flee in a panic. Though Spider-Man refused to let him go, the fight spilled from inside the bank to the world outside, from the ground up onto the walls, their battle showing no sign of stopping. With a powerful swing, Dr. Octopus hurled Spider-Man toward the ground, but Spider-Man shot out a web, sticking it to Doc Ock and pulling him along. And, in the momentum, both of them plummeted downward together. At that very moment, a speeding train thundered by underneath, and both Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man landed hard atop the front of the engine. Are you going to hound me forever? Dr. Octopus stood up and demanded angrily, but Spider-Man's reply only infuriated him further. As long as you don't stop, I won't give up. Fine, then try stopping this. With that, the mechanical arms lashed out and tore into the train's control compartment, ripping out the control lever in a fit of destruction. Immediately, the control panel erupted with sparks and alarms. The train's systems ruined, and its speed shot up dangerously. Panic swept through the passengers in the cars behind. Ha ha, Spider-Man. Let's see you try to stop this train. Then, when you're exhausted, I'll finish you off. Dr. Octopus cackled, as if he could already see his victory. But suddenly, a shadow loomed over Dr. Octopus, blocking out the light, his triumphant smile fading. He looked up, and his pupils shrank in shock. Hovering above was a massive mech, twice his height, its sharp, imposing lines radiating power. As it stared down at him, sweat broke out on Dr. Octopus's forehead, and, just as he tried to make a run for it, a voice boomed from within the mech. I have money. I have tritium. How about working for me? Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't this exactly what he'd been after? I accept. Good. First, stop that train. The mech, Metal Storm, shot forward to the speeding engine, and Spider-Man instantly realized what Wang Kai intended. Scrambling into the train car to shout to the passengers, hold on tight. We're about to slow down. He braced both hands against the front of the engine. From beneath Metal Storm's feet, jets of blue, cone-shaped energy blasted forth, the surge of power propelling the mech to 2 or 3 times the speed of sound in an instant. A grinding, metallic groan echoed out as the strain set in, and the train's engineers instinctively scrambled backward in alarm. The entire front of the train was being squeezed by 2 immense forces, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Screeching sounds pierced the air as the wheels spun furiously, showering the tracks with sparks. Though the train's speed dropped significantly, it was still some distance away from coming to a stop. Seeing this, Spider-Man rushed forward to help. But just then, the metallic storm let out another thunderous roar. Luna! Inside the carriage, Luna, who had been watching the spectacle, instantly vanished from sight. She flew outside, crossed her hands in front of her, and traced 2 arcs in the air. Suddenly, countless arms unfurled behind her like a 1,000-armed goddess. In the next instant, hundreds of Lunas burst forth from behind her, each one clapping her hands together, and as they pulled them apart, golden magical whips appeared in their grasp. All at once, they lashed their whips toward the train cars. With a sharp crack, the carriages were instantly ensnared by a web of golden magical whips. Every Luna leaned back, gripping the whips tightly, and they all called out in unison. 1, 2, 3, pull. Their voices rang out, crisp and bright. Anyone listening could tell they were the voices of young girls. The speed is dropping even faster. Inside the train, the operators shouted with joy. With Luna pulling the train, Wang Kai pushed the metal storm to its limits once more. After 5 tense seconds, the runaway train finally screeched to a halt at the last station. The golden whips faded away, and the people inside erupted in jubilant cheers. Some even wept tears of relief, having survived a brush with disaster. Let's go, Doctor. Wang Kai extended his massive mech arm, and Dr. Octopus immediately used his metal claws to grab hold. The 3 of them took off into the sky, leaving Spider-Man behind with only their retreating silhouettes, and a head full of questions. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be a villain? Didn't he say he'd definitely deal with this next time? And what on earth just happened here? The world is really complicated. Spider-Man could only sigh helplessly, then turn back to focus on paying off his college loans. A short while later, at Wang Kai's home. Dr. Octopus listened to Wang Kai's plans, utterly dumbfounded. You're telling me you have a way to make a chunk of tritium as big as a soccer ball, and that we can find a genius even more specialized than I am to stabilize an artificial sun? That's impossible. Vanki. Nothing is impossible. With PIM particles, Tony's genius, and funding from the Osborne Corporation, creating an artificial sun would be no trouble at all. And as long as they conducted the experiment within the mirror dimension, there'd be no need to worry about the catastrophic consequences of any explosion. Wang Kai laid out his plans and resources to Dr. Octopus, leaving the latter speechless with astonishment. His curiosity about magic only grew stronger. After witnessing Luna's casual display of power, he couldn't help but marvel. This world just keeps getting stranger. But magic combined with technology, that's truly unprecedented. I think our partnership is going to be very enjoyable. Wang Kai smiled and extended his right hand. In this way, everyone is satisfied. By the way, aren't you going to take off your mechanical arms? Dr. Octopus clasped his hands together but shook his head. No need for now. I still need them. Since that was his answer, Wang Kai didn't press the matter. Once everything was settled with Dr. Octopus, Wang Kai paid a visit to Norman's house, asking him to smooth over the issue of Dr. Octopus robbing the bank. With this arrangement, Doc Ock no longer had to worry about the police coming to his door, and could continue his life with his wife, Rose, in peace. The progress on the artificial sun device would also speed up significantly. 3 days later, as night fell over New York, a pale young man suddenly stepped out from the silent alleys of Hell's Kitchen. With every step he took, another streetlight flickered out, bulbs bursting in rapid succession, shards of glass scattering across the pavement. The commotion drew the attention of a few idle thugs, who, upon seeing the well-dressed and mysterious stranger, thought they'd found an easy target. But the closer they got, the colder they felt, their breath turning into white mist in the chilly air. It's been 100 years, and yet the world of men has come this far. The mysterious man gazed at the distant skyscrapers, then glanced at the thugs who were just about to flee. A wicked smile curled on his lips. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right before them, his fingers darting out to tap each of their chests in quick succession. Fear twisted the thugs' faces, but when they tried to beg for mercy, no sound came out. Their bodies shriveled as they rapidly dehydrated, their skin turning even paler than the strangers. As if every drop of blood had been drained away, they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony until death finally claimed them. But human nature hasn't changed at all. The mysterious man let out a cold, mocking laugh. With a wave of his hand, a swirl of black mist shot from his palm, and the moment it touched the ground, a clay figure began to rise, quickly forming into a life-size statue. The clay merged with the figure, and the newly formed creature was none other than the local Earth Demon, summoned by the mysterious visitor. Witchheart Demon. The Earth Demon called out his master's name, a look of deep fear in his eyes. At that moment, a murky torrent of water surged up from a manhole cover, coiling beside Witchheart Demon and taking on human form. It was the Water Demon, another local Kingpin. Next, a gust of black wind howled in from afar, bringing the arrival of the third Kingpin, the Wind Demon. With his lieutenants gathered, Witchheart Demon broke into a sinister smile and made his promise. Help me seize the San Vanganza contract, and from this day forward, each of you will rule your own domain in the world of men. The three demons had no choice but to accept, for standing before them was none other than the son of Mephisto, the king of hell, a being whose power was far beyond anything they could hope to match. Very well, now, come with me to find something that attracts me. I can sense it, right here in this city. A wicked smile crept across the demon sorcerer's face as he turned to gaze in the direction of Wang Kai's home in Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Wang Kai remained completely unaware of the events unfolding. The system just refreshed and offered another skill enhancement point, he murmured. He bought it without hesitation, leaving him with exactly 3,000 sign-in points, and the indestructible demon body had just reached level 15. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the silent kitchen. Like a leaky faucet left just a hair open, water droplets tapping rhythmically against the stainless steel sink. Almost at the same time, a chill wind burst in through the window, howling like the wail of a ghost. Dirt began to seep under the door, gathering and shaping itself into a muddy hand that crawled toward Wang Kai and Luna. Gee, ghost! There's a ghost! Luna shrieked, jumping up in fright. Wang Kai caught her in his arms like a prince rescuing a princess, while Luna, trembling, pointed at the muddy hand, unable to form words. Don't worry, it's not a ghost, Wang Kai reassured her, though in his mind he already knew the truth. The scene matched the trio of minor villains. From the Ghost Rider movie, the Earth Demon, the Wind Demon, and the Water Demon, each easily defeated with a single blow in the original story. Sure enough, within seconds, the three appeared, one with parched, cracking skin, another with wild, tangled hair, and the last dripping wet, water pooling at his feet. None spoke a word. Their eyes were fixed solely on Luna. Luna, mirror dimension, Wang Kai whispered in her ear. This was his home, with the ghostly neighbor and the Goliath living just next door. He wanted to avoid making too much noise. A sharp, crystalline crack resounded. Luna, though terrified, summoned the mirror dimension. Wang Kai swept her up and, in a whirlwind, slipped inside, leaving the three demons utterly bewildered. At their power level, they knew nothing of camouflage or its magic, so the sudden appearance of a wall of shimmering glass left them thoroughly confused. This is the guardian of a human world. A cloud of black smoke billowed into the living room as the demon sorcerer materialized, eyeing the portal to the mirror dimension with obvious wariness. But on second thought, he reasoned, why would a true guardian flee at the sight of him? This must be a mere apprentice. Let's go in and have a look, he commanded, leading the way. With no other choice, his three underlings followed. The moment they entered the mirror dimension, they were greeted by a colossal blade, more than 40 meters long. Boom! Wang Kai, now in his indestructible demon body form, swung the sword with all his might, slicing his apartment building clean in half. But he didn't stop there. He hurled a cat-shaped bomb, turning the remains into utter rubble. Flames roared upward, the shape of a great feline head blazing above the ruin. Yet, to his surprise, the system didn't register a single defeated villain. What a terrifying attack, came a voice through the smoke. The demon sorcerer emerged once more, as Earth Demon strode out of the inferno, his body a bit more brittle now, but otherwise unharmed. He spat a glob of saliva onto the ground. The Water Demon emerged, unexpectedly hiding inside the Earth Demon's mouth. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon, being formless and intangible, remained untouched by both slashes and explosions. This woman stirs a strange urge in me to possess her. Can you tell me why that is? The Witchheart Demon lowered his gaze, a wicked smile curling his lips. But in the very next instant, a golden crescent slash cut him clean in two. You're asking for it. With a furious roar, Wang Kai unleashed a relentless barrage of golden crescent blades. In the blink of an eye, the golden arcs formed a seamless wall, severing the heads, torsos, waists, and legs of all four Witchheart demons. Yet even so, they seemed completely unfazed. Such attacks are useless against us. The Wind Demon burst into laughter, splitting himself into even thinner layers, like an infinite stack of paper. But in the next second, every slice fused effortlessly back together. Damn, physical attacks are useless. Wang Kai cursed inwardly. Against these elemental foes, his great blade was utterly powerless. His final fusion skill simply had to convert physical damage into magical force. Only then could he cover this glaring weakness. If you won't tell me, then I'll just have to find out for myself. The Witchheart Demon grinned wickedly, as black mist erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a rocket, darting toward them with blinding speed. Bang! The Witchheart Demon's striking face collided headlong with a massive golden shield, and he tumbled to the ground in a rather comical heap. He dissolved into black mist, then reappeared at his previous spot, now fixing the two with a sullen, brooding stare. Such a public humiliation in front of his subordinates filled him with burning rage. Luna dispelled the Seraphim shield, then crossed her arms, once again invoking the form of Econ. In an instant, hundreds of Lunas appeared, encircling the four Witchheart demons so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Wang Kai wasn't idle either. He immediately switched to the Mosey hero template, summoning a metallic storm in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged barely a glance, yet each knew exactly what to do next. Defensive formation. The metallic storm spread its arms wide, forming a colossal tetrahedral electromagnetic field. A crackling hum of electricity filled the air, as blue electromagnetic walls shimmered in and out of view, currents racing across their surfaces to create a flickering latticework of horizontal and vertical lines. All four Witchheart demons were now trapped inside the electromagnetic field, blue sparks of lightning dancing across their bodies. Even as they tried to dissolve into their elemental forms, they found themselves unable to do so. Lightning of Bozat. All the Lunas on the ground shouted in unison, slamming their palms down onto the pavement. More than 20 thick, gold and crimson bolts of lightning leapt and danced across the concrete, and in an instant converged beneath the four demons' feet. As the Witchheart demons looked on in shock, every bolt of lightning wrapped around them, cocooning them in crackling energy. Boom! A surge of wild magical power exploded forth, the thunderous detonation shattering every pane of glass along the street. The shock wave spread out like a gale-force wind, as fierce as a level 8 storm. Shattered concrete and clods of earth were hurled all around, flying like bullets in every direction. All that remained on the ground was a pit, nearly 3 meters deep, and not a trace of the four fiends could be found. Damn, are these things impossible to kill? There wasn't a single system prompt announcing the defeat of a villain. Wang Kai was getting a real taste of just how tenacious these little devils could be. Sinister laughter echoed once more, chilling and sharp. In a flash, the heartless fiend appeared behind one of the Lunas. Its left hand clamped tight around her throat. It brought its nose close, inhaling deeply at her neck, and instantly understood the sensation. So this is the scent of a high-class delicacy, hidden away so well. Before I devour those 1,000 grand feasts, this appetizer will do nicely. The witch fiend opened its gaping maw and lunged for Luna, but with a loud crack, almost broke its own teeth. A flash of crimson light cut through. The sword of the Emperor of Ashanti pierced straight into the witch fiend's mouth and burst out through the back of its skull. But before Luna could swing for a decapitating blow, the witch fiend dissolved once more into a swirl of black mist. Food with thorns makes the meal even more delicious, haha. Evil laughter swirled around them from every direction. Suddenly, the wind fiend appeared, transforming into a vortex of shadowy gusts, harassing Luna relentlessly from the air. Meanwhile, the water fiend slithered across the ground, and when it reached beneath one of Luna's clones, it struck without warning. The earth fiend shifted its form, morphing into a monstrous behemoth of mud and shattered concrete. Its palm slammed down, wider than a city bus. In an instant, chaos exploded on the battlefield. Luna, lacking combat experience, was clearly overwhelmed and flustered. They really are like a bunch of ghosts. Wang Kai couldn't help but complain, already considering just locking these four fiends away in the mirror dimension for all eternity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wang Kai remembered another hero template he'd been neglecting. A hero made for catching ghosts. System, switch hero template, Judge of the Nether City, Wang Kai. Ding. Host has switched to the Judge of the Nether City, Wang Kai. All associated skills are now available. What the heck is this? And what's this? Jumping little ghosts. Rite of Judgment. Taking damage triggers a magical explosion, dealing spell damage to nearby enemies. The explosion has a 2-second cooldown. Upon your own death, you will explode after 3 seconds, dealing massive spell damage. Void Sweeper. Slam the ground with a heavy hammer, dealing area spell damage and slowing enemies. A direct hit deals 2.5 times the damage. Cooldown, 4 seconds. Chain of Oblivion. Hurl a void chain hook to forcibly pull struck enemies back. Using Reincarnation Devour ensures they cannot escape. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Reincarnation Devour. After charging up, he unfolds his void body and repeatedly devours enemies before him, dealing massive magic damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. There isn't much difference between the skill here and the one in the game. The only issue is, in the game, you can die as many times as you wish. But in reality, you generally only get one shot. That's enough, Luna. Cancel the clones. Leave the rest to me. A blue radiance erupted from Wang Kai's body, enveloping him in light. His figure began to swell, growing ever larger, until he stood at an imposing 3.5 meters tall. When the blue glow finally faded, what appeared was a humanoid creature with flowing silver hair, golden skull-shaped pauldrons, and a massive blue hook and chain weapon in hand, his whole body clad in chilling blue armor. Luna was utterly shocked by the transformation, but she did as Wang Kai instructed. She instantly recalled all her clones, and stepped aside to silently watch how he would deal with this motley crew. Transforming won't save you. You can't hurt us. The wind fiend cackled with wild arrogance, performing crude, taunting gestures as he hovered in the air. Wang Kai ignored him completely. He pulled a heavy club from his system backpack, and at the same time triggered Rage, Sprint, and Wind Sigil. In a flash, he hurled the Void Chain Hook. The wind fiend didn't even try to dodge. I told you, your attacks can't. Before he could finish, he stared in shock as the massive hook slammed straight through his body, latching onto his formless, wind-like essence and holding him tight. An overwhelming force yanked him back in an instant, dragging the Wind Fiend right to Wang Kai's feet, now pinned securely by the chain. Wang Kai could see the terror in his enemy's eyes, and with a cold smile, delivered his verdict. Trash. Judgment complete. He swung the club straight down on the Wind Fiend's head. A sharp, tearing sound split the air. The Wind Fiend vanished without so much as a last scream. Not even a trace left behind. The Earth Fiend and Water Fiend felt a chill rush from their heels all the way to the crown of their heads. He'd been obliterated in a single blow. Even the Witch-Heart Fiend couldn't have so easily destroyed a formless being like the Wind Fiend. What in the world are you two supposed to be? Wang Kai triggered time-space shift, appearing instantly atop the hulking Earth Fiend, and drove his fist straight down. Void Scavenger. Boom. The Earth Fiend's massive body exploded on the spot, shattered into even smaller fragments than before. But just then, the Water Fiend didn't flee. Instead, he surged forward, transforming into a torrent that swept up every last speck of shattered Earth. The Water and Earth Fiends united as one. Meanwhile, the Witch-Heart Fiend seized the opportunity, slipping behind Wang Kai and plunging a black dagger into his neck. A thunderous boom. Blue light erupted at Wang Kai's back, blasting the Witch-Heart Fiend away, singed and battered by the backlash of a ritual of retribution. As for the looming concrete giant formed by the fused Water and Earth Fiends, Wang Kai simply squared his chest, ready for the next clash. Reincarnation Devour. The giant clad in blue armor flung open his chest, the armor automatically splitting to either side, revealing a swirling misty vortex within, unleashing a terrifying suction like that of a black hole. In an instant, a nameless storm rose before Wang Kai. The cement monster was torn toward the vortex by the overwhelming pull, sending both adversaries into utter shock. Their instincts as monsters screamed at them. Once drawn in, what awaited them would be eternal darkness. Crash! The cement monster plunged its hands into the ground, desperate to resist that dreadful force. But the sound of cracking and snapping instantly echoed throughout its body, even with a body now several times harder than before. The lower half of the cement monster shattered with a thunderous roar. It broke apart into rubble and chunks, tumbling into the vortex. In less than a second, both arms broke off as well, and the massive upper torso was flung straight into the terrifying swirl. As the Earth and Water demons let out terrified screams, their bodies shrank rapidly, then were swallowed whole by the swirling mist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villains Wind Demon, Earth Demon, and Water Demon. You have earned 300 sign-in points. At last, the system's prompt chimed in. Wang Kai, in his incarnation as Zhong Kuei, had smashed and devoured the three demons in one fell swoop. Zhong Kuei's fearsome reputation was truly well-deserved. That's what I call professionalism. Wang Kai sneered inwardly, then turned to look behind him. He saw the Witch-Heart demon dissolve into a wisp of black smoke, eyeing Wang Kai's current form with deep wariness, then suddenly vanished on the spot, leaving the mirror dimension directly by returning to hell itself. Before departing, it left behind a menacing threat, which only strengthened Wang Kai's resolve to finish off this little bastard. She'll be mine sooner or later. I will be back to claim her. The voice faded away with the wind. Wang Kai's gaze turned frosty. Without a word, he dismissed the Zhong Kuei template, returning to his most familiar self, Kai the Invincible. He took Luna's hand in his determination to slay the Witch-Heart demon now burning more fiercely than ever. I don't believe I can't kill you. System, start the lottery. 10 draws in a row. Ding. 2,000 sign-in points consumed. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-day hero trial card. Golden Sagittarius. Ho-E. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the summoner skill. Weaken. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Heavenly Halberd Slash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Tornado Flash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Illusion Shatter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Battlefield Domination. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the equipment. Endless Blade. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the equipment. Scholar's Wrath. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the consumable. Mega Health Pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the special item. System Backpack Expansion. The lottery was over. Wang Kai was left speechless for a long time. After a while, he finally asked, System, Are you sure this is the intermediate lottery wheel and not the ultimate one? Both the Ho e-trial card and the two powerful equipment pieces were rewards of such luxury. And now, they were all bundled together as a single prize? If the intermediate wheel was this generous, what kind of unimaginable rewards would the advanced lottery grant? Luck comes and goes, but there's nothing wrong with the lottery wheel itself, the system replied calmly. Since the system had spoken, Wang Kai could only accept his windfall with a wry smile. Golden Sagittarius, Ho, e-trial card. Works the same as the hero template, except it comes with a time limit. With radiant golden angel wings, he could soar freely across the skies. And as a divine being, wield limitless power. He could even take on the demon of the mind's father himself. The only pity was that it could be used for just one day. Weaken reduces the damage output of nearby enemies by 25% and increases personal damage reduction by 20%, lasting 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. According to the laws of the canyon, decreasing enemy damage is equivalent to increasing your own, and boosting damage reduction is like lowering the enemy's defenses. Together, this was a god-tier summoner skill, granting an instant 45% damage boost. Perfect for challenging foes above your level. Fontion Slash. Drawn from the peerless demon Lu Bu. This move involves swinging the mighty Fontion halberd at the enemy. Once blood is drawn, the weapon becomes enchanted, and physical damage is converted into true damage. But there was a catch. The skill required a weapon like the Fontion halberd, and without the hero template, it couldn't be used. True damage. Wang Kai's expression grew serious. He wondered if true damage could hurt the physically immune mind demon. He immediately consulted the system, and the answer filled him with delight. True damage ignores all defense. Elementalization and phasing both count as personal defenses, so it can wound the enemy as well. With that, it was only natural. The final fusion skill for the immortal demon body would be Fontion Slash, and once fused, it would be permanently enchanted as a passive skill. No need to swing the halberd first. No need for the actual weapon at all. Every strike would deal true damage. Mind Demon, let's see how you survive this. Wang Kai sneered inwardly, then turned to the other rewards. Tornado Flash. Unleashes a burst of aura to knock back nearby enemies, grants a shield, and causes the next 3 attacks to deal bonus true damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. A lifesaver when surrounded. Though, with Wang Kai's current power, he might not even need it. Shattered Illusion. Sweeps weapon in a wide arc. If the struck enemy's health is higher than your own, they're stunned, and your following attacks deal extra true damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. A classic move for the weak to triumph over the strong. Battlefield Command. Designate a person deep within the subconscious to begin chanting on the spot. After 2.2 seconds, you appear by their side, and both of you gain a 20% damage reduction and an energy shield. Cooldown, 70 seconds. There's finally a lead on finding Dr. Pym's wife. Endless Blade. Grants a 25% critical strike chance for increased damage, while also boosting critical damage by 40%. A father's sword in hand, a demon's heart to cleave. Time for dual wielding, both blades ready. Scholar's Wrath. Increases spell damage by 24%, with an additional 35% boost to total spell damage. This blue, oversized hat fits perfectly on Zhong Kuei's head. But if you put on Luna, it would cover her eyes entirely. Large medicine box. Once opened, it's filled with 10 small vials of medicine. System Backpack Expansion. Doubles your current storage space from 1 cubic meter to 2. Finally, room to carry much more. Luna, let's go see the Ancient One. Vanki Smiled Gently. The demon's goal is the Sand Venganza contract, though he knows it's hidden in the wooden handle of the last Ghost Rider's iron shovel. He has no idea where the previous Ghost Rider's grave is located. He has no choice but to ask the Ancient One. Okay, Brother Kai. Luna slipped on her sling ring and traced a circle with one hand. A portal opened to Kamar Taj, and the two of them stepped straight into the main hall in search of the Sorcerer Supreme. Before they could even speak, the Ancient One had already revealed their destination. She even went further, sharing the secret of the Sand Venganza contract. That contract binds 1,000 evil souls. For demons, it's the ultimate source of power. So, it's not just the demon who desires it. Even his father, Mephisto, covets it. Though Mephisto won't act directly, he'll send the Ghost Rider to seize it. The Ancient One explained. No matter. If he dares, I'll tear that skeleton apart myself. Wang Kai replied coldly. The demon must fall by his own hand. If the Ghost Rider comes, there's no room for negotiation. Seeing Wang Kai's unwavering resolve, the Ancient One smiled mysteriously, offering no further advice. She had already foreseen these events. The Ghost Rider's power comes from Zarathos, the spirit of vengeance, not so easily destroyed. Luna bid farewell to the Ancient One, opened another portal, and the two set out to search for the crucial artifact, the San Venganza contract. In a lonely cemetery somewhere in New Mexico, the sky was just turning pale with the first light of dawn. Johnny, the Ghost Rider, writhed in agony on the roadside, white smoke billowing from his body as he screamed in pain. Exposed to the sunlight, he was forced back into his human form. The torment he endured rivaled that of the spectral woman. Flames consumed his flesh and organs from the inside out, reducing them to ash. This suffering defied description. After a torturous struggle, he finally managed to regain his human shape. Johnny looked around in utter confusion. How did I end up here? He had drunk himself into oblivion the night before. How could he have ridden his beloved motorcycle all the way from the city to this desolate cemetery on the outskirts? So you're awake. A weathered, elderly voice suddenly spoke up from behind him. Johnny turned his head to see an old cowboy, hair and beard streaked with gray. From the badge on his chest and the shovel in his hand, it was obvious he was the caretaker here. Why, yes, but what exactly happened to me? The old cowboy let out a weary sigh, shaking his head as he looked at Johnny. You were tricked by a demon. He wiped your memory, and now you've become nothing but his pawn. It's pitiful, truly pitiful. This old cowboy was none other than the previous Ghost Rider. Years ago, after claiming the San Venganza contract, he realized its power was far too great. So he broke his promise and never handed it over to Mephisto. And because the Ancient One had interfered, Mephisto couldn't seize it himself. So the old cowboy had been hiding for decades. I told you, I already burned it. Why won't you believe me? The old cowboy gazed into Johnny's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. But in truth, he was addressing Mephisto across the void. Burned it? You think Hell's contract can be destroyed by ordinary fire? A cold voice echoed from not far away. Wang Kai and Luna stepped out from among the gravestones, hand in hand. The old cowboy's face changed, but something about them was strange. There wasn't a hint of evil about these two, handsome man and beautiful woman. Yet they knew about the San Venganza contract. Ding. Host has been detected at the hidden check-in location. San Venganza contract storage site. Initiating check-in. Check-in countdown. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's voice sounded in Wang Kai's mind. His expression remained calm as he extended his right hand. Hand over the San Venganza contract. What do you want with that thing? The old cowboy asked warily. That's not something you need to know. Wang Kai's gaze landed on the iron shovel in the old cowboy's hand. A flash of blue, a blade's gleam, and in the blink of an eye, the wooden handle was sliced clean through. Both Johnny and the old cowboy were stunned. The speed was simply inhuman. All they saw was a blue afterimage, and the handle was already cut in two. What are you doing? Trying to rob us? Johnny, fueled by a sense of justice, immediately stepped in front of the old cowboy. Wang Kai frowned, not because Johnny was in the way, but because, in his memory, the San Venganza contract was supposed to be hidden inside the handle. But this was a solid piece of wood. There was nothing inside. I really did burn the thing. Why won't you believe me? The old cowboy tossed aside the broken shovel, his voice earnest. Luna looked puzzled, tugging at Wang Kai's sleeve. I don't think this old man is lying. Impossible. There's no way the Hell contract could be destroyed so easily. Wang Kai didn't believe a word of it. This old scoundrel is as sly as they come. If he dared to trick the king of Hell before, he won't hesitate to play us for fools now. He was convinced the old man had hidden it somewhere. Without another word, Wang Kai strode deeper into the graveyard. The old cowboy hurried after him. And seeing this, Johnny had no choice but to push his motorcycle and follow as well. They arrived at the place where the old cowboy stored his tools. But when they opened it, inside was nothing but a collection of shovels. Flat-headed shovels, round-headed, pointed, and square. A dazzling array, every shape and size imaginable, leaving Wang Kai's face clouded with frustration. So, the previous Ghost Rider had a thing for collecting these? Haha, I have no idea what you're talking about. These are just the leftovers from decades of work. I couldn't bring myself to throw them out, so I kept them here. The old cowboy tried to laugh it off. Wang Kai couldn't be bothered to rummage through them one by one. Just then, a black cloud suddenly drifted across the sky, blotting out the first rays of dawn, casting them once again in darkness. As if night had returned, the highway nearby was swallowed by pitch-black shadows. And out of that darkness, Wuxinmo emerged, slow and menacing. Wang Kai saw this and let out a cold laugh. If the prey comes knocking of its own accord, there's no need for bait. Hand over the San Venganza contract, Carter Slade. Wuxinmo called out the old cowboy's name directly. But the old cowboy repeated what he'd said before. If it's burned, then it's burned. If he didn't believe it, there was nothing to be done. Are you ready to meet your end, you little brat? Wang Kai shouted at Waxinmo. A magnificent suit of golden holy armor enveloped him in an instant, and the massive blue demon blade glimmered with a faint red light. Wang Kai hefted the blade and strode toward Waxinmo, with Luna cheering him on from behind. As the demon blade scraped along the ground, sparks scattered like stars, the piercing screech drilling straight into their minds. It was as if death itself was playing its opening notes. But Waxinmo only sneered coldly at the sight. He'd seen this before, not impressed. It was all for show. It couldn't hurt him. Johnny and the old cowboy stared wide-eyed at the Dawn Guardian, recalling the rumors of angels descending just a couple weeks prior. They never imagined they'd witness something like this today. If you're not going to turn into that blue-armored giant, then you're digging your own grave. Waxinmo let out a wicked laugh as black mist surged behind him, morphing into a gigantic skeletal face, its mouth wide enough to swallow a house. Lunging straight at Wang Kai, it moved with astonishing speed, shattering every gravestone in its path. Even the tombstones to either side were sent flying by the force of its passage. The thunderous roar shook the air, the onslaught overwhelming in its fury. All smoke and mirrors. Facing Waxinmo's assault, Wang Kai's eyes were cold as ice. He drew the endless warblade in his left hand and lifted the blue demon blade in his right. A brilliant red glow erupted along the blade's edge. With a single motion, Wang Kai unleashed a triple combo: sprint, rampage, and wind spirit emblem. With a forceful stomp, the ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a streak of emerald lightning, slicing through the cackling witch-heart demon. In that instant, the laughter was cut short, snatched away mid-guffaw. The witch-heart demon seemed frozen in place, its face still twisted in that wild, manic grin. But a heartbeat later, a crimson cross-shaped wound appeared on its forehead. Behind it, the skull-faced shadow and swirling black mist split cleanly into 4 pieces. Suddenly, warm sunlight broke through, spilling down from above. It was as if the dark clouds had been cleaved apart by an unseen blade. Sunbeams pierced the gloom, revealing a golden cross of light. The witch-heart demon toppled slowly, that crazed smile still plastered on its face even in death, before crumbling into ash and drifting away on the wind. Bathed in the cross-shaped sunlight, the angelic armor radiated solemn dignity as it slowly sheathed its blade. With a single, graceful motion, the armored figure ran a hand across its helmet, and the demonic armor shimmered into golden light, dissolving back into Wang Kai's body. Luna rushed forward and threw herself into Wang Kai's arms, giving him a big, affectionate hug. "Kai, you're amazing," she cheered. "Of course I am," Wang Kai replied with a playful grin. He spun Luna around in his arms, leaving the 2 generations of Ghost Riders staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "Is he an angel?" the old cowboy muttered under his breath, as if asking Johnny, or perhaps himself. "No idea," Johnny replied, his gaze fixed on the cross-shaped sunlight, which was already fading rapidly. "But I'd call that cloud a miracle." He fumbled in his pocket, eager to capture the moment with his phone, only to find nothing but scorched ashes. "What the?" he blurted out in frustration. The old cowboy only needed one glance to understand. Hellfire might enchant and strengthen all sorts of objects, but certainly didn't spare mobile phones. With the witch-heart demon destroyed, there was no longer any need to carry the Saint Venganza contract as bait. But since this artifact was a source of calamity, the best course was to destroy it. "Now you can finally hand over the cursed contract, right?" Wang Kai asked, stepping forward with Luna. The old cowboy let out a long, weary sigh. "I don't know who you really are, but even Mephisto wouldn't send someone like you just to trick me," he said. "You can have the contract." Hellfire flared suddenly from within the old cowboy, and in an instant, he was transformed into his skeletal Ghost Rider form. Johnny recoiled in shock, collapsing to the ground, speechless as he stared at the familiar visage of the Ghost Rider. "This will be my last transformation. I always thought I'd die of old age still carrying this burden," the old cowboy said quietly. With his right hand, he gripped his left arm and pulled, cleanly removing the left arm's bone. In that moment, Wang Kai understood. The sly old man had hidden the contract inside his own bones. A ruthless move indeed. Even if someone killed him, they'd never have guessed. "I tried to burn it, I really did. But no matter what I did, it just wouldn't burn." The old cowboy tossed the rolled-up Saint Venganza contract straight to Wang Kai, then proceeded to reattach his own left arm, leaving Luna both a little frightened and utterly fascinated by the sight. "Hellfire can't do anything to this thing. Got any bright ideas?" "That's easy. Luna, portal." A small golden portal appeared, and Wang Kai hung the Saint Venganza contract across it. The paper tube was sliced clean in two, as if by a laser. The old cowboy, witnessing this, shot Wang Kai a look as if he were an idiot. Are you kidding me? That's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The problem isn't its toughness. It heals itself instantly. No sooner had the cowboy finished speaking than the two halves of the paper tube snapped back together like magnets, looking exactly as they had before. For a moment, an awkward silence hung in the air, but Wang Kai quickly came up with another idea. Everyone stand back a bit. Zhong Kuei appeared once more, and Wang Kai immediately used the power of Samsara Devour to consume the contract. Yet, as if guided by its own will, the thing reappeared in Wang Kai's hand just a few seconds later. The old cowboy could only shake his head again and again, feeling as if he'd entrusted his hopes to the wrong man. Meanwhile, Johnny was still stunned, staring at the seemingly indestructible demonic contract. Suddenly, inspiration struck Wang Kai. Can you recite the incantation on it and summon all those evil spirits? Of course I can, but unleashing 1,000 wicked souls would be catastrophic. What's your plan? It's simple. We just destroy every last one of those evil spirits. If he couldn't deal with the problem, he'd deal with the source instead. Eliminate the evil spirits, and the Saint Venganza contract would lose its purpose. This time, the old cowboy didn't shoot down the idea. Instead, he seriously considered whether it might work. He'd seen what Wang Kai could do. Maybe, just maybe it was worth a shot. Do you have a concrete plan? The cowboy asked. Wang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Luna. Of course I do. Half an hour later, at the ruins of the old Saint Venganza village, Luna, using the power of the icon form, multiplied herself into hundreds of clones, surrounding the area so tightly that not a single corner, above or below, was left unguarded. Wang Kai transformed into Zhong Kuei once more, and simply lay down on the ground. Are you sure this will work? That's 1,000 evil spirits we're talking about. The old cowboy asked, his tone grave. Wang Kai gave a thumbs up, full of confidence. Then he added, You'd better watch yourself and him. The King of Hell won't just stand by while we wipe out these spirits. I'm old. If it's my time, so be it. As for him, haven't you already got him tied up? The old cowboy glanced at Johnny, who was trussed up like a dumpling by the magical whip, and shrugged. There was simply no other choice. Mephisto could make Johnny transform into Ghost Rider and wreak havoc at any moment. If they didn't tie him up, none of them could rest easy. Well then, let's begin. The old cowboy nodded, pulled out the San Venganza contract, and unfolded it. As he chanted cryptic and arcane words, ghostly apparitions began to appear all around, emitting piercing, chilling wails. The sky grew even gloomier, so much so that even in daylight, it felt as dark as night. The sight of the phantoms made Johnny faint dead away, causing the old cowboy to shake his head in resignation. In the name of the contract, all evil spirits, reveal yourselves at once. When the incantation was finished, the old cowboy tossed aside the contract, now nothing but a scrap of paper, and watched as the evil spirits scattered in panic and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Wang Kai looked up at all the lunas in the sky, gave a thumbs up as a signal, and then immediately unleashed Samsara Devour. A terrifying suction erupted once more. This time, the force drew the evil spirits in with even greater intensity, and countless spirits, their cries echoing like lonely wolves, were dragged into the vortex, while the lunas overhead conjured massive magical shields, linking them together one by one to form a golden barrier that completely surrounded the village of San Venganza. Not only did this seal off every possible escape for the evil spirits, but it also steadily shrank inward, squeezing and limiting their space to flit about. Meanwhile, some of the lunas transformed their magic into the sword of Ashanti, and, swinging as if playing baseball, they batted the shrieking evil spirits straight into the swirling maw of Samsara Devour. But at that very moment, Johnny, who had been bound tight by the magic whip, suddenly erupted in ghostly flames, thrashing wildly, and in less than a second, the fire engulfed him completely. The magical whip snapped in an instant, followed by an earth-shattering blast. Boom! With a sudden explosion, Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, emerged once again. He had neither chains nor a shotgun, but the hellfire flowing over his body was weapon enough. Raising both arms high, he conjured a giant fireball as big as a truck's cab overhead, and with a flick of his skeletal arm, the fireball shot forth, hurtling straight toward Wang Kai as he cast Samsara Devour. Boom! Fire erupted everywhere as the fireball exploded, but it struck a massive golden shield. Luna had called upon the Seraphim shield to block the explosion with ease, and by now, The number of evil spirits was rapidly dwindling. Don't even think about interfering with Brother Kai. For Lunas swiftly surrounded Ghost Rider, each brandishing a hand to launch a crimson ribbon, and the crimson bands of Sidorak swirled around Ghost Rider in a furious dance, then suddenly tightened. In an instant, the crimson ribbons unleashed a strangling force, binding Ghost Rider once more. Under the immense force, the Ghost Rider's bones kept emitting a chilling, rattling sound that made one's heart race. In a frenzy, Ghost Rider unleashed a torrent of hellfire, but this time, he couldn't break free from the ropes binding him as he had before. The situation quickly reached a stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, in the sky, fewer than 100 evil spirits remained. Their space for movement was shrinking rapidly, until the moment they hit a critical threshold. At that instant, they could no longer resist the terrifying pull of the swirling mist, and in a rush, every last one of them was sucked in. To the onlookers, the process seemed to stretch on forever, yet in reality, it was over in a flash. In merely 3 seconds, 1,000 wicked souls were completely devoured and absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation. The sky cleared almost instantly, the harrowing wails and howls of the spirits vanishing with them. With a swift, agile motion, Wang Kai sprang to his feet and quickly switched hero templates. Luna, get back! The massive 40-meter blade reappeared, and in the blink of an eye, the red silk binding Ghost Rider vanished. Wang Kai activated every enhancement and brought the blade down hard on Ghost Rider's skull. A deafening explosion echoed to the heavens, and flames shot several dozen meters into the air. Ghost Rider was blasted apart by a single strike, his bones scattered in fragments across the ground. How dare you lay a hand on Luna? Clearly, you have no idea what it means to seek your own doom. Wang Kai gazed coldly at the burning flames. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed something strange. Countless bone fragments suddenly ignited on their own, each one slowly beginning to float upward, like fiery meteors drawn inexorably toward the heart of the explosion. Ghost Rider can never die. Old Cowboy appeared from out of nowhere, pointing at the fiercely burning fire to explain. That is the spirit of vengeance. Legend says God himself created it. Even Mephisto cannot destroy it. Is that so? I don't buy it, Wang Kai replied, his tone icy. He swung his blade again and again into the raging flames, using all his might. Cracks spread wider and deeper across the ground, but the fire seemed utterly unfazed. Moments later, the flames rapidly contracted and merged back into the untouched skeleton, and Ghost Rider reformed right before their eyes. Seeing this, Wang Kai scowled and raised his sword to strike again. Suddenly, the flames recoiled at lightning speed, and the burning skeleton reverted to Johnny, collapsing back into the pit with a backward fall. So at least that had some effect, Wang Kai muttered, dispelling his magic blade and canceling his invincible form. He turned to look at Luna, only to see her expression frozen, her whole body as if trapped in ice. Old Cowboy was the same. Everyone around seemed frozen in time and space, as if the world itself had come to a halt. In the silence, Wang Kai could even hear his own heartbeat. Ancient One, Wang Kai asked cautiously, while at the same time activating his immortal demon body. The angelic armor instantly enveloped his figure, and the Hoey experience card was already pressed tightly in his palm, ready to be used at the slightest sign of danger. You're quite impressive, much stronger than my useless son ever was. A frail, ancient voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai spun around and unleashed a full-force slash. A metallic clang resounded, as if his blade had struck steel. A single withered finger had stopped his massive demon blade in its tracks. Wang Kai's pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of disbelief flooded his heart. That strike had dealt true, unmitigated damage, yet had been blocked so effortlessly. What a razor-sharp weapon you have. The elder's finger curled and flicked. A crisp, ringing note rang out, clear as crystal. Yet the enormous, blue-hued demon blade quivered violently, shaking so hard that Wang Kai could barely hold on with one hand. He had to clutch it with both hands and finally drove it deep into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth beneath his feet cracked open like a shattered web, a dozen fissures as wide as a palm radiating outward from the blade's point of impact. And all of this was merely the aftershock, the lingering force from that single flick. Mephisto. Wang Kai glared up coldly at the white-haired old man before him, whose face was utterly unremarkable, but his eyes held a fathomless depth, as if containing the cosmos itself, ancient, boundless, all-encompassing. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of peerless supremacy. His presence seemed like a black hole, sucking away much of the surrounding light. The ground beneath his feet was slowly withering, as if ink had seeped into it, corroding and cracking the earth. The air itself had dropped below freezing. Every breath Wang Kai took produced a pale white mist that lingered visibly before him. "I quite admire you, Kai," Mephisto said mildly, glancing at Johnny, who was half buried in a nearby pit. Then, without preamble, he offered the classic devil's temptation. "Become my son. I will grant you 10 times your current strength, and this entire human realm shall be yours as well." "Wang Kai, what the?" "Keep calm, stay cool." Wang Kai took a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the turbulent emotions roiling within him, and asked with icy composure, "Why?" "I just killed your son. He was nothing but a failure. I could manufacture another like him at any time. But someone with your potential is a true rarity in this world." Mephisto's eyes remained fixed on Wang Kai, as if he were gazing at the rarest of treasures. All those strange abilities, and his effortless defeat of the Witch-Heart demon. Everything told Mephisto that this was a talent worth cultivating and drawing in. "Become my son, and I can grant your every wish. Power, authority, wealth, love, anything you desire, even this entire planet. It will all be yours." Mephisto's voice seemed to carry an enchantment, amplifying every desire simmering within Wang Kai's heart. In an instant, countless hallucinations surged through his mind. Extraordinary power, conquering world after world, becoming the ruler of multiple planets, entire star systems. He could do whatever he wished, act without restraint, free from all concern, unleashing the darkest corners of his heart to their full extent. This time, no one snapped him out of the illusion. Wang Kai watched every gentlemanly scene play out to the end, then closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. When he opened them, he offered Mephisto a faint smile. "Such a life. Can you really let me enjoy it?" But of course." Mephisto smiled back, as if victory was already his. "But I refuse." "What?" Mephisto asked in disbelief. "But I refuse. One of my favorite things," Wang Kai said coldly, "is to look someone in the eye when they think they have the upper hand, when they think their terms are absolute, and say no." He gave Mephisto a frosty grin, then turned his face to the sky and shouted, "Sorcerer Supreme, help me." In that instant, the world changed color. The space around them twisted and turned, as if he had been pulled into a kaleidoscope realm. Wang Kai immediately realized he had entered the mirror dimension. The Ancient One descended slowly from the sky, clad in her yellow battle robe, the eye of Agamotto gleaming at her chest. The Dormammu mark had already appeared on her brow. Clearly, to face this coming battle, she would not hesitate to draw power from the dark dimension. "You truly resisted the temptation." The Ancient One spoke with her back to Wang Kai, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. With these two by her side, she could retire, free to seek the life she wanted. Wang Kai grinned widely. Given the choice, I'd rather be the father than the son. He hadn't resisted temptation. It was just that the temptation on offer was far too weak. Even without Mephisto's help, he could reach that level of power, perhaps even surpass it, and having experienced the illusion as if he were really there. He found it all hollow and dull once the gentlemanly scenes faded, and so he left the vision. "Satan, do we really need to keep up this pointless fight?" The Ancient One smiled, spreading her arms, one forward and one back. The eye of Agamotto on her chest flared with green light, a ring of emerald incantations swirling in her palms. The sight made Wang Kai's heart race. She was going all out from the very start. Was he about to witness the Ancient One's full power in battle? But Mephisto merely shook his head. "No need. I know your strength well. There's nothing to be gained for either of us." With those ambiguous words, Mephisto gave Wang Kai a long, searching look. Behind him, a pitch-black door appeared, so dark it absorbed all light. Its frame a grotesque fusion of skulls and flesh, radiating a sense of pure evil. Mephisto turned, stepped through the black gate, and vanished. The King of Hell departed as well. "He just left like that? Why do I feel like this isn't over yet?" Wang Kai walked up behind the Ancient One and asked. "This is the end of the beginning, but not the beginning of the end." The Ancient One replied, shaking her head and offering 2 lines of thoughtful wisdom. Then she turned to Wang Kai. "There are some things I can tell you, but some things must remain unspoken. Otherwise, the future will spiral even further out of control. I hope you can understand." Wang Kai nodded, not fully understanding but accepting her words. Just as in the movie, Dr. Strange only firmly chose the path of a sorcerer after the Ancient One's death. If any detail had changed along the way, Dr. Strange might have vanished altogether. Perhaps he would have avoided a car accident by focusing on driving. Or perhaps he might have been stabbed to death by a group of thugs on his way to Kamartaj. Wang Kai was now, in his own way, treading the path of Doctor Strange. She could not give him warnings about the hardships ahead. Otherwise, the best possible ending might slip away. And that was something the Ancient One did not wish to see. They left the mirror dimension. And outside, time remained frozen in place. The Ancient One turned her hands, and the once immobile green runes began to rotate slowly. Time around them seemed to start flowing again, as if a scene in slow motion was returning to normal speed. Everything returned to its natural state. Amazing. Sorcerer Supreme, why don't you just use this to let Mephisto die of old age? Wang Kai turned to look at the Ancient One, only to discover she had already gone. Luna, shifting from the form of Icon, floated down from the air, staring in shock at the shattered ground beneath Wang Kai's feet. How strange. Just a moment ago, this spot was perfectly fine. How did it become so wrecked in the blink of an eye? Wang Kai glanced down, not wanting to dwell on the explanation, and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. He pointed to Johnny, who lay in the pit, and addressed the old cowboy. Teach him well. Help him learn to control that power. With that, he departed with Luna, offering no further explanation of his identity. The old cowboy walked to the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Johnny. His professional instincts almost compelled him to grab a shovel and fill in the hole right then and there. Whether you can break free from the King of Hell's control depends on your own willpower, he said, crouching down to rouse Johnny from unconsciousness. The two of them made their way back toward the graveyard. A week later, on a crisp morning, Luna was going about her usual routine, escorting Goliath and Ghost to San Francisco. The construction of the quantum tunnel had officially begun, and just like in a movie, the location was inside a building Dr. Pym had purchased. This building could be made large or small at will. In an emergency, it could even be packed up like a suitcase and carried away, convenient and highly discreet. Today, however, the day's work began with a piercing scream. Aya! A giant ant! Luna hurriedly ducked behind Goliath for cover. Staring at the ant, which was almost as big as a large dog, Luna felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. Its jaws were menacing, flanked by two sharp pincers at the mouth, bristling with spiky hairs all over its body, and those 6 sturdy legs. Luna could have sworn she was looking at a monster from her worst nightmares. It's just an ant, Luna. Why are you afraid of an ant? Hope strolled in from outside the door, laughing, even reaching out to pat the giant ant as she passed by. I'm not afraid of the little ones, but this thing is enormous. It looks like something straight out of a horror movie. Luna patted her chest to calm herself, which made Ava, the ghostly woman beside her, burst out in laughter. You can fly, you can use magic, and yet you're scared of insects? Now that's rare. Ava teased, still chuckling. Oof. That's because you two didn't have traumatic childhoods. If you'd gone through what I did, you'd feel the same way. Luna pouted, still shivering inside as she looked at the giant ant. Hope merely smiled, and pointed to the ant as she began to explain. These ants are all our workers. My father and I use these earpiece controllers to give them commands. It's actually pretty fun. Maybe you'd like to try. Just as Hope was about to show Luna the controller, Dr. Pym strode in briskly, all business, and quickly assigned everyone their tasks. Hope could only give Luna an apologetic look. All right, get to work, everyone. The doctor's voice was brisk and sharp. And you, young lady, out of here, don't distract them or slow down their work. Dr. Pym's words were blunt and a little prickly. Luna could only pull a funny face in response, and stuck out her tongue at Dr. Pym. Just as Luna was about to open a portal to leave, a strange, unfamiliar sixth voice suddenly echoed through the lab. What an interesting experiment. Mephisto appeared out of nowhere, his gaze fixed on the giant ant with great interest. He pointed his finger and fired a jet of black light. And in an instant, the black ant swelled to an even greater size. Its entire body began to sprout vicious bone spikes, transforming into a beast straight out of the underworld, its jaws opening wide to unleash a nightmarish roar. A deafening howl shook the room. Go have some fun. With a flick of his wrist, Mephisto made the monstrous ant vanish on the spot. No one knew where it had been sent. The 5 of them stood frozen, utterly shocked by what they had just witnessed. None of them had ever seen Mephisto before, and naturally, they didn't recognize this stranger standing before them. Who are you? Goliath stepped in front of everyone, eyes wary and alert. Mephisto turned, glancing at the 5, then fixed his gaze squarely on Luna. Come with me. Before anyone could react, he unleashed 5 ribbons of black energy, paralyzing everyone where they stood. If you want her back, tell Kai to come find me in hell. With that, Mephisto stepped forward and seized Luna by the arm. But in the next instant, she was suddenly flung away by an inexplicable force. A shimmering golden rune cube materialized over Luna's body, shifting and morphing in size, enveloping her in a protective cocoon. "So, you've set up a defensive enchantment," Mephisto remarked, a trace of surprise flickering his eyes as he gazed at the ever-changing golden cube. Then his eyes narrowed, turning as black as ink, and he spread his hands before yanking them apart with a twisting motion. A series of explosive cracks echoed through the air as the golden cube around Luna sparked with brilliant golden light, trembling violently as if struggling against an overwhelming force. Behind her, the wall and the floor beneath her feet split open in an instant, tearing apart like shreds of fabric, leaving a massive, gaping wound in the structure. The rift spread outward, growing wider and wider, and in the blink of an eye the entire building was split in two. It opened like the blades of a giant pair of scissors, forming a monstrous, terrifying gash. All the lights inside the building went out at once, leaving only the red warning beacons flashing ominously. In the eerie crimson glow, the crowd caught a fleeting glimpse of Mephisto's true form, towering and muscular, his skin a deep, hellish red, crowned with twisted horns like a demonic crown ablaze with fire. Dr. Pym and his companions stared in stunned disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "As expected of you, Sorcerer Supreme," Mephisto offered a faint smile, seemingly unsurprised by this turn of events. "Though I cannot take her with me, I have plenty of ways to make Kai willingly become my son." As he spoke, Mephisto clasped his hands before his chest, and tendrils of black energy gathered in his palms, slowly coalescing into the shape of a wolf-like beast, the primordial demon known as the beast that dwelled within Luna. Mephisto regarded the beast with a silent smile, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. The shadowy, smoky form of the beast began to shift and contort, and within a single breath it transformed into the silhouette of a humanoid figure. This phantom stood tall with its chest out, horns rising from its head, bat-like wings unfurled behind it, and a long tail ending in a heart-shaped barb. Mephisto's lips curled into an odd smile as the phantom dispersed instantly from his hands. At that same moment, Luna was overwhelmed by agony. It felt as if molten lava churned within her, surging wildly through her organs, crashing about with violent force. Within seconds, she lost consciousness. "If I can't take her, then I'll take you all instead," Mephisto declared. With a wave of his hand, Hope and Ghost were lifted into the air, drawn helplessly toward him. No matter how desperately they struggled, they could neither speak nor break free from the magical restraints. In the blink of an eye, the gates to hell yawned open, and the two fathers could only watch in helpless horror as their daughters vanished before their very eyes. After the king of hell departed, the magic that had bound them vanished. Goliath and Dr. Pym were seething with rage in that moment, to witness their daughter being taken right before their eyes. It made them wish they could tear Mephisto apart with their own hands. "Bring Kai here now. This has to be connected to him." A minute later, Wang Kai teleported to the outside of the shattered building, his gaze icy and sharp as he took in the scene. As expected, this ordeal was far from over. Dr. Pym and Goliath, with the unconscious Luna in tow, were already waiting for him outside. Dr. Pym pressed a button on the remote in his hand, and in an instant the building shrank. But instead of turning back into a compact suitcase, it simply collapsed into a pile of construction debris. He wanted to deal with the aftermath and avoid drawing the police's attention. With whiskers bristling and eyes blazing, Dr. Pym stormed forward, seized Wang Kai by the collar, and demanded, "Who was that man? My daughter was taken because of you." Seeing this, Goliath immediately stepped in and pulled Dr. Pym away. Compared to the hot-tempered Dr. Pym, he was much more composed. He knew that, if they wanted any chance of saving them, they'd have to rely on Wang Kai. "That was Mephisto, the king of hell," Wang Kai answered coldly. Even without thinking, it was obvious that Mephisto had just pulled one of those classic villain moves. Kidnapping a girlfriend, or someone close to you, to force you into a direct confrontation. He had thought that a demon lord as grandiose as Mephisto would consider such tactics beneath him. But, surprisingly, just a few days later, Mephisto had turned around and struck back with this very maneuver. "Hell!" echoed Dr. Pym and Goliath, both completely baffled. Wang Kai had no choice but to give them a brief explanation about Hell and Mephisto, the Demon King. When he finished, the two men stared wide-eyed, at a complete loss for words. "So you're saying both Hope and Ava have been taken to Hell? Isn't that as good as a death sentence? In Western tradition, entering Hell is no different from passing into the afterlife. Under such circumstances, coming back alive seems impossible." For the two fathers, the thought was too much to bear. They stood frozen, not knowing what to do. "No, If we can rescue them quickly, there's still hope, Wang Kai said gravely. Whatever the reason, he had every intention and obligation to save them. After all, hell was just another dimension in the end. Even though humans weren't suited to survive there, a brief stay shouldn't prove fatal. Besides, they were with Mephisto. Surely the King of Hell would at least guarantee them some measure of protection. I will rescue Hope and Ava. You have my word. Once they had calmed down, Wang Kai stepped forward to check on Luna's condition. For some reason, as he looked at her now, he felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. He turned to the two men and asked them to recount exactly what had happened. Wang Kai instantly realized that Luna must have been tampered with by Mephisto. He whipped out his phone and immediately called the Ancient One. Camartage wasn't some primeval forest. After all, they had both internet and phone service. Moments later, a portal shimmered into existence right beside him. Scooping Luna into his arms, Wang Kai turned to Dr. Pym and Goliath and said, "Get started on making Pym particles, as many as you can. I'll need them urgently to save her." Without another word, he strode through the portal. The two fathers exchanged a glance, then hurried off to begin the task. What's done is done. Their only hope now was to trust that Wang Kai could plunge into hell itself and bring their daughters back. At Camartage, the Ancient One awakened the unconscious Luna. In that instant, Wang Kai's strange feeling about her became even more pronounced. "Master Ancient One, what's wrong with Luna? Why do I feel something so peculiar about her?" To Wang Kai, Luna now seemed capable of completely captivating his heart, her presence tugging at his very soul. The Ancient One's lips curled into a knowing smile. With a twist of her hands, a golden, cubic seal appeared within Luna's body. But what was imprisoned inside wasn't the wild, wolf-like beast from before. It was now a humanoid creature exuding an allure powerful enough to snatch away a man's very soul. Have you ever heard of succubus, Kai? What the? Wang Kai's eyes flew open wide, his gaze suddenly turning both shocked and, dare he admit, intrigued. But in the next instant, the Ancient One concealed the seal again, leaving Wang Kai more than a little disgruntled. "Ahem, Master Ancient One. Do you mean the creature from Western legend?" he asked awkwardly. "That's right. A succubus possesses a natural allure for men. If your will isn't strong, you could easily fall under her spell and lose yourself. Mephisto's gift to you is both a devil's temptation and a trap, one you'll have to confront him personally to break." Wang Kai felt his composure slipping as he listened to the Ancient One. So now Luna, in effect, had a succubus sealed within her. Any man who looked at her would find themselves irresistibly drawn in. This was a real mess. Why does Mephisto keep targeting me? Don't tell me he's into men. Wang Kai asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The Ancient One simply smiled and shook her head. "No, it's not men he likes. He likes you." A shiver ran down Wang Kai's spine. Now, that was truly unsettling. Fortunately, the Ancient One continued her explanation, finally setting his mind at ease. "First, your strength is formidable and your potential immense. If he could control you, he could conquer many more worlds. Second, it's because of your soul. Imagine someone who's only ever eaten bland potatoes and dry bread, suddenly presented with a feast fit for an emperor. How could they resist?" The Ancient One left it at that, not spelling out the obvious. But Wang Kai understood at once. He had transmigrated here, body and soul. Because he carried the system within him, his soul was distinctly different from the people of this universe. It was as if a husky had infiltrated a flock of sheep. With just a glance, anyone could spot how he stood out, clear and extraordinary. No wonder Mephisto was so obsessed with him. So his plan is to use me like a sugarcane stalk. When he needs me, I'm something to lean on. But once I'm no longer of use, he'll snap me apart bit by bit, squeezing every drop from my soul, leaving only a broken shell not even worth a second look. Wang Kai narrowed his eyes. This Mephisto truly had cunning plans. He wanted not just his body, but also his soul. It's good that you can see through his real intentions. The seal has been reinforced. Apart from emanating an attraction to men, Luna won't experience any other abnormalities. The Ancient One performed her magic. A golden incantation flashed before Luna. Her once vacant eyes immediately regained their spark. Bewildered, Luna glanced around, first bowing respectfully to the Ancient One. Then turning to Wang Kai, she asked, "Brother Kai, was it you who saved me? Where's that wicked old man?" "No, it was the Ancient One's protective magic that saved you." Wang Kai quickly explained what had happened. After listening, Luna trembled inside. She hadn't expected her two sisters to have been taken in her stead. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Kai, you must save my sisters. Don't worry, that's a promise. I won't just save them. I'll deliver a grand surprise to hell itself." Most evil beings in hell share a common weakness. They cannot bear sunlight, though high-level demons can overcome it. Even they find it deeply unsettling. But Wang Kai, he was going to make the entire Underworld feel that discomfort. He would throw an unprecedented artificial sun straight into hell. Let Mephisto, let every vile creature, be bathed in the brilliance of sunlight, forced into a scorching sunbath, until, beneath the blazing sun, they were reduced to ashes. Ancient One, could you help me open the gateway to hell? Wang Kai asked. I can, but I cannot leave Earth. My duty is to protect this world. In other words, she couldn't join the fight. Wang Kai had expected this. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme's responsibility was to safeguard Earth. She couldn't just wander off. And if she did intervene directly, it could easily spark a war between two worlds, which would be far too reckless a move. I understand. Just opening the door is enough. Wang Kai and Luna expressed their gratitude to the Ancient One, then left Camartage and returned to New York. Constructing a portable artificial sun bomb would be no easy feat. So Wang Kai gathered all the necessary experts at his home. Dr. Pym, Dr. Octopus, who had temporarily removed his mechanical arms, Goliath, and of course Iron Man Tony Stark. First, let's take a moment to introduce our two main stars, the artificial sun and the Pym particle, their capabilities and purpose. Then we'll focus on a single question. How can we turn the artificial sun device into a super bomb in the shortest possible time? And beyond that, how can we shrink it down so that Wang Kai can carry it with him? Are we really going through with this? I started my research on the artificial sun to create limitless energy, not to build a bomb. Dr. Octopus sounded helpless, while Tony, seeing his frustration, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire with a sarcastic jab. You mean that artificial sun from the Osborne labs? I heard it almost blew up an entire block. Dr. Pym had never gotten along with the Stark family to begin with, and seeing Tony's infuriating grin only made things worse. He stormed up, grabbed Tony by the collar, rage etched across his face. Stark family thief, who are you to judge anyone? For a moment, Pym and Tony stood toe-to-toe, sparks flying. Even Goliath's attempts to mediate were in vain. Just as it seemed the two were about to come to blows. Wang Kai frowned and called out sharply, "Enough! Do you not care about saving your daughter?" That snapped Pym out of it. He let go of Tony's collar, though his face still burned with resentment. I don't need him. I can make a shrinkable artificial sun on my own. There's not a single decent person in the Stark family. If you're talking about my bastard father, I'll agree with you. But lumping me in with him? Absolutely not. Tony shot back, refusing to back down. Their argument shifted from fists to words. But Wang Kai wasn't about to let them keep bickering. Enough. Dr. Pym, every second you waste with this nonsense puts your daughter in greater danger. Everyone, quiet down and focus on building this bomb. I need it to detonate in hell. It has to radiate the force of a sun to make sure we don't have even bigger troubles later. At last, Dr. Pym fell silent, and the four of them finally began to discuss how to create the artificial sun bomb Wang Kai needed, with all the necessary technology at hand, and four geniuses in their respective fields, Tony being a master of them all. It took less than half an hour to settle on the bomb's design, construction, and technical details. A fully sealed, cubic structure would house the artificial sun, powered by 6 miniature arc reactors to supply the initial energy, and to drive the artificial sun's power to its peak. Inside, mechanical arms would regulate the reaction, and the shrinking mechanism would be built in as well, so that Wang Kai could carry it into hell when the time came. You handle the assembly. All I want to know is, how powerful will the artificial sun be once we scale it up using this tritium element? Wang Kai produced the tritium sphere he'd taken from Norman, and after a quick calculation, the group of geniuses had their answer. The larger the artificial sun, the exponentially greater the destructive force after it explodes. If we enlarge the tritium core to the size of a soccer ball, we're looking at the equivalent of 6 Tsar Bombas. The Tsar Bomba, also known as the Big Ivan, was the most powerful bomb ever built by humanity, made by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Its power was more than 3,000 times greater than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 6 Tsar Bombas, the devastation would be beyond words. It would far surpass the might of any human-made nuclear weapon. All right, then let's build it this way. There was no need for Wang Kai to say more. With two seasoned fathers like Dr. Pym and Goliath on board, they threw themselves into the construction with renewed urgency. It shouldn't take more than a few days to complete. When the time comes, they'd be ready to knock on Hell's Gate and deliver some warmth. After seeing off the 4 scientists, Wang Kai didn't hesitate. He went straight to the lottery draw. System, I want to draw 5 times in a row. Ding. Consumed 1,000 sign-in points. Beginning the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. System equipment slot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. Thank you for your participation, X4. That's it. That's all I get. System, are you kidding me? The result made Wang Kai want to cough up blood in frustration. When did the luckiest guy around turn into Mr. Unlucky? The system never makes mistakes. If you can't see clearly, maybe donate your eyes, the system retorted. That was basically mocking his blindness. Wang Kai's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to accept it. Sometimes luck is good, sometimes it's bad. A few days ago, he wouldn't have believed it. Now he had to. Mephisto kept pestering him. Luna had been possessed by a succubus. 2 key people had been kidnapped. The construction of the quantum channel, their hope to resurrect his parents, was halted. He was well and truly out of luck. Kai, are you all right? Not feeling well. Luna materialized from her invisible state, and, seeing Wang Kai's expression, hurriedly asked, No, I'm fine. But you don't blame me, do you? Right now, Luna exuded an irresistible allure at every moment. If Tony, old SP, the notorious playboy, saw her, he'd probably forget how to walk, let alone focus on researching the artificial sun bomb. As for the others, they all had families. But Wang Kai couldn't count on everyone having iron willpower. Left with no other choice, he had to use this desperate measure. How could I? You've done so much for me, Kai. I wouldn't even consider this a problem. Luna beamed, her smile blooming like a radiant flower. So breathtakingly beautiful, it made you want to draw closer, to touch and admire. Wang Kai's eyelids twitched at the sight. So this was what being possessed by a succubus was like. It was a relentless test of his virtue at every moment. Who on earth could withstand this? Ahem, use the mirror dimension for me. I want to go in and test my current strength. Inside the mirror dimension, Wang Kai activated his undying demon body and once again soared above Star Tower. With a simple, unremarkable slash. No enhancements this time. A golden blade of energy descended from the sky, plunging straight into the building. Wang Kai felt no resistance at all. It was as if he were slicing through tofu. The blade cut downward until its energy faded, and nearly 50 floors were severed in its wake. That was almost 20 more floors than last time. So this is how true damage manifests when used against a building. Wang Kai muttered with a hint of surprise. To put it simply, his blade was now even sharper. If he were to face the Hulk again, with all enhancements unleashed, he was confident he could chop off one of the Green Giant's arms. He turned his attention to the only item he'd won in the recent draw, the system's equipment slot. In the game, this slot was just a grid where players placed their purchase gear, with a maximum of 6 items. But in the real world, if Wang Kai drew the Infinity Edge, he'd have to wield it in his hand. If he got swift boots, they needed to be on his feet. A hat had to be worn on his head. Otherwise, there was no bonus to be gained. Now, though, all his gear could be tossed into the equipment slot in one go, and he'd gain their attributes instantly. So, Wang Kai placed any equipment inconvenient to hold or wear directly into the slot. The swift boots, Infinity Edge, and the Shield of Inspiration. A pseudo 3-piece set was now complete. Switching targets to the Asgard building, he brought his blade down in another sweeping slash. The effect was immediate. 10 more floors were cleaved than before. System, if I switch hero templates, will the equipment slot disappear? No. As long as you remember to adjust your equipment, you'll be fine, the system replied. That's fantastic, Wang Kai said with a slight smile. At last, he didn't have to worry about his hands being too full to carry the 6 divine items, or being unable to wield the Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, and Blade of the Ruined King together. 4 days later, after working almost without sleep, Dr. Pym and his team finally completed the artificial sun bomb. It was a massive cubic device, each edge measuring over 15 meters. At the center of each face was a miniature arc reactor, arranged in a grid pattern that locked the artificial sun securely within. 12 edges were embedded with crimson vials of Pym particles, allowing the entire contraption to shrink down to the size of a Rubik's Cube, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand like some piece of futuristic gadgetry. Yet, in reality, an extremely dangerous and terrifying toy. If it were to explode in New York, there was no doubt the city would be utterly erased. We have only 3 days. This device can keep the artificial sun stable for just 3 days, Tony said gravely. If we go past that, there's over a 95% chance it'll explode at any moment. Though Tony had never gotten along with Dr. Pym, he didn't want Wang Kai, the man who'd save his life time and again, to walk into certain death. After all, this was hell they were talking about. a place so feared in the West that just mentioning it sent shivers down spines. And now Wang Kai was actually preparing to venture in there to rescue someone. Tony was left both shaken and genuinely awed by such courage. 3 days? That's plenty of time. Wang Kai grinned, then pressed on. What if I want to detonate it early? That's easy. Just give a good chop. Tony cracked a joke, patted Wang Kai on the shoulder, and strolled off on his own. Dr. Octopus also took his leave. Working alongside a genius like Tony had been incredibly rewarding for him. His artificial sun, which could originally be sustained for only 30 seconds, could now last 3 whole days. He could almost feel a truly stable, perpetual artificial sun beckoning to him from the horizon. If you can save my daughter, I'll hand over the Pym particle technology to you. Dr. Pym didn't bother with sentimental words, offering a straightforward deal instead. But the fact that he was willing to part with the Pym particle technology, something he regarded almost as his own life, showed just how much more his daughter meant to him than any invention ever could. Deal. You have my word. A smile played at the corners of Wang Kai's lips. He shook hands with Goliath, and together they teleported away. Kamartaj, the Ancient One, draped in a yellow robe, was already prepared. The 3 of them now stood within the mirror dimension, from which they could enter hell itself, without worrying about any foreign virus or disease leaking back to threaten the real world. Wang Kai pressed a gentle kiss to Luna's forehead in farewell. A mark, the sigil of Dormammu, appeared on the Ancient One's brow, drawing upon the immense power of the Dark Dimension. Even when the worlds were not aligned, she could force open a gateway between them. No need for elaborate theatrics. The Ancient One recited an incantation and tapped the air with one hand. Wang Kai heard a sound like coarse fabric tearing, and before him, a black, horizontal character suddenly appeared, growing bolder and thicker by the second. Tendrils of black mist began to seep out from the shape, and a wave of putrid wrought assaulted his nose. In the blink of an eye, a gaping black void yawned open before him. Go on in. On the other side lies the Hell Dimension. When you want to come back, just shout my name. All right. Wang Kai summoned his blue arcane armor, which enveloped him in a flash. Then, swift as a gust of wind, stepped into the black void. He was instantly caught by a powerful force, dragging him down into a deeper, more profound darkness. Hell, a barren, lifeless wasteland shrouded in gloomy gray. The sky overhead heavy with brooding, pitch-black clouds, like a filthy, tattered rag thrown across the heavens, obscuring everything beneath. No wild grass, no trees, not a single trace of plant life, not a hint of green anywhere. For green is the color of hope. And in hell, hope is a concept that simply does not exist. In this world painted in shades of gray, a sudden, uninvited guest arrived today. Wang Kai burst through the black clouds above, peering down in fascination at this strange, new landscape. His body had not yet touched the ground. He had already shifted into his metal storm form, hovering in midair. Ding. Host detected in hidden check-in location. Hell Dimension. Beginning check-in process. Check-in countdown. 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Was this the proverbial turn of fortune after great hardship? Wang Kai couldn't help but smile to himself. He had just arrived and already stumbled upon a check-in spot. And not just any. This one was worth 1,000 points. Lady Luck was finally on his side. He looked around. Even though he was just beneath the clouds, there wasn't a palace, village, or altar in sight. Hell stretched infinitely around him. In the far distance, he could barely make out a few mountain peaks. Other than that, not a living thing stirred. Not even a single soul fallen here after death could be seen. Surely the Ancient One didn't just open a portal to some random place. Wang Kai muttered to himself. He immediately tried to use his battlefield command, hoping to teleport to the Ghost Lady's side. But the skill icon remained grayed out, whether because of distance or some other reason. He wasn't sure. He pulled out the Sagittarius Gold Saint Experience card, but after a moment's thought, decided to set it aside for now. Instead, he took out the artificial sun device, a mechanical cube, in his palm. In an instant, sunlight flooded the surroundings, filling Wang Kai with a comforting warmth, and sweeping away the hopeless grayness that clung to everything. The sun would always rise on Earth, a truth everyone knew. It symbolized hope, and was something utterly impossible to see in hell. This should be enough to attract a few demons. Maybe one will give me directions, he said. Clutching the artificial sun, Wang Kai glanced at the distant mountains. Blue plasma flames erupted from beneath his feet. In a span of a few heartbeats, he was nearly breaking the sound barrier. A pale, misty vapor cone forming behind him, followed by a thunderous boom that split the sky. Wang Kai shattered the sound barrier, racing ever farther, like a meteor streaking across the heavens, visible for dozens of kilometers around. 2 hours later, he arrived among the mountains, and, to his surprise, finally spotted signs of life. They were wolf-like creatures, but each as big as a young calf, almost identical to the primitive demon beasts described by the Hand and Society. Grotesque, savage, and ferocious. Drawn by the bright light in the sky, they had come chasing from afar. On seeing the metal storm, they began to howl and bark wildly. Just as the Ancient One had described, they were like packs of giant wild dogs. Wang Kai swooped down in his metal storm mech and dispatched one with a single kick. Yet these beasts showed not a hint of fear, rushing in to attack and bite. Wang Kai was forced to kick them all to death. If these were created by Mephisto, then he can't be far, he mused. The metal storm glanced down, put away the artificial sun, and followed the beast's tracks, tracking them deeper into the mountains. Soon they arrived at the highest peak among the mountains. At the very summit of the mountain, there sat a city shrouded in gray mist. At its center stood a towering structure, pyramid-like in its form. That must be Mephisto's palace. Unlike the gloomy city surrounding it, the palace's exterior was a vivid, striking red, and at first glance, it radiated a sense of pure evil. As you drew nearer, it was as if you could hear the wails of vengeful spirits, and a stench, sharp and nauseating, hung in the air. There was no doubt the red was not painted on with any natural dye, but splashed with blood. We found it. Wang Kai descended slowly, switching hero templates to unyielding demon body. At this moment, the icon for his battlefield command skill finally lit up. He gripped the Ho-E trial card tightly in his hand, then vanished from sight, and only then began his teleportation. Two pale, translucent veils appeared beside him, swirling and entwining. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, his subconscious chose the Ghost Lady. After 2.2 seconds of chanting, he vanished from spot, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, shadowy room. The Ghost Lady sensed a sudden shield enveloping her. Yet she did not panic or scream. Instead, the two of them waited wordlessly on the bed, bracing themselves for whatever might come. "Are there any guards outside?" A familiar voice suddenly whispered quietly in their ears. Instantly, the Ghost Lady and Hope were overwhelmed with excitement. They had never imagined that someone would really come to hell to rescue them. "This palace is nearly deserted, save for Mephisto himself. You can reveal yourself." There was hardly any need for guards to watch over them. Hell itself was the perfect prison. Every demon was a warden, and this palace of Mephisto was the safest refuge of all. The moment they left its walls, countless lesser demons in the city would tear them to pieces in a matter of seconds. Since the Ghost Lady and Hope had said so, Wang Kai canceled his invisibility, revealing the golden, majestic armor of an angel. He called out, directing his voice towards the ceiling, "Master Ancient One, bring us back." He waited for a moment, but there was no response. Wang Kai immediately frowned. There was no reason for the Ancient One to deceive him. So the problem had to lie with this pyramid. "You're actually that angel," Hope exclaimed in shock. It was her first time seeing Wang Kai in this form. Wang Kai simply nodded, glanced at the door, then turned instead to the wall with a window. He summoned a massive, azure demonic blade, its edge shimmering with a faint, eerie red mist. Without hesitation, he struck the wall with all his might. Boom! The wall exploded outward, creating an exit even larger than the cell door. The three of them quickly rushed out, finding themselves in a corridor. The Ghost Lady scanned their surroundings and pointed immediately to the right. "This way is the closest." "No, it's this way." In an instant, the gleam of the blade flashed again, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the city. Wang Kai slashed open a new passage with another swing of his blade. Phantom Lady and Hope hurriedly ducked behind Wang Kai to shield themselves from the flying debris. As the swirling dust was swept away by the cold wind, a somber light filtered into the newly carved tunnel, and the three of them could finally see the city outside. "I told you this was the fastest way," Wang Kai said with a faint smile, and immediately strode out through the breach. But in the very next second, his smile froze in place. Mephisto had appeared before the opening at some unknown moment, blocking the path for Wang Kai and the two women to escape. As if he had anticipated Wang Kai would emerge from here. "For the sake of these two women, you really came. Now tell me, will you willingly become my son, my subordinate? Or shall I force you to do so?" Mephisto's eyes blazed a fierce, lamp-like red in an instant, and a crushing presence, as overwhelming as a mountain, bore down upon them. Wang Kai instantly crushed the Sagittarius, experience card in his grip. In that split second, Wang Kai burst into a dazzling golden radiance that illuminated the entire city. An aura, even more powerful than Mephisto's, surged outward in all directions. Even the Lord of Hell had to narrow his eyes against the brilliance. Bathed in the golden light, Wang Kai felt his strength soaring ever higher. And without hesitation, Mephisto clapped his hands together, aiming at the golden glow. Boom! The golden brilliance exploded in a violent eruption, like a volcanic blast. Countless fragments of stone and brick were hurled skyward. A thick stench of sulfur filled the air, and a deafening roar shook the heavens. Under that single blow, a quarter of Mephisto's temple vanished in an instant. But at the very epicenter of the blast, the golden radiance had already disappeared. The will of a gold saint is unbreakable. High above the city, Wang Kai was clad head to toe in golden armor. Golden wings unfurled behind him, beating gently. With one arm to each side, he scooped up Phantom Lady and Hope, and looked down at Mephisto below, not a trace of fear in his eyes. Ancient One, Wang Kai shouted toward the sky, and this time there was finally a response. Somehow, he sensed the thick, brooding clouds that had shrouded the heavens parting to reveal a perfect circle. A beam of light, unlike anything of this world, shone down. Even from thousands of miles away, Wang Kai, empowered as he was, glanced up and immediately recognized that familiar bald head. The Ancient One's face filling the opening in the sky. Catch them for me. He angled his arms behind him ever so slightly. Phantom Lady and Hope both felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Something bad was about to happen. Hey, wait. But there was no waiting. In the next instant, Wang Kai hurled the two of them skyward. They shot off like arrows loose from a bow, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The fierce currents whipped up by their flight battered their faces relentlessly, twisting their features out of shape, and tears streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. At that moment, whatever beautiful fantasies Hope had about angels were shattered in an instant by this raging storm. An angel who came to save her shouldn't meet such an end. The two of them shot toward the sky like rockets. But just then, a blazing red meteor came hurtling up from below, moving even faster. Mephisto revealed his true form. A fearsome red demon, its head wreathed in roaring flames. He barreled toward them at breakneck speed. Don't even think about escaping. Mephisto bellowed in fury, his hand clenching in the air as a blinding fireball materialized in his palm, its brilliance rivaling that of the sun itself. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled it straight at them, as long as the fireball closed the distance. The shockwave from its explosion would be fatal in an instant. As if I let you succeed, Kai unleashed his sprint, activating the raging and wind sigils, his golden wings beating with such force that a tempest erupted around him, his whole figure turning into a streak of golden lightning, charging headlong at the fireball, meeting the attack head-on with his golden armor. A deafening blast thundered across the city below, so loud it shook the very earth. Countless lesser and mid-level demons looked up, their eyes full of terror. This was a battle far above their reach. Even the slightest stray shockwave would be enough to end them. If you won't serve me, then I'll just devour your soul right now. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto appeared at the center of the explosion, grabbing for Kai's golden wings, intent on tearing them off. But just then the golden wings vanished, and Kai spun around, suddenly appearing behind Mephisto, his gaze icy and unwavering. A massive golden bow gripped tightly in his hands. In a flash, a radiant arrow was knocked to the string, aimed straight at Mephisto's head. And then Kai let go. With a sharp crack, the light arrow exploded against Mephisto's skull. But contrary to expectation, it didn't pierce through. Kai's expression hardened at the sight, and in the blink of an eye, a second arrow was already loosed. Then a third, and a fourth. His shots came faster and faster, each time releasing 3 arrows in a burst. Judgmental barrage. A storm of arrows filled the sky, utterly engulfing Mephisto. Not a single arrow missing its mark, each one detonating with a thunderous impact upon him. Even as Mephisto tried to teleport away with magic, the radiant arrows would twist through the air, relentlessly tracking him down. Countless arrows formed a golden serpent of light, its jaws closing around Mephisto, slamming him from the sky to the ground with tremendous force. Then, a deluge of glowing arrows rained down like a storm. The earth below erupted with a chorus of rapid explosions, smoke and dust rising to engulf Mephisto completely. Strike while he's down. Finish him off. Kai fired a single radiant arrow into the heavens. The last light of sunset. After a brief pause, a pillar of golden light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! It was just like a weapon from the heavens, unleashed with devastating force. An explosion even more thunderous than before erupted. The ground trembled violently, and the air instantly grew thick with dust and smoke. Yet Wang Kai narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense that Mephisto hadn't been destroyed, just as he was about to unleash his ultimate attack. The distant voice of the Ancient One echoed anxiously across the skies, reaching him from thousands of miles away. You're the last one. Hurry back. The portal between the two realms is about to close. At that very moment, a muffled roar echoed from the city below. Mephisto transformed into a gigantic humanoid demon, towering over 10 meters tall, his entire body bulging with muscle, his crimson form exuding an overwhelming strength. And beneath his blood-red cloak, an earth-scorching fire blazed with apocalyptic fury. I will devour your soul. Mephisto charged straight at Wang Kai. Flames of rage engulfed his entire body. He surged upward like a burning sun on the rise. A sun, is it? Wang Kai let out a cold, dismissive laugh, paying him no heed. In a flash, he streaked toward the portal hidden among the storm clouds. Just one step away from crossing through, Wang Kai suddenly spun around and hurled the artificial sun device. He pressed the detonation button. In an instant, it was as if two suns had appeared in the sky, and they drew ever closer together. Countless hellish creatures gazed at the unfamiliar light, reaching out as if to touch it, especially the demons within Mephisto's city, who stepped out of their dwellings, staring in awe at the strange radiance above. Farewell, sun. Blazing arrow of the scorching sun. Wang Kai loosed his final arrow at the artificial sun device. As he released the bowstring, he seemed to hear the cry of a phoenix. A golden phoenix spread its wings before him and soared forth, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot directly toward the two suns, while Wang Kai, without looking back, darted toward the portal. Boom! A blinding brilliance flooded all of hell. In a split second, every demon who looked upon it was scorched blind. Shrieks of agony filled the air, as smoke began to rise from their skin, and then their bodies burst into flame. The light alone was enough to wipe out countless demons. But this was only the beginning. When the blinding light faded, a thunderous roar echoed across the entirety of hell. A shockwave formed a visible wall of force, shattering anything that dared stand in its path. Even the perpetual storm clouds overhead were blown away. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly climbed skyward, seeming to prop up the heavens themselves. On this day, every demon remembered the radiance of righteousness that once shone upon the earth. The portal between the two realms closed. Wang Kai never saw the explosion of the artificial sun with his own eyes. But he could well imagine, even if Mephisto survived, he would be left in utter ruin. And without a doubt, that blinding light illuminating the depths of hell would be seared deeply into the mind of every demon. Congratulations. It seems you've made quite a name for yourself in hell now. Ancient One said with a gentle smile. But Wang Kai only shrugged. Fame in a place like this was hardly something he cared for. Was Mephisto really destroyed by the artificial sun? He asked, his tone turning serious. Or is he going to pull some trick again, snatching up people connected to me every few days? That was what truly worried him. The king of hell, beaten down by a boy from the mortal world. Such a tale would become an everlasting joke among the demons of hell. Mephisto would never simply accept a humiliating defeat like this. Mephisto isn't that easy to kill. The Ancient One replied slowly. But you needn't worry. Hurling the artificial sun in his face and blasting him right after. That should be enough to make him rest for a while. At these words, Wang Kai finally felt a sense of relief. After all, the power of He would only last for a single day. If Mephisto came back to cause trouble, he really didn't have much confidence left. Just then, a portal suddenly opened in the mirror dimension. Luna stepped through, carrying a plate of fruit. The moment she saw Wang Kai, her joy was so overwhelming she almost leapt on the spot. She tossed the fruit aside, flung her arms wide, and rushed straight toward Wang Kai. Kai, you're finally back. Luna threw herself into Wang Kai's arms, hugging him tightly. Wang Kai felt a little awkward at this. I was only gone a few hours. Was it really worth getting this excited? A few hours? It's been over a month, you know. Luna pouted, her lips pursed in protest. Wang Kai's jaw dropped in shock. He glanced at the Ancient One, who nodded calmly. The flow of time isn't the same between these two spaces. A few hours for you over there. Here, it's already been much longer. Even though Ghost and the others left not long after you. In reality, they waited 5 days before finally giving up and leaving. Awkward silence fell. That was truly embarrassing. He could understand that time flowed differently between universes. After all, there was even the dark dimension of Dormammu, where time didn't even exist. That's exactly how Doctor Strange managed to drive Dormammu away with endless time loops. Ding. Mission expired. Host did not check in at the birthplace of Professor Lizard. Ding. Updating to the next check-in mission. Ding. Next check-in location. Professor Lizard's battle with Spider-Man on campus. Stay more than 3 minutes to complete check-in. The system's voice rang out. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. The villain, Professor Lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man 1, had already made his appearance. He needed to hurry to New York University to check in. That's where the battle would take place. And it was also the university Peter Parker, Spider-Man, was accepted to. In that case, I'll head back to New York first. Thank you so much for your help, Master Ancient One. Wang Kai bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. Luna followed suit, offering her own bow. With a gentle smile, the Ancient One nodded and opened a portal for the two of them. Without further pleasantries, they stepped through and left Kamar Taj behind. The very first thing they did upon returning home was check the news from the past month. It turned out that aside from the lizard causing chaos on the Bay Bridge, where in a fit of rage he hurled numerous cars into the sea, there was little else of note. Spider-Man had rushed to the scene, rescuing everyone in danger, and the two had ended up in a fierce battle. Afterward, the lizard escaped into the sewers, and there hadn't been any other major headlines since. Tony Stark was still traveling the globe, cracking down on terrorist organizations, leaving all company matters in Pepper Potts' capable hands. The Hulk had not made another appearance, likely staying hidden until the Avengers were to assemble. Norman Osborn, on the other hand, had recovered from his injuries and returned to the public eye. He looked completely normal on screen, and there had been no sightings of a green menace zipping through the skies on a glider. For now, it seemed everything was moving in a positive direction. Let's go sign in first, Wang Kai thought to himself, quickly shutting down his computer before heading out with Luna. By now, it was late September. Universities had already begun their new semesters a while ago. Peter Parker, Spider-Man himself, had successfully secured a student loan, allowing him to continue his studies at the university. Hey, Peter, when are you finally going to tell me where Spider-Man is? Harry, sitting next to Peter, whispered the question. Ever since his father had nearly died, Harry had harbored a deep grudge against Spider-Man. He had even invested in the Daily Bugle, giving the paper free rein to vilify Spider-Man at every turn. Naturally, this had left Peter feeling the full weight of the world's malice. This was the feeling. When a good person does one wrong thing, it's held over them for life. Except, in this case, Peter hadn't done anything wrong at all. Harry, I truly believe Spider-Man is a good person. He would never hurt your father. Peter tried his best to explain, but was abruptly interrupted when his name was called. Mr. Parker, do you have some good news you'd like to share with the class? The university professor fixed Peter with a stern look, prompting every student in the room to turn and stare at him, leaving Peter awkwardly caught in the spotlight. I think. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense blared a warning. Danger. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody get down. Boom. The classroom wall exploded inward. Shards of brick, sharp as knives, flew across the room in a deadly spray. Screams filled the air in an instant. The lizard had transformed into a massive, 3-meter-tall reptilian brute. With a sweep of his powerful tail, he smashed a gaping hole in the wall, letting out a deafening, inhuman roar at everyone inside. What the hell is that thing? Peter, let's... Harry, shocked to his core, instinctively tried to back away, only to realize that Peter had already vanished. After searching twice and still finding nothing, he could only escape out the window on his own. In truth, the moment the wall shattered, Peter had leapt onto the classroom roof. While everyone was thrown into chaos, he crawled out of the classroom upside down and finished changing into his suit. The lizard professor's vertical pupils glimmered with bloodthirsty light. He scanned the room and, finding no sign of his target, immediately turned toward the students still inside. He needed to vent the wild agitation churning within him, and only the sight of blood spraying in all directions would suffice. With a guttural roar, the lizard professor lunged at a student, jaws gaping wide like a crocodile's. Death seemed imminent, the student mere inches away from being torn apart by those savage fangs, when suddenly the monstrous maw froze, less than 10 centimeters from its victim. The student was so terrified, he nearly wet his pants. If you can still move, run for your life. At last, Spider-Man appeared, firing 2 webs that yanked the lizard professor back with all his strength. But the student's legs had turned to jelly, trembling violently beneath him, leaving him paralyzed with fear. At that moment, an invisible bystander was watching the scene unfold. That's odd. I remember the lizard professor looking different, Wang Kai muttered, frowning at the tense standoff. In The Amazing Spider-Man, the lizard professor had a more human-like head, not this crocodilian, or rather lizard, skull, elongated, brimming with razor-sharp teeth. And unlike before, his green skin lacked distinct reptilian scales. Kaidie, shouldn't we help? Luna clung to Wang Kai's arm, her voice anxious. Despite the darkness she'd faced, her heart remained pure. She was still the kind-hearted girl he knew. Of course we should help. You get that student out of there, Wang Kai replied. Even as the words left his mouth, a golden whip shot forth, wrapping around the trembling student and yanking him clear of danger. Spider-Man saw the student whisked away by a sudden surge of golden energy and seized the opportunity. Swinging forward, he launched a flying kick at the lizard professor's head. With a heavy thud, the lizard professor's massive body was sent hurtling through the classroom wall like a cannonball, propelled by Spider-Man's powerful blow. The force was so great that it blasted a huge hole in the opposite wall, showering bricks onto the grass outside. Dazed, the lizard professor slowly shook his head and got to his feet, sensing a shift in the air behind him. Instantly, his tail whipped around. With a sharp crack, like the air splitting open, Spider-Man was struck full-on by the lizard professor's tail and sent flying like a baseball. Another tremendous crash followed as Spider-Man smashed through the wall, crashing right back into the classroom. This lizard professor, he's even tougher than the one in The Amazing Spider-Man, Wang Kai thought to himself, realizing the butterfly effect was growing ever more severe. No one could say how the future sign-ins might change. Glancing at Spider-Man, who was sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up after being thoroughly thrashed, Wang Kai decided to take matters into his own hands. What's the fun in fighting the little guy? Come on, face me instead. Suddenly, Metal Storm appeared on the scene. Standing over 5 meters tall, even the lizard professor had to crane his neck to look up. Without giving the lizard professor a chance to react, Wang Kai unleashed the full power of his mech, instantly accelerating to speeds that broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, Metal Storm was looming directly above the lizard professor. Then, with a mighty punch, he struck down. A deafening boom echoed across the grounds. In the middle of the lawn, a deep pitch shaped like the character Wu was left behind. The shockwave rippled outward, scattering the chaos and silencing the commotion nearby. The campus security, along with the students watching from a distance, could only stare in utter disbelief. The lizard professor was smashed straight into the earth with a single blow. He was completely unconscious, his head marked with a clear, sunken imprint of a fist. Metal Storm's punch had nearly cracked the lizard professor's skull open. His skull was already shattered. One more punch would have finished him off for good. He's unstoppable. Iron Titan. Iron Titan is invincible. Cheers erupted from Metal Storm from every direction. Hearing this, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He immediately shouted to the crowd, "It's Metal Storm." The cheers paused for a heartbeat. Then, as if choreographed, everyone began chanting Metal Storm in unison. With his name set right, Wang Kai stood atop the defeated lizard professor, waiting for someone to come take over. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in completed at the site of the lizard professor's campus battle with Spider-Man. Duration, over 3 minutes. Sign-in task successfully completed. Ding! You have received 300 sign-in points. Ding! Next sign-in location, the place where Spider-Man is possessed by the alien symbiote. Stay for more than 5 minutes to complete the sign-in. An alien symbiote? So now the plot of Spider-Man 3 was unfolding. But this version of the symbiote could copy the host's abilities, yet it seemed almost mindless, unlike the wisecracking, deadly protector venom. At that moment, a streak of fire suddenly appeared in the distance, drawing a graceful arc through the sky as it flew toward the scene. In the sunlight, the red and gold armor gleamed brilliantly. It was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Not out fighting terrorists today, Tony had rushed over the moment he got the news, only to find he was still a step too late and the spotlight had already been stolen. In just a few breaths, the armored suit hovered high above the university. Seeing Metal Storm, who was twice his own size, Tony wisely chose not to descend. Instead, he called out directly, "So, is this one of those mutated creatures from the sewers?" Wang Kai shook his head. Just an idiot who thought forsaking his humanity made him unstoppable. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. know. Don't worry, their noses are sharper than a bloodhound's. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a large squad of men in black suits marched neatly into the school. Leading them was an old acquaintance, Coulson. His face darkened upon hearing Tony's words, but he couldn't really say anything about it. So he simply ordered his agents to seal off the scene. "We meet again." Coulson did his best to keep a friendly smile, trying to make it seem as if they were old friends. Thank you for defeating that monster and saving so many students. And by the way, do you and your sister plan to attend college here? S.H.I.E.L.D. can offer assistance. College? Wang Kai's heart stirred at the idea. He himself didn't care much about it. But perhaps Luna might want to give it some thought. I don't think I need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help. With a curt, dismissive reply, Wang Kai scooped up Luna and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in moments. Just then, Spider-Man, having just changed back into his street clothes and clutching his camera, came running out, only to catch a glimpse of Metal Storm's tail disappearing in the distance. This picture is impossible to get. Peter could only force a wry smile. This was the third time now. Clearly, the other party had completely forgotten about any promises for next time. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. just lost a powerful outside ally. Tony couldn't help but jab, then promptly took off in his armor. Coulson looked down at the still unconscious Professor Lizard at the bottom of the pit and sighed repeatedly. They really had lost a strong backup. But then again, there were always others who could fill the gap. Without hesitation, Coulson strode over to Peter Parker, who still held his camera. Mr. Parker, I think we need to have a talk. You knew my identity all along. Peter stared at the smiling Coulson in disbelief. He was certain he'd never slipped up, but with a single sentence, Coulson exposed the flaw that had given him away. Actually, ever since you started taking those Spider-Man photos, we've known who you were. After all, the person who has the easiest access to Spider-Man is Spider-Man himself. A lot of people might have guessed, but they just can't bring themselves to believe that New York's friendly neighborhood hero could be someone living in such humble circumstances. Coulson gave a slight smile and chatted a bit more with Spider-Man, explaining S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission before getting straight to the point. We'd like to invite someone as righteous as you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an external consultant. You can keep attending college as usual and only take on missions when needed. When he finished speaking, Spider-Man hesitated. He was already barely managing to juggle school and fighting crime, and his life was a complete mess. Even Mary Jane, the girl he'd finally won over, was ignoring him now, let alone finding time for extra missions. Peter was about to refuse, when Coulson played his trump card. If you become a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, the monthly salary is $100,000. Spider-Man, QEQ. I'm in. If you ask what Peter Parker lacked the most in the original Spider-Man trilogy, the answer is obvious: money. Because of his lack of money, he was never confident. Because of his lack of money, he couldn't win the heart of his dream girl. Because of his lack of money, he ended up fighting in underground wrestling matches, which led to letting a criminal escape and ultimately caused Uncle Ben's tragic death. With a legitimate source of income, Spider-Man's life could finally be a little easier. He wouldn't have to juggle working odd jobs, saving people, and going to school all at once, turning his life into utter chaos. Then, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I welcome you aboard, Mr. Parker. Coulson stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. Here comes another powerful ally, he thought with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was discussing with Luna whether or not to attend college. To be honest, Luna's allure was really not suited for public places, but always staying alone with him, and having to go invisible whenever they went out. After a while, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel guilty. If we go to school, I want to go with you, Brother Kai. All right, I'll have the paperwork taken care of right away. Thanks to a generous donation from Norman Osborne, Wang Kai and Luna smoothly enrolled at New York University, becoming classmates of none other than Peter Parker, Spider-Man himself. As the two walked on a campus hand in hand, countless teenagers instantly gawked at Luna, utterly spellbound, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The sight made Wang Kai feel more than a little uncomfortable. He could only hope he'd get used to it soon, or that Luna would finally rid herself of the demons sealed within her. They had barely taken 10 steps when a group of tall, brawny young men jogged over. Clearly the university football team athletes, each one handpicked from various high schools for their talents. The elite who would later represent the university in league competitions. Every single one of them was over 6 feet tall, even a bit taller than Wang Kai himself. Hey, beautiful. Want to have a drink with us? One of them, a blonde youth, stepped forward to flirt. Sure, as long as you can beat him, Luna replied playfully, pushing Wang Kai right in front as her champion. Deal. You've got yourself a challenge. The blonde athlete answered eagerly, then turned to Wang Kai with a complete change in attitude. Kid, you better give up now. Not only am I the captain of the football team, I'm also an amateur boxer, 5th Dan in judo, 7th Dan in karate. Before he could finish listing all his accolades, Wang Kai simply shook his head, stepped forward, and pressed his palm to the blonde's chest. Then, with a gentle push, whoosh, the blonde was sent flying more than 10 meters. As if he'd been hit by a speeding car, he tumbled across the ground several times, but was otherwise unharmed. After all, He was used to crashing into people every day, playing football. He was still incredibly strong, physically, but now his eyes were wide with bewilderment, unsure what to do. Sorry, but I was trained by Feng. I'm a level 10 Qigong master, Wang Kai said coolly, then turned to face the others. Anyone else want to give it a try? The remaining people hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands in refusal. After all, just a gentle push from him had sent someone flying over a dozen meters. If things got serious, the best outcome would be a few broken bones. After dealing with the first wave from the football team, it wasn't long before a second batch, the baseball team, arrived, followed by the basketball team, the soccer team, and so on. All day, Wang Kai found himself playing these childish games with his peers, finally understanding Mephisto's sinister intentions. But thankfully, there were far fewer troublemakers the next day. And Wang Kai finally met Peter in person. It's you guys. Peter looked at the pair in utter shock. They had met months ago, and now, against all odds, they were college classmates. Wang Kai noticed Peter's lack of reaction toward Luna, smiled slightly, and extended his right hand. Yes, it's us. I'm Kai, and this is Luna. Peter Parker. They shook hands, and Peter immediately pulled out his camera, his face full of anticipation. This time, can I finally get a picture? Wang Kai grinned in understanding. He'd almost forgotten about that. No problem at all. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. After several days in captivity, the effects of the lizard serum on Professor Lizard finally began to wear off. With the scientists at S.H.I.E.L.D. providing treatment, he slowly started reverting to human form. The results of the interrogation were much the same as in the original story. Kurt Connors, the university professor, had risked injecting himself with the lizard serum in hopes of regrowing his lost limb, only to suffer a monstrous transformation. Now, any emotional agitation would turn him into a half-man, half-lizard creature. The only difference this time was that Norman Osborne had gotten involved in the final stage of development. Is there any lizard serum left? Coulson asked, knowing that such a dangerous bioweapon in the wrong hands could spell disaster. They had to quickly locate all the equipment and research data. All the data is in the Oscorp lab. Dr. Connors confessed in regret. Both Professor Lizard and Norman were victims of the serum's dark side. It was the drug that unleashed their evil personas and turned them into supervillains. At their core, they weren't bad people. If the lizard serum had no side effects, it could have been a blessing for humanity. But there are no ifs in real life. Oscorp again. Coulson muttered, frowning. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long suspected Norman Osborn's involvement in the Green Goblin affair. Now, with Professor Lizard's case also tied to Oscorp, Coulson's suspicions deepened. Looks like it's time to pay Mr. Osborne a visit. Norman Osborne was visibly shocked upon hearing everything that had happened. He then cooperated enthusiastically, personally leading Coulson and his team to Professor Connor's laboratory. This is the place. All the files are inside. No sooner had Norman finished speaking than a tremendous crash pierced the air. A green figure smashed through the glass door on the left side of the lab, shattering it into countless pieces, and immediately began wreaking havoc on everything in sight. What the hell is that thing? The creature in the lab stood nearly 8 feet tall, its entire body covered in green skin. Its yellow eyes blazed with vicious intent, and its ears were long and pointed, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the goblins of legend. Open fire. Coulson gave the command without hesitation, and the 4 agents by his side all aimed for the head. Bullets shattered the transparent glass of the lab, all striking the green-skinned monster squarely in the head. Blood poured from its wounds, but this only seemed to enrage it further. With a guttural roar, the monster bellowed at the group, grabbed a desk, and hurled it straight at Coulson. Coulson dodged immediately, while Norman, face pale with terror, hid behind everyone else, slamming the alarm button and urgently calling for the NYPD. Coulson's brow furrowed deeply as he took in the scene. They'd barely started their investigation, and already this? Who do they think they were fooling? The monster struggled briefly against the gunfire, but then resumed its rampage, and in a matter of moments the entire lab was reduced to ruins, leaving nothing of value behind. The green-skinned creature left nothing but destruction in its wake, roared at the group once more, then charged toward the floor-to-ceiling window. With a thunderous crash, it smashed through the glass and plunged straight down from the 20th floor. A heavy thud sounded from below. Coulson rushed over to see, but all he saw was the monster vanishing into the darkness after a few quick strides. My God, what on earth was that green-skinned monster? Norman wore a look of lingering fear, as if the entire ordeal had nothing to do with him. Coulson could do nothing. All the evidence and materials were gone, and even if that green-skinned creature appeared again, it would have no connection to Oscorp. Besides, Norman had been right there with them. No one could accuse him of being the Green Goblin. We'll get to the bottom of what that creature really is. Please don't worry, Mr. Osborne. Coulson offered a few perfunctory words, then quickly led his team away. Once everyone had left, Norman's expression shifted in an instant into a sinister grin. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill run down their spine. The Green Goblin persona hadn't been erased. On the contrary, after surviving a brush with death, it had grown even more cunning, now better than ever at hiding itself, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to resurface. Meanwhile, out on the street, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly tracked down the fleeing green-skinned monster through surveillance and network feeds. He quickly got in touch with a new backup, Spider-Man. Oh my God, is that the Green Goblin? Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say Norman's name aloud, though Coulson had already picked up on it. I'm not sure who this green-skinned freak is, but Mr. Osborne was standing right next to us at the time. Spider-Man was completely baffled, but he moved in swiftly nonetheless. This green-skinned creature didn't have any of the real Green Goblin's high-tech gadgets, so how could he possibly outrun Spider-Man on foot? In just a few moments, Spider-Man had closed the distance to where his web shooters would reach. With a rapid flick, 2 webs shot out and stuck firmly to the monster's back. Then, with a practice motion, Spider-Man swung both arms, anchoring the ends of the webs to the wall. The green-skinned creature crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. But Spider-Man didn't rush in right away. Instead, he kept firing webs, binding the monster completely. Strange, Spider-Man muttered to himself. Something about this just didn't feel right. Moments later, Coulson pulled up in his car and, seeing the green-skinned creature immobilized on the ground, beamed with satisfaction. Nicely done, Spider-Man. You nailed your first mission. No, something's wrong. He never fought back. Spider-Man's senses hadn't given him any danger warnings. Without hesitation, he tore away the webs and dragged the monster out. Checking for a pulse, he found none. The creature wasn't breathing either. He was clearly dead. Damn it, Coulson cursed under his breath. He glanced at the silent Spider-Man, then patted him on the shoulder. This wasn't your fault. Even if you hadn't chased him, he wouldn't have lasted much longer anyway. Maybe so, Spider-Man sighed inwardly. Coulson called in a Quinjet to take the corpse back for examination. The first goblin, this version of the Green Goblin, had died after only a few steps, causing little panic overall. But just a few days later, more Green Goblins suddenly appeared in Brooklyn. They rampaged through the streets, destroying everything in sight, pedestrians, cars, shops, even breaking into people's homes to wreak havoc. For a time, the people of Brooklyn were gripped with fear. Many thought the Hulk and Abomination had returned, or maybe it was the Lizard, freshly knocked out just days ago. In truth, all of this was the result of Norman Osborn's latest human enhancement serum. This time, Norman hadn't used it on himself, but instead rounded up homeless people and experimented on them. The outcome was what everyone was witnessing now. Strength, healing, even regrowing lost limbs. The enhancements were dramatic. But their minds were even more shattered, and their lives were brutally short. Controlling them was next to impossible. Norman was still a long way from building his army of Green Goblins. Much more experimentation was needed. And so, these short-lived goblins began to flood the city, becoming a full-blown disaster. Destruction was spreading throughout all of New York. Kai, you've seen the news, right? The moment Peter Parker spotted Wang Kai at school, he hurried over. The greenskin monsters are spreading across New York. Can you help us out? Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. He'd seen the news about the comic book Green Goblin making his debut, but honestly, he wasn't that interested. After all, taking out a monster didn't earn him any check-in points. Why should he bother helping S.H.I.E.L.D.? I'm sorry. You'd be better off asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help. Wang Kai shrugged, making it clear he wasn't getting involved. But Peter quickly turned his hopeful gaze to Luna. Luna, could you ask your brother to help out? Wang Kai, after spending the past few days with them, Peter had gotten to know the pair very well. Whenever the two were together, Wang Kai always listened to Luna. Brother, those green-skinned monsters are causing chaos everywhere. A lot of people might lose their lives. Luna whispered, gently squeezing Wang Kai's hand. Wang Kai gave in immediately, sighing inwardly. What's the use of being handsome if you still have to do what the girls ask? Truly, word to live by. All right, you have my word. As night fell, Coulson was beaming with surprise. He hadn't expected Spider-Man to bring both Wang Kai and his sister along. With their help, even an army of Green Goblins wouldn't be a problem now. I'll be blunt. Wang Kai looked at Coulson, his tone icy. This isn't for S.H.I.E.L.D., and it's not for Spider-Man either. I'm doing this for Luna. She's a kind-hearted person, but I don't ever want anyone using her kindness to manipulate me. If anyone tries, after I finish off these green monsters, the next cut will be for you. Coulson broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. The other agents fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Spider-Man just bowed his head in shame, realizing he'd really crossed the line. Kai, I'm sorry, I didn't think you would. Luna tried to apologize, but Wang Kai gently stopped her. Having a kind heart is never a bad thing. None of this is your fault. I've never blamed you. A warm, sunny smile spread across Wang Kai's face. Come on, let's go round up those green rats. Luna's dimples appeared as she grinned back at him. Great, let's see who catches more. You're on. Wang Kai took off in his metal storm, while Luna soared away with her levitation spell. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Coulson immediately ordered everyone into action. They needed to relay the Green Goblin's locations to the duo, so they could round up every last one scattered across New York as quickly as possible. Kai, the first one is at a gas station 3 kilometers northeast of you, causing mayhem. Understood, he replied in a cool, detached voice. But barely a second later, Coulson heard a fierce howling through his earpiece. He knew instantly that was the sound of the metal tempest tearing through the air at supersonic speed. A few seconds passed, and the wind died away. He could make out a few excited shouts. Metal Tempest is here to save us, and similar cries, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Then Wang Kai's cold voice came through again. Next, there was no need to say more on Wang Kai's end. These Green Goblin test subjects were no match for him at all. Even if they attacked together, it made little difference. But Luna's situation was much more complicated by comparison. Miss Luna, there are 2 of them in the supermarket northwest of your position. Can you handle it? An agent asked her carefully, uncertain about Luna's true abilities, but well aware that Wang Kai was the kind of powerhouse who could slice a building like it was a vegetable. If anything went wrong, he'd never be able to live it down. Don't worry, I've got this. Luna's clear, melodious voice came through the earpiece. Even flying at high speed, her magic didn't make nearly as much noise as the metal tempest. Moments later, she arrived at the supermarket the agent had mentioned. The glass doors stood intact. The 2 Green Goblins had crashed straight through a wall to get inside. Shelves were knocked over in disarray. Snacks and daily necessities scattered messily across the floor. The 2 Green Goblins were gorging themselves on anything they could grab, even stuffing rolls of toilet paper into their mouths, like starving ghosts reincarnated. Are you guys hungry or something? Luna's voice trembled with a hint of fear. The 2 Green Goblins instantly turned their heads toward her, their yellow, bulbous eyes glowing like lamps. Their grotesque green faces more like Western monsters than anything else. The sight made Luna's heart skip a beat. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. A guttural roar erupted. The 2 Green Goblins bellowed, threw aside the toilet paper, and charged straight at Luna. Faced with their ferocity, Luna's first instinct was to take to the air. But once she was hovering above them, she realized they weren't so frightening after all. The Green Goblins roared and leapt beneath her, but couldn't come close to reaching her. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, still uneasy without Wang Kai by her side, Luna pressed her hands together, summoning the crimson chains of Sidorak. Scarlet ribbons snaked swiftly around the Green Goblin's ankles, tying them together in a flash. With a tug, Luna hoisted both creatures upside down, then soared off toward her next target. The 2 of them worked at incredible speed. In less than an hour, the Green Goblin crisis troubling S.H.I.E.L.D. and Spider-Man was easily resolved. In fact, most of their time was spent simply getting from place to place. Wang Kai piloted the Metal Tempest back to the starting point, having knocked out every Green Goblin with a single punch. Their bones nearly shattered, and gathered them up into a green ball, returning with a bundle of roughly 20 of the creatures. The crowd watched in utter astonishment, but when Luna returned 5 minutes later, they were left completely dumbfounded. Luna soared to about 30 meters above the ground, trailing behind her a gleaming red silk ribbon, from which, at regular intervals, hung upside down a string of Green Goblins. Their roars and howls echoed through the air, rising and falling one after another. It truly sounded like a string of bells had been hung up. Wang Kai immediately noticed there were 11 Green Goblins dangling from the ribbon, so he tossed away the Green Goblin in his hand until only 10 remained, then swiftly flew over to show Luna. "Ah, Luna, you're incredible. You've won the contest. Whatever you want, just say the word." Luna smiled gently, her beauty blooming like 100 flowers, and softly replied, "I only wish for Brother Kai to stay by my side for a lifetime." "Absolutely no problem." Their hearty laughter rang out all around, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, whose hearts had been utterly captivated by Luna, were all filled with envy. That, of course, included Spider-Man, Peter Parker. To win someone's heart and grow old together, never parting. Spider-Man longed for a sweet romance, too. But in the past, whenever he reached into his pocket, He couldn't even afford to treat his goddess to a nice lunch. Now, though, he just might be able to. Ahem, Agent Coulson, there's something I'd like to ask you. Spider-Man said a little sheepishly. About my salary, could I maybe get an advance on half of it? Coulson burst into laughter. Having been around the block, he knew exactly what Spider-Man was up to. No problem, $50,000 has already been transferred to your account. So, the very next day, Peter Parker stood outside the door of his neighbor, the goddess Mary Jane. He held a large bouquet of roses behind his back, dressed himself up to look charming and handsome, and gently pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. Footsteps sounded from inside almost immediately. 2 heartbeats later, the door swung open, and Mary Jane appeared, her face radiant and alluring. Hi, Peter, what brings you here? Mary looked a little surprised and somewhat flustered as she asked. Just as Peter was about to present the roses, he heard more footsteps from inside the apartment, and a man's voice called out, Sweetheart, who's at the door? The door opened wider, revealing a blond, handsome man, his clothes in disarray. Mary Jane was instantly mortified, but Peter Parker was even more embarrassed. He recognized the blond man. It was John Jonah, the son of his boss at the Daily Bugle. Hey, Parker, I know you, you're my dad's top guy. You're the only one who can get those high-def shots of Spider-Man and Metal Storm that make him a fortune. That super cool sports car downstairs. Dad could only afford it because of the money he made off your photos. Click. Spider-Man instantly felt as if he'd heard the sound of his own heart shattering. Those 3 sentences were like daggers, each one cutting straight to the soul. Without even seeming to try, she belittled her rival, then twisted the knife in his heart, and finally sprinkled on some salt, pepper, and chili powder for good measure. It was as if she'd set him over an open flame to roast. Parker, what's that behind your back? John asked with a big grin on his face. Whether he'd noticed or not was unclear, but he went ahead and pointed out the roses behind Peter's back. These are from someone who asked me to deliver them. Peter shoved the roses straight into Mary's hands and bolted away without looking back. But just as he was leaving, another remark reached his ears, one that nearly sent him tumbling down the stairs. This must be something my dad asked him to deliver. Peter's always the most useful. Peter Parker, by the time he'd left that building, had no idea how he'd managed it. His mind was completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Who's hitting me? These 4 questions spun round and round in his mind, leaving him downcast for several days. Maybe Mary Jane felt a bit guilty about what happened that day, so she took the initiative to come to Peter's place. The moment he saw his goddess arrive, Spider-Man instantly transformed into the ultimate simp, all his grievances and resentments vanishing without a trace. I know you like me, Peter. I'm sorry John said those hurtful things. It really didn't bother me. I've already quit the newspaper, and now I've got a job that pays dozens of times better. But Mary shook her head and sighed, clearly not buying it. You don't have to ruin your life just to sulk. And even though I'm with John, I can't help but feel like it's not real love. There's someone else I like. He's a superhero. And he even saved me. Peter was instantly thrilled. Wasn't she talking about Spider-Man? He was just about to reveal his identity, when Mary's next words left him frozen in place. It's Metal Storm. Peter, can you tell me who he is? Mary looked at Peter with hopeful eyes, while Peter's broken-hearted face seemed to collapse into itself. His expression so twisted it was almost comical. He was so desperate to cry, and yet the tears just wouldn't come. What about Spider-Man? Didn't he tell me you 2 shared an upside-down kiss in a ring? Isn't that love? Mary hesitated for a second, but she couldn't exactly say she liked Metal Storm because, well, he was just that impressive. The rich have technology, the underdogs have mutations. Behind that massive suit of armor, there had to be a fortune. But Spider-Man, just look at that shabby red costume, and you knew he came from a poor family. There was simply no comparison between the two. To put it bluntly, she just preferred the rich guy. The newspaper owner's son, John, is a prime example. I once loved him, I once liked him, but Spider-Man is a good person. We're just not right for each other. Please pass this message on to him for me. Snap. This time, it wasn't just his heart breaking. It was as if his entire being had shattered like a pane of glass, smashed to the ground. Even his soul seemed to crumble into dust. I'm sorry. I can't tell you who Metal Tempest is. Peter, devastated, turned down Mary's request. And as soon as he arrived at school, he wasted no time in telling his closest friends, Kai, Wong, and Luna, the news. What the heck? Kai's tone was flat, clearly confused. What did any of this have to do with him? Luna, on the other hand, couldn't stop giggling. Kai, you're so charming even without showing your face. If you ever did, the line of people who like you would probably stretch from school all the way to Times Square. Kai's face instantly darkened. He kept his expression cold as ice every day, hoping it would warn people to stay away. But some imaginations couldn't be reined in. To his fangirls, even if you fell flat on your face, you'd still be the epitome of cool. Come on, it was just a quick rescue, nothing more. I even snapped at her afterward. Peter, don't take it too hard. I'll ask Luna to introduce you to someone even better. Luna nodded eagerly. Yes. I made a few new friends lately. They're all single, by the way. And the prettiest among them, Gwen Stacy, even confided in me that she has a crush on Spider-Man. Peter, faced with their efforts to cheer him up, could only shake his head slowly. I just want some time alone. Feeling heartbroken, Peter left school in a gloomy mood, which made Kai inwardly roll his eyes in contempt. The spirit of the hopeless romantic just wouldn't die. After all that, he still didn't get the message. Just then, the school's PA system suddenly broadcast a news update. Attention, students. The observatory predicts a meteor shower will be visible over New York tonight. The school will be hosting an event so everyone can watch together. A meteor shower? Kai's mind immediately started racing. Didn't the alien symbiote in Spider-Man 3 come from a meteorite? The timing couldn't be more perfect. Watching Peter Parker walk away, Kai was certain this was another signpost on his journey. As night fell, a dejected Peter wandered into a wooded area on the outskirts of the city to clear his head. He spun a web between the trees and lay down, gazing up at the stars. Before long, Kai's voice drifted over. Looks like you took the rejection pretty hard. Peter turned to find that, at some point, Luna and Kai had quietly appeared behind him, and he hadn't even noticed. How did you two find me? Peter asked, puzzled. Kai replied with a reason he'd prepared long ago. The school organized an event to watch the meteor shower, so I came to find you and bring you back. And seeing how you were during the day, I was worried you might do something rash. Thank you, but I'm fine. Peter forced a smile. At least there were still people who considered him a friend. The three of them chatted for a while, although it didn't completely pull Peter out of the shadow of his heartbreak. At least he no longer looked so downcast. Just then, Luna pointed at the sky and cried out in delight. Look, it's a shooting star. Bright streaks of light kept flashing across the dark night sky. Each one vanished in an instant, releasing all its brilliance before disappearing. Hurry, close your eyes and make a wish, Luna said at once. She quickly clasped her hands together and shut her eyes. Seeing this, Peter did the same, though who knows what wish he made. Meanwhile, Wang Kai stared intently at the sky, searching for that fiery red meteor. The time was right, but the place was never certain. In less than 10 seconds, the meteor shower had already ended. Wang Kai gazed at the sky, puzzled. Could it be that it's not tonight? Luna opened her eyes and quickly turned to ask Wang Kai. Kai, what wish did you make? The same as you. Wang Kai answered offhandedly, without thinking. Luna's cheeks instantly flushed. You're so bad. Wang Kai, Kyokyu. He was just about to ask what was going on in Luna's head, when Peter suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted in surprise. Hey, look, there's one last shooting star. Wang Kai turned to look and saw a fiery red meteor streaking rapidly across the sky. Then, unbelievably, it was flying straight toward them. There's no way we'd be this unlucky. Wang Kai had barely finished speaking when Peter's spider sense blared in his head with an intense warning. That meteor was heading right for them. Run. Boom. The three of them scrambled to get out of the way. The meteor struck Peter's web dead center, tearing through the middle as if hitting the bullseye, and crashed into the ground with a heavy thud. But, surprisingly, it didn't explode. If a meteor doesn't burn up in the atmosphere, then it's a meteorite. This fiery, red meteorite was pitted and rough, like a honeycomb, still hot and smoking where it had landed, and the three of them spotted it almost instantly. Don't tell me you wished for a meteorite just now. Wang Kai teased Peter. That was just too accurate. Right in the spiderweb. How could I? I wish Mary Jane would take me back. Peter's voice trailed off as he spoke, and Wang Kai and Luna both gave him a look of utter disdain. Mary might not be a good person, but you're a real dog. Ahem, let's go check out that meteorite. Peter was the first to walk over. Down in the crater, the fiery red meteorite, rapidly cooling from its contact with the ground, suddenly cracked open. A mass resembling black slime crept out from within. This was the alien symbiote. At this moment, it had no consciousness of its own. Driven purely by instinct, it sensed Peter approaching. Seizing the moment as Peter was distracted by the meteorite, it sprang at him in a flash. Almost instantly, it clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, stretching and sticking to his body. What on earth is this thing? Startled, Peter tried to tear off the black symbiote and fling it away. Unfortunately, it was no use. The more he struggled, the faster the symbiote spread, and within just a breath or two, Peter was completely enveloped. At that moment, the system notification for his sign-in chimed in as well. Seeing this, Luna made to rush over and help. But Wang Kai stopped her with a firm hand. Don't worry, he's fine. That's an alien symbiote, and right now, Peter's probably feeling better than ever. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Peter, who had been struggling, suddenly fell still. The black symbiote quickly receded from his face, revealing Peter's astonished and delighted expression. This is incredible. I feel absolutely amazing. The black symbiote wrapped him perfectly, and on his chest appeared a bold, white spider emblem. Peter could distinctly sense that the black substance responded to his will, merging seamlessly with his spider powers, and enhancing his strength, agility, reflexes, every aspect of his abilities. Most notably, all his worries and sorrows vanished. His mind was electric with excitement, as waves of joy surged through him, so much so that he broke into a playful dance right on the spot. Kai, how do you know what this thing is called? Peter asked, dancing with a mischievous flair. Wang Kai smiled faintly. There's a lot I know that would surprise you. This alien symbiote not only boosts its host's powers, but also amplifies their desires. Amplifies desires? Luna asked in surprise. Who would have thought such a thing possible? Wang Kai's lips curled up in a knowing smile. That was the true allure of the alien symbiote. After all, there are no perfect people in this world. Even someone as noble as Captain America would reveal a darker side under its influence. Though a strong will can keep it in check, a good person might stray down the wrong path, while a villain could rise up to become a hero who saves the world. It lets you break free to search for the meaning of life, as long as you don't lose yourself in its power. The black symbiote is the ultimate battle companion. Savor the experience, Peter. Peter nodded enthusiastically, clearly satisfied. This was exactly the partner he needed in battle. Happiness alone was more than enough. Hey, does it have a name? Peter asked, his tone playfully flamboyant. Alien symbiote sounds like calling someone human, man, or woman too generic. You can call it Venom, but sadly, it hasn't gained consciousness yet. It will eventually. Peter finally finished his dance. He bowed deeply to the two of them. Thank you both for watching. Tonight's performance is now over. Oh ho. Yeah. Spider-Man unleashed himself, firing a web to swing away, leaving Luna both amused and exasperated. Is he really alright like this? He feels like a completely different person. It's better to see him happy than brooding all the time. I think this suits him. That flamboyant Spider-Man had finally made his appearance. And this was just how he was meant to be. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the place where Spider-Man was possessed by the alien symbiote. Check-in time exceeded 5 minutes. Task complete. Ding. You've received 500 check-in points. Ding. Next check-in location, the site of Whiplash's revenge. Stay for more than 3 minutes to complete the task. The system's voice sounded. Wang Kai gained 500 check-in points, bringing his total to 2,650. He opened the shop for a quick look, but found no skill enhancement points. So he decided to save up the check-in points for now. Let's go. We should be heading back too. And what exactly did you wish for just now? Over the next few days, everyone could feel a surge of energy from Peter Parker, as if he'd become an entirely new person. Shedding his old clothes, Peter donned an expensive black casual outfit and went on a wild spree around campus, flirting with girls, dancing, playing piano, basketball, skateboarding. There was nothing he couldn't do. Every time he showed up, he embodied the very meaning of striking a pose. And in just a few days, he'd attracted a whole legion of fangirls. See? I told you he's better off like this. Wang Kai pointed at Peter, who was shaking his hips wildly for his adoring fans. His moves like a little electric motor. The girls surrounding Peter screamed with excitement, completely smitten by this new, sexy version of him. Big brother, do you know how to dance? Watching Peter, Luna suddenly blurted out, catching Wang Kai off guard. I don't. Oh, you don't? That's wonderful. Luna's eyes sparkled as she grinned, as if she'd just heard the best news. Wang Kai, on the other hand, had a bad feeling. Just as Peter kept on dancing, his spider sense suddenly screamed a violent warning. Everyone get down. Boom. A small missile exploded in the middle of campus, with a thunderous blast and a tower of flames. A huge crater was blown into the grass, though it was unclear if any students had been hurt. A wicked, cackling laugh echoed from afar. It was Green Goblin, riding an even larger demonic glider than before, returning to seek revenge on Peter Parker. But this time, the Green Goblin was not quite the same as before. He discarded the green control suit that covered his entire body, and instead injected himself with a concoction he'd perfected through countless experiments. A blend of lizard serum and a new human enhancement agent, now known as the Goblin Serum. He transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall, green-skinned monster, Strength, regeneration, limb regrowth, he had it all. And he was even more powerful than Professor Lizard. Then he upgraded his equipment again, slipping on a pair of purple mechanical gauntlets and donning a thick, heavy half-armor on his torso. The only thing unchanged was that wicked, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Still hiding, Spider-Man. The goblin fired another missile, and a wave of terrified screams rippled through the campus. Students scattered in panic, no one wanting to become the next name on this sudden disaster's list. What is that monster? Brother Kai, let's catch him now. Luna, seeing her classmates sent flying and wailing by the explosion, rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge in. But Wang Kai quickly held her back. Don't worry, he's got an arch-nemesis. Before he'd finished speaking, Venom Spider-Man burst onto the scene. He fired black webbing from both hands, latching onto the glider, and then, with a surge of brute force, yanked it straight down. The flying machine crashed to the ground, and the goblin, unable to steady himself, tumbled from the sky in a direct, helpless fall. Seeing this, Venom Spider-Man launched himself forward, legs kicking off with such force that the ground exploded beneath him. In a flash, he was beneath the goblin, and while his foe was airborne and unable to dodge, he balled his fist, unleashing nearly 100 tons of force in an eruption like a volcanic blast. A seemingly ordinary uppercut, but it slammed into the goblin's spine with terrifying ferocity. A deafening crash, followed by the snap of shattering armor. The goblin's heavy plating split apart. Even Wang Kai frowned at the sight, realizing that punch was meant to end the goblin for good. It seemed the alien symbiote was indeed changing Peter. The goblin was blasted skyward by a single blow, only to be scooped up by his demonic glider as it swooped in. His face twisted in agony. Clearly, he felt that punch. Yet, just 2 or 3 seconds later, he burst out laughing again. So you're stronger now, too? Ha. Such terrifying strength, enough to tear an ordinary person in half, was, to the goblin, merely painful. Excellent. Now that's the spirit. The goblin leapt from his glider, landed on the ground, and unleashed a roar so thunderous it shook the air. A blast of wind tore toward Peter. But Venom Spider-Man stood his ground, unflinching. He bared his maw full of razor-sharp fangs and spat out his venom's true weapon, a half-meter-long, crimson tongue. He responded to the goblin with a roar that echoed across the sky. Ha. So, we're both monsters after all. Seeing Venom Spider-Man's tongue, the goblin was thrilled. For a villain who straddled the line between mutation and technology, even though he had no idea what was happening to Spider-Man. The Green Goblin was determined to uncover the root of Peter's transformation. Come on, let's settle this once and for all, he shouted. With a powerful kick, the Green Goblin lunged forward like a heavily armored tank, charging straight at Venom Spider-Man. Venom Spider-Man let out a piercing screech, his entire body beginning to shift and mutate at once. He grew several times more massive than before, his height matching the Green Goblin, reaching nearly 3 meters tall. With 2 thick, beast-like arms propelling him, he dropped to all fours and charged wildly at the goblin, now looking even more monstrous than his foe. The distance between them shrank rapidly, the ground beneath their feet quaking with every step. There were no fancy tricks, just 2 monsters, each clenching fists larger than basketballs. With all their might, they swung at each other, fists colliding in a thunderous blow. A deafening boom exploded through the air as green and black crashed together. Even the very air seemed to shatter from the impact. All the exposed windows in the school shattered instantly. The shockwave burst outward, scattering the crowd of onlookers who had pressed in for a better view. What incredible strength! The Green Goblin murmured with a wicked grin. In a flash, his fist transformed into a claw, seizing Venom Spider-Man's wrist. At the same time, the mechanical fingers of his gauntlet snapped open, using their sharp edges to quickly scrape off a drop of the venom sample. Without missing a beat, the goblin's other hand grabbed onto Venom Spider-Man, and both mechanical gauntlets unleashed a fierce surge of high-voltage electricity. Sparks of blue lightning flickered and crackled. White smoke began to rise from Venom Spider-Man's body, and the Green Goblin caught the acrid scent of burning protein. But before he could react, he felt Venom Spider-Man's strength growing by the second. The wrist he grabbed suddenly liquefied, and as Venom Spider-Man leapt backward, the black symbiote stretched taut between them. A sense of dread instantly washed over the goblin. With a ferocious roar, Venom Spider-Man yanked with both hands and began to spin, swinging the Green Goblin through the air like a massive flail. Then, with a sudden shift, he slammed the goblin straight down. The ground shattered like a spider's web, and in the center of the crater lay the Green Goblin, aching all over and gritting his teeth in pain. He hadn't expected the electric shock to make Venom Spider-Man even more berserk. Desperate, he tried to summon his demonic glider to sever the black symbiote. But Venom Spider-Man gave him no chance. Hauling the goblin up and unleashing the same move again, he was smashed into the ground again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless pounding echoed through the campus. And only after being battered 5 times in a row did the Green Goblin finally manage to call his glider. The razor-sharp nose of the glider, speeding in at full tilt, sliced through the black symbiote, binding him to Spider-Man. The Green Goblin sprang onto the glider and shot up into the sky. With his powerful regenerative abilities, his wounds would heal quickly. But if the fight continued, those annoying pests would soon arrive. He tossed a flash grenade and vanished without looking back, while the black symbiote on his hand slipped off on its own, falling toward the Venom Spider-Man sprawled on the ground. Whoosh! A blinding flash of white light streaked past. Venom Spider-Man shielded his eyes, and when he looked up again, the Green Goblin had already disappeared into the sky. Roar! Venom Spider-Man opened his gaping maw and roared furiously at the heavens, clearly enraged by the Green Goblin's escape. Wang Kai frowned as he watched all this unfold. To maintain Spider-Man's positive image for the sake of children's merchandise, the movies and cartoons almost never showed Spider-Man acting so feral, let alone sticking out that iconic tongue. But in the real world, there weren't so many restrictions. Venom Spider-Man could just as well take someone's head off in a single bite. Hey Peter, do you remember what I told you? Don't lose yourself in this power. Wang Kai's voice suddenly rang out beside Venom Spider-Man's ear. Peter snapped back to reality at last, staring in disbelief at the wreckage all around him, hardly able to accept that this was his doing. His hulking frame quickly shrank down, and after glancing around, he leapt away to somewhere he wouldn't be seen. A short while later, the 3 of them met in an empty classroom. Luna, grinning mischievously, whipped out her phone. She'd recorded Peter's entire battle just now. Pointing to a photo of Peter roaring at the Green Goblin, she teased. Who knew you had such a fierce side? But where did that red tongue come from? Yours has never been that long. Peter could only cover his face in embarrassment. He hadn't expected himself to turn out like that either. He might have defeated the Green Goblin, but he'd also left the school's green lawn in utter ruins. So far from his usual style, it was almost unthinkable. Kai, what should I do? At a loss, Peter could only turn to Wang Kai for help. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Wang Kai replied with a playful smile. As long as you can control this power, it's not your appearance that decides whether you're a hero or a villain. But I wrecked everything outside. That's only natural. You can't expect to protect every blade of grass and every flower. Wang Kai shrugged. No one was hurt, and that was already the best outcome. Wanting to fight villains without causing any damage at all, that would be a bit too idealistic. Meanwhile, in the Oscorp laboratory, the 3-meter-tall green-skinned monster was gone, and Norman Osborne was closely examining the single drop of alien symbiote he'd managed to obtain. What a marvelous creation. Maybe I can cultivate it and control it. With his mind and body overtaken by the wicked Green Goblin persona, Norman's face twisted into a cruel smile. Something this fascinating, naturally, it had to be tested on someone. And for the perfect candidate, Norman Osborne already had someone in mind. 3 days later, Peter stared at the day's newspaper, his scalp tingling with dread. A black-suited Spider-Man was prowling the city, fighting crime, but his methods were disturbingly ruthless and brutal. He'd snap criminals' wrists or ankles, or deliver a savage kick right to the groin, sending the would-be offenders flying 4 or 5 meters into the air. All that was left at the scene was a chorus of agonized screams, so terrifying that even the victims would flee in panic. Worst of all, this person was acting in Spider-Man's name. Peter felt as if his days as a superhero were truly numbered. Who on earth is this guy? It can't be the Green Goblin. His build is about the same as mine. As Peter racked his brains, his best friend Harry showed up at his place, shrouded in mystery, claiming he had good news to share. Brace yourself, Peter. This is a nano battlesuit my father made just for me. With a sly smile, Harry lifted his left hand and pulled back his sleeve, revealing a gray wristwatch. The watch face displayed a green hourglass symbol, while everything outside the hourglass was pitch black. Harry pressed the watch lightly, and at once, the green hourglass vanished. The black substance on the watch face seemed to come alive, instantly enveloping Harry from head to toe. It really did look like nanotechnology, but Peter recognized it immediately. It was an alien symbiote. So Harry was the black-suited Spider-Man. Peter, you're my best friend. I'm only sharing this secret with you. Harry's voice came from within the symbiote that now covered his whole body. Though the signature Feng mouth and crimson tongue hadn't appeared yet, Peter's mind was spinning in chaos. "Oh my God, listen to me, Harry. You need to get that thing off right now." Peter pleaded anxiously, though he himself hadn't managed to rid himself of the alien symbiote either. "Why? This is a gift from my father. I'm going to use this nano battlesuit to give Spider-Man the beating he deserves." Harry snapped at Peter in anger, surprised that his best friend would try to stop him. "That's not a nano battlesuit at all. Your father is lying to you. He's using you as a guinea pig, just like those green skin monsters he experimented on a few days ago." Harry fell silent for a moment, and seeing this, Peter decided to lay all his cards on the table. "The truth is, your father is the Green Goblin. He's been taken over by his own evil persona." Before Peter could finish, Harry suddenly punched him right in the chest, with a tremendous crash. The force of the blow sent Peter flying more than 10 meters away. He crashed into the wall at home before finally coming to a stop, leaving several cracks running through the brickwork. If Peter were just an ordinary person, that punch would have ended him right then and there. "How dare you insult my father? How does he look anything like that ugly green-skin monster?" Harry shouted, mouth wide in furious disbelief. And already, sharp fangs began to emerge from his gums. When the host's emotions spiral out of control, the signs of merging with the alien symbiote become even more pronounced. The more Harry thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't believe his best friend would slander his father like this. Blazing with rage, a long, crimson tongue quickly snaked out of his mouth. And, fixing his eyes on Peter, who was struggling to his feet, he charged straight at him. Crash! The two of them burst through the wall, tumbling out of the apartment and crashing right onto the street below. By now, Peter had transformed into Venom Spider-Man. Venom versus Venom. The showdown was about to erupt. "So, you were Spider-Man all along." In an instant, Harry put all the pieces together, and his anger only intensified. He felt utterly betrayed. His best friend had lied to him for so long. His body ballooned in size, swelling like an overinflated balloon, and in the blink of an eye, he stood 3 meters tall. He grabbed a nearby car and hurled it at Peter as if it were nothing but a toy. The woman behind the wheel had never witnessed anything like this before, and she let out a terrified scream. Peter, now Venom Spider-Man, still retained his original size, and he stepped forward, bracing himself to catch the car with great effort. But the frightened driver, in her panic, slammed her foot on the gas. Just as Peter put the car down, it shot forward and knocked him to the ground, then drove right over him. Seeing his chance, Harry wasn't about to let it slip by. He pushed off with all his strength and leapt over, landing on top of Peter, his fists swelling to the size of basins, and began raining down blows on Peter's face without mercy. Wham! 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 Each punch landed with a thunderous crash, the force behind them enough to smash a car flat. So one could only imagine the blows Spider-Man was taking. But even the meek have their limits. Peter's own fury was steadily being drawn out, and Venom Spider-Man yanked his right leg free, aimed at Harry's chest, and unleashed his full strength in a devastating kick. Bang! Harry shot off like a cannonball, the impact resounding through the air, and crashed down in a nearby park. Venom Spider-Man's long tongue flicked back into his mouth, and all the pent-up resentment in Peter's heart erupted at last. He wasn't the one who turned Osborne into the Green Goblin, nor was he the one who nearly killed him. So why was all the blame being piled onto his shoulders? He was the real victim here. Roaring in fury, Venom Spider-Man's height surged to 3 meters once again. He leapt forward, black webs shooting from his feet, and swung off in pursuit of Harry. "I'm going to pull you out of there, Harry," Venom Spider-Man roared. Unlike last time, when he killed without a word, this time, he was relatively clear-headed. The two 3-meter-tall black humanoid monsters landed in the park, instantly throwing the visitors into panic. Terrified people screamed and fled the park in all directions. Everyone's mind was racing with the same question. What on earth is happening to New York? Why do these monsters never stop coming? Is this really the end of the world? Can't they take a break for a few days before wreaking havoc again? Or at least go terrorize some other city, instead of always hanging around New York? Meanwhile, news of the Venom showdown in the park was already airing live on TV. And besides the Green Goblin, SHELD's Nick Fury and Coulson were also watching. "Sir, shouldn't we send someone to stop them? If these two giants go all out, the disaster could be as bad as the one with Hulk and Abomination." Coulson's voice carried a hint of urgency. But Nick Fury remained calm and unruffled. "No need. Someone will take care of it. Didn't he settle things with Abomination last time?" On the other side, the Green Goblin watched Venom versus Venom, a wildly excited smile spreading across his face. The experiment had been a tremendous success. Even without any enhancements, Harry could go toe-to-toe with Spider-Man. a testament to just how bizarre these alien symbiotes were. Now, he was desperate for more of them. Within the park, the Venom versus Venom battle raged on. Both had completely abandoned defense, locked in a brutal, grappling brawl. Massive fists swung with earth-shaking force, each punch like a mountain being split in two. Yet, neither could truly hurt the other. They were locked in a stalemate. And as the struggle dragged on, the black alien symbiotes even began to merge with each other. For a moment, it was impossible to tell them apart. Just then, not far from the chaos, a golden portal suddenly opened. Out stepped Wang Kai and Luna from the other side, only to find a writhing mass of black slime, pulling apart and fusing together. The alien symbiote was growing ever larger. Looks like it's up to us to save the day again. That's right. After all, we are the best. They exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Kai summoned his metal storm, raising both arms before his chest. A blue energy orb formed instantly in front of his palms, reaching its full size in just 0.2 seconds. Then with a thunderous blast, it shot forth. The blue energy orb exploded against the black symbiote almost instantaneously. For a split second, a flash of blue revealed a portal. And the fused black symbiote, suddenly like an overinflated balloon, was blown apart. Symbiote fragments scattered across the ground. Soon after, the fragments all transformed into slimes and began crawling toward the two people lying at the center of the black ooze. In just a few breaths' time, the symbiotes had completely merged into the bodies of the two unconscious figures. From the outside, there was no longer any sign of what had happened. It was no longer something you wore like clothing. Moments later, a Quinjet descended from the sky. Peter and Harry were taken away, while Coulson invited the remaining two to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Wang Kai hadn't planned on going, but since Luna was interested, he agreed in the end. High above, thousands of meters in the air, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier hovered in utter silence. The Quinjet carrying Wang Kai and the others circled around before finally landing, giving them a full view of this iconic S.H.I.E.L.D. platform for combat and research. Wow, wow. Luna's eyes were wide as she took in the flying aircraft carrier, her exclamations of amazement ringing in everyone's ears, her awe impossible to hide. Coulson smiled as he began to introduce the place to them. This amphibious helicarrier is the technological marvel of S.H.I.E.L.D. It serves as our secondary headquarters, and very few people ever get to see it. After a moment, the Quinjet came to a stop. Led by Coulson, Wang Kai and Luna met Marvel's very own mother, the one-eyed, bald, hard-boiled egg, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Your sister. Nick Fury immediately noticed something different at first glance, but his iron will allowed him to adjust quickly. It's good to meet you, Kai. Oh, how good. Wang Kai's reply caught Nick Fury completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. And after a few awkward seconds, seeing Wang Kai's indifferent expression, he went straight to the point. I have a team, and I'd like to invite you to join. You mean the Avengers, don't you? Wang Kai replied flatly, bringing together the world's greatest superheroes to fight unknown and powerful threats, protecting Earth and human civilization. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, I'm simply too strong. This model doesn't suit me at all. Putting Wang Kai in the Avengers would be like putting Superman in the neighboring Justice League. It would just turn into a solo show, with the team making little difference. And the whole idea of growing together as a team would be lost. The Avengers are a powerful force in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, an organization destined to play a crucial role in Earth's future. If he joined, it would only have the opposite effect. Nick Fury frowned at that. How do you know about the Avengers Initiative? Magic, Wang Kai answered coolly. Luna nodded vigorously beside him, their clumsy act making it even harder for Nick Fury to believe. Magic that predicts the future? I can't disclose that information. Nick Fury's response was tinged with resignation. He knew that when it came to Wang Kai, force would only backfire. Pressing too hard would only bring trouble upon himself. After a moment's thought, he decided it was best to have Coulson take the two agents to check on Peter and Harry's conditions. As soon as they left, SHLD's own Ice Queen, Agent Hill, walked into Nick Fury's office. She made no effort to hide her displeasure toward Wang Kai. He seems to harbor a certain hostility toward S.H.I.E.L.D., she said coldly. In her eyes, that made him a potential threat. But Nick Fury didn't seem concerned. After all, I did give the order to attack him once, he admitted. This ambiguous relationship suits us just fine. He might keep his distance, but if real danger comes, he won't just stand by and watch. With that, Fury abandoned any further thoughts of recruiting Wang Kai and turned his attention to other matters, leaving the Spider-Man and Green Goblin situation entirely in Coulson's hands. Meanwhile, in the helicarrier's research lab. Peter and Harry still hadn't regained consciousness. They were strapped to examination tables, undergoing a battery of tests. Wang Kai, for his part, didn't hold back any information, and shared everything he knew about the alien symbiote with Coulson. Sounds like some kind of parasite, Coulson quipped. You're not wrong, Wang Kai replied with a faint smile, but if Venom heard you call it that, he'd probably take your head off. A burst of sound is all it takes to force the symbiote out of their bodies, he continued. Why don't we try it right now? Coulson nodded in agreement. They still didn't know how the symbiote had ended up in Harry, and needed to wake both men to find out. A short while later, Peter and Harry were moved to another lab, this one equipped with a sealed transparent chamber. Once the two were inside, the research team immediately began blasting the room with piercing noise. The effect was instantaneous. Peter and Harry both shot upright, as if jolted awake from the brink of death. Their faces twisted in agony, as if struck by intense electric shocks, and they writhed across the floor, struggling violently. A shadowy black sheen crept over their bodies, and within seconds, the symbiotes were forced out, separating themselves from their hosts. They really are just like parasites, Coulson thought to himself, marveling at the sight. The symbiotes extracted from Peter and Harry were nearly identical, writhing and shifting in the sound waves like waves rippling across a pond. Then, astonishingly, they began to merge, forming a single, vaguely humanoid mass of black liquid, expanding rapidly until it stood nearly 3 meters tall. A distorted human face emerged from the inky substance, and it unleashed a blood-chilling howl at the people standing outside the glass. My God, didn't you say these things needed a host to survive and fight? Coulson recoiled in shock, and the rest of the scientists instinctively took several steps back in fear. Wang Kai, however, remained perfectly calm. Your volume is too low. Add some more ultrasonic waves. Someone immediately followed the instruction. The noise became even more piercing, and the massive black symbiote let out a wail of agony. Its body began to shrink rapidly, as if ice and snow had met a blazing fire. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to a blob of viscous black slime. We're good. Luna, open a portal and pull them out. The laboratory was filled with a cacophony so loud that Wang Kai had to shout to Luna at his side. A portal appeared in response, and a magical whip coiled around the two trapped inside. Wang Kai gripped Luna's hand and, with a small effort, yanked Peter and Harry out of danger. Meanwhile, the alien symbiote, sluggish from the noise, was still crawling weakly inside the glass chamber. All right, cut that damn noise. Seeing that both men were safe, Coulson called out immediately. The portal inside the glass chamber vanished, and the black symbiote, suddenly reinvigorated, found itself powerless to break through the fragile glass without a host. It could only wander aimlessly back and forth within. This was Coulson's first encounter with a portal, but since he already knew Luna was a true magician, he wasn't particularly surprised. The scientists, however, were utterly stunned, whether out of curiosity or perhaps the irresistible allure of a succubus. They immediately crowded around the beautiful Luna, bombarding her with questions one after another. Coulson's face darkened at the sight, and after a sharp rebuke, the scientists finally realized their faux pas and dispersed. Sorry about that. Scientists always react like this the first time they see magic. It's all right. After all, who could resist our Luna? She's just too adorable and charming. Wang Kai and Luna both smiled at this, taking it all in stride. Compared to the hormone-fueled antics of school kids, these tech geeks were actually quite well-behaved. At last, Peter and Harry regained consciousness. They got to their feet and exchanged a glance, one that spoke volumes without a single word. The alien symbiote, when bonded, could read and record the host's memories, and during their fusion, their memories had briefly overlapped. Harry finally understood everything. My father, he's actually the supervillain Green Goblin. Harry's voice was heavy, his face clouded with gloom, his head hanging low. To every child, their father is the greatest person in the world. Now, the image of Norman in Harry's heart had crumbled, and he was struggling to come to terms with it. Seeing this, Spider-Man was quick to comfort him. All those things were done by the Green Goblin. They have nothing to do with Mr. Osborne. We can still help your father. We can help him return to a normal life. Wang Kai and Luna exchanged a special smile as they listened. Peter was finally starting to get it. Ironically, he was the one who'd said those words in the first place. Really? My father's illness can still be cured. Of course. You're my best friend. No matter what, I won't give up. Peter gave Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then continued. But to cure Mr. Osborne, we need to capture him first. Is there any of that black symbiote left with the Green Goblin? Coulson needed to know this as well, although the conversation between the two had revealed the origin of the symbiote. The Green Goblin was already troublesome enough. If he now had a symbiote, he would be even more difficult to handle. There shouldn't be any left. My father said making that type of symbiote isn't easy. No sooner had Harry finished speaking than Coulson stepped forward and said, "Good. Let's go capture the Green Goblin right now. Harry, you'll report Norman Osborne. That way, with a complete chain of evidence, we can formally arrest him." Hearing this, Harry hesitated for a moment. Would he really be handing his own father over to the authorities? But for the sake of saving his father, he had no choice but to agree. The group immediately set off for the Oscorp Tower. This time, Spider-Man was to take the lead in the arrest, while Wang Kai and Luna were content to watch the show, not planning to intervene. After all, Coulson had ironclad evidence this time, and he brought a whole squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, armed with the latest S.H.I.E.L.D. technology. Subduing a lone Green Goblin shouldn't be a problem. The Quinjet streaked toward their destination, its passengers each wrapped in their own thoughts. At that moment, Peter, now in his classic red and black Spider-Man suit, suddenly remembered something, and looked at Wang Kai, a bit embarrassed. "Kai, I'm really sorry about something. I think I might have told Mary Jane about your identity." "What?" Wang Kai was dumbfounded. Hadn't he refused? How did he end up telling that green tea so quickly? "Mary came over to my place again yesterday, and, well, you know how it goes. So I told her." Wang Kai was left speechless. That flirty Spider-Man actually couldn't keep a secret. He'd really miscalculated this time. "Did you tell her anything else?" "No." "Did you two do anything?" Peter was too embarrassed to answer, and Wang Kai didn't press further. But knowing Peter's hopeless crush tendencies, there was a good chance nothing had happened at all. After this little bump in the road, the group soon arrived at the rooftop helipad of Oscorp. With Harry leading the way, they entered the spacious CEO's office and found Norman Osborne, who looked perfectly normal, hard at work on company affairs. "Harry, what brings you to the office all of a sudden?" Norman asked in confusion. But as he glanced at Coulson, the fully armed agents, and Spider-Man, his expression suddenly changed. What are you trying to do?" Seeing his father's reaction, Harry quickly moved to shield everyone with his arm, hoping to resolve things by talking. He stepped in front of Norman, and with heartfelt emotion said, "I know everything now, Dad. You're sick. That evil personality took over you. They're all here because I asked them to help you. Please, let me cure you." "Okay." No sooner had he finished speaking than Norman's face darkened with rage. "No, you're here to capture me, to ruin my life." In an instant, Norman reached out and grabbed Harry by the throat. Harry immediately felt his breath cut off, but still clung to Norman's hand, desperately trying to reach the father he knew. "Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son. A weak son like you is no son of mine." Norman, wild-eyed and frenzied, yanked Harry close, then set his gaze on Spider-Man. "He's the only one worthy to be my son." Norman let out a wicked laugh, spun around, and with a powerful swing, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, as Harry, screaming, was hurled out of the building. Harry, Spider-Man couldn't possibly stand by and watch his best friend die before his eyes. He dashed straight for the broken window, while Norman simply grinned wickedly, making no move to stop him. Norman's skin rapidly shifted to a sickly green. His eyes flashed yellow. His ears grew longer and sharper, and his height and build swelled dramatically. The tearing of fabric ripped through the room, and in the blink of an eye, the 3-meter-tall Green Goblin stood revealed, letting out a furious roar at Coulson and the others. A guttural, monstrous bellow shook the air. "Without Spider-Man, you'll all die here." The Green Goblin smashed through the desk in front of him and charged straight at Coulson and his team. Almost simultaneously, the fully armed agents opened fire. Blasts of blue electricity erupted from their high-tech weapons, filling the air with the sharp crackle and sizzle of electric current. There was no smoke, no gunpowder roar, but the weapon's power easily matched that of any standard firearm. In an instant, a storm of electric bolts surrounded the Green Goblin. There were no explosions, just a dense, crackling barrage of electricity, the intense current making the Green Goblin howl in pain, his muscles spasming so violently he lost control of his body. Unable to keep his footing at such speed, he inevitably crashed to the ground and tumbled toward the group. Why is he so weak? Wang Kai looked genuinely puzzled, but seeing the situation, he simply stepped forward and, with a perfectly timed move, stopped the nearly half-ton, 3-meter-tall Green Goblin with ease. Luna, eyes sparkling, stared at the weapon in Coulson's hand. SHLD's weapons are this incredible? Of course, we're S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. Coulson wore a look of unfathomable confidence on his face. With just a single round, he managed to subdue the supervillain Green Goblin. This was partly due to Green Goblin's arrogance, and partly because of how advanced their weapons were. Wang Kai shrugged, then delivered another solid kick to Green Goblin's head, knocking him out cold. Only then did he finally relax. At that moment, Spider-Man returned, having rescued Harry. He stared in amazement at the now settled battlefield. Kai, did you really take him down with just one move again? Coulson's expression turned a little sour upon hearing this, as if he couldn't believe someone would doubt the prowess of S.H.I.E.L.D. tech. Without missing a beat, he hoisted his massive weapon and began to explain, "This is a plasma stun gun. Just one shot is enough to knock out, or even roast, a full-grown elephant. Earlier, at least 100 rounds hit Green Goblin. Thanks to us, we managed to capture him alive." Spider-Man was left gaping in astonishment. I had no idea S.H.I.E.L.D. was this powerful. Naturally, Coulson flashed a proud smile, then gave the order to have Green Goblin loaded onto the Quinjet. Healing him would be no easy task. They would have to head to the helicarrier first. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and Luna simply waved goodbye and took their leave. Aboard the helicarrier, Green Goblin's wrists and ankles were each locked in place by electromagnetic spheres. His body suspended spread eagle in the middle of his cell. Scientists carefully extracted his blood, hoping to develop a serum that could cure the current Green Goblin. But just then, Green Goblin suddenly regained consciousness. He stirred slightly, and a black capsule appeared in his mouth. He bit down, breaking it open, and spat it out. From the capsule slithered a writhing mass of black, alien symbiote. "Go find your companion," Green Goblin whispered. The symbiote seemed to understand, and immediately slid through a gap in the cell. An evil grin spread across Green Goblin's face. The scene shifted. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier's lounge, Peter was still comforting Harry. After all, anyone would be shaken after being thrown off a building by their own father. "He just tossed me off that building. He wanted to kill me, to make you his son instead." Harry's voice was choked with heartbreak. His father hadn't just rejected him. He tried to kill him, even knowing that it was really the Green Goblin. The face he had seen thousands of times was still unbearable to see turned against him. "No, that wasn't Mr. Osborne. That was the Green Goblin. You have to believe that." With his friend so despondent, Peter could only offer these words. But just as they continued their heart-to-heart, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the helicarrier. "Warning! Unknown life form detected inside the ship. Warning! Unknown life form detected inside the ship." The shrill warnings echoed from the speakers, and the two of them immediately left the lounge to find Coulson and see what was happening. At that moment, the laboratory where Peter and Harry were separated from their alien symbiotes had become unrecognizable. The symbiote spat out by the Green Goblin, guided by the instinctive connection between its kind, quickly found its way to this place. Leaping down from the air duct, the symbiote landed squarely on a researcher. In the span of just a few heartbeats, it enveloped him completely. Instantly, panic erupted among the other researchers in the lab. Yet the symbiote paid them no mind. Instead, it charged furiously toward the glass wall, imprisoning its kin. With a thunderous crash, the glass shattered. Researchers tumbled into the containment chamber, and the black symbiote within one of them could hardly wait, immediately leaving its host and merging with the incoming symbiote in an instant. The combined mass of the symbiotes swelled rapidly, ballooning like a living creature. Then, with a sharp pop, it burst, spilling out like a wave of black liquid. The researchers were engulfed before they could even scream, their voices snuffed out almost as soon as they tried to cry for help. Now, the entire lab was filled with venoms. These mass-produced venoms bore no white spider emblem on their chests, but in every other way, they were every bit as terrifying as the original. Especially striking were their gaping maws full of fangs and their crimson, snake-like tongues, features that every one of them possessed. And it wasn't over yet. The black symbiotes spread like an infection, seeping into the ventilation system of the sky carrier. Whenever they encountered a person, they pounced, one by one, transforming every crew member aboard into venom hosts. And all of them remained under the Green Goblin's control. "Ha ha ha, this is exactly what I wanted to see." The Green Goblin cackled as the venoms released him from his cell. With these almost infinitely multiplying alien symbiotes at his command, he could easily seize control of the entire planet. Meanwhile, Peter and Harry had successfully found Coulson. Coulson, having already pieced together the situation through surveillance, wasted no time handing them plasma stun guns, effective against the Green Goblin, for self-defense. "Harry, you stay here and contact Wang Kai. He always has a way with things like this. Peter, the rest of you come with me. We're heading to the main control room to broadcast the sonic signal. We'll strip these wretched black parasites off, every last one of them." Coulson issued his orders with steely resolve, but Harry hesitated, wanting to see his father. Coulson pressed a firm hand on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Do you want him to kill you? A chill ran through Harry's heart. He could only don a mask of pain and nod, resigned. After all, that was the Green Goblin now, not his father. Let's go. With unwavering determination, Coulson led everyone onward. No one knew how many crew members had already been turned into Venoms on the carrier. The path ahead would be fraught with danger. Don't make direct contact with them, Coulson warned his team. He then took aim at a Venom charging straight at them. Open fire. In an instant, countless bursts of blue electricity erupted from the muzzles of the guns. The moment a blue energy blast touched the Venom symbiote, it flashed with light, and the sharp sizzle of electricity filled the air. Yet, instead of destroying the creature, the attack only made Venom even more frenzied. But then, more blue blasts exploded across its surface, and crackling blue currents enveloped the symbiote. In the blink of an eye, the black creature vanished without a trace. Everyone caught the unmistakable scent of something burnt. The intense heat from the electric currents had actually vaporized the black symbiote. Seeing this, everyone immediately ceased fire. But just a second later, another mass of black symbiote dropped down from the ventilation duct above. Within 2 seconds, the Venom that had just been defeated was back on its feet. The group stood speechless in shock, while Venom let out a piercing, furious roar at them. Its fangs gleamed, and its long tongue flicked out in a spray of saliva, before it charged at them at full speed. "Sir, more coming from behind," one of the agents shouted as he fired electrical blasts, temporarily holding back the oncoming symbiotes swarming through the rear corridor. Damn it, split into pairs and break through. With Venom attacking from all sides, being trapped in the corridor was as good as a death sentence. And since Peter, the strongest among them, couldn't operate the helicarrier systems, this desperate strategy was the only option left. The group scattered in all directions, inadvertently drawing away large numbers of the symbiote horde, and giving Coulson and Spider-Man a chance to get closer to the main control room. "This thing's useless. I'll stick to my webs." Peter tossed aside the plasma taser, then shot out several layers of webbing across the corridor behind them, creating a tangled barrier that slowed the pursuing symbiotes. Without missing a beat, he hoisted Coulson onto his back, gripping the agent's legs, and took off down the hallway at full speed. Left, now right. Coulson, quick on the uptake, realized this was the fastest way. He didn't care about the awkward position. He immediately became a human GPS, calling out directions for Peter, while wielding the plasma gun like a turret, fending off any symbiotes that try to block their path. Thanks to this wild maneuver, 2-man human tank and all, they finally made it to the control room safely. But what awaited them inside made their hearts sink. A Venom symbiote with just one eye was staring them down, and in its hand was a plasma taser, just like theirs. Director Fury? You had to admit, the symbiote showed a certain respect. It had even kept Nick Fury's signature eye patch, though Venom Fury was armed with a ranged weapon. The 2 men were even more unsettled by what stood behind him. Towering over both of them was a green-skinned monster, well over 3 meters tall. It was none other than the Goblin, freshly escaped from his prison. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Coulson. However could I thank you for bringing me here?" "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin's mocking words and wild laughter ignited a furious rage in Coulson. Without hesitation, he fired straight at the Goblin's head. A burst of blue electricity exploded across the Green Goblin's face, the crackle of electricity filling the air. But the Goblin didn't react at all. He didn't even blink. "It's all just an act. Did you really think this toy would work on me?" The Goblin sneered at Coulson, then immediately barked an order at Venom Fury. "Use your gun and finish them off." Venom Fury responded instantly, pulling the trigger. But Peter's spider sense had already warned him of danger. With lightning speed, he darted out of the main control room, and Venom Fury immediately gave chase. "Shield? So much for your reputation." The Green Goblin scoffed, and ordered the other symbiotes in the control room to pilot the helicarrier toward New York. He intended to unleash the black symbiotes upon the city. Elsewhere, Spider-Man, with Coulson slung over his shoulder, was fleeing in a desperate rush. "Mr. Coulson, what do we do now?" The number of symbiotes was growing by the minute. There was no way they could run forever. But of course, Coulson was painfully aware of this. "Hang in there. We have to hold out until Wang Kai arrives." He hesitated, then gritted his teeth and added, "And we need to be ready to destroy the helicarrier completely if we must." As a top agent, he could easily deduce the Green Goblin's wicked scheme. Coulson also knew that almost everyone aboard the helicarrier was now under the Goblin's alien control. to wipe out these vile parasites and prevent them from reaching Earth and spreading uncontrollably, if there was truly no other choice. Destroying both the symbiotes and the helicarrier together would be their last resort. Blow this place up? Peter was stunned, half believing Coulson had been infected by the symbiote too. What about everyone else? That's why it's just a contingency. Coulson replied, worry etched in his voice. Sometimes there simply was no perfect solution, even if it meant sacrificing fellow S.H.I.E.L.D. agents aboard the helicarrier. It was a reality they had to face. The two kept running. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense flared up again in warning. He launched himself upward in a powerful leap, and with hands and feet, clung to the ceiling of the corridor, hanging upside down. At that moment, 3 or 4 streams of black slime shot beneath him, splatting against the grated floor not far away. Peter glanced back. Sure enough, it was Venom Fury and the other symbiotes, firing web-like black strands, clearly aiming to trap them where they stood. Venom Fury said nothing, and took aim at Spider-Man, pulling the trigger. In an instant, bursts of blue electric light shot from the muzzle of the gun. They scattered like a shower of petals, flying toward the 2 men, blocking every possible direction Spider-Man could dodge in a single heartbeat. With Peter carrying Coulson on his back, his movements were already hindered, and even if he tried to put Coulson down first, he was still struck by the electric current. A surge of electricity coursed through him, pain overwhelming his senses. At that moment, even more Venom symbiotes appeared, completely surrounding the 2 of them. Damn it! Coulson, undeterred by the situation, still tried to fight his way out with the weapon in his hand. But Venom Fury seemed to anticipate his intentions. With a flick of the left hand, a jet of black slime shot out and snatched Coulson's weapon away. Now, even the faintest hope of escape was gone. Spider-Man collapsed in agony onto the floor of the corridor, landing with a heavy thud. Coulson hurried forward to help him up, and, glancing at the surrounding symbiotes, managed a wry, teasing smile. So what do you think? Will they kill us? Or turn us into one of them? No sooner had he spoken than Venom Fury raised both weapons and aimed them at the 2 men. His intentions could not have been clearer, just as it seemed the 2 would meet their end at the hands of SHLD's director. Suddenly, from far down the corridor came a cacophony so wild and ear-splitting it could drive anyone mad. The symbiotes all froze in place, then began to howl as if struck by a sonic blast. The black symbiotic shells on their bodies started to tremble violently. Then, incredibly, they tore apart, revealing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trapped within. Now, Peter, get Director Fury out of there. Coulson saw his chance and seized it at once. Spider-Man was even quicker, firing a web that latched onto Nick Fury, then yanking with all his might. With a sharp, tearing sound, Nick Fury was wrenched free from the black symbiote, screaming along with the creature as he came loose. These parasites just can't stand that awful shrieking, Spider-Man said excitedly. No kidding, but neither can we. What on earth is that racket? Nick Fury, clutching his ears, climbed to his feet, the agonizing, incomprehensible wailing making his scalp crawl. It was enough to make anyone sick. As the sound grew closer, the more distant symbiotes fled, while the black shells, already splitting apart, collapsed into heaps of black slime, squeezing into every crack and crevice to escape as fast as they could. Moments later, Spider-Man, Nick Fury, and the other freed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally saw the source of the noise. Wang Kai strode down the opposite corridor, a giant speaker slung over his shoulder, blasting the infernal shrieking at full volume. Behind him walked Luna and Harry, both wearing white earplugs. Block out that hair-raising noise. What the hell is this? Nick Fury roared, clamping his hands tightly over his ears. Being this close to the sound was driving him up the wall. He could barely resist the urge to smash the speaker to pieces. Lost Rivers, huh? System tip. Seriously, do not look up this notorious noise-canceling masterpiece. Only legends can make it through the whole song. Wang Kai burst out laughing. This infernal song was the first thing that came to mind the moment he got Harry's call, and he'd even gone out of his way to buy this speaker for the occasion. All for this very scene. As long as he marched in carrying the speaker, any symbiote would scatter like children caught by their father, melting away into puddles of black ooze. Noise can only drive out the symbiotes. These parasites have already infested every corner of the helicarrier. If we want to kill them, we'll need high temperatures, Wang Kai said, turning off the speaker for now. That's right, sir, and the helicarrier is heading straight for New York. The Green Goblin wants the entire city to be possessed. Coulson hurried to explain the situation, his voice tight with urgency. There wasn't much time left. So what's your plan? Nick Fury asked Coulson in a low, grave voice. It's simple. blow up the helicarrier completely. That's the only way to make sure not a single trace of these alien symbiotes reaches the ground. The moment Coulson said those words, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around them erupted in protest. This was the symbol of S.H.I.E.L.D., their second headquarters. The helicarrier had cost a fortune to build, and now he was suggesting they blow it up just like that? Maybe we can change course. Yeah, or we could broadcast this Banshee song throughout the ship and save everyone. Or take down the Green Goblin. He's the real mastermind behind the symbiotes. Within seconds, the agents had come up with several alternatives, but they all overlooked the most crucial fact. They were out of time, and the Green Goblin was right there in the main control room. There was no way he'd be caught off guard. Enough. Everyone quiet. Nick Fury cut through the chaos with a sharp command, then issued his order without hesitation. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I order you all to evacuate immediately. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Coulson opened his mouth to protest, but Nick Fury cut him off. No need to say more. This really is the best option. And don't take all the blame on yourself. He patted Coulson's shoulder, then turned to Luna. Open a portal and get them to the ground. Got it. Luna flashed a dazzling smile, slipped on her sling ring, and opened a portal. Golden particles spun endlessly in the air, signaling the opening of a portal, with the other side leading directly to Central Park in New York. The agents aboard the helicarrier, seeing no other choice, could only follow orders, and began their retreat in haste. Harry, you should get out of here too, Wang Kai said in a low voice, though he had no desire to kill Norman Osborn. If the Green Goblin insisted on courting his own doom, he couldn't be blamed. Harry hesitated, but finally nodded in agreement. He then turned to Wang Kai and the others, pleading, if possible, please save my father. He's just sick, that's all. Spider-Man immediately promised to help, while Wang Kai remained silent. The group quickly split into two teams. Luna and Spider-Man took the speakers, heading off to lure their targets. Once the symbiotes took the bait, they would blast the theme music, separating the alien creatures and rescuing everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Kai made his way to the main control room to confront the Green Goblin. Inside the helicarrier, space was tight and confined, making a metal storm ill-suited for the environment. So the solemn and sacred angelic armor reappeared. Dawn Guardian was back in action, lifting his enormous Azure demon blade. Wang Kai let out a cold laugh. If it's a matter of blowing this place sky high, I might just lend you a hand, he said. After all, I've never chopped up something like this before. Nick Fury and Coulson were instantly speechless. What on earth did he usually chop up? The three of them proceeded silently toward the main control room. Even here, nearly 100 symbiote-infected individuals stood in their way. The Green Goblin stood at the main command platform, back turned to them, the very spot that was usually reserved for Nick Fury alone. Through the transparent glass at the front of the command hall, they could already glimpse the distant shoreline, a sign that the helicarrier was now frighteningly close to New York. You finally arrived, Kai? The Green Goblin sneered wickedly as he turned to face them, his expression twisted and menacing, hatred blazing in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten how Wang Kai had knocked his teeth out with a single punch the day he was born. Who would have thought, before I become king of this new world, I get to kill you with my own hands? With arms stretched wide, the Green Goblin summoned all the black symbiotes behind him. In an instant, they left their hosts, merging into a surging black river that poured into his body. His form began to swell and expand, and within seconds, he soared to a towering 5 meters tall. Distinctive goblin ears jutted from his head. A white spider symbol blazed across his chest. Thus was born the Venom Green Goblin. What incredible power! Ha ha ha! The Venom Green Goblin howled with manic laughter, utterly intoxicated by this newfound strength. All his abilities, power, healing, regeneration, were multiplied many times over. He felt invincible, as if nothing and no one could bring him down now. This power, this strength. Venom Green Goblin opened his massive, fanged mouth in excitement, letting loose his long, crimson tongue, and unleashed a roar so thunderous it seemed to shake the very air around them. Roar! An astonishing surge of power swept over them in an instant, crashing down like a colossal tsunami that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The sheer force slammed into Coulson and Nick Fury, forcing even these elite agents to take a step back. Shocked to their core, they couldn't help but question from the depths of their hearts. Could Kai truly defeat a monster like this? Both men turned their eyes toward Wang Kai. The holy angelic armor stood immovable, as firm as a mountain range. Seeing this, Venom Green Goblin assumed Wang Kai had been paralyzed with fear, and let out a wild, arrogant laugh. It'll only take one punch to kill you. Venom Green Goblin clenched his fist, nearly as large as a bicycle wheel, and unleashed his full strength at Wang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, and suddenly, a shadow loomed before Wang Kai. A pitch-black fist, radiating a destructive aura, hurtled toward the armor. Boom! A thunderous burst shattered the air. The force of the blow whipped up a gale strong as a level 8 storm, knocking Nick Fury and Coulson straight to the ground. They scrambled to their feet to assess the situation, only for their eyes to widen in shock. With a single hand, Wang Kai had blocked Venom Green Goblin's punch, and the look of disbelief on Venom Green Goblin's face was even more dramatic than theirs. This is absolutely impossible. Venom Green Goblin's eyes bulged as if they might pop out. That punch could have crushed a tank. How can anyone catch it so effortlessly? In this era, anything is possible. Wang Kai's voice rang out, cold and emotionless. A flash of golden light, and Venom Green Goblin's arm was severed. With a heavy thud, it hit the floor, but the thick black symbiote instantly flowed like a stream, swiftly reattaching itself to Venom Green Goblin. A new arm sprouted with astonishing speed from the severed stump. You can't kill me, Venom Green Goblin roared at Wang Kai. But the next instant, Wang Kai raised his Azure magic blade and pressed it beneath his jaw. The furious roar was cut off, silenced in a heartbeat. Turn back into Norman Osborn, or die. The words came out cold, utterly devoid of human feeling. Venom Green Goblin gave no reply. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and bit down hard on Wang Kai's head, blade and all. Crunch. Countless spike-like teeth shattered on impact, but Venom Green Goblin didn't care. He clamped his jaws tighter, gripping Wang Kai's shoulders with both hands, and pulled with savage force, looking every bit the ferocious beast, courting death. The magic blade flared with a red glow, enchanted with true damage. Vang Kai Smung Domnert. And in a single stroke, split Venom Green Goblin in two. Even so, Venom Green Goblin still refused to die. His blood-red maw remained locked tight. Venom Green Goblin would not let go. Wang Kai had no choice but to use space-time traversal to shift away, and his massive demon blade swept upward in a powerful arc. The blade slashed straight through the neck of the Venom Green Goblin. That's what you get for biting recklessly. Wang Kai watched coldly as the Venom Green Goblin's head tumbled to the ground. Just as he was about to turn and tell Nick Fury to take off with the helicarrier, he suddenly saw the Green Goblin's head dissolve into a pool of black liquid. In the next instant, a sudden gust of fierce wind came rushing at him. A sharp sound rang out. Wang Kai spun around and sliced off one of the Green Goblin's legs in a single stroke, yet in a bizarre twist. Almost the moment the limb was severed, the body parts that had been split instantly reattached themselves, drawn together by the black symbiote. Ha ha ha, I am immortal. The Venom Green Goblin let out a wild, manic laugh. He flung out his hands, and the black symbiote rapidly pooled in his palms, condensing in an instant into two blobs of inky liquid. Become my slaves. With a flick of his wrists, the Green Goblin hurled the two blobs of symbiote through the air. Before their eyes, the black liquid suddenly morphed in midair. In the blink of an eye, they flattened and spread into two enormous webs, covering a vast area. They came crashing down, perfectly engulfing Wang Kai. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, you'll have to obey me now. The Venom Green Goblin was so excited he could barely contain himself. Wang Kai was simply too powerful. If he hadn't managed to shift his body within the symbiote in time, he would have been beheaded right then and there. And no matter how fast his regeneration or limb restoration, it would have been utterly useless. Nick Fury and Coulson, witnessing this, grew even more anxious. Wang Kai was their only hope now. If he fell, no one would be able to stop the Venom Green Goblin's evil plans. Just as the two of them were about to use their plasma stun guns to try and drive off the black symbiote, a chilling, utterly cold voice suddenly rang out. Who do you think I am? The black symbiote wrapping Wang Kai suddenly started to swell, and with a thunderous burst, it exploded like a balloon. The entire symbiote layer stripped away in an instant. At the same time, a powerful gale swept out in all directions, forcing Nick Fury and Coulson to duck and dodge as bits of symbiote flew everywhere. The Venom Green Goblin's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Kai now stood clad in his majestic, holy angel armor, shrouded by a faint, translucent white shield that made him appear even more divine and untouchable. Cyclone Flash. A surging aura erupted, blasting his enemies back. He hadn't expected to use this move at such a moment. You really can take a beating, Wang Kai remarked coldly. Right now, the Venom Green Goblin was like an unkillable tank soaking in a healing spring. Every strike Wang Kai dealt was a devastating blow. It was still excruciatingly difficult to kill him. And inside the helicarrier, unleashing his 40-meter blade was out of the question, which was the only reason the Green Goblin had dared to act so arrogantly up to this point. I'll keep him occupied. You two, play the wailing song at maximum volume. After speaking, Wang Kai charged forward. Since the Venom Goblin was like a mobile healing fountain, wouldn't it be a breeze to just carry the fountain away and slay the goblin? Only then did Nick Fury and Coulson snap back to reality. They weren't here just to watch the show. The two of them rushed down to the control hall, not even pausing to witness how Wang Kai sliced the Venom Goblin into pieces, or how the Venom Goblin would regenerate again and again. They immediately began working at the computers, trying to change the helicarrier's course. Damn it, the Goblin really did sabotage the navigation system. Now, even if we want to stop the helicarrier, we can't. Coulson stared at the screen in frustration, but Nick Fury, standing beside him, seemed unfazed. He found that bizarre, wailing song, or perhaps that exorcising anthem, and blasted it at full volume. A cacophony of piercing, chaotic shrieks erupted, so loud and jarring that everyone instinctively clapped their hands over their ears. It wasn't just deafening. The unearthly wailing felt like it was murdering your eardrums, sending shivers down spines and making goosebumps break out all over. If it was this bad for ordinary people, for the Venom Goblin, it was pure torture in the open. The alien symbiote seemed to be truly exorcised, chunks falling away from its 5-meter-tall body, the creature itself tearing apart, letting out blood-curdling screams that echoed through the ship. What are you all standing around for? Get out now, Wang Kai shouted at Coulson and the others. The healing fountain had been stripped from the goblin at last, but now it seemed this endlessly regenerating fountain had come alive. After being torn apart, the black symbiote didn't shrink back into a puddle like the mass-produced versions. Instead, it grew larger with every tear, its upper end now stuck to the ceiling of the control room, stretching almost 10 meters high. The white spider emblem on its chest faded, replaced by a monstrous white face, with diamond-shaped eyes and a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. A visage straight from a nightmare. Help! Somebody save me! Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from within the Venom Goblin. Wang Kai focused his gaze and saw, emerging from the rampaging black symbiote, Norman Osborne, who had reverted to his human form. At that moment, he was being relentlessly pulled by the symbiote, like a tiny boat tossed in a stormy, black ocean, threatened with destruction at any second. Damn you, you'll all pay. From the gaping mouth of the rampaging, multiplying symbiote came the goblin's voice. Wang Kai had no idea what was happening, but he acted at once, leaping into the air, golden blades flashing in rapid succession. In just a few swift strikes, he severed all the black symbiote clinging to Norman. With a single hand, he grabbed Norman and yanked hard, pulling him out of the rampaging symbiote in one swift motion. An angel. It's actually an angel. Norman seemed a bit delirious, pointing at Wang Kai and babbling in shock and awe. Wang Kai couldn't be bothered to figure out if Norman was faking it or not. As soon as they landed, he tossed Norman straight to Coulson, then turned his gaze to the berserk black symbiote, knowing there was no other way now. Hurry and find Luna. Wang Kai dashed right up to the symbiote, drawing most of its fire, his blade flashing again and again, slicing off every tendril that tried to ensnare him. It was like cutting through jelly. Meanwhile, Coulson and Nick Fury fired bursts of blue lightning, blasting away the tendrils chasing after them, covering the other agents as they retreated. In the corridor outside the main control room, Luna and Spider-Man arrived in a rush, having already rescued all the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. When they saw nearly 100 people streaming out from the main control room, they opened another portal, and Spider-Man immediately ushered everyone through. Soon, they caught up with Coulson and Nick Fury at the end of the line. Where's my brother? Still inside. Good. Then you guys get out of here. Don't get in Brother Kai's way while he's fighting. The two of them were momentarily speechless. This was not how things were supposed to go, but they knew Luna was right. So, helplessly they left, and in an instant, the entire helicarrier was empty except for Wang Kai, Luna, the berserk symbiote, and the scattered fragments of symbiote throughout the ship. At this moment, the ever-present chanting of the exorcism hymn still echoed in the main control room. The berserk symbiote had nearly filled the entire hall, and Wang Kai stood in the midst of a surging black sea, swinging his golden blade again and again, cutting down every ferocious wave that came crashing toward him. "Brother Kai, everyone's out. You can go all out now," Luna shouted from outside the main control room, then opened a portal and stepped out onto the hull of the helicarrier. By now, the entire helicarrier was crawling with black symbiotes. On the massive iron fortress, it looked as if countless moldy tendrils had sprouted, waving frantically as if trying to escape the dreaded exorcism music. "Can't let any of these things fall to the ground," Luna muttered, swooping to the front of the helicarrier and flinging out her hands. It was like shattering a giant pane of glass. A vast portal to the mirror dimension appeared in an instant, and as the helicarrier surged forward, the mirror dimension swallowed the entire ship whole. Back in the main control room, Wang Kai slowly sheathed his blade, looking coldly at the berserk symbiote's gaping maw, big enough to swallow a whole house, and let out a cool, unflinching laugh. With a twist of his wrist, he produced a cat bomb, one of his most reliable tools for chaos and destruction. "Although I can hardly kill you with a blade, I can easily blow you to pieces." The cold, indifferent words echoed out, and yet the rampaging black symbiote surged forward. A tide of blackness loomed, blotting out the sky and sun, as if intent on drowning Wang Kai completely. "Detonate." Boom. The cat bomb exploded right in Wang Kai's palm. In an instant, the black tide was engulfed by a raging crimson blaze. Flames swept through the entire room in a heartbeat, and under the searing heat, the symbiote melted away like snow beneath the midday sun. The shockwave from the blast tore through the main control room, destroying every piece of equipment. The glass in the windows shattered in an instant, and flames burst outward, mercilessly licking at any symbiote fragments that tried to escape. Wang Kai stood his ground, even as the shockwave and firestorm swept devastation around him. His indestructible demonic body remained completely unscathed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the berserk villain's alien symbiote and gained 100 sign-in points." The system's voice chimed in, but Wang Kai had no interest in such things at the moment. He wanted to add another trophy to the list of things he had conquered. The morphing metal storm shot out through the gaping hole left by the explosion, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Kai was above the aerial mothership. Blue plasma flames burst from beneath his feet, and he accelerated instantly, breaking past twice the speed of sound. Bang! A thunderous sonic boom echoed, and Metal Storm vanished from sight. Clad in angelic armor, dual-wielding the Azure Demon Blade and the Endless Warblade, he crossed both blades before him, their edges glowing with an intense crimson light. With a mighty swing toward the mothership that now filled his entire field of vision, he unleashed two astonishing blades of energy, each hundreds of meters wide. Dual Overlord Slash. Boom! Two golden crescents, each as massive as the mothership itself, shot forth from his blades, slicing through the ship without the slightest resistance, cutting it cleanly into 3 pieces. The cuts were smooth as glass, revealing fragments of symbiote still lurking inside. But before the 3 sections could even separate, the mothership's ammunition stores ignited, triggering a chain of massive explosions, until at last it blossomed into the most spectacular firework in the sky. Every alien symbiote fragment was obliterated. This is the mirror dimension. Metal Storm soared upward from beneath the explosions. Wang Kai surveyed the scene with a slight frown, but his expression softened as Luna flew over to him. Weather Shield believed the destruction of the mothership was his doing or not. Even if he had stolen the thing, so what? Luna's kindness was never at fault. And as for the suspicions and malice of others, let them come. He would shield her from them all. "Do we just save the world?" Luna gazed at him, eyes shining with starlight and hope. "That's right. We save the world. Yay!" A joyous, carefree laugh bubbled from the girl's heart, pure and full of genuine happiness. What happened next unfolded pretty much as Wang Kai had expected. The disappearance of the helicarrier, rather than its destruction, sparked a wave of suspicion among the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. To some, it looked like nothing short of a breathtaking act of grand larceny. The World Security Council, unsurprisingly, demanded a thorough investigation into the incident. Director Pierce wasted no time in ramping up the pressure on Nick Fury, insisting that Wang Kai, this uncontrollable and immense threat, must be dealt with immediately. As for what that solution entailed, it was, of course, a so-called honorable assassination. Nick Fury, however, rejected the idea outright. "That's absolutely impossible. How could we even consider killing the man who just saved the entire world?" Fury argued his case with conviction, but Pierce's retort left him momentarily speechless. That was nothing but his lies, a trick. An alien symbiote? and we're supposed to take his word for it. Besides, the mastermind, Green Goblin Norman Osborne, has ties to him. Add to that the missing helicarrier and his other crimes. How can we possibly trust that a killer, a man who flouts the law at every turn, is actually a hero? However you look at it, Wang Kai is the true culprit behind it all. Pierce thundered with righteous indignation. And even Nick Fury found his own convictions wavering, because all the evidence seemed to point toward Wang Kai being at the center of it all. Yet, Fury's instinct screamed that things were not as they seemed. I'm sorry, sir. I can't carry out your orders. This would be an act of utter stupidity, and S.H.I.E.L.D. simply can't afford the consequences. Pierce fell silent, the two men staring each other down, neither willing to yield an inch. After a tense moment, Pierce finally spoke in a low voice. Very well. I won't force your hand, but this threat must be contained. I'll send someone else to apprehend him. We'll make him confess to the whereabouts of the helicarrier and bring him to justice. Pierce turned his back on Nick Fury, and Fury knew at once there would be no further discussion. He could only leave, frustrated and powerless. As he walked out, Pierce's warning echoed in his ears. You know what needs to be done, Fury. Don't do anything to betray S.H.I.E.L.D. The implication was clear. He didn't want Fury leaking any information. But in truth, what he really wanted was for Fury to be the scapegoat. Because, succeed or fail, in the eyes of the world, it would all fall squarely on the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood, sir. Nick Fury strode away, knowing that for every policy from above, there's a way around it below. Just because he couldn't speak, didn't mean others couldn't. No sooner had the bald, egg-headed director left, than Pierce allowed a sly, sinister smile to spread across his face. He knew his subordinate's temperament all too well, and so, he decided to strike first. At that moment, outside Wang Kai's apartment building, a sniper with long, disheveled hair and a massive anti-material rifle, his left arm gleaming with a metallic sheen, was peering through a thermal scope, targeting the people inside. It was none other than the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, Captain America's closest friend. After falling into a ravine during World War II, he was rescued by Hydra, brainwashed, and transformed into the Winter Soldier. Now, he served as Hydra's most deadly assassin. And snipers like the Winter Soldier were not alone tonight. They were stationed all around, each positioned about 200 meters from Wang Kai's apartment, all for the sole purpose of eliminating Wang Kai and Luna at almost the exact same moment. After all, according to Hydra's intel, Wang Kai might possess the metal storm and seemingly invincible armor. But before he summoned either of them, his body remained terribly vulnerable. A single bullet would suffice to solve the problem. Sir, all snipers are in position and have locked onto their targets. We are ready to fire on your command. The voice of readiness came through the Hydra squad leader's earpiece, and the squad leader himself lifted his own anti-material sniper rifle, steadied his breathing, took aim, and gave the soft order, wait for my signal. We'll fire together on my countdown, 3, 2, 1, then pull the trigger. Through the infrared scope, the red silhouettes of their targets stood out sharply, even though there were others inside. They were not to be engaged. Ready. Everyone's finger hovered above their trigger, their breath held in unison. Minds honed to a razor's edge for this one, decisive shot. 3, 2, 1, fire. Where did they go? The final command to fire never even left his lips. In the blink of an eye, the infrared silhouettes vanished from every sniper's view. The mission's changed. Fall back immediately. The Hydra squad leader barked new orders, and every agent began packing up their gear with lightning speed. It would take only a minute to clear out from their sniper nests, but for some, even a minute was too long. A piercing, anguished scream suddenly burst through the earpieces. No more than 20 seconds had passed before it rang out. A Hydra agent clutching his thigh, howling in agony. The bone completely shattered and jutting out from the inside of his leg. Blood streaming uncontrollably. Wang Kai watched it all with a cold, unfeeling gaze, his expression as icy as a winter storm. Behind him, the golden portal still shimmered, not yet closed, its other end opening into the mirror dimension. Who were those people? Why did they want to kill you? Peter asked, his face full of confusion. It had been his spider sense, just moments ago, that detected the murderous intent, giving Luna the chance to cast the mirror dimension and whisk everyone to safety. If not for that, a hail of bullets would have torn through them, and Wang Kai himself wasn't sure he'd have survived. They're from S.H.I.E.L.D., Wang Kai replied through gritted teeth. Peter's mouth fell open, his face a portrait of disbelief. How could this be? You just saved the world. Nothing is impossible. Don't be fooled by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s glossy facade and their claims of defending Earth. Inside, the whole place is rotten to the core. Wang Kai didn't bother to explain further. Even if he revealed that Hydra had taken over S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter probably wouldn't believe him, so there was no point in saying more. Thank you for saving us, Peter. I think Luna and I won't be going to school for a while. Wang Kai gave a faint smile, but the look he gave Peter sent a chill down his spine. What are you planning to do? Kill and burn. Just 4 simple words, yet they made the hair on Peter's arms stand on end. Originally, Wang Kai hadn't intended to interfere too much with the storyline. After all, that was the only way to encounter more sign-in events. But now he had changed his mind. Hydra had already marked him for death. This time, it was a sniper rifle, and only Spider-Man's intervention had saved his life. But what about next time? Would these lunatics resort to missiles, or even nukes, to wipe him out? He couldn't afford to take that risk. He glanced at the Hydra agent, who was still writhing in pain. Silently, the magic blade slipped into his hand. A flash of silver, and the man's head parted from his shoulders, startling Peter so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. He had never seen Wang Kai act with such ruthless decisiveness, especially since Peter's own code was never to kill. Now, confronted with this, he instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Wang Kai. There's $1 million on this card. The password is, consider it a thank you gift. Wang Kai tossed him a gold card that Norman Osborne had given him, then turned and strode toward the portal behind him. Inside the mirror dimension, Luna was gritting her teeth, rolling up her sleeves, and putting on a fierce act. Kai, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just too much. We just saved the world. Can they even be called human? Let's go teach them a lesson. Wang Kai chuckled and patted Luna's head. All right, I've been fed up with them for a while. We already wrecked their helicarrier. Now, let's take out their headquarters. The mission had failed, and the news that only one person had survived quickly reached Pierce. He was furious. It was clear that eliminating Wang Kai at minimal cost was no longer possible. The next step was to arrange for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to officially arrest him. As Pierce pondered his options, outside the top-floor office of SHELD's Triskelion building, a massive metal suit descended slowly from above. Wang Kai piloting the metal storm. Crash! With a single punch, Wang Kai shattered the floor-to-ceiling window, and Pierce, reacting quickly, dodged the razor-sharp shards of glass that flew toward him. Staring out at the metallic storm raging beyond the window, his expression turned grim and ashen. Who are you? What do you want? Even though he already knew the identity of the person before him, he still tried to buy time. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was equipped with countless early warning systems. By now, the special response team should be en route to rescue him. He just needed to hold out for a few minutes. Me? Haven't you already figured that out? With a fluid motion, the metal tempest slipped into the office, armor dissolving in a flash as he switched hero templates. Wang Kai fixed his gaze on Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now the cold-hearted leader of HYDRA, and offered a chilling smile. He hadn't intended for things to end like this for Pierce, but if Pierce insisted on walking the road to ruin, he could hardly be blamed. A magical blade formed in Wang Kai's hand, its edge trained unerringly on Pierce's head. Seeing this, Pierce's pupils contracted in terror, and he stumbled back 2 steps. How had things escalated so quickly, from attempted assassinations to pinpointing the true mastermind behind it all? Surely Wang Kai wouldn't just kill him outright. Desperately, he shouted, "Wait. Give me one good reason to kill me. If you do this, you'll become the target of a global S.H.I.E.L.D. manhunt. Don't." Before he could finish, the magical blade flashed, slicing cleanly across his throat. A fountain of blood erupted, shooting nearly half a meter into the air. "I don't need a reason to kill you," Wang Kai replied coldly, spinning on his heel without a hint of hesitation. He pulled a cat-shaped bomb from his pocket, tossed it over his shoulder into the office without so much as a backward glance, and then leapt out the window in one smooth motion. An earth-shattering boom rocked the building as the cat bomb detonated, shattering the glass on a dozen nearby floors. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the sky, flames billowing upward as the iconic cat face appeared in the inferno once more. The blast atop S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters immediately drew the attention of countless agents. Nick Fury rushed to the security monitors to assess the situation. When he saw the metal tempest appear on the footage, he instantly knew Wang Kai was behind it all. But this was far too fast. He had only just returned to his office, hadn't even had time to contact Coulson, and already Wang Kai had struck. How did he know it was Pierce who gave the order? Nick Fury was baffled. By all logic, Wang Kai should have gone after Coulson or himself first. He'd never even met Pierce. So how had he tracked him down directly? Before Fury could puzzle it out, his trusted assistant, Agent Hill, burst into his office with a report. "Sir, the entire top floor of the World Security Council has been destroyed. Secretary Pierce is dead." "In Agent Hill almost ground her teeth as she spoke. Wang Kai doesn't seem to be finished. Nick Fury immediately turned to look out the window. Sure enough, they saw the metal storm charging straight toward them, and the sight was all too familiar. Damn it, is he out of his mind? Before Nick Fury could even finish his furious roar, the metal storm vanished in an instant, replaced by a majestic, holy angelic armor. A massive blue demonic blade was clenched tightly in hand, and Wang Kai's eyes were sharp and icy. He gathered every ounce of his strength, and a crimson light flared along the edge of the blade. The true damage enchantment was now unleashed. Like a shooting star, he hurtled straight down toward the Triskelion below. Goddamn motherf. Nick Fury's helpless curse was cut short, as a colossal golden blade of energy came crashing down from the heavens. In an instant, countless hearts leapt into their throats. Everyone wanted to stop what was happening, yet there was nothing they could do. They could only watch in horror as the Triskelion was sliced like a layer cake, split cleanly in two by the descending angel from the sky. Boom! The earth-shaking impact was utterly awe-inspiring. The gigantic 40-meter golden blade seemed like a divine weapon falling from the heavens, with a thunderous roar that split the clouds and shattered the stone. After striking the building, it didn't stop until it had cut all the way down into the earth itself. From the top floor to the lowest basement, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was split by a gaping crevice, wide enough for a person to walk through. Before this devastation, something only an earthquake or a natural disaster could cause. Countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents even forgot to breathe. Is this something a human could possibly do? Was that truly an angel? While countless people stood in stunned disbelief, questioning reality itself, they saw the majestic, holy angel transform back into the metal storm armor. Soaring to a height that forced everyone to look up, the golden blade flashed once more. Again, without any flourish or unnecessary movement, he brought the blade down in a single, simple stroke. Boom! The Triskelion was now cleaved into an X, split neatly into 4 pieces. This time, it really was no different from a cake. God, that's enough. Luna gazed at the now unrecognizable S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, her anger having finally subsided. She no longer bore any resentment toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside a building this size, there must have been hundreds, maybe thousands of people at work. With just 2 swings of Wang Kai's blade, even if not everyone was killed or injured, there were surely some who vanished beneath the blade. Now that the true culprit was dead, Luna didn't want Wang Kai to keep destroying. All right, Wang Kai agreed without hesitation. Together with Luna, he stepped through the portal, leaving this massive disaster for S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with. Nick Fury and Hill walked out of the office in silent shock, soon coming to stand before the person-wide fissure. Looking up, it felt as if they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking down, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. A chilling fear crept over them. Director, what should we do now? Agent Hill asked through gritted teeth. Right now, she wished she could fire a nuclear missile and blow Wang Kai to pieces. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had been destroyed to such an extent. Something unimaginable in the past half-century. News of this would soon spread throughout the United States. And by then, it wouldn't just be SFLD's reputation at stake, but the very faith of every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Attend to the wounded first. Put all questions aside for now. Let me speak with him, Nick Fury said in a deep, commanding voice. Speak with him? Still, hearing this, Hill was about to explode with rage. S.H.I.E.L.D. never negotiates with the enemy. When have they ever handled things this way? Of course, because we struck first. Nick Fury's eyes were dark with anger. As he swiftly explained the situation with Pierce, Hill's expression soured immediately. So they were the ones in the wrong. But even so, S.H.I.E.L.D. has lost 2 headquarters because of him. Are we just supposed to let that go? Then what do you want to do? Start an all-out war? Nick Fury rebuked her harshly. The ones with nothing to lose never fear the ones with something to protect. If war breaks out, no one at S.H.I.E.L.D. will sleep soundly again. Hill felt a chill run through her heart, an overwhelming sense of frustration welling up. Yet she was powerless to change anything. It was just like that old saying, I love seeing you so furious, knowing there's nothing you can do to beat me. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had been sliced into 4 pieces, and the news that Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council, had been killed swept across the United States in no time. People everywhere were in heated discussion. The internet was in an uproar. Many speculated that S.H.I.E.L.D. must have committed some unspeakable crime, and that this was divine retribution, an angel descending to punish them. After all, even the code name seemed to hint at something supernatural. But there were also those who believed the so-called angel's descent was nothing more than a highly advanced weapon, someone exploiting it for their own ends. Numerous videos had captured the metallic storm appearing alongside the angel. But these voices were soon drowned out. After all, in America, believers were many, and now that a visible angel had finally appeared, countless fervent followers would never tolerate anyone slandering it. While the online arguments raged on, Wang Kai and Luna arrived in San Francisco. After explaining what had happened with S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Pym was overjoyed. Well done. Those idiots had it coming. Hope and Ghost, however, were deeply worried, with Wang Kai's actions basically amounting to a declaration of war. There was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. would let him off. Are you two going to hide out at Kamartage for a while? Ghost asked. Ever since she and Hope had left Kamartage, they'd kept up with the latest news, and both had even considered apprenticing there themselves. Just draw a circle and you could travel the world instantly. How convenient would that be? But unfortunately, neither of them had any talent for magic, so they had to give up on that idea. That won't be necessary, Wang Kai replied, looking completely at ease. He hadn't yet revealed his trump card to Nick Fury. If he said it out loud, there was no telling. Maybe that one-eyed, hard-boiled Fury would even get down on his knees and beg for his help. My main concern right now is that if S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle us, they'll turn their attention to you instead. We've already lost a whole month with the quantum tunnel. I don't want any further delays. That shouldn't happen, right? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. even know about our connection? Hope asked, her face full of doubt. Ghost and Goliath, however, nodded vigorously. Don't underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D. With their instincts, they definitely know. If they dare stand in the way of me rescuing my wife, I won't let them off so easily. Dr. Pym declared fiercely. Wang Kai and Luna both nodded in agreement. Too many hopes were riding on the quantum tunnel. They couldn't allow anyone to interfere. In any case, you all keep working on the quantum tunnel. If anything happens, let me know. I'll handle it. Everyone nodded. Be careful yourself, too, Ghost said suddenly, concern in her voice. She pulled out an empty vial. Do you have any more of that green serum? I can feel that tearing sensation getting closer again. Yes, I do, Wang Kai replied, pulling out a large case and handing it to Ghost. These 10 vials should last you 2 months. Thank you, and thank you for going to hell to save me, Ghost said sincerely. Hope, however, scoffed and rolled her eyes. Don't forget he used us as javelins and threw us out there. The cold wind in hell left my face numb for days. But I have to admit, your full-body golden angel form was truly impressive. Seeing the strange look in the two women's eyes, Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. Had his unintentional actions actually had unexpected results? But then he shook his head, brushing the thought aside. His parents had yet to be resurrected. What was the point of thinking about such things now? You all get back to work. And you too, don't go to New York for now. Stay here in San Francisco for a few days and wait until I've settled things. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone started ringing. He glanced at the screen. It was Coulson, who hadn't called in ages. A smile played at Wang Kai's lips. S.H.I.E.L.D. had finally reached out to him. He pressed the answer button. There was no scolding, no shouting, just Coulson's voice, exhausted beyond measure. Kai, Director Fury wants to talk to you. Perfect. I want to talk to him too, but I'll pick the place, and it'll just be the two of you coming. All right. Coulson agreed without a hint of hesitation. And so, half an hour later, Coulson, Nick Fury, Wang Kai, and Luna met together in the mirror dimension beneath Stark Tower. This is a mirror dimension created by Luna. Electronic signals can't get out, so no one can eavesdrop on us. Wang Kai pointed at Luna with a face full of pride as he spoke. Luna, in turn, broke into a radiant smile, looking a bit embarrassed. Nick Fury didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Kai, you're in serious trouble. That's right. Even if Secretary Pierce was wrong in the first place, you killed him and destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters like that. On top of that, you killed the heads of the 3 great families, and even a former president. These charges alone would be enough to get you nuked 3 times over. Coulson practically gritted his teeth as he listed these crimes. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead 1,000 times by now. And yet, Wang Kai was still standing there, alive and well. Coulson couldn't help but feel that this world was anything but fair. Wang Kai just smiled faintly at Coulson's words. He hadn't realized until now that, in the course of doing so many good deeds, he'd become the ultimate villain in everyone's eyes. So what do you want to do? You can't beat me anyway. Wang Kai's words left the two men fuming, nearly at their breaking point. They'd never met anyone so brazen in their lives. Don't go too far. Too far. Wang Kai's expression turned ice cold, and his words suddenly grew chillingly distant. If you hadn't tried to assassinate me, would I have gone this far? If Luna hadn't been kidnapped, would I have killed anyone? If there hadn't been piles of bones beneath that castle, would I have toppled the 3 great families? It wasn't me who went too far. It was all of you. I'm just doing what I have to. His voice grew louder and more forceful, leaving both Coulson and Nick Fury momentarily speechless. They really had no grounds to argue. In a war of words, they were completely outmatched. Luna stepped forward and slipped her hand into Wang Kai's, her heart overwhelmed by the risks Kai had taken for her. She was moved beyond words. Wang Kai gently stroked Luna's hair and gave her a calm, reassuring smile. Then, seeing the other two still silent, he gave a dismissive snort and continued. And another thing, I don't think I'm the one in trouble here. If anything, it's you who are in deep trouble. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, and you don't even know it. As soon as the words left his lips, Nick Fury and Coulson stared at him in shock, their faces darkening with disbelief. But suspicion quickly overtook them, and with furrowed brows, they pressed in a low voice. What do you mean? Don't you get it? Fine, let me lay out the whole story for you. After World War II, it looked like Hydra was wiped out, but thanks to Operation Paperclip and all the scientists it brought in, Hydra managed to embed itself deep within S.H.I.E.L.D. They've used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name to create chaos, profit from war, and build their power in the shadows. And now, S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing but a joke. Inside, it's Hydra that's running the show. I was the one who killed Pierce, their leader. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Nick Fury was so furious he almost lunged forward to punch him. Pierce was my friend and my mentor. You have no right to insult him like that. Oh, how touching. Wang Kai gave a cold, mocking smile. Let me be perfectly clear. Aside from Pierce, I also killed Rumlow from the Special Ops team, the four-eyed bald Sitwell, level 8 agent John Garrett, and more. Oh, and let's not forget, Hydra brainwashed Captain America's friend, Bucky, turning him into an assassin known as the Winter Soldier. Not only that, he killed Tony's parents and stole the super soldier serum from their car that night. If you still don't believe me, then beneath the Caspian Sea base where Captain America trained, there's a giant computer where Hydra scientist Arnim Zola transferred his consciousness. Go there, and you'll know whether I'm lying. When Wang Kai finished, Nick Fury and Coulson fell silent, both weighing these earth-shattering secrets in their minds, analyzing the likelihood based on Wang Kai's past actions. And, shockingly, they found his words over 70% credible. They struggled to accept this sudden reality. How do you know all this? Magic. Originally, Hydra was destined to drag you all down with them in a few years, but since they've come after me and Luna, it's time for them to meet their maker a little early. A murderous aura settled over Wang Kai's face. If Hydra didn't have members crawling everywhere, he'd have hunted them all down long ago. There'd be no need to say a word to these two. So what are you planning to do? Coulson asked, his tone grave. It's simple. I'm going to wipe out the people who threaten the peaceful life I want with Luna. And Wang Kai's expression hardened, his voice cold and deadly. Not a single one will be left. Wang Kai didn't just mean eliminating every Hydra agent inside S.H.I.E.L.D. He intended to erase every person, file, and trace connected to them. He wouldn't let Hydra leave a single mark on this world. He wouldn't just cremate the organization's corpse. He'd scatter its ashes to the wind. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hydra's roots run deep, stretching back thousands of years. When the alien Kree captured a Mayan and experimented on him with Terry Jen, creating the very first Inhuman, a being with a face covered in tentacles called Hive. Later, the other Inhumans, fearing Hive, used Kree technology to exile him to a distant planet. But his followers on Earth, desperate to bring him back, formed the organization known as Hydra. The Hydra Red Skull built during World War II was simply a branch that followed the ideals of the original Hydra, an offshoot of the True Order. Besides the Hive lineage and the S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltration, there is also the Strucker Baron branch in Sokovia, as well as the Whitehall branch, which possesses the obelisk. These four branches are the main backbone of Hydra. Only by utterly destroying them, leaving not a single one behind, can Hydra truly be eradicated. And right now, he needed information on these people, so he could hunt down the serpent at its source. Wang Kai revealed all of Hydra's information to Nick Fury and Coulson. After hearing it, both of their faces turned dark with anger and disbelief. For years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had boasted that defeating Red Skull and Hydra was their crowning achievement. But now, not only had Hydra risen from the ashes, they had even infiltrated and replaced S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Worse yet, they had spawned several new branches. This left the two men burning with embarrassment. Just tell us directly, which members of S.H.I.E.L.D. leadership are in Hydra? At least let us know where we stand. Nick Fury's face was grim as he spoke, though at least he could be certain about Coulson at his side. Otherwise, Wang Kai would not have spoken so openly. Hill, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Ghost Rider. You all go back and start digging deeper. First, give me the locations of the major leaders. I don't want to be kept waiting. With that, Wang Kai exchanged a glance with Luna. She immediately understood, conjuring a portal that enveloped both men. Nick Fury and Coulson found themselves back outside the mirror dimension. They exchanged glances, each seeing shock and disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Let's go. Our next job is to find out if what he said is true. Without hesitation, they hurried away. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and Luna arrived at the top floor of Stark Tower. Stepping out of the mirror dimension, they spotted Tony flirting with Pepper. Ahem. Wang Kai cleared his throat. Pepper and Tony immediately noticed their arrival. Hey, long time no see. This must be Luna. She's even more beautiful than I imagined. Pepper greeted them warmly, while Tony, just as Wang Kai expected, was momentarily stunned, eyes wide, leaving Wang Kai feeling a twinge of annoyance. With a cold snort, Tony finally snapped out of it. Sorry. Did you come here looking for protection? Sure, smashing the Triskelion was impressive, but you'll still have to deal with the consequences. Tony gestured to the tablet in his hand, which was replaying footage of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters being split in two. Wang Kai shook his head and stepped forward, completely unconcerned about the incident. He pointed at the small arc reactor on Tony's chest. I'm here for you, Tony. You're in serious trouble. Tony froze, glancing down his chest, while Pepper, alarmed, hurried over with concern. Kai, what's happened to Tony? Palladium poisoning might leave you with less than a year to live. If you don't believe me, go and get tested yourself. Since this concerned a matter of life and death, the two of them immediately hurried downstairs to the Stark laboratory. It would only take a few minutes to detect toxicity in the blood. Watching the two leave, Luna hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, Kai, you know so much about the future. Have you ever seen what happens to us? Of course, Wang Kai had no idea, but he still turned to her with a gentle smile and replied, I haven't looked. If I did, there'd be no surprises left in our future. But I promise you, whatever comes, the future will turn out just as you hope. Luna's eyes curved into crescent moons, and, holding onto Wang Kai's arm, she was all smiles. In less than 3 minutes, Tony and Pepper returned to the office, their faces grim. It was clear they had confirmed Wang Kai's warning. How did you know about the palladium poisoning? Tony fixed his gaze on Wang Kai, who was sitting on the couch. Think of it as a kind of prophecy or magical divination, Wang Kai replied. And besides, the palladium is a small matter. The real issue is something much bigger. Wang Kai's face grew serious, and he motioned for the two of them to sit. What he was about to say would lay everything bare for Tony. Tony, do you understand the price of being a hero? Ever since you put on the Iron Man suit, your life was changed forever. With that, Wang Kai told Tony everything about his fate. Iron Man 2, The Avengers, Iron Man 3, Avengers, Age of Ultron, Civil War. From the moment Tony flew a nuclear missile into space, to his bitter falling out with Captain America, and then, because of that rift, how the Avengers lost their unity, leading to Thanos' snap. In the end, Tony had to sacrifice himself to save everyone. But in doing so, he couldn't save himself, not even staying by his daughter's side as she grew. Tony, you're the savior. That's the burden you have to bear. When he finished, both Tony and Pepper fell silent. By his nature, if Tony had heard news like this before, he would have wanted the whole world to know and worship him. But now, his face was dark as thunder. So this is the price of being a hero. If all this is true, then my life is just too tragic. Wang Kai shrugged. This was exactly why he never wanted to be a hero. Those two words carried a curse. One careless step, and the people you love pay the price. At that moment, Pepper tightened her grip on Tony's hand and suddenly asked, Kai, can this terrible future be changed? There was no way someone who loved Tony as deeply as Pepper would tolerate such a fate for him. Her first thought was to find a way to rewrite the future. Of course. Otherwise, why would I tell you all this? Wang Kai answered with a faint, reassuring smile. I'm not here to put you down, Tony. Thanos may be powerful, with an army that rampages across the universe, but he's not invincible. Especially now that we know what's coming. Tony's eyes immediately lit up. Judging from Wang Kai's cheerful expression, he could tell there was more to come. S.H.I.E.L.D. is out of the question. You should assemble the Avengers to protect Earth. As long as we gather all our strength in the Battle of New York and take Thanos down right there, then the whole business with the snap will never even happen. The Avengers, All right, for the happiness of my unborn daughter, I'll do whatever it takes to stop Thanos ahead of time. Tony's face was set with determination. Gone was the frivolous playboy, replaced by a man with unwavering resolve. Pepper, deeply moved by Tony's words, felt her heart swell. An unborn daughter. Wasn't that his way of admitting their relationship to everyone? It hadn't been easy, but at long last, the secretary would become the lady of the house. Your resolve is what matters most. For now, let's tackle your palladium poisoning problem. Wang Kai pulled out a small vial and tossed it to Tony. Take this. It could save your life when things get dire. Once that's done, removing those shards near your heart will be much easier. And have JRVS pull up the 3D model of the Stark Expo. Tony, after catching the vial, did as he was told. Wang Kai hadn't spelled out anything about the new element, so Tony was full of curiosity. Suddenly, a blue 3D projection sprang up before the four of them. Tony immediately asked, "What do you need this for? Planning to add a booth to the expo?" "You're overthinking it. I'm just filling in for your old man, giving you a lesson." Tony's face darkened, but Wang Kai carried on. "This is the precious legacy Mr. Howard left for you. It's more than enough to replace palladium as the core of your arc reactor. Remove all the walkways, the shrubs, the trees, the parking lot. Use the pavilion as the framework and build the new element from there." On the mesmerizing blue 3D projection, all the irrelevant structures began to break apart and vanish. With just a single glance, Tony realized that what remained was a carefully crafted design. Then, as JRVS crunched the numbers with impressive speed, the blue projection split, merged, and shifted. And in less than 5 seconds, a brand new element appeared right in the office. "Congratulations, Stark. You've just discovered an entirely new element." JRVS's voice chimed in, and Tony's jaw dropped in disbelief. He never imagined his father would leave him something that could make his name immortal. "Oh my God." Pepper was just as astonished. "It's beautiful." Luna, meanwhile, was completely lost. All she knew was that the 3D projection was breathtaking and utterly dazzling. This is a new element powerful enough to change the world. With this, plus the arc reactor, we'll have access to limitless energy. Let energy wars vanish into the annals of history. Wang Kai gazed at the model of the new element, which stood nearly 3 meters tall, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. An artificial sun, combined with a next-generation arc reactor. Even colossal space stations as vast as cities would no longer be just a dream. Changing the world is not just empty talk. A soft chime sounded. Ding. The system has detected that the host is at the site where Iron Man discovered the new element. Beginning check-in process. Check-in countdown. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The long-missed system prompt rang in his ears. Wang Kai glanced at his remaining check-in points. He now had only 1,350 left. He'd originally possessed 2,150 points. But the system shop had repeatedly refreshed skill enhancement points several times in a row, and he'd ended up buying them all. He'd managed to raise his undying demon body to level 23. But unfortunately, no new abilities had appeared. It just made cutting through buildings even smoother. "There's one more thing I need to tell you, Tony." Wang Kai suddenly turned to Tony. "It's about the real reason your parents died." Tony froze for a moment, and as Wang Kai began to explain, Tony's expression darkened by the second, a blaze of anger instantly igniting in his heart. As we say in China, the murder of one's father is an irreconcilable enmity. Though Bucky was no more than a weapon in Hydra's hands and bears his own innocence, he still committed those acts. How you choose to deal with him is up to you. Tony's eyes flickered several times. He'd been to the World War II History Museum, and he knew all about the connection between Captain America and Bucky. If he killed Bucky, the Avengers would lose a powerful ally. Thinking of the bigger picture, Tony ultimately decided not to kill the Winter Soldier. "You're right. Hydra was behind my parents' deaths, and Bucky's just another victim. But when we catch him, he's not getting off without a thorough beating." Tony practically growled through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed firmly on Wang Kai. "I get it now. You must have Storm Shield headquarters because of Hydra. Let's go take them down together, right now." "Don't be hasty," Wang Kai replied calmly. "Nick Fury and Coulson are already investigating. As soon as we catch the snake's head, we can force them to reveal the whereabouts of all their operatives." "All right." With Tony reassured, Wang Kai could turn his attention to future threats and to recruiting new Avengers. Whiplash was no longer an option. They'd have to give up on him. But the villain Killian from Iron Man 3 wouldn't appear for another 3 years. They could easily prevent that event and even claim the extremist virus for themselves. "Go spend your money, Tony," Wang Kai said coolly. "There aren't many scientists in the world who can't be persuaded with money. Have Happy find him, apologize, and then invest $1 billion for him to develop the extremist virus. If $1 billion isn't enough, make it $2 billion. Crush him with cash. This is something you're very good at." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but nod smugly. This truly was one of his greatest talents. So next, We need to decide on the members of the Avengers. Tony immediately fixed his gaze on Wang Kai, but before he could even extend the invitation, Wang Kai refused in advance. I'm really not suited to be a superhero. $1 billion. That trick doesn't work on me. 2 billion, plus a private island. Wang Kai's eyelid twitched at the offer. Tony was really willing to go all out, but money meant nothing to him. He didn't even give a second thought. Do I look like someone who needs money? Wang Kai spread his hands, but Tony pointed at his cheap, casual clothes and joked, You do, and you need it badly. Just look at you, not a single decent outfit. And Luna's the same. Don't you want a whole warehouse full of beautiful clothes and shoes? Tony's eyes glittered as he spoke with irresistible temptation, leaving both Wang Kai and Luna feeling extremely awkward. Don't even think about it. There's absolutely no way I'll join the Avengers. Wang Kai refused, his tone righteous and firm. At that moment, he heard the system's voice ring out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the location where Iron Man discovered the new element. You have earned 500 check-in points. Ding! Major changes detected in this world's storyline. Several check-in tasks have disappeared, and the next check-in task prompt has been disabled. Ding! All current check-in tasks have now changed to trigger-based tasks. After hearing the system's notifications, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. All those vanished tasks were potential check-in points. Still, he didn't regret his actions. He couldn't just hide away forever for the sake of check-in points. Now that Hydra had made an enemy of him, how could he rest until he'd turned them all into snake stew? With the check-in complete, Wang Kai left Stark Tower without hesitation, leaving all the Avengers recruitment business to Tony. From his own deductions, he figured Colonel Rhodes, War Machine, would be Tony's first choice, followed by the Hulk, or rather, Dr. Banner. After all, Tony was a big player, with an irresistible pull on scientists, so recruiting them should be right up his alley. Hawkeye and Natasha were still S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at this point. Cap was still frozen in ice, and Thor had yet to make the mistake that would get him banished from Asgard. Everything was still just beginning. What followed was an unusually peaceful stretch of time. It was like the calm before the storm. Norman Osborne was diagnosed with amnesia, completely unable to remember who he was. So, the plan for Harry to sue his father fell apart when Harry's heart softened, and he ended up ghosting S.H.I.E.L.D. With no solid evidence, Norman slipped through the cracks of the law unscathed. Left with no choice, Harry dropped out of school to go home and inherit the Osborne Corporation. His situation almost a mirror image of Tony's back in the day. Fortunately, Dr. Octopus's artificial sun project was making great progress, drawing public attention to Osborne Corporation and saving its stock price from sinking. Meanwhile, Spider-Man Peter continued his journey as the ever-hopeful admirer, doggedly pursuing the enigmatic Mary Jane. The uproar over the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters gradually faded with time. Until a week later, even Wang Kai was growing impatient. It was then that Nick Fury and Coulson finally arranged to meet at a safe house deep inland. Within the mirror dimension, as always, Coulson handed over a paper dossier, and Wang Kai, after a quick glance, was quite pleased with what he saw. The file not only detailed the locations of the Blackstone portals, the castle where Baron Strucker was hiding, and Whitehall's lair, but even pinpointed exactly where the clairvoyant John Garrett was currently on assignment. Pierce may be dead, but the Hydra agents embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. haven't made any big moves. Coulson said gravely, It's very difficult to clearly distinguish who's Hydra and who isn't. That's all right. I can round up these snakeheads first. You guys have truth serum, don't you? Wang Kai replied with a calm smile. Truth serum would be enough to deal with most people. There weren't many top agents out there who could resist its effects. Nick Fury nodded, feeling confident in their interrogation skills. You bring them all in alive. Leave the rest to us. No problem. Wang Kai said with a slight smile. But then he added a condition. I can't work for free. Once Hydra is finished, let me have a look at the Tesseract. Nick Fury shot Wang Kai a look, on the verge of asking how he seemed to know everything. But Wang Kai's next words put him at ease. I'll do it under your supervision. Don't worry, I'm not planning to steal it. After a moment's silent consideration, weighing the pros and cons, Nick Fury finally agreed. The scene shifted, and Wang Kai appeared with Luna in Sokovia, a small, turbulent country in the interior. After World War II, Hydra remnants went into hiding within the country's borders, setting up secret bases, with Baron Strucker as their leader. It's freezing out here, Luna remarked, her breath turning instantly to mist, a clear sign of how bitterly cold it was. The two of them now stood at the foot of a hillside. Directly ahead stood the gray castle, built into the mountainside, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs. with only a single road leading down from the castle into the cold, shadowy forest below. It was clearly a fortress that could be easily defended but would prove difficult to attack. Were mine first? Wang Kai smiled gently as he slipped off his casual jacket, draped it over Luna's shoulders, then glanced at the castle, suppressing his urge to end things with a single stroke. He activated his invisibility, preparing to infiltrate, while Luna also cast a spell to conceal herself from sight. Hand in hand, the two of them walked through the main gate, as if they were tourists visiting a castle, stepping boldly into the Hydra base. About 10 minutes later, they found a nobleman with thinning hair and a single eyeglass lens perched on his nose. His appearance was exactly as in the photo. Wang Kai watched Baron Strucker, hard at work at his desk, and gave a cold, mocking smile. Then, without warning, he shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Baron Strucker reacted on instinct, leaping to his feet with a start. How quick! His hands shot up reflexively, but as soon as words began to leave his mouth, he clamped his lips shut. "Who's there?" Baron Strucker's heart pounded with shock. The voice had sounded right in front of him, but as he scanned the office, he could see no one at all. "It's you, no doubt about it." Wang Kai delivered a swift karate chop to the back of Baron Strucker's head, and the Baron collapsed, unconscious, just as Luna opened a portal, sending him straight into the safe house where Coulson and the others were waiting. "You don't need to see what happens next. Step outside and wait for me." Wang Kai appeared, his voice gentle. Luna hesitated, but finally nodded and left. If Kaidie wanted someone dead, then that person surely deserved it. As Luna departed, Wang Kai's gaze grew icy cold. The solemn, sacred angelic armor shimmered into view once more, and he hefted the massive blue magic blade, slicing through the office doors with a single mighty swing. Crash! The wooden doors shattered into splinters, the thunderous noise drawing more than a dozen Hydra soldiers in moments. Wang Kai strode calmly from the office, and the soldiers who had rushed down the corridor froze in shock at the sight. "Return to the depths from whence you came." Wang Kai lunged forward, unleashing his full strength with a powerful kick off the ground. In a flash, he became a streak of blue lightning, darting past the dozen Hydra soldiers. In the blink of an eye, every one of them collapsed, their heads separated from their bodies. Blood sprayed like crimson fountains, painting the corridor a ghastly red. The heavy stench of blood hung in the air, thick enough to make anyone retch. With his back to the hellish carnage, Wang Kai didn't spare so much as a glance. He simply kept walking forward. There's an old Hydra saying, "Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place." Wang Kai was curious to see if it was really true, but unfortunately, he didn't witness such a miraculous power, even after he sent every last person in the Hydra base straight to hell. Outside the gray castle, Wang Kai held his enormous demonic blade horizontally before him. His eyes were as calm as still water, betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Yet his grip tightened on the blade as he unleashed a blast of power, sending forth a golden crescent arc, hundreds of meters wide. Whoosh! The golden crescent sliced through the air without resistance, effortlessly cutting through the castle and continuing onward to a mountain peak 100 meters away. A moment later, it crashed into the mountain with a thunderous roar. The explosion echoed to the heavens, thick smoke and shattered stone shooting out in every direction, the scene as fierce as a volcanic eruption. When the smoke cleared, the rocky mountain had been shaved down by more than 10 meters. The massive gray castle itself had been cleaved cleanly in two. The upper half crashed to the ground and was smashed to pieces, while the lower half, though still standing, appeared on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Wang Kai pulled out his signature cat-shaped bombs. Boom! He tossed two in quick succession, obliterating what remained of the castle's lower half. Only then did Wang Kai and Luna depart calmly. Inside the safe house, Baron Strucker slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a dark, imposing bald head. As a key figure in Hydra, how could he not recognize this man? He stared for several seconds, trying to rise, only to realize his hands and feet were tightly bound to the interrogation chair. Feigning panic, he turned to Nick Fury and pleaded, "If it's money you want, I can pay you. We have no quarrel. There's no need for this." No sooner had Baron Strucker finished speaking than Wang Kai strode over, and without a word, in the blink of an eye, sliced off half of Strucker's hand. "Isn't this what we want now?" Wang Kai said coldly. Nick Fury's face darkened at once, going straight for the heavy-handed approach without even asking a question. What a waste. He pointed outside, masking his anger with a scowl, and barked, "Out!" Wang Kai just shrugged, unconcerned. One plays the villain, the other the good cop. He was perfectly willing to be the bad guy here. Now, it was up to Nick Fury and his team to pry out all the information. He waited outside the safe house with Luna, the time passing quickly as they chatted. Half an hour later, Coulson emerged, his expression grave. This Baron Strucker was truly one of a kind. Before they even used the truth serum, he'd blurted everything out like spilling beans from a bamboo tube. He confessed it all, his assistant Dr. List, high-ranking official Dean Malik, and the closely allied Whitehall Hydra branch, leaving nothing out. He only begged Nick Fury to follow proper procedures and throw him in prison to end his miserable days. A first-class coward and fence-sitter. How someone like that ended up as a Hydra leader was anyone's guess. Interrogation's over. You can go in now. Okay. Wang Kai stepped into the safe house with a faint smile. At this moment, Baron Strucker was still sobbing uncontrollably. But when he saw Wang Kai, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. He thrashed about in terror. Nick Fury, you promised you'd spare my life, he howled. I didn't want to keep you alive as a tool against Hydra, Fury replied, but unfortunately, this guy isn't so agreeable. A dazzling flash of a blade sliced through the air. Baron Strucker was cleaved in two by a single stroke. A far more gruesome fate than being killed by Ultron in the original storyline. Even Nick Fury, who stood over the corpse with a stern face as he summoned his double, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Pierce's arrogant delusions had doomed all of Hydra to be buried by this young man's hands. Perhaps this was simply Hydra's fate. Next is Whitehall. With a face as cold as ice, Wang Kai turned and walked away. Daniel Whitehall, a leader of Hydra's branch. At the end of World War II, he was captured by Agent Peggy Carter, Captain America's beloved, who led the Howling Commandos. Locked away in the rat prison for over 40 years. He languished there until Pierce's rise to power finally set the frail old man free. Later, he notoriously performed a live dissection on Jiaying, an inhuman with the power of immortality, transplanting all her tissues into himself. Thus, he restored his youth, and from that moment on, developed a deep fascination with the Inhumans, these superhuman beings. He sought to use the obelisk to create more superhumans and rule the world, setting in motion the events of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series. Whitehall's ideology was then passed on to Baron Strucker, which ultimately led to the birth of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. As for now, he was still holed up in his lair, plotting how to steal back the obelisk. Inside a heavily guarded luxury villa in New Mexico, Whitehall, whose outward appearance now suggested a man in his 30s, had summoned his two most trusted aides, Sunil Bakshi and Carl Creel. The latter was none other than the infamous Absorbing Man, capable of altering his molecular structure to mimic any material he touched. In the comics, he once absorbed vibranium, becoming virtually indestructible. At another time, he absorbed Thor's hammer and gained the power to control lightning, turning himself into a living version of Mjolnir. Of course, that also made it easy for Thor to defeat him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently occupied with the aftermath of Pierce's death and the destruction of their headquarters. Whitehall said, his excitement barely contained. This is the perfect moment to reclaim my obelisk from their base. He had waited half his life for this chance to recover the obelisk. And now, the opportunity was finally at hand, just as he was meticulously assigning their tasks. A thunderous crash exploded through the office. The door was blasted apart, splinters flying like a hail of wooden spears hurtling toward them. Absorbing Man immediately stepped forward, spreading his arms wide. His entire body transformed into gray concrete, standing before Whitehall like an impenetrable wall. The sharp spikes on the wooden slats crashed into the Absorbing Man, only to snap off one after another, just as expected. Sunil, the assistant, drew his pistol, eyes wary and alert. Whitehall, however, only frowned slightly, his face calm and composed, silently awaiting the appearance of the intruder. Well, everyone's here. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Wang Kai entered from the corridor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Luna remained hidden at his side, ready at any moment to whisk Whitehall away. Who are you? Whitehall asked in a deep voice. His list of enemies was far too long, but no matter how he racked his brain, he had no memory of the young man before him. I am Typhon, the 100-headed dragon, Wang Kai replied with a gentle smile. Typhon, the father of the Hydra in myth and legend. A jolt of alarm shot through Whitehall's heart. Did this mean their Hydra identities have been exposed? He immediately shouted to the Absorbing Man. Take him down. The Absorbing Man charged straight at Wang Kai. Clenching his concrete fist, he swung it directly at Wang Kai's head. In his altered state, his strength had been magnified accordingly. A blow like this could easily smash an ordinary person's head like a watermelon. But, unfortunately for him, he was facing a man who played by his own rules. With a swift motion, Wang Kai caught the concrete fist in his open palm. Shock flashed across the absorbing man's face. He tried to yank his fist free, but it was already too late. Wang Kai's fingers tightened with sudden, overwhelming force. The pressure mounting with every passing moment. In the span of a single breath, crack. The hardened concrete fist was crushed to dust in Wang Kai's grip. It might as well have been a biscuit, but this move gave the absorbing man a chance to break away. Sunil reacted instantly, firing shot after shot at Wang Kai's head. Bullets burst from the barrel with explosive force, each one roaring through the air, spitting flashes of heat and fire, carrying Sunil's desperate hope as they drilled toward Wang Kai's skull. Bang, bang, bang. But before the echoes faded, Wang Kai's figure had already vanished. The bullets struck nothing but an afterimage lingering in their sights. In that instant, a gleaming azure blade swept closer and closer. There was a flash of steel, and Sunil's story ended then and there. Not giving Whitehall a moment to speak, Wang Kai struck him unconscious again, hoisted the Hydra branch leader with one hand, and tossed him backwards. A golden portal, crackling with sparks, opened just in time to swallow Whitehall whole. Only then did Wang Kai turn to the absorbing man. Come on, absorb this and give me a real fight. The absorbing man's shattered hand quickly reformed. But as he turned and saw Wang Kai's stance, he was rooted to the spot in shock. The undying devil body was unleashed. The majestic angel armor appeared. Wang Kai pointed at the armor on his body and beckoned to the absorber with a provocative gesture. Aren't you able to transform into any material you touch? Come on, absorb the angel armor and fight me. Seeing this, the absorber's pupils contracted in shock. That armor, wasn't it the very same that had slain Abomination with a single strike? The one that cleaved a mighty fortress in two and sliced the trisection tower as if it were nothing but a pile of vegetables? How could anyone even stand a chance against that? What do you want from me? Terror gripped the absorber's heart. He stumbled back a few steps, reached out to the metal objects on the bookshelf, then transformed his body into an even sturdier steel form, finally regaining a bit of composure. Nothing in particular. I'm just too strong, and it's honestly a bit of bother. So you're here to get stronger and be my opponent. Wang Kai's voice echoed out from within the angel armor. But before he could even finish his sentence, the absorber had already turned and fled. He'd barely managed 2 steps when a blade of light flashed and sliced across his arm. There was a crisp, slicing sound. Steel was cut clean through. With a heavy thud, the absorber's severed arm hit the ground, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Did you think you could just walk away after all this? Wang Kai raised his right leg like a whip, then lashed it forcefully at the absorber. A sharp crack split the air. The sound erupted like a cannon blast. The absorber felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding train. He crashed through more than a dozen villa walls before finally landing outside. At that moment, the Hydra agents inside the villa finally arrived to check out the commotion. Every one of them was armed. But at the sight of Wang Kai, their confidence faltered and they all pulled their triggers at once. A hail of deadly bullets stormed towards Wang Kai, but they weren't even enough to scratch an itch. Return to the dust of history. Wang Kai drew out 2 cat-shaped bombs, one in each hand, and unleashed a blinding eruption of light and heat upon the Hydra agents inside the villa. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the villa. In an instant, the entire building was reduced to an endless cascade of rubble. Countless bricks and stones were thrown skyward by the cat-faced flames, as if the fiery cats were tossing colorful ribbons in celebration of their own arrival. Wang Kai then strode slowly out of the blazing inferno and cast a cold smile at the stunned, motionless absorber in the distance. With a gust of wind at his feet, Wang Kai closed the gap in a single breath and appeared before him. With power like this, aren't you even a little curious to try it for yourself? If not, I might just have to cut you down. Wang Kai raised his massive, jade-green demon blade and rested it atop the absorber's iron head. Terrified, the absorber instantly lunged forward and grabbed onto the armor on Wang Kai's calf, beginning to assimilate it. In the blink of an eye, the absorber's whole body transformed into the material of the white angel armor. His panicked, rapid breaths calmed down, and he slowly released his grip and climbed his feet. Now his entire body gleamed with a faint, holy radiance. Wang Kai quickly leapt backward, his eyes shining with excitement. He had never tested this layer of armor on himself before. He wondered just how much defense this knockoff could actually offer. Raising the Azure magic blade high in both hands, red light flickered along its edge. As he unleashed a triple combo, Sprint, Berserk, and Wind Rune, Wang Kai intended to thank the absorber before him with his most powerful strike. Power surged beneath his feet as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, only to come to a sudden halt just as the blade was about to make contact. Huh? What's going on? The absorber stood motionless, but the white armored skin covering his body began to crack piece by piece, the sound of breaking echoing through the air, revealing golden fissures that shimmered brightly. As the golden light grew ever more intense, the absorber's skin finally reached its limit. With a sudden burst, a sphere of golden light exploded in front of Wang Kai, and the absorber actually died, destroyed by the very materials he had absorbed, leaving nothing behind but a brilliant detonation at the spot where he'd stood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain absorber. You have gained 100 sign-in points. The system's voice rang out, but Wang Kai was left puzzled, whether it was because the absorber couldn't endure the system's power, or the might of the immortal demon body. Either explanation made sense. But why hadn't he received sign-in points when he killed Pierce and Baron Strucker? Yet this guy gave him points. Could it be they weren't true villains? He immediately questioned the system in his mind, and the answer he received left him speechless. Only the strong can be called villains. Trash is simply trash. He couldn't really argue with that. Glancing at his current sign-in points, he now had 1,950, just 50 away from a tenfold draw. I need to find a spot to make up a sign-in, otherwise this is going to nag at me. He grumbled to himself, and then returned to Nick Fury's safe house. No wonder Pierce called you the finest agent he'd ever seen. Whitehall sat tied to the interrogation chair, but he remained utterly calm, casting a look of genuine admiration at Nick Fury. To have found Hydra, hidden for half a century, that alone proves your skill. What is it you want from me? Everything. Nick Fury fixed Whitehall with a steely gaze and said, I want the full list of every Hydra operative within S.H.I.E.L.D. Whitehall chuckled at that. Even Pierce didn't know all of that. You're wasting your time. And even if you kill me, don't forget the saying. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place, right? Wang Kai suddenly appeared, a cold sneer on his lips. That only happened because your previous opponents were too merciful to finish the job. This time, I won't let history repeat itself. Upon hearing the icy, murderous intent in Wang Kai's words. But Whitehall only laughed again. The ideology of Hydra can never be eradicated. Its history is far older than you imagine. If you can't destroy the idea, then destroy the vessel that carries it. Those cold words echoed once more in Whitehall's mind. Before he could muster another retort, Wang Kai began to recount the entire history of Hydra to this self-important man. As the story unfolded, Whitehall's expression shifted, first indifferent, then bewildered, and finally, he was left in utter disbelief. Hive? Aliens? You mean to tell me Hydra was founded solely to welcome a monster bent on wiping out all of humanity? Every villain's ambition is ultimately self-serving, with the exception of those few maniacs who long to watch the world burn. And Whitehall was clearly no madman. His hope was to use superhumans to help Hydra unify the world, not to let Hive turn the entire human race into mindless creatures. You really expect me to believe this nonsense? Whitehall shouted angrily. It doesn't matter, Wang Kai replied coolly. I just want you to die knowing the truth. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Coulson administered a massive dose of truth serum to Whitehall. Even if the drug didn't leave him a vegetable, it would still inflict serious brain damage. And with his emotions already in turmoil, Whitehall stood no chance against the interrogation that followed. In the end, he cracked completely, and Wang Kai executed him without hesitation, bringing about the total annihilation of Whitehall's branch of Hydra. Meanwhile, it had been less than an hour since Wang Kai had first made his move and captured Baron Strucker. Most of Hydra remained blissfully unaware of the disaster about to befall them, all except for the far-sighted John Garrett. Garrett had once been a loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but after being abandoned on a mission and left gravely injured, nearly dead, he'd switched allegiances and joined Hydra. Though he appeared well past his prime, Garrett possessed no superhuman abilities. On the contrary, he was barely clinging to life, having required the Deathlock program to survive his injuries, steel plates, and a life support system implanted in his body. Even so, he was only able to eke out a pitiful existence. And in terms of fighting prowess, he was no more capable than an ordinary man. Yet precisely because of this, he developed an acute sensitivity to danger. Within moments of the Hydra castle in Sokovia being destroyed, he sensed that something catastrophic was about to happen to Hydra. He calculated that the odds of Hydra's total ruin were now over 50%. And so, caring only for his own survival, Garrett made a bold decision without hesitation. Coulson, there's something big I need to discuss with you. Garrett dialed Coulson's number, hoping to become a whistleblower. He was ready to switch sides instantly, desperate for S.H.I.E.L.D., with all its hidden secrets, to save his life. After all, his days were numbered. If he didn't find a way to save himself, he wouldn't last more than 2 years before meeting his end. Inside the safe house, Wang Kai's eyelids twitched as he looked at the man who had come to him of his own accord. John Garrett, the main villain from the first season of S.H.I.E.L.D., had actually surrendered voluntarily. How did you know Hydra was finished? Just a gut feeling. Besides, I was never truly loyal to Hydra. I just want to survive, that's all. John spoke earnestly. Wang Kai thought for a moment and understood. This was a man with an overwhelming will to live. He would never be loyal to any organization. He was someone who lived only for himself. And when dealing with people like this, as long as you grasp what they truly desire, you can make them do anything. This is a magical healing potion. In theory, it can cure any injury. Wang Kai tossed a small vial to John. John examined it carefully, then swallowed the green liquid in one gulp. Moments later, his face flushed red and his entire body began to tremble violently. He collapsed onto the floor, convulsing as if struck by a seizure. What's going on? Nick Fury frowned. Kai, did you give him the wrong potion? Coulson was equally shocked. He hurried over to check on John's condition. The two of them were old acquaintances. They had worked together on many missions. No, I'm fine. John waved his hand. His body finally stopped shaking. He lay on the ground and let out a long breath, then sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. I feel great. It's as if I'm young again. John clenched his fists. He could feel strength surging through him. The weakness that had plagued him was gone. It seemed the magic potion really had healed him in an instant. Thank you so much. Ask me anything you want. John spread his arms wide, feeling as if he was on top of the world. Tell us everything you know about Hydra. Nick Fury stared intently at John. If this man dared to play games, Nick wouldn't hesitate to let him experience another roller coaster of highs and lows. Absolutely no problem. John, looking completely at ease, confessed everything he knew since joining Hydra. Most of it concerned mid- and lower-level Hydra agents. With every name John mentioned, Nick Fury and Coulson's faces grew darker. Others might not understand the significance, but they knew all too well. Just as Wang Kai had said, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing but an empty shell. At least 80% of their people had already been brainwashed into Hydra operatives. Now, even if they managed to wipe out Hydra entirely, S.H.I.E.L.D. would lose 3/4 of its manpower, and might even fall into complete decline. But this was a trial S.H.I.E.L.D. had to endure. Only through such a baptism by fire could it hope to rise again from the ashes. Now, all that's left are Hive and the Hydra agents still embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. What's your plan? Coulson looked at Wang Kai, waiting for his answer. We destroy the Blackstone portal first. Hive is far off in space. Starving him out would take decades. Let's cut off his retreat before anything else. As for the others, same as before. I'll start by nabbing Sitwell and Rumlow. Wang Kai grabbed Luna and was gone in a flash. A golden portal shimmered into existence. And on the other side was the deck of an aircraft carrier. They both slipped through, turning invisible. And not a single soul noticed their arrival. Incredible. Is this boy really the reason Hydra faces destruction? John Garrett gasped in awe at the portal. Your instincts are sharper than ever. Coulson nodded with a sigh. Nick Fury corrected him. To be precise, it's because of the two of them. And don't think wiping out Hydra means it's over. The trouble S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to face will be far worse than this. Fury's expression was heavy with concern. After this battle, he knew he'd have to work hard to stabilize S.H.I.E.L.D., and that would be no easy feat. Inside the aircraft carrier, Wang Kai and Luna made their way downward, level by level. This place, after all, was one of Hydra's lairs, though technically under SHLD's control. For thousands of years, Hydra had been sending agents through the Blackstone portal to seek out Hive, though, in reality, all they did was deliver meal after meal, keeping Hive alive with a steady trickle of sustenance every few decades. The two moved in silence, quickly following Coulson's directions to a laboratory. Inside, dazzling arrays of high-tech instruments lined the room, but at the very center stood a glass chamber, within which loomed an irregular, jet-black monolith. Every so often, the stone would liquefy, devouring any living thing unlucky enough to get close, and transporting it to that distant, alien world. This is it. Wang Kai instructed Luna to hide away in the mirror dimension, while he switched to a different hero template. Standing tall at 3.5 meters, Zhong Kuei materialized, his enormous presence instantly triggering the lab's alarm system. The lights suddenly flashing red, sirens wailing through the room. But Wang Kai paid no mind to the chaos. He strode up to the glass chamber and smashed his fist down. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered to pieces. Without hesitation, Wang Kai unleashed his Samsara Devourer. His armor split open, revealing a swirling blue vortex within, and a terrifying suction force erupted, whipping up a blue storm that swept up everything in its path. The black stone portal was soon caught in the vortex's pull, and began to tremble violently, before suddenly dissolving into a pool of liquid. It seemed to struggle, but in the end, like weightless water, it simply flowed away as a streak of black. Spinning through the air, they plunged into the blue whirlpool. It all happened in the blink of an eye, no more than a second or two, before the black stone portal vanished completely. Damn it, what is that thing? Open fire. A squad of Hydra agents rushed over as fast as they could, but their efforts were utterly futile. Wang Kai and Luna walked away with unhurried composure, leaving their enemies behind, Hydra operatives within the shield who now had no leadership. The operation to capture the bald little Sitwell and the deadly crossbones Rumlow was swift and flawless. Sitwell, who had already spilled everything after being tossed off a building in Captain America 2, cracked just as quickly this time. Crossbones Rumlow, on the other hand, was as tough as they come. Not even a most potent truth serum could make him talk. But with piles of evidence already collected, his silence scarcely mattered. So Wang Kai, with no hesitation, sent both men off to meet their maker. At last, all preparations were complete. As night fell, Nick Fury handed over all the Hydra files to Wang Kai, his heart weighed down by the gravity of it all. In that single handoff, the fate of thousands of Hydra agents was decided. But so too was the dawn of a new, turbulent era for S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's go. The night may be dark, but tomorrow S.H.I.E.L.D. will step into a brighter future. Nick Fury, accompanied by Coulson and the crucial witness John Garrett, set out to visit ministers of the World Security Council. If he could win them over, S.H.I.E.L.D. might just survive the coming storm. At Stark Tower, Wang Kai handed a copy of the Hydra files to Tony, speaking to him in earnest. Every name on that list is marked for death. If you can't do it, just leave them all to me. His meaning was clear. No one was to be spared. Tony had taken out his fair share of terrorists, dozens, maybe even 100. But to kill so many at once was a different matter altogether. It's fine. They're no different from terrorists, Tony replied. Only, what do we do with all the bodies? That's easy, Wang Kai answered with a faint smile. Luna just needs to open a portal and toss them into a volcano. No bodies left to worry about. And so, the long night of assassinations began. From the highest echelons to the lowest ranks, regardless of age, occupation, or gender, every Hydra agent became a target for Wang Kai's deadly retribution. And Tony's vengeance as well. The two divided the work between them. Wang Kai would visit the distant S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra bases, checking off names one by one, while Tony handled those Hydra agents closest to him. For this, Luna had even cast an invisibility spell on the Iron Man suit, so there was no need to worry about their identities being exposed. As the night deepened and the world grew silent, a Hydra agent, sleeping soundly at home, was suddenly jolted awake by a thunderous explosion. His instincts razor-sharp, the agent rolled out of bed and snatched up the handgun from his nightstand. Holding his breath, he listened intently to the sound around him, while his inner vigilance surged to its maximum. Suddenly, the door slowly creaked open. A sharp, drawn-out creak pierced the air. Instantly, the Hydra agent flicked off the safety, cocked his gun, and aimed at the doorway, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to unleash all 20 rounds in his magazine within just 3 seconds if necessary. But there was no one behind the door. His tension did not ease in the slightest, because he caught the faint whirring of machinery nearby. "Who's there?" the Hydra agent roared. "A debt collector." Bang! A volley of bullets erupted from a mini shoulder-mounted gun. All the Hydra agent saw was a sudden flash of fire. Then his strength deserted him, and he collapsed, the question of what debt collector lingering as his final thought. Tony slipped away at once, heading for the next target on the optimal route Jarvis had mapped out for him. The night was neither too long nor too short, but time was desperately tight for them. Back on that same aircraft carrier, Wang Kai and Luna returned after a 6-hour absence. Although this was one of Hydra's strongholds, there were still quite a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside who had not yet been brainwashed. As a result, they couldn't just slice the ship in two and toss in a couple of cat bomb grenades to settle things. They had to call out their enemies one by one. "Luna, can you open a portal right beneath their feet?" Wang Kai asked, struck by a sudden idea. "Of course I can." Luna blinked her big eyes and replied. "In that case, let's drop the Hydra agents straight into volcanic lava. That way we can send them directly to their next life. All at once." No need for Wang Kai to put on a bloody spectacle over and over. And with this all-in-one service, cremation and reincarnation included, Hydra would get a real taste of humanity's warmth. So, a style of vengeance entirely different from Tony's direct assaults began. All the Hydra agents suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, and in a heartbeat, they plunged toward a searing lake of molten rock. Their terrified screams rang out in every direction, each one performing an unintentional high-difficulty dive. Moments later, they were reduced to ashes in the Crimson Sea, utterly consumed by the blazing lava. Only wisps of black smoke slowly rose, as if bearing away the last trace of their sins. Portals kept opening, and the screams inside the aircraft carrier echoed without end, terrifying the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who felt as if they'd seen ghosts. How else to explain their comrades vanishing one after another? Scenes like this played out again and again throughout the night. By dawn, with the exception of the distant hive in another galaxy, Hydra's forces on Earth had been utterly wiped out. Every Hydra agent listed in the files had been killed, including Dr. Zola, whose consciousness had been uploaded into a computer after his death. He wasn't spared either. Those taken care of by Wang Kai were, for the most part, simply listed as missing. As for Tony, his responsibilities were a mixed bag. There were vendettas, accidents, sudden deaths, and more. Coulson, who took over these cases later, was so stressed his hair started falling out in clumps. After all, just coming up with causes of death for all these people was enough to burn through countless brain cells. Meanwhile, Nick Fury put on quite a performance. He presented all sorts of evidence to convince the World Security Council of Hydra's existence and their earth-shattering conspiracy, making it clear that all the previous accusations and actions against Wang Kai were Hydra's doing. With these maneuvers, the Council's hostility towards Wang Kai visibly diminished. They stopped pressuring for drastic measures at all costs, allowing Wang Kai and Luna's life to return to normal. As for the newly reformed S.H.I.E.L.D., even though there was much work to be done, it had risen from the ashes. All the traitors were gone, and even the rebels had been swept away, with the leader and his loyal supporters at the helm. If they couldn't make it work now, they might as well just delete their accounts and be done with it. At Stark Tower, after taking his revenge, Tony had clearly reverted to his usual devil-may-care attitude. It was as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart, and new ideas were popping into his head one after another. He could hardly wait to get started on the next upgrade for the Iron Man suit. Tony, if Whiplash ever comes for you seeking revenge, be sure to let me know, Wang Kai suddenly said. Now that Iron Man had solved the palladium poisoning problem, he probably wouldn't be heading to Morocco for a race. But who knew where Whiplash might start his payback? Just to be on the safe side, and for the sake of checking in, it was better to be cautious. No problem. And here's some good news for you, Tony replied. Happy managed to track down Killian, and he's accepted my investment. Once we perfect the extremist virus, I'm planning to give every Avenger their own dose. Well, you'd better make sure the extremist virus is absolutely flawless, Wang Kai said with a laugh, holding Luna's hand. After all, nobody wants to turn into a walking bomb at any moment. The extremist virus could enhance human abilities, repair damaged tissue, and grant people immense heat, rapid healing, and strength far beyond ordinary humans. It was on par with the super soldier serum Captain America received, but was also dangerously unstable. It was all too easy to turn yourself into an exploding bomb. That was probably a feature only terrorists would appreciate. Relax, that's a piece of cake for me, Tony replied with a confident grin. For him, there was no doubt about it. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility, Nick Fury hadn't forgotten his promise to Wang Kai. He got in touch with him right away. Coulson had been waiting at the airfield for quite some time, and the moment he saw the three of them step off the helicopter, he hurried over to greet them. Luna, unable to hold back her complaints, grumbled, I'm never getting on one of those deafening contraptions again. My ears are still ringing. It was you who insisted on trying it out. Now you're suffering, aren't you? Wang Kai smiled as he gently stroked Luna's silky hair. The group walked together into the largest building within a base. This used to be the research facility for the Pegasus project. Unfortunately, after the failure of the faster-than-light engine, it's been left idle ever since. Nick Fury gave a brief account of the Tesseract, and his explanation lined up almost exactly with what Wang Kai already knew. The Tesseract was originally in the hands of Asgard. 1,500 years ago, Odin used it to launch a surprise attack on the frost giants who had come to Earth. After he emerged victorious, he hid the Tesseract at the site of the battle, Tonsberg, Norway. Later, the Red Skull found the Tesseract and used it to develop powerful energy weapons. But in the end, Captain America defeated him. The Red Skull was transported to Vormir, and the Tesseract fell into the Arctic Ocean. After it was recovered, the Pegasus Project attempted to use it for the faster-than-light engine. Following the events with Captain Marvel, it was swallowed by the Flurkin, then spat out again, and has been in SHLD's custody ever since. I don't know what you plan to do with it, but at the very least, you'll be under our watch the entire time. Nick Fury spoke with absolute seriousness. Wang Kai responded that he had no objections. After all, now wasn't the time to seize the Space Stone. He was here today, simply to check in. The four of them took an elevator down more than 10 meters underground, passed through 3 heavy doors, and finally entered a room that resembled a laboratory. The Tesseract was secured on a table at the center of the lab, shining like a pale, blue crystalline cube, its light pulsing steadily. Ding. Host detected at hidden check-in location. Space Stone containment area. Beginning check-in. Check-in countdown. 29 minutes, 59 seconds. At last, the system's voice sounded in his mind, and a smile flickered across Wang Kai's face. He could now perform 2 Tendraws, though he had no idea which new hero template he might unlock, or what powerful equipment he might receive, while the others were all mesmerized by the Tesseract's dazzling brilliance. Luna suddenly exclaimed in delight from the corner. "Oh, you can keep cats in your lab." She was instantly smitten by the sight of a large ginger cat at her feet. When she stroked its orange fur, it offered no resistance, so she immediately crouched down and scooped it up into her arms. "Mr. Fury, is this cat one of your scientist's pets?" She said this while gently squeezing the cat's soft paws, which sent a jolt through Wang Kai's heart. One look at Nick Fury's expression told him he'd guessed right. This wasn't an ordinary ginger cat. This was a Flurkin, one of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. Inside its stomach was a portal to another dimension, capable of swallowing almost anything in existence. The only difference was it had no real intelligence, and its behavior was completely indistinguishable from that of an ordinary ginger cat. "Brother Kai, look how adorable he is." Luna immediately walked over, hugging the Flurkin. Nick Fury, however, took a step back the moment she approached. After all, it was this very cat that had scratched his eye blind, and the mother-loving tough guy hadn't forgotten that. "Yes, it's certainly very cute." Wang Kai smiled gently, calming himself as he stroked the Flurkin's soft paw. He then turned to Nick Fury and asked, "Would it be alright if Luna kept this orange tabby?" "Well, Goose is only in my care for someone else." A rare look of hesitation flickered across Nick Fury's face, which left Coulson quite puzzled, sensing that he might be in the dark about some big secret. "No worries. If she comes back, just say Luna's helping to look after it." "She? Ah, I see. In that case, let Luna take her." Nick Fury immediately understood that Wang Kai knew about Captain Marvel, and so he agreed on the spot. Opportunities like these to have Wang Kai owe him a favor didn't come often, especially since he responded better to kindness than to force. It would certainly make it easier to ask him for help in the future. Luna was overjoyed when she heard she could bring the orange tabby home. She spun around several times with the Flurkin in her arms, her childlike delight shining through. "What does Goose like to eat? I'll buy some cat food on the way home." She's not picky. She eats just about anything." Wang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. That was certainly true. Half an hour passed in no time at all. Apart from playing with Luna and the cat, Wang Kai didn't spend much time studying the Cosmic Cube, which left Nick Fury and Coulson rather baffled. They had expected to witness some unusual magic, but all they saw was the two of them playing with the cat. A crisp system chime sounded in Wang Kai's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've successfully checked in at the hidden location where the Space Stone is kept. Sign-in points earned, 3,000. At last, Wang Kai could stop worrying about his sign-in points. Now, with a total of 5,150 points, it was his highest record to date. With this, I'll finally feel confident borrowing something from Odin. Wang Kai thought, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He excused himself from the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Luna, holding Goose, drew a portal. In a blink, the two of them returned to their home after nearly 10 days away. The next day, Wang Kai and Luna were back at school, only to find Peter looking downcast once again. "What's wrong? Did Mary hand you another let's just be friends card?" "How did you know?" Peter looked at him, wide-eyed in surprise. Wang Kai only rolled his eyes. What else could possibly put the king of hopeless crushes in such a mood? "Oh, I get it. Your goddess must have fallen for your best friend Harry again, and you're heartbroken all over." This time Peter's mouth fell open, and his eyes dimmed as he said with self-mockery, "I guess it's not really heartbreak. Mary never said she liked me in the first place. I used your gold card and spent loads of money on her, but in the end, all I got was, we're just not right for each other." "Of course you're not right for each other." Wang Kai couldn't help but retort inwardly. After all, Harry is now the president of the Osborne group. A gold card with 1,000,000 on it is nothing more than a deck of playing cards to him. How could Peter ever measure up to that? Peter, I swear, you are absolutely hopeless. Mary Jane is the ultimate manipulator. Why are you so hung up on her? Wang Kai shook his head again and again at Peter, clicking his tongue in disapproval, his eyes full of deep disappointment. Kai, what does ultimate manipulator mean? Luna suddenly blinked and asked, while Peter also looked completely confused. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to explain. An ultimate manipulator is someone who acts all innocent in public, but secretly loves playing with people's feelings. She always gives off this fake, pretentious vibe. Peter Parker, don't you see that Mary is exactly that kind of person? She's just stringing you along. Wang Kai cut straight to the point. But Peter covered his head, refusing to believe it, like an ostrich burying its head deep in the sand. No, Mary could never be that kind of person. Oh, really? Then how do you explain all the men she flirts with? When you had no money, she couldn't care less. When you got some money, she played along for a bit. But the moment she saw the much richer Harry, she dumped you, saying you weren't right for each other. And don't forget her thing with the son of the Daily Bugle's boss. Anyone who found out about that would look down on her. Only a fool would put her on a pedestal. Wang Kai went on relentlessly. Today, if he didn't expose this manipulator's true colors, he'd eat his own words. Peter just stood there completely stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. It was as if two voices were battling inside his head. One insisting Wang Kai was right, the other desperately clinging to the belief that his goddess was flawless. The argument inside was so loud, Peter's head felt like it was about to burst. Kai, is he going to be okay? Luna watched Peter shift from being frozen stiff to having wildly changing expressions, and she started to worry that Wang Kai's words had broken him. She couldn't help but ask in concern. Wang Kai, however, reassured her. He's just going through a reality check. Everyone needs a little time to adjust after a hard truth. A moment later, Peter took a deep breath and pulled himself together, his eyes burning as he looked at Wang Kai. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Wang Kai's right hand in a firm handshake. Kai, thank you. With that, he walked straight out of the school gate, hailed a taxi, and left, heading, it seemed, toward the Osborne Group building. What's gotten into him? Luna asked, puzzled. Wang Kai just smiled. Maybe she's awakened to her true nature. In the president's office of the Osborne Group, Harry was idly handling a mountain of administrative work. Suddenly, his secretary sent a message. Peter Parker had come to see him. Though Harry was surprised, he still told the secretary to bring Peter up. Hey, Peter, what brings you here today? Shouldn't you be in class? Harry, I came to bring you some bad news. Peter wasted no time telling his best friend about what had happened to Mary Jane. Naturally, Harry found it hard to believe at first. After all, he had once harbored a crush on Mary Jane himself. And now, she was his girlfriend. But as Peter slowly explained the situation, Harry began to sense something was wrong. Wait a second. Let me call Jonathan, the son of the Daily Bugle's owner, and check with him. Compared to Peter's hopeless devotion, Harry, the wealthy heir, was far more rational. Jonathan had been dating Mary Jane just a month ago, so he should know something about what was really going on. A moment later, the call connected, and an enthusiastic voice came from the other end. Hey there, the youngest tycoon in business history. It's an honor to speak with you. As a major shareholder in the Daily Bugle, Jonathan was naturally very polite. Harry exchanged a few pleasantries, then got straight to the point. Do you know a woman named Mary Jane? Of course. We only broke up less than 2 days ago. 2 days ago, both Harry and Peter felt a metaphorical neon green question mark pop up above their heads. Before they could say anything, Jonathan launched into a nonstop monologue. Mary Jane is really something. Don't be fooled by her sweet and innocent looks. She's actually incredibly wild. As long as you're willing to spend money and buy her gifts, she'll never say no to anything. If Mr. Osborne is interested, I can help set you up with her. If we all hang out together, that would be even better. When Harry and Peter heard all this, their faces turned a sickly shade of green. What the hell is this? Even in ultra-liberal America, this sort of thing was hard to accept, especially for Peter. The more he heard, the more convinced he became that Wang Kai had been telling the truth. He'd really been played for a fool. He'd lost so much. All he'd gotten was a single kiss, and that was only while dressed as Spider-Man. Mary Jane's a stage actress, right? Or did Mr. Osborne ever meet her? Jonathan asked from the other end of the line, but Harry, now thoroughly irritated, brushed off the question with a few vague replies and hung up abruptly. The two friends looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw only anger and disgust. I never imagined Mary Jane was such a manipulator, Peter said through clenched teeth. She really can act. No wonder. She is an actress, after all. Harry was even more furious. Let's get back at that two-faced snake. Harry spat out the words, seething with rage. Isn't she an actress? Well then, let's see who can put on a better show. Peter nodded firmly. There was no way he could just swallow this loss. He had to get even. So, over the days that followed, Harry began dating Mary as usual, promising to invest in several theater troupes, to make her a stage sensation, maybe even a Hollywood star. And he really did as he promised. He bought out theaters, invited all kinds of people to watch her perform, and with the help of newspapers and media hype, Mary became the hottest new stage actress in New York overnight. She was ecstatic, her heart bursting with joy, certain she'd made the right choice. But that same night, Harry finally showed his true colors, brazenly taking Mary back to his place, with the sly, knowing grin of a seasoned player, making it instantly clear to Mary what he had in mind. She tried to keep up her innocent facade, but Harry, who saw right through the act, was not about to be fooled as easily as before. That night was the first time, and where there's a first time, more is sure to follow. The second time was in the car. The third time, Harry brought a camera. And the fourth time, it was Peter's turn. At last, Mary realized she'd been played by both of them, but by then, she was in too deep to say no. The dream of becoming a Hollywood star was too seductive for Mary to resist, and the three of them spiraled deeper and deeper into a web of desire. But every dream must end, and the day to wake up always comes. After feeling he'd gotten his payback, Harry released the photos and videos he'd saved during one of Mary's stage performances, causing an instant scandal across New York. Mary's image of innocence shattered in a heartbeat. With Harry pulling the strings behind the scenes, her acting career was all but over. He quickly kicked Mary out of his life, taking away her luxurious, high-society lifestyle in an instant. And finally, Peter Parker, ever the hopeless romantic, delivered the final blow to Mary Jane. "You're a good person, Mary, but we're just not right for each other." The ultimate queen of manipulation left New York for good, and no one cared where she went. But one thing was certain. It's easy to go from rags to riches, but impossible to go back. Mary Jane was destined for a miserable time ahead. Meanwhile, both Harry and Peter enjoyed a peaceful life, free from her drama. Through Luna's introduction, Peter met Gwen Stacy, the leading lady from the Amazing Spider-Man series, a far better match than the manipulative Mary Jane, both in character and in looks. As for Harry, the joys of being a CEO were beyond anyone else's imagination. A bright future awaited them all. On the other side of the city, after a long wait, Ivan Vanko, also known as Whiplash, emerged, determined to avenge his father's death at Iron Man's hands. Except this time, he would not make his appearance at a racetrack as he did in Iron Man 2. Instead, he waited quietly at the entrance of the underground parking lot beneath Stark Tower, remaining out of sight until Tony arrived at the company in his sports car. The moment Whiplash saw his target, he suddenly brandished his two lightning whips and launched an attack. With a single lash, a sharp crack split the air as Tony's beloved car was sliced cleanly in two. The sports car was totaled on the spot, the jagged edges glowing red, a chilling display of the terrifying power those lightning whips possessed. Realizing the danger, Tony scrambled to grab the briefcase from the passenger seat, tumbling out of the car in a desperate rush. A second lash, another sharp snap. The lightning whip struck the driver's seat directly, nearly cutting Tony in half. A third lash. The whip lashed out in pursuit, but missed its mark, scorching the ground and leaving behind a long, blackened streak from the intense heat. Without looking back, Tony dashed away, clutching the briefcase tightly. Though Whiplash's makeshift, powered exoskeleton gave him tremendous strength, its speed was laughable, slower than a person running, completely unable to catch up with Tony. "Coward, don't run!" Whiplash shouted at Tony in frustration. But Tony, oddly obedient, stopped after running less than 30 meters. This wasn't Tony being foolish. He simply knew that this distance was enough for him to suit up. With decisive precision, he pressed a button on the red briefcase. Just like a magic trick, the briefcase quickly unfolded and wrapped around his body. Right in front of Whiplash, Tony donned the Mark V portable suit of armor. "Now we can have a proper fight." Tony grinned confidently and spoke to the suit's AI, Jarvis. "Let Wang Kai know Whiplash is here, but tell him I won't be needing any help." Flames burst from beneath his feet, and Tony shot straight toward Whiplash in the Mark V suit. But this was in fact the worst possible choice. A fourth lash, a fifth lash, vengeance burning in his eyes. Whiplash summoned all his strength, swinging both lightning whips at once and striking Tony down. A heavy thud echoed as the suit crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Two charred scorch marks appeared on the thin armor. The defense wasn't broken, but the suit was definitely worse for wear. "Stark, you will pay for everything your family has done." Whiplash roared at Tony in rage. and just as he prepared to unleash his signature 5-strike lightning whip, a golden, sparkling portal suddenly appeared in the air in front of Tony. As the portal widened, out stepped 2 young Asian faces, a boy and a girl. And, astonishingly, the girl was cradling an orange tabby cat in her arms. "Knew you'd take a hit, Tony." Wang Kai could only shake his head at the sight. This was even more embarrassing than in the original storyline. After all, Tony now knew about Whiplash's existence. Ding! Host detected at the sign-in location. Land of Whiplash's Revenge. Beginning sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out. Tony, who had already gotten back on his feet without a scratch, still stubbornly insisted. It was just a moment of carelessness. That's all. Kids, stay out of this. Just watch from the sidelines. Wang Kai shrugged his shoulders, and together with Luna and the curious Gugu, stepped aside to clear a path. Eager to save face, Tony immediately jumped back into his suit and charged into the fray once more. The battle beneath Stark Tower quickly drew the attention of the security staff. But when they arrived at the entrance to the underground passage, batons in hand, they stopped in their tracks, momentarily stunned. Should we go in and help? Better not. We'd only get in the way. So we just leave Iron Man to handle it. Isn't Mr. Stark always handling things his own way? In the end, the security team hurriedly called the police and notified Pepper, the company CEO, about the situation, while they remained at a safe distance to watch the unfolding fight. Tony's battle with Whiplash followed the expected course. The electric whips could slice through ordinary steel, but against titanium alloy, they were no match. This was why, in the original story, Tony dared to let the electric whips coil around him as he closed in on Whiplash. He had every confidence in his suit. But this time, things played out quite differently. Tony soared above Whiplash's head in a flash. The Mark V portable suit actually has flight capabilities, though the film never showed this. He unleashed twin repulsor blasts from both palms. Whiplash retaliated instantly, lashing out with a furious 5-strike combo of his electrified whips. But there was no way he could reach Tony in the air. "Surprised, aren't you, you idiot?" Tony taunted. Without warning, he fired his repulsors. Twin arcs of energy shot from his palms, hurtling toward Whiplash, only to be deflected by the crackling whips. A sharp crack split the air as the whips struck. It might have looked like Tony's attack had failed, but in reality, he had already clinched victory. Tony zipped behind Whiplash in a blink, taking advantage of the half-second it took for Whiplash to react. He spun in midair and landed a swift, powerful kick squarely on the back of Whiplash's head. With the immense power of the suit, Whiplash was instantly knocked out cold, flying a dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Tony dashed forward, yanked off the small arc reactor from Whiplash's suit, and crushed it in his hand. Clearly, the strength granted by the armor surpassed even that of Captain America. Seeing their boss defeat the villain, several security guards rushed in to restrain Whiplash and waited for the police to arrive. Tony, swaggering with pride, strutted over to Wang Kai and said, "See? I told you it was just a careless mistake." Wang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. "Your suit looks like it's been through a war zone in the Middle East. Hurry up and work on that nano suit, will you? This tin can armor isn't worth a dime." Do you really think a nanotech suit can be made just by talking about it?" Tony curled his lips, clearly uninterested in discussing the technical difficulties with Wang Kai. At that moment, Pepper hurried over, accompanied by a strikingly elegant female assistant. Seeing the battered armor, her face filled with worry. "Tony, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's nothing serious. By the way, this assistant of yours." Tony's eyes sparkled with mischief. But before he could make a move, the assistant introduced herself. S.H.I.E.L.D. Senior Agent, Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow. Seeing Wang Kai nearby, Natasha dropped her pretense and revealed her identity without hesitation. Pepper was a bit surprised but quickly caught on. So this was the Black Widow Wang Kai had mentioned in his spoilers. "Tony, Director Fury wants to speak with you. There's nothing to talk about. I'll assemble the Avengers myself. Let him worry about fixing his crippled shield first. And don't think I don't know. He let the Winter Soldier go on purpose. Hydra may have been wiped out down to the last trace. But Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, hadn't appeared on the list that night. That had to be Nick Fury's doing. Whether it was for the sake of a possibly still-living Captain America, or simply to bolster SHLD's depleted strength. One thing was certain. The Winter Soldier, now free of Hydra, was still alive. And that left Tony extremely displeased, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for his parents' deaths in the first place. The chances of Tony being civil to Nick Fury were slim to none. The Avengers? Kai, it seems you haven't told us everything. Natasha didn't seem offended. Instead, she flashed Wang Kai a charming smile, which made Luna, standing nearby, quietly fume with jealousy. There are some things that are better left unknown to most people. Let's go upstairs and have a proper talk. 15 minutes later, in the top floor office of Stark Tower, Natasha's eyes widened as she heard about her own future, especially the part where she and Hawkeye vied to sacrifice themselves. Her expression grew somber. If that moment truly arrived, both of them would be the sort to lay down their lives for each other. So what's your plan? Natasha asked in a low, serious voice. With Thanos being so formidable, even without the Infinity Gauntlet, he could overpower the Avengers who came after. Without a thorough plan, there was no changing that fate. We still have a year before the Battle of New York. It's simple. We prepare for every possibility, gather every superhero we can, and take the fight to Thanos first, ending the threat once and for all. Wang Kai's face was set with grim determination. The plan already long decided. Now, it was just a matter of recruiting each hero. Is that even possible? According to what you've said, a year from now, we won't have nearly as many superheroes as in the endgame. Faced with Natasha's skepticism, Wang Kai merely smiled. With great confidence, he declared, if it were just you all, superheroes wouldn't be enough. But add me to the mix, and that's more than enough. I alone am an army unto myself, even with the strength Wang Kai possessed now. So long as he stood guard outside the portal created by the Space Stone, not a single Chitauri soldier would make it through alive from the other side. A decisive blow to the enemy right at the source. That's exactly what this moment was all about. Since you're so sure of yourself, I can rest easy, Natasha said, flashing Wang Kai a captivating smile, which left Wang Kai feeling horribly awkward. Standing to the side, Luna narrowed her eyes, her cheeks puffing up like an angry little beast, looking ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Pepper quickly stepped in to smooth things over. So, Natasha, does this mean you've agreed to join the Avengers? Of course I'm in. After all, it's for the safety of Earth. And when will you be leaving S.H.I.E.L.D.? Well, that's something I need to think through. To Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D. was like home, and with the prospect of moving on, it was only natural to feel some reluctance. But knowing Nick Fury's temperament, if he ever learned all this, once S.H.I.E.L.D. had stabilized, he'd probably let go when the time came. After a brief, contemplative silence, Natasha rose and took her leave from the group. It's time for me to go. I've learned quite a few astonishing things today. Captain America is still alive. Once we find him, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dire situation should settle down. As for the Battle of New York, I'll inform Director Fury and Hawkeye. I hope you all understand. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Pepper saw Natasha out. Tony, meanwhile, wasted no time teasing, his face creased in a mischievous grin. Looks like the famous Black Widow has her eye on you. Does she actually like fresh-faced kids like you? Wang Kai's face darkened instantly. And just then, Luna could no longer contain herself. With a flick of her wrist, she traced a circle in the air with her sling ring. And as Tony stood up, a portal suddenly opened beneath his feet. With a startled cry, he plummeted straight through, and at the same time, another portal appeared on the ceiling of the office. Tony fell through the upper portal, only to drop right into the lower one, beginning an endless, looping freefall. This is awesome. Wahoo! Instead of panicking, Tony started striking dramatic poses midair, as if he were skydiving for the thrill of it. His face lit up with a rare, genuine smile. But Luna, seeing the fun Tony was having, couldn't just let him have his way, and without warning, she snapped the portal shut. Tony was about to crash straight onto the hard floor, so Wang Kai hurried forward to catch him, then cast a helpless glance at Luna. Luna, his voice carried a hint of reproach, and Luna immediately lowered her head. Sorry, Brother Kai. I'm not blaming you. Just next time, it'd be better if you let Mr. Stark land somewhere softer, like a beach, for example. That would be more appropriate. Luna burst out laughing through her tears at that. All fun and games aside, don't make a joke at our expense. Wang Kai shot Tony a sidelong glance. Tony instantly got the message. He raised both hands in surrender and promised he'd never make that mistake again. Let's get down to business. Has Thor's hammer shown up yet? No, not yet. I've already instructed Jarvis to monitor any developments in New Mexico 24/7. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Wang Kai nodded. Whiplash had only just enacted his revenge, and the timing still didn't quite line up. At this moment, Thor was probably busy preparing for his coronation ceremony. But how are you planning to win Thor over? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is practically crippled right now. Coulson is swamped with work and doesn't have a single moment to spare for New Mexico. And judging by what you've said, Thor is still an arrogant fool. Tony pressed on. In the original story, his relationship with Thor was never great. The two had an all-out fight in the first Avengers movie. And in Avengers 2, Thor even had Tony by the throat at one point. If Tony tried to win Thor over, odds were they'd end up in a brawl first. That's your problem, not mine. I never intended to recruit him. Besides, even if we don't bring him into the Avengers now, when the Battle of New York comes around, he'll show up and join our side anyway. Wang Kai's bluntness almost made Tony choke. So why are you going to New Mexico, then? Planning to steal his hammer? Yeah, as if I want to steal his hammer. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. All he wanted was to check in at a certain spot. But that was definitely not something he could share. Let's change the subject. Whiplash probably isn't dead. Hammer Industries is bound to break him out, just like in the original story. Any thoughts on that? Just take him out for good? If Whiplash was eliminated, then his second attempt at revenge would never happen. But Wang Kai shook his finger in response. He needs to be taken out, yes, but we have to squeeze every last bit of value out of him first. Tony, even if you're out of the weapons game, Hammer Industries will keep selling arms, and who knows to whom. You get my point? Wang Kai's words made Tony's eyes light up. You mean use the drones Whiplash built to stir things up? Afterwards, whether it's by acquisition or buying shares, the point is to get control of Hammer Industries. We can't let them sell weapons to just anyone. Exactly, a promising student. Wang Kai smiled faintly, once again playing the role of mentor. The weapons market can never be completely shut down. Both Wang Kai and Tony understood that perfectly. But it could be consolidated and brought under control. On that, both of them were in complete agreement. These days, with the two American giants, Stark Industries and Oscorp, both investing in the development of new energy, the weapons market has naturally fallen into the hands of Hammer Industries, a second-rate company. If one were to secretly take control of Hammer Industries, then the illegal weapons transactions with Middle Eastern terrorists and African warlords would significantly decrease. And, in a way, countless lives would be saved as a result. You're actually thinking that far ahead. Tony looked at Wang Kai with admiration. This young man possessed the power and wisdom to change the world. Having him on the side of defending Earth was truly a blessing for humanity. After all, a father always stands a bit higher, so naturally he sees further. Wang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Tony's face darkened at once. Between the two of us, who looks like the father here? Just then, Pepper had returned after dropping off Black Widow. Hearing Tony's words, she couldn't help but ask, "What's this about fathers and such?" "Oh, nothing. Mr. Stark was just wondering how many kids he should have in the future, seeing as things are different now, haha." Wang Kai laughed heartily and stepped through the portal with Luna, leaving behind a slightly bashful and expectant Pepper and Tony. "Wait, are you serious? I could start getting ready for a baby right now." Pepper's cheeks flushed pink and Tony's eyebrow twitched, so he could only dodge the topic, promising to talk about it after the Battle of New York. Meanwhile, Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, was following the plot as before. After killing a scapegoat and detonating a bomb smuggled into prison, reducing both the cell and the body to ruins, he escaped. He was soon brought before Justin Hammer. The two quickly struck a deal. Justin Hammer needed a suit of powered armor to break into the weapons market, while Whiplash needed this fool's resources for his own revenge. But their seemingly flawless plan was completely transparent to Tony. With Jarvis on his side, Tony could easily hack into Hammer Industries' mainframe. All he needed to do was lay some groundwork in advance. The drones Whiplash built would appear to be under his control, when in fact, Jarvis would be pulling the strings, something only possible with foreknowledge of the story. 5 days later, the Stark Expo was in full swing, bustling with excitement. As the host, Tony made a grand, show-stopping entrance. Clad in the red and gold Mark VI Iron Man suit, he leaped from a plane high above, surrounded by a dazzling display of fireworks, and landed smoothly in a classic superhero pose, a move that would shatter anyone else's knees. He lifted his faceplate to greet the crowd, then let the automated machinery at his feet help him out of the suit, setting off another wave of excited screams from the audience. "Iron Man! Iron Man!" Seeing the crowd cheer for him filled Tony with unbridled joy. But as soon as Tony stepped onto the stage and spoke just a few words, another suit of steel armor suddenly came flying in from the distance. "Rhodey!" Tony looked at the figure slowly landing, his mind full of questions. This isn't how the story's supposed to go. "What are you doing here, man?" War Machine, or rather, the Iron Patriot as he's now called, strode forward, gave Tony's shoulder a friendly pat, and waved to the crowd below in greeting. Then he leaned in and murmured, "Tony, you're in trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "I found out that Ivan Vanko, the guy you defeated, actually escaped from prison. He's definitely coming here to get his revenge on you." "That's it? That's all?" Rhodey looked completely baffled, unable to make sense of Tony's reaction. "Are you feeling all right, Tony? You said yourself he could show up and wreck the whole expo." As Tony's closest friend, Rhodey had of course been let in on what the future might hold. He thought Tony would have learned his lesson, or at least made some contingency plans. Yet here they were, with Ivan Vanko still on the loose. Naturally, as a best friend, Rhodey rushed over at the first sign of trouble. But he hadn't expected Tony to be so nonchalant about it. Rhodey truly couldn't figure out what was going on. Relax. Everything is under control. Let's go down and grab a good seat to watch Hammer Industries' little show. Tony tugged Rhodey off the stage. And before long, Justin Hammer strutted up to take the spotlight. Catching sight of Tony munching popcorn in the audience, he was riding high. He was absolutely full of himself. Tonight, he intended to sell his steel soldiers at the Stark Expo. It was like humiliating Stark, right on Stark's own turf, and then borrowing some tissues from him for good measure. He was sure he could drive Tony Stark, that insufferable guy, absolutely mad. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at this time, Hammer Industries will be on every front page. Let's welcome the new face of the American military. Army Iron Soldiers, Air Force Iron Soldiers, Navy Iron Soldiers, Marine Corps Iron Soldiers. With Hammer's words, 4 squads of humanoid Iron Soldiers snapped to attention in perfect unison, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly soared to its peak. Rhodey, seeing this, wanted to rush back and suit up as the Iron Patriot, and urgently whispered to Tony, "Dude, isn't this exactly what you said would happen? These guys are about to go berserk any minute now." Watching Rhodey's anxiety, Tony just flashed a confident grin. "Don't worry, just wait. The real climax is about to start." No sooner had Tony finished speaking than all the Iron Soldiers suddenly began sparking with electricity, and then, unbelievably, started busting out into a mechanical dance, their entire bodies jerking and twitching uncontrollably, some of them even twisting their joints until they looked like spinning fans, while others managed to rotate their waists a full 180 degrees. He twisted off his own upper body, and with a heavy thud, it crashed onto the ground. Tony burst out laughing at the sight, and in an instant, everyone in the hall joined in. The entire venue was filled with joyful laughter, and people applauded these Iron Soldiers with enthusiasm. Hammer was absolutely right. Tomorrow, Hammer Industries would make the front page of every news outlet. Only, it would be as a comedy headline. Ha! Tony was so excited he could barely straighten up, slapping Rhodey on the back as he pointed to one of the Iron Soldiers, striking an absurdly comical pose. Even Rhodey couldn't help but laugh along, caught up in the moment. "Hey, was this your plan all along? That's right. Isn't it hilarious? Ha ha ha." The hall erupted with thunderous laughter, but the only one whose laughter looked more painful than crying was Hammer himself. Watching his prized Iron Soldiers turn into laughingstocks one after another, each one breaking down in turn, he was utterly at a loss and on the verge of tears. "This must be your doing." Hammer stormed down from the stage and grabbed Tony, who was still laughing like a fool, shouting in anger. But in a flash, Rhodey subdued him, twisting his arms behind his back as he asked Tony, "So what's your plan for this guy?" "Of course I have a plan. Hammer, come take a look at this." Tony pulled out his phone, and what appeared on the screen made Hammer's face go pale in an instant. There was footage of him orchestrating Whiplash's escape and building the Iron Soldiers. Everything was captured. Even records of his shady arms deals were laid out in the video. Tony had him trapped, with no way out. What do you want?" Hammer's voice trembled. With evidence like this, Tony could send him to prison for life, or longer, with just a little maneuvering. While Hammer was shaking with fear, Tony appeared completely at ease. "It's simple. I'll let you off the hook, but you'll need to transfer all your Hammer Industries shares to Rhodey. And from now on, Hammer Industries is only allowed to conduct legitimate arms business." Rhodey was taken aback, wondering how he suddenly got dragged into this. But before he could protest, Tony continued, "Stark Industries is out of the weapons game. If we get involved again, people will talk. So, your name's the only one that fits." Tony explained again the importance of controlling Hammer Industries, and only then did Rhodey reluctantly agree. Even Hammer was stunned by Tony's audacity. This kind of grand vision was something he could never have imagined. "If you agree, just say the word. I'm busy. Ivan Vanko is still waiting for me." "HM, can't you just control Ivan Vanko's suit the same way you took over these Iron Soldiers?" "I could, but what's the point?" Rhodey was speechless. Knowing Tony as well as he did, he understood instantly. Tony just wanted another big showdown to steal the spotlight. Hammer stared at the criminal file about himself on Tony's phone. He clenched his teeth, but in the end, he had no choice but to agree. Rhodey immediately let go of Hammer. Tony turned around and went to suit up in his Iron Man armor. At Hammer Industries headquarters, Ivan Vanko felt like he was about to explode with rage. After plotting revenge against Stark with so much effort, it had all turned into a farce. Not a single Iron Soldier was under his control, and yet he was forced to watch Stark's face, grinning and laughing, broadcasted to him in high definition. This almost personalized taunt made Ivan Vanko's blood boil with fury. He snatched up his electrified whips and, with a single furious swing, smashed his computer in two. "Stark, I'll make you pay for what you've done," he roared. He donned his custom-built armored suit, grabbed two new whips, even more powerful and thicker than before, and with a crack that tore right through the ceiling, blasted out of Hammer Industries headquarters. He soared through the sky for barely 2 minutes, before Tony appeared to confront him. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. Not a single word needed. Vanko raised his electrified whips and lashed out at Tony. The glowing blue whips sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. But Tony, more agile than ever, dodged them with ease. Although Vanko's suit could fly, it lacked the repulsor stabilizers needed for steady flight. So, after just one wild swing, he lost control, tumbling helplessly toward the ground, until he managed to regain his balance and blast his boosters to rise again. "Let's take this to the ground," Tony decided. He was the first to dive down to the parking lot of a massive chain supermarket. It was wide open and full of people, guaranteeing more witnesses and greater exposure. But in Vanko's eyes, this was nothing short of outright contempt. Another blatant, in-your-face insult. Vanko was seething, his anger barely contained as he gnashed his teeth in fury. He threw his suit into maximum power and dove after Tony. With a flick of his twin whips, he sliced clean through a giant billboard beside the supermarket. Electric sparks crackled as the shattered billboard plummeted straight toward the ground. At that very moment, a young couple was pushing a baby stroller right underneath. Vanko suddenly remembered. He was a villain, and villains use every dirty trick in the book. Damn it. Tony instantly realized this was a trap, but there was no time to hesitate. He surged forward with every ounce of power in his suit, catching the falling billboard mere inches before it crushed the family. "Run!" Tony shouted. The young couple, nearly killed by the falling sign, finally came to their senses. The mother scooped up her child while the father shielded them both, rushing away from the scene. But Vanko, seeing an opportunity, would never let slip by. With a sharp crack, his electrified whip lashed out, wrapping itself around Tony's suit. He was immediately bound up, and then another crackling whip of lightning lashed out, curling tightly around Tony's neck. The energy intensified relentlessly, and the whip burned with the fury of vengeance, as its wielder pulled outward with a single, savage tug, as if determined to rip Tony's head clean off. "Jarvis, hack his suit, now!" Pinned and unable to move by the electrified whips, Tony had no choice but to rely on a very effective and absolutely necessary technical maneuver to take control of Whiplash's iron armor. In an instant, sparks erupted all along Whiplash's body, his whole form beginning to shudder violently, like someone in the throes of seizure, or a man who just grabbed a live wire. And both lightning whips lost their power and faded away. Free from their interference, Tony braced himself and tore the two long whips apart with both hands, then raised his right arm and fired a laser beam. A blazing red ray instantly sliced through Whiplash's steel armor, severing the arc reactor in his chest. With its power destroyed, Whiplash crashed to the ground. A heavy thud echoed as he landed. Then he lay there, motionless as a plant, showing not the faintest sign of life. Tony set down the billboard and stepped forward, and after a quick scan, Jarvis reported that the bomb had been disarmed. Yet Whiplash still clung to a breath of life. He wasn't quite dead. At that moment, a small golden portal suddenly opened above Whiplash's head, and from within it, a jade-green magical blade thrust out, its tip slipping effortlessly through the helmet of the iron armor, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Before the blade withdrew and the portal snapped shut, Tony stood frozen in surprise at the bizarre sight. Was someone stealing his victory? Click, click. The sound of cameras firing off erupted all around, bursts of flash lighting up his suit. Turning his head, Tony saw that the crowd of passers-by and supermarket employees had all rushed out, eager to witness the Iron Man battle in person. So, with a shrug, he let the mysterious interference slide, and turned instead to pose for photos with his fans. Tonight, Wang Kai earned 100 check-in points, bringing his total to 5,550. Meanwhile, on this very night, Thor was cast out of Asgard, and a turbulent energy storm appeared in the skies over New Mexico. From within that storm, a hammer-shaped weapon plummeted, striking the earth with the force of a meteorite. Though there was no explosion, a massive crater appeared on the barren land outside the town, where Thor's hammer now rested quietly atop a pillar of earth, waiting for someone worthy to claim it. At the same time, another figure emerged from the storm. Thor, stripped of his godly power, was banished to earth. He would have to overcome his reckless arrogance. While Loki, under the ever-watchful gaze of Odin, began his own mischief, facing the challenge of conquering his jealousy and insecurity. Whoever completes their respective trials will become the next king of Asgard. Upon learning that Thor's hammer had appeared, Wang Kai's first reaction wasn't to check in, but to do something he hadn't done in a long time: draw the lottery. After all, Odin was no benevolent soul. Treasures from the vault wouldn't be lent out so easily. Wang Kai needed a trump card. System, I want to draw the lottery, 20 in a row. Ding. 4,000 check-in points consumed, commencing lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained hero experience card. Pangu the creator god, 1 day. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained hero template, Daji the enchanting fox. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained special mode, awakening. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, potential of justice. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, Oathkeeper's shield. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, temporal ripple. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, earth shatter. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, true word, king of clarity. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained equipment, master's might. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained equipment, mask of agony. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained equipment, watcher's armor. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained consumable, large medkit X4. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained special item, system backpack expansion X3. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained special item. Thank you for participating X2. When the lottery ended, Wang Kai couldn't hold back a delighted grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. This time, he'd outdone himself. He had actually drawn Pangu, the creator god. But thinking further, there was a catch. The creator god Pangu wasn't just any otherworldly giant. He was a soldier over 2 meters tall. So, how exactly would he use this power? System, just how tall is Pangu the creator god? Wang Kai asked directly. According to legend, Pangu had split heaven and earth from chaos. And to keep them from merging, he held the sky up with his head and pressed the earth down with his feet, growing taller as the sky and earth drifted apart. Eventually, he became an awe-inspiring giant. And this giant definitely wasn't measured in meters. The creator god Pangu stands at about 45,000 kilometers tall. His body is more massive than the entire earth. Host is advised to choose your location carefully when using him, or else the creator god may become the god of destruction. What the? Wang Kai's eyes went wide in shock, and he asked the system again, only to get a rather impatient response. Ding. If the host doesn't need their ears anymore, they might as well donate them. You heard right. Pangu's body is 45,000 kilometers tall, roughly 3.5 times the diameter of Earth. His clenched fist is as large as the moon. If you use him on Earth, a simple kick could knock the planet out of its orbit, and that would trigger an extinction-level catastrophe. This time, Wang Kai heard it loud and clear. A fist as big as the moon. He could kick the Earth away with ease. No wonder the Ancient One said that the Pangu mode could easily crush Mephisto. This isn't just a simple beating. With a single finger, Mephisto could be pinned down and finished. The so-called King of Hell is no different than a bug. And as for Thanos, destroying you has nothing to do with me. The only issue is that the colossal size makes it rather unwieldy. After all, just brushing against something could send a planet veering off its original orbit, and that's hardly a good thing. Now, let's look at the second reward. At long last, a new hero template. But this time it's a female hero. System, if I switch to Daji's hero template, will I become a woman myself? To be precise, a female puppet. Whoa, so basically an inflatable doll. Wang Kai drew in a sharp breath, shaking his head repeatedly. This hero template, better skip it. Special mode, awakening. It's not a skill, but a mode. Its effect is similar to activating sprint to boost movement speed. Awakening also enhances certain attributes. For the Kai template, the result is that after using the Undying Demon Body, the size increases and the range of the second skill, Blade Storm, expands. For the Zhong Kuei template, it makes the hook longer. For the Ho E template, the ultimate skill, Sunburn Arrow, can be freely controlled in flight. It could even be used as a summoner spell. Righteous Potential, from the Fiery Axe, Chung Yaojin, bursts forth with righteous passion, healing injuries every second and increasing movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Oathbound Shield, from Sacred Knight Power, Arthur. Increases movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds, and the next attack deals extra damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Time Ripple, from Time Reversal, Sunbin, channels the power of space and time to increase movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. All 3 skills are speed boosts. Pair them with Sprint, Wolf Emblem, and Frenzy. With 6 boosts stacked, you'll be moving like the wind. Earth Shatter, from Elite Chieftain, Neo MO. After a short charge, cleaves the ground, dealing damage to all enemies in the area, and the torn earth causes continuous damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. True Words, King Form, quickly strikes 5 punches in a designated direction, each punch lowering the enemy's defense. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2 fairly ordinary skills. Even if you draw them, their appearances in battle would be few and far between. Master's Might, increases attack power, 20% critical chance, and after using a skill, the next attack deals extra damage. Endless Blade plus Master's Might. Finally, the set is complete. Now, only the Broken Army remains. No hesitation, straight into the system's equipment slot. Mask of Agony, increases magic damage by 12% and boosts maximum health. Skills that hit enemies deal continuous magic damage. The name is unlucky, straight into storage. Watcher's Armor, increases physical defense, and when attacked, it reduces the enemy's attack speed. It's basically useless for him. Might as well gift it to one of Kamartaj's fragile mages. The large medical kit and system backpack expansion were both drawn for the second time, and both are incredibly useful, especially the backpack expansion, which has instantly tripled his original storage space. Now, he has 16 cubic units of storage, enough room to stash away plenty more things. After reviewing all the rewards, Wang Kai was thoroughly satisfied. Whether it was the intermediate lottery or the ultimate draw, he was, in every sense, a big winner. Let's go, Luna. Time to show you some aliens. America, New Mexico. By the time Wang Kai and Luna arrived at the crater where Thor's hammer had landed, the place was already heavily guarded. But it wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. on the scene. It was Stark Industries. Tony and Rhodey were both flushed with effort, straining to pull Thor's hammer from its muddy pedestal. But even in full Iron Man gear, the hammer didn't budge an inch. "You're wasting your time doing it this way," Wang Kai said, watching their struggle and stepping in to stop them. "This isn't about brute force. The rules themselves won't allow you to lift it." Thor's hammer was forged from the core of a dying star, and Odin had cast an enchantment over it. Anyone deemed worthy of lifting the hammer would gain the power of Thor, unless you satisfied the magic's requirements, or were even stronger than Odin himself, or perhaps weren't even human, like Vision, or, well, an elevator. Only then could you lift it. After Wang Kai's explanation, the two could only give up, defeated. "Maybe we should let Luna give it a shot," Rhodey suggested out of the blue. "She's so kind. What if she turns out to be worthy?" Luna hugged Gugu tighter, startled. "Me? I don't think so. How about you, Brother Kai? Want to try?" Wang Kai shook his head. He was certain he didn't qualify, and frankly, he wasn't interested. As everyone debated, Gugu, cradled in Luna's arms, suddenly opened its mouth wide. A dozen or so pink, tentacle-like appendages shot out, like the arms of a giant octopus, wrapping around Thor's hammer, and in one gulp, swallowed it whole. "What the?" All 4 of them froze in shock, Tony and Rhodey even stumbling several steps back, while Luna, terrified, let go and dropped Gugu to the ground. "What in the world is that? How did it just eat Thor's hammer?" Tony and Rhodey pointed at Gugu, who was now calmly licking its paw, but Wang Kai was just as clueless. Gugu had eaten the Tesseract in Captain Marvel and spat it out later, but now it had swallowed Thor's hammer too. After a quick explanation that Gugu was a flurkin, an extremely rare species in the entire universe that merely looked like an orange tabby, Wang Kai scooped Gugu up in his arms. He smiled at the 2 terrified men and said, "Relax, the devouring beast doesn't attack humans easily." "Well, probably not." Tony and Rhodey's eyelids twitched at this. What did he mean by probably not? Now that Thor's hammer is gone, how do you plan to explain that to Thor? And what about the destroyer armor that's about to show up? Didn't you say nothing could destroy except Thor's hammer? Wang Kai looked at the innocent-faced Gugu and scratched his head. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Who knows, maybe Gugu will end up eating the destroyer armor too." The 2 were instantly speechless. In any case, let's go find Thor first. If he recognizes the devouring beast, it'll make things much easier. Wang Kai handed Gugu to Luna. With no better option, the 4 of them set off for the town to look for Thor. Just like in the original story, Thor, having arrived on Earth, was run over by the world's most formidable female driver, Darcy, then promptly stunned with a taser and sent straight to the hospital. No sooner had he escaped than Jane ran him over with her car again. Thor was knocked out 3 times in a row. And just like that, their fates became intertwined. At this moment, they were eating in a small-town diner. I like this drink. Another, please. With a crash, Thor slammed his cup onto the floor. The sharp sound of shattering glass scattered fragments everywhere, making Darcy and Jane jump in shock. Everyone in the diner turned to stare at them with curious eyes. Eric, Darcy, and Jane could only apologize to the owner and quickly gather up the shards. Jane, this guy must have hit his head too hard. Darcy eyed the grinning Thor and pulled out her taser, afraid that this burly, muscle-bound man would suddenly pick her up and smash her to the floor. Just then, another group of diners walked in, chatting about the happenings out on the plains beyond the town. They grumbled about a hammer. Stark Industries was claiming it was their fallen satellite and had driven everyone away, much to the annoyance of these burly men. They even said it was radioactive. These days, everything gets blamed on radiation. As they sat down, the word hammer caught Thor's attention, and he couldn't sit still. He strode over immediately and asked, "Where is that hammer?" 40 miles west. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any time. Before the words had even faded, Thor was already striding out the door, swinging his arms with purpose. Hey, where do you think you're going? Eric, Darcy, and Jane hurried after him, only to stop dead as soon as they got outside. Oh my God, is that Iron Man? Darcy's eyes widened as she saw the group of 4 people and a cat blocking Thor outside the diner. Jane quickly corrected her. To be precise, that's billionaire Tony Stark. Eric looked utterly puzzled. Even if it really was a satellite crash, there was no reason for Stark to come in person. Besides, from the look of things, they had come for this big oaf who'd been hit by a car and was now acting dazed. Thor, Prince of Asgard, do you know what this is? Wang Kai pointed at Gugu and got straight to the point, asking directly. But Thor only gave it a brief glance before losing interest. Mortal, since you know who I am, get out of my way. I need to reclaim my hammer, Mjolnir. Thor's face was full of pride, not sparing even a second glance for the 4 people and 1 cat before him. But then, when his eyes landed on Luna, they suddenly lit up. An inexplicable surge of emotion rushed through him. Luna's face filled his entire field of vision, and in an instant, she was all he could see. To Thor, she suddenly seemed like the only one in his heart. Seeing Thor's love-struck expression, Wang Kai's face darkened. He stepped forward and slapped Thor hard on the shoulder, his cold voice cutting straight into Thor's mind. Have you stared enough? No, I want to marry her and gaze at her forever. Thor blurted out, unable to help himself. But then a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. The beautiful vision vanished in an instant, replaced by a face so cold it seemed to freeze to the core, looming just inches from his own. Pack your bags. Bang. With a single kick, Wang Kai sent Thor flying. He shot down the street like a human cannonball, crashing into a parked car. The sound of shattering glass exploded as the car windows burst, and the frame crumpled inwards. Yet Thor only suffered a few broken ribs. Clearly, even with his godly powers sealed, his physique was still far beyond that of any ordinary human. Wasn't that a bit much? Tony and Rhodey said in unison, looking utterly bewildered. But when they saw the icy look in Wang Kai's eyes, they wisely shut their mouths. Not someone you want to mess with. Luna struggled to stifle her laughter. After all, it proved that Brother Kai did care about her. Relax. Even if you killed him, Odin could bring Thor back in an instant. They're gods. They don't die that easily. Wang Kai's dramatic kick quickly attracted a crowd. People eagerly raised their phones and cameras, snapping photos. Jane, Eric, and Darcy rushed to check on Thor, shooting worried and astonished looks at Wang Kai and his group. That kick was anything but human. Who knew what kind of mess they'd gotten themselves into? Tony, make sure none of our faces end up online. With so many onlookers filming, Wang Kai didn't want any extra trouble. No problem. But what about Thor? Looks like he wants a duel with you. Tony sounded almost gleeful at the prospect. Sure enough, Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood tall in the middle of the street, and pointed at Wang Kai with a roar. Mortal, you dare attack a god. I'll show you what it means to anger the divine. Thor charged at Wang Kai, brimming with the wrath of the gods, as if he meant to tear this audacious, mortal limb from limb. But alas, the louder you shout, the quicker you fall. Thor took a punch right to the eye from Wang Kai and ended up with a black eye, then was knocked out cold with a single, effortless karate chop. Luna understood. The floating ring in her hand drew a portal that flew toward the group, and just like a magic trick, it passed through everyone. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai and his companions vanished, even taking along the bewildered Dr. Eric and his 2 friends. All that remained were the utterly confused townsfolk, who had no idea what had just happened. Back at the crater left by Thor's hammer, everyone had been brought here. Who are you people? Jane looked around in astonishment. Feeling as if Earth was no longer the world she thought she knew. I think the real question is, who is he? Wang Kai pointed at Thor, sprawled on the ground, then proceeded to tell the tale of this arrogant, reckless prince. The god of thunder. Jane, Darcy, and Eric were dumbfounded. Especially Darcy, who looked utterly baffled. If he's the god of thunder, why was he afraid of my taser? She asked. Stripped of his powers, he's no different from any ordinary person. Wang Kai replied. Besides, Thor had yet to awaken his true strength. Without his hammer, he couldn't channel the thunder within him, so it was no surprise he'd been taken down by a jolt of electricity. A reckless prince, the god of thunder, Thor? Who would have thought we'd cross paths with someone straight out of myth and legend? Eric let out a long sigh. Jane pressed on. So, what are you planning to do with him? He's the prince of Asgard. If you take him, won't it start some sort of interstellar war? Seeing Jane's concern, everyone understood her meaning, but chose not to address it directly. Rhodey stated plainly that they just wanted to tell Thor that his hammer had been eaten by a cat. The three stared at Rhodey as if he were joking. You expect us to believe that? Rhodey glanced helplessly at Gugu, silently admitting to himself that he could hardly believe it either. But it was the truth. More than 2 hours later, in a rest area near the crater where Thor's hammer had landed, Thor awoke to see Wang Kai first, with Luna and Gugu by his side. His black eye had mostly faded, but rage still burned in Thor's eyes as he glared at Wang Kai, ready to teach him a lesson. Lowly mortal, how dare you strike a god? That's the only line you know, isn't it? Thud. Wang Kai took Thor down again, felling him with a casual punch. At least he's a bit more clear-headed this time, Wang Kai remarked. 2 more hours passed. A woozy Thor struggled to his feet, his whole body aching. But this time, he didn't charge at Wang Kai right away as he had before. Damn you, mortal. Just wait. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, you'll regret this. Oh, sorry, but your hammer's already been eaten by a flurkin. What? Thor's eyes went wide in an instant. He remembered his mother, Frigga, telling him stories about the flurkin. So he knew just how terrifying this seemingly harmless creature could be. That's the one. Wang Kai pointed at Luna's arms, where Gogo lounged contentedly. Thor immediately took 2 steps back, as if facing a deadly adversary. So even if you regain your powers, it looks like your hammer still won't return to you. It all depends on Gogo's mood. Gogo let out a wide yawn, then calmly resumed licking its paw, no different from a plump tabby cat after lunch. No, I refuse to believe it. Thor, fuming, marched forward, intent on snatching Gogo away. But Wang Kai struck him down once more. Let him cool his head for a bit, Wang Kai said, and he and Luna quickly withdrew from the room, where the night outside was now awash with starlight. Roughly half an hour later, a young man clad in green armor, his face twisted with a wicked grin, appeared suddenly in Thor's quarters. It was Loki, Thor's brother. Loki was clearly delighted to see Thor in such a sorry state, and, seizing the chance to deal another blow, he woke Thor and told him of Odin's passing. Believing his father's death was all his fault, Thor was struck by wave after wave of grief and guilt. The reckless, arrogant prince who never seemed to grow up seemed to shed his old self overnight. At last, he wasn't quite so insufferable. The next day, Wang Kai caught sight of Thor's dejected look and knew at once that Loki had paid him a visit the night before. Just as in the movies, Loki seized control of Asgard while Odin slept, and the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard, along with Sif, unwilling to accept Loki's rule, crossed the Bifrost to Earth, hoping to persuade Thor to return and set things right. The 4 quickly found Thor and his companions, and revealed the truth to him. Wang Kai and the others, in turn, realized that Asgard's ultimate weapon was on its way. The Destroyer armor, Odin's own war armor, blessed with his divine power. Other than Mjolnir, which bore Odin's enchantments as well, nothing could destroy it. In theory, it was utterly indestructible. Failed prince, your darling brother is sending someone to kill you. Tony sneered, eyeing the swirling vortex opening up in the sky. As soon as he finished, a dazzling rainbow beam shot down from the vortex, crashing onto the wasteland not far from the crater with a thunderous roar. From the beam strode a silver metallic giant, its form reminiscent of stacked Michelin tires, a robot, relentless and silent, marching steadily toward Thor. Damn it, what is Loki thinking? Thor stared at the destroyer armor in disbelief, unable to fathom why Loki would want him dead. The 3 warriors of Asgard were equally furious at the sight. Thor, let's fight side by side. Take off the destroyer armor and go settle the score with Loki. The people of Asgard were always known for their love of battle, and among them, The Warriors 3 were practically trembling with excitement. The chance to fight for the king's armor was something they dreamed of. But Thor's face was clouded with gloom. "I'm sorry, my godly powers have been stripped away. I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you." Then, forcing a smile, he added, "But my spirit will be with you. I wish you victory over our enemies." Sif couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity at this. She could clearly sense that Thor had changed, become someone different, but with a great threat looming, there was no time for questions. She glanced at the destroyer armor, now looming dangerously close. And with a shout to the Warriors 3, she bellowed, "Let's go." Their fighting spirit was high, but their actual combat strength was pitiful, barely a 5 between them all. Each of the Warriors 3 counted for 1. Sif perhaps for 2. The destroyer armor simply swatted the 4 of them away with a single blow, not even bothering to use its head-mounted energy cannon. Are all Asgardians this weak? Tony couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. "Let's show them what we can do, Rhodey." With a sudden roar, both Iron Man suits shot into the sky and charged straight at the destroyer armor. "You'd better join the others and get to safety." Wang Kai pointed toward the fleeing Stark Industries staff and Eric's group, urging them behind the lines. Then, together with Luna, he raced toward the destroyer armor. "Everyone's fighting, and I'm the one who's supposed to run away," Thor murmured to himself, a flood of regret welling up in his heart. On the battlefield, Rhodey unleashed a barrage, his wrist-mounted machine guns and shoulder cannons roaring with fury. Tony didn't hold back, either, firing off every last mini-missile he had in a single storm of destruction. In an instant, their combined assault engulfed the destroyer armor in explosions and fire. "That's it. Doesn't seem all that tough," Tony remarked, barely finishing his sentence when a thick, blazing red laser suddenly blasted from the heart of the flames. Even with Tony's lightning-fast reflexes, there was no time to dodge. The red beam grazed his suit and triggered a violent explosion. Smoke billowed from the suit as Tony tumbled helplessly toward the ground. Tony, Rhodey, alarmed, rushed to intercept, but the distance between them was too great. It looked like he was going to be too late, when, suddenly, a golden portal opened up on the ground beneath Tony's falling suit, like a shimmering well, and with a swift whoosh, the smoking Iron Man suit disappeared through it. A heartbeat later, another portal opened in front of Wang Kai, and Tony was gently caught, safe and sound. Wang Kai pulled off the scorched helmet, relief flickering in his eyes as he saw Tony shaken but unharmed. He smiled with the warmth of a father. "Saved your skin again. How about you make things a little easier for me next time?" "Tony, are you all right?" Only then did Rhodey finally rush over. Tony shook his head, indicating he was fine, though he couldn't help but feel he'd gotten the short end of the stick. Still, he couldn't resist putting up a brave front, saying, "I just got careless, that's all. Didn't dodge in time, so I got hit." Wang Kai and Rhodey both rolled their eyes at him. How many times had he been careless now? Would it take getting knocked out for good before he finally took himself seriously? "Luna, show us what you can do." "Okay." Suddenly, a golden portal opened right around the destroyer armor's neck, like a gleaming collar. In the blink of an eye, it snapped shut. With a sharp crack, Odin's God King armor was beheaded right on the spot. The face cannon, just about to blast them, fizzled out, and the helmet clattered to the ground, while the armor's body stood frozen in place, unmoving. "What the?" In an instant, Tony, Rhodey, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Asgard all stared with wide eyes. Was it really that easy? That was unbelievably sharp. But before anyone could even catch their breath, the helmet seemed to teleport, snapping back onto the destroyer's neck in the blink of an eye. A red energy cannon reappeared, aiming straight at them and firing without hesitation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted right in their ears. Tony and Rhodey felt as if a wall of fire had sprung up before them. But when they looked again, they realized it was actually a massive, golden, translucent shield blocking all the flames. Luna stood with her arms outstretched, summoning the Seraphim shield. She'd held off the God King Odin armor's annihilating blow. Everyone watching was utterly stunned. After all, Luna was still just a little girl. Yet she could already wield such overwhelming magic. Meow meow. The only one dissatisfied was probably Goo Goo, the Star-Eater beast who'd been left on the ground and now started yowling in protest, clearly voicing its displeasure. "You're looking for trouble." Before anyone could recover from the shock, a thunderous roar split the air, as if spring thunder had crashed overhead. Wang Kai summoned the solemn and holy angelic armor, merging it with his own indestructible form. Then, like a streak of blue lightning, he shot forward, appearing right in front of the destroyer armor. Without hesitation, Wang Kai unleashed his awakening. The angelic armor swelled in size, growing to over 5 meters tall, now nearly matching the destroyer in stature. The massive blue demonic blade, now over twice as large, glinted with crimson light. Infused with true damage, his next strike cleaved the destroyer right in two. Boom! The destroyer armor exploded with a thunderous blast that seemed to shake the heavens, sending a shockwave like a speeding car barreling straight into the camp around the crater, knocking over every RV in its path. The tents didn't stand a chance. They were all swept up, soaring into the sky. Even though Tony and the others were more than 30 meters away, they could still feel the terrifying force of the explosion. The ground rumbled, and the roaring flames unleashed a heat so intense it melted the very earth beneath them. He's not going to just sacrifice himself like that, is he? The three warriors of Asgard and Sif rushed over to Luna, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. An explosion like that. If anyone took it head-on, they'd surely be dead. Don't underestimate Brother Kai. He's far more powerful than you think. Luna replied with a confident smile. Sure enough, moments later, everyone saw the angel armor stride out from within the flames. Unscathed from head to toe, not a single mark on him. The three warriors of Asgard nearly popped their eyes out in astonishment. How could he be completely unharmed? Watch out! Luna suddenly shouted. For behind the angel armor, the destroyer armor had reappeared. It had just been cleaved in two by a mighty strike, then blasted apart in that massive explosion. In just a few heartbeats, it had completely restored itself. Damn, another one that just won't die. Wang Kai muttered in exasperation. But he had no choice but to split the destroyer armor apart once more, which triggered yet another earth-shaking explosion. And then, unbelievably, the destroyer armor regenerated once again. In Asgard, Loki stood with the eternal spear, face flushed with fury as he controlled the destroyer armor. Where were all these powerful mortals coming from? How could there be such formidable beings in the realm of mortals? He had believed Thor suffered at their hands only because his godly powers had been stripped away. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Without Mjolnir, the destroyer armor is invincible. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Loki sneered, sending the destroyer armor on yet another suicidal attack. But suddenly, Thor's voice rang out. Enough, brother. If my past arrogance and foolishness hurt you, then I offer you my sincere apology. Because I now despise who I used to be too. But this is Midgard, Earth. Our war should not spill over into this world. If killing me will end all this, then do it. Thor spread his arms wide, somehow having walked right into the heart of the battle between Wang Kai and the destroyer armor. There was no fear on his face. If anything, there was a hint of relief. Forgive me, Father. I have disappointed you. Thor whispered silently in his heart, then closed his eyes. Back in Asgard's healing chamber, Odin, deep in slumber, let the faintest smile curl his lips. You have not disappointed me, my son. It is Loki who has let me down. The king's trial is over, and the victor is clear. Crack, rumble. A sudden clap of thunder roared above Thor's head, as if dry lightning had split the sky. Bolts of lightning, wild and unstoppable, crashed down from the heavens, as if welcoming the god of thunder's return. 1,000 streaks of lightning danced around Thor, silver scales of armor snapping back piece by piece onto his body, his crimson cape unfurling behind him once more. The proud prince of Asgard, the god of thunder, Thor, had returned. There was only one thing missing, his hammer. The god of thunder reached out toward the devourer beast, his hand closing in the air as if gripping something unseen, trying to summon his loyal battle companion of so many years. But there was not a hint of response from Gugu. The beast showed no intention of spitting out the Mjolnir. Where's my hammer? Thor roared in frustration. Without his hammer, how was he supposed to fight? I told you already, it got eaten by the devourer beast. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected at the sign-in location, land of Thor's rebirth. Initiating sign-in process. Sign-in countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The familiar system prompt echoed, and Wang Kai, canceling his immortal demon form, quickly retreated several steps. He had just thought of a brilliant way to deal with the destroyer armor. System, switch hero template. A faint blue light enveloped Wang Kai, and in the blink of an eye, a towering armored giant, over 3 meters tall, appeared before everyone's eyes. Luna immediately grasped the situation, her hands turning in tandem, and instantly, 2 golden portals sprang open on the destroyer armor, which was locked in a struggle with Thor. One at its neck, another at its waist, and in a flash, they snapped shut. With a sharp crack, the destroyer armor was sliced cleanly into 3 pieces. Yet it was not over. The 2 portals appeared once again, this time severing the armor's hands and feet. Then, it was time for Wang Kai's performance. The devouring of Samsara. The giant suit of armor revealed an astonishing, terrifying suction force. Even Thor had to dig his hands into the earth to brace himself, or he would have been swept away as well. As for the destroyer armor, now in pieces and scattered like debris in the wind, it was sucked up without resistance, every fragment swallowed into the vortex swirling in the giant's chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain destroyer armor. Reward, 100 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in at the land of Thor's rebirth. Reward, 500 sign-in points. With the system's announcements ringing out, Wang Kai promptly ended the devouring of Samsara. He now had a total of 2,150 sign-in points. As usual, he glanced at the system shop, but there were no new skill enhancement points available. So, he decided to go for another round of 10 draws. System, I want to draw 10 times. Ding! Consumed 2,000 sign-in points. Drawing in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a hero trial card. Hellfire Sun Wukong, valid for 1 day. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a hero trial card. Carefree Warrior Zhu Beiji, valid for 1 day. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Proximity Mine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Beast Trap. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Breaker of Armies. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the consumable, Large Medical Kit. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a special item, System Inventory Expansion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a special item, Skill Enhancement Point X3. The draw was complete. Wang Kai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So it really is a mid-tier prize wheel. And it seems that with 10 draws at once, you're less likely to just get a thank you for participating. Hellfire Sun Wukong, the legendary Monkey King, said to possess earth-shattering power, was imprisoned in hell for 500 years after causing chaos across the 3 realms. For 5 centuries, he wore shackles, endured relentless flames, and found no release. Yet, through sheer tenacity, he survived this purgatory, devouring the evil force that tried to destroy him, and eventually broke free from his bonds. This trial card perfectly solved Wang Kai's problem of making too much commotion whenever he fought. And then there was Carefree Warrior Zhu Beiji. He looked as foolish as they come. But in truth, he was a fierce fighter who would go berserk if he went hungry. Wielding his 9-toothed rake, he fought from the Tower of the Sun all the way to the God's City, the inverted heaven, proof of his extraordinary strength. This trial card was definitely worth saving for a rainy day. Next up, the Warning Mine, a mechanical landmine that explodes when triggered by an enemy. 8-second cooldown. Beast Trap, a spiked ball trap that explodes and becomes invisible if not triggered right away. Stores 1 every 12 seconds. 2 trap skills, though their uses are somewhat limited. Breaker Blade, massively increases attack power and deals bonus damage to severely wounded enemies. At last, the classic combo, Endless, Master, and Breaker Blade, was complete. With the skill points to boost his immortal demon body to level 26, Wang Kai figured he could probably slice the 100-meter Stark Tower in 2 with a single blow. You can never have too many medical kits. After all, even when you're healthy, the small potions are still useful, keeping you energized and alert. His system's inventory space had reached a full 32 cubic meters, enough to stash even more loot. After reviewing all the prizes, Wang Kai was thoroughly satisfied, and his resolve to visit Asgard and borrow something from Odin only grew stronger. With 3 trump cards, try taking me down in a second. If you do, I'll smash Asgard to pieces with a single punch, right on the spot. Switching back to his most familiar hero template, Wang Kai had barely regained his focus when a sudden roar cut through the air. Give me back my hammer. Thor, furious over the disappearance of the destroyer armor with no outlet for his rage, spotted the ever-casual Gugu and stormed over, seething. As for the outcome, the moment he got close, Luna trapped him in a portal, letting Thor taste a bit of Loki's infamous endless fall. He tumbled endlessly between 2 portals, all the while shouting insults at Luna. Damn mortal, let me down this instant. You dare anger Thor, the god of thunder. Seeing this, Wang Kai's face darkened, though, truth be told, he hadn't changed much, still as infuriating as ever. He stomped down hard, unleashing explosive force beneath his feet, with a blast as fierce as a cannon shell. In a flash, Wang Kai shot forward like lightning, launching a flying kick straight at the endlessly tumbling Thor. Crash! The blow landed squarely on Thor's chest. Thor was sent flying, as if he'd been struck head-on by a bullet train. With a sharp whoosh, he was sent flying several hundred meters away, skipping across the barren plain like a stone, skimming water, bouncing a few times before finally coming to a stop, covered in dust and dirt. I think it's necessary for me to give you a lesson in manners on behalf of the King of Gods, Wang Kai said, hot on his heels. And just as Thor tried to get back on his feet, Wang Kai stomped him right back into the ground. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling in all directions, kicking up a storm of gray dust that blotted out the sky, while the earth quaked, sending a deep tremor echoing all around. Wang Kai stood over Thor, his face cold and unreadable, a blade of blue magical energy forming in his hand, pointing it right at Thor's nose as he demanded, respect, humility, rationality. Which lesson would you like to start with? Get lost. Thor erupted in fury. Now that his godly power had returned, how could he tolerate such humiliation? He was just about to smash away the foot pinning him down, when suddenly a blinding golden light filled his entire vision. Crash! Wang Kai showed no mercy, bringing his blade down in a sweeping arc. A thunderous crash split the sky. The ground split open with a crack nearly 100 meters long and 2 meters deep. People in the distance stared in disbelief, some even wondering if Thor had really been cut down in one strike. But in truth, though the blow looked earth-shattering, it hadn't actually done much to Thor. Wang Kai hadn't used any real lethal force, nor had he aimed for Thor's neck. His blade struck only the magical Asgardian armor, causing it most a jolt of pain. Damn mortal! What did you say? Thor had barely leapt out of the fissure when Wang Kai brought his blade down again. Mortal, stop this at once. What did you call me? Boom. Another deep fissure split the ground. More. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Kai struck 3 more times in rapid succession, turning the fight into a game of whack-a-mole. Each time, Thor tried to clamber out of the crack, Wang Kai would smash him back down with a single blow. By Odin, who in the world is this man? The 3 warriors of Asgard were so shocked that they nearly tore out their beards. Was this mortal, who seemed even mightier than Thor, truly just a native of Earth? Don't just stand there, go help him, Sif cried out anxiously to her companions. Thor was the prince of Asgard, and also the one she secretly admired. How could she let a human humiliate him like this? She had just taken a step forward, when Luna suddenly spoke up, "You'd best stay out of it. Kai knows what he's doing, and if you go, you'll only get in the way." Sure enough, the distant crashing sounds gradually faded and finally ceased. Thor, without his beloved hammer, was battered so badly by Wang Kai that he was left doubting his very existence. Again and again, he struggled to rise, only to be knocked down each time, until he was so frustrated he nearly coughed up blood. At last, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart, he finally admitted defeat. Enough, enough. I apologize to you. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Luna. Boom. Once again, with a single stroke, Thor was smashed deep into the ground. Wang Kai watched coldly as Thor, covered in dirt and dust, crawled out from the cracks. He then waved his hand toward the distance. Luna immediately understood and opened a portal. Wang Kai grabbed the filthy, disheveled Thor and brought him straight back to the group. "Miss Luna, I'm sorry. I apologize for my rudeness. It's all right, I didn't take it to heart." Luna smiled graciously, her face full of understanding. Then, with a whispered incantation, she formed golden light between her hands and swept it through the air. All the mud and dust tangled in Thor's hair and on his body fell away to the ground. Thor, looking as if he'd just stepped out of a timeless portrait, reappeared, though his expression was far from pleasant. "Thor, are you all right?" Sif hurried over, her voice full of concern. Thor shook his head, still mourning the loss of his hammer. Meanwhile, the 3 warriors of Asgard glared at Wang Kai in indignation. If they didn't know they were no match for him, they would have already rushed forward to show Midgard the cost of angering Asgardians. Just then, Wang Kai spoke up. "We have no interest in your hammer. If you can find a way to retrieve it without hurting Gugu, we'll go with you to Asgard." His words struck home, and Thor suddenly remembered there was something even more important than his hammer that he hadn't accomplished yet. "Oh no, Loki! Heimdall, take us back, hurry!" Thor shouted up at the sky. But nothing happened. Wang Kai realized at once this must be the same as in the original story. Heimdall, the guardian god, had been frozen into a block of ice by Loki with the casket of ancient winters, and was probably struggling to break free at this very moment. "Luna, and I need to go to Asgard. What about you two?" Wang Kai turned to look at Tony and Rhodey. Rhodey patted Tony's battered, ruined Iron Man suit. "He's definitely in no shape to go. We'll stay behind to handle things here." "All right." There was no need for further explanation. Luna scooped up Gugu in her arms. Thor kept calling out, and moments later, a familiar vortex appeared in the sky. A pillar of rainbow light descended from above. Seeing this, Thor, the Warriors 3, and Sif all broke into smiles. The 5 of them strode boldly onto the Bifrost. Wang Kai joined hands with Luna, and together they stepped inside. Tony and Rhodey watched them depart, feeling as if they'd come away from this whole ordeal empty-handed. Colors swirled all around them, and Wang Kai felt as though he was drifting through the vastness of space. They found themselves inside a semi-transparent rainbow corridor, and in a blink, the Bifrost had teleported them straight to Asgard's reception room. Ding! Host detected at a hidden sign-in location. Divine Realm Asgard. Initiating sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. As expected, the system notification chimed in. There had been a sign-in at Hell last time, so naturally, Asgard would be no exception. Everyone looked around, and there they saw Heimdall, utterly exhausted, slumped over the central control panel. Thor immediately understood. This was Loki's handiwork. Quick, get him to the infirmary. I'm going to find Loki and get to the bottom of this. The Warriors 3 helped Heimdall up and hurried him away, while Thor, staring at the distant palace, instinctively raised his hand, hoping to call his hammer and soar across the sky. But his hand closed on nothing but air. Need a hand? Wang Kai and Luna asked with a friendly smile. In the palace infirmary. Suddenly, layers of frost spread across the golden doors. Queen Frigga, seeing this, drew her sword without hesitation and placed herself in front of her husband. With a crash, Lao Fei, king of the frost giants, burst through the doors. Blue-skinned, red-eyed, he glared fiercely at Odin, who lay sleeping behind Frigga. I've come for vengeance, Odin. Lao Fei growled, his face twisted with rage. After being cuckolded and then having his newborn son Loki taken away, only to be raised as the next king of the frost giants to rule Jotunheim. Such grand schemes made his blood boil with fury. You shall not pass. Frigga charged forward, sword in hand, but Lao Fei swatted her aside effortlessly. The frost giant king conjured an icy dagger in his palm. Stepping up to Odin's side, he let his anger pour out in a low, seething voice. I hear you can sense your surroundings even in this state. Well, I want you to know that your death will come at the hands of Lao Fei, king of the frost giants. Lao Fei raised the dagger high, ready to strike. But in that instant, a blast of energy struck him. With a thunderous crash, he was flung against the infirmary wall. Loki appeared, clad in golden armor, his horned golden helmet gleaming, wielding the eternal spear. A dramatic entrance, catching the old king completely off guard. Lao Fei, badly wounded, lay sprawled on the floor, gazing at Loki in utter disbelief. And your death, Loki declared, comes at the hand of Odin's son. He leveled the eternal spear at Lao Fei. For Loki, it mattered little who his true father was. What mattered was the throne of Asgard. The eternal spear fired off another energy blast, and it seemed Lao Fei would meet his end at the hands of his so-called son. But just then, a figure appeared before Lao Fei. With another mighty crash, the energy blast struck a suit of white armor edged with gold, an angelic presence. The sound rang out sharp and clear, but the blast left not a single mark on the armor. It's you. Loki's expression shifted. He was about to call for the guards to seize Wang Kai. Suddenly, an enraged roar could be heard, growing louder as it approached. Loki! Thor burst in from outside, charging like a tempest, and slammed fiercely into Loki with his shoulder. Thud! This was no illusion. It was the real thing. Loki and Thor tumbled onto the floor, wrestling with each other like a pair of unruly children. Thor! Stop fighting, both of you! What on earth is going on here? Queen Frigga looked at the chaotic scene with deep anxiety. Just as she was about to rush forward and pull the two apart, Sif entered from outside to explain the situation to the queen. Brother Kai, is Asgard really this rich? Luna, holding Gugu in her arms, walked up to Wang Kai in awe, marveling aloud. There's gold everywhere. Indeed, there wasn't a single corner of the palace without golden decorations. The sheer spectacle left her utterly amazed. Of course, this is the realm of the gods, after all. Wang Kai let his immortal form dissolve and smiled faintly. Back in the day, King Odin fought across the 9 realms and seized countless treasures. The gold on display here was the least valuable, used for doors or bricks, merely for decoration. The true treasures were locked away in Odin's vault. Meanwhile, amid the fighting and the explanations, Laufey's injuries gradually healed after some rest. Witnessing such chaos, his first instinct was to escape. But as soon as he managed to stand, Wang Kai pressed his magic blade to Laufey's chest. Trying to run? I still have questions for you. Just as Wang Kai was about to ask about the natural spatial passage connecting Jotunheim and Earth, so he could check in, quiet little Goo suddenly opened its mouth wide. Those pink, octopus-like tentacles appeared again, and in an instant, they wrapped around Lao Fei and swallowed him whole. The Devourer. Queen Frigga watched Lao Fei vanish in astonishment and delight. She'd always wanted a devourer as a pet and never expected to see one here. At that moment, Thor and Loki finally broke apart from their struggle. Loki snatched up the eternal spear, conjured countless illusions, and tried to flee. But in his haste, his real body stepped into thin air, lost his balance, and tumbled straight into a portal on the floor. The so-called greatest sorcerer of the Nine Realms? Wang Kai cast a disdainful glance at Loki. Let him enjoy 30 minutes of free fall for now. At that moment, the ring hovering on Luna's hand caught Frigga's attention. Before she could ask, a voice rang out, majestic, commanding. Child, what is your relationship with the Sorcerer Supreme? No one had noticed when Odin had sat up. His expression was calm as still water, but his gaze was deep and unfathomable. Even sitting there, he exuded an aura that dominated the world, a crushing sense of authority. The ruler of the Nine Realms, the king of Asgard, Odin, king of the gods. With just one glance, he could see Luna's astonishing magical talent. Coupled with the floating ring in her hand, there was no doubt she was closely connected to the one supreme sorcerer of Midgard whom he had never managed to conquer. Odin, father, king of the gods. Frigga, Thor, and Sif were all overjoyed to see Odin awaken, their voices trembling with excitement. But Wang Kai's heart gave a sudden, uneasy thump, as if something ominous were about to unfold. My child, I'm speaking to you, Odin said, his face softening into a kindly smile, and the oppressive air from before instantly melted away. The supreme sorcerer is my master, Luna replied quietly. Odin's smile grew even brighter. Excellent, excellent indeed. Thor, I remember you once said you wanted to marry this girl. Why don't I make that decision for you, as your father and king? The moment those words left his lips, Wang Kai's expression turned icy cold. He instantly saw through Odin's clever scheme. Though Asgard ruled over the Nine Realms in name, the so-called Nine Realms were hardly united. Jotunheim, home of the Frost Giants, Muspelheim, where the Fire Giants dwelled, and even Midgard, Earth itself, were all well beyond Asgard's actual reach. So Odin, in his bid to secure his claim as Lord of the Nine Realms, had come up with ideas like sending Loki to rule as king of Jotunheim. Now, it was the same logic. If the future Supreme Sorcerer became family, bringing Earth under Asgard dominion would be far easier. King of the gods, isn't this a little inappropriate? Wang Kai said coldly, narrowing his eyes and fixing Odin with a hard stare. His hand tightened around the Hellfire Experience card. He had known this trip wouldn't be smooth, but he hadn't expected trouble to arise here. And what does that have to do with you, mortal? Odin asked with a smile. As he stepped down from the bed, a golden light shimmered from his body, and his full armor began to materialize around him. With a single motion of his hand, a rift split open in the air before him. The eternal spear shot forth from within, whistling through the gap before landing back in Odin's grasp. In an instant, the mighty God King who had conquered the Nine Realms stood revived before them, his presence as vast and heavy as a starry river, bearing down on Wang Kai with crushing force. I spend every day with her. You tell me, does this concern me or not? Wang Kai responded, golden light flaring from his own body as he activated his imperishable demon physique once more. Unflinching in the face of Odin's divine pressure, his tone was icy and mocking. And let me remind you, this mortal just finished rubbing a god's face in the dirt. The tension in the air was now palpable. Everyone could sense the coming storm. Odin's expression darkened in a flash. He shot a glance at the disappointing Thor, then raised the eternal spear and sliced the air before him. Once again, a rift in space opened at Odin's command. With his left hand, Odin reached out. In a flash, a blurred shadow shot out from the spatial rift at incredible speed. It was Thor's hammer. It flew straight into the hands of a stunned Thor, while Odin, in all his arrogance, made a cold proposal. Fight Thor again. Whoever wins can claim her. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Kai roared furiously, unleashing every ounce of his power, amplifying his strength to the absolute limit. With a single slash, he struck at Odin. How dare you? The eternal spear instantly fired a laser, 10 times thicker than anything Loki had ever wielded. In a heartbeat, it shattered Wang Kai's fiercest blow. Then, surging forward with the force to annihilate everything, it crashed toward Wang Kai. A thunderous explosion echoed through the palace. A gaping hole was blasted open in Asgard's walls. A beam of destructive energy, nearly 2 meters wide, shot out, bathing nearly all of Asgard in blinding light. Wang Kai felt as if he'd been smashed by a rocket booster. Even his angelic armor began to crack. For the first time, his indestructible demon body showed signs of damage, and the sound of splintering echoed in his ears. Cracks spread rapidly across his armor, until, with a sudden crash, it shattered completely. The fragments dissolved into a swirl of golden light, melting back into his body. A notification: Dawn Guardian skin detected as damaged. The host may spend 5,000 sign-in points to repair or wait for natural regeneration. How long for natural repair? 500 days. Wang Kai's expression turned pitch black. Not only had Odin tried to take what was his, he'd even sealed his skin. A Hellfire, Sun Wukong experience card instantly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Kai crushed it. In an instant, Asgard was engulfed in a fiery red glow, as if a newborn sun had risen. In the healing chamber of the palace, Luna stood at the blasted opening, watching the blaze in the distance. She turned and shot Odin and the others a mischievous smile. "You're in real trouble now." Then, clutching Gugu, she leapt down. But Odin, having made up his mind, would not let her escape so easily. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Luna, reaching out to grab her. But the moment his hand touched her shoulder, a sudden burst of golden light knocked him back. A shimmering golden rune cube appeared again. Once more, it was the protective spell cast by the Ancient One. Luna made her escape, and then a golden portal swallowed her up. In an instant, no one knew where she had gone. Odin's face darkened like a storm. That single test had made it clear. This was the Ancient One's message for him. She refused this marriage alliance. In the distant sky, the blazing red light that had lit up all of Asgard began to fade. A gold and crimson figure slowly emerged from the flames. A powerful body forged from black, molten rock, with roaring flames surging atop his head, consuming everything in their path. And on his defiant, untamed face, golden light burned with a piercing, arrogant intensity. Gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly in his hand, he stood suspended in midair, feet ablaze with flames. Odin. Wang Kai spotted his target in the distant palace at a glance. He clenched the Rui Jingu Bang and spun it twice, then stamped his foot, triggering an explosive shockwave. In an instant, flames burst forth like fireworks, and his rebellious figure shot toward the palace in a flash of golden light. "Father, let me handle this." Thor, seeing this, swung his hammer and sword straight into the fiery burst. This wasn't just bravado for Odin's sake. He simply wanted to reclaim his dignity. For Wang Kai's sword had left him doubting his very existence. Now that his beloved hammer was back in his grasp, how could he not settle the score? Thunder boomed. Dozens of thick bolts of lightning crackled along Thor's hammer. In the blink of an eye, the two closed in on each other. Thor raised Mjolnir, ready to strike. But suddenly, he saw a wall smashing toward him at a speed even faster than his. A deafening crash rang out, shaking the very heavens. The dazzling lightning was snuffed out in an instant, and Thor, like a shooting star, plummeted straight into the depths of Asgard. He felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Only then, lying in the deep crater, did he realize it wasn't a wall that had struck him. It was a golden staff, so massive it filled his entire field of vision. Thor. Frigga's heart leapt to her throat at the sight of her son felled in a single blow. Sif immediately turned and rushed to his aid. Odin's eyes widened slightly as he took it all in. That strike was every bit his equal in power. What on earth had just happened to this young man? He had survived a direct hit from the Eternal Spear, and now he seemed even stronger. But the dignity of a god is not to be challenged by mortals. Odin took a single step forward. In a flash, he appeared before Wang Kai. The Eternal Spear leveled at Wang Kai's forehead. One more step, and it would pierce a hole right through his brow. Yet Wang Kai stood his ground, leveling the Rui Jingu Bang straight at Odin's blind eye. A chime rang out. The Eternal Spear reached Wang Kai's forehead first, but it was as if it struck the surface of water. Ripples of transparent energy shimmered across Wang Kai's body, effortlessly blocking the spear said to pierce anything. A protective incantation. Odin's face changed instantly. He meant to teleport away, but the Rui Jingu Bang was already upon him. The tip drove mercilessly into Odin's blind eye, and the resulting impact echoed like a meteor crashing to earth. A thunderous roar shattered the skies of Asgard. Odin shot back at the speed of light, smashing through the resplendent outer wall of the palace, and with a resounding crash, vanished inside, lost from sight. Looks like a critical hit. Wang Kai grinned viciously. The Boundless Grandmaster's polearm was also the Monkey King's divine weapon. Who would have thought that combining them would be this powerful? With just a poke, he sent the father of the gods flying. And in that moment, he felt as though he could march straight into hell and settle the score with Mephisto himself. As Wang Kai's thoughts ran wild, a sudden flash of golden light in his eyes began to swell. At first, it was only the size of a pinprick. Then it grew to the size of a ping-pong ball. And in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the width of a wash basin. By the time it reached Wang Kai, it had become as vast as a train tunnel, utterly filling his entire field of vision. Not relying on quality, but on quantity, Wang Kai mocked inwardly. If this were a laser as thin as a needle, he might have exercised some caution. But as it was, it looked more like a bluff than a real threat. With flames beneath his feet, he charged straight at the laser. An attack powerful enough to obliterate an undying demon's body was now no more than a tickle to his invincible form. Wang Kai raised the Rui Jingu Bang before him, like the tip of a spear, and then unleashed a six-fold burst of speed. He shot through the overwhelming laser barrage, transforming into a streak of red light that pierced straight into the celestial palace. Clang! The eternal spear and the Rui Jingu Bang collided, like the point of a needle against the tip of a blade. The metallic shockwave of their clash echoed through the entire palace, forcing countless palace guards to clamp their hands over their ears. Yet the dizzying, ringing sensation lingered, impossible to shake. Wang Kai turned to face Odin, who was locked in a contest of strength with him, wielding the eternal spear. In his golden eyes was an utter disregard for everything. And as he grinned, his sharp canine teeth flashed. Gripping the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands, he shouted, "Grow!" In an instant, the staff suddenly elongated, driving Odin straight through the wall behind him. Crash! 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 The sound of walls shattering rang out in rapid succession, until nothing could hinder the Rui Jingu Bang any longer. It pierced clean through the entire palace. Odin was forcibly expelled. As emperors take turns to rule, this year it's my family's turn. In this moment, Wang Kai couldn't help but recall the old saying, though he had no interest in the throne of Asgard. Retracting the Rui Jingu Bang, he soared out of the resplendent palace, and once again hovered above Odin. In the blink of an eye, the staff transformed into a pillar so thick that it would take several men to encircle it. And then he brought it crashing down. Boom! The blow struck as if it were breaking through the very ground itself. The Rui Jingu Bang smashed down, unleashing a torrent of molten red lava, and the shock toppled several nearby buildings in an instant. Scorching magma began to flow, setting even more structures ablaze, and chaos erupted among the citizens of Asgard below, sending them scrambling in panic. Seeing this, Odin roared in fury. "That's enough. Stop this at once." That brief exchange had already shown Odin that Wang Kai's power was now fully equal to his own, and to continue fighting would only bring more harm to the people of Asgard, an outcome no true king could accept. Yet Wang Kai had no intention of stopping. If he didn't teach Odin a lesson he'd never forget. What if the old god tried to pull this stunt again next time? Clutching the golden staff tightly in his hand, he roared, "Enlarge!" In an instant, one end of the staff swelled to the size of a celestial pillar. Wang Kai swung it down at Odin once more. This time, he was determined to leave Odin with nowhere to run. "If you dare to dodge, then I'll turn everything below into a wasteland." Damn it. Seeing this, Odin immediately understood Wang Kai's intent. But the trouble with such an open strategy is that you must face it head-on first. Only then can you think of a way to counter it. With no other choice, Odin soared into the sky, raising both hands to catch the blow directly overhead. Boom! A golden shockwave rippled outward from beneath the staff. But unlike Thor, who'd been smashed straight into the ground with one strike, Odin was still the king of the gods after all. He managed to withstand Wang Kai's crushing blow in midair. Only, the distance to the ground grew ever shorter, even if their strength was almost equal. Position alone could decide victory or defeat. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly sensed a very familiar presence approaching from afar. His heart stirred. He instantly withdrew the massive staff, then launched into his six-fold acceleration. At the same time, he invoked a protective incantation. His whole body transformed into a streak of golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Odin, unleashing all his power. With every boost from his practical skills added in, he struck the spear of eternity with the force of worlds colliding. Bang! Crack! The spear of eternity snapped in two with a resounding break, and Odin's single eye burned red with rage. This weapon had accompanied him through countless battles, and Wang Kai had shattered it with a single blow. You court death. Odin roared as he charged at Wang Kai. But suddenly, a sigh drifted through the air. God King, can this matter finally come to an end? The Ancient One, clad in a sand-colored battle robe, descended from the sky. The eye of Agamotto gleamed open at her collar, both hands wreathed in glowing green, circular runes. At a glance, Wang Kai guessed these were spells tied to time, whether to hasten time and age Odin, or to trap them in an endless time loop. The Ancient One would always stand undefeated. Supreme Sorcerer. Odin spat out the title through gritted teeth. Her again. Years ago, this very bald mage had used the same trick to urge him to leave Earth. He refused, and so the Ancient One simply outlasted him for 3 whole months. In the end, Odin was so worn out that he finally declared Earth the Supreme Sorcerer's autonomous domain, promising never to invade again. And now, here she was, showing up on his own doorstep. Aren't you supposed to protect only Earth? What are you doing in Asgard? Odin demanded, his face dark with anger. The future has changed. Guarding these 2 children is to guard everything. The Ancient One smiled serenely, but the runes swirling around her hands did not pause for an instant. At that moment, a portal shimmered open beside Wang Kai, and Luna flew out, hurtling straight toward him. Wait, don't, I might burn you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luna was already pressed close against him. Thank you, Brother Kai. You're so warm like this. A chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully checked in at the hidden location, Asgard, and earned 1,000 check-in points. The system's notification echoed in Wang Kai's head, and only then did he realize that it had been just 10 minutes since they arrived in Asgard. I'm not burning you, am I? Wang Kai asked with a hint of concern. But Luna simply smiled blissfully. No, not at all. It just feels so warm. That's good, Wang Kai replied, breaking into a smile himself. He wrapped his arms around Luna, pulling her into an embrace, only to feel something pressing against his chest. He loosened his hold and glanced down, only to see it was just her little owl. Poor Luna. Not much development there, he thought with a silent chuckle. As Wang Kai was quietly making fun of her in his mind, the King of the Gods and the Supreme Sorcerer were locked in a stubborn standoff. This brat broke my eternal spear. Do you think I could just let that go? Odin thundered. If the God King refuses to end this, would you rather see all of Asgard plunged into chaos and suffering? The Ancient One still wore a gentle smile, but her words struck right at Odin's heart. Wang Kai was fighting on foreign ground, utterly unrestrained, but Odin had much more to lose. If the fighting continued, Asgard would surely suffer greater casualties. What's more, he has a trump card up his sleeve. If he uses it, its power rivals Surtur's. I doubt the God King would want to see that, the Ancient One added. Odin's pupils shrank at once. Surtur, Ragnarok, the end of Asgard. Could this young man really possess such a weapon? By human standards, he couldn't be more than 20 years old. How could this be so absurd? He glanced over at his own sons, both 1,500 years old, and somehow it all felt even more unbelievable. Now that the Ancient One had mentioned Pangu, Wang Kai saw no point in keeping secrets. He fixed Odin with a cold stare and said, That's right. I have a trump card, a single punch that could shatter the whole continent of Asgard. The only reason I haven't used it is because I don't want to cause mass casualties. If you know what's good for you, apologize to Luna. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a god. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Odin's eyelids twitched furiously. He gripped the broken eternal spear so tightly he looked ready to stab 100 holes through this insolent brat, and then tear his mouth apart for good measure. Oomph. Gods do not apologize to mortals. Odin snapped, turning on his heel and striding away. How could the King of the Gods possibly apologize to a young girl? Even gods have their pride. But seeing this, Wang Kai only let out a cold laugh. So the God King doesn't care about the lives of Asgard's people. Is that it? With that, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand suddenly grew to a monstrous size and hovered directly over the heads of the panicked crowd. The suffocating pressure felt like the sky itself was about to collapse, sending countless Asgardians collapsing to the ground, staring up in terror at the ominous shadow looming overhead. Odin, seeing this, was instantly consumed with even greater fury. He marched forward, pointing at Wang Kai's nose, and roared furiously. You brat, what exactly do you want? Wang Kai replied coldly. It's simple. Apologize to Luna. Who are you to make decisions for her and treat her as a wager? Let me tell you, not even a mightiest king could get away with this. So apologize now. Odin narrowed his one eye, burying all his rage deep inside. Then spoke, each word pressed out with grave determination. That is absolutely impossible. Tempers flared on both sides again, as if another fight might break out at any moment. At that moment, the Ancient One proposed, "Why don't we each make a concession? I've heard that the King of God's treasury houses many treasures. Why not let Luna choose one as compensation?" Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's mind leapt into action. This person really does know everything. The Ancient One even knew exactly where the item she wanted to borrow was kept. Fine, but to avoid any tricks, I'll accompany her during the selection. Seeing Wang Kai agree, the Ancient One immediately turned to Odin and said, "What do you think, Your Majesty? This is already the best possible solution." Odin fell silent for a moment, his eyes lingering on Wang Kai, etching his face into memory, and then agreed. The four of them, along with the cat, returned to the surface. Frigga and the others quickly gathered around. After hearing Odin's decision, some were angry, some relieved. Each had their own thoughts, but all respected Odin's choice. And so, led by Queen Frigga, leaving Gugu in the Ancient One's care, Wang Kai and Luna made their way to Odin's treasure vault. As soon as the dazzling golden doors swung open, they were greeted by mountains of gold and silver ornaments and jewelry, all plundered by Odin during his conquests across the 9 realms. Though each piece was rare and dazzling, none of them caught Wang Kai's fancy. Frigga, of course, realized these trinkets wouldn't impress Wang Kai, so she led them straight to the most heavily guarded vault. This was once protected by the destroyer armor, making it nearly impossible for anyone to get inside. But now, only the name remained. That's it. Wang Kai's eyes were instantly drawn to the object he wanted, the Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, it sat on display like any ordinary ornament. But this was just a golden right hand. Thanos' version was a golden left hand, and this one was set with fake Infinity Stones. No wonder in Thor, Ragnarok, Hela mocked it as a counterfeit. After all, the Infinity Stones themselves are what truly matter. Odin, seeking only appearances, had set 6 colored glass gems into it. How is that any different from self-deception? You actually know what this is? Frigga was startled as she watched Wang Kai snatch up the Infinity Gauntlet, as if some troubling memory had surfaced in her mind. Of course I know. This thing can perfectly harness the power of every Infinity Stone. It's of great use to me. Wang Kai smiled faintly, removed the glass cover, and placed it directly into his system backpack. Frigga, on the other hand, let out a gentle sigh. It was precisely because of the Infinity Stones that her eldest daughter, Hela, and Odin ended up on separate paths. Back then, Odin waged war across the 9 realms, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and countless atrocities. This made Hela's character grow extreme and ruthless, earning her the title of Goddess of Death, one who brings death to all enemies. Later, Odin sought even greater conquests, so he went searching for the Infinity Stones, hoping to use all 6 to subjugate every inch of the universe, every living being. But when he finally located the Soul Stone, he couldn't bring himself to kill Frigga or Hela to claim it, and thus gave up his pursuit. The kingly Odin re-emerged, and stood in direct opposition to Hela, who had inherited his warring ways. In the end, with no other choice, he sealed Hela away. It's hard to say who was right or wrong. Perhaps both bore some blame. But what's done is done, and nothing can change that now. In the Grand Hall of Asgard, Odin sat high upon the throne, once again exuding the majesty of a god-king. The Ancient One, representing everyone, stepped forward to bid Odin farewell. But just then, Thor suddenly stopped them. "Wait, let's let Loki out first." Loki? Everyone in the hall was taken aback for a moment. Oh dear, it seemed they had all forgotten about that unlucky fellow. "Oh my Loki." Frigga anxiously looked to Luna, who, embarrassed, quickly opened a portal. Without a sound, Loki tumbled out of the portal, landing with a heavy thud that seemed to flatten his whole face. Frigga hurried forward to help her son up, full of motherly concern, only to hear Loki cry out in frustration, "I was in free fall for 2 hours. Didn't anyone think to save me?" "Loki!" Odin's voice rang out, stern and commanding. At once, the trickster god shrank back, meekly bowing before the king of gods. But Odin's next words made his face go pale, his heart leaping into his throat. "I know everything you've done. You let frost giants in Asgard, lied and tried to kill Thor, froze Heimdall, and attempted to use the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim. I'm truly disappointed in you." Odin looked at Loki with a gaze full of bitter regret. The other's eyes turned cold and accusing. Only Queen Frigga continued to comfort him. Yet her warmth could not reach Loki's heart. "I did it all for you, father, for you," Loki murmured in despair. But Odin delivered the final blow. No, you did it all for yourself. A cold crack seemed to echo in Loki's chest. His heart shattered. He hung his head in silence, lost in his own sorrow. Take him away and let him reflect on his actions. Odin gave the order, and immediately palace guards stepped forward to take Loki away. Frigga and Thor accompanied them, marking a pause in the plot of Thor 1. You'd better keep a close eye on him, Wang Kai said coldly. Then he and Luna turned and walked away, with the Ancient One smiling as she took her leave as well. The three of them, plus the cat, made their way to the Asgardian transmission chamber. At that moment, Wang Kai suddenly remembered something. Master Ancient One, did you open a portal directly from Earth to Asgard? What he had seen earlier was a green light emerging from the western mountains of Asgard, not from the Bifrost in the transmission chamber. No, I simply made use of the natural spatial passageways between the 9 realms to come here. This place is extremely far from Earth. Even for me, the energy required to use a portal would be overwhelming. Between the events of Thor 1 and the first Avengers movie, there was a prequel comic, telling the story of Odin gathering dark magic to send Thor to Earth. Afterward, Odin himself was left weak for a period of time, which goes to show just how vast the distance between the two places is. Wang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened to the Ancient One's explanation. In myth, Earth is called Midgard, the middle realm, with gateways to all 9 realms. Is that really true? The Ancient One nodded slightly, not only confirming it, but even shared with Wang Kai the location of the passage to Jotunheim. It was hidden within a glacier in the Arctic, and the Ancient One had used that route to travel to Jotunheim. Then from there, transferred to Asgard. As for the other spatial passages, some were too fragile, and others had already been sealed by the Ancient One, making them unusable for now. The 3 humans and 1 cat arrived at the Bifrost portal. Heimdall, the guardian god, inserted his sword into the central mechanism, and at once, the colorful tubular passage appeared. Wang Kai and his companions stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves once more outside the small town where Thor had been reborn. Naturally, the brilliant spectacle of the Bifrost arrival drew a crowd, including Jane, Eric, and Darcy. Jane hurried forward to ask where Thor had gone, clearly still thinking of the Asgardian prince. Eric, meanwhile, simply wanted to study the Bifrost. The magical Einstein-Rosen bridge, or wormhole, thrilled the astrophysicist. After all, what used to be mere theory could now be examined up close, and progress in his research would surely multiply. Wang Kai gave a brief explanation, then smiled and said, if he remembers you, he'll probably come back to see you. Fate works in mysterious ways. Who knows if Thor will fall for Jane, just like in the original story. As for what happened next, Wang Kai paid it no mind. He spent some time resting with Luna, going back to his ordinary routine of attending school and enjoying his holidays. He spent some lively days with Peter, Gwen, and Harry, savoring a taste of elite college life before finally setting out for the Arctic. Upon the endless, dazzling white expanse of the ice field, a sudden swirl of golden, spinning particles appeared. In the blink of an eye, the glowing specks expanded rapidly into a swirling portal. 2 figures stepped out from it. It was Wang Kai and Luna. Wang Kai looked as laid back as ever in his thin, blue casual clothes, while Luna was bundled up tightly, wrapped head to toe in her down jacket, gloves, and scarf. Nothing was left uncovered. Even with the exact coordinates, it's still not easy to find the right spot, Wang Kai mused inwardly. Everything here looked exactly the same. Even a Sorcerer Supreme would feel lost in this endless white. He wondered how the Ancient One had ever managed to discover the hidden dimensional passage. Kai, over here, came Luna's muffled voice from behind her scarf, though most of her words were quickly whisked away by the biting wind. Thankfully, Wang Kai's extraordinary physique let him catch every word clearly. The two made their way toward a distant ice shelf, repeatedly conjuring portals to cover ground swiftly. Still, even with their magical shortcuts, it took them 5 minutes to reach the spot Luna had indicated, surrounded by nothing but an endless sea of white. That's strange. This is exactly where I sensed it, Luna said. But why are there so many expedition teams here? She looked over at a group of explorers drilling into the ice, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wang Kai, however, understood immediately. These were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s search teams, looking for Captain America. Come to think of it, this was about the right time. All those years ago, after his nemesis, Red Skull, vanished, Cap had made a reckless decision. Instead of bailing out, he'd flown his plane straight into the glacier for a crash landing, only to be frozen for 70 years. Now, at long last, the living legend was about to see daylight again. Come on, let's go meet them, Wang Kai said. His thin clothes were already enough to draw attention in these icy conditions, and his face was by now well known to everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. It didn't take long for the expedition leader to appear. "To think it's you," Wang Kai said in mild surprise, seeing that it wasn't Coulson who walked up, but Natasha herself. "Yes, it's me," Natasha replied, flashing a captivating smile. Even bundled in her thick black down coat, her alluring figure was impossible to hide, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous, irresistible charm, more enchanting than even Luna, who carried a succubus within her. "Since you're here, how about lending a hand? I'll make it worth your while," she teased, curling a finger to beckon him over. Wang Kai found himself a little embarrassed, while Luna huffed and turned her head sharply away. "Ahem, let's talk business first," he said. With that, Natasha's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. They had already pinpointed Captain America's location, but he was buried a full 100 meters beneath the glacial ice. Under such brutal conditions, digging him out could take months, maybe longer. But with Wang Kai here, things were about to get much easier. A chilling suit of blue arcane armor materialized around him. Immediately after, Wang Kai activated his awakening. His body doubled in size in an instant, and with a casual swing, he brought down a colossal blade stretching 100 meters. A deafening boom erupted, splitting the icy plain with a massive crevice, wide enough for a person to walk through and stretching 100 meters long. Even the depth reached over 10 meters. Seeing this, Wang Kai's eyes lit up with interest. Solid ice was clearly more challenging to cut through than hollow ice. It seemed he'd found the perfect thing to test his blade on again. The enormous blue magical blade in his hands suddenly flared with a crimson glow. True damage enchantment. Gripping the sword with both hands, Wang Kai slashed down once more with tremendous force. A thunderous crash echoed across the entire ice field. The enormous rift began to spread outward, filling the air with a relentless, creaking sound as the ice groaned under the pressure. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. With just 2 strikes, Wang Kai had managed to cleave the glacier in 2. The giant glacier that had trapped Captain America was now split down the middle, revealing a deep icy abyss 100 meters below. Wang Kai gazed down into its depths, calm and unruffled, then leaped straight into the chasm. Luna followed him without hesitation. Within less than a minute beneath the glacier, they found Captain America frozen solid, along with his iconic red, white, and blue vibranium shield. Ding! Host detected at Captain America's frozen site. Commencing sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Another sign-in location. With these 300 points, Wang Kai's total would reach 1,450. A faint smile appeared on Wang Kai's face. He enchanted his blue magical blade with true damage once more. And, as easily as slicing through butter, he freed Captain America from the ice in just a few strokes. Luna opened a portal, and together, they brought the frozen Captain America and his shield back to the surface of the ice field. "Here, he's out, but it'll take a bit more time to thaw him," Wang Kai said, setting Captain America down. Natasha couldn't hide her excitement. After all, this was one of SHLD's greatest symbols of hope. With Captain America back, S.H.I.E.L.D. could speak with more authority, even when requesting funds from their superiors. "By the way, I have something to ask you." Wang Kai suddenly turned to Natasha. He'd visited the origins of many superheroes to complete his sign-ins, but he'd never gone to the Red Room, the birthplace of Black Widow. That lingering 50-point sign-in had been bothering him for a while, and he was eager to complete it for the sake of completeness. Though Natasha was a bit puzzled by his request, she still provided the location. A remote, nearly abandoned city in the Russian Far East, deep in Siberia. "All right, we got other things to do, so we'll leave you to it," Wang Kai said. Now that he knew Black Widow's birthplace, he and Luna left at once. Their next destination was Jotunheim. Guided by Luna's senses, they traveled several more kilometers, and finally arrived at the ice mountain the Ancient One had mentioned. The spatial portal was hidden within the mountain itself. If ordinary people wanted to enter, they have to climb the sheer wall of ice and slip through the magically concealed path halfway up the mountain. But for Wang Kai and Luna, this was hardly a challenge. The two of them passed effortlessly through the icy mountain and made their way inside, descending flight after flight of ice-carved stairs. It felt as if they were about to reach the bottom of the sea before finally finding the entrance to the spatial passage. There, a swirling vortex of gray-blue energy rested quietly on the frozen surface, like a silent, bottomless well. "Let's go, Luna." Wang Kai smiled and took Luna's hand. The two of them leaped in together, and in an instant, the gray-blue vortex swallowed them whole, leaving not a single ripple behind. Jotunheim. Here, The eternally gray sky and endless swirling snow seemed as if they would never cease, and a desolation beyond words filled the land. Yet now, two figures emerged from a hidden cave on a mountain peak, bringing a hint of something different to this bleak world. Ding. Host detected at hidden check-in location, Jotunheim. Check-in commencing. Check-in countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The system notification chimed. Another 1,000 check-in points. With these, another set of 10 draws would soon be possible. But in such a desolate place, even 10 minutes felt as long as an hour. Wang Kai glanced around. Everywhere he looked were dim mountains and ravines, not a plane in sight. An idea sparked in his mind, and he turned to Luna with a smile. Let me show you a magic trick. With that, his blue magical armor materialized, now even more colossal after awakening. Then, under Luna's expectant gaze, Wang Kai hefted his massive sword, sending out wave after wave of blue crescent slashes at the surrounding peaks. He sliced clean through all the smaller mountains, encircling them. It took Wang Kai more than 10 minutes to finish this feat. Kai, what kind of magic trick are you doing? Luna asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. With a sly smile, Wang Kai summoned a metallic whirlwind and carried Luna high into the air. And as they rose higher and higher, Luna finally saw the magic Wang Kai had prepared for her. All the fragments of the mountains he had cut down were now connected together, forming, ever so faintly, the shape of a heart. Luna brought her hands to her mouth in astonished delight, her joy impossible to hide, her heart pounding with excitement. Wang Kai grinned radiantly. This was the way the Swordsman King expressed his love, direct and unmistakable. With the check-in points now credited, Wang Kai immediately started the lottery draw. System, I want to draw 10 times in a row. Ding. 2,000 check-in points consumed. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the hero template. Azure Dragon Will, Kai the Father. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the skill, Pufferfish Grenade. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the skill, Magnificent Revolver. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the equipment, Endless Blade, *2. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the equipment, Thorned Armor. Ding. Congratulations, Host. You have received a consumable item, Large Medical Kit. Ding. Congratulations, Host. You have received a special item, System Backpack Expansion Slot. Ding. Congratulations, Host. You have received a special item, Skill Enhancement Point. Ding. Congratulations, Host. You have received a special item. Thank you for participating. Huh. It's actually the Azure Dragon Chronicle Hero Template. This is a huge windfall. Even just the 9 "thank you for participating" prizes were worth it. System, since the Azure Dragon Chronicle isn't just a skin, does that mean all skills and attributes under the Kaidie Hero Template are shared? This was Wang Kai's biggest concern. If they were shared, that would be ideal. But even if they weren't, the power of the Divine Beast Azure Dragon was an incredibly strong hero template on its own. If you're not planning to use your brain, Host, you might as well donate it. There was again that familiar snarky tone. After having his eyes and ears mocked, now even his brain was being ridiculed. They're all Kaidad's immortal demon body, so of course the skill levels are shared. Kaidad rocks. Hearing this, Wang Kai was over the moon. This was even better than drawing another Sun Wukong hero template. Looking at the other rewards, they all paled in comparison. Pufferfish Grenade originates from the mechanical creation, Lubon number 7. Throw a pufferfish grenade at a designated spot to deal explosive damage to enemies. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Gorgeous Revolver originates from the Wandering Gun, Marco Polo. Shoot continuously in a chosen direction. The faster the attack speed, the more bullets fired. Requires a weapon to use. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The skills from Little Braised Egg and Pineapple were basically useless to him. 2 pieces of top-tier loot. Without hesitation, he put them straight into his equipment slot. Now he was just 5% away from maxing out his critical hit rate. Thornmail increases physical defense and attack power. When receiving close-range physical damage, retaliates with spikes. Not useful, better to gift it away. The other rewards were all familiar faces. The system backpack space had been upgraded to 64 cubic meters, and the immortal demon body had leveled up to 27. Luna, let me show you another magic trick. Wang Kai switched to the Azure Dragon Chronicle template, and with smiles on their faces, the two of them walked into the cave together. At the North Pole on Earth, the calm waters suddenly surged, as a majestic azure beast burst from beneath the waves. Sprays of water soared, casting countless rainbows in the air. At the same time, a joyful, exuberant voice resounded across the skies. Wang Kai, now transformed into the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, soared freely through the skies with Luna on his back. Thunder and storms bent to his command. His awe spread in all directions. Who would dare defy him? The following months passed in a calm before the storm, the world enjoying a brief peace as it entered the year 2012. Tony stayed at home tinkering with his Iron Legion, hoping to withstand the tidal wave of the Chitauri army when they arrived. To that end, he designed a set of Iron Man suits for every member of the Avengers. Truly the epitome of extravagance. Almost inhuman. Dr. Banner was also smoothly recruited into the team, though he always seemed to avoid Wang Kai's gaze, as if the painful memories of the Hulk had left a deep impression on him as well. After Captain America awoke, he once again became a shining symbol, helping S.H.I.E.L.D. endure its most difficult days. Having learned the whole truth and seen his now-aged beloved, he, along with Black Widow and Hawkeye, joined the Avengers. Although they hadn't officially left S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone knew it was only a matter of time. And today, Wang Kai gathered everyone in front of the newly completed Quantum Gateway to explain the functions of this dream-fulfilling machine. Excitement erupted among the crowd. Captain America wanted to finish that long-delayed date to dance with Peggy. No problem. By letting time flow within her, Peggy could regain her youth. Tony wanted to apologize to his father and save him from the Winter Soldier. Absolutely. All it would take is traveling to a parallel universe. Dr. Banner wished to separate himself from the Hulk to live a normal life. But that was much harder. After all, the Hulk was just another side of his personality, and time alone couldn't fix that. Only by attempting to integrate the personalities, as in the original story, might he succeed. Hearing this, Banner was visibly disappointed. Next, I'll head into the quantum realm to bring Janet back. As for the time machine, I'll leave it in your and Stark's hands. Wang Kai smiled as he spoke to Dr. Pym. Pym glanced at Tony. Though clearly reluctant, he gave a nod. If you bring Janet back, then everything else is fine. All right, let's start now. After more than half a year of effort, and blowing up over 20 of Luna's duplicates along the way, the Quantum Gateway device was finally finished. Just like in the original story, it looked like a rectangular electric oven. Wang Kai didn't really understand the technical details. All he knew was that he'd enter the quantum realm through this oven. Ghost approached and handed him a quantum suit, nearly identical to the Ant-Man suit. The design hadn't changed, both for the sake of time, and so that Janet, the Wasp, would immediately recognize his identity. No sooner had Wang Kai changed into the suit before he could even prepare himself. Dr. Pym, Hope, Ghost, Goliath, and Luna all gathered around. Please bring my wife Mother back. Kai, we're counting on you. Kai, you must come back safe. Facing their sincere words and hopeful tones, Wang Kai gave a thumbs up and offered them a reassuring look. Don't worry. Piece of cake. Seeing Wang Kai's confident expression, the five finally stepped aside. Next came a round of well wishes from Tony, Captain America, Banner, Hawkeye, and Natasha. Good luck. We're rooting for you. Wang Kai nodded in reply. He made one final check of every piece of equipment on his suit. Everything was ready. He could begin at any moment. Activate the quantum tunnel, Dr. Pym. All right, everyone, get out of the lab. Dr. Pym shouted. At this critical moment, no one dare make a fuss. Everyone obediently left the laboratory. Through the thick, transparent glass, they could still witness every step of the experiment. Counting down from 5, Dr. Pym called out as he began charging the quantum tunnel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A deep hum filled the air. Wang Kai stepped into the quantum tunnel, and in an instant, his entire body shrank to a microscopic scale. The tunnel before his eyes now soared like an insurmountable mountain, grand and awe-inspiring. Time seemed to stretch and compress all at once. The golden corridor elongated and widened endlessly, as if it would never end. A path that would normally take only a few steps to cross now seemed as though it would take a lifetime to traverse. The world around him swelled with breathtaking wonder. A spherical bacterium loomed larger and larger before his eyes, growing from the size of a ping-pong ball until it filled his entire vision, threatening to swallow him whole. Familiar atomic nuclei and electrons flashed by in his peripheral vision. Reality began to twist and warp, the surroundings blossoming into kaleidoscopic splendor. Wang Kai felt as if he had spent an entire century on this journey before he finally arrived at his destination, the quantum realm. From the perspective of everyone watching, Wang Kai, clad in his quantum suit, seemed to shrink and vanish in the blink of an eye, dwindling down to a speck of dust that fell into the quantum tunnel. Hey, Kai, can you hear me? Dr. Pym's anxious, fearful voice blared through the communicator. Everyone in the room held their breath at once. Everything hinged on what happened next. For about 2 seconds, there was only silence from the communicator. Then Wang Kai's voice came through, brimming with excitement. I can hear you. You all really have to try this. This place is as vast as the universe. Inside the quantum realm, the air shimmered with radiant clouds of color, swirling like the nebulae of space. Wang Kai gazed around in amazement, lost in awe until Dr. Pym's urgent voice jolted him back to reality. Kai, how are you feeling? If something's wrong, you can come back immediately. Wang Kai tried moving around. Apart from feeling a little lighter due to the reduced gravity, nothing felt out of the ordinary. Unlike Dr. Pym's own journey in Ant-Man 2, where he barely made it out alive. I'm fine. I can start searching for your wife right now. Wang Kai glanced at the icon for Battlefield Command. It was available for use. He closed his eyes and focused, directing his subconscious to search for Janet. Pale white bands of light intertwined and swirled around him, appearing out of nowhere. Wang Kai began chanting on the spot, his voice steady for 2.2 seconds. Then, in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Somewhere within the quantum realm, Janet, who had lived alone here for over a decade, suddenly found herself enveloped by a translucent bubble. Before she could make sense of what was happening, a figure materialized right beside her. Janet reacted instantly, stepping back. In the quantum realm, any unknown could mean grave danger. But then, as she saw the face of the figure, Janet froze, stunned where she stood. Hank, is that you? Wang Kai immediately replied, Dr. Pym, I found your wife. His voice echoed into the laboratory, and the entire room erupted in cheers. Yes, well done. That's fantastic. The celebration had barely subsided when another voice, trembling and unfamiliar to most, rang out, almost as if she couldn't believe any of this was real. Hank, is it really you? Unfamiliar to others, but instantly recognizable to Dr. Hank Pym. It was the voice of the wife he'd searched for over 10 years, a voice he'd nearly forgotten, even in his dreams. But the moment he heard it now, a flood of memories came rushing back. This was his Janet. Janet, it's me. I'm bringing you home right now. Everything went smoothly from there. No sooner had Dr. Pym spoken than, within 2 seconds, Wang Kai and Janet, the original Wasp, emerged from the quantum tunnel. When he saw Janet, hair white and age etched deep in her face, Dr. Pym was overwhelmed by emotion. He rushed into the lab, pushing Wang Kai aside to embrace Janet tightly. Hope followed, rushing forward to hug her mother. The three of them clung to one another, weeping tears of joy. In this moment, their reunion spoke louder than any words ever could. Wang Kai and the others broke into applause, cheers echoing through the room. Every face shone with happiness. From here, the remaining task was simple. Just repeat the process a few more times, traveling to the quantum realm to collect enough quantum energy to cure Ghost. 3 days later, Ghost was finally free, her suffering now a thing of the past. Even without the little vials, Ava could live a normal life at last, released from unimaginable pain. Thank you so much, Kai. Feeling the last traces of agony gone from within her, Ava threw herself into Wang Kai's arms in an exuberant hug. Before Wang Kai could even glance at Luna for her reaction, Goliath stepped forward and joined in, wrapping him in a bear hug, which made things a bit awkward for a moment. Once the two finally let go, Hope and her family also stepped forward to embrace and thank him. The three of them surrounded Wang Kai, making his eyelids twitch in surprise. So, the Western custom of hugging can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the situation. Thank you for saving our family, Janet said gratefully. No need to thank me. I'll be relying on you to help save my own family, too, came the reply. With Dr. Pym, Dr. Banner, and Tony all working together, it seemed likely the time machine would be completed in no time. After exchanging these polite words, the Pym family finally let go of Wang Kai. When he looked over at Luna, he noticed her cheeks were puffed out, as if she'd just bitten into a sour lemon. Her whole face was scrunched up in discomfort. They've all had their hugs. Why don't you come over for one, too? Wang Kai said with a helpless smile. Only then did Luna's face light up with joy. Stark Tower, the current base of the Avengers. Tony was poring over the extremist virus data that Killian had sent, compared to how easily Pepper was cured at the end of Iron Man 3 in the original storyline. Perfecting the extremist serum was proving to be a much greater challenge. Even for a genius like Tony, it would take a considerable amount of time. But time was the one thing the Avengers didn't have. Just as Tony was completely absorbed in his research, Jarvis suddenly sent an alert. Sir, an energy vortex has appeared in New Mexico, identical to those that accompanied Thor's previous arrivals. The Bifrost. Tony immediately set aside his work. Jarvis, switch to surveillance in the town and check if Thor has appeared. A three-dimensional screen instantly materialized above his desk, broadcasting a live feed from the scene. It didn't take long for Jarvis to spot Thor descending. From a sky, tall and broad-shouldered, golden hair, gleaming silver armor, and a crimson cape. His arrival drew the eyes of everyone in the small town. "Jarvis, alert all Avengers and have them assemble," Tony commanded. He knew full well that Thor wouldn't show up at a moment like this just for a chat with Jane. Thanos' Chitauri army was about to arrive. 5 minutes later, in the Stark Tower conference room, 9 figures had gathered. Wang Kai, Luna, Thor, Tony, Rhodey, Banner, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Natasha. They listened as Thor recounted what had happened. In truth, though, everyone except Thor already knew the rough outline of the story. Some details had changed, but the general direction remained the same. Loki had escaped from Asgard. Heimdall had seen him making a deal with a tyrant from the cosmos. Soon, he would lead an army to invade Earth. It all boiled down to those 3 points. When Thor finished speaking, he expected to see the mortals in a state of panic or at least anxiety. Instead, their faces were calm and unmoved, leaving him utterly confused. "Aren't you worried at all? That's an army that has swept across the galaxy. They've invaded countless worlds. The number of lives lost to them is in the tens of billions. That's why the All-Father Odin sent him to assist Earth, and, while he was at it, to bring back that wayward Loki. Only now, you all aren't scared stiff, are you?" Thor shouted at everyone, his voice booming. "Scared? Come on, it's just a Chitauri army. All we have to do is blow up their mothership, and we're done." Tony replied with a dismissive wave. The others nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The Chitauri are the worst army in the entire galaxy. What's there to be afraid of?" Rhodey chimed in with a sarcastic smirk. Thor was momentarily at a loss for words. Were they joking? No matter how useless the Chitauri might be, they could still pilot starships across the galaxy, while Earth's moon was still struggling to keep up. It was like watching a hulking marathon runner go up against a snail. The sheer difference in stamina would decide everything. Just as Thor was puzzling over this, Wang Kai began to explain. "Thor, let me be straight with you. I started preparing for this battle over a year ago. That cosmic tyrant is called Thanos. In the future, he'll stab Heimdall to death, strangle Loki, and slaughter half the population of Asgard." As Wang Kai's words fell, Thor stood rooted to the spot, wide-eyed in disbelief. Shock, confusion, and fury flashed across his face in rapid succession. At last, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "You'd better explain yourself." "This is what I saw through divination magic," Wang Kai said coldly. "It's a vision of the future, but I believe the future is something you forge with your own hands. So I've been preparing for the coming crossroads, where we'll settle this once and for all. First, we wipe out the Chitauri. Then we strike straight at the heart of the beast and destroy this threat before it can happen." Thor's heart pounded with realization. So that was it. No wonder they weren't worried about the Chitauri. While he'd been racking his brain for ways to defeat them, these mortals, gifted with foresight, were already planning to turn defense into attack. They were heading straight for Thanos' lair. "But how will you get there?" Thor asked, frowning. He saw Wang Kai slip a broad golden gauntlet onto his right hand. "With this, plus the space stone, and to know where Thanos' lair is, I need to capture Loki alive. After all, Loki is the only one who's ever been there." Thor was stunned anew. "So you knew Loki would escape all along. You knew he'd end up meeting Thanos. That's why you said those things back in Asgard." As the pieces finally fell into place, Thor felt a chill run down his spine. Every move was part of a grand design. It was almost terrifying. Loki thought that with Thanos' help he could become the king of Earth. But in reality, he was nothing more than a living navigation tool. To foresee the future with such precision, what a terrifying power. After a long moment, Thor finally calmed himself. And as he looked at everyone, their gazes all turned to Wang Kai. "So what should we do next? You tell us." Everyone exchanged faint smiles. "It's simple. We just wait for Loki to come out from the other end of the Tesseract." Everyone flexed their fingers in anticipation. Unusual grins spread across their faces. And Thor already seemed to see Loki's miserable fate flashing before his eyes. At SHLD's scientific research base, Nick Fury, clad in his signature black leather coat, stepped off the helicopter. Coulson had been waiting for quite some time. The worry written on his face made it clear that something serious was afoot. "How bad is it?" Nick Fury looked at the personnel evacuating the base and asked. "The worst kind, because we have no idea what's going on." Coulson answered helplessly. He was in the dark about so many secrets. So all he could do was prepare for the worst, and start by evacuating everyone from the facility. "Well done, Agent Coulson. That's exactly what we need right now. Clear the battlefield. We can't risk innocent lives." the elevator descended, and the two of them stepped into a vast underground chamber. The Tesseract was secured at the very center, its radiating energy already reaching a dangerously high level. At that moment, Dr. Eric was recording his final experiment notes. Just like in the original storyline, he'd been pulled in by Nick Fury to study the Tesseract. "Doctor, the fight's about to start. You should evacuate immediately," Nick Fury urged, seeing Dr. Eric still working diligently. Rumor had it that Loki, the infamous trickster from Norse mythology, was coming, a master of dark magic, known as the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms. If any harm befell these invaluable scientists, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be hard-pressed to find replacements anytime soon. All right, no problem. Dr. Eric packed up his final notes, grabbed his laptop, and without a second thought, dashed for the exit. In a blink, he was gone. He sure can run fast when he needs to. Of course, who wouldn't, with so many big shots gathered here? Coulson gave a wry smile, casting his gaze around the room at the assembled Avengers and Wang Kai, Luna, all keeping a watchful eye on the Tesseract. Among them were living legends, deadly agents, mythic gods, and those who could even beat the gods at their own game. Each one was more intimidating than the last, and being stared at by such a group could send chills down anyone's spine. So, naturally, he ran as fast as he could. "When Loki comes out, I'll be taking the Tesseract with me." Wang Kai spoke calmly, as if he were simply asking Nick Fury for a tissue. "And just to be clear, this is a notification, not a request. If you run into any problems, you'll have to figure them out yourselves." Nick Fury and Coulson were left speechless, yet they were helpless to do anything. Wang Kai had already mapped out the entire plan. Even Captain America was firmly on his side, so all they could do was step aside and let him pass. Otherwise, even what remained of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the surface wouldn't survive. He could only retreat into seclusion, vanishing completely from the public eye. At that moment, the cosmic cube at the center suddenly grew restless, its radiating energy now visible to the naked eye, and it emitted a harsh, crackling sound. Nick Fury felt as if the ground beneath his feet was trembling. The entire building began to shudder from the energy unleashed by the cube. The tremor intensified with each passing second, and the cube shone brighter and brighter, like a square-shaped light bulb aglow. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, it shot out a beam of energy several dozen meters long, which formed a circular portal right in front of Captain America. The portal lasted for barely a second before vanishing completely. With a muffled boom, blue energy rippled outward, sweeping through the surrounding equipment, brushing past everyone's faces, before dissolving into the air and fading away. Loki, full of swagger and holding the Mind Scepter, slowly rose to his feet. His wicked, sly grin inspired nothing but disgust in those who saw it. Before he could even launch into his speech, Wang Kai activated his 6-fold acceleration, flashing past Loki like a streak of blue lightning. And when he returned, the Mind Scepter was already in his hand. "What the?" Loki's face changed instantly, looking at Wang Kai as if he'd seen a ghost. What rotten luck. He'd barely arrived and already run into the man who'd chopped up the destroyer armor like it was nothing. And now his Mind Scepter, the linchpin of all his plans, had been snatched away. "Perhaps we can come to an arrangement," Loki stammered, lowering his hands, clearly lacking confidence. Just then, a familiar shout rang out behind him. "Loki!" He spun around to see Thor. Loki managed an awkward yet polite smile. "Hey, brother. Long time no see. This is quite the coincidence. Could you ask him to give me back my scepter?" Thor's disappointment was plain to see. Even now, Loki tried to deceive him. "Sorry, Loki. I'm trying to save you." Thor stepped back, giving the stage to the Avengers. Tony was the first to attack, piloting his suit into battle. He hadn't forgotten being ambushed by the destroyer's cannon last time. Twin repulsor blasts fired straight at Loki's face. But with a thud, they struck only a mirage. At that moment, Luna's hands shimmered with golden runes. She spun them in intricate patterns, then pressed them to the ground. A wave of golden energy swept outward, and the invisible Loki, just about to ambush Banner and take him hostage, was revealed for all to see. Now only 5 paces separated them. Seeing he'd been exposed, Loki doubled down, charging at Banner. He needed to control the weakest among them first. Only then could he recover his scepter. "Stay back. Come any closer, and I'll kill him." Loki pulled it off, lunging behind Banner and seizing him by the throat. But then he heard a voice say something completely unexpected. "Sai, why do you have to come for me?" Banner looked utterly helpless. He just wanted to stay out of trouble. But suddenly, Loki sensed that something was off. Why couldn't he hold on to this skinny, bespectacled guy anymore? The hostage in front of him suddenly grew enormous. his skin turning a deep shade of green, and his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, he'd picked the wrong target. Before Loki could react, the Hulk grabbed him by the ankle and unleashed the legendary Loki 5 slam. Crash, 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 crash. Thunderous booms echoed throughout the underground chamber, the hard concrete floor shattering beneath each blow. Hulk glanced at the utterly defeated Loki with utmost disdain and tossed him toward Tony. Tony, without missing a beat, fired off his twin repulsor blasts. With a loud zap, 2 arcs of energy sent Loki flying straight to Rhodey's feet. Rhodey followed suit, launching a double repulsor barrage, blasting Loki right in front of Captain America. On instinct, Cap swung his shield and sent Loki tumbling aside. So Loki landed right between Hawkeye and Natasha. I can't believe a guy like this ever managed to control me. Hawkeye bent down and shook his head at Loki, who looked ready to burst into tears, giving him a few casual kicks for good measure. But Natasha was far less gentle. She whipped out a stun dart and flung it right at Loki's face. A crackling surge of electricity coursed through Loki, every muscle in his body seizing with the shock. He struggled to look toward Thor, silently pleading for help, only to see his dear brother deliberately looking away. Unable to hold back any longer, Loki began to weep, tears streaming down his face as he wondered, why was he always so unlucky? His dreams had only just begun. Meanwhile, a thoroughly bewildered Nick Fury stared at the sobbing Loki, utterly baffled. This is it? Is this really the infamous god of mischief, Loki? Weren't we told he was the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms? Wang Kai shook his head and sighed. He's been nerfed, that's all. I honestly thought with your whole team assembled, there would be an epic battle. Nick Fury was clearly disappointed. He hadn't expected Loki to be such a pushover. He almost felt like he could take Loki down himself. There will be a real battle, just not here, Wang Kai said, tossing the Mind Scepter into his system backpack. It didn't count as a proper storage place, so it wouldn't count for any sign-in rewards. That was the only downside. Back in the first Avengers film, the Mind Scepter could influence people's mind from afar, so tossing it into the system backpack was definitely the safest bet. Next, we need to build a portal and weaken the Chitauri army before the real fight begins. Hawkeye, go find the materials. We'll stick to the original plan, just like you did before. Tony, go see Dr. Otto and work together to make an artificial sun bomb as a backup. Everyone nodded in agreement. There were no objections to this. Wang Kai stepped forward and retrieved the cosmic cube once again. Everyone escorted Loki to the Avengers headquarters. This time, to prevent any chance of escape, they put him in handcuffs, shackles, and even a muzzle, with everyone keeping a close eye on him, leaving Loki utterly speechless and unable to protest. 5 days later, they all gathered on a deserted island somewhere in the Atlantic. The portal device was finished, and all equipment was ready, except for Wang Kai and Thor. Everyone was outfitted in a suit of Iron Man armor, though it wasn't as high-tech as the nano-suits from Avengers, in-game that could shrink at will. Tony had made improvements so the user could exit the suit at any time, allowing Jarvis to take over in combat. If we count Jarvis, that means we have 10 people fighting. Captain America marveled, clad in his own suit of Iron Man armor. In this moment, Jarvis was as much a comrade as any of them. But Tony just flashed a proud grin. 10. Steve, look up and count again. Captain America immediately looked to the horizon, where tiny figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be an entire legion of Iron Man suits. Each had its own unique design, bristling with weaponry, and the sun glinted off their armor in dazzling flashes. The sight left everyone awestruck. Are those all Iron Man suits? That's right, Tony said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. In addition to the suits you're all wearing, there are also 2 equipped with PIM particles, capable of growing or shrinking in an instant. Just like Ant-Man, Natasha asked with a smile. No, even better than Ant-Man, Tony replied confidently. When the suit grows, all its weaponry scales up as well. The firepower is on a whole different level. A total of 40 Iron Man suits touched down gently around them, and Jarvis's voice rang out from each suit. Sir, I am ready. This time, Tony had truly gone all out. Compared to the chaotic battle in New York with just 6 Avengers, they now commanded the strength of 50 fighters, and among them was Wang Kai, whose power alone rivaled an entire army. This battle was sure to shake the cosmos. Luna let Loki out. Dressed in her Iron Man armor, Luna immediately began drawing a circle, and a portal shimmered open before them. With a sudden whoosh, Loki tumbled out of the portal, landing hard on the ground with a heavy thud that sent dust flying. He had been falling freely for 6 hours straight, and by now his whole body was numb. Loki, Open a portal and take us to see the Chitauri army. Wang Kai spoke calmly. Thor stepped forward and removed Loki's muzzle and handcuffs. But the unlucky second princess of Asgard, upon rising to her feet, only looked at everyone with a face full of grief and anger. What exactly are you trying to do? I have no grudge against any of you. Her voice was tinged with misery, and even Thor could not help but feel a pang of guilt upon hearing it. But in order to protect Loki from being strangled to death by Thanos, he had no choice but to cooperate with Wang Kai. Drop the act. You're the god of mischief and trickery. Do you really think I need this to control you? Wang Kai, unwilling to waste words, simply produced the scepter of mind, and strode forward, ready to press it to Loki's chest. Instantly, the look of anguish vanished from Loki's face, replaced by a sycophantic grin as he quickly took a few steps back. Easy, easy. I never said I wouldn't help you deal with the Chitauri army. Loki's face was all smiles, but inwardly he was cursing his luck, thinking to himself that once the sky was filled with Leviathans and Chitauri warships, these fools would finally learn their lesson. He shuffled toward the device that would open the portal, just about to reach for the Tesseract, when Wang Kai's cold voice suddenly rang out. If you plan on using it to escape, you're welcome to try. Opening a small portal with the Tesseract only took a split second, not even a full second, but that was more than enough time for Wang Kai to drag Loki back and give him a good beating. At this, Loki felt a chill go down his spine, and could only force a smile as he turned and replied, "Of course not. I'm truly cooperating with you." In truth, he hadn't even considered running just now. As agreed, he only needed to use the Tesseract to create a stable, massive portal to bring the Chitauri army to Earth. And once these overconfident fools failed, he would still be the king here. Well then, I'll open the portal now. Loki looked at Wang Kai and slowly pressed his hand to the Tesseract. Everyone saw the Tesseract spark with a sudden burst of energy, followed by the portal device humming to life, the sound growing higher and higher in pitch, until suddenly a pillar of blue energy shot skyward. About 100 or 200 meters above the deserted island, the energy exploded outward. A massive, deep blue portal appeared before their eyes, and on the other side was the pitch-black expanse of space, with the faint outlines of the Chitauri army hungrily watching, ready to pounce. Jarvis! Tony stared at the portal and shouted in fury. In an instant, all the unmanned Iron Legion suits soared into the air, erupting with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Weapons systems went online. Shoulder-mounted honeycomb mini-missiles, anti-tank missiles on their arms, wrist-mounted laser cannons, arc pulse blasters, chest-mounted repulsor beams, plus a full arsenal of missiles and lasers of every kind. They were truly armed to the teeth. The moment a squad of Chitauri soldiers emerged from the portal, the Iron Legion unleashed a barrage of missiles that obliterated them in a fiery blast. A deafening series of explosions echoed through the sky. Thunder rolled incessantly across the sky, like a cascade of fireworks igniting in midair. One after another, the Chitauri airships erupted in brilliant bursts, leaving Loki utterly dumbfounded as he watched the spectacle unfold. Perhaps Thanos' army wasn't nearly as fearsome as he had claimed. "Luna, lock Loki back up," Wang Kai said, his words barely out, when Loki cried out in panic. "No, wait." But before he could finish, he plunged once more into the golden portal. And how long he'd be falling this time depended entirely on when Wang Kai and the others finished the battle. Today is the day we end this threat once and for all. A swirl of white mist spun rapidly around Wang Kai, sparking with flashes of lightning that engulfed him completely. Then a roar, so powerful it seemed to split the sky, shook the air. The thunderclouds exploded, and a colossal azure dragon soared upward with the wind, rushing straight toward the space portal. My God! The Avengers felt certain they would never forget the sight as long as they lived. The legendary dragon of Eastern myth, summoned before their eyes. Just how many secrets was Kai still hiding? Only Tony looked disgruntled. All his carefully staged Iron Legion spectacle, upstaged in an instant by Wang Kai's transformation, leaving him speechless and twitching with frustration. What are you all staring at? Brother Kai's already heading into the portal. Luna, clad in her iron suit, shot into the sky, glanced at the assembled Avengers, and followed after him. The others snapped back to their senses, quickly piloting their own suits into the air. Thor gathered his focus, spun his hammer, and with a mighty toss, launched himself skyward. Meanwhile, outside the deserted island, S.H.I.E.L.D. had mobilized in full force, surrounding the island and sealing it off. No one was allowed in under any circumstances. This was a day when the fate of countless lives on Earth hung in the balance. Though most people would never know that every moment of peace they enjoyed was bought by someone else's sacrifice. On the battlefield, Wang Kai had already led the Avengers through the portal to the other side. There, a dozen Leviathan beasts, each massive as a warship and armored like mantis shrimp, were flying toward them, accompanied by swarms of Chitauri airships, dense and unending, forming a long, winding supply line. At the end of that line loomed Thanos' flagship, Sanctuary 1, the mother ship of the Chitauri forces, a spider-shaped vessel with a massive central hull. Destroy that ship, and the entire Chitauri army would perish. No words were needed. Everyone knew the battle plan by heart. There was only one option now: attack. They charged straight for Sanctuary 1. A crack. A bolt of blue lightning shot toward the lead Leviathan, fired straight from the mouth of Wang Kai's dragon form. In the blink of an eye, everyone watched as the blue thunderbolt crashed down upon the Leviathan beast. The creature, as massive as Stark Tower itself, was blown open in an instant, a gaping hole now torn through its enormous body. Its inner organs and bloody flesh were suddenly laid bare. The Leviathan was nearly split in two by the force of the attack. Seeing this, Wang Kai shot forward and immediately shifted back into human form. He unleashed his immortal demon body. His awakening ignited. His berserk state triggered. True damage enchantment activated. A colossal blue blade, stretching 100 meters long, materialized by the Leviathan's side. Wang Kai summoned every ounce of his strength and brought the blade crashing downward. Within the gleam of the sword, the faint image of a blue dragon could be glimpsed, roaring fiercely. With unstoppable momentum, the blade cleaved the Leviathan cleanly in two. Too feeble. Let's see how the next one fares at full strength, Wang Kai thought to himself. Once more, thunder rolled and clouds swirled. The blue dragon reappeared and charged toward the next Leviathan beast. Meanwhile, Tony and the others weren't taking such a direct, brute force approach as Wang Kai. The laser blasts from the Chitauri ships posed no threat to the Azure Dragon, but they could still damage the Iron Man suits. By this time, the Chitauri command had noticed these ants flying in from the other side of the portal. They began to focus their firepower. For squadrons of Chitauri flyers, nearly 400 strong, swept in aboard their ships like a swarm of locusts. Yet Tony and the team remained calm, sticking to their battle plan. A distinctly feminine Iron Man suit soared to the front of the group. She brought her hands together, then thrust them forward. A massive golden, semi-transparent magical shield sprang up, enveloping everyone and blocking the Chitauri ship's relentless laser barrage. Thor had already been gathering his power. Lightning danced and crackled across his hammer, the bolts growing thicker and wilder with each passing moment. At the peak of his energy, the god of thunder hurled the storm at the incoming Chitauri ships. A thunderous boom seemed to shake the air, yet in reality, all was silent. In that instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a mighty pillar shot forth, its savage energy slamming into the heart of the enemy fleet. In a flash, the lightning branched into countless twisting arcs, piercing ship after ship, each one erupting in fiery explosions. Like a chain of lightning, a single strike annihilated every attacking vessel. Out in space, explosions blossomed one after another, bursts of light dotting the void. Beautiful work. Tony cheered over the comms. With that, they shouldn't try another mass charge. Sure enough, just as Tony finished speaking, several more Chitauri squadrons swept in. Only this time, they scattered like a swarm of bees, intent on surrounding the team from every possible angle. All right, time for Operation Plan B. Everyone immediately spread out, rushing toward the mothership of Sanctuary 1 at the same time, leaving only 5 unmanned steel suits behind to guard the entrance to the portal. The best defense is a good offense. They certainly understood that principle. Woke up, and the battlefields moved from the ground to outer space. Captain America, clad in his blue and red iron suit, sighed in amazement. He pulled his shield, now fitted with a magnetic retrieval device, from his back. Blue flames roaring from his boots as he locked onto a Chitauri skiff and shot straight at it. With a powerful swing, he sent the shield hurtling into the body of a Chitauri soldier, smashing it aside. Without missing a beat, Cap followed up with a blast from his palm cannon, scattering the enemy. And with a quick flick of his wrist, the magnetic device pulled the shield right back into his hand. Just then, the other skiffs opened fire with their laser cannons, and Cap darted away, dodging the barrage, while raising his shield to deflect the incoming beams. The Chitauri skiff he'd just attacked exploded in a brilliant burst of light. Let's see how you like Tony's missiles. Watching 4 skiffs stubbornly chasing after him, Cap raised his right arm, and a heavy missile slid out from beneath his armor. Its tail ignited with a fierce jet of flame, and in a blink, the missile streaked toward the enemy. A blinding flash followed by a fiery blast. And in the expanse of space, for more dazzling fireworks blossomed. If only I could use my bow and arrow, Hawkeye grumbled silently to himself. His signature weapon was nearly useless in a cosmic dogfight, so he had no choice but to treat the high-energy red laser on his arm as his new arrow. Even facing the Chitauri skiffs racing past, he could easily pierce the heads of the soldiers riding atop them. Natasha thrived on misdirection. Even in the heat of battle, that was her specialty. She weaved her armor gracefully through enemy ranks, and the pursuing skiffs behind her ended up firing on their own allies by mistake. Dr. Banner, on the other hand, was much more laid back, and outer space was completely foreign territory to him. So he simply let Jarvis pilot his suit. By contrast, Rhodes was downright ferocious, with his arc reactor upgraded with a new element. His energy output had skyrocketed, allowing him to upgrade the shoulder-mounted laser cannon to a pair, which now shot devastating beams in all directions. Add to that the wrist-mounted machine guns and a barrage of missiles, and Colonel Rhodes, piloting War Machine, left explosions in his wake wherever he flew, a trail of fire blazing through his flight path. Tony fought just as fiercely. Ever since he'd seen Wang Kai slice through a Leviathan beast with a single blow, he'd known victory was assured. So he didn't hold back on energy consumption, firing his most powerful laser weapons without hesitation. 3 crimson beams lanced from his wrists, sweeping across Chitauri skiffs and soldiers' necks like deadly ribbons of light, relentlessly cutting a path toward their ultimate target. Sanctuary 1. If you asked, besides Wang Kai, who else could claim the title of MVP in this battle, there would be only one answer: Luna. With a single move, Kale unleashed the form of Ekern. In an instant, countless clones appeared, densely packed and spreading across the sky. Each clone wore Tony's Iron Man armor, and in the vastness of space, they began spinning in place, drawing circles. Then, a marvelous spectacle unfolded. All across the battlefield, golden portals flickered open and shut in rapid succession. Chitauri warships were sliced in half one after another. The soldiers aboard them stood no chance either. Explosions bloomed in dazzling succession, like fireworks lighting up the darkness. Scattered limbs and debris flew everywhere. For a moment, the Avengers were utterly stunned by the sight. Kale cut down Leviathan behemoths with a single swing of his blade, cleaving his way straight toward the gates of Sanctuary 1. Luna spun her circles, each one trapping a Chitauri warship. 1,000 rings cast like curses, dooming anything caught within. Rhodey couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. What a brutal pair those two make. Tony, don't you get the feeling we're a bit superfluous here? At that moment, Tony was still flying towards Sanctuary 1, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding behind him. When he finally turned to look, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He sputtered for a moment before blurting out, "Damn!" It turned out that all 40 of his Iron Man suits were just running alongside the real show. No more than a backdrop fueled by sheer wealth. Even Tony, who loved the spotlight, began to doubt if he should even try to keep up with these two. He was a genius, but Kale and Luna were monsters. Shaking his head to clear away the distractions, he suddenly heard Cap's voice crackle through the comms. "No one here is expendable. If they could handle Thanos on their own, why would Kale have called us to join the fight? Victory is right within our grasp. Stay sharp, don't let your guard down. We still have to make it home safe and see our dreams come true." Cap's words instantly lifted everyone's spirits. The whole team rallied, giving it everything they had, and together they charged toward Sanctuary 1. Kale led the way, cutting down elite foes. The Avengers followed behind, providing support in their own unique styles. Luna brought up the rear, her power carrying the assault. In less than 10 minutes, the Chitauri army was utterly routed, scattered like petals in a storm. Sanctuary 1 no longer sent out Leviathan beasts. Instead, it released swarms of fly-shaped dark ships to harass and hinder. And on the mothership, the commander was already preparing a hyperspace jump to escape. But it was too late. Kale had already felled the last Leviathan. Now he stood before Sanctuary 1. Though the Sanctuary seemed immeasurably larger than Kale's draconic form, everyone could sense that the Azure dragon was far mightier. With a flash of light, the dragon transformed back into human form. His bright blue hair tied neatly behind his head. A phantom image of the Azure dragon coiled endlessly around him. Soaring from his feet, all the way to the heavens. Even in the void, it unleashed a soul-shaking roar. The undying demon body. Kale hefted his massive Azure demon blade. Unleash all your power. Activate awakening. Go berserk. Accelerate. 6 consecutive strikes. True damage. With nearly maximum critical chance, plus the bonus damage from the Grandmaster's blade. He turned into a streak of azure light, flying straight toward Sanctuary 1, then brought his blade down in a single, devastating slash. In that fleeting instant, a blade light over 100 meters long sliced through the air, conjuring the phantom of a blue dragon, which plunged straight into Sanctuary 1. There was no explosion, no thunderous sound. Yet everyone knew the terror of that blow. Sanctuary 1 was ripped open by a massive gash. The vacuum's pull sucked ship materials out from the wound, like a sandbag split open, spewing debris in all directions. With a single strike, Wang Kai had crippled Sanctuary 1. Now, attempting another space jump would be suicide. Even if they wanted to flee, escape was impossible. At this moment, Luna and the rest of the Avengers finally arrived, gazing in awe at the airborne fortress of a ship. Kai, should we use the artificial sun to blow up the ship? Tony asked over the comms. Wang Kai considered it, then shook his head in refusal. In his immortal demon form, he could survive in space, but breathing was impossible, let alone speaking. Sanctuary 1 was merely a troop transport, lacking even a shield or exterior artillery. It was nothing like Thanos' Sanctuary 2, which bristled with weapons, energy shields, and threat detection systems. That was a true war fortress. Thanos' lair, the stronghold from which he dominated the cosmos. Wang Kai waved for everyone to keep their distance, then gripped his blade with both hands. Tony and the others, recognizing his eagerness, reluctantly moved off to clear out the escaping Leviathan beasts and assorted enemy troops. Wang Kai raised the Azure demon blade high overhead, and again, a blade light 100 meters long blazed forth, slashing at Sanctuary 1 again and again in relentless succession. Inside, the ship's commanders panicked, and, with no other choice, ordered an evacuation. They also sent a final message to Sanctuary 2. Humanity is not weak. Roaring flames began to spread across Sanctuary 1, each of Wang Kai's strikes sending tremors through the ship, the fires growing fiercer with every blow. Then the explosion started, each one erupting in the wake of that unstoppable blade. Wang Kai struck again and again with all his might, until the 10th blow, when Sanctuary 1 was finally cleaved in two. The massive explosions that followed signaled the ship's utter destruction, breaking it apart, reducing it to nothing but cosmic debris. Just more space junk drifting across the void. Meanwhile, the Avengers and Luna hunted down the survivors fleeing Sanctuary 1. After invading countless worlds and slaughtering unnumbered lives, retribution had come at last. 30 minutes later, the battle was over. Sanctuary 1 was utterly annihilated. Wang Kai severed one of Thanos' arms. Then, through a portal, they all returned to Earth. Aside from the loss of 5 unmanned Iron Man suits and damage to 10 more, there were no other casualties. Compared to the devastation suffered in the Battle of New York, they had managed this crisis to absolute perfection. What a pity! Tony clicked his tongue with a wry grin. We saved humanity, but hardly anyone knows about it. They only know the peace and quiet of their days, unaware that someone is bearing the weight behind the scenes. Natasha caught the hidden meaning in Tony's words and flashed him a charming smile. So, what are you really saying, Tony? Tony's eyes gleamed with mischief. It's simple. I want to make a movie about the Avengers. Stick to the original plot. Same cast of characters. Let the whole world witness this battle. Let them know there are those who carry the burden. Tony finished with confidence, only to be met with a collective eye roll from the rest of the team. They knew Tony all too well. This was just another excuse for him to steal the spotlight. If he couldn't win the glory in real life, he'd chase it on the big screen. No doubt, he'd make himself the ultimate, flawless Iron Man savior, while everyone else got sidelined. You're not planning to star in it yourself, are you? Wang Kai asked with a laugh. Watching the Avengers while being in the Avengers, he had to admit, it sounded kind of fun. No way, where would I find the time? But I'll write the script. Tony grinned wickedly. Wang Kai didn't object to the idea of a movie. It was just a film after all. If Tony wanted to indulge himself, let him go ahead. All right, the fight's over. Everyone take 2 days off. In 2 days, we'll go challenge the final boss, Thanos. With that, Tony had some time to repair his suits, and the team dispersed for a well-earned rest. Wang Kai packed away the portal device and headed home with Luna. He had the nagging feeling he'd forgotten something, but he didn't dwell on it. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Thor remembered his beloved brother Loki was still tumbling endlessly through space. He hurried over, and Luna finally released Loki from his predicament. "When are you sending me back to Asgard?" Loki asked, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. "I actually miss the prison cells there." Thor looked a little sheepish at that, while Wang Kai and Luna struggled to keep straight faces. For a god of mischief, Loki truly had no shame. But when it came to cunning and craftiness, he certainly lived up to his title. "Aren't you disappointed we didn't die at the hands of the Chitauri army?" "Of course not. If you died, how was I supposed to get out of that endless fall?" Loki's mood shifted instantly, a beaming smile replacing his previous distress. Thor's face darkened. He'd been tricked yet again. "So, you managed to defeat the Chitauri army?" Loki asked with a sly grin. Wang Kai didn't answer. Instead, he simply played a video clip. This was a recording Tony made himself, filled with astonishing scenes of his own triumphs on the battlefield, clearly intended as bragging material, which he had shared with the Avengers as well as with Wang Kai and Luna. The moment Loki saw it, his expression changed dramatically, his eyelids twitching furiously. Thanos had actually deceived him. His army was nowhere near as formidable as he'd been led to believe. "Well, congratulations to you all." Loki quickly shifted his expression again, forcing a smile as he spoke. "So, does this mean you're going to let me go now? Surely you're not planning to seek out the master of the Chitauri army, are you?" That being doesn't even deign to spare Asgard a second thought. Wang Kai responded with a dismissive chuckle. "Doesn't even spare us a thought? Thanos might be able to pummel the Hulk barehanded, and his purple hide was as tough as both physical and magical armor. But if he'd ever truly fought Odin, he'd have been on the receiving end for sure. That much was beyond question. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until Odin's death before swooping down on Xander to reclaim the Power Stone, and only then begun his infamous snap plan. "You're mistaken, Loki. We're going to kill Thanos," Thor declared in a low, resolute voice, and, almost as an afterthought, revealed to Loki that he would one day be killed at Thanos' hands. Loki's eyes widened slightly at this, his face a whirlwind of expression. After all, anyone would be unsettled hearing the details of their own demise, even a god. But within moments, Loki regained his composure. "I can take you to him, but I have one condition." Loki flashed a wicked grin, convinced he'd found some leverage over them. But Wang Kai wasn't about to indulge him. He drew out the Mind Scepter and placed it right in front of Loki. "Is this what you're after?" Loki's eyes lit up, but before he could say a word, everything went black. Wang Kai had used the Mind Scepter to take control of him. "Now you can see how it feels to be controlled," Wang Kai said with a smile. Then turned to Thor. "Don't worry, as long as you give Loki a good beating, the mind control will wear off." "A beating? That's all it takes?" Thor asked, puzzled. A sly idea flickered through Wang Kai's mind. "Yes, that's all, though you'll need to knock him out cold. So don't hold back, Thor." Wang Kai emphasized the word hard, confident that Thor would catch his drift. 2 days later, on that same deserted island, everyone gathered once again. Loki opened a portal for them, but this time, they found themselves chasing shadows. They stared at the vast, empty darkness of space, confusion written across their faces. "Did Loki trick us?" "No," Wang Kai replied, after a moment's thought. "He's under the Mind Scepter's control. He couldn't possibly disobey my command." He began to piece together what might have happened. Perhaps the Tesseract is set to a fixed teleportation point. Last time, although Thanos met with Loki at this very place, so much time has passed since then that he's long gone. Naturally, the place is now deserted. "Don't worry, I have a way." The group returned to the deserted island. Wang Kai shut down the teleportation device, then summoned his undying demonic form to extract the Tesseract. His left hand, aglow with a blue-green radiance, gripped the Tesseract tightly. Slowly, Wang Kai increased his strength. A sound like glass fracturing filled the air. The group's expressions changed. They were just about to stop him, when, with a sharp crack, Wang Kai crushed the Tesseract to pieces. Sweeping aside the white, glass-like powder in his palm, he revealed a single blue gemstone resting quietly in his hand. The Space Stone. Wang Kai gazed at the treasure that had existed since before the Big Bang, murmuring to himself. He then took the Infinity Gauntlet from his system's inventory and donned it on his right hand, pressing the Space Stone into the hollow above his middle finger. A faint, crystalline chime rang out, and at once, brilliant, multicolored streams of energy burst across Wang Kai's body. The power of the Space Stone was coursing rapidly through him, as one of the most powerful relics in the universe. Not everyone is worthy to wield it. Wang Kai had prepared himself for the onslaught of energy, but he hadn't expected it to be this ferocious. It was as if every cell in his body was being torn apart in a single, agonizing instant. No wonder Thanos had roared in pain when he first embedded the stone. Kai, are you all right? Luna called out in alarm, worry etched across her face. But Wang Kai didn't hear her at all. He felt as though his soul was soaring away. Just like that time, he had taken the potion of sight. Except now, he rose higher and higher, soon leaving Earth behind, watching the blue planet shrink, drifting beyond the solar system, past the Milky Way. Until at last, he saw the entire universe. Now, he could go anywhere he wished. Anywhere in the cosmos was but a single step away. Such is the power of the space stone. Distance itself becomes meaningless. He gasped for breath, drawing in several deep, ragged breaths before he withdrew from that ethereal state. Luna was right in front of him now, her face so full of concern it was as if she was about to summon the Ancient One. Don't worry, I'm all right, Wang Kai reassured her, his smile as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. As long as he could endure the Infinity Stone's energy, he would never have to suffer such agony again. We're going to Asgard to find Heimdall, Wang Kai declared, decisive as thunder. Heimdall possessed eyes that could see all things. Now, that Wang Kai could travel anywhere in the universe. The two of them together could easily track down Thanos. He tightened his grip on the gauntlet, and the blue stone glowed brilliantly. A thought stirred in his mind, and a portal appeared behind him, its edges flickering with the stormy gray of thunderclouds. And on the other side was the Asgardian transmission chamber. Everyone stepped through the portal, wasting no words, as Wang Kai ordered Loki to take himself to the Asgardian prison, then promptly explained the purpose of their visit. Heimdall, always straightforward, turned to look, and in less than a second, his keen gaze fell upon that infamous purple tyrant. Thanos is slaughtering half the population of a planet right now. What a tragedy for mortals. Heimdall spoke in a restrained voice, shutting his eyes as if unwilling to witness such a hellish scene any longer. At this news, everyone felt their hearts tighten. For the Avengers, well-versed in the story, knew all too well Thanos' self-justifying theory. I kill for the good of the universe. Good for the universe, my foot. A typical lunatic, utterly deranged. Where's he? Wang Kai asked in a low, grave voice. It was time to send this tyrant, the Mad Titan, to witness his own downfall. Coulson, a vibrant and primitive planet, home to the hard-working, intelligent, peaceful, and united Kalanians. Since the dawn of recorded history, large-scale wars had been almost non-existent. Though their civilization was not advanced, not even breaching their own atmosphere, the lives of the planet's billion-plus inhabitants were full of abundance and joy. But today, this peace-loving race would face utter catastrophe. From the clouds, a sharp-edged space fortress descended. A single barrage of cannon fire destroyed the planet's most advanced weapons, and the ensuing missiles obliterated the few aircraft they possessed. From that moment, Coulson had no strength left to resist, falling into a massacre of unspeakable cruelty. At this moment, Thanos, clad in golden battle armor, stood beneath Sanctuary Eye, gripping his double-bladed sword. His wrinkled purple face betrayed no emotion, and as he gazed upon the swathes of dying lives, his eyes held only a cold mercy, as if he brought not death and ruin, but rebirth and hope. Above, Q-shaped ships flew across the sky like floating rings, accompanied by the familiar Leviathan beasts, unleashing endless streams of blue laser fire to ravage the land, laying waste to the Kalanians' temples, altars, and palaces alike. The air was filled with anguished screams and the choking haze of war. Bodies and blood stained the earth, transforming the world into a vision of hell itself. Mom, let go of my mom. A blue-skinned little boy bit wildly at the Chitauri soldier, dragging his mother along the ground. But his efforts could not halt the alien's advance. At that moment, the boy spotted a broken spear discarded by the roadside, and without hesitation, he dashed over, seized it tightly in both hands, and plunged it toward the Chitauri soldier. "Give me back my mother!" The little boy shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice young and tender, yet brimming with extraordinary courage. A guttural roar erupted. The Chitauri soldier paid no heed to the boy's age or gender. With a menacing howl, it raised its spear-like laser rifle and lunged straight at the child. Death seemed inevitable, about to claim the boy at the hands of the frenzied Chitauri. But suddenly, a thunderous explosion split the air. The Chitauri soldier's head vanished in an instant. A split second later, its body was torn cleanly in two with a sharp, ripping sound. Wang Kai emerged, having ripped the Chitauri apart with his bare hands, leaving the little boy utterly stunned, the spear in his hand slipping to the ground unnoticed. "Good boy." Wang Kai offered a gentle smile, ruffling the blue-skinned alien child's hair, then strode purposefully toward Thanos. Meanwhile, the rescued mother quickly scooped up her child and darted to safety, casting anxious glances back at that towering, heroic figure. "Thanos!" Wang Kai roared skyward, channeling the power of his immortal demon form. He kicked off, soaring into the air, then brought his blade down in a mighty arc toward the charging Chitauri squad. A deafening crash split the battlefield. A colossal, Azure blade, 100 meters long, materialized in an instant, striking the ground with a thunderous boom that echoed like a storm. With a single swing, Wang Kai felled over 100 Chitauri warriors. The earth-shaking blast resounded across the entire battlefield, drawing the attention of countless fighters, including Thanos and his Black Order. Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Cull Obsidian converged from all directions, quickly surrounding Wang Kai at the center. Beyond them, the Chitauri army pressed in, dense and unyielding, while overhead, Leviathan beasts and donut-shaped ships hovered menacingly. Every laser cannon zeroed in on him. The odds looked grim. On Thanos' side, he gazed at the 100-meter-long rift Wang Kai had carved into the earth, his eyes filled with astonishment. Could such a formidable warrior truly exist on this planet? Yet he thought, no matter how strong, he is still only one man. "I must admit, I admire you, young one," Thanos said, his voice deep and measured as he stared at Wang Kai. "We have no quarrel. Submit to me, become my lieutenant. You have nowhere left to run." Even as Thanos finished speaking, his lieutenants began to close in, step by menacing step. Ebony Maw spun his hands, and the ground at his feet heaved and buckled, bricks and stones rising to float ominously in the air. They sharpened into deadly stone spikes, each one aimed directly at Wang Kai, standing at the center. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive also raised their weapons, the spear and glaive in their hands glowing with a white-hot light, ready at any moment to unleash devastating blasts. Cull Obsidian, the largest of them all, hefted his massive scythe and swung it wildly before him, each strike smashing into the stone pavement with a resounding crash. He then bellowed in Wang Kai's direction, a roar of pure fury. Confronted by Thanos' threat, Wang Kai responded with nothing but a scornful laugh. "So you're calling yourself Thanos now? Do you purple potato freak, even know who I am?" He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a golden gauntlet appeared, slipping snugly onto his fingers. Thanos' face changed dramatically at the sight. Before he could even utter a question, a massive portal materialized behind Wang Kai, swirling with crackling lightning and roaring winds at its rim. From the other side, Tony and the others stepped out slowly, while more than 30 unmanned Iron Legion suits soared into the air. Every single person fixed Thanos with a gaze brimming with hostility, as though sworn vengeance burned in their eyes. Yet Thanos, scanning each unfamiliar face, racked his brain and still couldn't recall meeting any of them before. "Who are you people? I don't even know you. You'll know us soon enough, once you're dead." Wang Kai's voice was cold as steel. "Fan out and find your own opponent. Like always, leave no one standing." The portal vanished instantly, and the Infinity Gauntlet disappeared into Wang Kai's system inventory. In a flash, Wang Kai transformed into a sky-blue dragon, riding the wind straight toward the Sanctuary 2. To prevent that old villain Thanos from escaping, he knew he had to take down this massive space war fortress first. But before Wang Kai could get close, the Sanctuary 2's energy warning system kicked in automatically, locking onto Wang Kai, the greatest threat, and launching a barrage of homing missiles and laser cannons. Explosions boomed one after another. Missiles and cannon fire streaked toward Wang Kai with relentless precision. So dense and furious, it was like a raging storm, sealing off every path of escape. In Avengers Endgame, the Sanctuary 2 had deployed this very defense protocol against Captain Marvel when she attacked from space. But with her maxed-out attack and defense, she simply powered through, bulldozing straight through the ship without breaking stride. Wang Kai, however, had no intention of repeating her feat. With a flicker, he activated his six-fold acceleration, becoming a streak of blue lightning that weaved effortlessly through the missile swarm. He even paused mid-flight, tauntingly waiting for the missiles to catch up, leading them all the way to the hull of Sanctuary 2. Then, with a mighty roar, he unleashed a torrent of Azure lightning from his jaws. Only then did he revert to human form. landing atop the ship and activating his indestructible demonic body. A thunderous explosion erupted. Lightning and homing missiles detonated in quick succession across the Sanctuary 2 surface. Next, a massive blade appeared in Wang Kai's grasp. Standing atop the colossal ship, he unleashed a flurry of cross-shaped slashes, relentless and unyielding. Explosions rang out endlessly across the hull, and Wang Kai, abandoning his usual blue demon blade, now wielded a pair of endless war blades, amplifying every power he possessed. He unleashed his own signature move, Kai's Cross Slash, vowing to dismantle this ship, even greater than Sanctuary, piece by piece. Deploy the Necro ships, attack him now. Thanos barked his orders without hesitation. Unleash every soldier. Release the Leviathan beasts and the Vanguard too. And so, a most extraordinary scene unfolded. Countless tiny ships, shaped like flies, soared up toward the Sanctuary 2, unleashing a relentless barrage of blue laser cannons at Wang Kai. But this time, Wang Kai neither dodged nor flinched. He stood his ground, letting the laser fire pour down on him like a torrential rainstorm, engulfing him in an instant. Roaring explosions erupted, one after another, shaking the sky. Flames and shockwaves swallowed up the image of Wang Kai, brandishing his blade in a heartbeat. But before Thanos' forces had time to celebrate, the unmistakable sound of the cross-shaped blade slicing through the air rang out again. With a thunderous boom, a powerful shockwave blasted away the flames and smoke, revealing Wang Kai standing motionless in his stance, continuing to wreak havoc upon the Sanctuary 2. Before his indestructible demonic body, now at level 29, the laser cannons of the small ships were nothing more than a mild itch. Down below on the battlefield, every unmanned Iron Legion suit, under Jarvis's control, rained firepower without restraint, obliterating every Chitauri soldier in sight. Tony understood this might well be the final battle. So the order he gave Jarvis was clear: fight on, even if ammunition and energy run dry. If it came to it, they would even self-destruct the suits to take the enemy down with them. The great battle had truly begun. Tony and Rhodey, clad in their armor, soared above Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. The responsibility to defeat these two now fell to them. "Tony, let's not get careless this time," Rhodey said, launching the first strike. And he went all in from the start. The twin laser cannons mounted on his shoulders locked onto Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, unleashing devastating beams. At the same time, his shoulder-mounted missile pods fired a salvo of mini-missiles, while wrist-mounted machine guns, grenades, and armor-piercing rockets from his arms joined the assault. In an instant, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were engulfed in a sea of fire, forced to flee for their lives with barely a chance to fight back. "We're not making the same mistake twice." Seeing this, Tony refused to be outdone. He gave chase to Corvus Glaive in his suit, firing 3 red laser beams from his wrists. Corvus Glaive tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He was about to meet his end under the lasers, when suddenly, he was yanked aside in a daring rescue. It was Proxima Midnight, his lover, who had saved him. The red lasers missed Corvus Glaive, but one struck Proxima Midnight, searing a massive wound across her abdomen. Tony didn't hesitate for a second. Raising his arm, he unleashed a red laser that tore Proxima Midnight apart. "No!" Corvus Glaive let out a cry of anguish, rushing desperately to her side. But in the very next instant, he too was swallowed by a barrage of missiles fired in tandem by Tony and Rhodey. With a resounding explosion, flames shot skyward. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive had fallen. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw, the most loyal of Thanos' followers. His telekinesis was incredibly powerful, capable of manipulating almost any kind of matter. But, unfortunately, his reactions were far too slow. A sudden, unexpected attack could easily take him down, which is why Hawkeye and Black Widow were assigned to deal with him. Natasha, clad in an Iron Man suit, soared into the sky and launched a volley of shoulder-mounted hive missiles. 30 miniature missiles, each no bigger than a pinky, streaked toward Ebony Maw. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly swept them aside, sending them crashing and exploding to the sides. Flames erupted, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. But just then, Hawkeye appeared out of nowhere. Aiming at the spot where Ebony Maw had just been, he fired a blast of laser from his arm. A red beam cut straight through the wall of fire, even without seeing the tentacled face behind the flames. Hawkeye knew they had already won. Ebony Maw failed to dodge Hawkeye's sneak attack. A high-energy laser punched a small hole right through his head, making him the third member of the Black Order to fall. And now, only one of the Black Order remained, Cull Obsidian. At this very moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Banner. "Hey, somebody come help me here." Banner, armored in an Iron Man suit, was struggling desperately against the colossal, 3-meter-tall Cull Obsidian. After all, Jarvis had to control so many Iron Man suits at once. They were effective against ordinary soldiers. But facing a monster like this was a different story. Cull Obsidian glared up at Banner flying overhead, let out a furious roar, then hurled his sickle-shaped weapon with unerring precision at Banner's flight path. Cull Obsidian's strength was overwhelming. Even the might of the Hulkbuster armor couldn't hold him back. The massive sickle flew toward Banner like a meteor, hitting him in an instant. At the same time, the mechanism on the sickle activated with a heavy clank, locking Banner in place. Just like that, Banner found himself trapped inside his suit. Cull Obsidian wasted no time. He yanked the chain attached to his weapon, yanking Banner up close, a savage grin spreading across his face, ready to tear Banner out of the Iron Man suit. "Damn it, this one's yours, Hulk." A thunderous roar erupted from within the armor. In a flash, the Iron Man suit broke apart into countless pieces, and the Hulk burst forth from within. His fist, nearly the size of a basketball, came crashing down on Cull Obsidian's jaw. There was a bone-jarring impact, the punch carrying nearly 100 tons of force. Cull Obsidian's jaw was almost shattered by the blow, and the brute, tough as he was, found himself reeling in a daze. The Hulk wasn't about to waste the opportunity. He stepped forward and smashed Cull Obsidian right in the eye with another punch. Cull Obsidian crashed to the ground, and the Hulk leapt onto his massive opponent, raining down punch after punch, each one slamming into his head without mercy. The ground trembled with every strike, as if an earthquake had erupted beneath them, and the bricks and stones beneath them shattered to pieces. The two of them sank deeper and deeper, plunging into a widening pit. In just moments, the heavy-armored warrior Black Dwarf was killed outright by the Hulk. With this, Thanos' Black Order was completely wiped out, all dead, and almost all at the same moment. It was also right at this time that Thor, fighting alongside Captain America, launched into a fierce and blazing battle against Thanos. Thor took the initiative, charging forward. Though he didn't display the overwhelming power he did at the end of Infinity War, he still stood his ground against Thanos' massive double-edged blade. Raising Mjolnir, Thor summoned a bolt of lightning. Yet, it only managed to push Thanos back a few steps. Thanos, bracing himself against the electric onslaught, hurled his enormous double-edged sword. The weapon spun through the air like a deadly boomerang, tracing an arc before striking Thor with tremendous force, knocking him head over heels. The lightning vanished in an instant, and the sword spun right back into Thanos' hand. But the attack wasn't over yet. Captain America, clad in his Iron Man suit and ever capable of holding his own against anyone, hurled his shield with precision, then reached out toward Mjolnir. As if summoned by destiny itself, Mjolnir flew directly into Captain America's hand. He raised the hammer high, and a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, not onto Thanos, but onto himself. The Iron Man suit surged with overwhelming energy. With his chest out, Captain America unleashed an immense repulsor blast from his chest, a beam as thick as a barrel. In an instant, the colossal blast sent Thanos flying. Thor could only stare in shock at the scene, not because of how the hammer was used, but because Captain America could actually lift Mjolnir, a mortal wielding the weapon of God. Such a thing was truly unimaginable. "Sorry, just borrowing your weapon for a moment," Captain America said, flipping up his visor with a radiant grin. Thor, caught off guard, could only reply awkwardly, "You're supposed to spin it and throw, not charge it up like that." Anyone worthy of lifting the hammer would be granted the power of Thor. Odin's decree alone allowed Captain America to summon lightning, a testament to the terrifying might of the All-Father. You have a point," Captain America admitted, completely agreeing. But wearing the Iron Man armor made him less agile than usual, and against a master of close combat like Thanos, he'd surely be at a disadvantage. Besides, their plan was straightforward: attack from a distance and never give Thanos the chance to strike back. Charging in with the hammer wasn't exactly the best idea. Captain America handed the hammer back to Thor and reclaimed his shield, and together, they pressed their attack against Thanos. Across the battlefield, every hero was locked in their own struggle. Wang Kai was sneaking after the crystal. The Avengers were joining forces to overwhelm the 5 enemy warriors. As for Luna, she had taken on the task of managing the minions. All the Chitauri soldiers, armored vehicles, the hovering tanks, super soldiers, the Leviathan beasts, and even the jungle monsters, the Outrider hordes, were being held back by Luna alone. Thus, the bug-like form of Akin returned to the battlefield once again, with more than 1,000 clones spreading across the entire field. Spinning golden portals appeared and closed in rapid succession. slicing through the hovering tanks and airship squadrons, cutting them all in half. This move had proven unstoppable time and again in battles across the cosmos, and it was just as effective here within the planet's own atmosphere. As for the mindless, brutal Vanguard army, they surged forward like a tide of darkness, seemingly unstoppable in their ferocity. Yet Luna's unleashed Bozit thunder swept them away with ease. Hundreds of Lunas cast thick, golden-red bolts of lightning that leapt and wove across the ground, weaving a dense, electrified net. With a deafening succession of thunderclaps, every last Vanguard was obliterated. None survived. Those swarming, nerve-wracking black creatures from Avengers 3 were now effortlessly drowned in a storm of golden-red lightning. As for the awkward, lumbering Leviathan beasts in the sky, all it took was to draw a large circle, and these super soldiers, who struggled just to turn around, blundered right into it, only to be sliced in two, faster than Wang Kai's one-strike kills. At that moment, Tony and the others had just finished off the Black Order, and, seeing the tide of battle decisively turned, couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Jarvis, use the PIM particles, go giant mode, and sweep up the last of the Leviathans. Tony issued the command, and the two Iron Legion drones in the sky instantly multiplied. In the blink of an eye, they grew to over 20 meters tall. Aiming at the few remaining Leviathans, they fired armor-piercing rounds from their arms. Missiles that had been no bigger than a pin, now transformed into the size of medium-range rockets, and with a single shot, blasted a Leviathan cleanly in half. The explosion sent a tremendous roar and shockwave across the battlefield, drawing the eyes of countless onlookers. And Tony, of course, relished every bit of the attention. But suddenly, an even more earth-shattering explosion rang out. The Sanctuary 2, after taking dozens of sword blows from Wang Kai, and being hit with 2 cat bomb grenades, finally erupted in a massive mid-air explosion. A semi-transparent wall of compressed air billowed outward, and the sky was awash in flames, painting the ground red beneath the sun's glare. Thanos' warship of decades began to tumble from the sky, breaking apart as it fell, finally completing its mission and meeting its end. Even Thanos himself felt a twinge of sorrow at the sight, realizing his own fate might soon follow that of his ship. Boom! The Sanctuary 2 crashed onto a clearing not far away, and another explosion tore through the wreckage. The ship was utterly demolished, its innards spewing out like a volcanic eruption, leaving only burning debris behind. The Chitauri army on the battlefield was dwindling fast, just as Wang Kai had promised. Not a single one would be left. At this moment, Captain America and Thor were still locked in fierce combat with Thanos. And soon Tony joined the fray, followed by Rhodey, Hawkeye, Hulk, and Natasha. The righteous beatdown had officially begun. Hulk, with his notoriously fiery temper, knew he couldn't lash out at his teammates, so he unleashed all his fury on Thanos. With a mighty roar, Hulk slammed both fists into the ground. The earth split open with a deep crack, trapping one of Thanos' feet. And without hesitation, Hulk barreled forward, gathered all his strength, and landed a devastating uppercut to Thanos' jaw. A move worthy of a champion, an earth-shattering punch. With a thunderous impact, Thanos was sent flying, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Before he could even react, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Jarvis, piloting the gigantic Iron Man suit, brought down a colossal foot right onto Thanos, and then, without pause, drove him straight into the ground. A tremendous crash echoed across the battlefield. The solid rocky ground caved in, leaving a crater nearly 2 meters deep, and Thanos was pinned beneath the iron suit's foot. Jarvis, having been erased by Thanos with the Mind Scepter, had finally gotten his revenge. What followed was a relentless, one-sided pummeling. A group of young heroes ganging up on a centenarian, with no regard for honor or fairness. They opened with a barrage of repulsor blasts from 5 directions. Then Thor's hammer crashed down like a tidal wave. Thanos failed to dodge any of it, and in a rare moment of restraint, tried to hold back. But the Avengers had no intention of letting up, delivering another merciless beating. They pummeled Thanos so badly his eyes were left bruised and swollen, leaving him slumped on the ground, too weak to move. At this point, Thanos stood alone on the battlefield. Every one of his subordinates had been wiped out. Sanctuary 2 was already reduced to rubble. Thanos was utterly defeated. Yet when the heroes looked his way, there was not a glimmer of sympathy in their eyes. For all around them still lay the bodies of countless natives of this planet. They had compassion, but they were not naive. "Who are you people, really?" Thanos asked, his voice faint and weary. The ones who will end you, came a cold reply. That's all. Wang Kai descended slowly from the sky, his gaze at Thanos icy and indifferent. All the despair Thanos had once unleashed across the universe with a snap of his fingers was now returned to him in full. He was forced to watch his followers and his warship fall, powerless to stop it. Without another word, Wang Kai stepped forward and, with a single stroke, beheaded Thanos. The tyrant, the titan, the self-proclaimed ruler of the universe. Thanos was dead. Ding. Supervillain Thanos eliminated by host. Award, 500 sign-in points. The system's voice rang out, and Wang Kai's brows lifted in mild surprise. This supervillain was certainly something else. Thanos truly lived up to his reputation. Burn his body, Wang Kai said coolly. And with that, Avengers 1 came to an end. They had also eliminated the greatest threat to the future. So Earth's days ahead should be much easier. With Thanos defeated, everyone felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders. After leaving the planet Coulson, they returned to Earth once more. It was then that Thor officially joined the Avengers. And instead of immediately returning to Asgard, he chose to linger for a while with Jane, indulging in their affection. Although the two of them were deeply in love, Wang Kai already sensed that Odin, the old traditionalist, would not be pleased, and would likely try to separate them again. The following months passed quietly, with no major incidents arising. The Ten Rings, that terrorist group which appeared in Iron Man 3, also vanished thanks to Killian's change of heart, leaving the world overall in a state of peace and stability. This stretch of calm proved invaluable, allowing Tony and his team of scientists to devote themselves to perfecting the time machine. After nearly 3 more months of effort, their long-awaited dream machine was finally complete. This marvel could both let time flow within a person and allow a person to travel through time, which, simply put, meant it could make someone young again, and also transport them to a specific point in a parallel universe's timeline. Peggy slowed down. Captain America gently supported his girlfriend, whose once dark hair was now snowy white, her face etched with deep wrinkles as they entered Dr. Pym's laboratory. Both of them were around 90, one now frail with age, the other still youthful in appearance. Yet time had done nothing to diminish their love for each other. You really ought to carry her, Wang Kai said with a warm smile. Though Peggy was elderly, her mind was still clear, and using the time machine would be enough to restore her youth. Captain America gave an awkward, sheepish grin. When they were young, he hadn't dared make such a bold move. And now, with Peggy so aged, he found it even harder to bring himself to do so. At that moment, Hope and Ava stepped out of the lab. Seeing the pair, so different in appearance, yet with such pure affection shining in their eyes, filled them with admiration. Leave it to us, Hope offered. To use the time machine, you need to wear a quantum suit. Since Mrs. Carter has trouble moving around, let us help her with the preparations. Captain America had no objections, and promptly carried Peggy to the resting area. Half an hour later, at the entrance to the quantum tunnel in the lab, Peggy sat in her wheelchair, now dressed in a fully sealed red and white quantum suit, while Captain America comforted her from the front. Their hands were clasped tightly together, as if they would never let go. At that moment, Dr. Pym, Tony, and Banner were busy at the control panel, which was covered in more than 40 buttons. They moved with practiced efficiency, their fingers tapping rhythmically, the rapid clicks blending into a steady, purposeful cadence. Yet to Wang Kai, the whole process was a complete mystery. All right, the time flow experiment can begin. Tony clapped his hands and called out. Only then did Captain America say goodbye to Peggy with a gentle touch of their foreheads. His nerves taut as he waited anxiously outside the lab. The quantum tunnel is charging, Dr. Pym announced, pressing several buttons at his side. Instantly, the quantum tunnel inside the lab glowed with golden light, emitting a low, resonant hum. Miss Carter will send you into the quantum realm and then bring you back. No matter what you see, don't panic, Banner explained, hoping to ease Peggy's tension, then pressed the button in his hand. Countdown ready. 3, 2, 1. A deep hum filled the air. The moment Tony finished speaking, Peggy shrank down and vanished, leaving only her wheelchair behind. But before a second had even passed, Tony continued. Return countdown. 3. Everyone held their breath, nerves stretched to the breaking point. This was an experiment unlike any before. Each person silently willed it to succeed, yet couldn't help but wonder, can this really work? 2. Captain America's breath came fast and shallow, his hands clenched tight, his heart pounding as if it might burst from his chest. Could the promise he delayed for 70 years finally be fulfilled? 1. Another low hum reverberated, and a figure reappeared in the wheelchair. Everyone felt their hearts stop for a moment. Inside the helmet, it was still Peggy, but gone was the elderly woman from moments ago. In her place sat a radiant young woman, about 30 years old, brimming with vigor and confidence. It was Peggy Carter from the World War II days, full of spirit and life. Steve, a rush of excitement, joy, and wonder lit up Peggy's face. She felt strength surge back through her body, and in an instant, she stood up tall. Yes, time flows again. We did it. That was perfect. Absolutely flawless. Cheers erupted around the room. Captain America, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed into the lab and swept Peggy into his arms. At last, the dance they'd postponed for 70 years could finally be completed. Okay, anyone else want to shave off a few years? Tony grinned, then turned to Dr. Pym. Are you saying I'm old? Dr. Pym turned his head away, ignoring Tony's jab. No one else seemed eager to try just yet, so Tony wasted no time moving on to the next experiment. Time travel. They would journey to a parallel universe to save his parents. Kai, come with me? Of course. You can't wear your armor. How will you deal with the Winter Soldier? Wang Kai smiled, knowing that, besides rescuing Tony's parents, they also planned to bring back that universe's Bucky. This way, there'd be no civil war among heroes in that parallel world, and the Avengers would never be torn apart, even if this universe ended up with an extra Bucky. But it was still better than killing them outright. After changing into his quantum suit, Wang Kai stood before Luna, took her hand, and said, "Don't worry, our parents will be brought back to life very soon." Luna nodded and embraced Wang Kai. "I knew you'd be able to do it, Brother Kai." By now, Tony had already changed his clothes. He came over carrying the time-space locator wristbands and 3 extra quantum suits. The time-space locator wristband was an essential item. Without it, they'd be trapped in the past, unable to return. Here, let me show you how to set the time. Our destination is 1991. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the steady countdown, the two of them shrank down and entered the quantum realm. When they emerged from another gateway in the quantum realm, they had arrived at the intended location. It was nighttime on a deserted highway outside New York City. This was where Tony's parents had met their tragic end. Time's right. Place is right, Tony confirmed, glancing at his wristband. But then Wang Kai suddenly spoke up. And the people are right, too. In the distance, the sound of a car drew closer, while a motorcycle followed behind them. Atop the motorcycle rode a wild-haired figure. Both Wang Kai and Tony, familiar with this story, knew immediately. It was Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Hurry, he's about to open fire. Tony's heart leapt with urgency. The quantum suit was nothing like his Iron Man armor. It offered no combat capabilities. Relax. You better think about how you're going to explain this to your parents. No sooner had Wang Kai finished speaking than he activated his 6-fold acceleration. In the blink of an eye, he became a blur, reaching the Winter Soldier just as he raised his gun and knocked him flat with a single slap. The Winter Soldier tumbled from his speeding motorcycle, rolling across the asphalt a dozen times before coming to a stop. He tried to stagger to his feet, but Wang Kai was already behind him, delivering a swift karate chop that knocked him out cold. Stop! Please stop! Tony rushed into the middle of the road, waving his arms at the oncoming car, his emotions a chaotic mix of excitement and anxiety. Through the windshield, he could see the aged faces of his parents. There were so many things he wanted to say, but at that moment, not a single word would come. Wang Kai had been right. He should have thought ahead about what to say to his parents. Screech. The car's tires screeched as it slammed to a halt, the acrid smell of burnt rubber filling the air. Howard Stark, sitting in the driver's seat, stared in astonishment at Tony in his quantum suit. Feeling that this odd fellow blocking their path looked strangely familiar. Where had he seen him before? He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the fallen Winter Soldier behind them. A dark blur had flashed by just a moment ago, and now the motorcyclist who had been following them was sprawled on the ground. Something about all of this felt very wrong. Just to be safe, Howard quietly reached for his pistol and slipped it under his seat. "Who are you?" Howard, his hair now white, called out, his voice full of suspicion. Tony, clad in his striking red and white quantum suit, looked utterly bizarre in his father's eyes. Combined with that scruffy yet familiar face, it was enough to set Howard on edge. "Dad, Mom, it's me. I'm Tony." Tony. Maria, Tony's mother, stared at him in astonishment. Her son was supposed to be a fresh-faced young man. So how had he suddenly become like this? But with that reminder, she realized, he truly did look exactly like her son, except he seemed to have aged about 20 years. "Tony, are you on your way to a costume party?" Maria asked, then signaled her husband to lower his gun. Howard, finally snapping out of his confusion after Tony's outburst, started to understand. No wonder he seemed so familiar. But then he grew irritated and demanded, "What kind of nonsense is this? Why are you dressed up like that? What are you up to?" Tony hurriedly waved his hands and stepped forward, anxious to explain. "I am Tony, but I'm not the Tony from this time. I'm from 21 years in the future." He gave them a quick summary, leaving Maria and Howard utterly stunned. They were going to be killed here? And by Captain America's friend Bucky? It was almost too much to believe. "How do we know you're really Tony from the future?" Howard asked seriously. Time machines were the stuff of fantasy, hardly something you trust on just a few words. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, as Wang Kai came rushing up, carrying the Winter Soldier, stopping in front of the car. "Take a look at this, Mr. Stark, and you'll understand." Wang Kai pointed to the Winter Soldier's face. Howard's jaw dropped in shock. That familiar face was one he could never forget. The Howling Commandos, led by Captain America, had lost 2 men. One was Captain America himself. The other was the man standing before him now. Sergeant Barnes? Didn't he die in World War II? And why does he look like he hasn't aged a day? Seeing their disbelief, Tony continued his explanation. Several more minutes passed before his parents finally accepted the truth. Father and son also reconciled their differences. Their relationship greatly improved. Tony produced quantum suits and outfitted all 3 of them. Wang Kai then remembered something, glancing around until he quickly spotted the camera that had been recording video. Thankfully, from its angle, it probably hadn't captured their rescue. "Dad, Mom, are you ready to head to the future?" Tony asked with a smile. "No, wait a moment." Howard went to the car's trunk and took out a box of blue packets. The very same imitation super soldier serum. Will this still be useful in the future? In the original story, it was precisely to steal this imitation serum that Hydra sent the Winter Soldier to kill Tony's parents. But this thing comes with significant side effects. It makes people irritable and quick to anger. With better options among the Doomsday viruses, there was simply no need to take it along. "Burn it, Carnal." Wang Kai shook his head as he spoke. Howard had no choice but to toss the item aside and set the car on fire. All 4 pressed the return button at once, with Wang Kai helping the Winter Soldier press his own. With a whoosh, everyone was whisked back to their own universe. When the 5 emerged from the quantum tunnel, cheers erupted once again outside the lab, none louder than those from Ava, the ghost. Seeing this scene, she was practically bursting with excitement, because this meant that even her parents, who died in the quantum tunnel explosion, could be saved. "So they really did bring you back, Stark." Dr. Pym approached with a stern expression, then extended his right hand. "Welcome to the future." Seeing this, Howard broke into a smile. "And thank you for your quantum tunnel." The 2 men shook hands tightly, letting bygones be bygones. Such misunderstandings no longer mattered at this moment. Reuniting with family was all that truly counted. Afterwards, Wang Kai handed the unconscious Winter Soldier over to Captain America. Howard and Maria's eyes lit up when they saw Peggy restored to her youth, and they went over at once to chat with her. But before long, Tony's mother Maria suddenly wore a look of concern. "Son, how can you still be single at 42? Just look at how old you are. If you don't get married soon, it'll be too late." Mothers are the same everywhere. Maria began her barrage of motherly nagging, leaving Tony utterly embarrassed. He suddenly pointed at Captain America and Peggy. Aren't those 2 over there both over 90 and still unmarried?" Captain America and Peggy immediately looked mortified. He really knew how to push the wrong buttons. So the formidable Peggy clenched her fists and marched over, smiling warmly as she prepared to have a friendly exchange with Tony. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and Ava were already making preparations. With Goliath's blessing, the 2 of them set out together for a parallel universe, ready to bring back Ava's family. Just as with the mission to save Tony's parents, they went straight to the shabby garage lab they'd once rented. Moments before the quantum tunnel explosion, they rescued Ava's parents and her younger self. Ava then stepped forward to explain everything. After the initial shock, Eli, Star, and Catherine, Ava's parents, chose to trust the adult daughter standing before them. They and young Ava suited up in quantum armor, and together, they returned to their home universe. "Thank you for saving us, and Ava. We truly don't know how we could ever repay you," Ava's mother Catherine said gratefully. Wang Kai only shook his head, his face calm and unruffled. "It was just a small favor. Besides, the one you should truly thank is Dr. Pym. Without him, there would be no time machine." Eli Hayes, AL's father, was a colleague of Dr. Pym. There had been some misunderstandings between the 2 of them. Just then, Goliath walked over, his heart brimming with excitement as he embraced AL's father, AL's mother, and little Al in turn. "Welcome back." At this moment, words were unnecessary. There would be plenty of time to catch up in the days ahead. Once again, they cleared the space. as Wang Kai finished preparing the Pym particles, getting ready for the third time travel jump. This time, he was headed for the future, April 29th, 2018. On that day, Thanos had gathered all the Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. In a parallel universe, on the battlefield of Wakanda during Infinity War, the fight had reached its final stage. Thanos had slaughtered the Nova Corps on Xander to seize the Power Stone, then strangled Loki to claim the Space Stone, crushed the Collector to snatch the Reality Stone, sacrificed his own daughter Gamora for the Soul Stone, and forced Doctor Strange to surrender the Time Stone. Now, only one gem remained, the Mind Stone, embedded in Vision's forehead. The combined assault of Captain America, Falcon, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Banner, Natasha, and the other heroes was all in vain. Even when Cap summoned all his strength, barely managing to hold back Thanos' massive hand, he could only keep it at bay for a single, fleeting second, before Thanos knocked him aside with a single punch. With no other options left, Vision pleaded with his beloved Scarlet Witch Wanda to destroy the Mind Stone in his head. Heartbroken, Wanda had no choice but to kill the one she loved with her own hands. But for Thanos, now wielding the Time Stone, this was only a minor delay. He activated the green rune on the Infinity Gauntlet, reversing time with a swirl of emerald light, restoring both the shattered Mind Stone and Vision himself. Then, with one ruthless motion, Thanos clawed the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead, and Vision fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, before Thanos could savor his triumph at possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, a furious, vengeful Thor appeared in the distance, hurling his Stormbreaker axe with all his might straight at Thanos. Thanos! At that moment, Thor's power surpassed even Thanos at full strength. He cleaved effortlessly through the destructive beam fired by Thanos, and with a mighty thud, Stormbreaker embedded itself deep in Thanos' chest. I told you. Thor stormed up to Thanos, his face fierce with rage. You would pay for this. Clutching the Mad Titan's head with one hand, he drove Stormbreaker even deeper into Thanos' body with the other. Thanos grimaced in agony, crying out. But then, gasping for breath, he managed a twisted smile and said, You should have gone for the head. With that, he raised his left hand, fingers adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, and snapped them together. Just as he was about to fulfill his mission, a sudden flash of blue blade severed his entire left arm. A guttural cry escaped him. Thanos' eyes bulged wide, his entire face contorted in shock. It wasn't the pain of losing his arm that twisted his features. It was the devastation of seeing his nearly completed mission come to such an abrupt and brutal end. Actually, said Wang Kai with a cold smirk, stepping out from behind Thanos. Cutting off the hand is enough. He hefted his enormous blue demon blade, and without hesitation, swung it again from behind, beheading Thanos in one merciless stroke. Purple blood spattered all over the face of the orphan Thor. Ding! Host is slain. No rewards for grinding the same enemy. Too bad, Thor. The system's chime rang in Wang Kai's mind, but he paid it no heed, simply stepping forward to collect the Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, Wang Kai had killed Thanos once more, while orphan Thor stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What did you just do? Thor erupted in fury, his entire existence now devoted to avenging his enemy with his own hands, only to have Wang Kai steal the victory right from him. How could he endure that? He yanked Stormbreaker out of Thanos' chest, ready to fight Wang Kai to the death. As if possessed by madness, blinding lightning erupted from Thor's body, turning his eyes a fierce, pure white. He raised Stormbreaker high, swinging it with the force to cleave mountains as he brought it down with savage intent. Too slow, Wang Kai instantly activated all his enhancements, and Thor's movements seemed to slow to a crawl. With both hands, Wang Kai flicked his blade upward. The colossal demon blade crashed against Stormbreaker. A deafening boom erupted, like thunder splitting the earth open. The shockwave blasted a cloud of dust into the air, and brilliant bolts of lightning surged wildly around Wang Kai. Yet they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Instead, Stormbreaker was sent flying from Thor's grasp. It spun through the air and slammed into the ground not far away. Wang Kai's face remained cold and indifferent. Towering at least 5 meters tall, he pressed his massive blade right before Thor. If Thor dared to take one more step, Wang Kai would send this orphan to meet his family. After all, what mattered most to a family was being together, even in death. Thor, what happened here? Captain America's voice rang out just then. Arriving at Wang Kai's side, he froze in shock. In the moment he saw Wang Kai's blade trained on Thor, he went on high alert. Thor, what exactly happened? Thanos' corpse lay nearby, and Cap was utterly baffled by what had transpired in those brief moments. That man, he killed Thanos. Scarlet, which said through her tears, kneeling beside Vision's body as grief overwhelmed her. More people arrived on the scene. Rocket Raccoon took one look at Wang Kai and immediately started chattering. Hey buddy, are you one of the dwarves? This weapon looks quite beautiful. With those words, he leveled the weapon in his hands at Wang Kai. Put down that weapon. It belongs to me now. Wang Kai glanced at the rocket, but paid him no mind. He looked around at the Avengers nearby, then simply deactivated his awakening, and his body gradually returned to its normal size. I am Kai from another universe, here to borrow your Infinity Stones. He took out the Infinity Gauntlet, fully inlaid with stones, from his system backpack for everyone to see, then put it away just as quickly. The Avengers were instantly left with a flurry of questions in their minds. But before anyone could speak, Wang Kai slipped on the right-handed Infinity Gauntlet, which only had the Space Stone, and opened a portal right in front of them. On the other side stood the Guardians of the Galaxy, Tony, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, and Nebula, all on Titan. Okay, let me explain. Doctor Strange hurried over. This guest is from another universe. Out of all possible outcomes for us to win this war, his way results in the fewest losses. Thank you, Kai. Just remember to return it when you're done. Doctor Strange said, gesturing to the Infinity Gauntlet. Wang Kai raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that it was just as he suspected. In the over 14 million possible endings Doctor Strange had seen, he must have accounted for someone like himself coming to borrow the Infinity Stones, which was why he said what he did. In that case, I'll be going now. Wang Kai pressed the button on his space-time locator wristband, and in the next instant, he left that universe. The other Avengers were left dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to what had just happened. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you in time. Doctor Strange reassured everyone. Back in his own universe, Wang Kai returned again, and after greeting everyone, he and Luna made their way to Kamartaj. After consulting with the Ancient One and making sure everything was safe, Wang Kai didn't hesitate. He slipped the fully gemmed Infinity Gauntlet onto his left hand. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power raged through his body. But with experience on his side, Wang Kai quickly adapted, clenched his fist within the gauntlet, cleared his mind of distractions, and focused on his one and only goal. No matter what, he was going to bring his parents back to life. In that moment, the Infinity Gauntlet's glow grew brighter and brighter, until it illuminated all of Kamartaj. As the light faded, a middle-aged couple, both bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Kai, appeared in the room. What's going on? Dear, didn't we die? Wang Jinji, Wang's father, stared at his own hands in astonishment. Wally Li, Wang's mother, was equally confused. But before the two could process what had happened, Wang Kai and Luna, hearts pounding with excitement, rushed forward to embrace them. Tears streamed endlessly down their faces, startling Wang's father with their overwhelming emotion. Oh no. Why did you two come down here as well? Why is heaven tormenting us like this? Heaven must have turned a blind eye. Wang's father was instantly filled with indignation and regret. But soon, Wang's mother pointed at the ground with an excited expression and exclaimed, No, look, dear. We have shadows. We're not dead. How can we not be dead? We even met the Oxhead and Horseface. Have you forgotten? Wang's father replied, his face clouded with sorrow. He hugged the three of them tightly, sighing over and over again. Seeing this, Wang Kai and Luna had no choice but to calm themselves and start explaining to the two elders. It took nearly half an hour. Their tongues were nearly tied in knots. They even demonstrated several spells before the elders finally believed they had come back from the dead. I never imagined there was real magic in the world. Wang's mother gazed in astonishment as Luna split herself in two, then floated in midair and followed it up by casting a magical whip. And what about your magic, son? Surely you're not outdone by Luna? Wang's father asked, curiosity written all over his face. Mine is a bit too flashy, but if you really want to see, in the mirror dimension. The elders watched as Wang Kai wielded a blade 100 meters long, their eyes wide with shock. Then, as they saw Wang Kai transform into a majestic Azure dragon, Wang's father's legs nearly gave out beneath him. The sight startled Wang Kai so much his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't bear the idea of his own father kneeling to him. Heaven would surely strike him down for that. Hurriedly, he transformed back and rushed to steady his parents. Mom, Dad, are you all right? Wang Kai was a bit embarrassed. Everyone in China knows about dragons, and everyone claims to be a descendant of the dragon. But who has actually seen a real one? Today, the two elders had. It had truly given them quite a fright. We're fine. Wang's father shook his head, managing a wry smile. Every parent hopes their child will become a dragon or a phoenix. But to think his son had literally become a dragon. And not just any dragon, but the Azure dragon, one of the 4 legendary deities said to have created the world. If this happened back in China, people would be lining up for miles to kneel in reverence, having accepted the extraordinary truth about their children. Wang's father and mother began a new life together with them. After 3 days of living with his parents, Wang Kai finally set off alone to return the Infinity Gauntlet to the parallel universe. In the parallel universe, Doctor Strange had just finished explaining things to everyone, and it had been less than half an hour since Wang Kai left. When he returned, Infinity Gauntlet in hand, all the stones shining brightly. Before Wang Kai could say a word, Star-Lord, ever the fool, dashed over in a hurry. Putting on a deep and sincere tone, he said, "Hey buddy, I know that glove can do anything. Please, do me a favor." Well, for you, that should be as easy as pulling up your underwear. No sooner had Star-Lord finished his sentence. Everyone nearby rolled their eyes in unison. Wang Kai was left utterly speechless. Sure enough, this bunch could never keep things serious for more than 2 sentences. "You want to bring Gamora back to life, don't you? That's not a problem, but you'll have to give me a little something in return." Without hesitation, Star-Lord offered his beloved spaceship to Wang Kai. But what would Wang Kai do with it anyway? Besides, their ship was still stranded on Titan, and he didn't even know how to fly it. They went on to suggest a few more gifts, but none of them pleased Wang Kai. That's when Rocket couldn't help but chime in with a sarcastic remark. "Ugh, Quill, if only your dad were still around. He's so big. Maybe our friend here would actually want him. We blew that guy up, and you're still bringing him up?" Star-Lord shot Rocket a glare. "Hey man, just tell us what you want, all right?" Wang Kai glanced around. But honestly, there wasn't much worth having. "Just give me a space helmet as a souvenir. That'll do." Star-Lord's face lit up, and he agreed at once. Aside from providing oxygen and a bit of protection, those things weren't anything special. In the galaxy, you could find them on any street corner. Once again, Wang Kai slid on the Infinity Gauntlet. With a single squeeze of his hand, a white light flared to life once more. And before long, Gamora, looking like a female green giant, appeared before Star-Lord. Star-Lord rushed forward, thrilled, eager to embrace the goddess of his dreams, only to be met with a sharp kick to the groin from a thoroughly confused Gamora. "Who are you people? I was supposed to be pushed off a cliff by Thanos." Gamora eyed them all warily, half convinced she was trapped in one of Thanos' illusions. The Guardians quickly gathered round to explain, and after a moment, Gamora finally started to believe them, though poor Star-Lord was left writhing on the ground in agony. Once someone had broken the ice, more requests inevitably followed. Vision was brought back to life, to everyone's cheers. Loki returned as well, but that just made everyone sigh. As more and more people lined up with wishes, Wang Kai simply tossed the gauntlet over to Doctor Strange. "Now, this is your problem." With that, Wang Kai activated his temporal locator and returned to his own universe, while the rest stared at Doctor Strange with hopeful eyes. Honestly, I haven't foreseen this part. No matter how the parallel universes unfolded, Wang Kai's own life finally returned to a peaceful rhythm, just as he thought he could finally kick back and relax. The Ancient One turned up at his door without warning. "Kai, do you understand the price of tampering with time? There's that famous line from Iron Man in Avengers Endgame. If you mess with time, time tends to mess back." The Avengers traveled through time, gathering all the Infinity Stones to resurrect countless lives turned to dust. But their actions seemed to invite a backlash. A Thanos from another universe showed up, declaring not only would he snap his fingers again, but this time he'd wipe out the entire universe. Good grief, it used to be just half. Now he wants the whole universe gone. Fortunately, the Avengers managed to withstand the backlash, preventing this disaster from happening. But now, it was Wang Kai's turn to face the consequences. In the endless multiverse, there are 3 truly terrifying versions of Thanos. They are Emperor Thanos, Death Thanos, and Ultimate Thanos. The greatest crisis facing Earth now comes from Emperor Thanos. With a single wave of the Ancient One's hand, a scene appeared in midair like a 3D projection. An elderly, white-bearded Thanos wearing a crown sat upon his throne, holding a leash in his hand. And at the other end of the leash was none other than the Hulk. This Emperor Thanos was nothing like the Thanos of the main universe, who killed for the sake of cosmic balance. He slaughtered all life on Earth, destroyed Asgard, killed Odin and Thor, and even the Devourer of Worlds and the Celestials fell by his hand. He wiped out every living thing in the universe, leaving no survivors, all to please his beloved. Death, one of Marvel's 5 primordial cosmic entities. Now, It seemed that wiping out one universe was no longer enough for Emperor Thanos. He had come to Wang Kai's universe to cause havoc. If Emperor Thanos is so powerful, then why didn't you stop me from resurrecting my parents? Wang Kai asked in confusion. After all, this all started because of him. If he had been stopped from traveling to another universe, none of this would have happened. There was something else odd, too. Wang Kai remembered that it was the Ancient One herself who had gone to other universes to borrow the Infinity Stones. Why was that? It's not a question of how powerful Emperor Thanos is. He's that rare sort, the kind who's always looking for a way to die. So, I decided to give him what he wanted. The Ancient One smiled and said, "As for stopping you from resurrecting your parents, that was never an option, because only by playing with time would you draw Emperor Thanos into this universe. And then you would kill him. Otherwise, he would only continue to destroy more universes." Wang Kai's expression grew serious at her words. So that was the reason. If he hadn't traveled to another universe to borrow the stones and resurrect his parents, this universe-destroying Emperor Thanos would never have come here to meet his end. What seemed like two unrelated events was something the Ancient One had foreseen from their very first meeting. A glimpse of the future, seen through the Time Stone. He just hadn't expected that the Pangu experience card would end up being used on Thanos. But then, Wang Kai thought of something more. He could use this ultimate power to eliminate all future threats. Master Ancient One, after I take out Emperor Thanos, could you help me open a portal to the Underworld? Wang Kai asked. Of course, but as for Dormammu, you'd best let that one go. The Ancient One waved her hand again. In the sky, the Emperor Thanos transformed into Dormammu, the master of the Dark Dimension. That being will never truly die as long as he has followers, came the explanation. Unless you travel across the infinite multiverse to eliminate every last one of his followers, and then utterly destroy the Dark Dimension itself, he cannot be completely vanquished. The power of Pangu alone cannot truly kill him. It would only drive him out of the Dark Dimension, unleashing his menace upon other universes. Wang Kai immediately frowned. His ability to survive is astonishingly strong. His will to live is practically maxed out. Then what can truly kill him for good? Tai, the Eastern Emperor, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. So was the slippery eel. Although devouring Eclipse, Tai, the Eastern Emperor, was immensely powerful and carried a certain prestige in his backstory. He still seemed no match for the world-creating might of Pangu. Wang Kai couldn't quite see how Tai could counter Dormammu. Let's go. Emperor Thanos is almost here, the Ancient One said, opening a portal and stepping through. Wang Kai gripped the Pangu experience card tightly and followed right behind. On the other side, they did not arrive in the void of space, but found themselves 10,000 meters above the ground. Wang Kai had no choice but to transform into a metallic storm, soaring through the sky. Though the Azure Dragon could fly, the Azure Dragon's spirit could not, which was its one true flaw. I'll use magic to cloak your battle, so the world doesn't panic, the Ancient One said, opening another portal. Beyond it, a pitch-black background revealed the cold vastness of outer space. Already far from Earth, well beyond the reach of Wang Kai's outstretched hand, were the blue planet below. With the other side a vacuum, air immediately rushed through, whipping up hurricane-force winds. The Ancient One gave a slight nod, signaling it was safe to enter. Wang Kai piloted the metallic storm straight through the portal. The Ancient One swiftly closed the portal behind them, then crossed her hands, forming a series of intricate gestures. A golden, rune-inscribed circular shield began to form before her, expanding rapidly in size. It started no larger than a soccer ball, soon stretching wider than a basketball court, and in the blink of an eye, it outgrew even a stadium, eventually covering an entire city. By the time the shield finally stopped expanding, its reach enveloped the entire Earth. The battle about to unfold in outer space would remain hidden from every person and every machine on Earth. Only then did the Ancient One open another portal, stepping into the void of space, activating the Eye of Agamotto to clear up the aftermath. Elsewhere in the solar system, a colossal starship, as large as a city, hurtled toward Earth at breakneck speed. Its master was none other than the Emperor Thanos, traversing the cosmos. To please his beloved, Death herself, Emperor Thanos had destroyed entire universes, slaughtered all living beings, built his throne from the severed head of Galactus, and with the bones of the Celestials, constructed a temple to Death. But even so, none of this could win back Death's love for him. And so, the mad Emperor Thanos conceived a new plan. He would sacrifice himself to Death. But he was simply too powerful, so powerful that no adversary could kill him. So the Emperor Thanos seized the opportunity and traveled to another universe. All he wanted was either to kill or be killed. No phrase could better capture the current Thanos than this. In the blink of an eye, that blue planet was already looming close before him. A bloodthirsty, crazed light flashed in Thanos' eyes. Would the Avengers of this universe be able to kill him? Just as Thanos reveled in anticipation, a colossal, impossibly muscular figure suddenly appeared before Earth. So vast it blocked out the sky, so immense it was impossible to take in its full form at a glance. Wang Kai crushed the Pangu experience card, and his body soared to more than 3 times the height of the planet itself. His clenched fist was as large as the moon. Muscles rippled over his entire frame, like the deadliest weapons in existence. Behind him, 2 translucent, pale blue energy arms floated, each even larger than his moon-sized fist. Simply by standing there, he seemed to threaten the very fabric of space, as if reality itself might shatter around him. Wang Kai gazed down at the spaceship, now no bigger than a grain of rice in his eyes, and said with utter disdain, "The axe or the fist? Choose one." His voice thundered out, threatening to shake the space around him to its core. Even in the vacuum of space, his words rang out, clear as day. This was no longer sound traveling through air. It was space itself trembling, shuddering with his challenge. Yet Thanos, far from showing fear, burst into triumphant laughter. He had slain creatures whose bodies rivaled planets before. With a mighty leap, he smashed through his spaceship and emerged into open space. Glaring up at the giant before him, a titan whose head seemed to scrape the heavens. Thanos' fighting spirit blazed unrestrained. Today, it would be death for one of them, no other outcome. Whatever the cost, he would offer death the most glorious sacrifice, even if that sacrifice was himself. Gathering every ounce of his strength, Thanos raised his right hand and grasped at the air. In an instant, energy erupted on his fist, enough to shake the heavens and topple the sun and moon. It was as if this punch could shatter the world. A blinding radiance, like the heart of a star, burst from his fist. Thanos took a single step, and in a flash, he crossed 1,000 miles of starry space. Then, as the star-like brilliance vanished, all the energy and light seemed to disappear, condensing into a single, deadly singularity. In the next instant, he unleashed all that gathered force in a devastating, long-range punch aimed straight at Wang Kai. A deep, thunderous boom erupted, crack, crack, crack. The space around his fist shattered outwards like a spider's web. A solid, gleaming pillar of rainbow energy shot from his fist, dazzling and fierce, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in its path. It felt as though a single glance could dissolve one's very soul. In the blink of an eye, the blow traversed thousands of miles, slamming straight into Wang Kai's chest. A deep hum resonated. The apocalyptic energy fist of the Emperor Thanos detonated right against Wang Kai's exposed chest. A terrifying surge of power erupted instantly, unleashing a force comparable to hundreds or even thousands of humanity's mightiest nuclear weapons detonating at once. For a moment, even the surrounding space seemed to shatter and dissolve. The brilliance of a supernova paled in comparison. The cosmic expanse was instantly engulfed in a blinding light, as if the last flare of a dying star sought to illuminate the entire galaxy. This was a strike beyond compare, powerful enough to shake the very foundations of Earth, to rend mountains and crack the continents as if it were nothing. A single blow could shatter tectonic plates with ease, and yet Wang Kai emerged utterly unscathed. Not even a single mark was left behind. "You've made such a flashy show, but all you've managed is to tickle me," Wang Kai said, glancing down with a raised brow. Clenching his fist, he lifted his arm, and with a simple, unadorned punch, struck forward. Boom! In an instant, from the point of contact with Wang Kai's fist, a visible fan-shaped shockwave rippled outward. Thanos felt a sudden sense of impending doom, as if annihilation itself was about to descend. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, grinning fiendishly as he launched another assault at Wang Kai. Both fists unleashed, and in a flash, hundreds of dazzling energy pillars shot forth. Again, the sky was blotted out, all creation threatened with destruction. But in the next heartbeat, every single one of those multicolored beams was ripped apart. Emperor Thanos himself shattered like glass. No, it wasn't just Thanos. Every inch of space within that fan-shaped zone fractured and collapsed. The devastation stretched almost all the way to Mars. a distance of tens of millions of kilometers. All space crumbled inch by inch, ultimately disintegrating into dust. The scene was unimaginably terrifying. Anyone who witnessed it would be struck with utter dread. With a single punch, Wang Kai had wiped out thousands of miles of space. He had obliterated Emperor Thanos, the would-be conqueror of a universe, leaving not a scrap behind. What kind of terrifying power was this? Ding! Supervillain Emperor Thanos detected slain by host. Award, 500 sign-in points. Does putting on a disguise mean it's not the same boss again? A smile played at Wang Kai's lips. He'd now killed Thanos 3 times. Once in his own universe, once in a parallel universe, and now this Emperor Thanos. Who knew how many more Thanoses would come looking for him? It felt like he'd stirred up a nest of Thanoses, each one lining up to meet their end. As Wang Kai savored the moment, the cosmic space that had been shattered into dust began to heal. From the perspective of the entire solar system, it looked like a tiny tear had been torn open, but the flesh beneath was a swirl of chaos. And though it was impossible to see what, if anything, was taking shape within that chaos, but from how the Ancient One anxiously used the Time Stone to hasten her healing, it was clear that the other side was no safe place. Moments later, all the rifts in space closed, and the solar system returned to its usual tranquility. Wang Kai took in the entire solar system at a glance. Yet he realized that, in comparison to Pangu's colossal figure, he himself was still minuscule beyond measure. Even the nearest planet, Mars, was nearly 200 million kilometers away from him. The universe was simply too vast. So vast that, in its expanse, the solar system was but a speck of dust, and the Milky Way itself was no more than a single grain of sand in a boundless desert. Across the immeasurable stretches of space, the Earth and Moon were but a tiny corner. The world was so immense. One day, he would have to go out and see it for himself. Switching to a different hero template, the towering figure that split heaven and earth vanished instantly. A portal opened at his side. Wang Kai smiled gently and piloted his metal storm straight into it. In the Hell Dimension, the demon lord Mephisto was recuperating in his newly built palace. Ever since he was wounded about 10 days ago, the flow of time differed between worlds. He had been hiding away in the palace, refusing to see anyone. Not even the detonation of an artificial sun, right in his face, could kill him. That alone spoke to the terrifying strength of Mephisto. Damnable wretch. Once I've healed, I'll tear your flesh apart and devour you alive. I'll cast your soul into eternal torment before I consume it. Mephisto had lost all his former demonic grace. His eyes were ablaze with hatred, his face twisted with rage, and his body was covered in scorched marks. His animosity toward Wang Kai had reached its peak. Thunder rumbled outside the palace. In a flash, Mephisto appeared outside to investigate. Countless demons in the Demon Lord's city looked up, only to see the heavy, churning clouds above boiling and roiling outward. Thunderclaps rolled around them, deafening booms echoing from the distant sky down to the earth below. Mephisto's brow furrowed instantly. He had a sinking feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, those dense, ancient clouds parted on either side, and a wall so vast it blotted out the sun descended from the sky, falling directly toward the Demon Lord's city. Mephisto's pupils contracted in shock. A wave of terror swept through him. But this was no wall. It was a hand, so enormous its size defied imagination. The lines on its palm were as broad as mighty rivers, while all around, apocalyptic thunder crashed and roared. But even such destruction could not halt the falling of that hand. Panic seized Mephisto, and he tried to flee, only to find he could not escape the boundaries of this monstrous palm. No matter how desperately he ran, that hand remained poised above him, as if it had never moved at all. Damn it! Flames burst from Mephisto's body as he revealed his true demonic form. A pair of horns sprouted from his head, crowned with a blazing halo, and he transformed into a colossal figure over 100 meters tall, soaring into the sky. Like a giant forged of fire, he crashed directly against the looming hand above. Boom! Mephisto and a monstrous hand collided with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves racing outward at hundreds of kilometers per hour, forming a visible, circular wall of compressed air. The speed of the giant hand suddenly seemed to falter, but before Mephisto could feel a flicker of hope, the hand, unstoppable in its might, swept straight down toward the ground. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a supervolcano had erupted. A blinding flash once again lit up the infernal realm. Pillars of fire and shattered stone soared skyward, battering the dense, shadowy clouds. The ground itself quaked as if the whole of hell was trembling in fear. The surface splitting apart into jagged chasms, revealing veins of glowing red magma far below. The shockwave rampaged across the underworld, obliterating anything in its path. Yet the massive hand did not even reveal its elbow. It was as if a human foot had felt the resistance of a sturdy ant beneath it. But no ant could ever lift the foot of a giant. With a single move, the divine palm of Pangu, Wang Kai effortlessly crushed Mephisto, smashing him flat with one slap and turning the entire inferno into a boiling cauldron. Every volcano erupted in fury. Rivers of molten rock surged freely across the land, all converging at the lowest point, the former Demon King's citadel, now destined to become the Sea of Lava. From this day forward, the realm of hell would reek of sulfur and searing heat, and a terror would forever haunt the hearts of every surviving demon. The king of hell, Satan Mephisto, was dead, and killed with nothing but a casual slap. Such a terrifying scene would be whispered about in hell for 1,000,000 years to come. High above the ruined underworld, Wang Kai withdrew his hand, then returned to the main universe to deal with other lingering threats. Star-Lord's father, Ego, the remnants of Hydra's hive, and a Red Skull. In the vastness of the cosmos, there was a newly awakened Celestial, who called himself Ego, the father of Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy. He had lived for millions of years, dazzlingly intelligent and unimaginably powerful. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate hundreds of drone ships, and by manipulating molecules, he had built himself a planet-sized suit of armor, an entire world that was his own body. Yet like all living things compelled by instinct, Ego began to seek out offspring, and thus this cosmic stallion began scouring the galaxy, sowing his seed wherever he could. His tastes were far from ordinary. He sought not just humanoid beings, but all manner of life forms across the universe, human or otherwise. His appetites were truly extraordinary. If he ever found another suitable child, he could set his expansion plans in motion, creating countless beings like himself, never to be alone again. And now, to fulfill this wish of his, Wang Kai deliberately used the space stone to travel to the planet where Ego resided. He planned to kill Ego so that he would no longer be alone. You really are ugly, aren't you? Wang Kai couldn't help but mutter as he gazed at the crimson planet before him. The red clouds formed the features of an ancient, weathered face, with two eye sockets glowing with a cold blue light. The expression looked as if Ego was suffering from constipation. Anyone who saw it would feel something was very off. Instead of transforming into Pangu and blasting Ego with a single punch, Wang Kai chose instead to enter the planet, seeking out Ego's companion, or rather, his pet, Mantis. Her main role was to help Ego sleep. Naive and innocent, she was blameless in all of this, and Wang Kai saw no reason to let her die as well. Using the space stone, he teleported straight to the palace on the planet's surface, and soon found Mantis standing on a balcony, lost in thought. "What are you looking at?" Wang Kai suddenly appeared, smiling as he spoke. Startled, Mantis nearly slipped and fell off the balcony. Wang Kai quickly stepped forward, grabbing her hand to steady her, and did his best to show kindness. Mantis possessed the ability to sense the thoughts and emotions of others through touch, and she could also inject emotions into others. Her talent for lulling Ego to sleep came from this very power. "Are you here to save me?" The two antennae on Mantis's head suddenly glowed as she reached out to touch Wang Kai's cheek. Clearly, her ability had activated. What does adorable mean? Were you talking about me?" Mantis blinked her large eyes, unintentionally reading Wang Kai's thoughts. "Yes, I was talking about you. You're very beautiful." Wang Kai smiled warmly, and Mantis smiled back, understanding now why he had come. And since she could read his mind, Wang Kai was spared the trouble of explaining. "Ego has become a threat, and I intend to destroy him. Are there any others on this planet?" "Yes, they're all Ego's children." Mantis instantly lowered her head. Ego had brought his children here more than once, but whenever he discovered they had no trace of celestial power, he killed them all. Their bones now formed a small mountain. She had witnessed every bit of it, but fear kept her from resisting. "All right, take me to them first." Inside the temple that Ego had built, he was currently testing a new batch of children brought by the Ravagers for traces of celestial power. "Come now, child, try to focus and form an energy sphere as I do." Ego put on a false smile, pressing his hands together and then opening them to reveal a white ball of energy. But the green-skinned child before him, no older than 7 or 8, just couldn't do it. and Ego's smile slowly faded, until, after 3 long minutes, his face was filled with disappointment. Another useless one. Igo seized the child by the neck, intent on strangling him then and there. No matter how the boy struggled, no matter how desperately his eyes pleaded, Igo's face remained stone cold, utterly indifferent to whether this child shared his blood. Just as the child was about to be choked to death, a flash of blue-green blade split Igo in two in the blink of an eye. Wang Kai moved like lightning, snatching the child away in an instant. Yet even split in two, Igo did not perish. The elderly form everyone saw was only a puppet he manipulated at the molecular level. His true essence was the brain hidden deep within the planet. From the wound, blue light shimmered, then crackled with arcs of electricity, and the two halves of his body fused seamlessly back together. Igo roared in furious rage, pointing at Wang Kai and bellowing, "Who are you? How dare you defy a celestial?" "Defy you?" Wang Kai responded with a cold, mocking smile, handing the child over to Mantis. "No, I'll kill you for this." In an instant, the spectral image of a blue dragon flared to life. Igo thought he heard a faint, thunderous dragon's roar, and then he finally understood what it meant to face a 40-meter sword. With a deafening crash, the massive blue blade came cleaving down, utterly shattering Igo's puppet body. A giant fissure, wide enough for a person to walk through, split open the floor of the hall. Only then did Wang Kai use the space stone to open a portal, sending Mantis and the 5 rescued alien children to Kamartaj for safekeeping. Immediately afterward, he reappeared outside Igo's planet. Switching hero templates, the mighty Pangu, who once punched Emperor Thanos to dust, returned. Though only moments remained, it was more than enough to deal with the fledgling celestial that was Igo. As soon as Pangu appeared, towering even larger than Earth itself, Igo sensed danger looming. Suddenly, the red face covering the planet's surface split wide in a monstrous maw. A surge of blue energy gathered, growing blindingly bright, the very fabric of space around them trembling and shuddering, as torrents of power compressed within the gaping mouth. Then, with a thunderous blast, it erupted forth, a true planet-shattering energy beam, a colossal white laser, as wide as the moon itself, lanced into the void. The energy radiating from it was enough to obliterate a world. But in the very next instant, it was smashed back as if swatted away by a single punch. With a thunderous impact, a giant arm thrust into Igo's gaping mouth, bursting out through the planet's far side. Clutched in its hand was a great chunk of gray matter, the protective layer encasing Igo's brain. So tough that in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, it took the team ages to even make a small hole for little Groot and his bomb. But for Wang Kai at this moment, that shell was no different from thin air. With a merciless squeeze of his massive hand, the space within his palm collapsed into dust in an instant. The protective layer in Igo's brain shattered on the spot, disintegrating completely into the emptiness of space. Igor didn't even have time to let out a cry before he perished on the spot. With Igor's demise, the planetary armor began to dissolve, slowly dissipating into the basic molecules of the universe. At that very moment, the scattered seeds Igor had left across the Milky Way also withered and died. Thus, this newly awakened celestial, Igor, was finished off by Wang Kai in a single punch, a single grasp, a single squeeze, dead just like that. Trash. Switching to another hero template, Wang Kai used the space stone once more to return to Earth. After asking the children about their hometowns, he sent each of them back to their mothers. Igor had been a real scoundrel, but at least these 5 children all had mothers who loved them. Meanwhile, the Ancient One cast an illusion spell to hide the 2 curved antennae on Mantis's head. From then on, Mantis began living temporarily at Wang Kai's house. With Mephisto and Igor both dealt with, and the Pangu experience card still active, Wang Kai decided to wipe out the last 2 remnants of Hydra, Hive and Red Skull. Hive was a collective of parasites, making it no easy task to track it down on the planet. So Wang Kai simply hurled the entire planet into a nearby star. Amid the cataclysmic explosion, the system chimed in with a notification that Hive had been eliminated. This ancient inhuman finally met his end inside the sun, a fitting twist of fate. As for the other Hydra remnant, Red Skull, things were even simpler. Wang Kai used the space stone to appear at the edge of a cliff, where Red Skull, ever theatrical, was about to utter something dramatic about Wang Kai's parentage. Without waiting for another word, Wang Kai struck, blade flashing forward. "Don't bother telling me whose son I am. All you need to know is, I'm your daddy." With real damage enchanted on his blade, Wang Kai slashed dozens of times without pause. Red Skull's ethereal body was sliced into countless layers, like a mille-feuille pastry. At last, Red Skull was released from his torment, and Hydra was wiped out for good. Back on Earth, in their Brooklyn home in New York, Luna sat watching Mantis a little gloomy. Wang's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why their son had brought home yet another girl. "Kai, who is she?" Luna asked. "Hello. I'm Mantis," said Mantis, stepping forward with innocent enthusiasm to shake Luna's hand. But then, excitement flickered across her face as she exclaimed, "You're angry. It's because the person you like brought home a stranger. You want to marry him, don't you?" Mantis, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Wang Kai, pointed straight at him. The living room was instantly flooded with an awkward silence, and Luna's cheeks flushed bright red. Wang's parents began to whisper to each other. "Oh no, looks like a love triangle. I knew adopting a future daughter-in-law from the orphanage would be trouble one day. What's wrong if all the girls like him? He's turned into a dragon already. Having a few more wives is nothing," though they spoke quietly. But neither Wang Kai nor Luna were ordinary people. They heard everything crystal clear, which made the situation all the more awkward. Ahem, Mandy's has practically lived alone since childhood, so he's not very good at talking to people. After giving a brief account of the Mantis woman's story, the elder couple and Luna roughly understood that Wang Kai was simply acting out of kindness to help someone, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the Mantis woman finally settled down, temporarily staying at Wang Kai's home and learning how to interact with people. All those who deserve to be killed have been dealt with, and anyone foolish enough to come seeking death have been dispatched as well. Just as Wang Kai thought the major troubles were over and future disasters could be counted on one hand, fate struck him hard and unexpectedly. It destined him for a future full of unending busyness. San Francisco, a port city on the Pacific coast of California in the United States, blessed with beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Among its famous landmarks, the Golden Gate Bridge is especially renowned, not only for its striking red color and grand scale, but also because it holds the world record for being destroyed the most times in movies and television. Many people may not know the bridge's actual name, but they've certainly seen its spectacular destruction in countless disaster films. Originally, the Marvel Cinematic Universe had spared this poor, iconic structure, but unfortunately, the Marvel Universe that Wang Kai belonged to showed it no such mercy. "Hey man, could you help us take a photo?" A young Asian man with black hair called out to a tourist. At that moment, they were standing on a hill northwest of the Golden Gate Bridge, a spot that offers a sweeping view of the entire bridge, a must-visit photo destination for travel enthusiasts. "No problem, happy to help," the tourist replied warmly, picking up the Asian youth's camera and preparing to take their picture, but soon sensed something unusual. "Don't move, guys. If you keep shaking, there's no way to get the perfect shot." "We're not moving. The ground is shaking," the young man exclaimed in alarm, and the tourists on the hill instantly realized what was happening. The word earthquake flashed through everyone's minds. Fortunately, no one panicked or screamed. No one spread the contagious virus called fear. People simply stood quietly, waiting for the tremors to subside. "Hey, look, what's that over there?" A visitor's shout drew everyone's attention. They followed the direction of his pointing finger, only to see a massive shadow in the water surging toward the Golden Gate Bridge at incredible speed. "Is that a submarine?" "No way. Submarines aren't that big, are they?" The tourists whispered among themselves. All they could do was watch as the shadow beneath the water gradually surfaced, revealing a fin-like upright spike. The water parted around the rising fin, and in no time, it reached the base of the Golden Gate Bridge. The surface of the water began to churn and froth, as if boiling. The shark fin-like dorsal spike finally broke through the surface of the water in its entirety. The gray fin resembled the blade of an axe, and just beneath it, to everyone's astonishment, were two enormous, unblinking eyes. Rows of razor-sharp, spike-studded fangs gleamed menacingly, a jaw armored with bony plates. The massive shadow beneath the water turned out to be a monster more than 50 meters long. Its sharp claws burst from the water, then came crashing down on the Golden Gate Bridge with terrifying force. With a thunderous crash, the entire Golden Gate Bridge buckled, and the sheer power of the blow tore the bridge's surface clean apart. Dozens of steel cables snapped under the force of the monster's claws, and in less than 3 seconds, the Golden Gate Bridge gave way with a mournful groan, snapping in half. Cars tumbled from the bridge into the bay below, splashing into the water like scattered ants. The monster barreled straight through the red arches of the Golden Gate Bridge, heading directly into downtown San Francisco. Oh my god, what on earth is that creature? As the tremors faded, the tourists, stunned into silence by the monster's sudden appearance, felt as if their hearts had stopped beating. A monster had invaded San Francisco, and within a minute, the highest levels of the American government were alerted. The military immediately dispatched their most advanced fighter jets to destroy the beast, while Nick Fury dialed Wang Kai without a second's hesitation. In the future you described, wasn't there supposed to be nothing like this? Isn't this that axe-headed kaiju? Wang Kai, catching Nick Fury's call and seeing the monster reports on the news, was just as shocked. How had the first kaiju from the Pacific Rim universe ended up in the Marvel universe? Something was definitely off. With no immediate answers, he could only offer a vague explanation. Maybe this was a new challenge born from their altered timeline. He also warned, this kind of monster is a real problem. Its blood is highly toxic. It can alter Earth's atmosphere, soil, and water, and wipe out all life. So don't just bomb it with regular weapons. That'll only make the toxins spread faster. That's precisely why, in the Pacific Rim universe, conventional missiles weren't used. These monsters had to be brought down in close combat by Jaegers, beating them until they bled internally, to keep the contamination under control. Most Jaegers in the films followed this rule. The fate of the world would be decided in a pulse-pounding brawl. Only when all hope was lost did they resort to missiles and nukes. By then, humanity was on the brink, and there was no other choice. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Before Nick Fury could say anything, Wang Kai caught sight, broadcast live on television, of F-22 fighter jets launching missiles. Damn it, tell those idiots to stop. If they don't, countless people will die from the toxins before the monster even goes down. Wang Kai hung up without waiting for a reply, slipped on the Infinity Gauntlet, and opened a portal. Mom, Dad, Mantis, all of you stay here and don't wander around. Luna will leave a clone behind to keep you company. Son, are you going to get rid of that monster? Wang's father looked excited, while Wang's mother nodded and reminded him, be sure to stay safe, son. Mantis, though not quite sure what was going on, still spoke softly, please be careful. Wang Kai nodded, giving everyone a confident and reassuring smile. Then, together with Luna, he headed to Dr. Pym's lab. You all saw that thing, didn't you? Is there a way to shrink it? Though the kaiju from Pacific Rim were terrifying, they didn't count for much in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There was no shortage of advanced technology here to deal with monsters like that. I'm afraid not. The monster is just too big, and we don't have enough Pym particles, Dr. Pym said sternly. Hope stepped forward to explain. The amount of Pym particles needed increases exponentially with the size of the object. This monster is nearly 70 meters tall. We already used up most of our Pym particles on the time machine. There's just not enough left. At this point, Ava asked in puzzlement. Kai, the monster is huge. Yes, but couldn't you just cut it down with a single strike? The others immediately turned to Wang Kai, their faces full of questions. Wang Kai had to explain once more. If he killed the monster with a single blow, countless people would be poisoned in the aftermath, and that was no joke. He wasn't nearly that reckless. All of you get out of here first. Let me handle this monster on my own. So Luna opened a portal and sent everyone to Avengers Tower, while Wang Kai started drawing from the lottery. System, I want to do a 10 pull. Having killed villains like Mephisto, Ego, Red Skull, and Hive, he'd earned 800 sign-in points. Together with the points from killing Thanos and the ones he'd saved up before, he had a total of 3,500 sign-in points. Ding. Consuming 2,000 sign-in points, drawing now. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the hero template. Apocalypse Mecha, Lubu. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill. Unstoppable Dominion. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill. Arrow of Blazing Fire. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the equipment. Endless Warblade. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the equipment. Wolfstride Crest. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the consumable. Mega Medkit. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the special item. System Backpack Expansion Slot. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the special item. Skill Enhancement Point. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the special item. Thank you for participating, X2. Apocalypse Mecha? Talk about wish fulfillment. Wang Kai's eyes lit up with joy. With a mecha powerful enough to rival the monster, this battle was as good as won. System, you're so thoughtful. You always prepare the perfect hero for me to face each challenge. Love you. But I don't love you. I already have someone in my heart, so. Host, you're a good person. As soon as the system finished speaking, Wang Kai's face twisted into an awkward grimace. Did he just get handed a good person card by the system? This was just too dramatic. And for the first time, he received a good person card. Not even from a human. Shaking his head to clear away the random thoughts, Wang Kai focused on examining this round's reward. Doomsday Mecha, Lu Bu. The most perfect mecha, a destroyer forged by design. Born not as a human, but on a higher level. Convinced of its own unmatched might. System, how tall is Doomsday Mecha Lu Bu? Without counting weapons or the feathered crest, it's 80 meters tall. As for its alternate form, the giant fighter jet, it's 70 meters long. Alternate form? Excitement flashed across Wang Kai's face. How could he have forgotten that? Doomsday Mecha, Lu Bu could transform into a fighter jet for flight. And at 70 meters in length, it far surpassed the vast majority of jets in today's world. It was on par with the world's largest civilian airliners, just a tad smaller than those mammoth transport planes. As for its humanoid mecha form, at 80 meters, that was towering as well. Even the main Jaeger, Gypsy Danger, from Pacific Rim stood only 79 meters. World Slicer unleashes a powerful sword energy in a specified direction. Cool down, 12 seconds. Blazing Arrow creates a blazing zone dealing continuous damage. The user is immune to fire damage and instead regenerates health. Cool down, 8.5 seconds. Up to 3 charges. Wolf Crest, an upgraded version of the Wind Spirit Crest, greatly boosting movement speed after use. Cool down, 120 seconds. The rest were all familiar faces. Now, Wang Kai's system equipment bar featured 4 endless blades, 1 breaker, and 1 master sword, finally maxing out his critical hit rate. Meanwhile, the system storage space had doubled again, reaching 128 cubic meters, and his indestructible demon body had leveled up to 29. Bring. Suddenly his phone rang, pulling Wang Kai out of his prize-drawing reverie. He checked, and saw it was a call from Tony. So he pressed the answer button. Kai, Fury's already told us. If we can't use missiles on the monster, it's going to be tough to deal with. I'm planning to use PIM particles to enlarge my suit for the fight. Do you have a better idea? Even with PIM particles, the Iron Man suit could only reach just over 20 meters, which is like sending a child into a fist fight against an adult. No matter how many suits there were, it wouldn't matter. Not to mention Dr. Pym didn't have that many PIM particles left. Wang Kai gave Tony a quick rundown of the situation here, then said confidently, "Leave this to me. Tell Nick Fury to get ready to collect the monster's corpse." He hung up the phone. Dr. Pym's family, along with Ava's family, had already left. Luna, meanwhile, watched the live news broadcast, her heart aching as she saw the monster rampaging through the city. "Brother Kai, I can send out thousands of clones and use magic whips to bind this monster. Then you can attack it. Do you think that will be enough to stop the creature?" But Wang Kai shook his head repeatedly at her suggestion. "Your power is no match for this kind of monster," he said. "Don't take unnecessary risks. Leave this to me." He gently patted Luna's hair. Then, with a reassuring smile, opened a portal and stepped into the skies above San Francisco. From his vantage point, he saw that the axe-headed monster had already advanced over 300 meters into the city, leaving a trail of devastation and ruined buildings in its wake. Fighter jets hovered at the edge of the horizon, having already launched a round of attacks. But even their earth-shattering air-to-ground missiles seemed utterly useless. Explosions blossomed in fiery bursts. Yet the monster pressed on, completely unfazed, ignoring the barrage as it bulldozed ahead, shrugging off the attacks as if they were nothing more than a mild annoyance. In truth, this was the monster's homeland, a deliberate strategy set by the precursors, the ruling intelligence of the Prophet Star, the Antiverse. Their plan: send the first monster as a reconnaissance tool, gather intelligence at the cost of its life, and, through its death, poison Earth's environment, preparing the world for the precursor's arrival by making it habitable for themselves. System: switch hero template to Doomsday Mecha, Lu Bu. Ding. Hero template switched. You can now use all skills of Doomsday Mecha, Lu Bu. Gluttonous Bloodline. The enchanted Sky Piercer halberd deals 100% true damage, but loses enchantment immediately if a slash misses. Halberd Slash. Swing the Sky Piercer halberd in a chosen direction. Contact with blood enchants the weapon, converting physical damage to true damage. Cool down, 5 seconds. Ravenous Wolf's Grasp. Seize the souls of enemies in a targeted area, dealing damage and reducing their movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds, while granting yourself a shield. Cool down, 8 seconds. Demonic Descent. Descend from the sky at a designated location, unleashing carnage. Upon landing, Lu Bu swings his halberd in a mighty blow, dealing massive damage and creating a blood-red arena that harms enemies who touch its edge. Cool down, 50 seconds. The skills were almost exactly as described in the game. Wang Kai steadied himself and leapt down, his arms outstretched as a sphere of black light shimmered across his body. The darkness rapidly expanded, taking the shape of a colossal humanoid shadow. Suddenly, a golden-red glow blazed in the chest of the shadow. A deep, resonant hum, like the awakening of a giant machine, echoed from within the form. In the next instant, the shadow was split apart by a mighty halberd. With a thunderous burst, Wang Kai piloted the Doomsday Mecha, bursting through the shadow. His sights locked on the axe-headed monster below. Look, what is that? Countless onlookers, eyes wide with astonishment, witnessed the unfolding battle. A colossal humanoid mech, painted in black and red, suddenly plummeted from the sky. With the force to split mountains and shatter stone, it landed a devastating punch straight onto the axe-headed monster's skull. A sickening crack echoed through the air, followed by a thunderous impact. The monster's head twisted a full 100 degrees on impact, and a deep, unmistakable fist mark was imprinted on its face. Wang Kai harnessed the force of gravity, transforming potential energy into raw kinetic power, then added his own immense strength, not to mention equipment primed for maximum critical impact. With a punch like that, even a tank would be smashed to scrap metal. Yet the axe-headed creature only had its neck twisted. Its skull wasn't shattered by the blow. Only now did Wang Kai finally understand why the kaiju in Pacific Rim could withstand nuclear blasts with their bare bodies. This thing's body was ridiculously tough, and its skull was far from ordinary iron. It barely seemed like a carbon-based flesh-and-blood organism at all. Look, a giant mech. It's actually a humanoid giant robot. The ultimate dream for any man. It took down the monster with a single punch. This is just too thrilling. One excited viewer, caught up in a live stream, could barely string words together in his excitement over the apocalyptic mech's appearance. Countless others, those watching the stream and those glued to the news, felt their blood boil with excitement. No one imagined that the steel behemoths of fantasy could ever become real. That sharply angular black armor was exactly the stuff of everyone's wildest dreams. At the same moment, inside a stark white building, the President of the United States watched the appearance of the Doomsday Mech, his face frozen in shock. General, is this one of the military's secret projects? How could it be? Giant mechs like this are utterly impractical for real combat. If we really spent taxpayers' money building such toys, we'd all be out of office. The Secretary of Defense sneered at the sight of the Doomsday Mech. In his eyes, flashy contraptions like that weren't half as useful as a single guided missile. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from the hallway outside the office. A civilian staffer rushed in, breathless, to report. General, we've just received a message from one of our bases in the Middle East. They're under attack by an unidentified creature. The president's face darkened at once. He snapped in anger. Don't tell me it's another one of those monsters. Do these things have a personal vendetta against America? The staffer shook her head and played back footage sent from the military base on the TV screen. It's not a monster this time. It appears to be another kind of mechanical life form. Both the President and the Secretary of Defense were left baffled. But as the video's progress bar crept past the halfway point, their expressions grew increasingly grave. In the video, an unidentified helicopter suddenly unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, knocking out most of the base's electronic equipment. And then, over the static and confusion, came a strange, unsettling sound. This helicopter seemed almost alive, transforming in a dazzling display into a humanoid mechanical being. The weapon in its hands packed tremendous power. With its laser cannon, it took less than a minute to obliterate every plane, vehicle, and building in the base. Then, the video cut off abruptly. The President and Secretary of Defense exchanged glances, as if silently asking, "Was this your doing?" Both shook their heads, denying any involvement. Call a meeting with all senior officials. The President had barely issued the order when a civilian aide rushed in, even more flustered. "Mr. President, another monster has appeared, and this one can fly. It's attacked one of our nuclear power plants." Now the President's face turned ashen. He'd only been in office for a few days. First mysterious monsters, now unknown mechanical beings. Were these creatures out to get him personally? Meanwhile, while the American leadership was thrown into chaos, Wang Kai was already locked in fresh combat with the axe-headed beast. Though he had snapped the creature's neck with a single punch, its vitality was terrifyingly strong. Even with its head lolling to the side, the beast kept fighting Wang Kai. In truth, every monster had multiple brains and several secondary brains. Even when battered and bloody, they could still fight at 70% of their strength. Ding. Host detected at check-in location. Site of the axe-headed beast landing. Initiating check-in. Check-in countdown. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The system's voice chimed in, but Wang Kai had no time to pay attention. He was completely consumed by the heat of battle. Piloting his giant mech, every punch slammed home with raw force. Each blow landed on the axe-headed beast, sending adrenaline surging through his veins. The beast's anguished roars echoed after every strike. Wang Kai struck with a left front kick, followed by a right roundhouse, then a left straight punch. With its head twisted and vision blurred, the axe-headed beast couldn't defend itself at all. It staggered backward again and again under the onslaught. And Wang Kai, sensing weakness, unleashed a relentless barrage. His fists rained down like a storm. He shouted a battle cry with each furious blow. The axe-headed beast reeled, its bones breaking under the relentless assault, its body growing limp, and blood pouring from its wounds. Even its tremendous vitality was faltering. Seeing this, Wang Kai pressed the attack with renewed vigor. Mantra, King Ming. He unleashed 5 rapid-fire punches in succession, each one carrying over 1,000 tons of force. Every strike left the beast's body caving in, armor weakening under the skill's effect. Wang Kai surged forward, gathering all his strength for a final, piercing punch straight into the monster's chest. Boom! With a single blow from the Doomsday mech, the monster was sent flying for dozens of meters. The force rippled through the beast's battered frame, until it crashed to the ground with a thunderous, bone-shaking impact. After that, it never managed to get back up again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Axe-Head monster and earning 100 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Axe-Head monster's landing site and earning 500 sign-in points. The system notification chimed, confirming that the Axe-Head monster had truly been beaten to death by his own hands. But looking around, he could see that within several hundred meters, all was reduced to ruins. Several buildings, each dozens of meters tall, had collapsed, an utterly tragic sight. Still, compared to the original film where the entire city of San Francisco was destroyed, and it took the military days of relentless bombing plus 3 small nuclear warheads just to bring down the Axe-Head monster, this was already a huge improvement. And most importantly, what did any of this have to do with him? He'd already gone above and beyond by stepping in. If it weren't for the chance to earn sign-in points, he wouldn't have bothered at all. With a bend of his knees, he launched himself straight up from where he stood. In midair, he transformed into a black and red fighter jet, spewing scorching flames as he shot into the sky. The Doomsday mecha vanished from sight, disappearing from public view. At the same time, he shot straight to the top spot on the superhero trending rankings. Avengers Tower. Tony played a military video sent over by Nick Fury. The moment Wang Kai saw it, he froze in shock. He actually caught sight of Blackout, the first Decepticon to appear in Transformers 1. In its alternate form, it was a helicopter capable of deploying another memorable Decepticon, the scorpion-like Scorponok. And then there was the Mudos, the villains from Godzilla 2014. These creatures looked disturbingly like giant cockroaches. To make matters worse, they could fly and unleash electromagnetic pulses. In the movie, this very trick had crippled the military's attacks. It left mankind with no choice but to pin their hopes on Godzilla. Wang Kai sucked in a sharp breath. He had a bad feeling. With so many villains appearing at once, things could only spell trouble. Tony, can you look up a Samwit wiki for me? You should be a high school student living in New York. His eBay account is Prince Whitehorse 217. And have Nick Fury check if there's a massive metallic cube buried under the Hoover Dam, along with another humanoid mechanical life form. Jarvis moved with lightning speed. In under 10 seconds, multiple checks had been completed, but there was no trace of Transformers 1's protagonist in New York. 10 minutes later, Nick Fury replied as well. The Hoover Dam was just an ordinary dam. There was no Allspark and no Megatron hidden underneath. Now Wang Kai felt a headache coming on, and he rushed off to find the Ancient One to get to the bottom of what was going on. In truth, they're just like Emperor Thanos, the result of tampering with time, she explained. It's just that Emperor Thanos was a massive earthquake, while these other villains are merely aftershocks. Wang Kai was left speechless. As the saying goes, it's easy enough to deal with the king of hell. It's the little demons that are really hard to handle. He had just punched the Mad Titan to death, but now even more villains from other universes were showing up. Was he ever going to get a break? Ancient One, don't tell me this is just the beginning, Wang Kai asked, his face clouded with frustration. You guessed right. From now on, all sorts of multiverse villains will come to our universe looking for trouble, the Ancient One replied. But I believe you'll handle them just fine, she added with a broad smile. Wang Kai, however, looked more troubled than ever. Did this mean he would never have any downtime? If these villains kept popping up one after another, how was he supposed to get any peace? The thought alone was exhausting. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Wang Kai's mind. A way to solve the problem once and for all. Ancient One, what if I take the initiative and go to their universes to wipe out all those villains? Wouldn't that stop them from coming here? Wang Kai was not the type to just sit back and take a beating, even if the ones dealing the blows were villains. He was determined to go on the offensive, to storm into their universes and deal with this troublesome bunch himself. In theory, that could work, the Ancient One mused. But the time machine that travels to parallel universes can't take you to the multiverse. With a graceful wave of her hand, clusters of glowing orbs appeared in the air, each revealing worlds that Wang Kai recognized all too well. Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, One Punch Man, Demon Slayer. There were even glimpses of Dragon Ball. Good grief, in Dragon Ball, even the minor villains could blow up the earth with a flick of their fingers. Only Marvel's comic universe could possibly compete at that level. Compared to them, the Decepticons and all kinds of monsters seemed downright puny. It seemed the further you drifted into the anime worlds, the more absurd the power levels became. The infinite multiverse holds infinite possibilities. You could travel to their universes and kill every villain, or you could choose to bring peace to those worlds. Either way, the problem would be solved, the Ancient One said, waving her hand again. Instantly, all the visions vanished. Wang Kai understood the road ahead. It was going to be a hassle, but there was no getting around it. Even if he'd known all this in advance, he still would have chosen to bring his parents back to life. How do I travel to those universes? Wang Kai asked. Since the time machine was off the table, his only hope was the Ancient One, who could open portals to the Hell Dimensions. But the Ancient One shook her head. Traveling to the multiverse isn't easy. You need a special artifact, and our universe just happens to be lacking one. But fortunately, someone will bring it right to your doorstep. Bring it to him? Wang Kai was puzzled and pressed for more details, but the Ancient One wouldn't say another word. Left with no other choice, Wang Kai had to leave, making his way back to Avengers Tower. He gave the team a brief rundown of the situation, and everyone nodded in understanding. After all, the world had always been in turmoil. It was impossible for things to stay perfectly calm forever. So, what do we do about Vertigo and Muto now? Tony asked helplessly. Both of these creatures could unleash electromagnetic pulses. A perfect bane to his Iron Man suit. There was no time for a makeshift upgrade, leaving Tony feeling utterly stifled and frustrated. What else can we do? I'll handle this. Wang Kai sighed heavily, and simply accepted the 200 sign-in points without further pretense. Muto, an ancient creature that feeds on nuclear energy, with a triangular head and jaws, crimson eyes, and 2 pairs of massive forelimbs. Looked like a grotesque fusion of cockroach and bat. Male Mutos could fly, and at this moment, one was circling high over America, driven by instinct to hunt for food, namely nuclear power plants. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in above the Muto, accompanied by the rolling roar of thunder. A blinding flash of lightning split the darkness, illuminating the stormy sky. Within the churning clouds, the silhouette of a dragon emerged. Lightning crashed again and again, never ceasing above the Muto. Sensing mortal danger, the creature tried to flee from the storm, but it was already too late. A thick bolt of azure lightning exploded from the clouds. With a thunderous, earth-shaking crack, the blue lightning struck the Muto squarely, piercing right through its body. The Muto let out a long, mournful wail, black smoke rising from its charred form as it plummeted toward the earth. Yet perhaps, because the creature hadn't breathed its last, more lightning followed in quick succession, a barrage of dazzling white bolts raining down as if commanded by an unseen master. Thunder roared endlessly in the sky, each peal proclaiming, with undeniable force, who truly ruled the heavens. Unseen, unrivaled, and invincible, amid the relentless barrage, the Muto stood no chance, dying helplessly beneath the storm's fury. Transforming into the Azure Dragon and slaying the Muto, Wang Kai earned another 100 sign-in points, bringing his total to 2,200. But after a moment's thought, he resisted the urge to use them all in another round of draws. His current power was more than enough for now. It was wiser to wait until trouble arose before trying his luck again. The Azure Dragon transformed back into human form, and Wang Kai used the Infinity Stones to return home. Tracking down the dizzy, helicopter-like monster would require more information. He'd have to wait for word from others before he could intervene. Although the axe-headed beast was dealt with, Wang Kai knew the assault of monsters was far from over. In the Pacific Rim universe, the second kaiju, always returned after only a few months. Their world would be no exception. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury ordered a thorough examination of the monster's corpse, and the results matched Wang Kai's warnings exactly. The creature's blood was blue, and after death, it would automatically decompose and evaporate, reacting with oxygen in the atmosphere to form toxic substances. If they blindly bombarded it with missiles, it would only backfire, rendering the entire city uninhabitable. To their astonishment, they also discovered the monster was not a carbon-based life form. They were silicon-based life forms. No wonder their bone plates and skin were so incredibly tough. This kind of alien existence filled Nick Fury with a deep sense of crisis. Yet at the same time, he glimpsed a new hope for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resurgence. Not long after he reported everything to his superiors, the one-eyed spy master finally received the funding he dreamed of and began the reconstruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and a new generation of aerospace carriers. The only pity was that Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran Peggy were off enjoying their time together, completely ignoring his calls. So his wish to rapidly restore S.H.I.E.L.D. by leveraging their prestige was left half-fulfilled. 3 days later, Decepticon Barricade finally reappeared, and, to everyone's surprise, he had brought company. Barricade, who transformed into a police car. Brawl, who shifted into an M1 main battle tank. Bone Crusher, who morphed into a sand-colored armored vehicle. The moment Wang Kai saw these 4 show up, he knew they were here to check in, just like clockwork. Aren't these the 4 regulars from Transformers, one who bit the dust? Megatron may have died and come back to life, but these 4 perished on the spot and had to exit the stage for good. Right now, these Decepticons were rampaging through the streets of Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, the civilians of New York finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they thought. Last time it was San Francisco, this time it's Washington. Maybe New York can finally catch a break. Humans, surrender Megatron and the Allspark. Barricade shouted at the top of his voice. As the police in D.C. opened fire again and again, missiles and laser blasts rained down from the Decepticons, and the streets erupted in a continuous roar of explosions. The D.C. police were left scrambling, diving for cover in utter chaos. Who in the world is Megatron? And what on earth is the Allspark? Countless detectives bitterly wondered, but the 4 Decepticons just kept repeating the same demand, while the people of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had no clue what any of it meant. Suddenly, a police car was struck by one of Barricade's missiles and exploded in a blinding flash. The shockwave tore through the street, shattering shop windows all around, and the flames engulfing the police car burned as fiercely as the Decepticons' own raging thoughts. They had learned human language via the internet, studied human societal structures, and after some quick deductions, concluded that their leader, Megatron, had been imprisoned by humans. Their reasoning was spot on, only their location was all wrong. Just as the 4 Decepticons were running rampant down the street, a streak of blue light, like a blade, suddenly descended from the sky. With the force of a mountain split asunder, it slashed directly at Brawl, who was in tank form. With a thunderous crash, the massive, enchanted blade split Brawl cleanly in 2. The strike ran from head to chest, all the way down to the ground beneath his feet. The break where the 2 halves separated was perfectly smooth. Wang Kai had simply unleashed true damage. Nothing else was needed. With a single strike, he felled the alien metallic mechanical life form, thus adding yet another victim to the tally of the demon blade. Ding! Host has slain the villain Ruckus. Award, 100 sign-in points. The system's notification chimed in his mind, but Wang Kai merely gazed coldly at the 3 remaining Decepticons. At this moment, he was clad head to toe in formidable blue arcane armor, his face concealed, yet nothing could hide the icy blue glow in his eyes that sent shivers down his enemy's spines. Who are you? The last 3 Decepticons quickly retreated, all weapons trained squarely on Wang Kai. The moment they saw Ruckus's bisected corpse lying on the ground, fury overtook them, and they unleashed every weapon in their arsenal. Kill this Earthling! Missiles thundered from their cannons, leaving curling white trails in the air as they streaked toward Wang Kai. Simultaneously, laser and sonic weapons fired at full power, targeting him without mercy. Ripples of force and crimson afterimages flashed through the air, and in the next instant, every attack crashed viciously into Wang Kai. The street shook with a deafening explosion, the shockwave howling down the boulevard like a level 7 gale, ripping down shop signs and billboards in its wake. Roaring flames surged and wrapped Wang Kai in a blazing inferno, while the 3 Decepticons burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for crossing us. But before their laughter could fade, A 40-meter blade of light tore through the fire in an instant, slicing straight into the one laughing the hardest. Bone Crusher. A flash of blue, and Bone Crusher 2 was split cleanly in two. You're truly weak, Wang Kai said, striding slowly out from the parted flames. He looked at the two remaining Decepticons and shook his head. Just a couple of petty thugs. Not hard to handle. Only bothersome because they kept showing up to make trouble. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the concrete beneath his feet. In a blur, he streaked past the two Decepticons like a raging wind, slashing them both in half with a single strike. Stunned and Barricade didn't even have time to react before their torsos slid from their chests, hitting the ground with a heavy, final thud. Every Decepticon, each nearly 7 meters tall, had been dispatched in a single blow. The police watching from the perimeter were left utterly speechless. Until, after a long silence, cheers erupted from the crowd. By then, Wang Kai had already vanished without trace. The rest would be cleaned up by S.H.I.E.L.D. He was only here to collect his sign-in points. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The chaos wrought by the monsters and Decepticons gradually subsided. Since such events could not be concealed, the entire world now knew of the existence of extraterrestrials. Humanity had learned it was not alone in the universe, and that dangerous eyes were watching Earth, waiting for their chance. But Earth also has its own heroes standing guard, which more or less brings things to where they were after the first Avengers movie in the original timeline. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had slipped back into his laid-back routine of attending school with Luna. Whether they actually showed up depended entirely on their mood and spare time. Hey, Luna. As soon as Gwen, Peter's girlfriend and Luna's close friend, spotted the two of them, she hurried over with a bright greeting. It's been ages. Were you off saving the world or something? Where have you two disappeared to for so long? Wang Kai and Luna exchanged a knowing smile. You guessed it. We really were off saving the world. Seriously? Gwen's eyes widened with curiosity. She'd known Peter for nearly a year now, and by this point, she was well aware her boyfriend was none other than the superhero Spider-Man. Peter had spoken of Wang Kai and Luna with great respect, and Gwen had come to realize that these two were far from ordinary themselves. Of course it's true, Luna replied, stepping forward with a playful grin. I could tell you the whole story if you'd like. The two girls quickly fell into easy laughter and conversation, leaving Wang Kai standing aside, quietly forgotten. Ah, the magic of best friends, Wang Kai mused to himself, a faint smile on his lips. His own parents were at home these days, enjoying the simple joys of playing with their cat, or sometimes going out for a stroll with Mantis. Luna, for her part now, had plenty of close friends. With everyone so well settled, Wang Kai felt reassured. Even if he needed to head off to another world, he could do so without worry. He was just about to ask where Peter was, when suddenly a distant explosion shattered the peace. Boom! It looked like another rough day was about to begin for the people of New York. A green-skinned, goblin-like figure rode atop a glider, firing a barrage of missiles at someone clad in a red and black Spider-Man suit. The two darted between the skyscrapers of New York, locked in a frenzied chase. It was none other than the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. The Green Goblin? Wang Kai frowned in surprise. Hadn't this guy lost his memory? So he'd been faking it all along, determined to keep clashing with Spider-Man, come what may. You two keep chatting. I'll go check things out, Wang Kai said, turning to Luna and Gwen. Seizing the chance, while everyone's attention was fixed on the explosions, he slipped into invisibility. In the next moment, he shifted into his metal storm form and soared toward the Green Goblin. Gwen watched in awe, a flicker of envy crossing her face at the sight of such powers. Luna, if only I had Peter's spider abilities too, then he wouldn't have to worry about me so much, she said wistfully. Meanwhile, up in the skies above New York, Spider-Man was dodging the Green Goblin's relentless pursuit and couldn't help but complain aloud. I really thought I made it back to my own universe, but nope, just another parallel world. How many Spider-Man's DNA does the Goblin need to collect before he's satisfied? Wasn't getting beaten up by his flying self enough for him? At that moment, Wang Kai had already reached a point directly above the Green Goblin. He drove his fist down with a savage force. Bang! The Green Goblin, clad in metallic armor, was struck and sent crashing down from his glider, spinning helplessly through the air as he plummeted toward the ground, straight into New York's Central Park. Hey, Peter, how did you get so much thinner? Wang Kai looked at Spider-Man with a puzzled expression. The Peter in front of him was now a whole size smaller. He even seemed a bit shorter. The sight left Wang Kai completely mystified. Spider-Man swung over to Wang Kai using a strand of web shot from his wrist-mounted web shooter. First, he thanked Wang Kai for saving his life. Then, in a tone of utter surprise, he exclaimed, Mr. Stark, I never imagined your Iron Man suit would look even cooler in this world. The words had barely left his lips when Wang Kai was left utterly stunned. There was no way this was the Peter Parker he knew, not if he could say something like that. Just as Wang Kai was about to ask him more, he caught sight of another figure out of the corner of his eye, a grown man in a red and black suit, swinging toward them on a web shot straight from his wrist. Seeing the web shooter on the younger Spider-Man's wrist and putting two and two together, Wang Kai instantly understood. These Spider-Men were from other universes. If he could travel to parallel universes using a time machine, then, naturally, others could do the same. You're from another universe, aren't you? Wang Kai said helplessly. The young Spider-Man scratched his head, having also spotted the approaching Spider-Man in the distance. Haha, I guess I didn't fool you, Mr. Stark, he admitted sheepishly. I really am Spider-Man. From another universe. The Green Goblin is trying to collect DNA from Spider-Men of different worlds to make himself stronger. I followed him here to stop him. We've already been through 6 universes. Wang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up at this. Wait, you mean that Green Goblin down there? He asked. What did he use to send you through 6 universes? The excited voice of Metal Storm rang out, making the young Spider-Man a bit confused. The Stone of Breach. Doesn't this universe have one? He replied. Without hesitation, Wang Kai piloted Metal Storm and dove toward the ground. So the person the Ancient One mentioned was this Green Goblin, and here he was, bringing the very artifact they needed. No sooner had Wang Kai left than the adult Spider-Man arrived in front of the younger one. Peter stared at his smaller counterpart, utterly bewildered by what he was seeing. He had no idea what was going on. The young Spider-Man quickly gave a brief explanation, and only then did Spider-Man understand the situation. The two Spider-Men stood side by side, one looking about 16, the other closer to 26. Their personalities and gear were worlds apart. Hey man, how come you don't have web shooters? The younger Spider-Man asked in surprise. His own web shooters required spider fluid cartridges, and when they ran out, he had to replace them. Countless times, he found himself scrambling in the middle of a fight when his webbing ran dry. I don't know either. Even Spider-Man himself was puzzled as to why he had to use web shooters. Wasn't it always just shot straight from his wrists? Down on the battlefield, the Green Goblin, battered and disoriented, finally regained consciousness. He felt as if he'd been ambushed by someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught off guard like that. At that moment, Wang Kai piloted the Metal Storm right above the Green Goblin. Looking down with cold detachment, he announced, Ugly freak, hand over the boundary stone, and I'll spare your life. Then, with a single blast from his cannon, he obliterated the Green Goblin's glider. Escape was no longer an option. Seeing this, the Green Goblin flew into a furious rage. His demon glider was his prized possession, packed with all sorts of gadgets, and now, just like that, this giant brute had blown it to pieces. This grudge would not go unavenged. Stark, you'll regret what you've done. The Green Goblin reached inside his armor and pulled out an ancient, radiant teal stone, grinning wickedly to his left. Suddenly, the stone emitted 6 beams of light, and in the blink of an eye, 6 portals appeared. From those portals, 6 different Green Goblins emerged. Future Goblin, Lady Goblin, Shadow Goblin, Cartoon Donkey Goblin, Magic Goblin, and Ultimate Goblin, all green-skinned monsters, stepped out, leaving Wang Kai utterly dumbfounded, especially that cartoon Donkey Goblin. It was simply hilarious. A green donkey face, with 2 long ears, a gray snout, and 2 oversized nostrils, altogether ridiculously comical. In less than 2 seconds, Wang Kai couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. Ha ha ha, or are you trying to kill me with laughter? I feel like you should have brought a pig along. That way, you'd really have a pig teammate. Ha ha ha. Wang Kai clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, convinced that the Green Goblin must have been knocked silly. But before his laughter had even died down, the Donkey Goblin, looking indignant, shot up into the air, and in a flash, appeared right in front of Wang Kai. No one knew where he pulled it from, but he suddenly brandished a spiked club several times larger than even the Green Goblin himself, and with a resounding crash, smashed Wang Kai straight into the ground. So you really look down on cartoons, huh? The Donkey Goblin snorted, which just goes to show you should never underestimate the combat power of a character from a slapstick universe. Future Goblin, covered head to toe in advanced tech, with only small parts of his body exposed. Lady Goblin, bearing a resemblance to Gamora, and the only one among the 6 who actually looked normal. Shadow Goblin, completely black and white, otherwise much like an ordinary Green Goblin. Cartoon Donkey Goblin, from a very entertaining animal universe. Spider-Man is a pig, Iron Man is a mouse, Thor is a frog, Captain America is a blue cat, and Hulk is a giant green rabbit. Because the art style is so different, their fighting abilities fluctuate wildly. Magic Goblin, a goblin mage with a white goat beard, skilled in explosive fire magic. The ultimate Green Goblin, the most powerful among all the Green Goblins, stood nearly 5 meters tall. Yet despite his size, his mind was rather dull. Atop his head, 3 pairs of horns jutted out, and a pair of dragon wings unfurled behind him. Both his eyes and mouth could unleash torrents of fire, and his skin was as tough as the Hulk's, nearly impervious to harm. Each of the 6 Green Goblins possessed unique traits, and their personalities were just as varied. The Donkey Goblin wasted no time, swinging a spike club down and knocking Wang Kai to the ground, while the Future Goblin, Lady Goblin, and Shadow Goblin stood aside, content to watch the spectacle. The Magic Goblin, meanwhile, simply turned to leave. None of them seemed interested in Iron Man. At this point, everyone still believed the Metal Storm was simply one of Iron Man's armors. The ultimate Green Goblin, on the other hand, was the most volatile of them all. Without warning, he spewed fire straight from his mouth. But he wasn't aiming at Metal Storm. Instead, he attacked the very Green Goblin who had brought him here. Boom! The fire from the ultimate Green Goblin crashed onto the ground, erupting in an explosion. Fortunately, the other Green Goblin was quick enough to dodge. Otherwise, he would have been blasted to pieces by his own ally. "What are you doing, you idiot?" The Green Goblin roared in fury, and immediately barked orders at the 3 who were watching. "Hurry up and take out Iron Man." But the 3 spectators didn't budge. Instead, they turned and made for the portal, trying to slip back to their own worlds. The Green Goblin grew visibly anxious at this. At that moment, Spider-Man and the Little Spider, having seen Metal Storm knocked to the ground, arrived at the park. The moment the 2 landed, all the Green Goblins turned their attention sharply upon them. "Spider-Man!" all 6 exclaimed in unison, as if the sight of the red and black spider suit had stirred up some bitter memories. Instantly, every face darkened with hostility as their eyes fixed on the 2 Spider-Men. Yikes, that spike club sure packs a punch. Metal Storm slowly pushed himself to his feet, the dizziness finally ebbing away. The blow felt like it had triggered some sort of force stun, leaving him powerless to act. Truly, this was a foe from an entirely different genre, not to be trifled with. "Hey, Mr. Stark, I think they've got in for us," Little Spider whispered, eyeing the goblins. Some were readying weapons. Others' eyes blazed with fire. A couple conjured massive fireballs in their hands, and one even hefted a spike club. Every single gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Before Little Spider could finish his sentence, all hell broke loose. Missiles, pumpkin bombs, blazing fireballs, and jets of flame hurtled toward the trio. Both Spider-Men dodged instinctively, leaping aside with spider-like agility, while Wang Kai remained rooted in place, swapping his hero template. Boom! The deafening blast shook the entire park, the shockwave howling outward like a hurricane, while the violent explosion made the very ground quiver. "Mr. Stark," Little Spider cried out in anguish, unable to understand why Iron Man hadn't dodged such a fierce attack. Flames roared at the blast's epicenter, burning ever stronger. Even the ground around them had sunk inward, exposing scorched, radiating marks. "I told you, Stark, you'd pay for this." The ordinary Green Goblin burst into an excited laugh, while the other goblins kept their eyes fixed on the 2 Spider-Men. Their target was still Spider-Man. To be able to kill 2 Spider-Men at once. What a lucky day this is for me. Ha ha ha. The ultimate Green Goblin unfurled his dragon wings and shot into the sky, then swooped straight toward the 2 Spider-Men. But just at that moment, a massive arc of blue energy flashed from the flames. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through the ultimate Green Goblin's body from the side, and then, with a single stroke, cleaved him cleanly in 2. The ultimate Green Goblin's clone faltered, then dropped lifelessly from the air. Thud! The 2 halves of his body hit the ground with a heavy, sickening thump, the sound landing on the hearts of the goblins like a hammer blow. No matter how fiercely they fought Spider-Man, they all knew he never killed, let alone in such a grisly fashion. His body was split in 2, innards spilling across the ground. For a moment, all the goblins were left trembling in terror. "You started this fight. Don't blame me for finishing it." Wang Kai, clad in imposing arcane armor, strode slowly from the flames, a massive blue magic blade in hand, his eyes aglow with an eerie blue light. He took a measured step forward, then burst into a 6-fold acceleration, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging straight at the remaining goblins. Slash! 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 5 blades flashed through 5 goblin necks in an instant. It didn't matter if they were men or women, human or beast, before the magic blade that cut through all things. They shared only one identity. Victim. With a sickening splatter, 5 heads were severed at once. Crimson blood spurted from the corpses, like 5 fountains of red, and only then did the bodies slowly collapse. Wang Kai kicked the 6 goblins' bodies into a heap, then set them alight with an arrow of searing flame, before finally approaching the last goblin, who stood frozen in terror. Hand over the boundary stone. My offer still stands. The goblin shuddered all over, then hastily tossed the boundary stone to Wang Kai, his eyes now filled with pure fear. That kind of terrifying speed. Before he had even registered what happened, the other goblins were all dead. This man was a demon incarnate. Wang Kai pocketed the boundary stone, then remembered something else. Give me the Spider-Man DNA you've collected as well. Spider abilities were incredibly powerful, beyond superhuman strength and agility. The most practical was the spider sense, which allowed him to anticipate danger in advance. With that, Wang Kai's journey across worlds would be much safer. After all, there were countless ways to assassinate someone. Even a simple dose of poison could bring down the mightiest. Previously, Spider-Man was only saved from the Hydra sniper's assassination attempt because of his spider sense. The Green Goblin also handed over a collector about the size of a pencil case. Wang Kai tucked it away, planning to have someone else turn it into a serum and inject it into himself later. Aren't you supposed to catch him? What are you standing there for? He shouted at the 2 Spider-Men, who were still frozen in place. Only then did the 2 snap out of their daze. The younger Spider-Man didn't even dare to look at Wang Kai. He picked up the rift stone Wang Kai had handed him, opened a portal, and hurriedly shoved it back into Wang Kai's hands. With the Green Goblin in tow, they slipped away in embarrassment, returning to their own universe. From that day on, the young Spider-Man would never forget the Iron Man of this universe. Even though, from start to finish, he never realized that Iron Man was actually Wang Kai. Spider-Man gazed at the roaring flames, his feelings mixed. Having a friend as ruthless and decisive as Wang Kai certainly made things difficult for a superhero who lived by a no-kill principle. After obtaining the quest item from the Green Goblin of the parallel universe, Wang Kai and Luna made their way to Kamartaj to find the Ancient One. Master Ancient One. Big Sister Ancient One. They both bowed respectfully. Then Wang Kai produced the Rift Stone, a rectangular piece of ancient, bluish-green rock, its core pulsing with a special energy. Both the Green Goblin and the young Spider-Man could easily use it to open portals to other universes. But when Wang Kai tried, it didn't work for him, for reasons unknown. Will this Rift Stone really let me travel to the multiverse? Wang Kai asked. The Ancient One took the stone and nodded, then explained, originally, the Rift Stone could only send you to parallel universes, but I can cast a magical spell to enhance it, allowing you to reach other multiverses. However, it can only send one person each time. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luna clutched Wang Kai's hand and asked, Kai, do you have to go to another universe alone? Yes, there's really no other way. Wang Kai sighed. If he only reacted passively, slaying invading multiversal villains, he would never have a moment's rest in his life. It was better to take the initiative. He explained the situation to Luna in general terms, and after promising to come back as soon as possible, Luna finally agreed with a reluctant, heavy heart. Once I'm gone, Mom and Dad will need you to protect them. Wang Kai smiled, ruffling Luna's hair to comfort her. Then he continued, Master Ancient One, do you know if time flows at the same rate in other universes as it does in ours? The multiverse is full of differences. It depends on which world you visit, and I'll need some time to prepare the magic spell for the Rift Stone as well. It will take a week. With that, the Ancient One explained and then left without another word. Wang Kai and Luna had no choice but to return home and explain everything to their parents. The 2 elders were wholeheartedly supportive of Wang Kai's monster-slaying endeavors. Aside from repeatedly reminding him to stay safe, they offered little resistance. As for the Mantis woman, she simply gave Wang Kai an adorably blank-faced farewell, leaving him both amused and exasperated. A week later, the DNA samples from the various Spider-Men across parallel universes, which had been entrusted to Tony, had already been synthesized by him into spider serums. With an injection, one could gain spider-like abilities. In the top-floor office of Avengers Tower, Wang Kai stared at the 3 vials of white spider serum on the desk in utter astonishment. You made all of these? When did you become so skilled in genetic engineering? Just about a week ago, Tony replied, his face brimming with pride, and with just a little bit of assistance from Professor Connors. Otherwise, there's no way I could have completed the spider serum so quickly. Wang Kai immediately understood. It must have been thanks to the tremendous help from Professor Connors, also known as the Lizard. that the serums were finished in such a short time. But wasn't the lizard supposed to be locked up in the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison? You broke him out and brought him into the Avengers? Wang Kai asked with a grin. Of course not. Professor Connors is fundamentally a good man. And while the lizard's serum has its flaws, with improvements, it could become a blessing for humanity. But he hasn't actually joined the Avengers. Strictly speaking, we're just collaborators. Tony spread his hands with a hint of regret, clearly wishing he could have brought such a genetic engineering genius fully into the team. Wang Kai, unceremoniously, accepted the spider serum. Tony and the others surely kept backup files. This serum could likely be produced again at any time. He immediately drew one vial and injected himself. Even if something went wrong, he could always use the time stone to turn things back. Wang Kai wasn't too worried about ending up a six-armed monster. Relaxing his muscles, he pressed the needle into his arm and slowly pushed down on the plunger. The white serum flowed into his bloodstream. At first, he felt nothing, but soon his body grew heavier and heavier with drowsiness. Wang Kai knew the serum was beginning to work, so while he was still conscious, he hurried home to his bedroom, lay down, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep. In a haze, he thought he heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes again, 3 hours had passed. He immediately noticed that all 5 senses had become sharper, and he now possessed a 6th sense, the spider sense, an instinctive warning of danger. His eyes snapped open, and to his surprise, Luna was leaning over him in the opposite direction, gazing down. He realized his head was resting on Luna's lap. Ah, so this was what a lap pillow was like. It felt unexpectedly comfortable. Kai, you're awake. What made you fall asleep all of a sudden? Luna's voice snapped Wang Kai back to reality. He had no choice but to get up and explain the situation, then handed her the 2 remaining vials of spider serum. Inject 1 dose of the spider serum yourself. As for the other, do as you see fit, Wang Kai said with a smile. Luna blinked, and soon recalled what Gwen had said the other day. Then, can I give it to Gwen? Gwen? Wang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Could this be fate at work? In a certain parallel universe, Gwen was also Spider-Man, clad in a black and white suit with a hood, known as Ghost Spider. She took up the mantle of Spider-Man after the death of her friend, Peter Parker. A turn of events opposite to Gwen's fate in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where she lost her own life. Go ahead and give it to her. The 2 of them make a perfect pair. Wang Kai smiled knowingly. 2 spider people together sounded like a wonderful thing. By this time, a week had passed, and although it was hard to part, it was time to leave. Luna's eyes shimmered with misty sorrow. Since her resurrection and the return of her memories, the 2 had barely been apart, and now they'd be separated for a month or 2. She couldn't help but feel sad and forlorn. She stepped forward for a quick, gentle farewell kiss, then retreated to the side, cheeks flushed red. Wang's father and mother, as always, delivered 1,000 reminders and 10,000 words of caution, which, when summed up, boiled down to 4 lines. No matter how many worlds you cross, safety comes first. Act recklessly, and your family will shed tears. Finally, Mantis stepped forward. After living with Wang's parents for so long, she still retained her slightly awkward, adorable demeanor. She even mimicked the farewell gesture of the 3 before her, which made Luna puff up with playful indignation. Wang Kai left behind a large medical kit, just in case, then bid his family farewell with a smile, and traveled alone via teleportation to Kamartaj. The Sorcerer Supreme had been waiting for some time. After exchanging a few words of greeting, they got straight to the point. Kai, which world do you want to travel to? The Ancient One asked with a smile, and Wang Kai fell into deep thought. His original goal was to eliminate all the villains before they could invade his universe, while also racking up sign-in points as quickly as possible. That required a world where the line between good and evil was clear, so he could cut down his enemies one after another, completing the mission swiftly and efficiently. A world like Dragon Ball, where the planet could be destroyed at any moment, was clearly out of the question. Naruto's story arc was too long, and even if he wiped out all the villains, chaos would likely ensue, spawning a new batch of antagonists. Killing all the villains wouldn't necessarily bring peace to the world. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Kimetsu no Yaiba. No, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. In a nutshell, it's the tale of the charcoal peddler who escorts souls to the afterlife. Wherever Tanjiro goes, even demons sing his praises on their way out. Every villain has their own distinct personality. The narcissistic, deranged overlord, Muzan Kibutsuji. The ultimate envy incarnate, Kokushibo. A graveyard confessor, Doma. And the cursed loner, Akaza. Split personality, Hantengu. The perverted chamber pot, Gyako. Among all the villains, there are scoundrels, perverts, and even innocents caught in the wrong. Yet, no matter how moving their backstories may be, their sins are already forged and irreversible. To kill them is the greatest release. I choose to go to the world of Demon Slayer. Wang Kai declared to the Ancient One, his face set with determination. So long as he destroyed every demon and Muzan Kibutsuji himself, no new villains would ever be able to threaten his universe again. Alright, take the Boundary Stone now. Let me teach you how to open a portal. The Ancient One pointed at the Boundary Stone, then began patiently instructing him in the art of targeting a specific portal. The spell was already inscribed upon the stone. All Wang Kai needed was to master its use. It wasn't long before he succeeded in his first attempt. A beam of white light burst from the Boundary Stone, forming a dazzling orb that shimmered before him. Remember, the magic on the Boundary Stone will only let you open 2 portals, and only you can pass through. Return safely. Don't ever forget. Wang Kai took the Ancient One's words to heart, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. Then, fixing his gaze on the glowing portal, he stepped forward in a single stride, carrying with him the bold idea of letting Muzan Kibutsuji bask in the sunlight. The blade that fells pillars. That was the true meaning behind the title. From the manga, nearly all 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps met their deaths, and even the protagonist would not live past 25. Some lost hands and feet, others were blinded or disemboweled. Some were even left with no body to bury. Flames extinguished, mist dispersed, butterflies scattered, love faded, serpents perished, rock shattered, the leader gone. To leave behind a whole corpse was considered a blessing for the dead. The living were left blind or half-crippled, though the ending was a happy one in form. The price paid was unbearably steep. Now that Wang Kai had arrived in this world, he was determined to ensure the ending would truly be Demon Slayer, and not just the slaying of the pillars. Where am I? Wang Kai looked around at the city's dazzling lights and nightlife, feeling as if he had returned to the 1920s of his last world. The streets bustled with people, some in traditional loose kimono, others in black suits with canes of refinement. He could hear the distant clang of streetcars, and though night had fallen, the entire city shone bright as day. Oh no, how am I supposed to find the main character? Wang Kai, dressed in a blue casual shirt and black trousers, stood out in the crowd. Yet in this era straddling tradition and modernity, he didn't look out of place. Just as Wang Kai wandered aimlessly through the streets, a sudden commotion erupted down a distant street. He hadn't intended to meddle, but suddenly Wang Kai's ears caught a name that made his heart race with excitement. Onto Muzan, I will never let you get away. No matter where in the world you hide, I'll chase you to the ends of hell to take your head. The voice was burning with fury. It was a roar, raw and strained, filled with rage. And it was this very outcry that let Wang Kai understand exactly when he was. The protagonist, Tanjiro, had already completed the trial on Mount Fujikei-sen, defeated the Hand Demon, then vanquished the Swamp Demon in a small town. And now, following a scent through Asakusa, he had tracked down his mortal enemy, Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan! Wang Kai's eyes shone with excitement. To think that he would encounter the Demon King right at the start. If he could take Muzan down now, half this quest would be as good as finished. A roar thundered out. In an instant, the wind howled and thunder rumbled across the sky. The bustling crowd suddenly froze, looking all around as the mighty roar echoed above. And then, every single person's eyes widened in shock. A massive Azure dragon was soaring directly overhead. It was so close, it felt like one could reach out and touch it. Sparks of blue lightning danced around the dragon's body, and with a sharp crackle, a surge of electricity split the air, before a wild, roaring wind swept over the crowd. The Azure dragon rode the gale, soaring swiftly to the far side of the street. A dragon. An Azure dragon. It's really a dragon. The dragon god has appeared. The dragon god has descended. In an instant, a wave of people dropped to their knees in unison along the street. Having long absorbed the influence of Huaxia culture, the people of the East recognized this legendary beast at once. With the body of a serpent for limbs, a mane of whiskers at its mouth, and horns atop its head. Such striking features could belong to none other, and the sight compelled countless onlookers to bow in reverence. Meanwhile, at the far end of the street, the Demon King Kibutsuji Muzan, sensing something amiss, turned to look. And in that moment, he felt all 7 of his hearts freeze. It was an Azure dragon, a legendary divine beast. Compared to his own claim of perfection, this was the real embodiment of perfection. Noble, awe-inspiring, revered by all. soaring freely across the skies, and plunging through the surging seas. Its only flaw was that it shouldn't exist. Yet now, the Azure Dragon was coming directly for him. Musen's first instinct was pure and simple, to run. The farther, the better. Tsukihiko. Without another thought, Musen bolted, moving as swiftly as an arrow leaving the bowstring, ignoring the startled cries of his wife and child. After all, they were nothing more than sustenance to him. At such a life-or-death moment, anything could be abandoned. But as the dragon drew closer and closer behind him, Musen spun around suddenly, swinging his arm. His once pale right hand instantly transformed into a mass of raw, skinless red flesh. It warped and twisted into a monstrous, fleshy creature, a giant mouth gaping at its end. And then, with astonishing speed, it stretched out, hurtling straight for the Azure Dragon. The huge maw unleashed a guttural roar, ripping through flesh and growing ever larger. It looked as if the Azure Dragon was about to swallow Musen whole. But in the very next second, it was met with a roar so powerful it nearly shattered Musen's ability to think, a dragon's bellow that seemed to split the heavens. With a thunderous, earth-shaking roar, the Azure Dragon let out a cry of pure fury at the mass of blood-red flesh. It was as if the creature before him was an insult to his dignity. Then, with a deafening crack of thunder, the dragon unleashed a thick bolt of blue lightning from its maw. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pierced straight through the grotesque mass. Where the lightning struck, the revolting flesh was instantly vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The strike landed squarely on Musen Kibutsuji's body. "Aarg, curse you!" Musen screamed in agony, the sensation not unlike being scorched by sunlight, though not as intense as the real thing. Yet the lightning carried a paralyzing force, leaving him almost completely immobilized. "Get down before me!" The colossal blue dragon plunged from the sky, bringing down a claw with a weight of 100 tons or more. With a crushing impact, Musen's entire body burst apart like a smashed watermelon, his form splitting into countless chunks of crimson flesh. The fragments shot out in every direction. "Try to run, are you?" Wang Kai instantly recognized this as Musen's ultimate survival trick, self-division. In a flash, Musen had split himself into thousands of pieces. As long as even a single fragment survived, his monstrous regenerative power would allow him to recover fully. Seeing Musen self-destruct and scatter, Wang Kai was consumed with rage. Lightning crackled across his body, while crescent-shaped blades of wind spun around him. In less than half a second, lightning and wind blades shot out in every direction, targeting the fleeing chunks of flesh. Thunder rumbled, and the air was sliced apart as the lightning, sharp as spears, pierced through countless pieces of flesh, reducing them to vapor in an instant. The wind blades sliced through the fragments with blinding speed, but rather than destroying them, the pieces merely became smaller, still retaining their ability to move and continuing their escape into every shadowed corner. Some tiny scraps of flesh even slipped away into the sewers, leaving Wang Kai helpless to stop them. In the original story, Musen was unable to self-destruct and escape thanks to Tamayo's drug, which allowed everyone to finally wear him down. But now, this coward didn't hesitate for a second. He blew himself apart and ran, earning Wang Kai's utter contempt. 1,000 years of life, and it all came to nothing in the end. He'd never seen a boss so craven. Maybe Musen had divided his brain into too many pieces. His intelligence must have split along with it. Ever since he was nearly slain by Yorichi Tsujikuni, he'd been a coward, and now he'd only grown more slippery. Killing him in the future would be even harder. With a silent sigh, Wang Kai lifted his eyelids and glanced at the stunned, kneeling, and exhilarated crowd all around him. Then, riding the dragon, he soared straight into the clouds, only to vanish and reappear quietly on the ground moments later. By now, the entire street had erupted in excitement, everyone fervently discussing the astonishing scene they'd just witnessed, especially at the spot where the dragon's claw had struck the ground. The place was now packed with throngs of people, so crowded that you couldn't squeeze in at all. Damn it! How am I supposed to find the protagonist in this mess? Wang Kai crossed his arms, watching the crowd still surging toward the miracle, and shook his head, then slowly walked away in the opposite direction. But less than a minute later, the protagonist, dressed in a black and green checkered robe, with deep red hair and eyes, a scar on his left forehead, and wearing sun-shaped earrings, Tanjiro, came running up right in front of him. Tanjiro first bowed politely to Wang Kai, and then, with the classic opening line, "Sorry to bother you. Could you please wait a moment?" He shut his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he were sniffing for something. Seeing this, Wang Kai immediately remembered. Tanjiro possessed a sense of smell as keen as a dog's. In the original story, he could sniff out the cat that touched a broken plate just from its scent and even track the source of the smell. He was even more impressive than a police dog, which was how he managed to track down Muzan Kibutsuji, the demon who killed his family. But it didn't stop there. Tanjiro's sense of smell was almost like a sixth sense. He could detect emotions such as sadness and pain, and distinguish the scent of humans from demons. Now, who knows what he was smelling on Wang Kai? Did you pick up on something? Wang Kai asked with a laugh. Watching the shorter Tanjiro sniffing away so intently was quite a sight. I'm sorry, this is a scent I've never encountered before. Is that the scent of a dragon god? Tanjiro's face was full of confusion. Haha, more importantly, I think you should be worrying about where your little sister is gone. Wang Kai reminded him with a gentle chuckle. Ding! Tanjiro felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him from above. His eyes went wide. Oh no, he'd completely forgotten where his sister was. I'm so sorry, Nezuko. Tanjiro wailed, drawing out the last syllable, and dashed off in the direction he'd come from. Leaving Wang Kai doubled over with laughter. These two siblings, one clueless, one adorable, were truly a perfect pair. Listen here, you better listen well. The udon vendor shouted at Tanjiro, his face twisted in anger. This isn't even about the money. I can't stand to see you toss the udon I made straight onto the ground without taking a single bite. At least try a mouthful, for heaven's sake. Tanjiro's face flushed with embarrassment and shame. A moment ago, he'd been so caught up in his quest for revenge, so shocked that he'd accidentally flung the vendor's bowl to the ground. He'd never meant to insult anyone's cooking. I really am terribly sorry. Please, let me have 2 more bowls. Tanjiro shouted. Just then, a voice called out from afar. I don't have any money. Could you treat me to a bowl of udon, young man? The voice drew nearer and nearer. By the time they turned to look, Wang Kai was already standing beside them. This smells wonderful. You must have put a lot of effort into making this broth, Wang Kai praised with a warm smile. The street vendor, upon hearing this, instantly shifted from rage to delight. He gave Wang Kai a big thumbs up. Now, this is a customer with taste. He then turned to Tanjiro and teased. How about you, young man? Why not treat this discerning guest to a meal? Tanjiro immediately called out in a loud voice. 2 large bowls, please. Seeing how excited they were just to have a meal, Wang Kai couldn't help but smile knowingly. He stepped forward and gently patted Nezuko on the head. Nezuko, with her bamboo muzzle still in her mouth, simply tilted her head in that signature adorable gesture. And Wang Kai felt his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at her cuteness. No wonder this look could instantly win over so many fans, whether small or grown. She was a perfect blend of charm and allure from every angle. The 2 bowls of udon were soon ready. Tanjiro dove in and ate with lightning speed, just like an instant noodle commercial jingle. He finished everything in just a few bites. Wang Kai, on the other hand, took his time, savoring the taste of this otherworldly delicacy. The soy-based broth was rich and aromatic, yet not overpowering, just right. The soft-boiled egg complemented it perfectly. The noodles themselves were on the softer side, not as chewy as ramen, but firmer than rice noodles or flatbreads. When paired with the broth, they became simply delicious. Thank you for the meal, Wang Kai said, following the local custom as he put down his chopsticks. Then, together with Tanjiro and Nezuko, he took his leave. They hadn't walked far when Tanjiro, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked, Sir, were you that Azure dragon we saw earlier? Wang Kai nodded without hesitation. More or less, yes. Tanjiro was instantly overjoyed. He almost dropped to his knees to beg. But Wang Kai seemed to read his mind and interjected at once. Even a dragon god isn't all-powerful. I can't turn Nezuko back into a human. But, Wang Kai's tone shifted. I know someone who can. In fact, she's already arrived. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures were kneeling a short distance ahead. Or rather, 2 demons. Lady Tamayo and her devoted admirer, Yashiro. They had both witnessed the Azure dragon's lightning and claws, forcing the demon king Muzan to use his last resort. A feat Tamayo had only seen before in the legendary swordsman Yorichi. Such overwhelming strength, coupled with the dragon god's aura, made the pair revere Wang Kai as if he were a true deity. Please rise, Lady Tamayo Yashiro, Wang Kai said gently. I don't care much for people kneeling. The 2 of them trembled at this, astonished that Wang Kai knew their names without being told. He really was a dragon god. Afterward, as in the original story, the 5 of them made their way to platform 9 3/4. They passed through the wall together and arrived at Tamayo's sanctuary. Meanwhile, The demon King Musen, who had just been smashed into bloody fragments by Shenlong's claw, managed to pull his body back together once again. He could sense that his flesh had been split into 1,000 pieces, and nearly a fifth of it was now lost. A stroke of luck in the midst of disaster. Yet even so, hiding in the shadows, he could not stop trembling. First, the sight of those earrings brought back memories of a terrible tragedy. And then, immediately after, he was forced to relive that tragedy firsthand. His face turned deathly pale in sheer terror. His 5 brains nearly ceased to function, and all that echoed in his mind was, "I'm finished. I'm doomed." If not for his overwhelming will to survive, he would already have found himself in hell. Even now, the memory filled him with lingering dread. In that instant, he truly believed that even his most desperate tricks would not save him from being crushed beneath Shenlong's claws. After all, that was the legendary Shenlong. It was only after long, while that Musen forced himself to regain composure, repeating to himself again and again, "It was just a fluke, just a fluke, just a fluke." There was no way the Shenlong had come just to hunt him down. Otherwise, he would have been dead 1,000 years ago. To seek revenge on Shenlong was a mission utterly impossible. Drawing a deep breath, Musen returned to his usual cold, expressionless self. He interlocked his fingers and snapped them sharply, and at once, 2 figures appeared and knelt before him. "Bring me the head of the demon slayer with those flower-patterned earrings." "As you command." The kneeling figures vanished instantly. But Musen could not stop trembling again. He didn't even dare utter the words "sun earrings." Just thinking about them brought back the terror of almost being cut down in a single blow. And now, he had a new terror, the memory of nearly being crushed beneath a single claw. Inside the sanctuary, apart from Nezuko lying on the floor, playing cute, the others all knelt before Wang Kai in reverence. This left Wang Kai feeling helpless, so he teleported behind them in an instant. "I've told you before, I don't like people bowing to me. If there's something you need, just speak plainly." Only then did the 3 rise to their feet and say together, "We wish to ask you to kill Kibutsuji Musen." With Musen dead, their greatest wrong would be avenged and their family souls could finally rest in peace. With Musen gone, the source of all evil would be erased, and the world would finally know an era without demons. Whether for personal or greater reasons, Kibutsuji Musen had to die. "There's no need to ask me for that," Wang Kai replied calmly. "My purpose here is to kill every man-eating demon, and that naturally includes that coward Musen." Upon hearing this, the 3 were overjoyed. Even Shenlong had descended to destroy Musen. How much longer could Musen possibly survive? Then, "Lord Shenlong, I have one more request." Tamayo slowly began to explain her idea, to create a medicine that could turn demons back into humans. He hoped that when Wang Kai finally slew Musen, he could extract some of Musen's blood, or perhaps the blood of those powerful demons, the blood from the 12 Kazuki, so it could be used for research. He then explained that something might have changed within Nezuko, something even Musen hadn't anticipated, and expressed his hope to extract Nezuko's blood for study. Tanjiro agreed without hesitation. His face lit up with a genuine, heartfelt smile. If we can create a medicine that turns demons back into humans, then not just Nezuko, but so many more people could be saved. Wang Kai nodded in agreement as well. It was hardly any trouble for him. After all, the 12 Kazuki had to be defeated anyway, and each one of them was a crucial milestone for him. Just as the 3 of them were lost in bright hopes for the future, Wang Kai suddenly sensed something amiss. A strange sensation swept over him, the unmistakable tingle of spider sense. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the wall burst open, and a handball, only a bit smaller than a soccer ball, smashed through, its force on par with a cannon blast from the Great War. The solid, double-layered wooden wall was left with a gaping hole. "Get down!" Yashiro, realizing his blood demon art that concealed them had been disrupted, reacted at once. His first instinct was to shield Lady Tamayo. Tanjiro, too, immediately threw himself in front of Nezuko to protect her. As for Wang Kai, he simply reached out and caught the handball squarely in his palm, then squeezed it with a fierce grip. With a sharp pop, the incredibly tough handball exploded, scattering into a shower of colorful streamers. So the handball demon and the arrow demon have finally arrived. A smirk crept onto Wang Kai's lips. He wondered if these 2 lower-ranked demons would earn him any points. "Let's go, let's have a look outside." The handball demon, Susamaru, felt her handball vanish suddenly and was seized by a fit of rage. She shouted furiously into the house. "Who was it? Who crushed my ball?" The double meaning of her words made Wang Kai burst out laughing. He opened the door and teased. "And how do you know it was crushed? Couldn't it have been sliced or pierced through?" Susumaru wasn't listening. She just glared at Wang Kai in fury. It was you, wasn't it? Just wait, I'll kill you first. She grabbed a handball in each hand, bounced them lightly off the ground, so they snapped right back, tiny bell-like jingles ringing in the air. Susumaru gritted her sharp teeth. Her body spun to gather strength, and then she hurled a handball at Wang Kai with the force of an artillery shell. The handball shot through the air, whistling as it flew. It was hard to believe something so lethal could be made of cloth and ribbon. But the demon's hopes of breaking Wang Kai's body with her attack were dashed as the ball struck Wang Kai's waiting hands. Boom! He caught one ball in each hand. The sudden gust that followed barely ruffled Wang Kai, though Yashiro and Tanjiro, standing behind him, instinctively shielded their faces from blast. Catching the handball, by some inexplicable urge, Wang Kai glanced at the handball demon's chest. He shook his head and promptly crushed both handballs in his hands. Not impressive at all. A strange smile spread across Wang Kai's face. It was hard to tell whether he was talking about the handballs or something else. You! How dare you! The handball demon instantly flew into a rage. No matter which part of her he was insulting, she simply couldn't tolerate it. She grabbed her collar with both hands and tore it open, stripping off her clothes to reveal her bare upper body, with only black cloth wrapping her chest. Then, with a furious roar, 2 more pairs of arms sprouted from beneath her original ones. Even Spider-Man would have to salute such expertise. But Wang Kai only laughed even more gleefully at the sight. Even if you bare it all, it's still not much to look at. The handball demon was absolutely incensed, practically fuming. With 6 hands, she hurled 6 handballs at once, shouting, "Yabayu!" Understood. Behind her, the arrow demon dressed in monk's robes, eyes closed and wearing prayer beads, responded at once. He spread his crossed hands, and the eyes, with arrowheads as palms, snapped shut as well. An invisible arrow shot forth from the eye in his palm. This was the arrow demon's blood demon art. Crimson arrow of purity. It could alter the direction of anything the invisible arrow touched, and combined with the handball demon's cannonball-like throws, the attack's trajectory in midair could be changed at will. It made defense all but impossible for their opponents. In an instant, 6 handballs ricocheted through the air in wild, unpredictable arcs, all streaking toward Wang Kai. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Wang Kai just smiled faintly. "Let me crush your balls." He launched into his 6-fold acceleration. In a flash, his body became a blur, moving faster than any person or demon present could track. Suddenly, 6 thunderous blasts rang out in rapid succession. Every handball exploded, bursting open and raining colorful ribbons all over the ground. How could this be? The handball demon and the arrow demon stared in disbelief at the sea of ribbons. They hadn't seen anything at all, just that the 6 handballs had exploded in a single wave, and even the invisible arrows attached to them had vanished at the same time. The 2 lower-ranked demons, both duped by Muzan Kabutsuji, now found themselves questioning reality. Looking at Wang Kai's beaming face, a chill of terror crept into their hearts. They were afraid now, like they'd truly seen a ghost. Boring. Wang Kai brushed his hands off and then curled his right hand into a loose grip. Azure particles slowly gathered in his palm, finally forming a sharp blue demon blade. "Let's give this a try," he murmured softly. The Azure dragon wards off evil, balances yin and yang, and commands on all directions. Such a force should naturally restrain demons, those wicked creatures who fear the light. Breath of the Father, Father's blade slash. In a heartbeat, with a stomp of his foot, he appeared right in front of the handball demon. At that very moment, her gaze was still fixed on Tanjiro's direction. She hadn't even realized what was happening when Wang Kai already had his blade at her throat. With a swift flick of his right hand, the sharp blue demon blade sliced effortlessly through the neckball demon's throat. The only weaknesses all demons shared were sunlight, and having their heads severed by a specially forged Nicaran blade. That's why most battles in Demon Slayer ended with beheading as the clear sign of victory. The protagonist, Tanjiro, even earned the nickname Water-Style Head Cutter for this very reason. Only after being struck did the neckball demon realize Wang Kai had already vanished. She spun around in confusion, searching for him. Suddenly, a thin line of blood appeared across her neck. Then, as if she had twisted her own head off, her head fell to the ground with a heavy thud. I actually got cut. Damn it, I'm one of the 12 Kazuki. Still believing herself to be one of Muzan's 12 Kazuki, his direct subordinates, the neckball demon refused to give up. Even after being decapitated, she tried to attack Wang Kai, who turned his back on her. But by now, her body had already begun to crumble to ash, just as if she'd been exposed to the sun. Yashiro quickly rushed over to collect her blood. With Wang Kai handling things here, the arrow demon was so terrified he didn't even dare to move. It worked just as expected. It's a pity I didn't get a sign-in point, though, Wang Kai thought with a trace of disappointment. System, wasn't that neckball demon a villain? I strongly suggest you eat more pig brains. Can't you tell she was just a minor character? The system's sarcastic tone was nothing new to Wang Kai. It seemed only by slaying true 12 Kazuki would he earn sign-in points. As for the arrow demon, Wang Kai couldn't even be bothered. He left him for Tanjiro to handle and simply blocked any escape routes from the perimeter. The arrow demon, paralyzed by fear, had no will to fight. Facing Tanjiro's water-breathing techniques was little more than a chance for Tanjiro to hone his skills. After displaying most of his water-breathing forms, Tanjiro finally used the water wheel slash to decapitate the arrow demon, collecting his blood as well. That makes 2 samples of the 12 Kazuki's blood, doesn't it? Tanjiro asked quietly, his voice heavy with sorrow at the scent of grief that lingered in the air. No, they weren't actually part of the 12 Kazuki, Yashiro explained gravely. The 12 Kazuki are divided into upper and lower ranks, ordered strictly by strength. Each member bears a number in their eye. 1 is the strongest, 6 the weakest. These 2 were just ordinary demons, deceived by Muzan. Tanjiro was utterly shocked. Ordinary demons? Just how powerful were the real 12 Kazuki? That night, Wang Kai suggested that Tamayo start developing a medicine to prevent Muzan from splitting himself further. To thoroughly and completely eliminate Muzan, Tamayo readily agreed to help. She introduced her cat, Shichamaru, a calico with striking golden eyes. Tamayo had transformed the cat into a demon, and it carried a small wooden box on its back, perfect for storing items or delivering letters. Additionally, due to Yashiro's blood demon art, Shichamaru remained invisible until it meowed. With the first meow, it would appear, and with the second, it would vanish once more, making it the perfect courier. However, being a male cat, it drew the dislike of Yashiro, who harbored feelings for Tamayo, or more accurately, he disliked anything that wasn't Tamayo herself. With this, the group parted ways. Tamayo set off to search for Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping to discuss how to bring down Muzan, the Demon King. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai handed her 3 small green vials. I know the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is gravely ill and does not have long to live. Please give him this. It should save his life. We'll meet again very soon. Grateful beyond words, Tamayo kept the vials close to her heart and hurried off before dawn. As for Wang Kai and the Kamadu siblings, they rested for the night. At daybreak, they left Asakusa in Tokyo, bound for the next destination, the House of Demons. On a country path outside town, Wang Kai and Tanjiro, who carried his wooden box, soon encountered another member of the main cast, Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu was a young man with short, golden hair and round eyebrows, draped in a yellow haori patterned with triangles. As everyone knows, blonde hair often marks a protagonist. But in Zenitsu's case, the color came from being struck by lightning, so he was only the second male lead. At that very moment, Zenitsu was on his knees, proposing to a complete stranger. Sanji and Moroku would have called him a master at his craft. Please, I'm begging you. Marry me, won't you? I could die at any moment. His cries were desperate, his face streaked with tears as he pleaded for sympathy, so much so that even the sparrow at his side looked embarrassed. Every demon slayer has a Kasugai crow for relaying messages, but Zenitsu's was a sparrow. What's with that guy? Tanjiro stared at Zenitsu in disbelief, feeling as though he'd seen him somewhere before. But that was a demon slayer's uniform he wore, so why was he behaving so shamelessly in the middle of the road? Without hesitation, Tanjiro rushed over and pulled Zenitsu away, then turned to the girl who was being proposed to. Miss, please leave. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. The rescued girl bowed in gratitude and hurried off, throwing Zenitsu a scornful look over her shoulder as she went. When Zenitsu saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Why did you get in my way? Take responsibility for this. It's all your fault I couldn't get married. I'm telling you, I'm really weak. I could die on the very next mission at any moment. Zenitsu rattled on like a runaway train, his nerves on edge, his energy almost frantic. Tanjiro was completely bewildered. He couldn't make heads or tails of this guy, wondering if he might not even be human. Hey, I'm Tanjiro Kamadu. Why are you so shameless? Tanjiro's soul-searching question left Zenitsu frozen for a moment, but in less than a second, he was back to his feverish state. Wang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. This guy was a master at jinxing himself in reverse, and yet, the only one in the whole story to solo an Upper Moon demon, he still had the nerve to call himself weak. After venting for a while, Zenitsu finally calmed himself down and joined Wang Kai and Tanjiro as they headed toward the House of Demons. "Hey, Tanjiro, why do you call that gentleman Lord Dragon God?" Zenitsu whispered in Tanjiro's ear. "Because that's exactly who he is, the Dragon God," Tanjiro replied, his face earnest and sincere. Zenitsu cast a disheartened glance at Wang Kai, assuming Tanjiro was just joking. This young man looked only 3 or 4 years older than himself, stood a head taller, but why would he take such a grand title? Was he perhaps a priest from some distant land? The group made their way through the forest and quickly arrived at the House of Demons. Tanjiro sniffed the air, instantly detecting the stench of demons and the coppery tang of blood. There was no doubt a man-eating demon lurked within. "Tanjiro, do you hear any strange noises?" Zenitsu quivered as he stared at the mansion before them, but Tanjiro's sharp eyes soon spotted 2 small children hiding in the bushes. Adopting a gentle demeanor, Tanjiro approached and spoke with them, learning that the 2 kids, no older than 10, had followed the trail of blood here after their brother was taken by a demon. Their brother was now trapped inside this very mansion. "Don't worry, we'll definitely save your brother," Tanjiro assured them warmly. Just then, Wang Kai picked up on a faint, rhythmic drumming, while Zenitsu's ears caught a sickening sound. The drum beats grew faster and faster, pulsing through the air. Suddenly, from a door on the 2nd floor, a blood-soaked figure was hurled out. Zenitsu shrank back in terror at the sight. Tanjiro, too, was momentarily stunned, but Wang Kai, frowning, stepped forward without hesitation and caught the falling person. He checked for a pulse. There was still a faint heartbeat, so he quickly pulled out a small vial and poured its contents into the survivor's mouth. "Lord Dragon God," Tanjiro snapped out of his daze and rushed over to check the person's condition, only to find that the bleeding was so severe that the man's clothes were soaked through. There was no way someone could survive such blood loss. "He won't die for now." Wang Kai, wearing an expression of utter distaste, handed the blood-soaked lucky survivor over to Tanjiro. In the process of saving this fellow, his own clothes had become splattered with blood from top to bottom. "Go bandage him up, or even if I manage to save him, he won't last much longer," he instructed. Tanjiro's face instantly lit up with joy. To think that someone with 1 foot already in the afterlife could be brought back. Truly, Lord Dragon God's power was extraordinary. "Zenitsu, come help me." Without hesitation, Tanjiro tore off the inner lining of his Demon Slayer uniform to bandage the man's wounds. Yet Zenitsu remained rooted to the spot, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Kai could only look on speechless. If he doesn't switch to his real self, he's completely useless. "Come on, let me help you bring out your true strength," Wang Kai said, approaching Zenitsu with a friendly smile. But seeing this, Zenitsu's face turned pale with terror. "Why are you looking at me like some kind of evil demon?" "I'm only trying to help you," Wang Kai replied, smiling. He grabbed Zenitsu firmly by the collar, sprang for 5 meters into the air, and, with a casual motion, tossed the panicking Zenitsu straight through the open door on the 2nd floor. "Pull yourself together, you idiot!" Wang Kai's angry shout mingled with Zenitsu's terrified screams, leaving Tanjiro utterly dumbfounded. "Isn't this a bit much? Isn't this just attempted murder? Lord Dragon God, he's going to get killed by the demon." Tanjiro cried in alarm. "Relax. Don't underestimate anyone who managed to pass your Demon Slayer selection," Wang Kai replied, his tone mysteriously confident. "That boy's talent far outstrips yours. Just watch quietly and see for yourself." But less than a minute later, the shrieks coming from inside the mansion suddenly fell silent. Tanjiro felt his heart leap into his throat. Could Zenitsu have already been killed by the demon? Just as he hesitated, torn over whether to rush inside and help, Wang Kai's eyes lit up with a smile. "He's here." There was a resounding drumbeat from within the mansion. Suddenly, the dim and shadowy 2nd floor was flooded with dazzling golden light. Hot on its heels came the explosive sound of thunder, splitting the air. A flash. A yellow-clad figure shot out from the 2nd floor doorway. Head bowed, body bent in the poised stance of sheathing his sword. Behind him, the severed head of a demon soared through the air. The moment it touched sunlight, it let out a blood-curdling, agonized scream, which instantly jolted the half-asleep Zenitsu awake. "Ah, somebody catch me." With a thud, Wang Kai took a step back, and Zenitsu crashed heavily to the ground right in front of him, arms and legs flailing in the air. Wang Kai shook his head in secret. The borrowed strength was gone. Talent really can be forced. Gathering a magical blade in his right hand, Wang Kai glanced at the mansion. Splitting it clean in 2 with a single slash was obviously out of the question. He remembered there was still a child inside, and a certain boar-headed boy as well. Fortunately, All of you are rather short, Wang Kai said with a wry smile. With a forceful stomp, he sprang up once more. The demon blade swept horizontally in front of his chest. Boom! In an instant, a 40-meter-long arc of blue blade energy shot out from the edge of the sword. Like a crescent of blue light, it sliced straight through the mansion. Immediately, everything above 2 meters on the second floor was severed in a single stroke. The blue crescent continued on, cutting through the forest behind the house, only coming to a stop when it crashed into the mountainside, echoing with a thunderous roar. At the same time, the roof of the demon's lair was blown off. Sunlight poured inside, and a chorus of anguished screams erupted. The unmistakable cries of demons suffering under the touch of daylight. Found you, he said. Now that the second-floor roof had been sliced away, a boy of about 13 or 14 could be clearly seen. He wore a yellow jacket and was clutching a trembling drum, while another demon, disheveled and desperate, was fleeing downstairs. This boy was the older brother of the 2 children trapped inside the house. Wang Kai wasted no time, darting forward to rescue them. The 2 children, seeing their brother safe and unharmed, were instantly overjoyed. They rushed to thank Wang Kai with wild excitement, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu stood utterly stunned, mouths agape, in disbelief. As for the woods behind the mansion, they now looked as if they'd all been given a military crew cut. Let's go again. Wang Kai swung his blade once more. This time, the entire second floor vanished without a trace, with only the faint outline of shattered debris tumbling down 100 meters away. Then came 2 piercing, pitiful screams, accompanied by the frantic, relentless pounding of drums. Clearly, the remaining demons inside were fighting desperately for their lives. But it wasn't long before the screams faded into silence. All done. Wang Kai smiled faintly. For the greatest enemy of demons has always been sunlight. And of course, he would use sunlight to deal with them. Just as he wondered why he hadn't seen the last member of the main group. A loud, exuberant shout rang out. Boar rush! Boar rush! A burly youth, bare-chested and muscular, burst through the smashed mansion doors. He wore a gray wild boar's head mask, a deerskin belt at his waist, bare fur at his feet. Who did this? Who did this? The boar-headed boy glanced around and, seeing only Wang Kai standing there with a sword in hand, didn't hesitate for a moment. He surged forward with explosive power, blade raised high, charging straight at Wang Kai. But Wang Kai simply sidestepped, and the boar-headed youth barreled past, crashing headlong into a tree. Well, look at that. The boar ran right into the tree. But even after colliding with the trunk, he didn't slow down. With a swift backward roll, he regained his footing and pointed his blade at Wang Kai once more. Just then, Wang Kai spoke softly. Young man, shouldn't you take a good look at who you're facing? His eyes opened just a little, his expression kind and gentle. Yet the boar-headed boy froze in place. To him, even though Wang Kai exuded no bloodlust at all, the force of his presence seemed to rise and rise, giving the unmistakable feeling of facing a natural enemy. But is there a beast even fiercer than the wild boar? In ancient Japan, there were no tigers or leopards, so in people's minds, the wild boar of the mountains was the most fearsome creature of all. This is amazing! A shout of pure excitement rang out from beneath the boar's head mask. If I defeat you, then I'll definitely be the mightiest creature in the whole forest. Beast breathing, 8th Feng, explosive rush. The boar-headed youth crossed his swords over his chest. Then, with astonishing speed, he charged at Wang Kai, roaring as he came. Clang! The jagged blades didn't strike Wang Kai, nor did Wang Kai so much as raise a hand to defend himself. Instead, Tanjiro stepped in front of Wang Kai, gripping his own sword with both hands to block the attack. Hey, calm down. How can you just attack someone who saved your life? Tanjiro yelled, completely baffled by what was going through the mind of this guy in the boar-head helmet. That's none of my business. I'm just challenging him, that's all. The boar-headed youth tried to press the attack, but Tanjiro would have none of it. He simply couldn't allow this maniac to keep waving swords at the dragon god. With a powerful swing of his arms, Tanjiro knocked both of their swords aside, then stepped forward and delivered a fierce headbutt. Snap out of it. Thud. Wang Kai's eyelid twitched as he watched. Was that the legendary character-correcting headbutt? Why do main characters always use this move? Zenitsu was even more horrified, as if he could hear the sound of skulls cracking. His own forehead started to ache in sympathy. Tanjiro's super head but left the boar-headed youth reeling, staggering backward several steps, his helmet tumbling off, revealing a face as beautiful and delicate as a girl's. Zenitsu's eyes went wide at the sight of such breathtaking beauty. A woman? No way. How can a face be that? Pretty, right? Wang Kai silently finished the thought for him. Even Wang Kai himself was left a bit stunned. If this kid lived in the modern world, a little makeup, and they'd win over everyone, guys and girls alike. The only catch, those muscles were just over the top. You could call him a muscle-bound Barbie without exaggeration. That was one savage blow. Remember this, wide forehead. My name is Inosuke Hashibara. Just watch. I'll take you down first then. He didn't even finish his threat. Inosuke's vision swam, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Your headbutt's packed, quite a punch. Wang Kai remarked, watching Inosuke lying on the ground, froth at his lips. He hadn't expected a delayed concussion to be part of the package. But your head's even tougher, like a block of iron. An hour later, Inosuke finally came to, only to start yelling again. What are you doing? Burying the dead, Tanjiro replied seriously. What's the point of burying animal carcasses? It helps the decomposers break things down and promotes the cycle of matter. Wang Kai replied seriously. At that moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. They could understand each word, but when put together, it sounded as baffling as a riddle from the heavens. This was followed by another round of heated arguments. As dusk settled in, it was only then that Tanjiro managed to bury all the bodies. Afterward, the group, along with the heavily injured survivors and the 3 children, made their way down the mountain to the small town below, with Inosuke noisily insisting on challenging Tanjiro to a duel along the way. The wounded were handed over to the clinic, while the children returned to their homes. The 4 humans and 1 demon spent a night at the Wisteria house and set out again the next day. Their next destination, Natagumo Mountain, the lair of an actual member of the 12 Kazuki, the lower rank 5 spider demon, worth a full 100 sign-in points. System, is there really not a single place in the entire Demon Slayer world that has sign-in location? Wang Kai asked the system out of boredom. Neither Lady Tamayo's shelter nor the demon's house had triggered any sign-in mission, leaving Wang Kai completely puzzled. Were those places just not significant enough? There are, but the host has yet to reach them. The system's reply gave Wang Kai a little peace of mind. After night fell, the group finally arrived at their destination. Damn it, why are there spider webs everywhere? Inosuke kept flailing his arms, trying to shake off the sticky webs clinging to him. But the webs were so dense that with every step they took, they ended up more entangled than before. There's something ominous about this mountain. Everyone, stay sharp. Tanjiro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression wary. Zenitsu, as usual, was trembling in fear. But this time he was determined to stick close to Wang Kai. Only the boar-headed Inosuke seemed excited, drawing both his swords and hacking wildly at the air, expressing his exhilaration in the only way he knew how. There's someone up ahead, Wang Kai suddenly announced. Everyone looked forward at once, only to see a panicked Demon Slayer Corps member. Tanjiro and Inosuke rushed up to ask what had happened, and learned that all 10 Demon Slayer members sent on this mission had been driven to kill each other under demonic control. As soon as they finished speaking, almost as if on cue, several Demon Slayer members, their movements manipulated by spider silk, charged at them, blades drawn. Inosuke immediately wanted to cut them all down in a frenzy, but Tanjiro managed to stop him, which led to the 2 of them fighting each other again, all while fending off the onslaught from their possessed comrades. Hiding behind Wang Kai, Zenitsu could only grumble in dismay. Is Inosuke an idiot or what? Of all times, they picked now to fight among themselves. But suddenly, Zenitsu felt himself being lifted off the ground, and that all-too-familiar sensation. No, please, Lord Dragon God. Whoosh. Wang Kai flung Zenitsu straight toward the 2 of them. Hurry up and help them. Wang Kai shouted, but just then he suddenly felt something crawling over his body. He looked down and was startled to find a swarm of tiny spiders. These spiders shot out strands of silk, wrapping him up tight. In the next moment, a strange force began tugging at him, as if trying to control his movements like a puppet on strings. Well, I was just wondering how to find you. Wang Kai chuckled, grabbed hold of the silk, and gave it a sharp yank. Instantly, he sensed the direction where the resistance came from. Without hesitation, he dashed off at full speed toward that spot. Meanwhile, the spider mother, who was controlling the threads, felt as though she'd caught hold of a mountain. No matter how she tried to pull, she couldn't make the man budge an inch. Instead, she nearly found herself dragged away by his strength. This won't do. If this keeps up, he'll find me. The spider mother, her skin deathly pale, cheeks marked with red, circular spots, quickly severed the silken threads to break the connection, but was already too late. With lightning speed, Wang Kai tore through the woods like a raging gale. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the spider mother. My, so fair and so beautiful. It almost feels like a waste to kill you. Wang Kai gazed at the spider mother, draped seductively across a rock, and sighed. This novel was downloaded using the free and open-source Xingxin downloader, developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a third party and the seller did not provide the software source code or open-source link, please request a refund and report the seller. Author's email, xing_yv@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https://t.me/fqtool. It's a pity, but you've already eaten humans, haven't you? Wang Kai's voice was filled with regret as he looked at the spider mother. That lower moon demon lay, where is he? Tell me, and I'll make your death quick and painless. But the spider mother just trembled all over, terror in her eyes, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Wang Kai shook his head. His blade flashed, but he merely cut through the webs around them. Before long, Tanjiro and Inosuke hurried over. So, it was you who saved them. Thank you truly. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Wang Kai the moment he saw him. Inosuke, however, just snorted and huffed, clearly not satisfied with how the fight had ended. Let's help this lady along her way. A lifetime spent in fear is far too cruel, Wang Kai said to Tanjiro. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He swiftly drew his Nichiren blade and sliced cleanly across the spider mother's neck. It was as if a gentle, soothing rain fell softly upon her. The spider mother closed her eyes and relaxed, at last finding release. Water-breathing, fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. Also known as the Sword of Gentleness. This is a merciful sword form that severs a demon's head with a painless slash, used only when the opponent willingly accepts their fate. What a sorrowful scent. Tanjiro stepped forward and gently took Spider Mother's hand, his eyes filled with warmth and compassion. Bidding farewell to the Spider Mother, who, despite becoming a demon, still suffered abuse at home. Rue should be at the house on the eastern side. Tears welled up at the corners of Spider Mother's eyes as she whispered softly before she vanished, her body dissolving into white smoke, heading off to atone for her sins in hell. Seeing this, Wang Kai nodded in approval. As expected, when Tanjiro lays someone to rest, even demons speak highly of his kindness. What about Zenitsu? Didn't I toss him in your direction? Huh, we haven't seen him at all. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. They had been focused on helping the Demon Slayer Corps members, so none of them had noticed Zenitsu's presence. Wang Kai found this odd as well, but knowing Zenitsu's uncanny luck, he figured there was no need to worry. I see. In that case, let's not disrupt his awakening. We should go search for the 12 Kazuki instead. Inside the spider house, Rue, the lower moon 5, sensed the spider mother's death but remained expressionless. Parents are supposed to protect their children, and mother has done her part. Now, it's your turn, father. A massive, 3-meter-tall man with dark skin immediately stood up. His face was that of a brown spider. He had 8 eyes and a spider's mouth, looking utterly fierce and menacing. This was the spider father of the household, a brute who often harmed Spider Mother. Understand. Spider father replied in a deep, gravelly voice, then turned and left the room. And what about you, sister? Isn't it only right that an older sister protect her younger brother? Rue's calm words echoed through the room. But Spider's sister trembled all over with fear. I understand too. I'll do everything I can to protect you. With that, she hurriedly fled the spider house, as if escaping. And with the spider brother currently fighting Zenitsu, the whole spider family was now complete. None of them were related by blood. Each merely played a role in Rue's twisted family game. And the force compelling everyone to perform was none other than fear itself. Midway up the mountain, the spider brother, with a spider's body and a human head, had already frightened Zenitsu into fainting. And soon, a string of danger marks began flashing over Zenitsu's head. But just as he passed out, Zenitsu's other self took over once more. Thunder roared all around him. He drew a deep breath and gripped his sword tightly once again. First form of thunder breathing. Don't think you can use your sword techniques. Seeing this, Spider Brother spat out a huge glob of purple liquid from his mouth. Zenitsu dodged to the side. The purple slime splattered onto a tree trunk. A harsh, sizzling sound filled the air, followed by a thick, choking smoke. The venom Spider Brother spat was as corrosive as potent acid. First form of thunder breathing. Zenitsu took another step back, lowered his head and crouched. Electric sparks crackled all around him. Then he opened his eyes wide. Within his gaze, there was nothing but a blinding white light, as brilliant as thunder itself. Thunderclap and flash. Sixfold. Zenitsu transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that tore through the air. He darted between the trees, so fast that the elder spider brother could only see a streak of golden light. Unable to aim or strike, panic seized him, and he hurriedly withdrew his web, retreating to the safety of his lair. But Zenitsu, leaping again and again, spotted the opening in his defense. Landing lightly on the invisible spider silk, he shot upward in an instant, a golden lightning bolt streaking toward the sky. With a flash of thunder, the golden blade gleamed. Beneath the moon, Zenitsu felled the elder spider brother with a single strike. Even as his neck was severed and his body turned to ash, the spider brother could not believe what had just happened. This can't be. Defeated by someone who only knows one sword technique, and whose limbs are paralyzed by poison. Before he could finish speaking, resentment still burning in his heart, the spider brother perished. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, yet there were no storm clouds overhead. After a moment's thought, Wang Kai understood. Keep moving forward. I'll go rescue Zenitsu. With those words, Wang Kai vanished from sight. And, at that very moment, Tanjiro and Inosuke found themselves face to face with the spider father and sister. A fierce battle broke out. My. And who might you be, handsome? Wang Kai looked at Zenitsu, who was barely conscious, lying atop a house suspended by spider silk, and teased him with a playful grin. Then, without delay, he poured medicine from a small vial down Zenitsu's throat. The signs of poisoning faded rapidly from Zenitsu's face, and his mind began to clear. It's time to put an end to this, Wang Kai whispered softly, then faded from sight once more. As soon as Zenitsu regained his senses, he reverted to his usual, comical self. Dragon God, please don't leave me behind. It's so high up, I'm scared to climb down. Somebody please save me. Ignoring Zenitsu's antics, Wang Kai piloted the metal storm and soon spotted the spider house from the open skies. Upon landing, he brought his blade down, shattering the house into pieces. But no one appeared. After a moment's thought, recalling the original story, he chose to teleport back to Tanjiro's side. No sooner had he arrived than he found himself surrounded by a web of countless white threads. You've already started the fight, I see. With a single stroke, Wang Kai sliced through every strand. Rue, startled by the display, felt his heart skip a beat. Such strength. Could this be one of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Try this. With a flick of Rue's hands, the threads turned blood red, as if soaked in fresh blood. In front of him, the threads wove together into a massive, swirling cocoon. The blood-red web expanding rapidly, and with a violent rush, it surged straight for Wang Kai. Blood demon art, threaded, rotating cocoon. Will dying it really make a difference? It's just for show. In an instant, a 40-meter arc of blue light from the blade appeared. Wang Kai swung down casually. The blood-red spider silk, harder than steel, offered no resistance at all. Like slicing through air, the blade didn't slow for even a moment. In the blink of an eye, the silk, along with Rue, was cleaved cleanly in two. Without pause, Wang Kai stepped forward again, and with a gentle sweep of his blade across Rue's neck, the terrified demon's head was separated from his body. His form split into 4 pieces. Hurry up and draw the blood. What are you standing there for? Wang Kai pointed at the numbers displayed on Rue's eye. Only then did Tanjiro snap back to his senses and rush over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Rue. You have been awarded 100 sign-in points. The system's voice chimed in. Wang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as there are sign-in points, the trip is worth it, he thought. Wouldn't want to have come all this way for nothing. As for how many points Musen, that sorry excuse for a boss, would be worth, Wang Kai honestly had no idea. After all, that guy was seriously lacking in the boss department. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki in Naruto, all that overwhelming power, yet absolutely no brains, still felt like trash. Once the blood was collected, Cha-Cha Maru the cat courier appeared again with a cheerful meow. Tanjiro, as usual, placed the blood-filled syringe into the pack on Cha-Cha Maru's back. With another soft meow, the cat vanished once more. Where's Boarhead? Inosuke, he's fighting that monster we couldn't cut down no matter what we tried. Tanjiro immediately led Wang Kai to help the boar-headed boy, but when they arrived, they found the guy tied up and hanging from a tree. At that moment, he was shouting down at a black-haired young man wearing a stern expression underneath him. Tanjiro recognized the young man in an instant. Mr. Ju. This was none other than Ju Tomioka, the current water Hashira. A man whose cool exterior hid a warm heart, and the one who'd given Nezuko her bamboo muzzle. Tanjiro. So this is Lord Dragon God? Ju's voice was calm, betraying no emotion, but in truth he was deeply grateful to the dragon god in his heart for healing the master he regarded as a father. Tanjiro quickly replied and explained the situation. Ju bowed deeply in thanks. Soon after, a figure arrived, cloaked in a haori pattern with butterfly wings. It was Shinobu Kocho, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had just finished off the fleeing spider sister. On seeing Wang Kai, she greeted him with utmost respect. Lord Dragon God, our master humbly requests your presence at headquarters. Very well, that was my intention as well. At Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro, and all the Hashira were gathered together. Kaguya Ubuyashiki, the master, was overjoyed at Wang Kai's arrival. After a formal expression of gratitude, they moved on to the main topic. Lord Dragon God, Miss Tamayo is already working on the medicine to suppress Musen's splitting ability, but it will take a great deal of time. At these words, Wang Kai's brows knit tightly together. How long will it take? It's impossible to say. Kaguya Ubuyashiki replied apologetically. I see. In that case, we'll have to consider another plan. With that, Wang Kai began what he loved most, his time for spoilers. He recounted the plot, as if prophesying the future, especially to all the pillars. When they heard about the manner of their own deaths, each of their faces changed in the most remarkable ways. The water pillar, lost an arm, deaf in the left ear, grievously wounded, wouldn't live past 25. The flame pillar died in battle, body intact. The stone pillar, activated his marks, died from his wounds, body intact. The love pillar, disfigured, mortally wounded, died with her body whole. The serpent pillar, lost both hands and feet, mortally wounded, body intact. The insect pillar, absorbed by Upper Moon 2, Doma, no remains left behind. The sound pillar, blinded and lost a hand, retired from the front lines. The mist pillar, died in battle, lost both hands and feet, cut in half at the waist, body in pieces. The wind pillar, lost fingers, internal organs nearly spilling out, gravely wounded, wouldn't live past 25. Master Kaguya Ubuyashiki set off an explosion, sacrificing himself to severely wound Musen, but his own corpse was left incomplete. Miss Tamayo was absorbed by Musen, leaving no remains. And lastly, there was Tanjiro. Although he turned from human to demon and back again, after awakening his mark, he wouldn't live past 25, lost sight in one eye, and one of his hands was crippled. This then was why it was called the Blade of Pillar Extinction. Yet in the end, when everyone heard that Musen would truly be destroyed, and that there would never again be new demons in the world, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had truly accomplished it, even if it came at a great cost, even if few in the future would remember. My time in this world is limited, so if we wish to defeat Musen as soon as possible, there's only one thing you all must do, and that is to find a way to have him send me into his stronghold, into the Infinity Castle. I will deliver the wrath of Musen's true father right there. Infinity Castle was the domain sustained by Musen's close attendant, Nakheim, through her blood demon art. The entire castle relied on her to exist, and by playing her biwa, she could forcibly transport things from outside the Infinity Castle to its interior, or send them out. She could even freely manipulate the layout of rooms and stairways within the castle, reshaping its structure to evade attacks, or quickly move targets around inside. It was an exceptionally troublesome blood demon art. As long as Musen hid inside Infinity Castle, there was virtually nothing anyone could do, even if they managed to enter the castle. To defeat Musen, they would have to control Nakheim. And in the original story, it was Yashiro, driven into a furious rage by the loss of his beloved, who accomplished this feat. So, does that mean Mr. Yashiro is the most critical key? Everyone's eyes turned to Yashiro. I'm not sure I can do it, he stammered. After all, Lord Dragon God said that it was only when I was pushed to the brink of rage that I could suppress Nakheim, and even then, just barely. Yashiro's voice was low and uncertain, betraying a lack of confidence. But Tamayo, desperate to destroy Musen, leaned in and gave Yashiro a gentle kiss. How about now, Yashiro? Do you think you can do it? I can. I absolutely can. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make it happen. In an instant, Yashiro was brimming with determination. Compared to hatred, it seemed that the power of love was indeed the stronger force. So next, we need to figure out how to enter the Infinity Castle, someone noted. That part can follow the prophecy, another replied. After all, I am the one Musen most wants to kill with his own hands. Kaguya Ubuyashiki spoke softly. That's out of the question, Master, someone protested. Yes, it's not just you. Your wife and children would also be caught in that suicide explosion, another pillar exclaimed. None of the pillars agreed with this plan, their objections filling the room. But Kaguya Ubuyashiki's resolve was unwavering. Everyone, this is the only way to defeat Muzan with the least sacrifice. At the very least, some of you will survive, he insisted. For a moment, the debate raged on. Should Kaguya Ubuyashiki really use his wife and children as bait? The room was filled with heated arguments. Watching this, Wang Kai silently pleaded in his heart, "Come on, system, give me some life-saving gear. System, I want to draw 10 times in a row." A chime sounded in his mind. Ding, 2,000 sign-in points spent. Drawing now. Ding, congratulations, host. You've received the legendary blade, Destiny's Edge. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained Radiant Moon. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained Sage's Protection. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've received a special item. Thank you for participating, *6. Holy, the life-saving gear actually came through, all of it. System, since when did you become a wish-granting system? Wang Kai laughed inwardly. Granting your trophy, more like, hurry up and finish this quest so we can get back to the Marvel Universe, he thought. If I don't get back soon, I'll never see my beloved glory system again. He wore a helpless, exasperated look. Why was he suddenly cursing out loud? System, is something wrong with you? Wang Kai asked. No sooner had he spoken than the system shot back. You're the one with the problem. Of all the worlds to pick, you chose this one, you fool. If you get stuck here, that's your problem. Don't drag me down with you. What? Wang Kai was left with a head full of question marks. No matter how much he asked after that, the system stayed silent. Puzzling over it got him nowhere, so he decided to stop worrying about it and focus on the task at hand. All right, that's enough. There's no need for you all to keep arguing. Wang Kai's commanding voice cut through the commotion of the Demon Slayer Corps. He then produced 4 life-saving artifacts. You can stand right next to a bomb when it goes off and still survive. These 4 legendary items are enough to keep you alive, even in the midst of an explosion. The Blade of Destiny increases attack power and when taking fatal damage, grants a brief moment of invincibility and boosts movement speed by 30% for 1 second. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Radiant Moon increases magic damage by 16%. When used, transforms the wielder into an invulnerable golden figure. Immune to all harm for 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Sage's Blessing increases both physical and magical defense. Upon death, revives the user on the spot after 2 seconds. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Usable twice only. Philosopher's Stone revives the user on the spot after 2 seconds upon death and grants a protective shield. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Usable twice only. After Wang Kai described the effects of each item, the entire Demon Slayer Corps fell to their knees before him in gratitude, their excitement overflowing with heartfelt emotion. Now that they could ensure the safety of their lord and his family, there was nothing left for them to object to. Plans to deal with Muzan were set in motion at once. And first, they needed to take down one of the upper moons. As for the other lower moons, Muzan himself had already dealt with them. Inside the Infinity Castle, Muzan, now appearing in a female form, presided over a grand, merciless round of firings. For centuries, the 6 lower moons had cycled through countless replacements, serving only as fodder for the Demon Slayer Corps. In stark contrast, the upper moons had never changed. So Muzan decided to keep only the upper moons from then on. He personally executed 4 of the lower moons, leaving only one, a fellow degenerate who shared his twisted tastes, to go after Tanjiro. Thus began the Mugen Train arc. On the Demon Slayer Corps side, even though they knew how the story would unfold, they still sent out everyone except the main cast, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko, and the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. Soon after, Wang Kai joined the group as well. After all, the upcoming Upper Moon 3, Akaza, was worth 100 sign-in points. Gazing at the majestic steam train before him, all heavy metal and industrial beauty, Wang Kai felt a wave of nostalgia. He had only ever seen such trains on TV before, never in real life. Tanjiro and his 2 friends, on the other hand, were far more astonished, especially Inosuke, who had grown up in the mountains. He was convinced this was some kind of earth deity. Seizing the moment while the train was sleeping, he hurled himself at it, charging with reckless abandon. The result? Aside from drawing a round of bewildered stares from the crowd, it accomplished nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and the Flame Hashira had already boarded the train, awaiting the start of the Mugen Train journey, and the arrival of Lower Moon 1, Inmu. Delicious, truly delicious. The Flame Hashira was just as lively as ever, loudly praising the deliciousness of the train's box meals, and then proceeded to eat 11 of them in a row. Wang Kai could only chuckle dryly at this. He had his own opinions about train food and was just craving some instant noodles. At last, the Infinity Steam train began to move, slowly pulling out of the station. As the speed increased, Inmu set his dream assassination plan into motion. But unfortunately for him, the entire Demon Slayer Corps was already aware of his intentions. While the other passengers quickly drifted into slumber, only the Demon Slayers remained alert, except for Zenitsu, of course, who needed to be half asleep for his true abilities to awaken. Remember, Inmu's blood demon art forces people into sleep. The moment you realize you're dreaming, you must wake yourself up, even if it means dying in the dream. But be careful. He might try to blur the line between dream and reality and trick you into harming yourselves. Wang Kai carefully explained the key points everyone needed to watch out for. Just then, a train attendant approached to check their tickets. But Tanjiro immediately caught the scent of a demon. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Before the main trio had time to react, the flame Hashira surged forward like a blazing inferno, charging at breakneck speed. As he reached the target behind the attendant, his blade flashed, severing the demon's head in one swift motion. If you dare harm the innocent, my flaming blade will burn away every last trace of your demonic bones. The flame Hashira stood tall, victorious, having instantly dispatched a lower-ranked demon. The passengers in the carriage were thrown into a panic, but the main trio looked on in awe and admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already climbed atop the train, searching for Enmu. To die in a dream, what bliss, Enmu murmured, a twisted, enraptured smile on his face as he whispered atop the speeding train. But suddenly, his expression shifted. A slicing sound cut through the air behind him. He turned, just in time to see a gleaming blue demonic blade filling his vision. Thwack! The blade sank deep into flesh. With a single clean strike, Wang Kai beheaded Enmu. Yet, instead of crumbling to ash as expected, nothing happened. Even though Wang Kai had killed Enmu in advance, it still wasn't the demon's true body he destroyed. You are. I'm your daddy, Wang Kai retorted, kicking Enmu's head clean off the train. Without missing a beat, he dashed toward the front of the train. Before the crew inside could even react, Wang Kai knocked them out with a swift karate chop. This should be the place. He slashed open the floorboards, revealing a massive section of spinal bone hidden underneath. With another slash, he brought his blade down. But to his surprise, the spinal bone wriggled away like a giant reptile, slipping out of reach. Unlike in the original story, Enmu had not yet fused completely with the train at this point, which meant he could still attempt to escape. But in his current state, he was nearly powerless, hardly more than a wriggling, boneless creature. Think you can run? Wang Kai flicked his wrist and hurled the boomerang blade he hadn't used in ages. The demon's scorpion tail was instantly shattered. At the same time, he activated his immortal demon body. The Azure demon blade suddenly swelled in size. With another swift motion, he flung it once more. The blade pinned itself firmly into the floorboard 10 paces away, burying deep into the wood. There was a dull thud, followed by a sharp crunch. From outside the carriage came the unmistakable sound of something falling beneath the wheels and being crushed. In that very instant, the Azure demon blade vanished without a trace. Right after, Wang Kai heard the chime of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Nightmare. Reward: 100 sign-in points. Nightmare had been beheaded right through the carriage. And with his death, his blood demon art dissipated as well. The crew members who had been under Nightmare's control finally regained their senses, only to feel as if they'd simply dozed off and had a very strange dream. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already climbed onto the roof of the train. He was waiting for the arrival of Upper Moon 3, Akaza. But at that moment, the flame Hashira suddenly appeared behind him. Lord Dragon God, I have an unreasonable request, he said. Please allow me to face Akaza in fair combat. Wang Kai glanced at him and refused without hesitation. You haven't awakened your mark. There's no way you can defeat that monster. The mark, a power gained by burning through one's own lifespan to unlock immense strength. To awaken the mark, one's body temperature must reach 39 degrees Celsius and the heart must race beyond 200 beats per minute. A tremendous burden on the body. Except for the very first swordsman to awaken the mark. Everyone else who gained it never lived past the age of 25. Understand. The flame Hashira replied with fervor. He knew all too well. Every Upper Moon had once slain a Hashira. But still, I beg you, let me have this fight. It's only because you're here that I can fight without worrying about anyone else. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tanjiro and the others climbed onto the roof as well. After a quick greeting, a sudden shadow dropped right in front of them. With a crash, The roof buckled beneath the impact. Standing before them was a demon with short, peach-pink hair, golden eyes, deathly pale skin, and countless deep blue tattoos of sinner's marks carved across his body. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, had arrived. Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. Let's see what you're made of. The Flame Hashira instantly stepped between Akaza and the others. And Akaza's face split into a delighted grin. Your fighting spirit, tempered and refined, has almost reached the supreme realm. You're a worthy opponent. In that case, let's battle somewhere with room to cut loose. With that, the Flame Ashura made a sweeping gesture to invite Akaza to disembark first. Very well, there's still plenty of time until dawn. Akaza's confidence in his own strength was absolute. For him, defeating the Flame Ashura would be a matter of moments. The two of them leapt down from the train one after another, and immediately began their fierce battle on the barren ground beside the tracks. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to follow, leaping down from the speeding train as well. The battle between a Hashira and an Upper Moon, such a rare sight. Inosuke instantly jumped off the train, rolling across the ground in confusion before scrambling to the outskirts to watch the fight. Tanjiro, on the other hand, leaped down and used his sword techniques to soften his landing, coming to a steady stop. Only Zenitsu, with a piercing scream, was carried farther and farther away. The battle between the two unfolded just as Wang Kai had anticipated. Akaza's attacks were ferocious and heavy, each punch landing with a thunderous boom. With each strike, the flames from the Flame Hashira's counterattacks erupted, and it was as if a series of powerful explosions were continuously shaking the wasteland. Roars echoed nonstop across the barren ground. But the number of wounds on the Flame Hashira's body kept increasing. As an Upper Moon demon, Akaza's regenerative power was monstrous. Any wound he suffered would heal almost instantly. In such a stark contrast, the Flame Hashira stood no chance of victory. The battle raged on for a long while. Seeing the battered and bloodied Flame Hashira, Wang Kai finally stepped forward to stop them. Enough! Stop fighting, both of you! Man and demon halted at once. Akaza was visibly irritated by Wang Kai's interference, and immediately charged toward him. What right does a weakling have to interrupt? With a deafening crash, Akaza unleashed a devastating punch. Even the air seemed to shatter with the force. That blow could have sent a speeding train flying off the tracks. Yet Wang Kai caught it with effortless ease. A star cursed by heaven, who has even forgotten his own name. Take a moment to remember your path of protection, Hakuji. With those words, Wang Kai drew his blade and, in one swift motion, severed Akaza's neck. A flood of memories surged forth. He was not Akaza. His true name was Hakuji. Akaza, a name meaning a castrated, masterless dog. Hakuji, the stone lion that guards the gates of a home. These two names told the story of his transformation from man to demon. As a human, he had failed to protect his father. Years later, just as he was about to marry his beloved after rebuilding his life, he failed her as well. Lost in despair, he encountered Muzan, who forcibly turned him into a demon, erasing even his memories. Thus, he became Upper Moon 3, Muzan's loyal hound, forgetting everything. He knew only that he had to grow stronger, even as he forgot why strength mattered. But now, at last, he remembered his name. In the end, Hakuji took the hand of his beloved Koyuki, whom he could not protect, and together, they walked into the fires of hell to atone for his sins, vanishing into the purging flames. Meanwhile, Muzan, sensing the death of Upper Moon 3, was consumed by rage. He immediately convened a meeting of the Upper Moons. In centuries past, not a single Upper Moon had ever fallen. This forced him to question whether even the Upper Moons themselves held any worth. After all, not only had they failed time and again to find the elusive blue spider lily he so desperately needed, but they also could not even locate the Ubuyashiki family, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps undefeated. This made Muzan deeply dissatisfied. But at that very moment, Upper Moon 5, Gyako, announced that he had found traces of the Ubuyashiki family. However, Muzan was still furious over the defeat of the Upper Moons. So, without hesitation, he ripped off Gyako's twisted head. Dealing with a deranged boss is never easy. Even if you yourself are a bit deranged too. Is this information accurate? If you report something before confirming it, do you know what the punishment will be? Faced with Muzan's rage, Gyako, his head torn off, remained eerily calm, insisting that he couldn't be wrong. Muzan immediately flung Gyako's head aside, and a look of excitement flickered across his face. After 1,000 years, he was finally about to rid himself of the Demon Slayer Corps, this persistent thorn in his side. Meanwhile, on Wang Kai's side, before Akaza disappeared, Tanjiro hurried over to collect a blood sample, then handed it over again to Shichimu, who had suddenly appeared. As for Enmu's blood, there was no way to collect it, since the train was still in motion at the time. Rengoku was badly wounded, yet not in any real danger. Though there was a hint of regret, he understood that his opponent had never truly gone all out. Even with his mark awakened, there was no guarantee of victory in a one-on-one fight. Thank you, Dragon God, for blessing me with this battle. No need for thanks. The real ordeal is yet to come. 3 days later, in the stillness of midnight, on a quiet mountainside, a tall, pale-skinned young man with jet black hair and striking reddish eyes appeared outside the Ubuyashiki estate, a face both handsome and cruel. It was none other than Kibutsuji Musen. He's here, isn't he? Wrapped almost entirely like a mummy, Kagaya Ubuyashiki turned to his wife and asked. Yes, it's him. His wife, Amain, replied softly. Musen gazed at the man before him, whose life was nearly at its end, and a sneer curled on his lips. What a pitiful sight you are, Ubuyashiki. I can smell the rot coming off you. No matter how strong the scent of herbs, it can't mask that stench. Musen laughed coldly, glancing around at his surroundings. He noticed Ubuyashiki's 2 daughters playing quietly in the courtyard, as if entirely unaware of his arrival. Kibutsuji Musen, you are the stain and shame of our bloodline. Because of you, the Ubuyashiki family is cursed. Every child born is frail, sickly, and doomed to die young. Even if they make it to adulthood, they never live past 30, cough, cough. Kagaya Ubuyashiki coughed up blood, and Musen's scorn deepened at the sight. What does that have to do with me? I've slaughtered thousands, but have yet to see any divine punishment. Musen wore a beaming smile, but his expression quickly darkened. Is that so? But I know that the moment you die, every demon under your control will be destroyed. Isn't that divine retribution? There will be countless people who want to kill you. Silence. With a single step, Musen appeared right before Kagaya Ubuyashiki. For a moment, it felt as though even the air around them was trembling. I was right, wasn't I? You really are afraid of death. Kagaya Ubuyashiki smiled, and in the next instant, he detonated the massive amount of explosives hidden beneath him. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth. A tremendous fireball flared and vanished in a blink. The terrifying shockwave tore the entire estate into shreds, hurling debris in all directions. The air was thick with the scorched scent of blood and flesh. But this was not from the Ubuyashiki family. It was from Kibutsuji Musen. Thanks to their protective gear, Kagaya, his wife, and their 2 children's bodies remained intact, and the force of the blast flung them to the outer edges, while Musen took the full brunt of the explosion that could have shattered mountains. Half his body was blown away. Both his eyes were obliterated, but his monstrous regenerative power restored his vision in a heartbeat, and his ravaged body began to mend at an incredible rate. At that very moment, all the Hashira, hidden by Yashiro's blood demon art, converged on Musen. Each launched their attack. In the face of this onslaught, Musen was not the least bit flustered. On the contrary, he burst out laughing with excitement. Ha ha! Did you think you cornered me? Every last one of you die. No one will escape. In a split second, the world twisted. Everyone felt the ground vanish beneath their feet. The surroundings morphed in a blur, nullifying their attacks as they were each drawn away. They had all been pulled by Nakeheim straight into the Infinity Castle. You meddlesome Demon Slayer Corps. Tonight, I'll slaughter you all, one by one. None of you will escape. Musen laughed maniacally, when suddenly he noticed dozens of syringes embedded in his body, their mysterious crimson medicine slowly seeping into his veins. The one who's going to die is you. Tamayo's voice rang out, though she remained hidden from sight. This is the medicine that turns demons back into humans. And you won't even sense it happening. We paid a dreadful price tonight, but I swear to see you utterly destroyed. Her voice thundered with fury, unwavering and unyielding. On every Hashira's face was the look of someone confronting the murderer of their own kin. To put it bluntly, if Musen truly became human, every Hashira would wish to devour him alive, no seasoning needed, surrounded and beset, faced with their murderous gazes, and Kagaya Ubuyashiki's sacrificial attack. Even the ever-cowardly Musen began to believe, if only for a moment. With a blare of the biwa, Musen vanished without a trace. Just as in the original storyline, he hurried away to break down the medicine inside his body. And at that very moment, all the pillars were separated from one another. At the same time, 6 demons of Upper Moon rank appeared in the Infinity Castle, obeying Musen's command. Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo, the Sword Demon. Upper Moon 2, Doma, the Ice Demon. Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, the split-body demon. Upper Moon 5, Gyako, the jar demon. Upper Moon 6, Jutaro and Daki, the twin demons. And just recently turned into a demon, Kaigaku, the thunder demon. If these 6 demons were to join forces, even if every pillar awakened their marks, they still wouldn't stand a chance. But unfortunately, almost every demon was a lone wolf. So how could they ever work as a team? Because of this, the Demon Slayer Corps had a precious window to buy more time. Nearly everything happening was from Musen's eyes alone. Wang Kai had thrown out a syringe containing nothing but ordinary blood. Tamayo deliberately claimed it was a nearly undetectable cure to turn demons back into humans, just to let the coward Musen frighten himself. The more one fears for their own life, the more they fall prey to such tricks. And Musen was a prime example of that. Yashiro, it's up to you now. Every pillar echoed this thought before launching into their own battles. They didn't need to defeat the upper moons. They only needed to hold out long enough. Kokushibo, the most formidable, had already revealed his weakness. Each of them carried a mirror, certain that his 6 eyes would catch the sight of his own hideous reflection. Even if it didn't kill him with shame, it would surely shake him. The next strongest, Doma, was a notorious show-off, never one to take a fight seriously, so delaying him would be no problem. Then there was Han Tengu, the split-body demon, who needed someone to strike him before he could split into stronger clones. If you let him run, it would be too late. Gyako, the twisted jar demon, was the trickiest, but he was also talkative and loved to mock his opponents. A barrage of pre-battle banter would be enough to stall him for a while. As for the twin demons, Jutaro and Daki, their strength ranked near the bottom. Usually only the weaker sister appeared, so even if a pillar couldn't finish them off, they could still buy precious time. And finally, the scum Kaigaku. No, it would be more accurate to call him the demon scum. Kaigaku was laughably weak. He was the upper moon defeated solo by Zenitsu, the most lackluster of them all. His rotten character was a result of his upbringing. Even after being taken in by a temple, he couldn't change his ways. One day, seeking revenge on the other children, he led a demon to the temple, causing the deaths of many innocent kids. That alone was unforgivable. And as luck would have it, Wang Kai ran into this very man. You don't even have a sword? Looks like I'll be the first to make my mark. Kaigaku, his fangs bared and ears pointed, skin deathly pale and black stripes slashing across his face, declared in excitement. In the next instant, black lightning exploded from his body. Like an arrow loose from its bow, he shot straight toward Wang Kai with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and swung it down at Wang Kai. You're far too slow, Wang Kai remarked. With a swift sidestep, Wang Kai easily dodged Kuai-Yue's attack. A sly grin spread across his face as he recalled exactly how he would send this scum on his way. Breath of the Father, Dad's blade slash. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai became lightning itself, unleashing 4 rapid strikes. He severed Kuai-Yue's arms and legs in one fell swoop. Then, to finish the job, he pinned him to the floorboards like a butterfly on a display. Let's see how you handle this, you wretch. Breath of the Father, a father's warmth. Suddenly, a cube-shaped metal toy appeared in Wang Kai's hand. Inside, a radiant golden sphere pulsed with a warm, dazzling light, gentle as a father's embrace. Yet for demons, it was the deadliest adversary imaginable. Aakak, Kuai-Yue's screams were filled with agony and despair. It felt as though he'd been dragged into the sunlight. His skin began to rot and blister, inch by inch, as if scorched by fire. What on earth is that thing? How could it shine with the light of the sun? So, how does this fatherly love feel? Wang Kai's face was wreathed in smiles as he watched the scum, named Kuai-Yue, slowly vanish beneath the man-made sun. In truth, even if the Demon Slayer Corps never finished you off, give it another 10 years or so, ultraviolet lamps will be invented. Then there'll be no need for swords at all. Wang Kai ridiculed him with a sneer, then claimed his reward, 100 check-in points from Kuai-Yue. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tamayo and Yashiro were desperately searching for Nakime, but it was Love Hashira who found her first. Just as in the original story, no matter how fiercely Love Hashira attacked, Nakime fended off every blow with ease. It seemed impossible to land a single hit. Yet this stalemate lasted only until Yashiro arrived. Using Love Hashira's distraction, Yashiro managed to slip and close to Nakime. Then, in one swift motion, he plunged both hands deep in her head. Yashiro's eyes turned blood red in an instant, his pupils morphing into vertical slits like a demon's. Beads of sweat poured down his face, and veins bulged across his forehead. Damn it, Musen's cells are devouring my hands. Yashiro roared in pain. At this rate, never mind controlling Nakime. He himself would be consumed by Musen's cells. Yashiro, hang in there, I know you can do it. Tamayo rushed to his side, offering encouragement. But Yashiro's hands were turning a furious red, the color creeping slowly up toward his elbows. Damn, I can't let Lady Tamayo down, Yashiro shouted, summoning every ounce of his willpower in a desperate attempt to suppress Musen's cells, pushing back with sheer determination. But for now, he still could not seize full control of Nakheim. The Infinity Castle began to tremble, as if on the verge of total collapse. Love Ashira grew increasingly anxious at the sight, yet she was powerless to help. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Yashiro, if you take control of Nakheim, Lady Tamayo will marry you. What? Is that true? Yashiro's eyes went wide as he whipped his head around to ask. And Tamayo, caught off guard, had no time for hesitation. After all, Yashiro had been by her side for decades. How could she not know his feelings? Without another word, she stepped forward and pressed a passionate kiss to his lips, adding that extra spark. Of course it's true, Tamayo declared with heartfelt sincerity. All right. Yashiro was instantly bursting with energy. Don't you dare stand in the way of my wedding, you one-eyed freak. He staked his very life, unleashing the full force of his strength and willpower. With a roar of excitement, Yashiro completely overwhelmed and seized control of Nakheim. And this time, his control was even stronger than in the original story. Immediately, he followed the plan, transporting all the Hashira and Tamayo away, and shifting the Infinity Castle deep into the mountains, where not a soul could be found for hundreds of miles around. Then he gathered all the upper moons in one place, bringing them face-to-face with Wang Kai. That Yashiro, he actually pulled it off. Wang Kai smiled at the 5 upper moons before him. In that case, it's time for you all to march off to hell and atone for your sins. A massive Azure demonic blade formed in his hand, activating 6-fold acceleration and true damage. Wang Kai transformed into a streak of blue lightning, darting back and forth among the 5 upper moons. Blood Demon Art, 1,000 Needles, Fish Strike. Blood Demon Art, 8-fold Ribbon Slash. Blood Demon Art, Manifestation, Division. Blood Demon Art, Scattered Lotus. Moon Breathing, 14th Form, Frenzied Metamorphosis, Celestial Crescent. Facing the blinding speed of Wang Kai, the 5 upper moons, for the first time ever, launched their attacks in unison. But with a single swing of his 40-meter blade, Wang Kai shattered every one of their assaults. In an instant, countless massive crescent-shaped wind blades were torn apart. Ice blossoms, sharp as razor edges, melted away. The 4 recently split demon clones were cleaved in half. Even the 8 sashes, so tough even Nichiren blades struggled to cut, were all severed. Countless needle-like spikes ricocheted backward, piercing other parts of the Infinity Castle. Then, with wild, relentless swings of the 40-meter blade, Wang Kai reduced all 5 upper moons to mere shreds of flesh. Lord Dragon God, Yashiro's voice echoed through the entire Infinity Castle. Then, a figure appeared before Wang Kai, a half-naked body, covered in savage, mouth-like fangs. It was Musen Kabutsuji himself. Hello, Musen. Last time, you managed to escape. Let's see what you can do now. The moment Wang Kai finished speaking, Musen's vertical pupils shrank to pinpricks, almost vanishing. The rage in his eyes vanished, and terror swept through every fiber of his being. Without hesitating, he unleashed his 3rd self-division. With a dull thud, Musen once again split himself into over 1,000 fragments of flesh, scattering frantically in every direction, desperate to escape. The memory of being ruthlessly pummeled by the Azure Dragon still replayed vividly in his mind. There was nothing left for him but to run. Where do you think you can escape to? Wang Kai narrowed his eyes, making no move to chase after the fleeing scraps of Musen. Instead, he swung his blade, slicing the 5 upper moons into even finer pieces, then casually tossed out an artificial sun, about the size of a magic cube. Breath of the Father's wrath. Instantly, the blinding light of the sun triggered agonized screams from the upper moons, their pain echoing through the halls, while Wang Kai calmly slipped on the Infinity Gauntlet. He glanced at the countdown shimmering on the artificial sun. 5 seconds. The blue space stone lit up, and he stepped through a portal formed of thunderclouds, appearing beside Yashiro. Without a pause, he opened another portal, whisking Yashiro away to safety. In a heartbeat, the entire Infinity Castle was left with nothing but Musen's scattered flesh and the upper moons writhing under the merciless sunlight. The countdown pressed on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the depths of the mountains blazed as bright as midday. A searing white light tore through the darkness, blinding anyone who dared look its way. The ground trembled fiercely, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The shockwave ripped roofs from houses dozens of kilometers away. Anything close was utterly obliterated. Peaks, trees, and boulders were reduced to ash and dust. It was only after this devastation that a deafening roar finally thundered forth, its echoes rolling on, stretching across vast distances, as if the earth itself was howling in fury. When the blinding light and roaring explosion finally faded, a burning mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. At its crown, dark red flames roiled and surged, reaching for the heavens as if determined to touch that distant, unreachable sky. In that moment, even the moon seemed pale and insignificant by comparison. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain Kibutsuji Musen. Reward, 100 check-in points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain Kokushibo. Reward, 100 check-in points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain Doma. Reward, 100 check-in points. The system's notification chimed 6 times in quick succession. Musen still failed to make a real impression in the end. But suddenly, Wang Kai remembered something. System, didn't you say there were check-in locations in the Demon Slayer world? Why didn't the final battleground, Infinity Castle, trigger a mission? You were in a bad mood, so I didn't give it to you. Wang Kai, Lord Dragon God, that? What is that? Yashiro asked, pointing at the mushroom cloud towering above them, his shot plain as day, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Oh, that's just the after effect of my attack. So now you understand why I didn't finish off Musen the very first time I met him. Wang Kai patted Yashiro on the shoulder, paying no mind to his stunned, wooden expression, and promptly led him back to the ruins of Kagaya Ubuyashiki's demolished estate. Lord Dragon God, is it true? Has Musen really been destroyed? Kagaya Ubuyashiki's voice trembled as he spoke. Could this war, which had raged for nearly a millennium, truly come to a perfect, conclusive end? Yes, he's dead, Wang Kai replied with a nod. Hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki's face was instantly streaked with tears. Then, everyone present dropped to their knees before Wang Kai in unison. Thank you for everything you've done for us. You've let us all live to see this day. We truly don't know how to repay you. Their voices brimmed with emotion, sincere and choked with gratitude. Wang Kai, however, only sighed and said, then cherish your lives, and use them to do something truly meaningful. Don't let war ever break out again. After reclaiming his 4 pieces of equipment and leaving behind 4 vials of potion, Wang Kai transformed into a mighty Azure dragon and soared into the sky, vanishing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. From then on, in the world of Demon Slayer, Kagaya Ubuyashiki used his remarkable charisma to usher society into an age of peace, spreading the ideals of harmony among people. Nezuko was finally restored to humanity, thanks to the medicine developed by Lady Tamayo. Tamayo and Yashiro also took the cure, and after becoming human, the two were wed. From that moment forward, demons ceased to exist in the world. The Demon Slayer Corps disbanded, and everyone set out on new paths in their lives. As for Wang Kai, he returned once more to the familiar realm of the Marvel Universe. This journey had only earned him 1,000 sign-in points, not a loss, considering he'd only stayed there for a week. But upon returning, Wang Kai was utterly dumbfounded. Nearly 5 months had passed on Earth. 20 weeks, almost half a year gone in a flash. Wang Kai was so frustrated he could almost spit blood. Fortunately, as soon as he got back, there were points to be earned. A new monster had appeared, this time in the Far East. It was almost uncanny. Just as he'd caused an upheaval in the world of Demon Slayer, a crisis erupted in the Marvel Universe. A towering monster 60 meters tall was invading Tokyo. Its codename, Demon Witch. Shaped like a massive crab, with armor thick as tank plating, the creature was built for defense and moved with ponderous slowness. In the Pacific Rim universe, it was this very monster that annihilated Tokyo, killing over 1 million people before finally being slain by the Jaeger Tango Wolf. And now, the demon which was under relentless bombardment from heavy missiles. Explosions blossomed across its enormous body like fireworks, but the monster's shell was harder than steel, rendering all attacks useless. It seemed that nothing short of a nuclear strike could breach the beast's armor. Not even bunker-buster missiles could do the trick. This monster is unbelievably tough. Dr. Pym, are you sure your shrinking gun will work? Inside Avengers Tower, everyone was deep in discussion about how to deal with the beast. Conventional firearms were completely useless. So now all hopes rested on Pym particles, this piece of high-tech sorcery. Stark, don't underestimate the power of Pym particles. Dr. Pym replied confidently. This isn't some flashy gadget like your son's toys. As long as he could turn this giant crab into a tiny one, he was certain he could stomp it out himself. But this will use up my entire 6-month stockpile. I really hope this is the last monster. Dr. Pym muttered as he handed over a large weapon, which looked for all the world like a toy air gun, to Howard Stark. Howard then passed it to Tony. The shrinking gun was massive, with its bulk mostly taken up by a red canister in the back for storing Pym particles. At this size, it still counted as a personal weapon. Any bigger, and you'd have to mount it on something like a Quinjet. Tony took the shrinking gun, grinning from ear to ear. Staring at the 3D projection of the monster, he joked, "Anyone in the mood for crab tonight?" With that, he prepared to suit up and shrink the beast himself. But just as Tony approached the Luna duplicate, who looked troubled, a familiar figure appeared on the projection. The Doomsday mech Lubu. "Hey, look, that guy's back," Hope shouted, pointing excitedly at the screen. The Luna duplicate looked up and instantly broke into a huge smile. Without a second thought, she vanished on the spot, leaving Tony, who'd just been gearing up to make his move, hanging awkwardly. "Why now of all times?" Tony said with a sigh. Couldn't he ever have his moment to shine? On the Tokyo battlefield, with the appearance of the Doomsday mech, the futile missile strikes finally ceased. Nations abandoned their plans to consider nuclear options, giving Japan a huge sigh of relief. After all, they couldn't bear the thought of another atomic blast. One or two more, even after 70 years, would be unthinkable. Demon Witch, who on earth decided to name a crab that? Wang Kai grumbled, staring at the massive, deep brown creature before him. It looked every bit the part of a deep-sea giant crab. What did any of this have to do with witches? Yet, complaints aside, the Doomsday mech wasted no time in taking action. With thunderous steps, it strode forward, each footfall leaving a crater in the ground, then raised a fist the size of half a basketball court, and brought it crashing down with tremendous force. A colossal impact erupted, sounding like a tidal wave smashing against the shore. Thousands of tons of force left a deep, unmistakable fist-shaped dent in the Demon Witch's shell. But that was all. This second beast's defenses were many times stronger than even the first's. The creature's entire body was encased in a shell as tough as armor, perfectly absorbing the force of the impact. Trying to defeat it with brute force, like the way the first monster, the axe head, was beaten, would be nearly impossible. A guttural roar erupted. The Demon Witch howled in fury and launched a counterattack. Her 4 lower limbs drove her massive body forward, slamming straight into the Doomsday mecha. A heavy crash echoed through the air. Even a gentle charge from a 2,000-ton beast carried an unstoppable, overwhelming power. The Doomsday mecha staggered and toppled backward. And in the next instant, 2 colossal crab claws swept forward, aiming to tear off one of the mech's gigantic arms. Realizing the danger, Wang Kai quickly switched to 6-speed acceleration. His agility soared to a whole new level, allowing him to pull his arm back in the nick of time, then roll backward with the momentum. With a powerful slap of both hands on the street, he landed on one knee, slamming into the ground and sending tremors rippling through the city. "It seems I'll have to pry open your shell." Wang Kai slowly rose, smashing his fist together with a resounding clap. He then drew a short staff from his back. The staff rapidly transformed and extended, in the blink of an eye becoming a dark red, fearsome weapon. The legendary Confronting halberd. Its blade gleamed with a dazzling crimson light, a scorching glow that could slice through the toughest armor. "Let's see if you've got any crab roe inside." Wang Kai strode forward, lifting the Confronting halberd, then gripped it tightly in one hand and swept it in a broad arc. Confronting slash. Crash. Both massive crab claws were sent flying through the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous double impact. A closer look revealed the severed ends glowing with red-hot embers. Wang Kai had sliced through them as easily as cutting through butter. The crimson light on the Confronting halberd grew even brighter, clearly enchanted now to inflict true damage. The Demon Witch howled in agony. Then, like a raging tank, charged at Wang Kai once more. Seeing this, Wang Kai sneered to himself, gripping the Confronting halberd with both hands and swinging it in a mighty, overhead strike. Boom! A deafening blast split the sky. The Confronting halberd drove straight into the earth with a ground-shaking explosion. A fierce shock wave blasted outward, sweeping away the lingering smoke of battle. And the Demon Witch was split in two by Wang Kai's mighty blow. The wound glimmered with traces of red, charred and scorched, which to some extent slowed the flow of the monster's blue blood and reduced environmental contamination. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villainous Demon Witch. You have earned 100 sign-in points. The system's voice chimed in. Wang Kai glanced a few more times at the enormous crab. As I thought, there's no crab row. He shook his head and retracted the Feng halberd, then leaped into the air, transforming into a giant fighter jet. A deep roar thundered across the sky as he soared away. With the demon which defeated, Wang Kai finally went to see his family. Luna, of course, was overjoyed. The moment they met, she ran over and threw her arms around him, as if she never wanted to let go. His parents and the Mantis woman soon followed, close behind. Joyful laughter filled every corner of the house. 3 days later, Wang Kai and Luna finally returned to Confrontation. With the bifurcation stone depleted of magical energy, it could not be used, so it had to be handed over to the Ancient One for recharging, in preparation for their next journey to another world. How did this world-hopping adventure feel? The Ancient One poured them tea and asked with a smile. Wang Kai just shook his head and sighed repeatedly, saying that it had been more pain than gain. The boss of that world didn't even have a proper sense of presence, and he barely earned anything from the checkpoint. What a total loss. I was too impatient this time. Next time, I'll think carefully about which world to visit. With that, he handed the bifurcation stone to the Ancient One, but she only smiled in silence and pushed the stone back to him. There's no need for me to handle this anymore. Just leave it to Luna. In fact, I've decided to pass the title of Sorcerer Supreme on to her. After all this time, the succubus inside Luna had long since been purged, and she had mastered almost all of the Ancient One's spells. Even when compared to Doctor Strange from a parallel universe, Luna was clearly the superior sorcerer. After all, Doctor Strange was jokingly called the mana-drained sorcerer, always running out of magic at crucial moments. But Luna was different. She had never even experienced what it was like to be out of energy. Isn't this a bit too soon? Wang Kai was momentarily stunned. 2016 was still a long way off. Was the Ancient One really planning to retire early? It's not too soon. My counterpart next door handed the title to Doctor Strange within days. Now that's what I call fast. The Ancient One's face wore an enigmatic smile, leaving Wang Kai at a loss for words. Wasn't this just her way of handing off all responsibility? At that moment, Luna stood up, full of confusion. Master, if you pass the title of Sorcerer Supreme to me, what about yourself? I'll go live my own life. I'm not going to end it, if that's what you're worried about. There's no need for any concern. The Ancient One smiled as she spoke. After guarding this world for 1,000 years against extra-dimensional threats, she'd exhausted herself, forced to draw on the power of the dark dimension just to maintain her strength. But now, at last, she could retire, with countless wonderful days ahead to enjoy. Why would she ever contemplate ending her own life? But I'm not really good at teaching others magic, Luna said, a bit embarrassed. She could master spells as easily as moving her own arm. But when it came to teaching someone else, all she could say was, just do it like this, and that's it. She couldn't explain it clearly, and others couldn't follow her logic. Learning magic relies on talent, and a good teacher helps, but that's not something you should worry about. The Ancient One didn't give the matter a second thought. Confrontation thrived on self-study, and it was the books that truly mattered. In that case, we respect your decision. Wang Kai and Luna exchanged glances, then bowed deeply in respect. At the very least, compared to the suicidal retirement of her parallel universe counterpart, the Ancient One now had far more choices ahead of her. And so, Confrontation welcomed a day of historic significance. The bell, signaling a gathering, rang out, summoning all sorcerers and apprentices to the square to witness the succession ceremony. Fellow sorcerers, today I will pass the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Luna. If anyone has objections, now is the time to step forward and state your reasons. This was effectively asking, all in favor? Any opposed? All the sorcerers glanced at Luna. Her character was impeccable, beloved by all, like a flower that charms everyone. Her abilities outstanding, the kind of strength that could take on everyone at once. Even Mordo, who once harbored doubts about Luna, had nothing to say against her. What reason could anyone possibly have to protest? A hush fell over the square. The Ancient One looked on, clearly satisfied. She drew a portal with a swift gesture, and from within it, a crimson cloak descended, settling gently onto Luna's shoulders. The cloak seemed almost alive, curling one corner up to softly caress Luna's cheek, then shrinking and adjusting itself to fit her perfectly. Wang Kai recognized it at once. This was Doctor Strange's cloak of levitation, a sentient relic, serving as both shield and weapon, capable of granting supersonic flight, defending against both magical and physical attacks. Truly a rare and priceless artifact. It seems to like you, the Ancient One remarked with a smile. At Confrontation, Magical artifacts always chose their own wielders. The choice was never mutual. If the Cloak of Levitation hadn't accepted Luna, it would have slipped away the moment the Ancient One tried to hand it over. "Thank you, Master," Luna said, her heart brimming with joy, like a child receiving a cherished toy. With a flick of her hand and a whispered incantation, the Cloak of Levitation morphed into all manner of beautiful garments, draping her in ever-changing finery. It was clear, there isn't a girl in the world who doesn't love beautiful clothes. In addition to the cloak, there's another artifact I must entrust to you. The Ancient One herself placed the Eye of Agamotto around Luna's neck and cautioned her, "This artifact can reveal the future, but sometimes, the more you see, the more troubles you invite. I have witnessed too many disasters and tried to intervene in every one of them. And that's how I ended up like this. You must always remember that." Luna tilted her head, not quite understanding, but Wang Kai seemed to get the message. 3,000 strands of worry, all gone because of overthinking. Too much pondering leads to hair loss. The Ancient One seemed to sense Wang Kai's thoughts and shot him a meaningful glare. "What I mean is, don't try to meddle with the future. Everything is already as it should be." Wang Kai looked a little embarrassed and could only turn away, pretending to cough. "Now, pay your respects to the new Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One stepped aside and called out, and at once, every sorcerer in Kamartaj bowed in unison to Luna, formally acknowledging her. With that, the transfer of power was complete. From now on, Luna would only need to leave an avatar here to stand guard year-round. If anything important happened, her true self could come with Wang Kai. That very night, the Ancient One released the dark magic she had borrowed from the Dark Dimension, and the mark of Dormammu faded from her forehead, though she could no longer cast many of the most taxing spells. And her combat power had dropped quite a bit. A profound sense of relief washed over her, making her look noticeably younger. She no longer had to worry about dangers that lay ahead. Those would be someone else's burden now, and there was no need to fear Dormammu's control. She was finally free from the shadow of dark magic. Well then, it's time to try living like a normal person. With a gentle smile, the Ancient One put on her sunglasses, let golden hair cascade from her head, and stepped through a portal toward a new chapter in her life. "Kai, how are we supposed to keep in touch with Sister Ancient One from now on?" Watching the Ancient One's retreating figure, Luna asked hesitantly. Wang Kai thought for a moment, then smiled. "I think it's best if we don't disturb her. Let the Sorcerer Supreme enjoy her retirement in peace. There's never enough calm in a Marvel universe." Not even 5 days after the Ancient One departed, a new villain surfaced. This left Wang Kai scratching his head. Was it just his presence that drew villains out of the woodwork? After all, during his 6 months away, not a single major villain had made a move. "Kai, tell me, what are these things called?" Inside Avengers Tower, Tony pointed to a 3D projection filled with humanoid machines. This mechanical horde had just flattened another U.S. overseas base, leaving the president furious, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was ordered to get to the bottom of it. That's when Nick Fury came knocking on Tony's door, and Tony, in turn, came to their resident know-it-all Wang Kai. "Well, would you look at that? Megatron, Starscream, the Fallen, even Devastator's here." Wang Kai recognized the villains from Transformers 2 at a glance, and began to introduce the Decepticons shown in the projection. Megatron, the Decepticon leader, transforms into an alien jet and a tank. Starscream, the classic backstabber, always slacking off. Devastator, a giant formed by 8 Constructicons. Looks scary, but that's about it. As for the rest, they're not worth mentioning. Really, just keep your eyes on this one. Wang Kai pointed to the Fallen. He can teleport and manipulate gravity, not to mention his powerful energy shield. He's a real handful. Just imagine, he can blink right next to you and launch a sneak attack. There's almost no way to defend against that. If not for the protagonist, Halo, it would probably be difficult even to get close to the Fallen. Perhaps it's because the Fallen's powers are simply overwhelming. Then the climactic battle of Transformers 2, his intelligence seemed forcibly lowered. Facing Optimus Prime, he didn't even use a single skill. And in the end, he was beaten to death right before our eyes. But this doesn't mean the Fallen is weak. On the contrary, it proves just how formidable he truly is. "So what's their purpose for showing up?" Captain America asked. "It can't be that they came all this way just to destroy an American base. The Decepticons' home planet has run out of energy. They want to destroy the sun to harvest its power." Wang Kai shrugged, explaining the villain's goal in a few words. "Destroy the sun? These mechanical toys sure have wild ambitions." Tony let out a scornful laugh, completely unimpressed by these aliens. After all, they had defeated Thanos, the scourge of the galaxy. Why worry about a bunch of homeless wanderers? pulling out the shrink ray he hadn't gotten a chance to use last time. Tony grinned smugly and said, "You can sit this one out. Leave it to me. Watch as I turn them all into collectibles." Egypt, at the foot of the Giza pyramids. The Fallen led the Decepticons to the long-coveted solar harvester. Gazing up at the towering pyramid, he teleported instantly to its summit, then unleashed a roar that thundered across the land. "This is the place. We seize limitless energy and destroy humanity's sun." Raising his spear and spreading his right hand, he looked down to see the matrix of leadership gleaming in his grasp. "Devastator, uncover the solar harvester." At the base of the pyramid, 8 Constructicons immediately transformed in a dazzling display. And within moments, colossal Devastator emerged. His only purpose to serve as a giant vacuum. Devastator, swinging those massive wrecking balls beneath him, lumbered up the side of the pyramid, then opened his gigantic maw, displaying a suction force beyond belief. The giant stone blocks of the pyramid were swallowed up one after another, ground to rubble and spewed from his back in a cloud of dust. The Fallen watched eagerly as the pyramid shrank lower and lower. But soon his excitement faded into frustration. The solar harvester seemed to have vanished into thin air. Devastator had dug for ages but found nothing, ending up with nothing but a mouthful of dirt. How is this possible? The Fallen stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to comprehend why the solar harvester had disappeared. At that moment, Megatron and Starscream transformed into jets and came to the Fallen's side, both equally stunned to see the empty pyramid. "Master, could it be that the humans took it and hid it somewhere?" Starscream wondered aloud, but Megatron immediately shook his head in denial. "Impossible. How could they possibly know about this? Don't forget, this Earth seems different from the one we're familiar with." No sooner had Megatron finished speaking than a squadron of flying armored suits suddenly appeared in the distance. Leading the charge was none other than Tony, while the rest were all unmanned Iron Man suits controlled by Jarvis. "Jarvis, keep an eye on the Fallen's movements." At once, all the Iron Man suits scattered and soared off in different directions. Tony then activated a newly added cloaking feature on his suit. During the half-year that Wang Kai had been missing, Tony certainly hadn't been standing still. Though the threat of Thanos, the Purple Menace, had been eliminated, who could say there wouldn't be new threats? A red menace, a yellow one, or even a green one? His resolve to protect the world hadn't wavered with the vanishing of one threat. "What is that thing?" The Fallen narrowed his mechanical eyes, switching his vision to infrared mode. At that moment, a sudden flash of white light shot forth from an unknown source, zooming straight at the Fallen. The moment it struck, the 10-meter-tall Fallen shrank instantly to a mere 10 centimeters. A collectible figurine, the mighty Decepticon had been turned into a bug on the ground. "What's happening to me?" The Fallen stared in shock as Megatron and Starscream beside him suddenly became gigantic towering figures. But it didn't take long for him to realize it wasn't that they'd grown, but that he himself had shrunk. "Cursed humans, switch to infrared vision." The Fallen commanded at once, convinced that his current predicament was connected to that mysterious white beam. He opened his palm, preparing to unleash his gravity powers, planning to lift rubble into the air to shield against the Iron Man suits circling overhead, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Tony had already anticipated this move. All the Iron Man suits immediately launched heat source flares. In a blaze of crimson, a shower of red fireworks rained down around the pyramid, making it nearly impossible to track the Iron Man suits, even in infrared mode. Tony then took aim at all the Decepticons. He fired his miniaturizing ray, turning each of them, one by one, into helpless bugs on the ground. Starscream, ever the schemer, sensed danger and tried to flee, but was caught squarely by a shrinking beam. A moment ago, he could have escaped the battlefield at 3 times the speed of sound. But now, shrunken, his movements were as slow as a crawling turtle. One Iron Man suit quickly swooped down in front of Starscream, fired off a locking mechanism, and sealed him up in a little metal box. In such a fate, not even Megatron could escape. He too was struck by the miniaturizing ray and transformed into an action figure. Next came Devastator and the rest of the Decepticons. As for the Fallen, after being shrunk, his power levels dropped by several magnitudes. He could no longer lift massive rubble, and even his space-jumping range had shriveled to mere frog-like hops. The Fallen found himself utterly stifled and humiliated. Is this even Earth anymore? Nice work, Tony. Wang Kai and Luna emerged from the portal, and when they saw all the Decepticons locked up, they couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Each and every one of them had been shrunk down to the size of toys. Except for the Fallen, who could teleport, he was a real headache, since there was simply no way to keep him contained. Let me finish this guy off. With all these Decepticons, you've already got plenty to show for it. With that, Wang Kai stepped forward, eager to claim the prize. But Tony quickly blocked his way. Hold on, do you always have to be so bloodthirsty? Tony grumbled, then turned his gaze to Luna. Got any magic that can keep this ugly brute from jumping all over the place? I want to study their abilities a bit more. Luna blinked, glanced at Wang Kai, and then shook her head in refusal, making Tony's face darken. It was obvious she wasn't planning to help. Wang Kai just chuckled at the sight, then flicked his boomerang blade, and in an instant, sliced the escaping Fallen neatly in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain, the Fallen. You are awarded 100 check-in points. The system's voice chimed in. Wang Kai glanced at his point balance. Only 2,400 points. So without missing a beat, he struck down Devastator as well, rounding things up to a tidy 2,500. Only then did he turn to the indignant Tony and say, with Megatron, Starscream, and the rest of the Decepticons, you've got plenty to study. And remember, when you're done, let me finish them off. With that, he and Luna left together, planning to take their parents and Mantis Girl on a trip to China. They even set a small goal, to eat their way through all the delicacies of Sichuan first. Behind them, Tony was left shouting in frustration. At least open a portal for me before you go. 3 days later, at the World Security Council, leaders from every nation gathered in the conference room. They watched in astonishment as Nick Fury presented Megatron. So these are the alien mechanical life forms? They're about the size of cat. That's right. Look at those sharp teeth and claws. And it can fire miniature missiles. The high-ranking officials, like visitors at a zoo, pointed at Megatron, commenting and critiquing, leaving the usually arrogant Megatron feeling utterly humiliated. He was now locked in an iron cage, with a thick layer of bulletproof glass on the outside. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break free from this wretched prison, left only to be gawked at by humans as he fumed in powerless rage. Damn humans! Sooner or later, you'll all be slaves when we rebuild Cybertron. Megatron roared as he launched missiles at the crowd, the explosions cracking and rattling through the room. But every attack was stopped cold by the bulletproof glass. As for his harsh threats, because his voice was too small, he actually sounded rather lacking in presence, leaving everyone with the impression of a little wild beast yapping away. Everyone, these are the shrunken aliens. They're called Decepticons. Nick Fury began to introduce them to everyone. This time, he had brought Megatron with him to the meeting for a very clear purpose: to demand more authority and funding for S.H.I.E.L.D. With the number of alien encounters steadily increasing, first the Skrulls and the Kree, and now the Decepticons from Cybertron. Who could say when a next alien threat would arrive? Nick Fury had never intended to leave everything in the hands of the Avengers, the civilian team. He wanted to make everyone aware of the urgent need to prepare for alien invasions. After a round of high-level negotiations between nations, Nick Fury finally got what he wanted, and it wasn't long before another alien crisis truly erupted. This time, it was Chicago's turn. Countless steel warships appeared in the sky, flashing into the city in a burst of white light. Then disembarked legions of humanoid mechanical beings. There could be no doubt, these were Decepticons once again. The villains from Transformers 3 had returned, this time arriving straight to the city of the final battle, and bringing with them an entire fleet. At their head was none other than Sentinel Prime. As Cybertron's most brilliant scientist and leader, Sentinel Prime controlled the technology of the space bridge and chose to ally with the Decepticons for the purpose of rebuilding Cybertron. After all, Autobots and Decepticons alike were now few in number, and the amount of labor required to restore a whole planet was immense. Earth's billions of inhabitants, without doubt, made for the perfect resource. Where is Megatron? Why has he vanished on his own? Sentinel Prime hovered above a high rise in the city, demanding answers from Shockwave beside him. It seems there's a malfunction with the space transmission. The crimson-eyed Shockwave played a 3D projection for Sentinel Prime, a video clip he'd found online, showing Dizzy and his crew causing chaos on the streets of New York, captured by a bystander's phone. Judging by the timestamp, this had only happened half a year ago, completely out of sync with their own timeline. It looks like we've arrived on another Earth. Shockwave concluded. Sentinel Prime was immediately infuriated. He tried to use the space bridge to teleport again. But at this point, never mind moving the entire Cybertron, he couldn't even bring over a single Decepticon. The precious space bridge energy pillars had suddenly become nothing but useless scrap. Damn it, how could this happen? Sentinel Prime snatched up an energy pillar, ready to smash it in a fit of rage. But at the last second, he just couldn't bring himself to destroy it. After regaining his composure, he resumed issuing orders. First, try to work with the humans to find a way back. Once we succeed, Cybertron will have slaves from 2 worlds to command. Megatron gazed down at the city already engulfed in flames and chaos, and immediately ordered a ceasefire. But by then, it was already too late. The Decepticons were a war-hungry bunch, and in just a few minutes, they had brought death to hundreds, even thousands, in Chicago. At this point, hoping for a truce was nothing short of wishful thinking. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury was among the first to realize that these were the Decepticon fleets Megatron had warned of. Watching the screens as countless civilians fell victim to the Decepticon massacre, every single human in the room felt a surge of fury at the atrocity unfolding before their eyes. "Director, what are our orders?" Hill asked gravely, her eyes fixed on the screen. "War." Nick Fury answered coldly, his words sharp as a blade. "All Quinjets scramble and head to Chicago. And notify the Air Force. We need fighter jets intercepting the enemy fleet before they reach other cities. Finally, alert the Avengers. It looks like we're going to war again." Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Wang Kai was enjoying a late-night meal with his family. Suddenly, the television news broke the story. Chicago was under attack by aliens. Only then did Wang Kai realize the villains from Transformers 3 had arrived. But he had no intention of rushing to the scene. After all, earning sign-in points was nowhere near as important as having dinner with family. With that thought, Wang Kai picked up another spicy rabbit head, savoring the flavor, while the whole family shared a moment of joy and laughter. Only Luna, staring at the rabbit head, seemed lost in some unpleasant memory. And yet, with tears in her eyes, she found the meal particularly delicious. "Son, aren't you going to go fight monsters and save the world?" "That's right. Look at those robots. None of them look like anything good." His parents, alarmed by the scenes of war on the news, immediately questioned him. But Wang Kai simply shrugged it off, and even ordered 2 more rabbit heads for Luna and Mantis Girl. "Mom, Dad, the Earth will keep on spinning just fine without me. There'll be others to deal with those aliens. We can just watch and enjoy our meal." Back in Chicago, the military, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers had all arrived on the scene. The Avengers, in particular, were burning with rage at what they saw. According to Wang Kai, the Battle of New York during the first Avengers movie had looked just like this. The city overrun by aliens, war raging everywhere, and countless civilians caught in the crossfire. Compared to New York, however, the only advantage Chicago had now was that no endless reinforcements seemed to be arriving. With enough time, even the American military alone could wipe out all the Decepticons. "Jarvis, how many ships and Decepticons are we up against this time?" Tony, suited up in his armor, stood over the smoke-shrouded city of Chicago, his face grim. "There are over 100 medium and small ships of various types," Jarvis replied. "The number of Decepticons is still rising. There are now over 500. Jarvis's voice echoed, grave and steady. Everyone's faces grew tense. "So many of them? Should we call in Kai and Luna?" Dr. Banner hesitated before asking. Over 500 Decepticons was certainly a lot, but Luna alone could split herself into over 1,000 duplicates. With half of them, she could draw circles and slice every one of those bots clean in half. And if she used other magic, it might even be possible to capture them all alive. But Tony refused flatly. "We can't always rely on them. What if something like this happens next time and they're not around?" The others saw the sense in this. So, one by one, they piloted their suits and charged into the fray. Meanwhile, the Quinjet and the military special forces completely encircled the Decepticon fleet from the outskirts, making sure none of them could escape Chicago. Determined to catch every last one in a single net, everyone opened fire with everything they had. Tony led the assault, targeting a Decepticon ship and unleashing every mini-missile from his shoulder pods. Instantly, the enormous ship was rocked by a relentless barrage of explosions. Roaring flames swallowed up the craft. But in less than 2 seconds, it burst out of the fire once again. Its outer hull was battered and torn, yet it still managed to stay airborne. "Sir, it would take a Tomahawk cruise missile to destroy a Decepticon medium-class ship. You think I don't know that?" Dodging a fresh hail of missiles and laser fire from the Decepticon ship, Tony quickly shared the intel with his team, suggesting they try the medium-caliber armor-piercing rounds from their suit arms. The Hive missiles could probably only down the smaller ships. But Tony wasn't ready to give up yet. He circled the medium ship, searching for an opening. Jarvis scanned for weaknesses in their propulsion system. He nimbly dodged another attack, then activated the laser weapon on his wrist. Flying to the rear of the ship, he fired 3 searing scarlet beams at its engine. The straight red rays struck the engine dead on, and after barely a second, the whole engine erupted in a massive explosion. The ship immediately spiraled downward, crashing toward the ground. I knew the rear was the weak spot. Tony couldn't help but gloat, and promptly shared his attack from behind strategy with everyone. Soon, the first devastating blows rained down on the larger ships above Chicago, sending them plummeting toward the city one after another. How is this possible? Megatron looked on in disbelief as ship after ship fell from the sky. Could humans on this planet really be so powerful? All he'd seen were a handful of armored figures. All Decepticons, take off. Priority, destroy those flying suits. With Megatron's command, the Decepticons transformed into all manner of warplanes and roared skyward, chasing after the Avengers. Nearly every one of them had 30 or 40 Decepticons hot on their heels, firing missiles and lasers relentlessly in their direction. Under this barrage as dense as a torrential downpour, the first Iron Man suit was soon struck. Black smoke billowed as the armor spiraled downward, which sent the mass-produced Decepticons into a frenzy of excitement. They immediately followed, surrounding the fallen Iron Man suit. But before they could step forward to pry open the armor, a furious roar erupted from within. The pilot of this suit was none other than the least skilled Dr. Banner. But whenever he switched personas, he became the mightiest Avenger. All the Decepticons saw a sudden flash of green. He leapt among them, and with a single punch, with a thunderous crash, he smashed a Decepticon's head clean off. The Hulk took full advantage of his strengths, smashing furiously. Faced with the encircling Decepticons, he dismantled them in moments. Missiles and lasers? They barely tickled the Hulk, only serving to fuel his power. Overwhelming numbers? That only made Hulk even happier. In less than 2 minutes, these mass-produced, dim-witted Decepticons had been reduced to a heap of scrap. The Hulk, still exhilarated, charged off to tear apart the colossal robots landing on the ground, leaving even the Decepticons trembling in fear wherever he went. They might be born warriors, but they had no death wish. Facing someone as wild as the Hulk, who practically ripped Decepticons apart with his bare hands, even the boldest would shudder at the sight. Just as Hulk was smashing away in delight, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shuddered, and before he could react, a massive mechanical worm burst from the earth. With its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp blades, it swallowed Hulk whole. This was none other than the terrifying Drill Terror, the most fearsome mechanical behemoth of Cybertron. It usually lurked underground. Its size was immense, and its strength could snap a skyscraper in two with ease. Its destructive power far surpassed even that of its master, Shockwave. Become Drill Terror's food. Shockwave stood atop his monstrous creation, his voice cold and emotionless. Even the hardest metals of Cybertron could not withstand Drill Terror's devouring. So how could mere humans of Earth resist? Just as Shockwave, full of confidence, turned to deal with the others, Drill Terror suddenly convulsed violently. It was Hulk, rampaging inside, destroying everything in sight. After being swallowed, Hulk found himself in a cramped space filled with spinning blades and crushing force. The claustrophobic pressure and the constant scraping of blades against his skin only stoked his fury higher. And with every punch, his strength grew. Thud, thud, thud. After several seconds of furious destruction, Hulk's powerful punch tore straight through Drill Demon's body, bursting out the other side. He emerged from within Drill Demon, forcing his way out with sheer might. "You big bug!" Hulk roared, his anger boiling over, promising dire consequences. Staring at the enormous form of Drill Demon before him, Hulk's mind was filled with only one thought: destruction. He stamped the ground with a mighty foot, shattering it instantly. Then, like a cannonball, Hulk launched himself straight into Drill Demon's gaping maw. Without hesitation, he began smashing down with relentless force upon those massive jaws. Within moments, the ground was littered with the broken pieces of Drill Demon's mouth. Shockwave cried out in fury, seeing his beloved creature ravaged beyond recognition by this green-skinned monster. His right arm transformed, revealing a blazing red cannon barrel. He took aim at Hulk and fired without mercy. Boom! The laser blast struck Hulk directly, but it didn't send him flying. As Drill Demon thrashed wildly, Hulk was thrown back into its mouth. This time, Drill Demon had learned a lesson. Instead of swallowing him whole, it used its spiked mandibles to clamp down and trap Hulk within its jaws. Finally remembering that a good meal should be chewed, Don't move, my precious. Shockwave called out to his cherished pet, then began charging his laser cannon again, aiming it at the struggling Hulk. The crimson light of his single eye blazing brighter than ever. When the laser cannon reached full power, he unleashed it with a thunderous blast. A ball of red light shot toward Hulk, about to strike him head-on. But Drill Demon and Shockwave's combined efforts only served to push Hulk's rage to new heights. Twisting his body, Hulk forced the creature's massive teeth to crack and shatter. The red energy blast grazed Hulk and plunged right into Drill Demon's mouth. Boom! A violent explosion erupted inside Drill Demon's maw. The shockwave hurled Hulk out of its jaws, while flames engulfed Drill Demon's entire head. Shockwave's own cannon had blasted through his beloved pet. Even he hadn't anticipated this outcome. Roar! Landing on the ground, Hulk let out a deafening roar at Drill Demon, then leaped straight back into its mouth. There, around the massive hole torn by Shockwave's shot, Hulk began pounding with unrelenting fury. Each punch carried the weight of hundreds of tons. Under this onslaught of furious blows, finally, with a tremendous, bone-shattering crack, Hulk smashed Drill Demon's head clean off. Shockwave had lost his pet. Damned human! Shockwave exploded with rage at the sight. He had raised this mechanical worm for countless years. It had won glorious victories for him. Yet today, it was destroyed by a green-skinned human. With his pet gone, Shockwave no longer held back. He lifted his laser cannon and, aiming at the still-raging Hulk, fired again. Boom! This time, the blast at last struck Hulk head-on. He was blasted off the corpse of the Drill Devil. As a result, the attention of the furious Hulk was drawn to him. The powerful laser cannon didn't even leave a scratch on Hulk's skin. With a thunderous roar, Hulk bellowed madly at Shockwave with his single eye. Then, locking onto his target, Hulk charged straight at Shockwave, completely ignoring the machine gun and laser cannon attacks coming from his hands. Sprinting at full speed, Hulk crashed into Shockwave like a cannonball. There was a heavy thud. The two of them fell almost simultaneously, and then Hulk immediately climbed on top of Shockwave, bringing both fists down hard on Shockwave's abdomen. The Hulk strikes. All that terrifying strength channeled straight into Shockwave's body, and Shockwave's entire abdomen was ripped open on the spot. Unidentified fluids sprayed everywhere. Shockwave tried to grab Hulk and throw him off, but the moment his hand reached out, Hulk smashed it aside with a single punch. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows and destruction. Hulk was tunneling into the body of Shockwave, who was nearly 3 times his size, and before long, Shockwave's entire abdomen was hollowed out. The devastation only spread upward, until finally, Hulk tore Shockwave apart piece by piece, scattering parts all over the ground, and even stomped Shockwave's crimson eye flat. That's what you get for messing with Hulk. The green giant leapt up from the heap of wreckage, and went right back to attacking the other Decepticons. Stark, the Special Forces have entered the city. They'll be designating targets for the Tomahawk missiles. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Inside the SHIELD base, Nick Fury calmly directed the unfolding battle. F-22s, F-35s, and Quinjet fighters had encircled the Decepticons in Chicago, and were gradually tightening the perimeter. Victory for humanity was now within reach. Understood. Tony and the others responded in unison. Their battle was at a fever pitch, with Banner in Hulk mode leading the charge. The rest had to rely on cloaking and launching incendiary flares to break free from Decepticon pursuit, switching to guerrilla tactics as soon as they escaped. Against most Decepticons, the weapons on their suits were extremely effective. War Machine's shoulder cannons could take out 2 Decepticons with a single volley. Captain America, still relying on his trusty shield, now powered by his Iron Man suit, could send the shield flying to snap, or even sever a Decepticon's neck with ease. Hawkeye and Black Widow were right at home in this style of hit-and-run combat. The 2 elite assassins never lingered. One shot, one new position. And so, they quickly held out until the Tomahawk missiles started to arrive from afar. More than a dozen Special Forces teams had already slipped into the city, spreading out across areas where Decepticons were concentrated, each carrying a device that looked like a projector, emitting beams of green light that painted targets on the Decepticon ships above. The Tomahawk missiles sliced through city streets and soared over bridges, automatically weaving past any obstacles in their path. Each missile raced towards its singular, designated target with unerring precision. A thunderous series of explosions erupted above Chicago, the air shaking with a relentless barrage. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, every Decepticon ship was hit in a wave of overwhelming firepower. The sky bloomed with fiery bursts, one after another, as Decepticon ships began to fall from the heavens. And this was only the first wave of the assault. The second wave was led by Special Forces. Countless soldiers hefted their shoulder-launched missiles, aiming and locking onto the Decepticons from 100 meters away. When the order came, they pressed the launch buttons in unison. From the backs of the launch tubes, jets of searing flames burst forth, and with a sharp hiss, missiles streaked out, trailing long white plumes, striking the Decepticons straight on. The ground shook with a continuous barrage of explosions, as a number of Decepticons plummeted dramatically. In the end, Megatron was utterly defeated. The Avengers looked on as the Decepticons were wiped out one after another, breaking into relieved smiles. This was a far cry from the first Avengers film, where they'd been dragged down and nearly blown up along with a nuclear missile. Victory was within their grasp, and all eyes turned as one to the Decepticon commander, Megatron. "Let's finish him, guys." With Tony's rallying cry, the team surged forward, charging at the stunned and incredulous Megatron. The Decepticons had fallen so quickly, it was almost beyond belief. In less than 2 hours, they'd been all but annihilated. Even their most feared weapon, Drillbot, had been destroyed. Megatron stared, utterly lost, at the Avengers advancing towards him, finally letting his massive machete slip from his grasp and raising his hands in surrender. "I think we can talk this over," he pleaded. The Avengers exchanged glances, then cast their eyes over the smoke-shrouded, grief-stricken city of Chicago. "Let's take him apart first." They descended upon him in a storm of righteous fury. Megatron offered no resistance, and in the end, after his arms were severed by lasers and all his weapons disabled, he was taken into custody. Wang Kai and Luna, for their part, did not join in this battle at all. They were still busy munching on rabbit heads. With Megatron captured, the energy pillar was claimed by the Avengers, and the Decepticons were all but eliminated. Thus ended the Battle of Chicago, a conclusion that made the Avengers known around the world. Faced with the mountain of evidence Nick Fury presented, proof that more aliens were on their way to Earth, and with the continuing threats from Megatron and Starscream, the United Nations gave tacit approval to the Avengers as a civilian organization. After all, with Megatron constantly warning that the Creator Quintessa was coming to Earth to destroy humanity, everyone felt as if Earth was surrounded by cosmic enemies, danger looming on every side. Monsters and robots. What's next? An invasion by the insectoid swarm? If that happens, Hollywood really will have predicted the future. With all this going on, no one's in a mood to worry about what's legal or not. Guam, lying in the Western Pacific. To the south of this island is the deepest part of the world's oceans, the Mariana Trench. At its deepest point, the trench plunges to 11,000 meters. Even if you drop Mount Everest into it, the peak would never break the surface. It's known as Challenger Deep. And today, in this sunless abyss, where only a few hydrothermal vents cast a faint glow, Challenger Deep is suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning, lighting up the oppressive, shadowy world beneath the sea. At the same time, cracks in the ocean floor radiate an orange glow, as an overwhelming surge of energy erupts from within, growing ever stronger. Then, a massive rift in space tears open. Bolts of electricity arc and dance around the fissure. And from within, a bald head emerges. A gigantic beast, looking for all the world like a gray gorilla, claws its way through the spatial tear, its body sheathed in a thick, armored hide, its fists as heavy as iron hammers. It is none other than Leatherback, from Pacific Rim. Hardly had Leatherback appeared, when a second monster swam out from the spatial rift. This one shimmered with a ghostly blue-green glow, a huge, glowing poison sac hanging from its chin, while 3 hook claws curled at the end of its long tail. It was the most powerful Category 4 kaiju, codenamed Odachi. Now 2 monsters had emerged, but the spatial rift remained open. Next, another beast appeared, its head sharp as a blade, with 2 pairs of side-like forelimbs jutting from its chest. This was Knifehead, the creature that, in the film, gravely wounded Gypsy Danger and killed the protagonist's brother in the opening scene. The 3 monsters circled each other at the edge of the rift, and then, as if by silent agreement, swam off in 3 different directions. At that very moment, Jarvis, the butler AI at Avengers Tower, detected the anomalous energy and immediately notified Tony. "Sir, Challenger Deep is showing an energy signature similar to the Bifrost. It appears a wormhole has opened there." Tony, who had been happily discussing wedding plans with Pepper, suddenly turned serious, immediately pulling up all the satellite feeds for a closer look, and then sending out an alert to everyone who needed to know. Avengers Assemble. In the tower's conference room, Tony quickly outlined the appearance of the three monsters and the directions they were heading. Anchorage, Alaska, Sydney, and Hong Kong. These are likely the monsters' targets. They're moving at different speeds, clearly aiming to launch a simultaneous attack. As Tony finished speaking, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Is this just a coincidence? Because it sure looks like they're learning from us. Rhodey muttered, staring at the 3D projection. The others felt the same way. Wang Kai's doomsday mech could only handle one monster. Even if Luna could take on another, that still left one more for them to figure out. Can Pym particles shrink the monsters? Captain America immediately thought of the shrink ray. But Tony hesitated, his words trailing off. He'd already used up a good deal of Pym particles shrinking Megatron and Devastator. So there probably wasn't enough left now. Everyone rolled their eyes at this. It might have been better to just let Wang Kai slice all the Decepticons, digging up the pyramid to pieces. Then none of this would be a problem now. Let's focus on how to deal with this monster instead. Natasha sighed, but then a sudden idea sparked in her eyes as she turned to Banner. What if we made the Hulk bigger? Before she could finish, Banner immediately shook his head. It wasn't that he doubted the Hulk could win. The real issue was that Pym particles couldn't be used directly on people. Pym had made that perfectly clear. So they only work on special suits, armor, or weapons? Hawkeye's imagination kicked into high gear. I happen to know someone with a truly incredible weapon. Just a thing to smash these monsters flat. So the Avengers contacted Wang Kai and quickly shared their idea. Wang Kai couldn't help but give this creative plan a thumbs up. They wanted to bring in Thor, enlarge his mighty hammer, and then use it to smash the monsters one by one. In theory, that could work. Wang Kai stroked his chin. In the comics, Thor's hammer had been shrunk and enlarged more than once. And in one famous story, Thor's hammer had grown so huge it was the size of a mansion. And when he called it back, it ended up crushing him to death. The weapon he'd always been so proud of became the cause of his downfall, a truly ironic fate. He took out the Infinity Gauntlet and opened a portal. On the other side was the Asgardian communications chamber. After briefly explaining the situation to Heimdall, the burly gatekeeper readily agreed to summon Thor for them. Of course, to the Avengers. It looked like Heimdall was just talking to thin air, but before long, Thor arrived in the chamber. Hey, friends, are you here to visit Asgard today? Thor greeted them with a broad grin, clearly in excellent spirits. Actually, we're here because we're in a bit of trouble. Captain America explained the monster situation to Thor in a few words, and Thor found the whole thing rather intriguing. He'd fought many gigantic beasts across the 9 realms, and was curious to see how large the monsters attacking Earth really were. Hong Kong. The warning sirens echoed across the city, and with 2 monster attacks already, everyone was desperately fleeing inland. Everyone feared becoming just another number on the victim list. Confronted with a colossal monster, against which most advanced weapons were useless, a wave of terror surged in people's hearts. As noon approached, the once calm sea suddenly erupted with enormous waves. The monster, after advancing steadily toward its target, finally reached its destination. It planted its feet firmly on the continental shelf and rose, the water barely submerging its lower body. The tailed rat, its limbs splayed and tail lashing, crawled forward, pushing aside the water with its massive body, sending waves powerful enough to capsize fishing boats and yachts. But then, quite suddenly, the tailed rat halted, turning its head skyward. There, an enormous warplane circled in the air above, its engines roaring with a deafening thunder that battered the creature's face, capturing every bit of its attention. With a shrill, guttural cry, the tailed rat threw back its head. Then, spreading its forelimbs, it revealed a pair of leathery wings, reminiscent of a bat, as if intent on launching itself into the sky for a showdown with the Doomsday Mecha. But Wang Kai had no intention of letting it have its way. High above, the Doomsday Mecha transformed midair, raising its iron fist and lunging toward the tailed rat with unstoppable momentum. Its fist, as large as half a basketball court, hurtled straight for the monster's head. Seeing this, the tailed rat instantly folded its wings and opened its jaws wide. The venom sac beneath its chin contracted with a sudden jerk, and it spat a jet of blue liquid directly at Wang Kai. This was a highly corrosive and venomous acid. In the Pacific Rim universe, even the thick-skinned Russian Jaeger, Cherno Alpha, was destroyed after its cockpit was breached by such an attack. Wang Kai, propelled by momentum, was now barreling straight at the tailed rat, with no time to dodge. Just as the acid was about to douse him, the Doomsday Mecha vanished from the air, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared right above the tailed rat's head. A thunderous impact followed. A familiar, bone-shattering punch landed. Wang Kai, using a lightning-fast maneuver, dodged the acid and positioned himself above the creature's outstretched neck, bringing down his fist like a meteor crashing to earth. The blow unleashed a force powerful enough to shake mountains and shatter the ground. A deep, sunken fist mark appeared on the tailed rat's neck, its vertebrae snapping cleanly in two. In that instant, it resembled the axe-headed beast, its neck now twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet even so, as a level 4 kaiju far more formidable than the previous two, the tailed rat's fighting power remained fearsome, its strength surpassing even that of the Doomsday Mecha. Wang Kai prepared to unleash his Vajra lightning 5-punch combo at close range. But the tailed rat seized his left arm with its forelimb, and in the next instant, its tail, tipped with 3 razor-sharp claws, drove straight for the Doomsday Mecha's head. Wang Kai, quick as lightning, managed to grab. But in the struggle of strength, he was gradually losing ground. The monstrous rat's tail was drawing closer and closer to its own head. Its venom glands began to pulse again. Clearly, it was preparing to spit acid at close range to finish off the Doomsday Mech once and for all. At the critical moment, Wang Kai had no choice but to use his displacement skill again. With a flash of space-time traverse, he broke free from the rat monster's control, reappearing above the rat's massive frame. He struck from the same position as before, delivering a savage kick downward. Boom! The Doomsday Mech's foot smashed the rat monster's head deep into the water, ramming it against the continental shelf with a muffled crash. A towering plume of water erupted skyward. Though the rat still thrashed about, its strength was clearly fading compared to before. Wang Kai could feel it. Every punch and kick told him. The monster's neck was now completely broken. If it didn't have alternative brains, it would already be paralyzed. Don't move. Wang Kai planted his foot on the rat monster, straining to keep it pinned. But how could a beast like this stop struggling? Its long tail lashed out again. But suddenly, a crescent of crimson light flashed by, and in an instant, the rat monster became a tailless rat. Wang Kai wielded the Feng halberd, delivering a decisive slash that severed its tail. True damage enchantment flared. Crimson light blazed along the Feng halberd's blade, the searing orange edge so hot that even a brush with the seawater made it boil and steam. Wang Kai gripped the halberd tightly, withdrew his right foot, and stepped back. Then, just as the monster broke the surface, he struck, decapitating it in a single, swift motion. Ding! Detected that the host has slain the villainous rat monster. Reward: 100 sign-in points. There was a wet squelch. The rat monster's head spun through the air in a graceful arc, landing with a heavy thud on the sand 100 meters away. The severed stump still glowed red, its blood vessels seared and sealed by heat, so not a drop of its blue blood spilled out. Next, the Doomsday Mech hefted the rat's corpse, took a few steps, and tossed it onto the beach for easier disposal. Only then did it stride away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, night still cloaked the Alaskan coastline, but the sky was bright, and the pouring moonlight was enough to see by. Thor was hefting a new Mjolnir, 5 times larger than the original, trying to spin it like an electric fan, hoping to lift himself into the sky. Alas, with just one hand, the hammer, now thick as a utility pole, was barely manageable. But mastering its swing and landing it safely had become a major problem. Thor spun madly in place. Much like an athlete hurling a hammer throw, he flung Mjolnir outward, letting himself be launched like a rocket. He accelerated nearly to the speed of sound. The raging wind nearly contorted the god of thunder's face, not to mention his arms, locked around a handle as thick as a power line. Then he took a hammer as large as a heavy truck and swung it at the monster. Thor, however, was quite delighted by this. He found the whole situation rather entertaining. Before long, the monster known as Bladehead appeared along the coast of Alaska. Although it was classified as a Category 3 kaiju, it towered at an astonishing height of 96 meters and weighed a staggering 2,700 tons, a true colossus. Just standing before Bladehead and glancing upward, one could feel an overwhelming pressure. But for Thor, that only made him more exhilarated. With his feet planted on the fragmented remains of the Mark 42 Iron Man suit, Thor, for the first time, took flight without relying on his hammer. Then, spinning Mjolnir wildly in the air, he gathered speed and hurled it straight at Bladehead. Under the moonlight, the hammer streaked across the night sky like a falling star. It struck the tip of Bladehead's horn with a thunderous crash. The jagged spike snapped clean off with a deafening crack. Bladehead let out a pained wail. Thor stretched out his hand, summoning the enormous Mjolnir back to him, then soared above the monster and dropped the hammer straight down. The resulting boom was even louder than before. Bladehead was smashed deep into the water, Mjolnir pinning its face to the seabed. And no matter how the beast struggled, it couldn't free itself from this seemingly small weapon. Thor repeated his tactic. He summoned Mjolnir into the air, and as soon as Bladehead surfaced, Thor raised his hammer high and struck it back down into the depths. Each blow landed in the same spot, again and again, until Bladehead's skull was completely flattened, and it no longer had the strength to rise. Yet, even after such a battering, the monster was only heavily wounded, not slain. At that moment, a portal shimmered open along the coast of Alaska. Wang Kai and Luna stepped through, and upon spotting Tony and the others watching nearby, they walked over. "Haven't you finished yet?" Wang Kai asked. "The monster's passed out in the water. Even Thor can't do anything more," someone replied, their faces full of resignation. Seeing the situation, Wang Kai had no choice but to act himself. Switching into his doomsday mech, he hauled Bladehead onto the shore, and then finished the job with a flurry of devastating punches. Everyone watched in awe as Wang Kai's colossal iron fists rained down on the monster like a relentless storm. The ground-shaking impact of each blow even more impressive up close. "By the way, Luna, how did you take care of that monster in Sydney?" Natasha suddenly asked, her curiosity piqued. Luna casually drew 2 portals in the air. Natasha immediately tumbled through one beneath her feet and fell out from the other. "That's how I dropped the monster to its death," Luna said with a mischievous grin. The others exchanged glances, feeling a pang of sympathy for the monster. Surely, there could be no stranger way to die. After Thor helped take down the scythe-head monster, Tony restored Mjolnir to its original form, and then Thor dashed off to catch up with Jane and reminisce. Though the team had defeated the 3 monsters that emerged from the wormhole, this didn't mean their troubles were over. Wang Kai knew all too well that more beasts would continue pouring out from the rift. The best solution was to cut the problem off at its source, eliminate the threat once and for all. The previous 2 monsters had appeared suddenly, giving no clue as to their origin, leaving them to fight a losing battle, killing them as they came. But now, with this natural portal linking their world to the Pacific Rim universe, they finally had a chance to strike at the heart of the enemy, to take the fight directly to the Precursor's home planet, and end the threat to the Pacific Rim world for good. When Wang Kai shared his plan with the Avengers, no one voiced any objections. After all, the first 2 monsters alone had already caused countless human casualties. Earth and these creatures were locked in a fight to the death. There was no room for compromise. "So, you're planning to bring the sun to the monsters' home again?" Tony asked with a grin. Last time, Wang Kai had delivered an artificial sun. To hell. Later, he prepared another one for Thanos' sanctuary, though it hadn't been used. Now, it seemed, he found just the place for it. "It might not have to be an artificial sun this time," Wang Kai replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Do you remember those energy pillars from Sentinel Prime?" In Transformers 3, Sentinel Prime had used those pillars to try to transport Cybertron to Earth. When the pillars were destroyed, only about a third of Cybertron made it through, and that portion was obliterated. Clearly, in the right hands, those pillars could be a planet-destroying weapon, potentially even more terrifying than an artificial sun. After all, no matter how powerful an artificial sun was, it was still just a nuclear weapon, and even the largest nuclear arsenal couldn't destroy an entire planet. But the space bridge technology behind those energy pillars could. The Avengers were stunned at Wang Kai's plan to obliterate an entire planet. They thought hurling an artificial sun at their enemies was brutal enough. Now Wang Kai wanted to leave nothing behind, to wipe out the very planet they called home. The sheer audacity of it left their minds reeling. Kai, isn't that going a bit too far?" Banner asked quietly. It was as if someone from another country had angered Wang Kai, and in retaliation, he'd decided to blow up the entire nation. It all seemed a little too merciless. "Too far? Am I really being unreasonable?" Wang Kai replied with a serene, almost unsettling smile, staring at Banner until he felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing the tension, Captain America stepped in to ease the atmosphere. "Let's check with Sentinel Prime first to see if this is even possible," he suggested. After all, this is space bridge technology we're talking about. So, the group had no choice but to head to the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison first, where they found a dejected Megatron being held in captivity. At this moment, Megatron had lost both arms, as if his very purpose in life had been stripped away, and now he wished only for death. Yet, as Cybertron's chief scientist, and the sole possessor of space bridge technology far beyond anything on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never let him die before squeezing every last secret from his advanced knowledge. "Megatron, we have a few questions for you. Whatever you ask, I won't answer. If you want the truth, kill me and let my spark tell you." Megatron was too dispirited to care, and clearly had no desire to see anyone at all. That's not your decision to make. Wang Kai had no patience for pointless words. He took the Mind Scepter he'd stolen from Loki and pressed it straight against Megatron's chest. The Mind Stone could control any living creature, and, by all logic, Transformers were a special form of life. So it should work on them, too. A clear, metallic ring echoed as the scepter tapped Megatron's chest. But Megatron remained completely unchanged. If you mean to kill me, you should plunge it in, not just tap. Megatron murmured, puzzled, then straightened up and exposed the spark embedded in his chest. Wang Kai frowned. Then, struck by a sudden thought, he aimed the scepter directly at the spark and tapped again. This time it worked. Megatron's mechanical eyes instantly darkened to black, finally falling under the Mind Stone's control. I'm asking you, using energy pillars to activate the space bridge, can you use this to completely destroy a planet? A black hole would appear between the planet and its sun. It would slowly devour the star. Wang Kai remembered that at the end of Pacific Rim 1, there was a clear shot of the enormous sun over the Kaidie homeworld, and the black hole before it that swallowed everything. That was why the precursors had been so desperate to colonize other worlds. If they didn't leave, their entire planet would cease to exist. And now, Wang Kai intended to add fuel to the fire. Megatron fell silent for a long while, as if calculating the odds, then projected a 3D image from his eyes. A planet, a sun, and a black hole, exactly as Wang Kai described. Blue beams of light shot out from the planet's surface, and, somehow, the planet began to spiral toward the black hole, eventually breaking apart and vanishing. Disrupting a black hole with space bridge technology to destroy a planet. Success rate is 80%. The plan is feasible. Excellent. Then tell us exactly how to do it. 10 days later, Kaiju appeared again in the Challenger Deep, and Wang Kai had already prepared the energy pillars he needed. The Avengers all knew there was nothing they could do to stop Wang Kai, so even though they found his plan dangerously reckless, but they didn't try to stop it, either. After all, this was a chance to end the threat once and for all. No one wanted more monsters rampaging through the city in the future. In the Challenger Deep, 3 monsters appeared this time. The first was a swift beast, resembling a crocodile, its entire body armored with scales, massive toes, a streamlined head, and lightning speed in the water. Its gaping mouth opened like a 3-petaled flower, revealing its true head inside, the only part of its body not covered in scales. It was here, at the end of Pacific Rim 1, that the injured gypsy danger struck, slicing the monster cleanly in two. Next came a monster like a colossal water buffalo, an abomination sheathed in metallic armor that gleamed in the depths, twin horns on its head, and a tail that stretched out impossibly long. It towered 134 meters high, several classes above the Jaegers in size. And yet, it still wasn't the largest. The deadliest of the 3 was the Scunner, a venomous beast with 3 long tails and a head shaped like a double-fin shark, standing an astonishing 182 meters tall. That made it over twice the height of the Jaegers. In the film, it even survived a nuclear blast to the face, a testament to its fearsome defenses. Its trio of tails could pierce through a Jaeger's armor with ease, making it a formidable force in battle. Jaegers struggled to move in the deep sea, while the monsters moved as if born to it. No wonder the final victory relied so heavily on the American Jaeger's protagonist plot armor. At this moment, above the Challenger Deep, a blue expanse of ocean shimmered as a portal opened above the waves. After bidding farewell to Luna, Wang Kai leaped boldly through the gateway. Midair, he transformed into the Lord of the Ocean. With a dragon's roar, he plunged straight into the sea. The crushing pressure of the deep ocean would be hellish for any ordinary human. But for the Azure Dragon, it was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Wang Kai barely needed to swim by his own power. Simply by controlling the water currents around him, he became a blue phantom streaking toward the Challenger Deep. At the mouth of the abyssal wormhole, the 3 monsters circled the orange-red rift in space, showing no intention of leaving. Their sole purpose was to guard this passage, until the precursors could create an extinction-level monster powerful enough to reshape Earth's very ecosystem. Suddenly, all 3 monsters froze mid-swim. They lifted their heads, gazing upward, only to see a shape darting toward them at impossible speed, so fast it seemed to defy the drag of water itself. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer was upon them. Compared to the gigantic monsters, each towering over 100 meters, the Azure Dragon appeared slender by contrast. Its narrow, supple body lacked that overwhelming, mountain-like presence at first glance. Yet, in this age where appearances matter, The Azure Dragon seemed far more regal and imposing than any of them. What's more, though the dragon looked lean, it was, in truth, longer than any of its foes. Come on, let me send you back to where you belong. Wang Kai coiled his body, taking on the form of the Azure Dragon. Then, he unleashed the dragon's innate ability to command water. Instantly, swirling vortices formed around the three monsters, spinning faster and expanding ever outward. But these three beasts were far from foolish. None of them intended to just sit and wait for death. The venomous matron was the first to sense danger. Deep beneath the sea, she let out a low, guttural growl, ordering the other two creatures to break free from the whirlpool's pull. She then drove her tail into the rocky seabed, and with a terrifying burst of strength, tore herself away from the swirling current. The swift dragon and the Abomination did the same. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to drive the underwater maelstrom, roaring and raging like a giant tornado, straight at the monsters. Yet the enormous water vortex moved painfully slow, while the three monsters, like swordfish, made a sharp turn and vanished from their spots. They split up, attacking Wang Kai from three different directions. Try this on for size. Wang Kai abandoned the water vortex at once, and conjured three semi-transparent rings of water around himself. With precise control, he shaped the high-velocity flows into razor-sharp blades. The same principle as a water jet cutter. Eyes keen and mind sharp, Wang Kai sent the three water blades arcing toward the monsters' necks, hoping to trap his foes by encircling them one by one. But alas, the monsters' hides were monstrously tough. The circular water blades were nowhere near as smooth or deadly as Luna's touch. With a furious sweep of their forelimbs, the monsters shattered the blades, dispersing them instantly. If small ones don't work, let's go bigger. Wang Kai let out a dragon's roar. A new water ring, even larger than before, materialized at once. And by focusing his power on just one, the ring spun even faster and became even sharper. By now, the three monsters' pincer attack was almost upon him, racing toward the Azure Dragon with blistering speed. The swift dragon opened its jaws wide, unleashing a furious roar, and in Wang Kai's mind, a single word flashed over the creature's head: danger. The spinning water blade shot straight at the swift dragon. The Azure Dragon's body twisted, dissolving into a streak of blue-green light that vanished in a flash. The venomous matron and the Abomination, too massive to stop in time, collided with a heavy, dull thud. As for the swift dragon, the giant water ring sliced through its most vulnerable spot, the gaping mouth. And in the blink of an eye, the beast was cleaved in two. Blue blood drifted out, staining the challenger's abyss. The pollution beginning to spread. From the vastness of the ocean, it was as insignificant as a drop of ink in a mighty river. Hardly enough to stir a ripple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain's swift dragon. Reward: 100 sign-in points. The system's voice chimed in, but Wang Kai had no time to spare. Killing one monster didn't mean the battle was over. The two remaining foes were all hide and muscle, without a single weak spot. The ring-shaped water blades could only cut the skin, but they couldn't kill with a single strike. He had no intention of rushing in for close combat, tearing and biting at his foes. That would have been far beneath his dignity. A roar thundered through the deep. The Azure Dragon threw back its head and howled, and all the currents in the Challenger abyss surged upward with dizzying speed. In moments, an invisible membrane of water formed, as if a giant bubble had appeared on the seafloor, pushing all the seawater inside outward. A deafening rumble. And then, with a crack of energy, Wang Kai opened his jaws and unleashed massive bolts of azure lightning. In an instant, they exploded across the two remaining monsters. Their power rivaled the plasma cannon of the mighty Stray Danger. In just a few strikes, the lightning left both the Poison Widow and Abomination gravely wounded, their blue blood pooling across the ground. Yet, faced with the Azure Dragon above, they were completely powerless. The dragon had drawn out all the water, and neither of them could fly. System Switch Hero Template. In a flash, the Azure Dragon's silhouette vanished, replaced by the Doomsday Mech. Without the dragon's control, the water bubble burst at once, and tens of thousands of tons of seawater came crashing down from above. It would take only seconds to fill the abyss again. But that was more than enough time for Wang Kai to finish off the two wounded monsters. The demon god descends. The Doomsday Mech plunged from the sky, wielding a massive halberd. With a single hand, it spun and brought the weapon down with all its might. In that instant, a ring of crimson light flashed around the mech, and the unenchanted halberd sliced both the Poison Widow and Abomination cleanly in half. At the same moment, a blood-red arena appeared around the Doomsday mech, like a gladiator's ring, declaring the battle's outcome in a single, decisive blow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Abomination. Reward: 100 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Poison Widow. Reward: 100 sign-in points. All 3 monsters had been eradicated. Just then, the torrent of seawater finally crashed down. The Doomsday mech stood motionless, letting the massive wave break upon it, until the Challenger Abyss was once again filled to the brim. Movement was cumbersome underwater, but Wang Kai still managed to toss all 3 monster corpses into the abyssal wormhole using the Doomsday mech, then switch back to the Azure Dragon form, activating his immortal demon body and descending alongside the remains. These wormholes required a monster's DNA code to enter, serving as a kind of biological keycard. As he plummeted, lightning crackled all around, and with a flash of orange-red light from the rift, Wang Kai slipped into the wormhole. Shades of blue flickered around him as he fell alone, passing through a chrysanthemum-like portal and arriving at the monster's homeland. Prophet Star, that sun, appearing several times larger than our own, was curiously dim, and the reason lay ahead. A black hole had appeared in their path. After absorbing vast amounts of light, the Prophet Star was left with its low-gravity environment and a doomsday landscape reminiscent of eternal dusk. One could clearly see swirling vortices of energy within the star itself, a certain sign that the star's energy was being devoured by the black hole. Exactly as Wang Kai had anticipated, he cloaked himself in invisibility and took out all the energy pillars, activating them in quick succession and arranging them in a hexagonal formation, just as the celestial nemesis had instructed. Beams of blue light shot straight toward the black hole, shattering the planet's delicate equilibrium in an instant. Suddenly, every pioneer on the planet was gripped by the terror of impending annihilation. The blue rays pierced the terrifying black hole, and moments later, the entire Prophet Star began to tremble. Even with their 6 wide eyes, the pioneers couldn't fathom what had just been unleashed. They could only command their monsters to destroy the source of the blue light. Those energy pillars floating high in the sky. A monster, almost identical to a ridgeback turtle, leapt into the air. Its mountainous form crashed down toward the energy pillars, intent on smashing them to pieces with a single colossal swipe. But how could Wang Kai let such a thing happen? In a flash, he unleashed his awakening, berserk, and true damage enchantments. With his gear's blessings, every strike would deal guaranteed critical and true damage. He raised his blade high above his head with both hands, and then, with a sweep, unleashed a blue-green arc of energy stretching more than 100 meters straight at the monster. Boom! A sickening rip. The monster was cleaved cleanly in 2 from head to tail, its carcass split and tumbling to the earth below, showers of blue blood pouring down like rain. At last, Wang Kai had slain a monster with his immortal demon body, another soul claimed by the demon blade. But now the entire planet was shaking even more violently. Wang Kai knew his mission was complete. Overhead, the wormhole threatened to collapse at any moment. He had no time to waste. Transforming into the Azure Dragon, he triggered all his speed skills. Sprint, Wolf, Emblem, Temporal Surge, Justice Potential, and Oath Shield. In an instant, he became a streak of blue lightning. With a thunderous crack, he shot into the wormhole, leaving behind only his beloved miniature sun. The timer above it had just 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. A deafening explosion. The artificial sun detonated before the pioneers' eyes, birthing a brand new sun in its wake. Its gentle warmth incinerated the pioneers who had created monsters to invade other worlds, reducing them to dust. It was the final straw, the one that broke the camel's back. The entire planet, spent and powerless, began its inevitable plunge toward the black hole, utterly beyond salvation. Planet, monsters, pioneers, all that had ever existed here was swallowed by the black hole, leaving not a single trace behind in the world. As for Wang Kai, he escaped through the wormhole in a flash of speed, returning to the Challenger's abyss on Earth. The orange-red spatial rift snapped shut about 2 seconds later. Any more monster slaying, and he might never have made it back. It could truly be called a brush with death. At last, the threat from the Pacific Rim universe was finally neutralized. No more monsters would invade Earth in the Marvel universe. Time flew by. The people of America had barely begun to recover from the grief of countless lives lost in the Great Battle of Chicago, when the world soon found itself at the doorstep of the final days of 2012. Christmas, the traditional Western holiday, was fast approaching. But just at this moment, Tony and his family discovered that Pepper was missing. Soon after, he received a phone call he had been expecting. "Stark, did you really think I'd forgiven you?" Killian's voice came from the other end, his flippant tone barely concealing a deep-seated hatred. He could never forget how Tony had stood him up on the rooftop, leaving him utterly dejected, plunged into a despair that made him lose faith in the world. If it hadn't been for the dazzling fireworks he glimpsed as he was about to jump, that fleeting beauty sparking an indelible sense of desperation and a burning desire for revenge, there would never have been the Killian who stood before Tony now. He had succeeded in developing the extremist virus, and even managed to overcome its explosive potential, all of which would become the weapons of his vengeance against Tony. "What do you want?" Tony's voice was low and grave. This time, there was no Mandarin from the original storyline. Killian had skipped straight to kidnapping Pepper, so Tony had no idea where she had been taken. "I want you to taste despair," Killian snarled. "I'll kill Pepper, destroy Stark Industries, wipe out the Avengers. I'll reduce everything you cherish to nothing, and all that awaits you will be utter despair. When that moment comes, I'll kill you myself." Killian hung up. Tony and his parents were left seething with anger, especially Tony, who was almost driven to laughter by his own fury. Thanos couldn't accomplish any of those four things. What made Killian think he could? "Jarvis, have you traced the origin of that call?" "No, sir. The caller must have used encrypted communications." Jarvis's voice sounded. Tony's mother, Maria, was instantly filled with worry. "What do we do, Tony? If we can't find Pepper, how can we save her?" "She's right. If we keep reacting passively like this, it'll be a huge disadvantage." Howard was equally anxious. But Tony, far from panicking, simply made a phone call at his leisure. Since technology was getting them nowhere, it was time to turn to magic for help. Moments later, a golden portal appeared in Tony's coastal villa, but only Luna stepped out of it. "Where's Kai? Aren't you two inseparable?" Tony asked, puzzled. Luna simply shrugged and stepped aside. Through the portal, Tony and his family caught sight of Wang Kai, another Luna, and his parents. At that moment, they were gathered around a bubbling hot pot, enjoying their meal. Clearly, Luna had only sent a projection of herself to help out. After closing the portal, Luna got straight to the point, asking, "Do you have any of Pepper's hair? If not, we'll have to ask her parents for a strand. As people get older, it's not uncommon to shed a little hair." So Tony immediately went to look by the pillow in the bedroom, and then found several golden strands tangled in a comb on the vanity. There was no doubt these belonged to Pepper. "Will these do?" Tony handed the hair to Luna, who nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect. Get ready for battle." With that, Luna grasped both ends of the hair, and a beam of golden particles shimmered out from the strands. The thread of golden light spun and danced in Luna's hands, dazzling Tony and his parents as it weaved through the air, until, after a few seconds, a portal formed before them. Only then did the three of them snap back to their senses. Tony spread his arms wide, and an Iron Man suit shot out from the lab, snapping into place around him. He was just about to step through when his father held him back. "Jarvis, give me a suit too." Yes, and one for me as well." Both parents wore stern expressions. Clearly, they already regarded Pepper as their daughter-in-law, and, at a time like this, of course they wanted to help rescue her. Tony considered for a moment, then agreed. The extremist virus hadn't advanced to the point where it could remotely destroy Iron Man suits. In the original story, if Tony hadn't insisted on fighting up close, a couple of missiles would have sent Killian to meet his maker. "Jarvis, raise Avengers Tower security to maximum." Killian may have already sent people to wreak havoc, issuing orders for Jarvis to go on high alert. Tony's parents suited up as well, in a sleek, feminine, unmanned Iron Man suit. Pepper's own rescue armor was also activated under Jarvis's control. And so, the whole family soared through the portal together. On the other side was a warehouse, surrounded by barrels of gasoline. Pepper lay there, bound hand and foot, eyes blindfolded atop the barrels. So still and quiet, she seemed to be merely sleeping.